Those who have drawn a death lottery know that the lottery has life and death, and people have prosperity. If you draw a death lottery and do not execute it, you will receive a bounty from the underworld and be hunted by the entire gang. But after you traveled to Hongqing and drew the death lottery given by the Big Boss B, not only did you not execute it, but you also buried the entire family of Big Boss B alive. This is because you accidentally obtained the wealth can connect to God's system, which allows you to gain generous returns by using money to help others. At this moment, in the underground boxing gym of the Sogo building in Causeway Bay, you looked at the blackened bamboo stick in your hand and couldn't help but curse in your heart. The bamboo stick clearly had a bright red death character written on it. When a person is down on their luck, even drinking cold water can get stuck in their teeth. You had just crossed over to this world for less than 2 days, and you hadn't figured out the ins and outs of this world, yet you were immediately pulled over to draw a death lottery. The big boss killed someone, and now the criminal investigation team is watching him, and someone needs to take the blame. Those who draw the death lottery must step forward immediately. On the boxing stage, the short and stout Big Boss B, covered in dragon and phoenix tattoos, walked down with his hands behind his back. You couldn't help but turn your head to the right, where stood several of the most valued lackeys under Big Boss B. You could even name a few of them with your eyes closed: Chen Haonan, Shan Ji, De Tian Air, Bao Pai, and Chao Pai. These 5 people followed Big Boss B from TSE-1 Shan to Causeway Bay before he became famous. You, just a novice Blue Lantern. What status do you have to stand here and draw a death lottery with them? Seeing that no one responded for half a day, Boss B directly stepped forward a few paces and snatched the bamboo stick from your hand. Then a hint of ruthlessness flashed in Boss B's eyes as he lowered his voice. Ayao, how long have you been with me, Brother B? It's been less than 3 months. Almost 3 months. Now I ask you, do you want to make a name for yourself and become the boss? I'm not really interested. You answered honestly, but couldn't help feeling a bit resentful. You are just a Blue Lantern who hasn't had the chance to pay respects yet, and your name isn't even on the Hongqing Society's roster. Usually, I just hang around the Causeway Bay area watching the parking meters, doing some valet parking work for Boss B. Being called to draw the death lottery this time is clearly Boss B setting me up. You can be sure that in the bamboo tube just now, all 6 sticks had the word death written on them. Not getting a satisfactory answer, Boss B's expression became even colder. He placed his hand on your shoulder, his tone serious. Ayao, you need to think carefully. Opportunities to stand out are not something everyone can have. If you take on this case for Boss, I will hire a lawyer to help you. Manslaughter can be sentenced to at most 2 or 3 years. If you endure in a tough prison for 2 or 3 years, by then Boss will build you a golden staircase, and you will come out as the big brother. Seeing Boss B say this, Chen Haonan and the others standing nearby all showed expressions of relief. Yeah, handsome. Have you thought about how hard it is for you to work as a valet all day? This kind of opportunity is not something everyone has. If you help Boss B settle this matter, we will all have to call you Brother Yao in the future. Before you could speak, the most lively Shan Ji began to echo Boss B. You glanced at him, Chicken Master. Since the opportunity is so rare, why don't I just let it go to you? I look so handsome. Why don't I take over the son-in-law business around Causeway Bay for you in the future? You, how dare you still argue? Whoever draws the death card has to take it. What do you mean by whining here? Shan Ji was momentarily embarrassed and angry, just about to explode, but was stopped by a sharp glance from Big Brother B. Big Brother B forced a smile on his face and stood in front of you. Ayao, everyone in Wanchai knows that I, Big Brother B, keep my word. I see you are quite clever, which is why I asked you to draw lots. You should know that there are hundreds of thousands of gangsters on the whole island. These gangsters live their lives aimlessly, and being able to live peacefully is already a blessing for their families. How many have been killed or maimed, unable to take care of themselves? Those who can replace the gang to serve a couple of years in prison and come out directly as a big boss are already very few. You know that saying more is useless, so you can only let out a long sigh. You already have a plan in mind, Big Brother. I don't mind spending 3 to 5 years in prison. But what? Feel free to state any conditions. I want a relocation fee of 50,000. And I want it now. As you know, I have no relatives on Hong Kong Island, and I can't expect you, Brother B, to promote me to a big boss after I come out. I just want to take this money and enjoy myself before going to prison. Big Brother B couldn't help but look slightly taken aback. Since he started mixing in this world, he had encountered many who asked him for help, but this was the first time someone had directly asked him for a relocation fee. However, Boss B did not say much and nodded in agreement. Okay, I will have someone deliver the 50,000 to you shortly. You can take this money to enjoy yourself for the next few days. Remember to report to the Wanchai police station in 3 days. I will find a capable lawyer to help you win this case. Thank you, Brother B. You nodded and then left the underground boxing gym without further delay. Just when Boss B was talking to you, you had already made up your mind. Take the blame? What a joke. You went through so much to come here. not to help someone else go to jail. You clearly remember what happened to the big guy who took the blame for Boss B. 3 years for manslaughter turned into 8.5 years for murder. And for 8 years no one cared about him. Boss B didn't even bother to visit him once. When he finally got out of prison, he found that Boss B's entire family had been wiped out, and he had no choice but to sell newspapers on the streets of Wanchai, constantly being harassed by rival gangs because of his past in the triad. So at this point, you decided that the best strategy is to retreat. To hell with loyalty to the gang. Such words are better suited to deceive ghosts. As for where to run to, you already have a plan. Fortunately, the original owner of this body is not an irredeemable fool. Having mingled on the streets of Hong Kong Island for so many years, I've interacted with all kinds of people. You plan to wait until the big Boss B's relocation fee is in place, and then immediately contact the snakehead in Yuen Long to flee back to the mainland overnight. As long as you cross that shallow strait, don't say that Big Brother B is just a small fry in the Hongqing society. Even if the leader of Hongqing, Jiang Tianshang, wants to cause trouble for me, it would be of no use. In the boxing gym, Big Brother B was already sitting in the lounge area with a few trusted subordinates. The seemingly simple-minded Chow Pai brought over a pile of sodas and distributed one to each of them. After taking a sip of the chilled soda, Big Brother B turned his gaze to the troubled Chen Haonan and said, "Haonan, are you unhappy? Do you think it's unfair for Big Brother to set up a scheme for a Yao today?" "Not at all, Brother B. He." Big Brother B smiled lightly, placed the soda on the ground, and patted Chen Haonan on the shoulder. "Haonan, among these brothers under me, you are the most loyal, but sometimes loyalty needs to be applied in the right places." "Who is he?" "Just a homeless kid with no parents and nowhere to turn. I sent him to the Kuyo for further studies, which is like giving him a chance at fortune. Otherwise, a person like him might get killed on the street one day, and there won't even be anyone to collect his body." "But Brother B, don't say any more. You guys came out with me from Xiyun Mountain. The boss won't treat anyone unfairly, especially not you. Also, Haonan, remember to find someone to keep an eye on him these days. He wants to collect the entire relocation fee at once, and I'm worried he might run away with the money." Before Chen Haonan could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Boss B waving his hand. In response, Chen Haonan could only nod. "Okay, Brother B, $20,000, all brand new big golden bulls. Brother B really values you. He had me go get the money as soon as I came out of the Chongwang building, afraid it would delay your good time." In a cramped room of a clock hotel, Boss B's right-hand man, Hua, took out a stack of cash from a handbag, which still emitted a delightful ink fragrance. When you looked closely, it was indeed all $1,000 Hong Kong notes issued by Standard Chartered Bank. "Brother Hua, didn't we agree on 50,000? Why is it 3,000 short?" You couldn't help but frown. Boss B really thought of himself as someone who could be easily manipulated, unwilling to give the mere 50,000 relocation fee all at once. However, you don't want to have too much interaction with anyone from the Hongqing society right now. But you have already been planning how to go to Yuen Long to find a snakehead and cross the sea to the mainland overnight. The reckless Hua chuckled. "Ah Yao, 20,000 is enough for you to enjoy all the nightlife in Wanchai within 2 days. Moreover, Brother B is worried that you might be too extravagant. You need to know that once you enter the prison, there are many things you need to take care of, and it's not feasible to be without money in hand. Alright then, leave the money behind, and you can go." Faced with your eviction order, the reckless Hua did not rush to leave. Instead, he lit a red cigarette and continued to say to you, "It's really great that you can think this way, but I feel that some things are better discussed face to face. Do you still remember 5 years ago, when the handsome Quan from Mong Kok killed Chun Chi from the Tung Sing Society to take over the seafood market in New Fillingland, and was sentenced to 3 years? Brother Hua, you don't need to comfort me. Brother Quan was already a popular figure in Mong Kok at that time. He only got a 3-year sentence for killing Chun Chi because he spent over 600,000 to smooth things over. He is willing to go to jail because the gang wants to promote him as the fit person in Mong Kok, while others are going to gain fame. How can I compare myself to Brother Cohen?" Ho Yucheng was now bent on getting rid of Rotten Life Hua, but Rotten Life Hua just grinned at his words. "You misunderstand Ao. I'm not trying to compare you to Liang Kuan. I'm trying to tell you that when Liang Kuan hacked Chen Shi to death, he did find someone to take the blame. He spent $30,000 on a Vietnamese boy to cover this lawsuit. Later on, the Vietnamese received the money and did not do anything, but even prepared to run away on a boat on the day when the errand boy agreed to hand over the man. In the end, he was blocked at the pier by Liang Cohen, and slashed his neck with a knife, splitting it directly into two." Rotten Life Hua said and shook the ashes of the cigarette in his hand. Then he got up and looked at He Yaozong with a smirking expression. "Ao, it's not your first day out. The big man builds you a golden step to walk on, so I hope you don't know what you're doing. Don't go fooling around in places like the docks for a few days. I'm afraid of causing any misunderstandings and the consequences will be unimaginable. He Yaozong was speechless for a good while, and only after a long time did he look up at Rotten Life Hua. Finished Hua? Can you leave me alone when you're done? Oh, you take care. Rotten Life Hua gave He Yaozong a meaningful look, then left the rented room with a big stride. Asterisk 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 your old mother. You're not going to the pier if you say you're not going to the pier. Ha! He Yaozong walked to the mirror in the room, looked at the clean face in the mirror, and couldn't help but curse. Seeing as you're not bad looking, how could you think of recognizing such a demented line as a big brother? There's no future in following this kind of goods from the tired neighborhoods of the Tuafail family. Ding detected that the host is facing a major crisis in life for the first time, and is now formally activating the fortune can pass through God system for the host. Wealth can be passed to the gods, the host can help any object through the help. All through the help of the money paid, can be in the completion of the help, through the system to get double return. Currently available for single-time assistance. One person. Dull. He Yaozong touched his face to make sure that the crisp electronic sound that appeared in his mind was not an illusion. Then he slowly reached his hand into his pants pocket and fished out a good luck and lit it up. Only after roughly sorting out the system's functions did he communicate with the system in his mind through his consciousness. System, through what channel is the cashback method obtained? Cashback below 10 million Hong Kong dollars can be automatically returned to the host's independent space by way of cash. Cashback above $10 million will be automatically wired into a bank account customized for the host. Please rest assured that every sum of money issued by the system will be operated by the system itself and become the host's property by legal means. And every amount of money is not created out of thin air. The system will automatically collect every lost fortune in the world for the host and use it as a reward fund. One cigarette, almost most of it in one breath. Even as a traveler, He Yaozong could hardly contain the excitement in his heart. Wealth can be a blessing. Even if he had just come to this world and had only been a grouch for less than 3 days, he knew how much gold those words carried. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack and uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. Even one human life can easily be taken care of for $50,000. Another puff of smoke passed through his lungs, and He Yaozong forced himself to calm down. System, if the lost riches of this world are collected, then does that mean I won't be able to get the rewards? Not really. Throughout the thousands of years of human history, the amount of lost wealth is far greater than the host can imagine. The system's monetary feedback will be automatically upgraded to other reward functions after the accumulation of money obtained by the host reaches a certain level, large enough to shake the financial balance of the era. He Yaozong felt like he couldn't wait any longer. What function? How much wealth do I need to accumulate before I can upgrade? Sorry, no comment for now. Please start accumulating your own wealth. The system will automatically complete the upgrade when the wealth is accumulated in place. After answering this question from He Yaozong, the system fell into dead silence. No matter how much He Yaozong called out in his mind, he never gave himself any feedback again. A cigarette has been burned out. He Yaozong stumbled back to sit on the bed. For a moment began to once again wonder if he was not a delusion. Some frustration. His old mother, is it true or not? Don't you know if you go out and try it? In an instant, a thought resurfaced in He Yaozong's mind. Now that Big Brother B has only given himself a scant $20,000, and with the threat of the Rotten Life Hua, rolling up the money and running back to the mainland is no longer realistic. But this pot he doesn't want to top, and if he doesn't, he's going to get his skin collected by Big Brother B. What to do? The only way seems to be to overshift. He started his business in Causeway Bay but did not pay homage to Big Brother B. At best, he was just a titular blue lantern under the Hung Hing Society, and he did not even record his name in the submarine book of the society. In other words, he wasn't even a titular disciple of Big Brother B. Just find a new Big Brother who will take him in and put his name on the top of the other club's undersea book, and Big Brother B has no business calling himself to the top of the pot. So now the question arises as to which of the big boys to take in, and that's a problem. Based on the original owner's residual memories, as well as his own previous knowledge of Hong Kong movies, He Yaozong discovered one thing without any suspense. This year's righteousness, willing to cover the thin brother of the big brother is not unheard of, but there are only a few. Hong Kizuman and Yao Ma Ti is one of the few big shots with brains and skills who are willing to cover up the little ones below. But on second thought, He Yaozong dismissed the idea. I have not even seen their faces. In Yao Ma Ti's semi-retired Big Brother man, why should I offend for their own sake? In Causeway Bay has been mixed up in the body and neck beautiful Big Brother B. After thinking about it for a while, He Yaozong finally set his eyes on someone. This man may be scattered eggs, but going forward to him may be the only way to break his own present. End of chapter. Chapter 3, A Big Man Who's Scrappy Enough. April 6, 2025. It is only a 10-minute drive from Causeway Bay to the underground casino along the west side of Vodafone Road. This is the land of the Woozing Fire Cow. After getting out of the car and throwing the cab fare to the driver, He Yaozong accelerated his pace and ran towards one of the elevator entrances in Block A of Baijia Mansion. The 11th floor of Block A of Parkview Tower was originally a warehouse for a department store mall 2 years ago, but now the place has been transformed into a large underground stall separated by wooden panels. It was a pandemonium inside, with the sound of unrestrained laughter over winnings and the curses of red-eyed gamblers who had lost. In the bookkeeping room next to the gambling room, a middle-aged man with a stooped back was yawning, rubbing the backs of his swollen hands, and looking blearily at a pipe count responsible for keeping the books in the casino. Pipe count held the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose and looked up at the middle-aged man, then shook his head and continued to check the accounts at hand. "Brother Sam, I haven't seen you in a while. I've heard people talk about you playing on Big D's gambling boat during the week. Anymore, you're contributing to the Royal Jockey Club. Why do you want to come up to our field and have some fun today?" This man with a face of kidney weakness is the head horse of Wu Lianshang's heavyweight seniors Lungkan Kun Chaisum, who is now Wu Lianshang's nominal holdout fit person in the area of Shamshui Pa. Why do I say a nominal holdout person? Because this guy, Officer Boysen, totally sucked a few years ago. Originally, he was a descendant who was highly valued by dragon roots, but then he got addicted to drugs for some unknown reason, and became a dowser who spent his days eating powder and chasing dragons. It's not enough that he's addicted to drugs, but since his addiction has gotten to his core, his entire mental energy has gone to the gambling table. There is money to gamble big, no money to gamble small. After gambling back to the residence, spread out the tinfoil chasing the dragon. Giddy sleep has become the life of the official son of Sin in these years the norm. A man who gets one of these two things, gambling and powder, is pretty much screwed for life. The official boy Sam dabbled in both, and in the eyes of a bunch of bigwigs in Woozing was already completely rotten. If it wasn't for Lungkun remembering the old days and putting a few powerful and fine men of the Shamshuepa generation under his name and recognizing him as a big man of worship, this number of wastrels might have been exposed to the streets long ago. Officer Chaisen rubbed his eyes, that there is no way to drool all over. In half a month, it will be my big brother's 60th birthday. I have to save my money for his birthday gift, so I have to come to your place for a while. Goody, then it's the same old rules. Sam wins the money and we don't pump you as usual. How much money are you going to start with in chips this time? Take a egg ah. Not to see your field can play IOUs. I do not bother to come. It's the same old rule. Borrow $20,000 for fun first, with interest as usual, and I'll get the money to pay you back in a few days when Jimmy Boy's hands are free. In the face of Officer Zai Sen's careless reply, Drool Quan, who was sitting in front of the desk, immediately revealed a difficult expression. He took out a pair of abacuses, so he began to crackle and count for Officer Sam. Brother Sun, it's not that we as juniors refute your face. You borrowed 16,000 mosquitoes from our casino last month, and you haven't cleared it yet. If you follow the rules of the field, you'd have to pay back at least 53,000 mosquitoes back by now. Officer Chaisen was slightly stunned, but he also knew that his face had long been bad in the land of Wu Lianshang. So you mean you won't borrow it? Drooling all bitter smile, Brother Sun, that number of fire cattle brother have and I talked about. R and Lianshang's brother. You pay back a principal is good, but until you pay back this money, if I lend you any more, Brother Forenza should move the family law against me. I beg of you, don't make it difficult for us as little ones. Officer Chaisen huffed, a flash of horror in his eyes. He suddenly jumped up nervously, bracing both hands on the tabletop and glaring with reddened eyes at the drooling fool in front of him. The move certainly took Drool all by surprise. Drool Quan, I beg you. I must borrow it this time. Jimmy gave me $100,000 last week for a birthday present for his grandfather. I lost it all. I have to win it back. I have to win it back. You help me. You must help me. If I can't even get a congratulatory gift for my big brother's 60th birthday, I'll be finished by then. Brother Sun, I really can't help you. Duck duck duck. Just as Drool Quan was in a difficult position, a knock sounded outside the ledger room. A tea-refilling fellow carrying a teapot stood at the door and shouted as such towards Officer Zaisen. Brother Sam, someone outside is looking for you. I'm not available right now. Get out and shut the door. Officer Chaisen glared back at the fellow and responded somewhat nervously. Unexpectedly, the fellow was not impressed, but instead replied with a smile. Brother Sam, the guy who came said he's here to pay you back. Are you sure you don't want to go see him? As soon as they heard these words, the two people in the account room were both stunned, and then both revealed heartfelt smiles. Pay back? Good. Where is he? It's in the lounge area right by the door. The tall, handsome one in the black sweatshirt that looks like Auntie Boy is. Watching Officer Zeisen run out of the accounting room in a puff of smoke, Drool Quan couldn't help but let out a huge sigh of relief. He beckoned the fellow who had refilled the tea over. Hey, would anyone really pay back Officer Sam? How can he still have money to lend to others with his ghostly appearance? I don't know. Quan. Anyway, that kid came in and told me that he was here to pay back the money to Officer Sam. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. Ho Yu-chung sat at the entrance of the casino with a cigarette in his mouth. Sitting next to him were a couple of abusive gamblers who had lost and were dialing with their landlines and borrowing money from everywhere, like a wild dog foraging for food in a junkyard. Officer Chison walked over from the ledger. With only a single eye contact, he landed his gaze on He Yaozong. He Yaozong immediately waved his hand towards Officer Boysen. "No need to look for me, Sam. I'm the one who came looking for you. Do you owe me any money?" Looking at the unrecognizable scion in front of him, Officer Chison sat down suspiciously. He Yaozong immediately shook his head. "I haven't owed you any money, Brother Sam, but I came over today because I want to worship at Brother Sam's door and make a living in Shamshuepa in the future." As soon as he heard this, Officer Zizen's gaze instantly dimmed. Demented line. "Since you've come to pay your respects, don't you know that Shamshuepa is now in Jimmy's words? I stopped taking fine men a long time ago." It's not that Officer Sam doesn't want to accept another junior. The rare and valuable thing about him is, although he gambles indiscriminately and chases dragons, his heart is still more or less becount. He understands enough to be wasted, and has long since lost the energy to take care of the affairs of the parish for Lonergan. So it is better to delegate power to Longan's most favored scion, so that on one hand, he can fall free, and on the other hand, he can also fall on Longan's side, so that he can get himself a long-term meal ticket. However, Ho Yu-chung had come prepared, so naturally he would not be deterred by Officer Chison's refusal. "Brother Sam, I know that you owe a count of over $10,000 that you haven't paid back at Fireox's casino. Here's $16,000 in cash. Take it and pay off the casino's debt. Then we'll take our time and talk about worshipping the door." Officer Chison froze for a moment, looking at the pile of golden calves that He Yaozong pulled out of his coat pocket, and couldn't help but lick his tongue. "What? Is this a red seal of worship for me? Of course not. This is simply to help you pay off a gambling debt. Brother Sam. Who in the whole of Shamshuepa doesn't know that Brother Sam is a man of love and justice? Following you around, there will definitely be a time to get ahead." The sincerity of He Yaozong's words completely disarmed Officer Boysen, who had long wanted to reach out and receive the money. He laughed and snatched the banknote from He Yaozong's hand. "In that case, the red seal of worship is not necessary, and from now on you can say to the outside world that you are my Officer Zizen's fine man." "Slow down, son. There are some things that I think I'd better talk to you about directly." Seeing that Officer Chison had taken the money and was about to run towards the accountant's office, He Yaozong pulled him back with another hand. The desperate Officer Boysen only stopped in his tracks and cocked his head to look at Ho Yu-chung. Anything else? End of chapter. Chapter 4, The Undesirability of Speculation. April 6, 2025. With the fastest speed, Ho Yu-chung explained to Officer Chison the causes and consequences of his door worship. He knew that Officer Chison's mind was now on the gambling table. A dim-witted gambler, and as long as he was given money, there was nothing he dared not agree to. As expected, before He Yaozong could finish his sentence, Officer Chison stuffed the money into his pants pocket and made a silent gesture towards He Yaozong. "Okay, you don't want to take the heat for Hung Hing's people, right? I'll take care of it. Brother Sam, I think it's better if you go and discuss this with Uncle Longen." "It won't be necessary. My face is quite good in front of the big man." "That's it. The process of worshipping the door is waived, and when I'm done betting, I'll go back to Jimmy Boy and ask him to add your name to the Undersea book with Unison. From today on, you're a losing man." Before Officer Chison had finished speaking, his person had already arrived at the door of the casino's accounting room. In response, He Yaozong just let out a light smile. This person, Officer Chison, was better than he had imagined. Detected that the host helped Officer Sam to pay off a gambling debt of $16,000, and is now making a double return for the host. Congratulations to the host for obtaining $32,000 in cash. The cash has been automatically deposited into the independent space for the host. The host can withdraw it at any time in the independent space. Hosts can find their next help on their own. Please note that only items generated through the system can be freely entered and exited in space. In less than a few seconds after Officer Zison entered the account room, a system beep sounded in He Yaozong's head. After probing through his consciousness, He Yaozong took out this $32,000 rewarded by the system, counting the brand new bills in his hand. The corners of He Yaozong's mouth rose in an uncontrollable gesture. Mother asterisk 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 her. It works like that? Doesn't that mean that as long as I help Officer Sam keep creating huge gambling debts, it won't take long for me to reach the system's wealth accumulation condition? This model of double return of money couldn't help but remind He Yaozong of that story of the king in chess. 1 wheat on the first square, 2 wheat on the second, 4 on the third. By analogy, within a few times, his wealth would expand at a geometric rate. Just as He Yaozong was secretly muttering, the system instantly gave to a silent bludgeon in his head. Please ask the host to put away this dangerous idea. The system will detect the authenticity of the object of the host's help every time. Any demand for help created by the host himself will be judged by the system to be invalid. Detecting the host's outrageous ability to drill for vulnerabilities, the system temporarily adds a patch. The system does not advocate hosts to get rebates by giving away money directly. Given that it is now the host's newbie protection period, the system will temporarily provide the host with a rebate, but will continue to reduce the rebate in this way until it is frozen. Please keep in mind that the object of help must be because of the immediate need to obtain help demand, and the host can only get the rewards provided by the system if the help is successful. Ho Yu Chung, it looks like your fantasy of getting rich by exploiting exploits for malicious card bugs is dashed. But Ho Yu Chung was not dismayed. He now has the equivalent of a money-making discipline that steadily gains double the profits. The more wealth he accumulates later, the greater his ability to create wealth. The only beauty is that getting rewards by helping people is somewhat cyclical, and some of the help is likely to be unobtainable in return. For example, if a bedridden patient with a serious illness, even after accepting his or her help and after spending a lot of medical resources, is still declared incurable, then all his or her efforts before and after will be lost. Pouncing system, there are rules that are not clear earlier. I should have known that I would have just poked my entire fortune into Officer Sam. After further understanding the rules of the system, He Yaozong sat down on a chair, cupped his cigarette in one hand, and began to calculate his entire fortune. Got $20,000 in settling money from Big Brother B. Spent $16,000 and had $4,000 left over. The system returned $32,000, plus his previous savings of about $2,000, which meant that he still had $38,000 at his disposal. It seems that this $38,000 will have to be spent all at once the next time one picks a person to help. At this point, inside a tea house in Causeway Bay, Big Brother B just happened to finish his dinner on the second floor. Just as he was wiping his mouth and getting ready to go downstairs, Chicken came running up with a Big Brother phone stacked on top of him. Brother B, as you instructed, Big Sky 2 and the others have been keeping an eye on He Yaozong. This guy took a taxi to the casino with Wen Xing over in Yamati since he took the $20,000. His old mother, do we not have our own venue in Causeway Bay? The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. Biggie B glanced at Chicken. Let him be. Keep an eye on him and don't let him get away. Those cops in Wan Chai have been causing me a lot of stress these past few days. Anyway, the afternoon after tomorrow, we must urge him to report to the Wan Chai police station. What's a kook? Is joining a club considered a kook? This is a question that Mr. Ho Yu Chung cannot say for sure. In his mind, he spent almost all of his short career as a curmudgeon guarding meters on the street. Occasionally, when manpower was needed in the nightclubs in Causeway Bay, the people under Big Brother B's hand would let him change into a suit, and then casually put a few handfuls of mousse on his hair to deal with the eloquent and drunken female customers. It can be said that one's previous money-making endeavors, aside from not having paid taxes, can't seem to be anywhere close to being a curmudgeon for the wrongdoers. Now that he is under the tutelage of Wu Lian Shang, this feeling is even greater. Was Sing claimed to have 50,000 members on Hong Kong Island, making it the largest association on the island. But at least more than half of these 50,000 members are Kaifan hawkers who seek the blessing of the society's signboards and do some honest business. Watai Tea House, Lai Chi Kok Avenue, Sham Shui Pa, Jimmy, who sits in front of Ho Yu Chung and is already a veritable talking head of the generation involved with Lian Sheng Sham Shui Pa, also belongs to this category. Jimmy Boy pulled his suit and tie, first sizing up Ho Yu Chung for a few moments, and then turning his helpless gaze to Officer Sam. Brother Sam, you're the big man. How you take people in is your freedom. I shouldn't have said anything in the first place, but Ho Yu Chung is the top melon boy chosen by the Hung Hing Society. If you want to take him in, you will surely offend the Hung Hing people when the time comes. Originally, after losing all his money in the casino, Officer Sam did regret it in his heart. But when He Yaozong told him that as long as he could get himself worshipped in Wu Lian Shang, then he would help Kun Chai Sen with the congratulatory gifts for Long Gun's birthday half a month later, Kun Chai Sen immediately let his heart drop into his stomach. For him, what Hung Hing Society, what Big Brother B, are all floating clouds to him? A lousy person with only half a life. Only Ryujin was the only thing he had to live for in this world. Lonergan is happy. He Chung can continue to languish. If he is evil to Dragon Root, it's unlikely that he will have to die tonight, and he can't even get past the addiction hurdle. End of chapter. Chapter 5. The best thing I can do is collect bad debts. April 6, 2025. Jimmy, the big man hasn't had such a loquacious little brother in years. Do you remember how you came to be under my tutelage? Your parents died early, and you were doing a small business alone in Shekgapme Estate. You were bullied every day, and it was not easy for you to make a living. At that time, I thought, an accomplished scion like you shouldn't have to suffer so much in the world. I just think that the current AO is a lot like you back then. It seems that Mr. Sam has not eaten his brains out yet. At this moment, it's even better to know how to play the emotional card with Jimmy Boy. He sulked for half a second, then suddenly lifted his head and looked sincerely at Jimmy Boy. Jimmy, the big man knows his own physical condition. I'm a man with only half a life left. I want to build up some mean virtue for myself and recruit a few more talents for Gong. I can't stand by and watch a promising young man like you go and take the blame for someone else in such a haphazard manner. If Hong Hing society comes looking for trouble, then I will naturally come out to take the top. I appreciate you. When these words came out, both Ho Yu-chung and Jimmy Boy smacked their lips over them. The two of them know what kind of goods Officer Chai-sun is. In response, Jimmy Boy could only let out a long sigh, and then took out his long-prepared book of the seabed of the parish, and at the same time fumbled for a $500 Hong Kong paper from his pocket. Brother Sam, Dong has explained that the list of undersea books cannot be shown to you. If there's nothing else, why don't you go ahead and eat a snack? Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. After seeing the $500, the official's eyes and instantly glowing eyes. More ambiguous words also do not say. A hand grabbed the money, got up and left the dimly lit tea house. Drink a cup of tea. From now on we'll all be fellow disciples. Jimmy Boy flipped through the latest page of the undersea book and greeted Ho Yu-chung with a cup of tea as he took out a fountain pen from his breast pocket. Ho Yu-chung gave a snort. Brother Jimmy, no offense. I had no choice. You probably don't know that I chose to join the club because I had no choice. If I could have, I wish I would have been a doctor, a lawyer, even if you're a fishball guy on the street with nothing to do. It's better than joining the triads. Jimmy Boy, who was about to bury his head in recording He Yaozong's name, was immediately stunned. Then he stopped recording, put down his pen, and looked at He Yaozong with a grave expression. If that's the case, then why did you work for Hung Hing Society before? Brother Jimmy, one can't help it. My old mother ran off with another man less than 6 months after giving birth to me. When I was 15, my old bean ran a boat to Malaysia for the number gang and got involved in a local gang fight and died at the pier. Does a man like me expect to be fed by a ghostly orphanage if he doesn't pick a roof over his head? These words were completely retold by He Yaozong based on the original owner's experience, and were not mixed with half a bit of water. But he also has a purpose for saying these things. Jimmy Boy, now the most highly regarded heel in the heavyweight patriarchal generation of Wuzing Lungeon. He is essentially a businessman bent on using the society as a springboard and bent on getting rid of it. And as he himself was currently going to be in the roof where he came to be a shelter, it was only natural that he should draw closer to him. Ayo, introduce yourself. My name is Lee. My name is Lee Jia-yuen. Stretching his slightly heavy expression, Jimmy Boy finally extended his right hand to He Yaozong. It seems that such tragic stories as the death of the father and the marriage of the mother, and the death of the mother and the calamity of the father, are commonplace on Hong Kong Island. But two people who share the same experience will always show each other a little proper kindness. Ho Yu-chung reached out and shook Jimmy Boy's hand while smiling. Brother Jimmy, aren't you curious as to why Sam agreed that he would take a pot topper like me? There's nothing to be curious about. I know Brother Sam well. As long as he's given money and won't be bothered, he dares to do anything, Jimmy Boy said as he re-picked up his pen and quickly recorded Ho Yu-chung's information in the undersea book. Then he spoke. Now I'll talk to you about something relevant. I am not going to introduce those rules of brotherly respect and humility to you. It is roughly the same as you are on the Hung Hing side, and the parishes in the 9 districts of Luin Xing. Sham Shuipa is not considered to be the most outstanding of the group. The cumulative number of food market stalls, chicken sinuses, horse rails, underground stalls, and entertainment clubs that have started work under the name of our congregation is more than 360. I see you're a good-looking man, and now I've got 2 doors for you to choose from. Are you going to keep on as a valet, or are you going to go to Chicken Do and be a groom who trains horses? He Yaozong also sighed his tea, and then shook his head. Valet parking, in the sun and rain, and every now and then you have to look at the face of a sir. Dogs don't do it. So you know how to raise horses? Can't feed a little. So what do you want? Collecting debts. I know that Grandpa owns a finance company in Sham Shuipa, and every month there are a lot of bad debts that can't be collected. If you trust me, Brother Jimmy, you can arrange for me to start at the finance company. I have a knack for collecting debts. Jimmy Boy sniffed and immediately revealed an incredulous expression. Ayo, this isn't the place to talk big. I don't mean to look down on you. People who are good at collecting bad debts are all babies in the eyes of the big boys. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. If you're so good at this, why would Big Brother give up on you to take the pot shot? Maybe he's blind. Brother Jimmy, trust me on this one. I joined the club with trouble and didn't want to make Grandpa look bad. In the face of Ho Yu-chung's faithful reply, Jimmy Boy pondered for a moment, a final nod. Okay, above the Hatai Tea House, is Gong's finance company. Normally this company is taken care of by me. In a moment I'll take you to get acquainted with Fine Wei, who is in charge of the collection business. Since he tasted the sweetness of paying off the debt for Kun Chai-sum, Ho Yu-chung has firmly believed in collecting bad debts. In his opinion, Quan Chai-sin is a gold mine that has not yet been fully explored. If you can get yourself into a finance company to collect bad debts, wouldn't that be a tiger falling into a sheep's den? The rule of the system is that help must be provided according to the practical needs of the other party, and the association of these bad debts that the debt collectors can't collect can maximize the assurance that these debtors are really unable to get the money. And getting rewarding feedback by paying off debts on behalf of your target is a short cycle with fast results, which is kind of the fastest means to ensure you get rich. Coming out of the tea room and up the stairs along the corridor, on the third floor was Longden's Hatai Finance Company. Jimmy Boy led He Yu-chung to the door of an accounts office, where a few collectors were checking today's accounts with the accountant who was in charge of the counts. Duck duck duck. Jimmy Boy snapped the edge of the door of the ledger room, and the 5 men in the chamber looked back at once. Upon seeing Jimmy Boy, the men turned and stood in unison and greeted Jimmy Boy. Finwell, how much of this month's count is still missing from the collection? Jimmy Boy didn't rush to introduce Ho Yu-chung to the men, but instead waved toward a big only man in a tight gray sweatshirt. Fineweather's face was disheveled. Brother Jimmy, there's still $180,000 left to recover. Are some of the geely that were put out last month, and some of the scumbags are soft and hard, and we were just now discussing whether we should put on some suitable means. Since the release of the Sino-British Joint Declaration 5 years ago, the Ghostbusters have been playing the role of gentlemen. As early as a few years ago, when members of Hong Kong Island societies went to collect Kwai Li, their hands and feet were chopped off at every turn, but now the set can no longer be made to look so grand. Collecting numbers is also a task that requires a lot of brainpower and patience. Under the pressure of the poor guys, the association will only use those extraordinary means when dealing with those big bad debts as a last resort. Jimmy Boy didn't say anything, but just pointed at Ho Yu-chung who was standing behind him. His name is Ho Yu-chung, Sam's newest fine man. In the future, he'll come to the finance company and follow you to start work, and you can ask him to collect any bad debts you can't get back. He Yaozong obediently took a step forward and arched his hand towards a few big and thick number collectors. Senior brothers, junior brother He Yaozong. In the future, we will be looking for food in a pot, so I hope that you will take care of us. Fineway looked at this fresh-faced backwoods boy standing next to Jimmy Boy, and for a moment wiped his eyes in some disbelief. Brother Jimmy, this guy's thighs don't look as thick as my arms. Are you sure he'll be able to get back all the counts we can't collect? End of chapter. Chapter 6 Chapter 006 If you don't accept ordinary, accept pain. April 6, 2025. How many times have I told you Fine Wei? Nowadays, in the business of debt collection, you have to rely on your brain. Jimmy Boy's aura was so strong that he reached out and pointed to his brain, as it were, and said to Thinwell in front of him. He then glanced meaningfully at He Yaozong, then walked over to Fine Wei and whispered in his ear. This guy was taken in by Brother Sam and could cause trouble for the parish. I don't want to refute Brother Sam and put the hardest account to collect in his hands. After saying this, Jimmy Boy patted Fine Wei's shoulder, and then lifted his wrist to look at his watch, and then left the account room. Fine Wei immediately revealed an expression of sudden realization. After Jimmy Boy left, he didn't hold back, and immediately snapped his fingers, signaling the horseman under his hand to go to the account office and bring out the pile of accumulated bad debts. Come on pretty boy, sit over here. Pulling out a chair, Thinwell gestured for Ho Yu-chung to take a seat in the ledger. He then took a pile of IOUs from the horseman, and after a short rummage, found one in the center. Shaking the wrinkled note, he walked over to He Yaozong. You, right? Good at collecting counts, right? Then go and collect that number. Look carefully. The one who owes money is called Zhang Jiala. On the 8th of April, half a month ago, this guy borrowed 11,700 mosquitoes from our finance company. According to the rules, he had to pay us back 16,900 mosquitoes 3 days ago. But this guy has worked with us before and is in the business of collecting numbers. Brother Jimmy gave him a discount. If you can recover 14,000 mosquitoes from him, the order is considered a done deal for you. Receiving the note handed over by Fine Wei, He Yaozong just roughly scanned the address on the note, and then stuffed the note into his pocket. No problem, brother Fine Weather. Any other bad debts you can't collect? Throw. Young man, don't have such a big mouth. You can recover this rotten debt first. Fine Wei couldn't help but be amused by He Yaozong's serious look. He pulls up a chair and sits next to He Yaozong as well. He said, the guy who owes this amount is a notorious hobnailer over at Tangle Street. He Yaozong smiled. Is this Zhang Jiala guy a drag? Tug to death. Backed by a big man you can't afford to mess with? That's not true. He works under the hand of Hua, the elder brother of the Jingyi society. Big brother Hua in the Mongkok generation although the name is not loud, but it is also considered to be the #1 fierce man of the Jingyi society. It's funny, Big brother Hua Jie is just such a fine guy, but he looks at this guy, Wu Fei, more than his own brother. And this guy, Uffley, is even more oily and soft. Slow down Fine Wei brother. Are you saying that this guy who owes money is a crow fly? Just as Fine Wei was speaking eloquently, He Yaozong suddenly spoke up and interrupted him. A crow fly? The moment he heard this name, a strange expression had unconsciously surfaced in He Yaozong's mind. Fine Weather blinked. What? You know him? I've heard of this character. I'll take this order for tonight. I'll come back to you later for the rest of the IOUs. He Yaozong opened his mouth to respond, then gave a light smile towards Fine Wei and left this account room, leaving Fine Wei and a group of number collectors in the room staring at each other in disbelief. One of the ponies walked up to Fine Wei. Brother Fine Weather, it seems to me that this guy isn't joking. Could it be that he can really get this amount back? Fine Wei bristled. Throw. Who knows? Let's wait until he comes back. Mongkok, Ton Lok Street, in a BOLO hall in Sun Fat Mansion. Uffley was clutching a pool cue and biting a cigarette but in his mouth, nervously eyeing his opponent who was playing against him on the table. It was not hard to tell from his expression as if he had lost his life that he had lost everything in tonight's bet. Clunk, asterisk 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 your mother. As his opponent scored the black ball, the crowfly instantly spat out the cigarette in his mouth, then lifted up the back hem of his flowered shirt, fished out a 50 mosquito piece of Hong Kong paper from his trouser pocket, and handed it to his opponent's hand. This flyboy who was betting on the game with the crowflies has been laughing his ass off for a long time. Hey Uffley, you've lost 2,000 mosquitoes before and after tonight. I see you still have 500 mosquitoes in your pocket. Do you want to take out all of them and let's decide whether we win or lose in one hand? Dead. Your mothers can play ball great. Hey, don't fight or don't fight. Don't curse. Can't you afford to lose? I can't afford to lose. Whoever hangs out in Tangle Street doesn't know that I, Wu Fei, am most willing to lose. Since I can afford to lose, I'll play 2 more games. In the face of his opponent's irritation, Uffley couldn't help but catch fire. He yelled as he dropped the club in his hand and pointed at his opponent's nose. Play with your old flavor. If you're so keen on gambling, go and get a sprayer. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack and uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. I'll play Russian roulette with you. 1 shot for you and 1 for me. Just bet on a life. Whoever dares not play is a chitty. Seeing that the crow flies were in a hurry, someone immediately came up to persuade the crow fly's ball companion. Forget it, this guy has already lost his eyes in the past 2 days. Just wait, there will be a time when he will come to you to gamble again. The group put down their clubs and clustered toward the outside of the ballroom, with a soda straw in his mouth. Ho Yucheng had been sitting in the lounge area of the ballroom for a long time. The temperament of this guy, Uffley, was pretty much what he thought it would be: intense, fiery, and facetious. This kind of loser coming out as a cook is destined to be a total tragedy. Can't live in peace. All I can think about is getting out and becoming a man. The character is flawed again, with little skill and a temper. The saying that if you don't accept mediocrity, you have to accept pain is probably talking about people like this. The clamor of the billiard hall fell silent for a moment, and Uffley indignantly lit a cigarette, as if trying to calm his mixed feelings, just as He Yaozong wanted to go up and strike up a conversation. At that moment, the curtain of the billiard hall was lifted by someone, and someone walked in, shouting towards the crow flies from a great distance. Big brother. Uffley fixed his eyes on the visitor and realized that he was none other than his own brother. So the already unattractive face became even uglier. He glanced his face aside as if he didn't want to face his brother head on. But Uffley's brother apparently didn't notice his big brother's dilemma. Big brother, Ami asked me to come and discuss this with you. Her dad's opinion is very strong. Having the wedding reception on a rooftop does seem a little too shabby. It's not so bad if you don't say it, but it instantly lights the crow flies on fire. He reached out with his cigarette-clipped hand, almost pestling his oldest brother's face. What the hell? Why don't you go ask him if his daughter is gold-rimmed? What the hell's the difference between hosting a party on a rooftop and hosting a party in a hotel? You don't have any abalone for him? Let him eat. The oldest brother was an uninitiated student. Seeing his big brother get so angry, he also looked a bit at a loss for words for a moment, only to back away in aggravation, muttering under his breath, "Big brother, I." Seeing his brother in this state, Uffley couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. In the past few days, he has been trying to get money together, and after burning incense at the Tin Hao Temple every day, he comes to the Pora Hall to gamble with others, in order to raise a sum of money to organize a wedding for his younger brother in a grand manner. But bad people have a bad life. A few days in a row, the money did not come up with much, but instead the already small savings have lost very little. He took a hard drag on his cigarette, then stepped forward and threw his arms around his brother. Juan, it's big brother's fault for being you. Don't worry about it. Big brother will do his best to organize this wedding for you in style. He Yaozong, who had been watching the play from the sidelines for half a day, couldn't help but feel happy, knowing that it was his turn to make his debut. End of chapter. Chapter 7 Brother B, AOs that flopped through the gears. April 6, 2025. Hey Uffley, is it convenient to have a word alone? As He Yaozong approached, the crowflies immediately began to look up and down with suspicious eyes. Eyes then glazed over. Who are you, pretty boy? He Yaozong smiled and didn't say anything, then fished out the note from his pocket and handed it over to Wu Fei. Unfolding the note and taking a look at it, a look of embarrassment immediately appeared on the face of the crowfly. He subconsciously put down the note and looked at his brother. Older brother, you go out first. After dismissing his oldest brother, Uffley's brows instantly tightened into a chuan. He grabbed the collar of He Yaozong. Not and you have agreed. Within a month will certainly pay off. You'll count the interest as usual, and I won't charge you any less. But, Uffley, it's not really a wise decision to take the settlement money to pay back Guile. He Yaozong pushed Uffley's hand away, then shook the folds of his collar. Sven, maybe I can help you with that. Who told you I was going to take the settlement money to pay back Guile? The crowflies, poked and prodded, began to get agitated again. He Yaozong just waved his hand. I know that your Jingyi society has come out with a second five to be a tainted witness on the side of the police officer. Lin Jia is looking for someone to prepare to take him out, and if there are no surprises, this errand will surely end up on your crow's head. Who in the whole of Mongkok doesn't know that you, Wu Fei, are a righteous man and the most ballsy number one in the Jingyi society? Thousands where 10,000 wear. The horse's ass does not wear. You fly this pouncer soft and hard. The most cannot stand is that other people touting his big sunscreen. With this in mind, Wu Fly immediately looked at He Yaozong in front of him in a much better light. He fished a box of Davidoffs out of his pocket, unwrapped them and handed one to Ho Yucheng. Don't talk nonsense. The one with the most balls in the entire Jingyi society is my big brother Hua. But what exactly are you here for? If you're here to collect a debt, then I have only one thing to tell you right now. If you want money, you don't have it, and if you want your life, then his mother doesn't have it either. Wrong. He Yaozong put his hand into his pants pocket and took out a pile of rustling banknotes from it. I still remember to this day that 5 years ago, when I was playing soccer at the court in Choi Hung Estate, I was often bullied by those flyboys from Wong Tai Sin. Once I was beaten up by them so badly, brother Wu Fei, you came over there to do something, and you were the one who saved my life. This favor I have remembered to this day. Here is $17,000. I hope it helps. He Yaozong lied to the face without red heart. He knows the fly this person best face. If not find a reason to send money to him, I'm afraid that he will also be twisted and refuse to accept. As luck would have it, there was clearly some desire on his part to take the money, even though Uffley couldn't even remember if this had happened before. However, He Yaozong was worried that the guy would take the money and turn around and put it into his own brother's wedding, so he didn't hand the money over to the crowflies. Uffley, the IOUs are already in your hands. You owe Wasing this $17,000 of Geely, and it's all settled. I am entrusted by Grandpa to collect the money from you. If I fail to collect the money, I will be punished. So I hope you won't say anything about this business to the outside world either. You fly momentarily speechless. He once again spread out clenched in the palm of the note. After determining that the note on the handprint is indeed his own handprint, he will be skeptical towards the He Yaozong asked. Really too clear? You can burn it now, He Yaozong said as he lit the Davidoff that Uffley handed to him, then handed Uffley the lighter as Uffley looked on in amazement. As the crowflies lit the fire to burn the IOUs, a system beep immediately came from He Yaozong's mind. Congratulations to the host, who helped the character crowfly complete the repayment of his gambling debt. The system automatically returns 33,800 yuan in cash, and the cash has been automatically deposited into the system's independent space, so the host can withdraw it on his own. You fly Real O's and Thai Financial Company 16,900 Geely. Also really as the system said, even if he gave him more than $100, the system will only be in accordance with the actual demand for cash back. Well, now we're clear. As the rising flames burned to his fingertips, the crowfly loosened his fingers that were squeezing the note. But Ho Yucheng has no intention of leaving. He took a deep drag on his cigarette. If I heard correctly just now, your oldest brother is short of money for a wedding these days, isn't he? I'm not supposed to butt in, but something like marriage is kind of one of life's headline events. It's not good to have a wedding on a rooftop if it's shabby, is it? What do you care? The crowflies were stressful at the drop of a hat, and if it wasn't for the sake of earning this ready-made banknote, He Yaozong couldn't help but give this pouncer a couple of mouthfuls. Helping others to the end. To be honest, I most admire people like you who are righteous. In this way, I have previously found out that at the Jade Cuisine on Nathan Road, a top-quality wedding banquet is only $999. Your oldest brother's wedding, set up 18 tables, pack a hall more than enough, will cost less than $18,000. Other than that with the MC, refreshments, carriage and costumes and all that, $40,000 is more than enough, to be honest, not because he was really short-handed right now. He would have wanted to pack up Jumbo Seafood Place, Long Jing Shen, all these top-notch restaurants, and use them to cater the wedding banquet for Wu Fei. But this was also a test for He Yaozong to test the system. The system had only told itself before that it had to be actually needed by the recipient of the help in order to provide cash back. So when the other person's needs don't have a clear dollar threshold, does that mean they have more room to maneuver when it comes to spending their own money? Luckily, the system didn't give much feedback for the time being, but it was the crowflies that were a bit dumbfounded. If I could get $40,000 now, would I not even be able to pay you back for this less expensive interest? Still talking tough, still waiting for his mouth to open. He Yaozong didn't bother to go on with the nonsense. Wait for me at Jade Crest in a moment. I'll go back and hand in my count and come over to you right away. I paid for the wedding banquet for you, so you don't have to excuse yourself. I admire you and your big brother, Wah, for who you are, and when you have the chance, remember to come over and have tea with me. Uffley's expression was instantly agitated. Bing wanted him to say a few more words of bravado, but reason told him that his oldest brother's wedding could not be delayed. Having a wedding reception on a rooftop with the evening breeze is even more of a joke when it gets out. Only before the crowflies could react, He Yaozong turned around and left. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. Damn him, does burning incense at the Tin Hao Temple really help? Catching his chin, the crowfly looked at He Yaozong's dashing departing back and couldn't help but mutter, Causeway Bay, inside a mahjong hall. Touch, oh ho nom. You don't have to feed me cards all the time. It's not fun for everyone to get together and play a few rounds for leisure and relaxation. It's not fun if you're too much of a pain in the ass. Big brother B happily pushes down the wall. The taste of 3 hoops in a row puts him in a good mood now. Chen Haonan, who had been feeding the cards from the side, replied humbly, B's hand is so strong that no amount of wind changing can stop it. If I knew how to feed the cards, business wouldn't be so lukewarm in those sparrow houses of Dulaosha. Well, there's no need for you to be modest. Not yet. Big brother B shook the necklace around his neck, then waved his hand to support the idle people in the sparrow hall. Only after everyone had gone out did he look at Chen Haonan seriously. How many years have you been with me, Honan? Brother B, I've been with you since I was 13 years old at Siyun Mountain. Counting, it's been almost 7 years. How time flies. 7 years in the blink of an eye. Big brother B nodded, then picked up his own cigarette case and pulled out a red wand from it and threw it to Chen Haonan. Ho nam. Want to step up? Chen Haonan hesitated a little, then replied cautiously, I want to. B, who doesn't want to make a name for himself? But as long as I can follow Brother B, I don't care about anything else. A satisfied smile appeared on Big Brother B's face. Words cannot say so. You rang the duo. Mixed body light neck beautiful. In order to better help the Big Brother work, there is one thing you know earlier. The no. For boy from the North Point side who demolishes the family basho has been walking powder in our Hunghing territory recently. As you know, we in Hunghing have the rule that we are not allowed to go pink. This guy Bashiri doesn't know what's good for him, and he offended Mr. Chang for it. Chen Haonan's eyes immediately warmed up. Brother B, what do you mean by, hear me out? Big Brother B reached out to stop Chen Haonan's inquiry. He then continued, I've taken over this errand for you from Mr. Zhang's side, so find some time and do away with Bashut. By then, with this credit, your zapping of the red stick this year will be secure. The red stick is a real and meaningful way for the society's gurus to get ahead. Only the red stick of Zaduti is qualified to open the mountain gate, award the seabed book, and recruit worshipping disciples. Chen Haonan had been waiting for this opportunity for 7 years, and even though he had prepared for it in his heart, his body could not help but tremble with excitement when he heard Big Brother B say it himself. Brother B, to be honest, I've treated you like my own father all these years. Don't worry, I won't let you down. I'll make sure to get this done properly. That couldn't be better. So the big man will wait for you to finish the job and come back to buy me a celebratory drink. Just as these two were putting on a scene of fatherly kindness and filial piety, Chicken suddenly ventured in from outside. Brother B, it's not good. It's not good. Big Brother B couldn't help but frown. Chicken, what's so exciting? You're being chopped up? Chicken came up for air. Brother B, He Yaozong that puffer. He overshoots. What? Where did he overshift to? Lian Shang. Daitenji, they inquired clearly. He is now worshipped under the Lian Shang official Sun. His name has been written in the Lian Shang undersea book. Out and out damned. Big Brother B's good mood immediately sank to the bottom, and in his indignation, he directly overturned the mahjong table in front of him. Horrified, both Chen Haonan and Chicken on the side lowered their heads, not daring to speak. End of chapter. Chapter 8. It was Big Brother B who was blind to let a talent like you to take the potshot. April 6, 2025. But Big Brother B was after all a veteran who had been around for more than 20 years, and he quickly stopped his anger. Ho nam, Immediately go find me another reliable brother and tell him to report to the Wanchai police station after tonight. Tell him, I'll pay 100,000 yuan for the settlement fee, and when he comes out, I'll even out a few venues in Xinghua Street to give him to look at. Remember, it has to be one of those trailers. Chen Hanan hurriedly nodded, okay big brother, but he Yaozong, this puffer boy, went through the gears without saying a word. Should we just let him go? What do you think? Big brother B picks up the cigarette case in front of him and pulls one out and lights it. After taking a vicious breath, he looked at Chen Hanan and said, just go and do what I told you to do. Chicken, you and Big Sky 2 and the others, go to Shamshui immediately to bring back Hoyut Sung, the puffer. Tell him to come back now, hand over the money, admit his mistake, and I'll only waste his hands. If he thinks Wu Lianshang can cover him, let him get ready and reserve an urn at Wahashi. At 7:30 p.m. He Yaozong returned to Hatai Finance. After handing over the amount of UFOs to the finance company, Ho Yucheng took the opportunity to pay for UFO's wedding banquet contracting fees at Nathan Road while he was in the middle of collecting other bad debts. To his surprise, Chui Yuxian was still quite good at contracting wedding banquets. They can even provide luxury wedding car rental fees there, and they can even get a third-rate host from ATV to come on stage and officiate at the wedding. So a wedding with a budget of about $40,000 was stiffened to a specification of $100,000 by Hoyut Sung, shocked to the point that the crow flies on the side were a bit uncomfortable, and repeatedly advised He Yaozong to just about do it. In this era, the general salary of Hong Kong Islanders is only about $3,000, and $100,000 is already enough for the basic expenses of an average family of 3 for 3 years. After cleaning up a bunch of bad debts as well as paying for a wedding caterer on behalf of UFOs, Ho Yucheng's wealth skyrocketed to $380,000 in one day. At $380,000, you probably won't even make that much money if you do valet parking in Causeway Bay until you die. How in the world did you recover these accounts? Feinwei's expression was slightly demented, staring blankly at the piles of bills on the table. In this regard, He Yaozong did not intend to explain too much. He understood one thing: when his own wealth had accumulated to a sizable number, these guys did not even have the courage to ask themselves questions, so he decisively chose to digress. Brother Fineweather, those counts you handed me this afternoon are pretty much cleared. If there are any more tricky counts, they can all be handed over to me together. When Grandpa's side asks, just say you took it back yourself. I'll pick. Ayo, do you have any idea how good people like you are? Hearing He Yaozong's words, Feinwei immediately had an impulse to burn yellow paper and worship with He Yaozong. Although the number collection man is not low in the society, sometimes the number collection is not complete, and it is not uncommon to be flown up by the one who is the big brother. Sometimes, in order to collect some large sums of money, one has to resort to some extraordinary means, and one has to be targeted by the police officers and invited to the police station to drink judicial milk tea. Now out of nowhere, He Yaozong helped them solve all their troubles with a single word. How can this kind of person tell Feinwei not to respect him? After counting the money and making sure that the number Ho Yucheng retrieved was not off by a single digit, Feinwei signaled the counting supervisor to drop the money into the account. He then personally got up and poured a cup of tea for He Yaozong and handed it to him with a smile. Ayo, I don't know how Brother Jimmy scooped you up, but the efficiency of your collection of numbers is indeed too astonishing, which has even alarmed Gong, who is downstairs in the tea room, learning about your situation with Brother Jimmy. By the way, Brother Jimmy instructed me to meet him downstairs at Spring River Court when you get back. Then Brother Fineweather, I'll leave it to you to keep an eye on the falling accounts. I still say, you clocked that number, and you can credit yourself for all of it. This is exactly the effect Ho Yucheng wanted. The reason why he worshipped the door and joined Wu Lianshang was to avoid being an ingrate in Hung Hing and squatting in that inexplicable bitter kiln for Big Brother B. But Officer Chison, the scum of the earth, certainly couldn't hold his own. Jimmy Boy was only interested in business matters, and when he was needed to help out with the trivialities of the society, he chose, by and large, to spend his money to set things right. It's just that this kind of thing involves a question of Big Brother B's face and prestige, which obviously can't be solved by spending money. Not to mention the fact that he didn't know himself very well. That's why it's so important for Lonergan to step in and back himself up. A Thai tea house, in front of the largest tea hall, Spring River Pavilion. Duck duck duck. He Yaozong lightly snapped the door of the room 3 times, and a shrill male voice immediately came from inside. Enter. The door pushed open and an older man with a feminine face and a white undershirt was sitting with Jimmy Boy and sighing for tea. Ho Yucheng naturally knew that this old man was his current grandpa Luncan. Upon entering the tea room, he smiled and greeted Lunjan. Uncle Lunjan, I'm Sam's newest fine man. I've heard that you are a person like the white jade pillar of heaven in Lianshang, and it's really a great honor to be under your tutelage. Long Gone looked at He Yaozong, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a smile. The model is circumspect, modest and courteous, and the mids have good skills. Officer Chai-sun, this scum, actually received such a good seedling. It's not in vain that he's muddled and still rewards God every year. Jimmy Boy looked at He Yaozong's gaze also miled a lot. Obviously their own busy afternoon has paid off. Lonergan on his number collection number fierce man quite good feeling. Ayo. Grandpa is very impressed with you. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. You stay here and talk to Grandpa alone while I go ahead and arrange a place for you to land. Thank you brother Jimmy then. After Jimmy Boy left the tea room, Ho Yuchung sat down in front of Lungcan. He picked up the teapot on the table and filled the teacup in front of Ryukin. He then offered tea with both hands and handed it over to Lonergan. Gong, please drink tea. Yes, goody. Ryukin took the teacup and with a tilt of his head, he drank the warm tea in the cup. After drinking the tea, he didn't choose to talk too much nonsense, so he directly opened the door and asked, you, I heard Jimmy Boy say that you were in Causeway Bay earlier to start a job with Big Brother B of Hung Hing Society. It stands to reason that a talent like you, as long as you're not a shrimp head with an obsessive line, would hold you up as if you were the apple of your eye. How is it that Big Brother B is suffering from insanity and actually letting you take the fall? He Yaozong shook his head. I would like to show my skills under Brother B, but it's just a pity that he didn't give me the chance. 3 months ago I wanted to be under his tutelage, only Brother B didn't agree, saying that only those who were good enough could be his fine men. It can't be helped. Who asked them to be the bearer of Causeway Bay, a treasure of feng shui? How many people can't even squeeze their heads in? So he let you do valet parking for 3 months? Yes Grandpa. Lonergan instantly applauded and laughed. Good color. God bless me and Lianshang men. It's Big Brother B who is blind. If he hadn't been blind, how could a sharp youngster like you have come under my tutelage? Since you are not listed in Hung Hing's seabed book, put your heart in your stomach. With me, Long Root, no one can trouble you in Shamshuepa. He Yaozong hurriedly made a humble gesture. With these words from Grandpa, I am much more secure in my heart. I will do my best to work for Grandpa in the future to repay him for the favor of sheltering me. At this moment, under the Hatai tea house, Uffley was walking away from a van parked on the side of the road. The usual flamboyant stance on his face had long since ceased, and he just squirmed a little as he looked into the car. Big Brother, I had told him earlier that I remembered to come to the wedding banquet, and to pay my respects at the door. I think we should dispense with it. The driver is his big brother. Wah! Ava rested her leg in front of the windshield, a cigarette in her hand. Uffley, we come out to talk about a sense of honor and justice. He has done you such a great favor. You should personally deliver the invitation to him. Don't gab here. Do you think your face is worth $100,000? That's true. Oh, Uffley muttered, then took the hot gold invitation from Awa and turned to walk towards the tea house. He did not notice that a gray minibus parked under the banyan tree behind him, and the group of Chicken and Big Sky 2 got off the bus aggressively, also heading straight for the Hatai tea house. End of chapter. Chapter 9, Awa, you're too impulsive to fight like this. April 6, 2025. Master Chicken, I heard that this is the Juden of Wuri Shinglong and A. We're just going to make a big deal out of coming over here and asking for someone. Are we going to get chopped up? After getting out of the car, the Bracteate of the Causeway Bay 5 shrank his head and asked somewhat underhandedly toward the leader. Chicken couldn't help but be terrified in his mind. But Chen Haonan was not there, and he asked himself to be the big brother of the 5. Forcing his courage, he wrapped the leather jacket around his body. Chicken spoke up. Fear is it necessary for us Hung Hing to be afraid of them in Lianshang? Ho Yuchung, this street fighter is originally B Brother's fine brother. B Brother give him face, reward him a good future. Is this street fighter boy do not know what to do? If we let him through the stalls, where do we tell Brother B to lose face? But Chicken Master, I'm really scared. Nest Skin chimed in, who, like his brother Pod Skin, was an egg-scattering color. Asterisk. You don't have to do anything if you're afraid? Chicken muttered, and then quickened his pace, taking a head start towards the Hatai tea house. At this time, the crowflies were already waiting in the lounge area of the tea house. He is also an acquaintance of Hatai Finance, and has previously doubled up as a collection agent for Mongkok on this side of the business. When Wu Fei and the tea house fellow explained his intention, the other party only told him that He Yaozong was drinking tea with Long Jen at the moment, and put him at the front desk to sit for a few moments less. Bored, Uffley placed the invitation on the couch and casually took a lace magazine from a nearby newspaper rack. Just as he was about to study one in detail, 4 flyboys burst in aggressively. Is Ho Yuchung here? Tell him to get his ass out here and meet us. It was still Chicken, who made the first move when he walked in the door. But Chicken, for all his voice, was very honestly standing in the doorway with a couple of Daitenji's pencils. Once the momentum is off, they can always run away. At this time in Lian Sheng in the hall on the first floor, there is only a silly fellow. This fellow has not yet said anything. Sitting on the sofa, Yu-Fly put down the magazine in his hands. He could tell at a glance that these few people were here to pick a fight with Hiaozong. He just didn't know which character was the one who had eaten bear heart and leopard guts and dared to come to Longan's Dodi to cause trouble. However, this was not within the scope of Yu-Fly's consideration. He only knew that he had been favored by Hiaozong for no reason, and was worried about how to find an opportunity to repay him. Isn't the opportunity coming to you now? Hey, those punks over there, do you know whose turf this is? With Uffley choking, a few of the chicken guys just assumed that Uffley was a punching bag with the United Winners, but seeing that the only person in the tea house at the moment was Uffley, Chicken's bottom line was a lot stronger. I'm Chicken under Hung Hing Society's Big Brother B. Which one are you, pretty boy? It's a rule amongst kooks to go out and ring a doodle. Only the crow flies didn't eat him, perhaps because it was clear that their own do wasn't very loud. The sign that Chicken flashed was naturally ignored by the crow flies. The crow fly just stood up lazily and looked at Chicken with a sneer. I don't care what kind of mountain chickens and hens are white. If you guys want to trouble Hiaozong here today, I, Wu Fei, will be the first to say no. Are you and Unicorn really going to protect him? Let me tell you, Ho Yu-chung, the pouncer, just drew the death sign at noon this morning, and the day after tomorrow, he will go to his own big brother to top the murder lawsuit. He is our Hung Hing's man. Has he ever put our big brother in his eyes by crossing the gears without saying hello and without a word? You call him out. We're looking for him back now. The quick-tempered Daitenji stepped forward, not caring that this was some kind of draconic land of dragon roots. In his opinion, this matter is that they are in the right. They really can't bring Ho Yu-chung back, and they can't lose the face of Hung Hing Chai in front of outsiders. Throw! Are you guys deaf? For pouncing boys, with no hair on their heads, dare to come to the territory of Wasing and call it a day? Your mothers, do you know how to write the word death? With a teasing smile still hanging at the corners of his mouth, Uffley walked towards Chicken and the others. He an appendix through the brain of the Lord. Right now no Hiaozong is upstairs. In order to show his righteousness in the Jianghu, even if the mountain chicken a few people with a guy to the door, he will have no choice but to A up. Hey bad boy, don't speak so harshly. So you guys in Union Jack are determined to cover him? Seeing how tit for tat the crow flies were, Chicken instantly decided that there was no way to bring Ho Yu-chung back this time. Just as he was about to let out a few harsh words and go back to deal with Big Brother B, Uffley's words couldn't help but make him furious. You're asking me? I'm not one of Wu Liansheng's people. How do I know if Wu Liansheng is determined to cover him? Instead, you're a plague chicken. Pick, what are you pretending if you're not with Unison? Sensing that he had been tricked, Chicken was instantly enraged. He took an arrow step forward, grabbed Uffley by the collar and dragged him out. Daitenji, let this pretentious puffer collect his flavor. His old mother, left 1-year-old mother, right 1-year-old mother. Today do not beat you to even your old mother do not recognize. I do not call the mountain chicken. Seeing that the other party was about to make a move at the drop of a hat, Uffley finally decided not to pretend. He broke away from Chicken's pull and actually yelled right there in the doorway. Hey sir, come and see. Hung Hing Boy is looking for someone to top his big brother's murder lawsuit. Chicken and the others were greatly alarmed, and looking in the direction of the crowfly's shouts, they realized that there was no sign of half a poor man anywhere on this street. At that moment, he was even more annoyed. A few people in one fell swoop, so he pushed the crowflies to the ground and fought with them. The crowflies are great with their mouths, but not with their fighting skills. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack and uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. Being held down by a few people, he was only able to cover his face and roll around on the ground for a while. Wah, what are you waiting for? Your fine fellow is being beaten up. At that moment, Wah, who was sitting in the van, heard the call of the crow flies, and at that moment, his face was flushed. He stripped off the leather jacket he was wearing and jumped out of the car sharply. When he saw a few of Chicken's men writhing against the crow flies, he was instantly enraged. Without any words, he had rushed up with an arrow step. Although the Yi Society was not even a third-rate society on Hong Kong Island, those who could make it to the Big Brother generation still had some skills, especially for a person like a Hua. Money is not available, and the little brother around him is even only one person. You fly, but spare a thought. He has managed to harden himself to the position of equal to the reddest Tony in the Kyo Club, relying on a sharp body and overly bold. With his strike, the two scraps, Nest Skin and Pod Skin, were the first to be put on the ground. With a clear mind and a sharp hand to the core, he could tell at a glance that Daitenji was the most capable fighter of the group. After putting down the two scrappers, and without waiting for Daitenji to get back up, a knee to the ribs of Daitenji again, Daitenji let out a cry of pain and instantly went limp, covering his ribs. It was only then that Chicken managed to react. but he was greeted with a heavy punch straight to the face. Before realizing what the other party looked like, the chicken felt his eyes were blurry, his mouth and tongue were sweet, and blood gurgled out of his nostrils. "Well, loser, how dare you hit me? Do you know who my big brother is?" Nearly knocked to the ground by a punch, Chicken forced himself to steady himself and took a few steps back. Knowing that the other party had sharp hands, he didn't play the big sun screen again, but was just ready to raise Big Brother B to scare the other party. After relieving the crow flies, Awa had no intention of continuing. He sneered and took out a cigarette and lit it. "Your old bean, I came out to split friends when I was 13, and I've been hanging out in Mongkok for more than 10 years, and I don't understand anything. But I know that the ones who only know how to announce their big brother's name when they get out of the door must all be losers." Wu Fei also climbed up from the ground at this time, and while he patted the dust on his body, he didn't forget to sneer at the several people from Chicken. "Yeah, if I were you, I'd keep my mouth shut now, for men are being beaten proper by one. And what big man who is a big man can afford to lose a man like that? What's going on?" Just as the crowflies were condescendingly preparing to further humiliate a few people, a shrill voice rang out from the entrance of the tea house. The group looked back and realized that Long Zhen was followed by a group of horsemen, who had come to the door at some point. He Yaozong, on the other hand, stood on Long Zhen's right side, with both hands in his pockets, smiling as he looked at Awa, who was not far away. "Awa, you're also too impulsive. How did you beat Master Chicken to such a ghostly state?" End of chapter. Chapter 10. Chapter 010. The seabed book is nameless. You don't even have the qualification to go to his spiritual hall to offer incense. April 6, 2025. After Ho Yu-chung's words, the crowd realized that Awa's punch just now was really not light. The bridge of the nose was collapsed to piece. A moment back to Causeway Bay can be exempted. Directly pull away to send Kwanghwa Hospital is good. Uffley came up to Awa's side, nudged his mouth towards He Yaozong, and whispered, "Big brother, this is Ho Yu-chung." Awa put his eyes on He Yaozong, then gave a solemn hug towards him. Without saying much, he walked boldly to Lonergan's face. "Liao Chihua, of the Jingyi Society, has no intention of causing trouble in Uncle's territory. It's only because a couple of ungrateful puffers were here to beat up my thin man, and I didn't expect to startle Uncle, so I'm not surprised." He then waved his hand, signaling for Wu Fei to deliver his invitation to He Yaozong. Although the crowflies are not doing well in the Yaots and Hmong generation, the reputation of his big brother, Awa, is still quite strong. After understanding the cause and effect of the matter, Ryukin did not intend to pursue the matter. Ho Yu-chung is a person he likes very much. The most important thing at the moment is to get rid of this group of Hung Hing boys as well. After the two Awas left, Lonergan beckoned the horseman who had followed him out to retreat, then glanced a few times at the wretched Chicken and the others. "I don't care what kind of trouble you have with Ho Yu-chung, and I don't want to know why you're coming after him. Anyway, from today onwards, I'm He Yaozong's top master, and to mess with him is to mess with me." Long Zhen, the freshly out-of-breath Daitenji, managed to stand up straight. "Uncle, if someone from you and Liansheng draws a dead draw and then crosses the gears to go to us, Hung Hing, will you also take it kindly?" Ryukin's face flushed in the face of Daitenji's hardened inquiry. He didn't pay any attention to Big Sky 2 and instead looked at He Yaozong. Smiling coldly, he said, "Ah, you, I heard you talk about how you were nothing more than a remembered Blue Lantern under Big Brother B's hand before, and that your name had not even made it to the undersea book of Big Brother B's hall. Had it?" He Yaozong clasped his hands to his chest. "That's right, gone. Oh, the name is not even on the seabed book of the parish. One day Fine B died. You are not even qualified to go to his spiritual hall to offer incense. Nowadays the backwoods boys are really getting out of line. What makes a person of your stature to draw death lots for him?" A statement that left Chicken and the others dumbfounded. Saying that, Lonergan patted He Yaozong's shoulder. "Ayo, if there's anything, go and say it clearly one by one while Gong is there. Thank you for taking care of Grandpa." He Yaozong laughed, then walked over to Chicken. Looking at the grimacing mountain chicken, He Yaozong directly reached into his coat pocket and took out $20,000 in cash from it. He shoved the money directly into Chicken's hand. "This $20,000, I'd better trouble you to go back and return it to Brother B. I'm thinking so clearly that I don't even want to recognize this kind of bigot anymore after he refused to let me worship him before. This is the end of today's matter. If you come back to mess around with Shock in the future, don't blame me for turning my face away from you." He said this with a smile on his lips, but a rare ferocity tumbled in his eyes. It was the first time Chicken had ever seen the look in the eyes of the formerly timid Parker boy. Chicken couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh at this, but the tugging of the facial muscles caused a sharp pain in the wound. Good enough, Ho Yu-chung. I hope Wasing can cover you for the rest of your life." Chicken gave a thumbs up towards He Yaozong. then greeted DT on air and the others to assist themselves, and quickly walked towards the minibus. The heavyweight uncles of Woozing have stepped in, and what needs to be said has been said, and he can already go back and make it up to Big Brother B. It was just that he couldn't figure out what kind of mesmerizing soup He Yaozong had put into Longguan's head, so much so that he made Longguan personally step in to bail him out. When Big Brother B was looking for someone to take the potshot and make character colors like Chan Honam suitable for the role, the only reason why Ho Yu Chung was chosen was because of the guy's usual cowardice, and being alone. You don't even have to pay much for settling in. Now it seems like things are getting tricky. A storm had settled for the time being, but Lonergan was in no hurry to leave from the finance company. He dragged Ho Yu Chung back to the tea room again. Although he knew that Ho Yu Chung was here to escape from the disaster, he was also aware that Big Brother B was also considered as a ranked holdout in Hung Hing society. There were some things that he felt it was better to explain clearly to Ho Yu Chung. Ah Yao, what about these embarrassing stories about you and Hung Hing? I don't want to ask more. They have tens of thousands of fine men in Hung Hing, and it would be a matter of catching someone to take the pot. But this incident will cause Big Brother B to lose face, and he won't want to hear more gossip, so he'll be sure to come down on you. Gong can't cover you all the time. In the future, if there's nothing to do, stay in the doti and don't run around. No problem, Grandpa. Ho Yu Chung coped carelessly. In fact, he kind of knew a little bit about Lonergan. This is a man who will die to protect you if you are worthy. In one afternoon today, he collected all of the $180,000 of bad debts for Lonergan. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. But apparently the little bit of value he had shown himself was not enough to make Long Root die to protect himself in the end. Gramps, I actually have some personal insights about the finance company piece. Finance companies rely solely on the release of Geely. A lot of money difficult to collect, not to talk about. The company's people have to be called by the poor man to talk 3 days. How about opening up some other business that might make the company run a little better? Long Root's eyes lit up. Ah Yao, can't see that you still have this talent. Quickly tell me, what other business can the company expand? Go to the bank to buy bad debts to collect. I have understood. Even HSBC, Standard Chartered, these big banks, every month will be a lot of bad debts packaged transfer of debt. Sometimes a bad debt worth $1 million may be packaged and sold by the bank for $100,000 or $200,000. There's so much more money to be made by collecting numbers this way than by 9 out of 13 guidelines. These words were said after some thought on the part of Ho Yu Chung. You can get cash back for helping people, and since you've tasted the sweetness, why not take this opportunity to make Lonergan's business bigger? This would strengthen Ryukin's position and also provide an opportunity to enrich himself. However, after Ryukin heard what He Yaozong said, he couldn't help but be a bit greatly disappointed. Ayo, this kind of business is actually done by people in every society, but I haven't heard of a few people who have gotten rich by collecting this kind of number. Do you think Gong is blind? Banks lend numbers out with guarantees and mortgages, and if even they can't collect, then that kind of number is basically completely rotten. He Yaozong shook his head. Grandpa, I have my own unique insights when it comes to collecting numbers. I know your concern is not unreasonable, but you could try buying a small account to me to collect first. If it works, let me try it and find out. Lonergan was obviously a little perturbed. However, after thinking for a moment, he rejected Ho Yu Chung's proposal. No, banks sell their bad loans in packages. To buy a bunch of bad debts, it would take at least $200,000 to start, and our finance company doesn't have an official business license. In other words, we're not qualified to do business with banks. Seeing that Long Root's heart was moved, He Yaozong hurried to strike while the iron was hot. Grandpa, getting a business license is just a matter of spending half a day's work and a few $1,000s. All we have to do is stop the company's illegal Geelian business, and we'll pass the registry's scrutiny in minutes when the time comes. Come on Ao, it's good for young people to be impulsive, but if you're too impulsive, you'll inevitably suffer. Your kindness, Grandpa, is appreciated. Nothing else? Rest early. I'll have Jimmy Boy arrange a place for you to stay. Ryukin couldn't help but interrupt He Yaozong's ruse. After saying this, he had no further interest in making small talk. Then he got up and loosened the waistband of his pants and left the tea room with his hands behind his back. This old guy hears that he's costing him money and turns his face to himself in a minute. He Yaozong wasn't overly surprised by this. After all, he had only been worshipping the door for a short while, and it was understandable that Long Zhen couldn't trust himself. But Ho Yu Chung didn't let that dissuade him, and Lunjin couldn't bring himself to take the money out. Then you can find a way to make him pay out the money generously. End of chapter. Chapter 11 Blind FAI. April 6, 2025. Officer Sam's addiction is about to reach a point where he is terminally ill. In a video parlor on Great South Street, Officer Chison walked out of the restroom at the bottom of the stairs, reeking of atrophy. It's a video store in Jimmy Boy's name, and it's now 9:55 p.m. We're less than 5 minutes away from the late-night show Salty Flick Bonanza. The video room was already filled with a number of idle flyboys. Maury, hello Sam. The flyboys who were sitting in their chairs eagerly waiting for the video to be shown rose to greet Officer Sam. Officer Chison echoed one by one. Most of the people here were Kun Chisum's disciples, but Kun Chisum also knew that he was only a name in Sham Shui Pa. Not to give Lungeon and Jimmy Boy face, he's not even an egg. Officer Sam, who had just finished his addiction, asked the bar for a cold soda, and now he was going to start getting a headache from his annoyance again. Sam, why the sad face? A greeting interrupted Officer Boysen's meditations. When he looked back, he Yaozong, clutching his black briefcase, was showing a mouthful of white teeth and looking at himself with a smile. It's you. I heard the people in the tea house say that Uncle had a good chat with you. How is it? The people from Hung Hing won't come to trouble you, right? Officer Chison returned a smile. Ho Yu-chung pulled up a chair and sat beside Officer Sam. Brother Sam, I know you're worried about Grandpa's birthday banquet. You're his head minion, so if the gift isn't given properly, someone will inevitably talk behind his back. Officer Chison nodded with a bitter smile. Jimmy Boy gave me $50,000 back then to go and get Uncle's birthday present. Blame me for pouncing. I was so intent on going to Chow Tai Foot to play a set of fortunes for Uncle that I ended up losing all 50,000 in the jockey club. He Yaozone let out a light smile, and then threw the briefcase that was racked under his armpit in front of Officer Zaisen. Brother Sam, I won't say more. Here's $100,000 in cash. Consider it a token of my appreciation. You take it to Grandpa and give it to him as a birthday gift you have prepared. Officer Chai-sen's eyes were full of dismay, but his hands were very honest as he took the briefcase and unzipped it. The gloom on his face was immediately swept away after he saw the bundled cash notes inside. Ayo, thanks a lot. Thanks for taking the trouble. In the future, in the event that your grandpa has arranged any fat jobs, I'll try my best to get them for you. Saying that, Officer Boysen picked up his briefcase with a big smile on his face and was ready to leave. Ho Yu-chung frowned. Mori, wait a minute. What? This money? Don't take it to gambling yet. You take it to Grandpa tonight as it is, and as for the blessing you mentioned, I'll find a way to help you fight it when the time comes. Officer Boysen froze for a moment, then nodded. Yes. Looking at Officer Boysen's distant back, He Yaozong couldn't help but shake his head. He snapped his fingers and asked the bar for a soda as well. Rumble. Just as he started to uncork the bottle, he could hear a muffled thud of a table and chair knocking over in the middle of the video room. This was followed by shouting and cursing, and the sound of punches and kicks. Asterisk 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 your mother's blind FAI. Do you know that this is the territory of Wu Lianshang? You dare to ask for a pack of cigarettes, and you dare to rob me of my money? I think you don't know how to die. The voice sounded a bit familiar. He Yaozong looked around and found that Fine Wei, who had just finished his midnight snack, was leading a few ponies to punch and kick a withered man. The man was lowered to the ground, and despite the punches and kicks of Thinwell and the others falling on his spine like a blistering storm, he continued to protect the cigarette case in his arms with his life. Only Fine Wei and the others did hit hard. The man suffered pain and couldn't help but cry out for mercy. Brother Fine Weather, Brother Fine Weather, I came here to spread smoke with Jimmy's permission. You do not give me money. Back to the fire, they cannot spare me. Zhong dares to hold Brother Jimmy against me? I'll beat you up. Fine Wei didn't have the slightest intention of stopping. On the contrary, after Blind FAI begged for mercy, his falling punches and kicks appeared to be even more vigorous. Ho Yu-chung couldn't help but frown. From the stuttering voice of the beaten man, he had a rough idea of who this man, whom Ho Shi Wei and the others called Blind FAI, was. Blind FAI. From Mobile Force, Jedi Road. This is a parasitic flyboy at the bottom of Hong Kong Island. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. A poor man who has no one to turn to, and who can be bullied by gangsters, street patrolmen, and even the neighbors. Another unknown in society. The turf dominated by the kooks will always unleash the most gushing malice on the weak. Unfortunately, Blind FAI is such a weakling. Honest, timid, and introverted are the labels of this slightly stooped young man, and in this dimly lit video room, they seem to be his innate original sin. With Fine Wei's sole output, Blind FAI, who was lying on the ground, had begun to enter a semi-conscious state, but everyone in the video hall just watched this side of the room with rapt attention, knowing that even if Blind FAI was killed here, It would just be one more body sinking into the sea tonight near some pier on Hong Kong Island. No one cared if he lived or died, including the errant man who usually coerced blind FAI to be a tainted witness. Brother fine weather. It's time for the movie to start. Just as Thinwell raised a bench and was about to slam it into blind FAI's back, He Yaozong reached out and blocked his arm. Fine Wei was slightly stunned, but after seeing that the visitor was He Yaozong, he couldn't help but put down the bench in his hand. Ayo, you know this puffer? I don't know, but it's not worth killing someone for a pack of cigarettes. He Yaozong glanced at the already dying blind FAI on the ground, then fished out a 50 mosquito cash bill from his pocket and handed it to Fine Wei. This pack of cigarettes is on me. How about it, Fine Viagra? Fine Weather snapped, then dropped the chair in his hands. He clapped his hands and blocked back the 50 mosquitoes handed to him by He Yaozong. Ah Yao, I, Fine Wei, am not the kind of person who doesn't know what's important. Since you're willing to speak for blind FAI, this pouncer, then today, count him lucky. I won't bother with him. Then thank you, Brother Fine Weather, for the honor. Fine Wei waved his hand, not bothering to give the blind Hui on the ground another glance. A digression ensued. By the way, the discs that are being released tonight were plucked from the island side of Taiwan by Brother Jimmy, and every single one of them is a program to fight the real army. I'll treat you to a good time on Boland Street tonight. If it gets hot, no need Brother Fine Weather. I have something I want to say to this man lying on the ground. He Yaozong smiled apologetically and pointed at blind FAI on the ground. Fine Weather nodded, then reached out and kicked blind FAI on the ground. Blind FAI, my brother is talking to you. Are you deaf? Blind FAI, who had already been beaten to the point of near fainting, sniffed and struggled to get up from the ground, clutching his cigarette case. Fear dared not make him look up, but he thanked Ho Yuk-sung in a voice that was if not audible. Without further ado, He Yaozong patted blind FAI's shoulder and gestured for him to walk with him towards the outside of the video hall. End of chapter. Chapter 12, I just don't want Grandpa to miss out on his wealth. April 6, 2025. Out of the video store. Next door is a big stall. Dai Pai Dong is considered to be one of the places that carries the most cheap fun late at night. Neighborhood workers. The day has not yet been satisfied with the mood of the old man, the return of the young couple after the movie, the rows of yelling, the wanton blowing of water intertwined with a puff of late-night street fireworks. Everyone's attention was locked on their respective tables, and almost no one bothered to take a glance at blind FAI, who had a face full of auburn and was timidly following behind He Yaozong. He Yaozong asked for a side order, then opened a side of snowy beer and handed it to blind FAI. Blind FAI hurriedly put the cigarette case on the table and stood up to take it with both hands. Does it feel like you're living every day? He Yaozong asked as he started another beer for himself. Blind FAI didn't reply, only burying his head even lower, as if acquiescing to what He Yaozong had said. Ho Yucheng picked up the bottle and took a swig. Spinning around, he laughed. Actually, I also feel like I'm living a suffocating life. But what about being a human being? You still need to have a goal. It doesn't matter if you hold back for a while. Don't make plans to be a wimp for the rest of your life. I have goals. I'm going to save up enough money to get an ID card for K. For just that moment, it was as if there was light in blind FAI's eyes. Ho Yucheng picked up the bottle and gestured for blind FAI to clink it with himself. It's that mainland girl who works as a prostitute on Shanghai Street, isn't it? K is not a stray. She was forced to. We have to find a way to save up enough money. As long as we take care of the identity thing, we won't have to be afraid of the messenger checking in the future. He Yaozong also knew a thing or two about blind FAI's life. At the bottom of the social ladder, there are quite a few stories of bitter lovebirds circulating, but it's still rare to be bitter as there besides. One is a loser who is all alone and can bark at any passing dog he sees. One is a northern nun who drifted over from the mainland and had no choice but to sell her body for money in order to accompany blind FAI to stay on Hong Kong Island. What kind of a life two people like that collide together and live on a regular basis makes you despair just thinking about it. He Yaozong did not choose to communicate with blind FAI further for the time being, and began to think about whether the system would still feed back rewards to him if he helped blind FAI in exchange for blind FAI's help in starting his own work. He was now short of an errand boy around to handle chores. In his opinion, a conscientious and honest man like blind FAI could not be more suitable for himself. Between thoughts, He Yaozong subconsciously touched his hand to his cigarette case, but realized that his case was already empty. As it was, he naturally put his hand to blind FAI's cigarette case and aimed for a box of red wand. Blind FAI instantly tensed up and hurriedly reached out to block it. He Yaozong smiled. What for? I'm paying for it. No, big guy. You smoke this. Blind Hui stifled his red face, picking out a pack of imported Manhwa from the cigarette box and busily stuffing it into He Yaozong's hands. He Yaozong glanced at Blind Fai, then pushed the packet of 3 fives back, still picking up the box of red won. He ripped open the package sharply and emptied the carton of cigarettes onto the tabletop, then picked up a cigarette and broke it, with the smoke rustling down, immediately an unnameable flavor straight to the head. Blind Fai, Jimmy only told you to sell cigarettes on Lian Shang's turf. He didn't say he'd let you sell leaves on Lian Shang's turf. If Grandpa finds out, he'll have to cut off his hand. Blind Hui was already so nervous that his brain was sweating, and his legs were so weak that he was about to kneel down for He Yaozong in a very spineless manner. Ho Yucheng was quick on his feet and held him in place. No need to be alarmed, just don't sell it in the future. Biggie, it was Smoke Shoveler Lo who forced me to do it. If I don't help him sell these things, he'll blow the whistle on K's smuggling to the errant man. Okay, cut the crap. How much does it cost to get your horse's identity fixed? I'll pay for this for you, and from now on, you come over and help me start the work. And on the Smoke Shoveler's side, don't help him with the work. Blind Fai was violently stunned, and after determining that He Yaozong was not joking with him, he stammered and opened his mouth to reply. Earlier I sought advice from the evangelizing pastor. To get an ID card for Shall We, it will cost about 53,000 mosquitoes. But Biggie, I've tried to join clubs before, but they can't afford to look at me, and no letterhead will want me. Starting a job with me doesn't mean joining a club. At this time, the beef minced pork beaters on the table were already bubbling hot. He Yaozong chi a pair of chopsticks, picked up a bunch of beef liver into the bowl of Blind Fai, and then continued. Come back with me in a few minutes to get the money, and tomorrow you go find some time to get your horse's ID taken care of. I'll get you a long private room at the Clock Hotel next to the Hutai Tea House, and if there's nothing else going on in the future, you can stay over there. Is it acceptable to be at my beck and call? Blind Fai felt the corners of his eyes sour. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack and uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. Biggie, can you tell me your name? At 8 o'clock the next morning, Ho Yucheng woke up at the Clock Hotel next door to the Hutai Tea House. Getting up, washing up, and having a morning tea, he arrived at the finance company before 9 o'clock. According to Fine Wei's explanation yesterday, inside the finance company's account room, he found that Thinwell had been waiting here for a long time. Good morning, brother Fine Weather. What numbers are to be collected today? Grandpa told me this morning that the company is not going to do business with Geely for the time being. We've got someone coming over later who's going to train us in the formal business of collecting numbers, so I don't know what we're going to get into, said Fine Wei sighed his tea and continued to spit. I said the company has you so sharp collection of the number of children. There is no need to go outside to hire someone to train it. But Grandpa doesn't see it that way. He says it's your ability to look after your family and eat, and it's up to you whether you want to teach it or not. By the way, Grandpa has already come over early in the morning, and he's still waiting for you in that tea room from yesterday. Fine Wei's eyes had been gazing at He Yaozong when he said this. To be honest, he was really envious of He Yaozong. A flyboy who had just passed through the stalls not yet 2 days ago was received by Grandpa twice alone. Putting it on them in the past, sometimes a month they wouldn't even be able to see the dragon route. Occasionally, when they were called over, the count was not collected and they were given a good lecture by Lanzhen. He Yaozong nodded at the sound, naturally ignoring the issue of teaching Fine Wei to collect numbers. That's fine, Fine Wei. I'll buy you a cup of tea later when I have some free time. Entering the tea room, Ryuken's smile was as wide as ever. Ayo, did you sleep well last night? Come on, sit down. At this meeting, it was Lanzhen who poured the tea for He Yaozong. Receiving the tea and taking a symbolic sip, He Yaozong smiled as he looked at Longgun. Uncle, what's the matter with calling me here so early in the morning? Don't you pretend. Last night in the middle of the night, Officer Sam came over to me and gave me $100,000 out of the blue. He said he hadn't thought of any birthday gift for me and was worried that if he had the money in his hand, he wouldn't be able to keep it up and gamble it away. No one knows better than I do what kind of a person Officer Chisum is, so I forced him to be honest with me, and after realizing that the money was a gift from you to him, I guess that you must still be thinking about buying bad loans from the bank, weren't you? How Yu Tsung expected. There is no stupid person who can make it to the generation of uncles and uncles with Lian Shang, but since Ryuken had made it clear, he had nothing to hide. Grandpa, buying bad debts from banks to collect them is indeed a way to get rich. I don't want Gong and to miss out on the riches. If Gong is really worried, you can leave the purchase of the bad debt to me along when the time comes. End of chapter. Chapter 13, Dependent on people will grow old. Dependent on mountains will fall down. April 6, 2025. don't be in such a hurry. In fact, collecting bad debts for the bank is something we in Unison have always had people doing. And as I told you before, not everyone is qualified to do deals with banks. Lonergan moistened his voice and continued. The best bank debt collector among us in Wenxing is Big D in Suan. He has the backing of many bosses, so he seems to be in a good position to deal with these bad debts of the bank. Let me ask you this, what is your bottom line? Confidence that you can make money on acquiring bad debt? This was a tentative inquiry from Ryukin, but naturally, Yaozong couldn't explain himself clearly in regards to this kind of question. He just took a shallow sip of the cup of hot tea Ryukin handed him once again and said vaguely, Grandpa gave me a foot of land, and I gave Grandpa 1,000 taels of gold. I was originally a flyboy with trouble over the gears, bent on repaying Grandpa for taking me in. If Gong trusts me, don't ask after the reason. In short, when the time comes, I can't let Gong make a fortune. At Gong's disposal, that is. Yes. Lonergan slapped his hand on the coffee table, and the smirk on his face grew even wider. He then pulled open the drawer underneath the coffee table, took out a debt assignment contract from inside, and threw it in front of Yaozong. Here are 3 standard chartered bank debt contracts, accumulating $400,000 in bad debt, that the bank packaged and sold to Big D. I appreciate your courage, as long as you can recover these 3 accounts, not to mention Gong to support you all the way to the red, or even in the future in Thai Finance Company to you to take full charge of. It does not matter. Yaozong raised an eyebrow. Don't look at Long Guan putting words in his mouth, but he knew in his heart how difficult it would be to get this $400,000 of bad debt back. Can't even get the Big D back. Lonergan guessed that Les had spent a small fortune to buy this account back for himself to collect. Even Big D might sell him a favor and just give it to him. Long Root, this old bone, is really a master who doesn't see a rabbit. But the good thing is that none of these things are a big deal to Hoyut Sung. He took the pile of contracts and pretended to look at them twice. Spinning around, he made a difficult face and nodded his head towards Long Root's promise. These counts can be a little hard to collect, but it's not impossible to collect. Gong, thank you for your old man's trust. If there's nothing else, I'll go ahead and prepare for the collection of the count. Ryukin was currently rinsing a freshly opened tea bag with boiling water, and just nodded his head slightly, signaling that Yaozong could go out and busy himself with his business. Everest Clock Hotel, room 205. A woman of about 30 was standing in front of the windowsill, applying medicine to Blind Fai's face. The woman who dresses the medicine for Blind Fai is the only tenderness that God has given to Blind Fai in this world, nor than none shall we. Blind Hui with tears in his eyes, staring at the woman in a daze, his lips mumbling, as if he wanted to say something but couldn't. Seeing Blind Fai in this dumbfounded state, Kay let out a light smile and decided to say something to lighten the mood. Last night at Cannabis Sing's field opening, there came a dead old wild man in his 50s. He wants ice and fire, and when he's done, he's not satisfied, but he wants to go through the back door. When I didn't agree, he cursed in the room, and finally Cannabis Sun came in to help me out and kick the dead old wild one out. At that, Kay froze and let out another long sigh. She tenderly hugged Blind Fai and laughed bitterly. If every big shot in every field was as righteous as Cannabis Chang, we wouldn't have to work so hard. Blind Fai wrapped an arm around Kay's back, choking back a sob. Kay, you can stop going to openings from now on. What are you babbling about? We have less than $10,000 saved up from all the money we have now combined. It's not even close to $56,000. It's true, a big man is willing to take me on. He gave me $60,000. You'll get your ID card soon. Kay pushed Blind Fai away incredulously, wide-eyed, and probed the back of her hand on Blind Fai's forehead. In a voice with a sobbing tone, he inquired, Blind Fai, you don't think you have been beaten by someone to break your brain, right? No, look at this. Seeing that Xiao Hui was about to cry, Blind Hui hurried to the desk in the room and pulled open a drawer and took out the $60,000 inside. Unexpectedly, after Xiao Hui saw the money, instead of showing half a bit of joy, she was appalled. Blind Fai, did you take money from someone to buy their life? Don't be a fool. If anything happens to you, there's no point in my living in this world. No, that's not true. Blind Fai has an expression disorder and is prone to stuttering when he is nervous. Just when he was in the middle of how exactly to explain it, there was a sudden knock on the door outside. Duck duck duck. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. Yaozong's voice came in right after him. Blind Fai, in the house? Blind Fai breathed a sigh of relief as if he was relieved. He glanced towards Kay and then ran to open the door while explaining towards Kay, my big brother is here. You'll see him in a minute. You'll see. The door opened, and within the cramped space, Yaozong caught a glimpse of the slightly nervous-looking Xiao Hui, coupled with Blind Fai's excited expression and the $60,000 in cash on the table. Yaozong instantly guessed what was going on. He patted Blind Fai on the shoulder and then walked into the house. I've heard Blind Fai say he's dating a woman. I think it's you. isn't it? Don't be nervous. I just look at blind FAI honest. Take him around as an errand boy. The $60,000 is a little meet and greet gift I've prepared for him. It wasn't until He Yaozong explained it clearly that blind FAI's reddened face eased up quite a bit. He pointed He Yaozong towards Xiao Hui. Xiao Hui, call brother Yao. Hello you. Returning to her senses, Xiao Hui hurriedly shouted towards He Yaozong, but her mind was also in a state of confusion at the moment. The good fortune fell from the sky, and the happiness came a little suddenly. It's a good thing that Ho Yucheng didn't have any intention of talking nonsense with Kay. He just fished out a $50 bill from his pocket and handed it to Kay. Go down and get me 2 orange juices and bring them back. I have some things to talk to blind FAI about alone. After dismissing Xiao Hui, He Yaozong asked blind FAI to take a seat in front of the desk, then took out a note from his pocket and handed it to blind FAI. Go from one to the other at the address on it and inform these 3 men to meet me at my good friend's ice room on Fowler Street by 8 o'clock tonight. If they don't want to come, you word someone who can help them out with their debt unconditionally. Blind FAI took the note and looked at it twice, then nodded solemnly, without asking for any reason. Blind FAI only knew that if He Yaozong even asked him to die, he would have agreed without hesitation. The gap between people is incomparable. Some people are born and bred wolf cubs. Some people, once let him feel the few kindness in the world, he can repay with his life. Looking at blind FAI's departing back, He Yaozong's face showed a rare hint of relief. He knew that relying on people gets old, and relying on mountains gets old. It's not a good idea to bet on a profit-oriented Lonergan. He drew the dead sign over the gears and swung the dice with Big Brother B. Big Brother B would never be able to let himself off the hook. As the saying goes, it is better to strike first. Since there is no possibility of reconciliation with Big Brother B, it would be better to make things worse by oneself first. As early as when convincing Lonergan to take over the bank's bad debt business, He Yaozong's mind had a thought of fixing Big Brother B. End of chapter. Chapter 14 Awa. I've really had enough of staying in this egg-scattering society. April 6, 2025. I'm sorry chicken, I don't really want to laugh, but you really do look like a clown. Inside an apartment house in Causeway Bay, Pod Pie brought a cup of hot water and couldn't help but scoff as he looked at Chicken, whose nose was immobilized by a plaster cast. Asterisk 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 your mother. If it wasn't for you and Nest Skin Egg Scatter, how could I have gotten beaten up like this? Chicken half lay down on the bed, taking the painkillers down with hot water, and glaring viciously at Nestle Skin. He now had a belly full of grievances with nowhere to vent them, and was suffocating in his heart. Podsy, can you stop being a mouth breather? Chun Haonan walked in from outside, then sat down in front of the bed. Spinning around, he looked at Chicken and said, Chicken, since you've been injured, stay at home and recuperate at ease. Just leave the chopping of the bar closure to us. Nan, anyway, chop a shut is to prop you up out of the way. It doesn't make any difference if there's me or not. His old mother. I now want to know how B is going to deal with this matter of Ho Yucheng. If it wasn't for him being a pouncer, I wouldn't have gotten my nose broken and screwed up so I couldn't get out on the street to hook up with a girl for at least a month. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Chen Hanan's eyes. The top pot boy who was recovered yesterday from Hangneck Ridge has reported to the police station today. B's point is that he doesn't want to make any extra trouble until this top pot boy has finished taking his statement. So that's the end of the matter? Of course we can't just let it go. Don't worry, B and I talked last night. Since Lun Ken of Wu Liansheng is going to step in to protect Ho Yucheng, a happy man, it is not a good idea for Brother B to turn against Wu Liansheng for the sake of Ho Yucheng. So Brother B's idea is to no longer make any dealings with the people of Wu Liansheng, and when the time comes, just directly place a hunting order to do away with He Yaozong, the pouncer. Chicken sniffed and immediately nodded in agreement. Brother B is still thoughtful, and Liansheng and Hungheng are the most outstanding group of societies in Hong Kong Island. If we go to ask for someone again, that would be not giving face to Wu Liansheng. If we directly do away with Ho Yucheng without greeting him, so that Brother B's face will also pass through, and Wu Liansheng won't be able to come to trouble us for a horseman who has just passed through the stalls. Chun Haonan couldn't help but laugh lightly. Chicken, I told Brother B long ago that among the few of you, you're the one with the fastest brain. Don't worry, sooner or later you'll get your head out of your ass. After a little conversation, Chicken was in a much better mood. He drained his cup of hot water in one gulp, then wiped his mouth. Continuing to open his mouth, he asked, Brother Nan, what about the pouncer who beat me up that day? Did you find out who it was? I found out that the person who beat you up was Hua, the elder brother of the Jingyi Society, and the one who got into a verbal altercation with you was his finer brother. You fly. This matter was originally you who made the first move. and in reason, we are not qualified to go after them. However, the Jingi Society is just an egg-scattered society, and its members do not add up to as many as one of our Causeway Bay congregations. Brother B has already personally gotten through to the side of the Jingi Society and will definitely give you an explanation. Mongkok, Connaught Street. Inside an old tenement building, Uffley is at home decorating his oldest brother's wedding room for tomorrow. Ever since he catered a one-dragon luxury wedding banquet for his oldest brother at Shui Yuxian, Wu Fei only felt indescribably soothed all around him. Following Big Brother Hua as he started work in the field, his head couldn't help but raise a few points. The big man, Hua, followed and helped out at his house, except that he seemed to be a little quiet today, just burying his head in his hands, occasionally echoing a few hitchhiking phrases from the crowflies, and appearing to have very little interest. Done. Hard work, Hua. Sit down and have a cup of tea first. After setting up the colored lights in the room, Uffley snapped his fingers and was then about to go and pour tea for Awa. No need, Uffley. Sit down and I'll talk to you about something. Ava fished cigarettes out of her pocket and tossed one to Uffley. What's up, big guy? Wu Fly is not a stupid line. Early in the morning he can see that Ahua is preoccupied. He roughly guessed what? Only in this coming big day. He does not want to ask out. Remember those guys we beat up at the Hatai tea house yesterday afternoon? Remember, those losers are the inner circle of Hung Hing's Big Brother B. Big Brother B called Lord Lam this morning and asked him to give an explanation. The crowflies couldn't help but catch fire. Out and out damned. They were the ones who started it. You don't want us to give you an explanation for losing the fight? I'll give him an explanation. Your first day out? When have societies ever reasoned with each other? Whoever has the bigger fist has reason. With Awa's roar, the crowflies froze instantly. He could clearly see a burning rage building up in Ava's eyes. As the saying goes, it is not uncommon for a gangster to be poor in 3 nights and rich in 5. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. If you're sharp enough, there's always a way out. But Awa, who has been hanging out in Mongkok for more than a decade, knows that this is all some bull asterisk. He was 13 years old out of the mix. Worship in the Jingi Society under the door. Chopping friends and cutting people has long been a routine, all year round to pick the most bitter and most tired things to do. In terms of loyalty and righteousness, no one in the Jingi Society compares to him. As long as Grandpa up there gives the word, he'd have the guts to take out the first brother of the police force. But more than 10 years of dedication, in addition to the exchange of a dispensable red stick name, so-and-so actual benefits have not gained. The worn-out horse still needs 3 handfuls of grass to feed. It's just a shame that the honest man is in the egg-scattering society, labeled as a fool's errand boy, and is being used as a cow or a horse. Taking a deep drag on his cigarette, Ava let out a long sigh. He said, "You know what? The people from Hung Hing's side asked for $200,000 for the tonic, and Lord Lin agreed." The crowflies were furious. $200,000? Isn't Lord Lin looking down on us too much? We don't even make enough money to get $20,000 a year from his side of the business, so where are we going to find him $200,000? This tonic fee Lord Lin promised to pay for us. That still makes him seem like a human being, but I still think 200,000 is too much. Those puffers are encrusted in gold. Don't be too happy. Lord Lin has conditions. Awa looked back and realized that there was indeed no one else outside before he continued. Some time ago, Uncle Hao fell into the hands of the errand boys and got loose in the squad room to be turned as a tainted witness in court. Lord Lam was ready to find someone at the Singi Society early in the morning, ready to go and finish off Uncle Hao on the day he appeared in court. At this point in the conversation, Awa couldn't bear to continue, but the crowflies understood their big brother's meaning in seconds. His old mother, does Lord Lin mean for me to take over this errand? That's right, my life is worth $200,000 in his eyes? In just a moment, the crowflies completely broke the defense. He wasn't surprised that Lord Lin had asked him to take on the errand of shooting a tainted witness, only that he was only worth $200,000 in the eyes of Gong, leaving him with a deep sense of frustration. Looking at this fine man whose heart was higher than the sky and whose life was thinner than paper, Awa shook his head helplessly. Uffley, I'm going to speak to you from the heart, so you don't spread the word. I've been here long enough. This morning, Ho Yucheng from Wolwenxing sent someone to see me and asked me if I would like to go to Shamshuepa to start work with him if I had the chance. Uffley's brows had tightened completely. This was the first time he couldn't guess what Awa's true intentions were, but after much thought, he decided to say what was on his mind. Brother Hua, no matter what He Yaozong's intentions are. Anyway, I've been in the Jingi Society for so many years, and no one has ever been willing to take $100,000 out for me to spend. But no matter where you go, you'll always be my big brother. End of chapter. Chapter 15, in my opinion, more expensive means more professional. April 6, 2025. Inside the only private room of the Friends Ice Room, Fuhua Street, it was less than 2 p.m. when Ho Yucheng met with the last man who had come to negotiate the debt issue. Mr. Xiao, Of the 3 accounts I took over, you are the one who owes the most. $280,000. Speculation is not a game for peons like us. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, sir, for being willing to help me this time. Otherwise I wouldn't know how to live. A middle-aged man with fluffy hair and black-framed glasses was like a newborn, standing in front of He Yaozong and nodding his head busily. He Yaozong waved his hand and put away the debt completion contract. Then he opened his mouth and instructed, "Our welfare protection organization also sees you as a rare talent, so it is willing to go out of its way to help you this time. Remember what I said today. When people ask how you solved your debt problems, you say kinship assistance. If you accidentally slip up, we do have the right to repossess your debt issues. Oh, I swear to God I'll never let a word out. Well then, congratulations, you can go back to your wife and kids and live in peace." After dismissing the man, He Yaozong reached out and picked up a briefcase that lay on a nearby chair. After going back in the morning to pay off a lousy $50,000 account, Lonergan praised him and gave him a couple more bad debt contracts from Big D's side of the family in the meantime. But Ryukin wasn't completely inhuman, and in his delight, he actually gifted himself his own portable phone. It's old, but it always works. Ho Yu-chung wasn't in a hurry to get to the next step of the collection contract. He had some more important things to finish first. Taking out the handheld phone Ryukin had given him, He Yaozong dialed a string of numbers. The phone pager sounded twice before being picked up. A sweet female voice came out of the portable phone. "Hello, this is the Chen Tianyi law firm. How may I help you?" "Miss, I did call for an appointment in the morning. May I ask if Lawyer Chen is free now?" "It's Mr. He. Yes, Lawyer Chen is free right now. You can come over to him now." "Well then, I'll be right over. Incidentally, you have a really sweet voice, miss." After He Yaozong hung up the phone, he instantly gathered up the information on the table and put it into his briefcase, and left the ice room with a smile. Since the opening of Hong Kong Island, Central has been the most prosperous area. Throughout the century-long history of Hong Kong Island, no matter how chaotic other areas are, only this place has maintained a rare share of thriving stability. You don't even see club activities in this part of the country, and if there are any, most of them are serious businesses run by clubs with big families. Inside the reception hall of an office building on the 15th floor of Jardine House B, facing Victoria Bay, a hospitality lady from Chen Tianyi law firm walked over with a graceful lotus step and smiled towards He Yaozong. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Ho. Attorney Chen is waiting for you in his office. Please follow me." "Then thank you, miss." Following the hostess through the lengthy office area, at the far end is the office of Hong Kong Island barrister Chan Tinyi, from Wings. The receptionist knocked on the door of the office room, and a neutral voice came out from inside. "Enter, sir, you can go in now." The receptionist lady made a pleased gesture, then pulled open the door of the room for He Yaozong. "Thanks a lot." Entering the office, He Yaozong smelled a refreshing aroma of tea. A middle-aged man in his early to mid-40s with a regular back-combed haircut was sitting in front of a tungwood desk and was looking at himself with a smile. This person was undoubtedly Chen Tianyi. It is worth mentioning that even in Central, where land is scarce, Chen Tianyi's office is very spacious. The nearly 800-foot office is decorated but very plain. Pull back the curtains of the floor-to-ceiling windows to enjoy the scenery of Victoria Bay. "Mr. He, I've kept you waiting." Chen Tianyi got up and extended his right hand to He Yaozong. The two of them shook hands symbolically. Then Chen Tianyi greeted He Yaozong and took a seat. "Mr. Ho, would you prefer tea or coffee?" Ho Yu-chung waved his hand in denial. "No need, Lawyer Chen. I know your time is still precious. Let's talk about business." "Okay, then from now on, your consultation officially begins at $500 per minute, capped at 10,000. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post." Chen Tianyi said and glanced at his watch, then struck a pose of invitation towards He Yaozong. To be honest, as a senior barrister, there are still few people like Chen Tianyi who write utilitarianism on the surface. However, He Yaozong likes Chen Tianyi's style. What is clearly marked price? The more expensive, the more happy he is. With the mindset of how to talk through the 20 minutes, Ho Yu-chung began to narrate. "Lawyer Chen, I want to consult you about something. A friend of mine, who used to be a member of a social club, was sentenced by the court to 9.5 years imprisonment for covering a murder case for someone else. If he wants to retract his confession now, what are the odds that he'll be found not guilty?" When Chen Tianyi heard this, a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. He sat up straight and answered gravely, "Mr. Ho, let me answer your question first. If your friend only volunteered to take the blame for someone else's murder, then even if he regrets retracting his confession, he is still legally guilty of the offense, which can be called obstruction of justice. However, the sentence for this kind of crime is generally not heavy, and according to the basis of double jeopardy in Hong Kong Island law, if your friend has served more than 2 years in prison, he or she is basically acquitted, provided, of course, that he has to voluntarily retract his confession so that the lawyers can help him. After Chen Tianyi finished those words, he didn't wait for He Yaozong to open his mouth as he made another stopping motion. Mr. Ho, we can stop the consulting charge now. In fact, I have a question for you right now that I hope you can answer. He Yaozong smiled. Lawyer Chen, the charge on the line. There is something you can ask. Here's the thing. I entered the bar at the age of 25. And association top pot cases like this one have been commonplace for a long time. If you want to overturn your friend's case, just find any elite level lawyer in Central. It's basically a 10 out of 10. Flip-flop lawsuit as long as your friend is willing to do it himself. I don't understand why you're putting so much effort into making an appointment at my law firm. Good question, Counselor Chen. I can tell you right now because you're expensive. Ho Yuchun leaned his body against the backrest of the soft chair and whirled around, opening his mouth. At the Hong Kong Island Bar Association, there are only 10 barristers of senior rank. 6 of them are experts who specialize in running legal problems for the Ghostbusters, and of the remaining 4, 2 more are so self-appointed that they won't take on the society's lawsuits for fear of being called litigants. Chen Tianyi came to be interested. Then why did you pick me out of the 2 remaining? I already said that because you're expensive. The smile on He Yaozong's face increased. In my opinion, when dealing with people from the elite class, expensive means professional. I want the most professional people to do the most professional things for me. End of chapter. Chapter 16. Chen Tianyi, this big brother of your friend is really something. April 6, 2025. Mr. Ho, you are such an interesting man. Chen Tianyi held up the black-framed glasses on the bridge of his nose, and immediately laughed. So let's move on to talk about your friend here next. He Yaozong nodded slightly, then took out the information he had prepared long ago and handed it to Chen Tianyi. Counselor Chen, the information about this friend of mine and the information involved in the crime that he took the blame for in the first place are all recorded on this file, so take a look. Chen Tianyi didn't say much, just took this information with both hands and began to scrutinize it. He was professional enough, and in less than a minute, both pieces of information passed through his mind under his one-vision review. Putting down the information, Chen Tianyi spread a strange smile. Mr. This friend of yours seems to have followed the wrong big brother. Counselor Chen, why is that? Chen Tianyi crossed his fingers and moistened his throat. If there is not much difference between the case that occurred at the time and this information of yours, then I can conclude that this bigot of your friends did not take him seriously at all. According to information records, it was a vicious horse-beating incident between 2 community halls over the North Point seafood market. It was the victim who first attacked with a knife and was then killed in a counterattack. This kind of lawsuit, even if it is given to my most incompetent student to fight, the most that can be found in court is a case of overdefense, but only 2 years in jail. Such a typical manslaughter lawsuit is being labeled as intentional murder. This lawyer's learned from studying with his mentor's mother, right? After a mouthful of output, Chen Tianyi felt uninspired. He unscrewed the lid of the thermos on the table and took a sip of the hot tea, then continued the spiel. So I conclude that either your friend has offended his big brother, or his big brother doesn't take this little brother seriously enough to even pay for a decent lawyer. He Yaozong couldn't help but praise. Lawyer Chen is really professional enough. Yes, my friend's big brother is indeed not a thing. At this time, Chen Tianyi sort of understood why the other party had to spend a lot of money to find himself to fight this kind of easy lawsuit. Generally speaking, the greatest pressure to fight such reversal lawsuits involving triad leaders does not come from the judiciary, but from the triads themselves. An ordinary lawyer may be afraid of retaliation from the members of the society and refuse to accept such a case. But Chen Tianyi was different. He is one of the few senior lawyers at the Hong Kong Island Bar Association, the cream of the crop. Sometimes when certain laws have to be amended on Hong Kong Island, he is qualified to come forward for hearing. A person like him, not to mention holding down a big brother be through legal channels, as long as he is willing, the leader of Hung Hing can only hold his nose and concede in front of him. Doctors and lawyers are, in a sense, professions that are more scorned by the kooks than the bad guys, not to mention a leader in the industry like Chen Tianyi. After pausing for a moment, Chen Tianyi leaned forward slightly and looked at He Yaozong with a smile. Mr. There are some things that I still need to greet you in advance. It is not difficult to help your friend to overturn the case, but the difficulty is that this is a case that happened 3 years ago, and if it is overturned now, it will inevitably affect the reputation of the judicial system on Hong Kong Island. You know, I could be under a lot of pressure. Lawyer Chen, if you are willing to take this commission, I will pay the honorarium according to the highest specifications of the firm. If you can give me your account number now, and tomorrow morning, I will pay you a deposit of $300,000 up front. Well, but now that the legal institutions of Hong Kong Island are undergoing a serious reorganization, I think this lawsuit, if it can be overturned successfully, will more or less still be able to have a little bit of a positive effect on the legal institutions of Hong Kong Island. These two men spoke to each other, neither answering the other's question from the front, but then it seems to answer everything. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. And then Chen Tianyi was very quick to pull open the drawer, handing a hot gold business card with a public account into He Yaozong's hands. Mr. Chen, there's another thing I'm more curious about. If your friend has such a rich friend as you, how did he end up in such dire straits as to take the fall for someone in the first place? It takes a process for people to develop. He Yaozong waved his hand and whirled around, intending to digress from the topic. There's one more thing I'd like to ask of Counselor Chen. Mr. Ho, please, I wanted to meet this friend of mine in person at the prison barn. He's been in prison for 3 years and doesn't know a lot of what's going on out there. If we rashly let him flip the case, I'm afraid he'll have mental pressure and refuse to cooperate. That's easy. I'll say hello for you and you can go over and visit the prison this afternoon. Forgive me, Counselor Chen, but I'm worried there's a lot I can't say to him when I'm talking through soundproof glass in front of the prison guards. If it's possible, I hope that Attorney Chen can help me out with a few things. I'd like to go to the prison barn and talk to him face to face. He Yaozong played with the business card that Chen Tianyi handed him, then added with a smile, "Of course, I'll pay an additional punting fee for Attorney Chen." Chen Tianyi sniffed and thought a little, then replied, "This is not difficult. I have acquaintances over at the Correctional Services Department and the Reformatory. Every month the Department of Corrections invites the pastor of the church to evangelize at the jailhouse, and it just so happens that tomorrow is probation day at the jailhouse. In that case, tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock you come to this side of Central and I'll have you follow the church people to the prison. I'll make all the arrangements on how to meet your friend when the time comes." Dealing with Chen Tianyi is truly a soothing and pleasurable experience. After some more climbing and adding a few more details, the 20 minutes were over. After paying the reservation fee, Ho Yuchun left Jardine House and stopped a taxi at the curb. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack and uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. Just as He Yaozong was preparing to go back to Hatai Finance Company to deal with those debt contracts that Long Guan had brought back, the mechanical voice of the system rang out coldly in his head. "Congratulations to the host. Current identity has been changed. The system has completed its initial upgrade, and the current number of people who can be helped at the same time has been raised to 2. In addition, the system gave the host advice that adopting the method of repaying debts on behalf of others would easily cause a rapid collapse of the current market economy, and would not be conducive to the host's subsequent development of more system functions. The system does not rule out the possibility of restricting the host from gaining revenue through debt repayment in the future, so please develop more helpful functions." Well, what's the situation? He Yaozong was already not surprised by the system's temporary bug fixing. After all, in his opinion, this way of getting rebates through debt repayment is indeed also a bit too simple and rough, and also prone to bring about insurmountable troubles for himself. What surprised He Yaozong was that the system would actually gain upgrades based on identity changes. What made him wonder even more was what change in his identity he had acquired. Back at the Hatai tea house, He Yaozong immediately had an answer. Lonergan himself was guarding the ledger and had been waiting for him for a long time. "Ayo, it's been hard on you. Sit down." Long Jian personally looked at the tea, making fine way, and the others standing on the sidelines envious. Ho Yuchun took the hot tea that Lonergan handed him. "Grandpa, I came back to get those lousy contracts. Is there anything I need to explain?" "There's not much to explain. I'm waiting here for you to come back just to tell you that from now on, your hours in Unison's 49. Officer Sam is not qualified to be your big brother. From now on, if you bell it, call him Brother Sam, and from today onwards, you can tell the outside world that you are my Dragon Roots fine brother." Long Gon's words exited, calling the jaws of Fine Wei and the others on the side to be stupefied. This was equivalent to directly giving Ho Yuchun a seniority. In fact, Lung Can had his own considerations. On the one hand, He Yaozong, the youngster with a sharp mind and cleverness, he did love him very much. On the other hand, he had often regretted letting Jimmy Boy start work with Officer Sam in the first place. Every month Jimmy Boy has to pay a regular share of the regular money to Officer Sam, and according to the rules of the society, he, who is the top master, has no share. Now that God has blessed him with a scion who was good at making money, how can Lung Kun be willing to put him under Officer Sam again? "Uncle, this isn't right, is it? I've only been in with Sing for a few days." This call of uncle was very flattering to Lonergan. Ayo, don't have any worries, Uncle isn't the kind of old codger who eats the past. I still remember the old days when I first worshipped Will Wensang and started work at that Simsha Sui East Pier, when the identity of the association and the rewriting of the submarine book were all over the board. After a long time, we have to make straw sandals, tie up red sticks and white paper fans, and have dragon and lion dances and big banquets. But times are different now, and associations have to grow, and that set of rules has long been outdated. You're capable, the brothers are convinced, and anyone who dares to talk behind my back is giving me Long Root's eye drops, said Long Root. Looked at the fine way several people and asked in a deep voice, do you guys think so? Yes, the crowd agreed in unison, clearly having been conditioned by Lungeon long ago to wait here for his return. End of chapter. Chapter 17. Idiots. People. Say. Dream. April 6, 2025. Without waiting for He Yaozong to say anything, Long Zhen took out another set of keys and shoved them hard into He Yaozong's hands. Ayo, what about this finance company? I used to be so belligerent about leaving it to Jimmy to take care of. However, his business is getting more and more prosperous, and I, as a grandfather, don't want him to overwork for my business. From today onwards, the Hatai Tea House, and even the Hatai Finance Company, I'll leave it to you to take care of it altogether. Grandpa, actually you don't have to excuse yourself, do a good job, make some achievements too in the United Sheng congregation to see. The end of the year I'll go with the blowing chicken to speak, for you to tie up the bottom of the job. You do not know how much I look at you as a newborn. After 3 years and 5 years, you and the Walian Sheng stable footing. I also support you to come out to elect the spokesman. Long Root's words came out, already calling for Fine Wei and the others to sweat. With the exception of Jimmy Boy, how had their group ever been treated with such esteem by Lonergan? It was important to realize that not even 2 days after Hoyut Sung had passed through the stalls, Lungkin had given him half of the doti to take care of. But when you think about it, it's just a relief. Ho Yuchun's ability to find water is just too appalling. More than $200,000 of the account, less than a day. The original recovery to send to the hands of the Dragon Root. It's a guarantee that they wouldn't be able to collect for most of the year. Then thank you for your honor, grandfather. Without being polite, He Yaozong hummed a string of keys on his waist and then spoke. There's something I'd like to communicate with Grandpa. In the future, when we buy bad debts with the bank, can I be allowed to screen them? Some accounts are really not very collectible. As I said, from now on, you'll be in charge of the finance company. Just send the accounts to me every week to go over them. After a few more instructions, Lunkin left the finance company in high spirits after saying that he had to go to Wanchai to have tea with the current leader of Wasing. Looking at the room full of horsemen who were looking at him with bated breath, He Yaozong couldn't help but laugh awkwardly. Brother Fine Weather, I know I'll take care of the finance company. You guys may not be convinced. I'll pick. You take that brother back. If the boss knew you were calling us that, he'd have to take our skins off. Apparently Lung Ken's conditioning was on point, and just as soon as the words Brother Fine Wei came out of He Yaozong's mouth, Fine Wei was shocked. He Yaozong was also too lazy to fight with them. Just got up, pulled open the bookkeeping drawer in the ledger room, and took the ledger out of it. Well then, the share of the number I recovered this day is credited to the brothers. I am grateful to all the brothers for their love, and in the future, with me at Hatai Finance, there will be no shortage of benefits for the brothers. When these words came out, Fine Wei and the others were even more speechless. They were all glad to see what a wise decision Lungen had just made. According to the rules set by the finance company, the person in charge of following up the accounts to recover such bad debts is to get a commission of 30 points. He Yaozong recovered more than $400,000 a day. According to the 30 points of commission, is more than $100,000 to hand, divided among their 6 ponies. Each of them would get at least $20,000. What kind of big shot can make $20,000 a day? In his excitement, Fine Wei couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Why did he follow this scum-like Officer Chai Sin in the first place? If not, he would have wanted to kneel down and respect the tea and worship under He Yaozong's door right now. But while they were shocked, He Yaozong had already picked up the new contract and went out. Walking out of the Hatai tea house, He Yaozong was just about to head to the Clock Hotel next door when he found Blind Fai standing in the doorway cowering. Blind Fai, what the hell are you standing here for? With your thieving eyes, if you didn't know better, you'd think you were going in to steal something. Blind Fai, who was teased by He Yaozong, only laughed sarcastically and then stood respectfully in front of He Yaozong. Brother I've already gone to Leisure Street to look for Crowfly and Big Brother Hua and the others, as you instructed. Big Brother Hua asked me to bring word that he can pass from the Jingyi Society tonight as long as Lian Sheng is willing to take them in. So sharp? It doesn't look like the Jingyi Society is a place for people to stay either. He Yaozong pondered for a moment, then patted Blind Fai's shoulder. Don't just stand there, go back to the hotel. I have things for you to do. The interior of the tenement building on Connaught Street looked a little dim as dusk approached. Ewa carried 2 portions of fish egg noodles and arrived at Yufly's place without saying a word. In the cramped interior, Ewa and Yufly didn't say a word, and the two of them each got up and opened a bottle of beer and drank it over their fish egg noodles. It wasn't until the two of them had finished their meal that Ewa lit a cigarette and spoke languidly. Had enough? Full. Raising his hand, he glanced at his watch. It was now exactly 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Eva turned her icy gaze outside. Time to get ready to pick up after you've had your fill. Tap. At that moment a rush of footsteps sounded outside. Then the hidden door was pushed open, and Lin Gong, the leader of the Jingyi Society, led a few bigwigs of the Jingyi Society into the chamber. Gramps, you're really on time. Ehua had long since lost his usual warm attitude towards Lord Lin, and even didn't bother to get up when he saw Lord Lin enter. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack and uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. The white-haired Duke Lin, who also knew that he was now playing the role of an uninvited guest, did not count on much. Solely, he found himself a chair and sat down next to the table. Ehua, I know you're not happy in your heart, but when something happens to a society, someone has to come out and take the fall. When you guys got into trouble before and dragged Hung Hing's people to your door to ask for punishment, I was the one who stepped in to take the blame for you. Now I'll ask you one thing. That thing with Uncle Hao, are you guys willing to stand up for it? Ehua didn't choose to turn back, just twisted his head to the side and bit down hard on his cigarette. Seeing this, Tani, Lin Gong's head horse, chimed in and agreed. Ehua, the one in charge of interrogating Uncle Ho in the squad room now is the toughest man in the criminal division. Chung Bang, this pouncer recently didn't know what information he dug out of Uncle Ho's mouth, and joined hands with Oki's group of bad guys to sweep several of our Jingyi Society's venues in a row. If you won't step up to the plate, it's possible that one day Uncle Ho will reveal the fact that you've been chopping people up, and then you'll go down with them. Tani's words came out of his mouth, and before Ehua could pick up on them, the crow flies had already pressed on. Usually when something good happens you jump more than anyone else, and when you have to come out on top you're a shrinking violet. Why don't you come out on top? You old mother. You have a speech here? From us who are the big ones come in and start. Didn't hear you ask a good word even a cup of tea is not available. Ehua, how do you bring the fine man? Poked in the lung tube. Tani was momentarily speechless and had to shift the conflict to Ehua. Awfully stood up with a slap on the table. There is no tea, but there are 2 servings of unfinished noodle soup. Do you like food? Eat, asshole. Enough. Duke Lin's face was as gloomy as water, and he slapped the table to stop the farce. Then he looked over at Eva and asked with a flourish, Ehua, how Shuming is going to testify in court soon. I'm going to ask you one last time. Will you let the crow flies go to the door of the courtroom and do away with Uncle Hao while he's testifying? Zira. The cigarette was dipped out of the noodle soup by Ehua, followed by a smile of unprecedented relief on his face. Grandpa, before I answer that question of yours, I want to ask you a question first. You ask, over the years, have I ever done half as much wrong to the community in the Jingyi Society? That's not true. Well then, since I haven't wronged the club, then from today onwards, I'll make a clean break with the Jingyi Club. For Hung Hing's side of things, UFOs and I can go on top by ourselves. But whoever wants my fine man to get killed for nothing, then I have only one word for him. Ehua finished getting up, his stern gaze sweeping over Lord Lin. Demented. People, say, dream. Thank you to all of you for your monthly votes, recommendations, favorites, and catch-up reading. People as good as you deserve to be rich. End of chapter. Chapter 18, Big Head Boy Tim Young. April 6, 2025. Lord Lin was greatly dismayed. Ehua was the most loyal and righteous descendant of the Jingyi Society in his eyes. This time, he brought a group of people from the Jingyi Society here, just to use Hung Hing's doorstep to ask for punishment as an excuse, and use both hard and soft tactics to force Ehua to let Wu Fei come out to take on this mission that has no return. But if he had known that Ehua would cut ties with the Jingyi Society over this, he would never have brought the matter to such a state. After all, it would only be hard to find a second cowhorse that worked so well in the future. Wah, do you know what you're talking about? Haven't I made myself clear enough? Well then, listen carefully. From today onwards, I, Liao Zihua, am done with the Jingyi Society. Said Ehua shook his shoulders, and suddenly felt the breath that had stagnated in his chest smooth. He looked around the room at the crowd. If there is nothing else, please leave. You are not very welcome here. Lin Gong's face was red for a while and white for a while. Previously he still had the intention of retaining Ehua, but when he saw that he had put words in his mouth, he did not know how to open his mouth at that moment. He just felt that Ehua had made himself embarrassed by messing up like this, and he could not help but feel resentment in his heart. Well. Duke Lin said 3 good words in a row, then laughed in anger. Words spoken are like water thrown out. Since you are determined to pass from the Jingyi Society, I will not say anything more. I heard Big Brother B tell me that you got on his bad side because you had a fight with a flyer from Wenxing who had just passed through. If I'm not mistaken, you're planning to overshift to Wuzing as well, right? Awa just grunted and didn't answer. On the contrary, Duke Lin's face became more and more gloomy. Oh, it's us, the Jingyi Society, who can't accommodate a bodhisattva like you under our temple. I hope you'll have a long and prosperous career in Lianshang in the future, and when you've made a name for yourself, you'll take care of our Jingyi Society. Duke Lin finished these words in a conspiratorial manner, then got up and waved his hand. Let's go! After a group of people had sparsely left the house, the atmosphere entered a brief period of quiet. Then Awa and Yufly looked at each other and smiled, coincidentally stretching out their right palms and striking a heavy blow. Asterisk 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 his old mother. I haven't felt this good in ages. Brother Wa, following this kind of pouncing bigot, you'll never make it in life. You should have left from this kind of egg-scattering society long ago. Ava nodded. Ho Yuchung's man has already gotten through to me, and he can introduce us to Lunjin to worship the door. I'll pay him a visit later in my word, and when we finish your oldest brother's wedding banquet tomorrow, we'll pick a good time to officially honor Lunjin with a door tea. Another sunny morning. He Yaozong woke up early and had just finished washing up when he heard a knock on his room door. Opening the door, he found that it was Blind Fai, the stupid boy, who had packed up the morning tea for himself. Take the trouble, Blind Fai. He Yaozong took the morning tea and signaled Blind Fai to come in and sit less. He greeted as he nibbled on the water-fried bun in his hand. I'm going out to run some errands in a little while, and those lousy contracts I brought from Hatai Finance are in my nightstand. As I instructed, you carefully screen them, and from now on, anyone who has a physical store operating in the Tsim Sha Sui area should be recorded for me. Okay, you. Blind Fai nodded woodenly, then thought for a moment and looked up to ask, you, can I take a half day off? The matter of Kay's identity card is settled, and at noon I would like to take her to a luncheon tea. Throw. It's not like you've signed a contract of sale with me, so why do you need to explain such a trivial matter to me? It's just a couple of contracts, just take the time to get them done yourself. After morning tea, I went out and stopped a cab, just in time to arrive downstairs at the Jardine House in Central at about 7:50. Afterward, under Chen Tiany's arrangement, the hospitality of the law firm sent him to a Mercedes-Benz. After about a 20-minute ride, the driver drove him to the bus stop at No. 99 in Tung Tawan. Stanley. When I got off the bus and looked up, Stanley Prison, which had written half of the history of Hong Kong Island societies, stood in front of me. Mr. Ho, that's Father Reed up front. Just follow them in afterward. Lawyer Chen has already made the connections for you. The driver stood in front of Ho Yuchung and introduced him to the church group that was at the entrance of the prison, waiting to be scrutinized by the prison guards. Ho Yuchung nodded, then led by the driver towards the entrance of Stanley Prison. In the cafeteria of the prison's A barn, a group of inmates who had just eaten breakfast were assembling in an orderly fashion towards the outside of the cafeteria. Big head, Cao Lo Fat is a little sick today. He's going to a labor operation on Lantau Island later, so you go in his place for a bit. In a corner outside the cafeteria, a middle-aged burly man squatting in the corner smoking a cigarette waved and shouted towards a young postulant. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. This young man is Tim Young, who was jailed for Big Brother B 3 years ago, and the one who was bossing him around was the head of the jail in the A Hamlet generation, Morning Ho, who had been imprisoned for running an underground casino. It's just that without Big Brother B's care, he doesn't mix well in the jailhouse. Big Head walked bitterly to the head of the cell. Brother Morning Ho, the group from Eastern Star is also starting work on Lantau Island this time. Can you give me another place? Pick. When did you learn to bargain with me? Smoking Morning How obviously didn't buy Big Head's argument. He rewarded the remaining half-cigarette in his hand subsequently to a fine man who had been waiting beside him for some time, and then rose to his feet. For your information, Gao Lao Fa has already scored me 3 Marlboros this month. I've taken care of you enough, but I don't care to holler at you if you can give me $1.50 a month. Stupid. I don't know what kind of bigot you used to be with. Hearing these words, the haze in Big Head's eyes became heavier. Nay, this is a prison barn, and both reasoning and fisticuffs seem meaningless here. Well then, come back and let Gao Lao Fa reward me with a cigarette. Da da. As soon as Big Head finished the sentence, the whistle of the prison guards assembling sounded. The fine man who had just gotten his cigarettes on the side couldn't help but frown, and hurriedly took 2 hard puffs and threw the butts into the driving bucket. Brother Hal, what the hell is Killer Xiong this pouncer up to? Why is he blowing the assembly whistle so early today? Morning How didn't dare to be slow. He responded in a good-natured manner as he organized his clothing and grooming towards the assembly point. Want to know? You'll ask it in front of Killer Xiong in a moment. That's better. A group of inmates hurriedly stood in a full line outside the cafeteria. Killer Xiong, who stood more than 5'8" and carried a baton, paced back and forth in front of the group. When the prison guards below had finished forming up, Killer Xiong took a few steps forward, cleared his throat, and prepared to give a lecture. You're lucky today that the reformatory arranged for a priest to come over and evangelize you. Meet over by the ball field later to hear the priest say a prayer for you. And when you're done, Midsummer has a complimentary meal from the church to take. Killer Xiong's words came out, and immediately some prisoners who had gotten acquainted with him struck up a conversation. Why don't you tell me earlier, Hung? I've already eaten my fill just now. I should have known to save some of my stomach for the Ghostbusters dessert. Killer Male glared at him. If you're stuffed, you can pack it up and take it back to the prison barn. Without further ado, all those whose numbers I read in a moment, stand to the left of the line and follow me to receive the blessing of Jesus. For the rest, wait for another arrangement. Big Head, who was standing at the back of the group, sniffed, and his mood, which had been slightly better, instantly sank again. Electing people to receive the blessing of Jesus doesn't go well with a downtrodden kid like yourself who doesn't have a care in the world. It seems that today's hard labor on Lantau Island is inevitable. He only hoped that the prison guards supervising the work over there would not be from his enemy's side of the prison barn. Otherwise we'll come back tonight without some bruises. End of chapter. Chapter 19. You didn't have a choice before, and now you have even less of a choice. April 6, 2025. Going to prison is jokingly referred to by kooks as going to the shrine for further training. Even the sharpest edges will be smoothed out on the inside. 3 years of incarceration have long since completely separated Big Head from the hot-blooded flyboy of yesteryear. For 3 years, the big man who swore to hold himself out as a leader hadn't even come to see him. Big Head only felt a faint trace of bitterness rise within him, until someone next to him shoved him. Hey Big Head, calling you, AC 9026, are you deaf? With Killer Xiong's bellow, Big Head snapped back to his senses. Hastily, he raised his hand and shouted present. Killer Male glanced at him and pointed his plastic baton at the group next to him. Stand over. Big Head glanced at Morning Ho beside him, then responded towards Killer Xiong. Sir, but I have an attendance duty today. You're teaching me things? Your attendance duty today is to go well over to the field and listen to the priest's teachings. Killer Male finished lowering his head and continued to read the next set of numbers. At 10 a.m., the sun was already pouring over the prison field. A group of inmates, led by the various ward stewards, entered in order to prepare for the Department of Corrections probationary operations. 9026. Come here a minute. Before he was ready to enter the court, Killer Hung suddenly stopped and signaled his men to take the group of prisoners into the court while calling Big Head out alone. Big Head was puzzled, but didn't say anything, but obediently followed Killer Xiong out of the column to a barbed wire fence next to the stadium. Ho Yucheng has been waiting here for a long time. After looking back, Killer Xiong patted Big Head's back with his baton while both eyes looked at Yaozong. First things first, you've got 5 minutes tops to catch up on what's going on and talk. Also, no tricks. Thanks for looking after me, sir. Ho Yucheng smiled and got up, quietly moved over to Killer Xiong's side, and slipped 2 hunchback boys, $500, into Killer Xiong's uniform pocket. Killer Xiong froze slightly, and the corners of his mouth twirled into a smile. I'm going to go over there and have a smoke. I'll give you 10 minutes tops, said Killer Hung. Fished the cigarette case out of his pocket and handed out another one to Big Head. After lighting the fire for Big Head, he was dry and took 3 steps towards the entrance side of the stadium. He then leaned against the barbed wire fence and stared straight at the 2 Yaozongs with both eyes. Big Head took a hard drag on the cigarette in his hand, then looked at Yaozong suspiciously. Who are you, pretty boy? Don't ask me who I am yet. Let me ask you one thing. Do you want to get out of jail? Nonsense. There's not a single person here who doesn't want to get out. It's good to want to get out. Ho Yucheng's smile remained the same. 2 days ago, I was still working for Big Brother B in Causeway Bay. A glint immediately flashed in Big Head's eyes. Did B tell you to come see me? You're overthinking it. Also 2 days ago, Biggie B asked me to cover a murder case for him. I didn't say yes, so I chose to overshift to WHS. This, Big Head was momentarily speechless. His mind was a bit confused at the moment. Underneath the mixed feelings was more of a sad feeling of despondency. Turns out you didn't have no choice in the first place. If he hadn't been so impulsive and believed Big Brother B's bull *******, he wouldn't have to put in the hours day after day in a jail cell now, would he? As for any promises of holding him up after his release from prison, Big Head had long since recognized the reality in his prison cell. It's been 3 years and Big Brother B hasn't even come to see him once. When he gets out of prison, will he still support him? And what exactly did you come to see me about? 1 cigarette, 2 puffs down and it's almost half gone. Big Head collected his thoughts and asked towards Yaozong as such. Long story short, I'll be plain with you, because I refused to take the pot over the file to go to Ilwen Sang. Be put a jungle hunting order on me. I am a person who can't stand this kind of threat. Although there are people on Wen Xing's side who are willing to support me, they are unwilling to go to war with Hung Hing over my matter. So the only thing I can do is spend some money to find a lawyer for you. Turn over the case from 3 years ago, and see if I can get Big Brother B in there, so that I can live in peace, and you don't have to languish in this jail cell. Pound sir, don't you with me. In his excitement, the cigarette that Big Head was holding in his mouth fell to the ground, and he hurriedly picked it up and blew the crumbs on the mouthpiece and put it back in his mouth. After taking a hard drag, he looked at He Yaozong Dao with wide eyes. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack and uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. At first it was my demented line, come out to take the pot for him. But these years I think so clearly, right as I was young and unintelligent. After this in the inside to simmer for a few years, go out and completely in the society to draw a line. Honestly do people. I don't need you to help me fight so-and-so overturning lawsuits. I don't want to go out there and be chased by people for 3 days. The smile at the corner of He Yaozong's mouth was slightly mocking. Being a man in his own right, do you think that's possible? Although I didn't work at Hung Hing's place for a few days, I've more or less inquired about you. 5 years ago, when B led you guys into Causeway Bay, you were in Wanchai grabbing territory with Tung Sing's guys. There are a handful of East Star boys you've cut down, and there are 2 limpets who are now doing well in East Star. Do you think you'll still have the qualifications to be an honest man when you get out? The words were word for word. Big Head's look started to turn from despondent to confused, and then from confused to desperate. He wasn't speaking with as much energy anymore. Then I don't want to betray the big man, and there's even less room for me out there. Don't worry, I'm not as heartless as Big Brother B. All you have to do is flip your confession and help me out with this, and when you get out, you can come and work for me in Woozing. Big Head shook his clueless head, and a cigarette finally reached its end. How are you sure I'll succeed in flipping the case? If you can't get out, you'll only die if you stay in the prison cell. Just put your heart in your stomach. The lawyer I found for you this time will not let you down. He is now outside preparing the material for the retraction of his confession, and will come to the prison the day after tomorrow to find out what happened. And when you see him then, you will know that I did not lie to you. He Yaozong patted Big Head's shoulder and could see that he was now having a drastic mental struggle. On the one hand, there is a desperate desire for freedom, and on the other hand, there is a concern about the desperate risks he is taking. He'd already paid a terrible price once for his impulsiveness. If I'm wrong this time, my life will be lost. In order to make Big Head feel relieved, He Yaozong spoke again. This way, you can take your time to think about it before the lawyers come to you. Think it over and just speak to your lawyer when the time comes. I respect your decision. After saying that, He Yaozong beckoned to Killer Xiong, who was not far away, and Killer Xiong immediately walked over with his baton clamped. Hey, what are you waiting for? Jesus is waiting to redeem you. At Killer Xiong's urging, Big Head walked towards the inside of the stadium in a demented state. During this time he took 1 step and turned back 3 times. Several times he wanted to say something, but in the end he did not open his mouth to say anything else. Ho Yucheng just followed behind without slowing down. He had followed the church in, and now he had to continue to put on this identity. As for giving Big Head time to think, how could he be allowed to think about it? He himself had paid no less than $300,000 in deposits on Chen Tiany's side alone in order to help Big Head get out of jail. If he hesitates to make up his mind and comes forward to bite Big Brother B, won't all his money go down the drain? He is afraid to make up his mind, and he has his own way of getting him to do so. With his arms wrapped around his chest, He Yaozong was coldly attracted to a single figure as he passed by one of the jailer's rows on the outskirts of the stadium. The man was standing at the front of the line, receiving a blessing from a priest. Unlike the other prisoners who prayed with their eyes closed, his eyes were round and his face was so pale that not a single change of expression could be seen. Only that pair of eyes was filled with unending resentment and anger. End of chapter. Chapter 20, Xiaogangao, the disgruntled ghost in the prison warehouse. April 6, 2025. He Yaozong had only seen dogs, but he was certain that standing not far from him was a wolf that chose to eat. Even the most unruly person becomes emotionally astringent the moment he enters the prison cell. But on this man, He Yaozong only felt a hostile aura that would not dissipate. Xiaogangao? A memory involuntarily surfaced in He Yaozong's mind. He remembers watching ATV channels in his public housing estate in Choi Hung Estate in June last year. At that time, there was an interview for the Yao Tsim District Crime Unit in which Xiao Kong Ao, as the star of Tomorrow of the police force, spoke eloquently on television with a reporter from ATV. Our duty in the Hong Kong Island police force is to guard the safety of every citizen. Hong Kong Island will definitely become the safest city in Asia, and I am very confident about that. Unfortunately, in less than half a year's time, the team led by Xiaogangao killed the suspect in order to solve a kidnapping case of a tycoon. Since then, He has gone from being the rising star of the police force to being a ghost trapped in a prison cell. A skinned errand boy thrown into a prison cell is no different than being thrown into a miserable infernal purgatory. Son, you shouldn't resist prayer so much. The priest who prayed for Chiu Gang-ao sighed helplessly and said so. Chiu Gangao didn't pay any attention to him, just turned his head away and resumed his seat. Hung, can you let me talk to that guy too? He Yaozong came over to Killer Xion's side and inquired in a low voice. Killer Male glanced at him. What? You have a grudge against him too? No, just a quick chat. Ho Yucheng doesn't like nonsense, while lowering his voice even more. I have a 30,000 stored value membership card at the Big World on Bowling Green Street. If Brother Xiong is interested, I can give you this card. Of course, if Hung is not interested in these venues, it is possible to get the Watai Tea House on Lai Chi Kok Avenue to discount them. Killer Male would smile. Well then, I'll find him in a moment and let you go outside and talk alone for a few minutes. I must warn you, though, this man is very dangerous, sitting in jail for less than 6 months, and the water canteen has been closed no less than 3 times. I know it in my heart. It's still the same place where I just talked to Big Head. Chiu Gang-ao looked He Yaozong up and down with an icy gaze and did not have the option to speak. It was Ho Yucheng who found the words first. Sir, do you hate your boss? The corner of Chiu Gang-ao's mouth twitched, and his fists had clenched unconsciously. Tragic memories came to mind once again. In August last year, he received an urgent order from his superiors at Yaotsim District Police Station that Tycoon Fok Shuton had been kidnapped. Their boss, Sito Jie, orders them to solve the case and free Hua Zhaotang that night in order to flatter the tycoon so as not to affect the stock price of Hua's bank's IPO the next day. At the same time, he swore to him that as long as the case could be solved as soon as possible, no matter what means were used, he could help cover up on the side of the disciplinary department. It was a stormy night, and on the pier in Kuntong, Chiu Gangao and others, who were eager to solve the case, killed the suspect, Kola, by mistake. In the end, although he rescued Hua Zhaotang, his small team of 5 was sent to court by the public relations section as a result. It would have been a small, inconsequential thing. After all, the only eyewitness at the scene at the time was his most trusted senior brother, Zhang Chongbang. As long as Zhang Chongbang testifies in court that he didn't see them kill anyone, the matter will be closed. After all, it was just a bad thief who died. What Chiu Gangao did not expect was that the self-appointed Zhang Chongbang on the witness stand, without having done too much thinking, testified to the judge that they had killed someone. The police force has discipline, and I never ask anything of them that goes against that discipline. Their superiors, who swore to protect them, also denied in court that they were ordered to do whatever it took to solve the case. As for the tycoon they rescued, Hua Zhaotang, it's even a light sentence. I believe in Jesus, and no one has the right to take away a person's life. So judge, I'm not making any claims, and you can rule as you see fit. Silence. All rise. According to Chiu Gangao and the others are sentenced to 3 years imprisonment. The judge's trial seemed to echo in his ears. Chiu Gangao, who was thrown into a prison cell, had to endure inhuman torture in the prison cell all day long. But more than the physical torture, the mental torture brought to him by the thinness of human nature was more painful to him. Betrayal. Long ago, he had been tortured into an inhuman and evil spirit. I seem to have asked questions I shouldn't have. So well, sir, want to get out of jail soon? Don't call me sir. Chiu Gang-ao's eyes had turned red, and he let out a low growl towards He Yaozong. Filled with wariness, Ho Yucheng just smiled and repeated the question he had just asked. Want to get out of jail early? Who are you? Why are you helping me? I don't need a reason to help someone. I just see you as a good person. So I'm going to ask you one last time. Do you want to get out of jail as soon as possible? After He Yaozong gave an ultimatum, Chiu Gangao finally dropped his guard. He'd been sentenced to 3 years in prison, and there wasn't a day that went by that he didn't fantasize that when he got out, he'd personally send the scumbags who betrayed him to hell. If you can get me out of jail, I'll do anything you want. You don't have to do anything. An errand boy as good as you shouldn't have to go through this. He Yaozong's words caused a brief flash of light to flash through Chiu Gangao's dull eyes, but the bright light was only there for a moment. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. The sunlight poured down on his body, and He Yaozong tried to move his sore neck. Then he spoke. I'll make some connections for you and try to switch you guys to a jail cell so that you 5 brothers can get together. Supervision will also take care of you, and the rest is up to the lawyers to run the show. Less than half a month. More than that I can't say, but in any case I'll do my best to help you. Chiu Gangao's breathing began to become rapid. From the bottom of his heart, He didn't believe that anyone in the world would be nice to him for no reason. After all, the people you once trusted the most have betrayed you one by one. But the cruel situation told him that he had to believe in He Yaozong's words even if he didn't believe in them. At least in this dark prison cell, one was more or less flooded with a glimmer of hope. Good. As long as you can help me this once, my life will be yours from now on. After Qiu Gongao returned to the team, He Yaozong couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile. The system was now only giving him 2 simultaneous assistant slots at a time, and now Big Head here took up one. It seems that you have to make the accounts of Hatai Finance Company as soon as possible. At least you can ensure that you do not lack of money to spend in a short period of time before you can do so. It's a race to the bottom to make money. The identity of a curmudgeon has great limitations. Take Big Brother B for example. He has been growing in popularity over the years and is highly respected by Hung Hing's leader, Chang Tinsang, and is already the man to beat in Causeway Bay. The body count more or less adds up, and it's still no problem to take on an average rich businessman. But these years he has rarely been in and out of high-class places, and the places where he hangs out all day long are only mahjong parlors, boxing gyms, and big stalls. The people who gathered around them, besides their own horses and boys, were mostly just some ordinary citizens in the neighborhood. There is no other way, only among the lowest class of people in the neighborhood. He is the B brother who is admired by all and exalted. He realizes that he's not even a hair in a different class, and no one will bother to look him in the eye. Brother B, how many more times are you going to fool around today? I see you're in a pretty good mood. Inside the Qingfeng Street sidekick stall, the balding boss was nodding his head in greeting Big Brother B. Big Brother B waved his hand and led Chen Haonan to sit down inside the store. The owner was very sensible, and immediately greeted the people to send up the frozen beer first, and then personally went to persuade the diners who were eating inside the store to go to the outside shed to be seated. Haonan, you've done a very nice job with this whole chopping up basho thing, and I've already said hello to Mr. Chang. Next month, it's going to be a big bottom for you to tie the job red stick. Chen Haonan, who was sitting across from Big Brother B, sniffed and hurriedly got up to pry open 2 bottles of beer, and handed 1 bottle to Big Brother B respectfully. Brother B, the brothers never had a good time following you. Thank you B for giving me this chance to come out on top. Come on, don't say anything pretentious. You're Big Brother's favorite horse. Who's going to cover you if I don't? Big Brother B picked up his beer and took a sip, swirling it around. But this afternoon, the Jingyi Society's Lin Shuqing and I talked on the phone. He said that the pouncer who beat up the proper chicken that day has been swept out of the Jingyi Society by him. To be a big brother, you have to show the way of being a big brother. You go to retrieve this scene for chicken. Don't let the brothers in Causeway Bay look down on you. Chen Haonan nodded deeply. Understand. To die or to be maimed? Gobble bang. Big Brother B takes another swig of beer, then clasps the bottle heavily on the table. He wiped the corners of his mouth and spoke in a solemn voice. To die or to be crippled you have your own discretion. But I have to tell you, when you tie the job red stick Big Bottom, in the future, you are also a person who is a big brother. In a place like Causeway Bay, no one will be afraid of you if you're not ruthless and fierce enough. You're on your own. I understand B. Just as the two of them were talking, Big Brother B's pipe count, Rotten Life Hua, came running in a panic. Brother B, something big has happened. End of chapter. Chapter 21, Big Brother B, a bad year. Going out to raise as many rebels as possible. April 6, 2025. You could have been louder, so the whole street would have heard that something was wrong. Big Brother B glared at Rotten Life Hua and whirled around to lower his voice. What happened? Rotten Life Hua slowed down his breath. Brother B, there is a jailed fine man in Blowing Water Key who sent someone to bring out a message today. He said that Big Head has found a lawyer to retract his confession to that previous murder case. I've had someone ask around, and it's true. Big Head? Big Brother B froze briefly, then snapped out of it. He took a sip of his beer in a pretense of calmness, then looked at Chen Haonan on the side. Honan, get out there and clear the room. Okay B. Chen Haonan very knowingly got up, leaving room for Rotten Life Hua and Big Brother B to talk. What's going on? Why did you flip your confession for a good reason? Big Brother B's face has already emerged a touch of anxiety. These words asked, cannot help but call Rotten Life Hua secretly despise. I'm not the one who's been trying to get me out of my job. It's not that you swindled people out of the top pot in the first place, but you have to swindle them out of half of the settlement fee. 3 years have not gone to visit the prison once. This kind of on who put in the heart. The heart has a fire. Right. Thinking that way, Rotten Life Hua still has to find a way to give Big Brother B a leg up. Brother B, in that lawsuit back then, it was agreed with Big Head that the sentence would be 3 years at most, but in the end it turned out to be more than 9 years. I guess Big Head couldn't figure it out in the shrine and couldn't stay up any longer, which is why he came out to bite you. Can you stop telling me some crap? How many of those in jail can think straight? I'm well aware of Big Head's situation, the man who can't make half a cent in his pocket. Will he find a lawyer to reverse his case? Brother B, as far as I understand it, this overturned lawsuit originated from a self-examination activity within the Correctional Services Department. The Big Head is a voluntary application for assistance from a volunteer attorney. Big Brother B furrowed his brow, then jerked up. You go visit Big Head in the prison barn right now and tell him not to give me a tremor. No way, Brother B. Big Head's petition for reversal has been heard. Now no one can go see him except his lawyer. I'll top you. Then find that puffball lawyer and tell him to worry less about things he shouldn't have to worry about. Rotten Life Wah looked even more embarrassed. Brother B, I forgot to tell you, the one who took over this case is Chen Tianyi, a senior barrister of the Hong Kong Island Bar Association. Not to mention that I'm not qualified to blackmail him. Even if those office-sitting errand boys in the police department have any leverage in his hands, they can only admit it. Flop. Big Brother B fell into his chair with a dead weight on his face, but he hasn't gotten caught up in some lawsuits over the years as he's traveled through thick and thin. In the heat of the moment, he spun fast enough to get another idea. Listen up, the courtroom is a place of evidence, and as long as Big Head doesn't have the means to retract his confession in court, then nothing will happen. In a moment you'll go and make your point at once, and make sure you do Big Head in the jailhouse before he appears in court. Rotten Life Hua nodded his head busily. Good, I'll do it right away. Just as Rotten Life Hua was about to go do his job, Big Brother B called out to him again. Wait, Brother B, is there anything else to explain? Big Brother B's face sank. What I told you just now, remember not to leak half a word out. By the time Rotten Life Hua left the restaurant, Big Brother B's huffing and puffing could no longer be held down. Clunk, a wine bottle hit the chandelier in the dining room hard, and Big Brother B gasped for air. The out-and-out damn shovel is really having a bad year, raising all the rebels, and there's not a single righteous person out there. At exactly 7 o'clock in the evening, He Yaozong stretched himself comfortably after dealing with a bunch of bad debts in the finance company's office. After these 2 days of visits, after taking out those deposits paid to Chen Tianyi as well as some fractional expenses, the funds he had in the system that could be mobilized had already accumulated to as much as 1,300,000. But with all that cash stored in the safe, Ho Yucheng wasn't going to record them in the books right away. It's hard not to be suspicious when it's so easy to collect on this kind of bad debt. He'll really have a hard time explaining it then. To He Yaozong's dismay, the system seemed to have really cracked down on his simple and crude means of enrichment. Some of the larger cashback settlements have started at less than twice the rate, but the good thing was that it was a no-brainer, and as long as there was a profit, it was nothing more than a few more errands, and he was happy with that. Took a sip of tea and moved his neck. He Yaozong took out his portable phone and dialed Chen Tianyi's number. The phone didn't ring for more than a few moments before it picked up. Lawyer Chen, I'm Ho Yucheng. It's Mr. Ho, calling for me to find out the progress? No, Counselor Chen, I have full confidence in your abilities. I'm calling you this time to ask you about one other thing. What is it? Any interest in a pro bono lawsuit? I'm sorry, Mr. Ho, I don't have any interest in public service activities. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. Chen Tianyi's refusal was very dry, to which He Yaozong could only smile and then patiently explained. I'm saying that I'm putting a pro bono name on you to take over this lawsuit, and I'm still paying the compensation due for fighting the case. Oh, I wonder who else Mr. Ho would like to entrust me to fight for. Oil Point District Police. Chen Tianyi froze on the other end of the phone. Even though he has been practicing for so many years and has handled countless lawsuits, at this moment, his thoughts also fell into a short pause. Society boy fights for Yaotsim District Police Force? Idiot threat is up. However, professionalism allowed Chen Tianyi to hold back his doubts as he moistened his voice and opened his mouth to ask, Mr. Ho, tell us your claim. It's like this. In the middle of October last year, the Admiralty Road High Court had sentenced a case of a police officer working on a case that viciously caused the death of a suspect. I wonder if Counselor Chen has heard of it. More than heard about it, the case had a very bad impact on the police force at the time. Later on, the Legislative Council side even took the lead and specifically approached us lawyers to convene a seminar. It's the hope that the police will be able to get some immunity if a similar case follows. So what happened with the seminar? Throw. How can such a seminar pass when the Guilo talks about human rights every day? Right, Mr. Ho, let's get down to business. You mean, still trying to overturn the cases of these jailed messengers? It's not a reversal either. I know the case was tried on merit and a reversal is basically out of the question. But I wonder, if we can mobilize the power of public opinion to force the Correctional Services Department side to bow down? Just now, Mr. Chan, you also said that the Guilo hangs on to human rights and democracy. After all, these few messengers have been loyal to their duties before, and it's not easy for the people's side to say that their future has been cut off in such a careless manner, not to mention that they have been subjected to imprisonment. Chen Tianyi thought for a moment, then opened his mouth to reply. Makes sense, but it's not a small amount of money to launch both a public opinion campaign and to make connections up and down the Department of Justice. Don't worry, the money side is not a problem. Lawyer Chen is a fair person. How much you quote? This matter is fully entrusted to you to handle. He Yaozong was waiting for Chen Tianyi to open his mouth to make an offer. He was afraid that Chen Tianyi would understate the price. It's a long-term investment, and you're more likely to feel bad about yourself if you underquote the price. On the other end of the phone, Chen Tianyi gave a loud laugh. Mister, he is such a bright man, and since you're so forthcoming, I can't help but think of you. In this way, the reputation of the Yaotsim District Police Station is at stake in this case. I believe that if I come out to take over this case, the police force will not sit back and do nothing. At that time, the police department side may allocate some of the funds to be used for public opinion leadership. Alright Lawyer Chen, we mixed societies, the least bellicose to invoke the royal chi. You don't need to think for me. Well then, I'll take a round number, $1 million, and I'll wrap up this case for you. Just $1 million? He Yaozong couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. It seemed that he had still underestimated the gold content of the senior barrister, and it was obvious that this kind of case wasn't a tricky matter in his eyes. Chen Tianyi's tone became more and more cozy. Of course it's more than that. If we're going to fish out those cops, you'll have to pay me the $1 million in addition to some other things you'll have to go along with. End of chapter. Chapter 22. April 6, 2025. He Yaozong gripped the phone tightly. I wonder what Lawyer Chen needs me to do. I'll pull the files on these cops as soon as I can. They've solved a lot of big cases in the force before. What you have to do, Mr. Ho, is to find the victims of these cases, or perhaps the families of the victims. Convince them to find a time for a unified TV interview. It is only when they have rendered the atmosphere that the general public will be able to empathize and the momentum of public opinion will grow. When public opinion has festered to a certain point, the Department of Justice's side will have to consider accepting a resentencing of this case. Alright Counselor Chen, you don't need to explain so much to me. If there's anything you need me to do, just call and tell me directly. Well then, I can have someone prepare the relevant materials for this case right away. As for funding, give me an extra day to get in place, the afternoon after tomorrow at the latest. The two chatted a bit more about the progress of this case of retracted confessions by Big Head, and then hung up the phone. Putting down the phone, He Yaozong glanced at the clock on the wall. The two of them had talked for exactly 5 minutes, no more, no less. If there were no surprises, the prison barn would have finished its roll call by now and be in the evening bedtime preparation phase. Big Head, after tonight, it's not up to you to choose what to do tomorrow. Stanley Prison. Big Head pushed the mosquito needle that was fetching water for Morning Ho in the water room, and then took the foot wash basin filled with hot water from him. Go about your business. I'll fetch water for How today. Thanks to Big Head brother. After dismissing mosquito needle, Big Head couldn't help but let out a long sigh, and then carrying the foot basin, he headed inside the barn. At this moment, Morning How was sitting on the first bunk at the entrance to the barn, with a cigarette in his mouth, and was loudly blowing off steam with the prison guards patrolling the doorway. His pants had long since been rolled up, and by the time the guards had said goodbye to him and gone on their rounds of the other prison cells, he had neatly finished smoking a good lotto. Looking up, he realized that Big Head had come to his side with a basin of water. Throw. Where's the mosquito needle? Howie, I'll wash it for you today. Big Head finished by naturally putting down the foot basin and rolling up his pants for Morning Ho. Morning Ho couldn't help but sneer. Let me get this straight. You clock in washing someone's feet. That's your business. But if you're going to ask me for anything later, I don't see how I can oblige you. Big Head's face was slightly ugly, but he still picked up Morning Ho's legs and dipped them into the foot basin. Howie, this time you have to take care of me for once, no matter what you say. I really can't go to the labor operation on Lantau tomorrow. Please be generous and arrange for me to do whatever you want from now on. Morning How couldn't help but grin. You old mother. If they can go, why can't you? Killer Hung told me this afternoon that Tung Sing's Water and Fire is also going to Lantau Island tomorrow to pick up sand. I once maimed his cousin, and he won't let me go when I go to Lantau tomorrow to start work. Prisoners in a jail cell are never at peace. Especially these mixed societies come from a place where whatever grudges they have on the outside will continue to be manipulated on the inside just the same. The best time for this group of vendettas to settle their grudges is when they go out to work. It's hard to talk about human rights in a prison cell, and there is a legal death target every year. I don't know how many inmates die each year due to accidents and off-island operations. Big Head didn't want to die in a prison cell in a confused manner, and from the moment he learned of the news from Killer Xiong, he had already begun to move on whether or not to accept He Yaozong's suggestion to take a bite out of Big B. After all, you can't blame yourself for Big Brother B's unkindness. It is better to be hunted down by Big Brother B in future than to die on Lantau tomorrow. Morning Hao wrapped his hand around his chest and smiled even more. Lantau Island labor operations. The list was set by Killer Xiong. His mother's tomorrow. I have to follow the start of the work. Do you think I'm qualified to replace you in the prison barn to rest? Big Head sniffed and his entire body froze. Only Morning Hao's words changed. But seeing as you've been in the prison barn for the past 2 years, you've been quite articulate. I've decided to stick up for you for once, and I'll take care of it if anyone comes after you in the sand tomorrow. But ho, more than half of the people over at B Warehouse are Tung Sing boys. What are you afraid of? Big Head, do you know why our numbered gang, the Chung Chi Pile, has been getting worse and worse in the past few years? No, don't know. That's because more than half the brothers have been swept into the jailhouse by the bad guys. Outside I wouldn't dare call myself a big sunscreen, but in the prison barn, no one has ever touched me yet. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack and uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post, said Strike How raised his left foot and stomped on the edge of the footwell. Disgustedly, he waved his hand. Alright, look at you. You're not exactly the type to wash people's feet. Go get mosquito needle. He pinches a good foot. Although Morning Howl had put in his word, Big Head always felt uneasy in his heart. That night he lay in bed tossing and turning, never able to sleep. Much of the night caused the bunkmate to whisper and spit. Big Head, I'm going to the restroom to get out of the fire. You don't want to keep me awake most of the night. I have to go to Lantau tomorrow to pretend to be a laborer. The following day, Lantau Labor Dock. Remote look away from the island on the southeast side of the mechanism of the sand field. The machine roars, raising dust in the sky. In the decades of economic takeoff since the regaining of Hong Kong Island, real estate has always been a fertile ground for piling up mountains of gold. Sand for building materials has increased in price over the years. At the peak of the housing market on Hong Kong Island, it was even necessary to use ocean-going freighters to go to Australia to haul imported river sand. The profiteering housing market has completed the transformation of many tycoons into moguls, but the amount of oil leaking out of their hands is, as always, a handful. The most cost-effective means is to use prison inmates to serve as hard laborers in the mining industry. As long as the rich people donate a small sum of money to the Correctional Services Department, CSD, the CSD will immediately be able to pull out batches and batches of strong men who have no place to vent their energies and who are at the disposal of the CSD. As they disembarked and formed up, Big Head stood at the edge of the group. As Killer Xiong took his name, he coldly felt a grim gaze sweep over him. Turning his head to look, sure enough, the Eastern Star's Waterfire stood in the next group, as if a poisonous snake lurked in his eyes, looking at himself with a resentful gaze. Big Head's brows furrowed and his fists clenched involuntarily. He had thought so clearly that if he couldn't avoid this today, he would drag Waterfire down with him even if he died. 9026, 9031. You two team up and take charge of the gravel hauling operation in Area 2. As soon as Killer Xiong's words left his mouth, Water and Fire, who was on the side team, immediately raised his right hand. Sir, I'm applying for labor operations in Area 2. Up 9763, are you sure you want to go to the edge of a cliff, endure the sun, and pick up and transport debris? The prison inspector of the team next door was a bit surprised that the No. 2 operation area was located next to a cliff on the southeast side of Lantau Island. Labor is not easy, and it's hard to find shade from the sea breeze and the sun throughout the day. He didn't understand why Waterfire, an old fart, would volunteer to go over there, but Waterfire answered forcefully, Sir, the oil and water in the prison warehouse is too much these days. My stomach is bloated and indigestible. I want to move around more so that I can smooth out my chi. End of chapter. Chapter 23. You're with the wrong big man, and I feel bad for you. April 6, 2025, at 8:50 a.m. After the superintendent's lecture, the prisoner's time of labor service officially began. In the work area above the sea cliffs, Waterfire had been waiting for an opportunity with a few of his cellmates keeping an eye on Big Head, until the sun on the three-pole, almost to the time of the midday meal. The two supervisors of the prison guards really cannot stay up, decided to go to the stone slope below to eat a cigarette, cool off. It is surrounded on three sides by sea cliffs 40 to 50 meters high, and there is only one working road up the hill. Unless this group of inmates can't think straight and plan to go down early to sell salted duck eggs, there's really nothing to stare at. Water and Fire found this opportunity and immediately passed a wink to a few companions. A group of people put down the work in their hands and coincidentally picked up shovels, pickaxes, flatbreads, and other things, and walked toward Big Head with bad faces. Big Head, they're coming. Big Head's cellmate was a bit nervous and warned out loud. A wet, salty sea breeze blew through. Big Head looked down the slope, and there was no sign of the prison guards or Morning Ho and the others over there. Immediately, a touch of relief appeared on Big Head's face, and he couldn't help but tighten the shovel in his hand. None of your business. Off. Waterfire had already led the men to close in on Big Head's side, forcing away this cellmate of his. Between words, he had already led his men to surround Big Head at the edge of the cliff. Big Head held the shovel across his body. Come on, let's see who dies first. A grim smile spread across Waterfire's mouth. You have a hard mouth. I advise you to have the decency to jump from here yourself, and if you don't die, your business with my brother is written off. Jump, asshole. I'll break your legs if you don't stop. Big Head's palms had begun to sweat, and he subconsciously glanced toward the cliff behind him, the waves churning in jagged reefs below. Jumping is certain death. Seeing this, Water and Fire didn't want to delay any longer. With a big wave of his hand, he was ready to let his companion give Big Head a ride. Punks, what are you doing? A bellowing voice startled Waterfire and he looked back, only to realize that it wasn't the prison guards who had come. Morning How, with a dozen good men, was coming down the slope at a fast pace. Big Head suddenly felt the blood and chi going to his head, and a kind of thrill of having been robbed of his life surged to his heart. Morning Ho, this is between me and him. None of your business. Seeing that Morning How had come from a bad place, Waterfire had already dismissed the idea of laying his hands on Big Head, not to mention that he couldn't fight him in the prison cell, but just the fact that Morning How had blown the whistle on the prison guards was going to put him behind bars for the rest of his life. Who says it's none of my business? Between words, Morning How had already led his men to the edge of the cliff. He directly snatched the guy from Waterfire's hand and sneered. From the first day I joined the number gang, my big brother, Woo, taught me that when you take someone's money, you have to do good things for them. Someone entrusted someone to take good care of Big Head, and you want him to die. Isn't that making it hard for me? Morning How said and looked to a few fine men around Waterfire. He suddenly yelled, what are you looking at? What are you standing here for? Do you want to be thrown down with it too? Morning Ho, I'm warning you not to mess around. Water and Fire are in a hurry. Knowing that the Morning Ho moved to kill, hastily opened his mouth and shouted. Unexpectedly, Morning How just laughed contemptuously, and with his left hand, he puddled the iron pick that he had seized on the ground, and with his other hand, he patted Waterfire's cheek. Call your mother? Those two watchmen were sent to the bottom of the hill to wait for the meal. No one will come up to take care of you even if you scream your throat out. Waterfire felt his heart go cold. He stumbled back 2 steps and looked at his few companions as if they were dead. You guys go first, it's none of your business. Brother Waterfire, go! Dispatching a few of his companions, Water and Fire stood wide-eyed in front of Morning How, with a great gesture of dying with him. Morning How smiled even more. Not bad, there is love and justice, but today, even if you play the trick beautifully, you still have to die. Flop. Waterfire went straight down on his knees and low. He looked up at Morning How and begged for mercy in a voice tinged with sobs. No, Brother Ho, you give me a way out. I won't make trouble with Big Head anymore. Asterisk 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 your old mother hi. I thought you were a man, but I didn't think you were also an egg scattering color. You really make me sick. Guys, lift him up and send him down for a swim. Morning How kicked Waterfire over, then pretended to look at Big Head. Big Head, when the guards ask, just tell them that Shueihua couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to escape, and he jumped down and fell into a pile of mud. Do you know that? Big Head nodded cautiously. I know. At this time, Water and Fire had already been picked up and forcefully dragged towards the cliff. Waterfire struggled desperately while yelling, Nope, Howie. Big Head, it's not me who wants to trouble you. It's Big B who knows you're going to file a retraction lawsuit and ask me to hang you. Don't give me a hard time. The big deal is that you've written off your affair with my fine brother. Big Head snapped, and at the same time, Morning How laughed and clapped his hands. All right, put this puffer down. After Waterfire was thrown onto the rubble like a dead dog, Morning How turned around and patted Big Head's shoulder. Someone found Woo and asked me to run this errand. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. Now that I've asked what I should have asked for you, the rest is none of my business. At the moment, Big Head couldn't hear any words. He just gripped the shovel and walked quickly to the Water and Fire. Tell me again, who paid you to harm me? Waterfire palpitated and patted his chest. Big brother Bia, in the beginning you worked so hard to sell your life for him, but in the end he wanted you to die. I even feel unworthy for you. Pounce. Before Waterfire's words fell, Big Head, who had emotionally broken his defense, raised a shovel across his head and slapped it heavily on Waterfire's head. He was hit straight to the point that blood gurgled from his brain and his whole body fainted for a while. Morning How rushed forward and grabbed Big Head's shovel, while then stomped on Waterfire's chest. Know what to say when the wardens ask later? No, picking work when the debris hit his head. I will apply myself to the medical side to recuperate. Good to know. Morning Ho dropped the 2 shovels in his hands while looking at Big Head. Let's go. Down to the food. At 4 p.m. Ho Yu-chung stood guard at the Watai tea house, ready to introduce Hua and Wu Fei, who were about to pay a visit to the door. For Lung Can, these 2 people are still deeply favored by He Yaozong. In his opinion, stay by his side to do things a little dull. Stupid does not matter. The most important thing is to be loyal enough. What's more, Elwa's hands are sharp enough, and his brain is also quite good, but he is just a bit foolish and loyal, and he doesn't know how to change when things go wrong. This kind of person, He Yaozong is happy to keep him around and send him a rich and famous. Ring ring ring, the paging tone of the portable phone sounded. He Yaozong pressed the answer button. It was Lung Kun calling. The sound of bustling clinking cards rang out on the other end of the line, and it was clear that Lonergan was stuck in a mahjong parlor, playing cards with a bunch of his neighbors. You said that 2 fine men from Hing Fat Street are coming over to pay their respects. I know about this matter, but I'm having a strong hand today and I just can't get out of it. In this case, the tea and the red envelopes will be waived. You go directly to Jimmy. I've already greeted him. When the time comes, just drop their names on top of the seabed book in order according to their status in the Jingi Society. Then thank you for taking care of Grandpa. After hanging up the phone, He Yaozong breathed out. It's really quite comforting to have a big man like Lonergan. As long as he didn't bother him, and the number that was due was handed over to him, Ryukin was more than happy to be a handful. It's as if the emotions in this world are constant. If someone is happy, someone is hard. Big Brother B was now sitting in the accountant's room of the Tootie, listening to Rotten Life Hwa's narration with an expression as if he had lost his life. Are you saying that Big Head's retraction of his confession was not a self-investigation by the Correctional Services Department at all, but was authorized by someone? Rotten Life Hwa lowered his head. He had just told Big Brother B everything that happened on Lantau Island. Knowing that Big Brother B would subsequently be furious in this situation, it was better to remain silent and acquiesce in the moment. Big Material Big B did seem surprisingly calm this time. He just waved his hand towards Rotten Life Hwa. I know. You go out first. Rotten Life Hwa wanted to say something more, but seeing Big Brother B's face getting uglier and uglier, he shut his mouth in a sensible manner and left the account room unhappily. When he had closed the door to the ledger room, Big Brother B got up in a hurry, grabbed the ledger room's landline, and fumbled to dial a string of numbers. End of chapter. Chapter 24, Chapter 024, I'll pay for it. You'll pay for it, and we'll all have an open road to the sky. April 6, 2025. The call was made to Zhang Tiansheng, the leader of Hung Hing. Big Brother B has sensed that he's been made a fool of, but just who it is that has gone to such great lengths to bring in the top lawyers from the Bar Association to pull him down, he doesn't know. Now, in his opinion, only Zhang Tiansheng, to whom he owed allegiance, could help him out of his predicament. At the sound of a paging phone call, Big Brother B felt nothing but worry. It was good that the phone was eventually picked up. A low male voice came out of the receiver. Hello, who is it? Mr. Chang, this is B. There's something I want to trouble you about. B, don't be in a hurry even if there's something going on. Take your time. Big Brother B didn't dare to slack off and quickly told Zhang Tianxing about what had happened in the past 2 days. Of course, he appropriately hid the fact that he had gotten someone to go to the jailhouse and take out Big Head. After listening to Big Brother B's exposition, Zhang Tianxing let out a long sigh on the other end of the phone. B, it's true that you didn't do enough to be generous in this matter, leaving someone in a jail cell for 3 years without a care in the world. So much for the Buddha's fire. Big Brother B just had to explain it the hard way. Mr. Jiang, it's not my fault. Back then, I came over from TSC Wanshan with a group of brothers to grab territory for the society in Wanchai, waving flags and blowing whistles all day long. It costs $70,000 to $80,000 a month just to go to the police station to fish for people. With so many brothers in trouble with the law, how can I remember them all? Come on B, you don't have to explain. I've seen all the things you've done for Hung Hing over the years, and there's no way I'm going to sit back and do nothing when something happens to you. Zhang Tianxing's words were like a shot in the arm for Big Brother B. After a moment of silence, he heard Zhang Tianxing continue. I'll first ask a friend to help you with counseling over at the Department of Justice, and you'll come over to my place right now. I'll talk to you in person about anything when I've poked around. Okay, I'll be right there. Big Brother B didn't dare to slow down. When Zhang Tianxing finished hanging up the phone, he grabbed his jacket hanging on the wall and hurriedly ran towards the parking lot downstairs. Watai Tea House, Shamshu Pa. After Jimmy Boy had put his name on the seabed book for both AY and U-Fly, he gave a meaningful look at Ho Yu-chung, who had led them here. Ayo, could you have these two brothers of yours go sit outside? I have something I want to talk to you about alone. Understood. Ho Yu-chung gave an okay gesture, and Awa was sensible enough to lead the crowflies to leave first. "What's up, Jimmy?" After the duo had gone out, Ho Yu-chung flashed his signature smile and glared at Jimmy Boy. Jimmy Boy waved his hand. "Just call me Jimmy. Grandpa thinks so highly of you, and in terms of seniority you're in the same generation as Sam. I can't afford it." But he didn't drag his feet, and after a few polite words, he turned directly to the subject. You. The Shamshuepa parish has been depleted of talent over the years, and Grandpa is getting old and can't spare the energy to take care of it. Originally, he had pinned his hopes on Brother Sam, but you've seen the hell out of Brother Sam. I'm his fine brother. I can't help but say that he's rotten to the core. So then Grandpa put his heart and soul into my hopes of revitalizing the parish. Jimmy Boy said here paused his voice. He Yaozong did not open his mouth to pick up. Just wait for him to continue. As for me, I'm only interested in doing business. What with taking care of the society and being a big brother, I'm not interested at all. Don't you laugh at me. It's from my heart. I'm not going to laugh at you. It's better to be abroad and a tycoon than to be a curmudgeon for life. Ho Yu-chung thought deeply of Jimmy Boy's words, but he didn't say the second half of the sentence. Ordinary people do not rely on associations to back them up, and they may not see a turnaround by practicing 9 lifetimes of blessings. If not, with Jimmy Boy's character, would he still stay in the society he has been trying to get rid of? Jimmy Boy looked quite relieved. You don't know. I've had great luck in the past few years, and I've gotten a lot of love from my bosses, who have offered money to fund and support my business. I've also got my eye on a project over on the mainland that's going to be a big moneymaker when it's done. But because of my status as a member of the society, these bosses have refused to make additional investments. Therefore, I have a plan. Since Grandpa thinks so highly of you, I will gradually hand over the big and small affairs of Shamshuepa to you to take care of in the future. When the time is right in a few years, I'm sure the position of hall holding fit will be yours. Worried that Ho Yu-chung didn't believe him, Jimmy Boy moistened his throat and added, in the future, if something happens in the hall, I'll be responsible for paying for it. You'll be responsible for contributing to it, and we'll all have a pathway to heaven to follow. What do you think? Yeah. What Jimmy Boy didn't expect was that he Yaozong didn't even bother to be polite, and directly promised to do so. This left Jimmy Boy dumbfounded for a moment as he didn't know how to say the words he had prepared in advance. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. But he quickly took up the conversation as it came. Starting tomorrow, I'll introduce you one by one to the parishioners with fine men. If you need to use money, you can find me and I will help if I can. Then thank you Brother Jimmy for taking care of me. I will definitely return the favor in the future, and I will definitely be obliged if Brother Jimmy needs my help in any way. This is He Yaozong's sincere words. Understand a person. There is no need to go with him to make up more words. On the one hand, Ho Yu-chung will get more and more money in the future, and he needs a suitable reason to show his wealth. On the other hand, there is an opportunity to grow yourself, so take it and go ahead and make the most of it. Otherwise, if you have a mountain of gold and silver, you will end up doing it for someone else. In the East Mid-Levels Villa area, inside Zhang Tianqing's detached villa house, as Big Brother B rushed to the living room in a panic, Zhang Tianqing had already been waiting here for a long time. Mr. Jiang, Big Brother B hurriedly finished his greeting, then looked at Zhang Tianqing with anticipation, couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, how's it going? Have you inquired about anything yet? B, I'm still waiting for my friend to call me back too, but I do want to ask you, why didn't you plan ahead in the first place since you knew that the attorney entrusted to fight this overturned lawsuit was Chen Tianyi? Mr. John, don't make fun of me. A person like Chen Tianyi, even the first brother of the police force has to give a few points of face. How am I qualified to go to him with any intentions? Confused. In your opinion things won't get done without shouting and fighting? Zhang Tianqing gestured for Big Brother B to sit down on the sofa. Spinning around, he continued, Chen Tianyi is the leader of Hong Kong Island's legal industry, and he has a great reputation in the industry, but I also know that he is a very utilitarian person. These kinds of people can basically be squared away if they're willing to spend the money. It dawned on Big Brother B. Mr. Jiang, do you mean you want me to hurry up and get the money ready and then make a trip to visit this litigant? Late. Chen Tianyi has always been known for his thunder and lightning, and this case has been intervened by the court. He's a smart guy and knows that wealth stems from his reputation for throwing his weight around in the industry. The lawsuit has reached this stage and he's not going to make any compromises for money. Mr. Jiang, what should I do then? Big Brother B just felt like his hanging heart was going to die. He was in his early 40s now, no more than when he was young and strong. If you get screwed into the prison warehouse at this time, all these years of dedication will only go down the drain. By the time he came out of the squatting kiln, things had long since changed. People in the jungle give him face and call him Brother B. If they don't give him face, he's not even a hook bee. Jiang Tiancheng glanced at Big Brother B and then shook his head with a bitter smile. It is imperative that you find out who this person is who pushed you into the water in a hurry. The only way to help you get through this is to fix the problem at the source. End of chapter. Chapter 25. Big Brother B, all day long. You've been pecked blind by geese. April 6, 2025. Jiang Tiancheng finished elegantly waving towards the maid who came to make tea. Auntie Ping, go change the guest's herbal tea. Okay, Mr. Shang. Not long after, the maid carried a pot of steeped herbal tea, and took out a green flower tea bowl from the tea cupboard and added a bowl for Big Brother B, then very sensibly left the parlor. Jiang Tiancheng picked up cigar scissors from the coffee table and cut the head of a cigar. Big Brother B got up in a hurry and picked up the pinewood matches. Mr. Jiang, let me order for you. No, you're restless now. You'd better drink a cup of tea and smooth out your chi first. Bar. Thick smoke came out of Jiang Tiancheng's mouth, and compared to Big Brother B, who was in a hurry to get his head out of his ass, he was a top-notch chi cultivator. Seeing Jiang Tiancheng no longer open his mouth to speak, Big Brother B could only sit down and drink a mouthful of herbal tea to force down all the anxieties in his heart. Time is ticking away. About 10 minutes later, Jiang Tiancheng's handheld phone, which he had left on the sofa, finally rang. Mr. Jiang, I'll do it. Seeing Jiang Tiancheng racking his unfinished cigar towards the ashtray, Big Brother B hurriedly picked up his cigar cutter and got up, taking the cigar from Jiang Tiancheng's hand and cutting off the end of the cigarette. Jiang Tiancheng smiled as he picked up the phone and pressed the answer button. Hello, it's me. After that sentence, the rest of the call Jiang Tiancheng just and nod in agreement. It wasn't until the end that he spoke into the phone. In that case, then thank you, Mr. Huang. I'll find you for tea sometime. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Tiancheng's expression looked a bit strange. B. I've asked the Justice of the Peace in Happy Valley to inquire for you. The reason why Chintiani took over this case was indeed commissioned by someone, and the man who paid to commission him to fight this lawsuit was either someone else, or one of the fine fellows who started the work under your hand before. Big Brother B was immediately staggered. My fine man? Mr. Jiang, don't joke. When did I have such a sharp fine man with enough money to hire Chintiani? Don't you question my friend's ability? Tell me, under your hand before, was there a horseman named Ho Yu Chung? Big Brother B, speechless for a good while. Big Brother B didn't know how to respond for a moment. Even if he thought about it, he couldn't figure out that he Yaozong would have the money to hire Chintiani to mess with him. If this bastard has such power, why did he still guard the meter in Causeway Bay in the first place? Are you out of your mind? But he was not bold enough to question Jiang Tiancheng again. Mr. Shang, if you say that Ho Yu Chung, the loser, is the one who screwed me, that's justifiable. I asked him to draw a death warrant to cover for me in a murder case, but this loser went straight to Wasing. On that day, I sent someone to find him back. He made good use of the means, actually invited in Lungcan of Lian Sheng to back him up. There was no choice but to put a kill order on him. This is not the time to talk about these things. B. This case is going to be retried tomorrow. That means you've got less than 24 hours to set this mess right. Big Brother B is even more anxious and on fire. Mr. Jiang, you know I can't turn my brain fast enough, so tell me what to do about this trouble. As I've just said, you have to go to the source of the problem. Chen Tianyi is a lawyer who values goodwill above all else. To get him to let you off the hook in court, you have to take care of his client first, but you can't make him lose the case. So the crux of the matter lies in the fact that Big Head's retraction lawsuit is a must-win. But how to retract the confession, and who he took the fall for back then? There's quite a bit of writing to be done here. Jiang Tiancheng had set everything up to this point. If Big Brother B still couldn't understand, then he should get out of the position of Causeway Bay's holder of the fit before it was too late. Mr. Shang, what you're saying is, let me grab another top pot boy. Then find a way to set up He Yaozong, so that he can go and say hello to Chintiani and not turn the spearhead against me? Right now it seems as if that's the only way. If you can't handle Ho Yu Chung tonight, you'll be sitting in the courtroom after tomorrow. Don't doubt Chintiani's level. A lawyer's mouth can really kill you. Big Brother B just felt his hands and feet go cold. From TSZ Wanshan to Causeway Bay, he has been growing in popularity all the way for more than a decade. You spend your days hunting geese, but you don't want to be pecked blind by them. For him to go and bow down and apologize to a fine man with a kill order, word would only go out that he would be reduced to a complete joke. Who will be afraid of you in Causeway Bay? Jiang Tiancheng obviously saw Big Brother B's concern. He gave a dry cough, interrupting Big Brother B's train of thought. Spinning around, he spoke. B. Helping people to the end. I know you have your difficulties. In this way, although I did not have any dealings with those uncles in Wilwinxing, it was good that I had some business dealings with Big D in Suanwan. Big D is very powerful in Wolianshang, and all of Wolianshang's various halls have to sell him some face. I'll make a call over there in a little while and ask him to put in a good word for you, and try to get this thing settled smoothly for all of us before dawn. Big Brother B was like an amnesty and almost didn't kneel down in front of Jiang Tianshang. Mr. Jiang, B, haven't followed the wrong faucet all these years. From now on, as long as you keep your word, I'll be obliged to do whatever you want. B. Jiang Tianqing just waved his hand. Come on, if you have time to be melodramatic, why don't you go back earlier to identify the manpower to top the pot? I advise you not to be so petty. The size is also a hall-holding fit person. Why should people work for you if you don't pay them enough for this kind of thing? Ritz-Carlton Hotel, Causeway Bay. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack and uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. While Big Brother B was talking with Jiang Tianshang, Chicken was lying on the balcony in boredom, watching people come and go on the streets. Dai Tenji, will you mother or put out your cigarette? A puff of smoke drifted in, and Chicken's nose itched, resisting the urge to sneeze, then nudged Dai Tenji, who stood smoking. Sorry about that, Chicken. Dai Tenji smiled and skimmed the cigarette in his hand right down the stairs. Chicken spoke up again. Nan's zapping of the big bottom is already a done deal. When do you think we people will get out? I don't know. What the heck? Anyway, we won't have a bad time if Nan comes out on top. Demented line. If we don't make some achievements, we won't have the face to go out later and tell others that we are hanging out with Brother Nan. Hey, are you interested in going on an errand with me to add color to Nan's zapping job? Dai Tenji was puzzled. What is it? Remember B's kill order a few days ago? Let's go to Yaotsim District and kill that asshole Ho Yu Chung. Throw. I'm begging you. Do you think you can go out and cut someone up right now by yourself? Chicken swung his arm round. What's not to like? I only hurt my nose. Besides, the last time we suffered a loss, it was because we didn't bring our guys. Chicken said, putting a hand on Daitenji's shoulder. In the past 2 days I've asked Dulasha's people to ask around. That puffer Ho Yu Sung would go to his best friend's ice room on Fuck Washington Street every night at 7 o'clock and ask for a plate head rice. We'll move out in a while. Step over there in advance, and when Ho Yu Chung shows his face, we'll kill him straight away. That way we'll have a light in front of Brother B. De Tian Air hesitated for a moment, then whirled around and spoke. Should we call Pod Skin Nest Skin along with us? No more screaming, they're both accomplished. If you agree, go prepare the minibus in a moment, and we'll come back by minibus as soon as we're done chopping up Ho Yu Sung. He Yaozong did not know at this time that Chicken and the others were discussing that they would come to split themselves tonight, but he's not a demented thread. How could he not focus on his own security? The only reason why he wanted to recruit Awa before was because this guy was loyal and righteous enough. His hands were pretty, and he also possessed a wealth of experience in chopping people up. It is not a big problem to stay around to protect yourself. At this point in time, the social order of Hong Kong Island is still quite sloppy. As long as you don't mess with those vicious outlaws, you basically don't need to use the sprayer to settle a grudge. No firearms are allowed to be used to settle any disputes between clubs, and it is even more of an ironclad rule laid down by the bad guys for the kooks, which society dares not to follow. Then the O-Mark, the criminal division, and the serious crimes division will come together and beat them to death when they show their heads. Of course, it's a different story where the poor guy can't see it. At that moment, Ho Yu Chung was bringing the two of them, Awa and Wu Fei, to pack up their place at the Clock Hotel. Who doesn't have a few enemies? Awa and Wu Fei forced their way through the door without giving Duke Lin any face, so naturally they couldn't stay in their previous place. Moving to this side of Shamshu Weipa will make it much easier for Ho Yu Chung to help them in any way. Awa, the rooms over here are not spacious enough, but they are better than clean. I'll entrust you guys to live here for the time being, and when everyone is firmly established over here, we'll be able to replace the 1,000-foot mansion without fail. Supporting Fine Wei and the others to carry some of Awa's and Yufly's luggage into the room, Ho Yu Chung dispersed another cigarette to the two of them. As it were, Awa hurriedly took the cigarette. Brother Yu is joking. I'm already grateful that you were willing to convince Grandpa to take us in. How dare I pick and choose? Bar. He Yaozong lit a red wand for himself. On the side of the Jingyi Society, no one is looking for trouble from you, right? Awa sniffed in silence for a moment. Looking down and taking a hard drag from his freshly lit cigarette, he immediately spoke. The Jingyi Society is not looking for trouble from me for the time being, it's just that in the past 2 days, an errand boy has been looking for me every day, and it's really annoying. End of chapter. Chapter 26, Wrong. You have no idea how weak I am. April 6, 2025. He Yaozong raised an eyebrow and greeted the two of them as they sat down. What? There's a messenger who's offended Oki. Ha? The crowflies spoke up. No, The one who messed up was Zhang Chongbang from the Yaotsim District's Serious Crimes Unit, his mother's dog with a rat meddling in other people's business. This time at my fine brother's wedding banquet, Zhong wants to pull me and Hua out in front of a group of people for questioning, making us lose face, all looking for embarrassment at a wedding reception? For what matter? Awa pinched his cigarette and replied, "It's not because of the matter of the Jingyi Society's Segui Ho. A group of big circle boys robbed a gold store in Wanchai at the end of last year. The police officers were in hot pursuit at that time, and this group of big circles had no choice but to look for people all over Hong Kong Island to sell their stolen goods at low prices in order to avoid the publicity. Sesshamaro got rich and took over a bunch of accounts at a low price, and was later targeted by the Serious Crimes Unit when they found a clue." Ava couldn't help but spit when she said that. "I'm also a fool. I shouldn't have agreed to take the car to send Satoho to meet with this group of big circles. Now he's being handcuffed by the cops and I'm going to get in trouble. What's with this gang of big ring boys? I don't know. All I know is that these guys are not like those big circles of the past. It's done in an organized way, and the hands are all sharp as a tack. The loot from last time is still left on Hong Kong Island and not taken away. They'll be back sooner or later." As he said these words, a trace of imperceptible scorn clearly flashed in Ah Hua's eyes. Ho Yucheng smiled and just changed the subject. "Without further ado, I've ordered a meal at my best friend's ice room, so we'll all have a meal together in a little while and go out on the town." Since making the friend's ice room the point of contact with his debt clients, Ho Yucheng had made the evening meal this way as well, in order to cover his tracks. Every night he would take Hasakui and others over here for a meal. A van steadily parked in front of the door of the Buddy ice room. Feinwei jumped down from the co-pilot's seat and went to the back to open the door sharply, making sure to let He Yaozong in the van, but also can sit out the feeling of Rolls-Royce. Since Ho Yucheng took over the finance company, their group of fine people every day with two eyes closed is to sleep, two eyes open is to eat, drink and play. The most tiring thing to do all day long in the company is to make tea for Ho Yucheng. Even so, Ho Yucheng still has to give them the full amount of recreational expenses every day, and the company's share is shared with them proportionally as usual. In less than 2 days, this group of debt collectors were raised by Ho Yucheng to be more filial than his own son. Feinwei felt that if he followed He Yaozong, but if he lost a hair, he would have nightmares at night. "Mr. Ho, the location is ready for you." When the owner of the ice room saw He Yaozong getting off the bus, he also ran over very eloquently and greeted him with a smile. Not far away, under a banyan tree, a gray minibus was parked. Big Sky 2 was sitting in the passenger seat, constantly tapping the steering wheel, and when he saw He Yaozong get out of the car, his entire body was shaking with excitement. "Chicken, there's a lot of them. Should we just forget about it? Your mother, scared? No, I see the guy who beat you to the point of hospitalization the other day is on." Chicken glared at Daitenji and whirled around, removing the newspaper-wrapped dog-legged knife from under the minibus seat and tossing it to Daitenji. "Take guys never afraid of bare hands. Prince brother so sharp." In the bowl of Lawn Street Bubble 3 warm as usual was cut off half of the face. "If you're afraid to do it, wait for me in the car and I'll do the job myself." "Pick. Who says I'm afraid? Young people are hot-blooded and most uninspired." Daitenji ripped the newspaper off his machete and was about to head down to the car. Chicken hurriedly yanked him to his feet. "Pounce on the street. Fire up the car and take it out first thing after chopping." "Stupid. No wonder B keeps saying you're brainless." There was one thing to be said for the man Chicken, who acted in a perverse manner, but had never been false in cutting up people. On many occasions, the performance was more ballsy than Chen Haonan. He Yaozong line came a full 6 people. He is still not false. Catching the knife off the car, Stride then walked toward the ice room, lifting the doorbell of the ice room. The owner, who was subconsciously preparing to welcome his guests by adjusting the cold air conditioning, caught a glimpse of the bright machete in Chicken's hand. The boss felt his head spinning at once. "Hey, asshole, what's going on?" This shout alerted He Yaozong and the others who were going up the stairs, and when they turned back, Chicken had already led the Big Sky 2 to run over. At this point it was less than 5 paces away from the crowfly that was walking at the end of the line. "You fly, take care of brother you." It had to be Awa, who reacted at a glance that these two losers were coming for Ho Yucheng. Knowing that Uffley was colorful and bold, he immediately took Uffley by the back of his collar and yanked him to the back in order not to embarrass his fine man. Then he stepped forward himself and, with a quick eye, grabbed a basket of empty soda bottles at the top of the stairs. Clunk! Without waiting for Chicken to swing his knife, a basket of soda bottles nodded and snapped at Chicken's head. Chicken felt a shaking sensation as he steeled himself, still trying to swing for the fences. Clank! Knowing the importance of mending, Awa kept a bottle in his hand and cracked it directly on Chicken's head. Blood muddied Chicken's eyes as his hands came undone, and he felt the knife in his hand had been taken from him, before he planted himself helplessly. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. A group of people swarmed the restaurant, each manning the tables, chairs, and benches of the restaurant, and surrounded Daitenji. Dazed, Daitenji looked at the mountain chicken lying on the ground, and then looked at Ahua, who was tightly grasping the machete and pressing towards him step by step. He dropped the guy in his hand with great alacrity and squatted down with his head in his hands. This improvised farce was over before it began. Big sky too, you scum. Chicken struggled to get to his feet, but a foot landed solidly on his chest. Looking up with difficulty, he caught a glimpse of He Yaozong, who was scrutinizing him from above. Did B send you? It is you, Master Chi, myself, who will come to collect you. Pick, hard bones, hard mouth. He Yaozong lifted his foot and stepped on the trauma of the mountain chicken's brain, causing it to cry out in pain. It's just that Chicken decided that Ho Yu-chun would be concerned about Big Brother B's pressure and still chose to keep his mouth shut. Ho Yu-sung, pouncing, if you have the guts to let me up for a one-on-one fight, I can fight two of your kind by myself. Another heartbreaking wail. He Yaozong's foot forcefully is stepping on the mountain chicken's wound. This really hurts the mountain chicken's mouth hard not to get up. Crouching down, He Yaozong patted the mountain chicken's bloodstained face. Laughing coldly, he said, "Wrong, you have no idea how weak I am. A guy as sharp as you can beat me by at least 5. Said He Yaozong backhanded a slap and threw it heavily on Chicken's face, and then he got up and looked at Fineway and the others. Speaking coldly, take them back and lock them up in the tea house for a good reception first. High Tan Street, pick up the Good Luck Sparrow House. Long Jen sat under the shrine dedicated to Guan Xing Di Jun, rubbing mahjong with a few sparrow friends, with a spring in his step, but with a gorgeous booby standing beside him. It's not hard to see that this mahjong won't last much longer. Drip, 2 car horns came from outside the Sparrow House. A white Mercedes-Benz pulled up, and then a middle-aged man with a ponytail got down from the driver's seat and pulled open the backseat door. Clanking leather shoes, linen suit, black and white checkered tie. A tall man with an arrogant face walked down from the car, wiping his meticulous back hair. The man walked inside the mahjong parlor with his hands behind his back, surrounded by his ponies. Uncle, no wonder they call you Dragon Root. Gon de Bo, soon to be 60 years old. Can you afford to eat? Long Jean, who was in the middle of laying down his cards, sniffed and a huff flashed across his face, but after looking up and seeing who was coming, he too had no choice but to push onto the freshly repaired wall. Big D, what's the matter with coming to Shamshuapa so late to find me? End of chapter. Chapter 27, I'm going to sell these 2 losers for a good price. April 6, 2025. Big D walks over to Longan's seat opposite the house, and this Finch player laying the cards is so understanding that he immediately gets up and gives up his seat. Without even glancing at him, Big D sat down, reaching out to pinch a sparrow and play with it, but looking back at his head horse, Shaggy, Long Hair nodded, then waved his hand to greet the horsemen behind him to do their work, and bowed himself to walk to the group of neighbors. Uncle, please go out and have a smoke. Auntie, please move over. There is something to talk about here. This group of Kaifongs would have recognized these people as the bigwigs of Wulian Shang, and in less than a minute, the entire mahjong parlor was left with only 2 people, Lung Can and Big D. Even Long Hair, with a group of ponies, guarded the doorway to keep an eye out. Big D rested one hand on the back of his chair before he opened his mouth with a wide grin. Zhong is less than 10 days before your old man celebrates his birthday, and I came over to see you tonight because I wanted to give you an early congratulatory gift. What kind of gift does it have to be delivered in the middle of the night? It's like this. Some time ago Blow Chicken negotiated a chill business over on the mainland, and with the business tied up in place, there's also a profit of about $100,000 a month. I remember when you approached Blow Chicken to get a piece of the action. Long Root nodded. Not bad, but you took 60% of this business, and the remaining 40%, didn't Blow Chicken give it to Tai Pa Black to do as you wanted? Uncle, don't speak so harshly. I'm not in a position to teach talkers how to do things. Despite Big D's words, the whole person was even more furious. He dropped the mahjong tiles in his hand and leaned forward slightly. Looking at Lungeon, his voice tone raised a few points. Laughing, he said, in that case, I'll even half of the chilled food from the Tsuan side for you to do. Consider it as a congratulatory gift for your old man to prepare for his birthday in advance. How is it? Lonergan narrowed his eyes. Big D, are you that good? What? Is it possible that I, Big D, am not usually a person who honors the elderly in your eyes? Big D finished sitting upright and made to speak without thinking. In a few months, Blow Chicken will be handing in his stick, and I'll be out for the next election. And inevitably I'll need the support of you uncles. Just for this? It's not about that. After all, it's still early in the process of choosing a spokesperson. Uncle, it's quite a lot to earn a few tens of thousands of dollars more a month. Will you sell me face? At this time in Thai tea house in the past about the number of owed to the guy in the utility room. From time to time from a burst of miserable wailing, the 2 men, Chicken and Daitenji, were made to strip naked, their hands tied behind their backs, and were beaten and screamed at. Ho Yuchung sat on a leathery sofa, holding a cup of iced lemon tea in his hand, and from time to time gesturing at Fine Wei and the others who were moving to torture. Fine Wei, do you have a grudge against him? Don't be so desperate. I was going to sell these 2 scraps for a good price, and you're going to pay me for breaking them? Fineweather dropped the plank in his hand and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Brother you, how many mosquitoes can these 2 scraps be worth? It seems to me that this plagued chicken is not very convincing. Why don't we just cut his balls off and sail a boat later to pull them to sink in the sea? At these words, Chicken immediately flung himself to his knees. It's done. I'm done. Ayo. Point kind of good. You don't mess around. Ring, ring, ring. Just as Chicken is begging, a phone call interrupts Ho Yu-chun's enjoyment of the show. Picking up the portable phone, Yaozong looked up at Fineway again. Don't stand there. Don't get tired of fighting. Change and keep greeting. Yeah. Pressing the answer button, Lonergan's voice came out of the receiver. Ayo, where are you now? Uncle, I'm at the tea house. Tea house? Why is it so noisy on your side? Yaozong lifted his eyelids to look at the beaten and rolled over chicken duo, and immediately let out a light smile. It's nothing, Grandpa. I ran into 2 hard points and was looking for them to collect some interest. In that case, it's just as well that you're at the tea house. So by the way, let Sheng go to the hibiscus pavilion to make some good tea. I'll bring someone to meet you later. Just go there and wait for us. No problem. Then we'll wait for Uncle to come over. After hanging up the phone, Yaozong gave a dry cough. Okay, fine weather. Someone's coming to fish out these 2 puffers. Fineway stopped the work in his hands. Brother Yao, are you not going to fight? Stop fighting for now. Arrange for someone to keep an eye on them while you go down with me. Gong is coming in a little while, and these 2 egg splitters will come in handy sooner or later. 10 minutes later, Long Jen led Big D and pushed open the door of the hibiscus pavilion's box. Without waiting for Ho Yu-sung to invite tea, Lunkin pointed at Big D behind him and introduced him to Ho Yu-sung. This is our holdout with the biggest sunscreen in unison, Big D. He came here to see me this time and said he had something he wanted to ask you for. I have always valued you as a postulant, and told him that if he had anything to do, he should still consult with you first. Said Longen greeted Fineway to show the seat to Big D, while he himself sat on the side of the tea table and closed his mouth without further words. Big D took his seat and his arrogant gaze swept over Yaozong. Pretty boy, are you Ho Yu-chung? I can't believe Big D has heard of me. What an honor. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. Don't be a smart ass. I came to see you today about something. Did you get a lawyer to set up Hun Hing's big brother B? Give me face and let this matter go. The corners of Yaozong's mouth hung a smile, but he shook his head indifferently. Sorry Big D, I don't even know what you're talking about. Pick, are you playing dumb for me, you loser? Didn't you get a big lawyer and tired Hun Hing's big brother B to eat a human life lawsuit? Brother Big D, do I look like someone qualified enough to hire a barrister? Big D grunted. It sure doesn't look like it. Then isn't it done? Besides, what are you worrying so much about Hun Hing's matter? Brother Big D? I used to work under Big Brother B. I should have said no, but I don't know how happy I am to hear that he's going to be on the receiving end of a lawsuit this time. Looking at the smiling Yaozong, Big D didn't know what to say for a while. Looked at Lonergan and then at Ho Yu-sung. Big D sulked, tired of Big Brother B's lawsuit. You really didn't do it? Brother Big D, heaven and earth. Ho Yu-chung spoke with compelling truth, and Big D couldn't say anything else. At that moment, he gave Yaozong a meaningful glance, and then got up without saying a word, not even bothering to go and greet Long Gun, and turned his head to leave the tea room. After Big D left, Lonergan lowered his voice and asked in a serious manner towards Yaozong. Ayo, you're the one who did this thing with Big Brother B, right? That's right. Ho Yu-chung did not equivocate and directly admitted it. A look of gravity flashed across Lonergan's face. It was a long time before he spoke shallowly. This jailer, Big Brother B, is sitting down? That's not necessarily true. I know I just crossed the line to Uncle's door. My words are light and my power is weak. If I force Hun Hing, I will inevitably put you on the fire. Uncle, and I won't do such a thing. Hearing these words, Lonergan felt a great sense of relief. He let out a long sigh. If that's the case, why didn't you just go along with Big D's step and give Biggie B a pass? Uncle, if I give Big B a break, do you think he'll let me go? Yaozong rarely curbed his smile and said in a solemn voice to Long Wan, even if Big Brother B stands in front of me today, claiming that he wants to reconcile with me, when he finds an opportunity in the future, he will still try to kill me. Uncle, you're an old man who's been around for decades. There's no way you don't understand this. Lonergan nodded. So what you're saying is, what do I mean? A sardonic smile surfaced at the corner of Yaozong's mouth. Since the grudge can't be resolved, let's see if we can get a chance to make him take off a good layer of skin. Just wait for the show, Uncle. Tonight Big Brother B will be begging for a visit at his door. It'll be up to him what he has to pay when the time comes. Looking at the scowling Yaozong, Longgu couldn't help but let out a long sigh in his heart. A little relief and a little unease flooded through him. More than a little puzzled. How on earth did Big Brother B give up this fine man who knows what's good for him and has the means to go to jail? End of chapter. Chapter 28. Spare the man. Spare the man? Then why don't we beat the dog? April 6, 2025. Inside the empty boxing gym of Sogo Mansion in Causeway Bay, Big Brother B's heavy punches landed on the sandbags like dense rain. Brother B, the people have all been arranged. Chun Hanan ran in from outside and shouted towards Big Brother B. Big Brother B stops moving and walks straight to the ring rail, grabbing a towel to wipe his sweat. Chen Hanan rushed forward to hand over water. This time, the person we are looking for is the fish-killing Chen, who previously started a job with Dulao Shah, who was diagnosed with cancer in the beginning of the year, and has a pair of sons and daughters to support at home. He's the one who asked for just $50,000 to come out and top this. Raise him another $20,000 and tell him I'll give his wife an extra $30,000 if he dies in the jail cell. Big Brother B gasped and took the bottle of water handed by Chen Hanan, unscrewed the cap, and just drank a little while drilling out from the handrail. He is now particularly unsettled in his heart. Zhang Tiancheng's side has not yet replied. I do not know whether or not to fix He Yaozong, sitting down underneath the ring until he got a breath of relief. Big Brother B looked at Chen Hanan. Opening his mouth, he said, in the meantime, the two puffers that came out of the Jingyi Society will be left alone for now, and try not to spread the word about this to the outside world. I know Brother B. If you know, hurry up and do the job. This matter can't go wrong halfway, understand? Big B didn't want to show his awe and just wanted to be left alone at this point. After all these years, when had he ever suffered this kind of aggravation? Being toyed with by a once insignificant parking boy? Ring, ring, ring. After Chen Hanan left, the phone rang very appropriately. Big Brother B didn't dare to slow down and hurriedly pressed the answer button. The call was from Zhang Tiancheng. B, you might have to commit yourself this time. As soon as the phone was connected, Zhang Tiancheng gave a dull thump to Big Brother B's brain. Mr. Zhang, He Yaozong, that puffer does not agree to make peace with me? That's not true. I asked the Big D from Wuzing to intercede on your behalf. Only this fine man you used to be didn't foot the bill. He denied what he did in front of the Big D, and there was nothing the Big D could do to interfere too much. Big Brother B felt his brain buzzing. Between societies, they also talk about people. Big D had business dealings with the Zhang family and had no choice but to sell Zhang Tiancheng this face. But if Ho Yucheng kept his mouth shut and didn't admit that he was the one who made this whole thing happen, Big D could just follow this step down. On the one hand, he didn't have to sell other people's favors, and on the other hand, he could make Zhang Tiancheng owe him a favor. Between yes or no, He Yaozong aptly chose or, and directly a general willed his Big Brother B to death. I know Mr. Shang, I'll personally go to Sham Shuepa in a while and pay a visit to Lungcan. Big Brother B forced down the hatred in his heart and replied to Zhang Tiancheng in a low voice. Zhang Tiancheng's side just smiled bashfully. B, it's inevitable to have 3 disasters or 2 illnesses when you're out in the world. It's the real sunscreen when you can afford to let go. You shouldn't take face too seriously. Often face is worthless in the face of self-interest. Okay, I got it. Go ahead. And if you can't get it going again, you can call me first. Zhang Tiancheng said and hung up. Big Brother B leaned helplessly against the wall, his mind a mix of emotions, thinking carefully about what happened in the past 2 days. He Yaozong first thundered over too much, and I don't know what tactics he used to make Long Qin step in to back him up, and then a veteran litigator was hired at great expense to go and reverse the case for Big Head. Even if it was rumored, outsiders would only praise him for his good righteousness, and it wouldn't even count as invoking the royal spirit. Now in the face of Zhang Tiancheng's arrangement to make peace, he even directly chose not to take the move, giving him quite a feeling that he had nowhere to use his power. Big Brother B only felt that his lifeblood was being viciously held by a worthless flyboy, and the sense of humiliation in his heart was even greater than the previous sense of crisis. He fumbled for a carton of cigarettes, and when he tried to light one to calm down, he realized that the lighter was actually out of gas. Pounce! The lighter was slammed to the ground and fell apart. A Thai tea house. Lan Zhen felt refreshed after repairing the big booby girl who followed him from Hayden Street upstairs. He came to the hibiscus pavilion box and pushed open the door to find Fine Wei accompanying He Yaozong to make tea there. Shrugging his nose, Ryukin couldn't help but spit. Where did you find the Mao tip? Why does it smell like mold? He Yaozong laughed. It was rummaged out from the utility room of the warehouse. Uncle, this tea can be some years old. Lonergan stepped forward and lifted the lid of the piping hot teapot and couldn't help but wave his hand in disgust. Bad boy, can you drink this kind of tea? Of course you can drink it, but it depends on who you give it to. I'm not hiding it from Grandpa. I've made this tea especially for someone else, and when Big Brother becomes over later, he'll have to drink 3 cups even if he doesn't. Ryukin put the lid back on the teapot and couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. You're a real god, you loser. Just now Big Brother B personally called me. Words to come over here to talk to you personally. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. he should be here soon, but I'll talk to you first. Let's forgive and forget about it. Don't worry, no one's share will be missing, not even your share, uncle. The corners of Lonergan's mouth smiled even more as he beat down a snort. I still need to save face for Big Brother B. In a moment, you'll have a nice chat with him here in this tea room. Even if the deal doesn't work out, don't be alarmed. Uncle will support you. Thanks for looking out for the big guy. Looking at Long Gon's departing back, Yaozong couldn't help but shake his head. Spare the rod and spare the rod? Joke. If he didn't peel off a layer of Big Brother B's skin this time, he would be sorry for enduring these few days. About 10 minutes later, a Toyota Crown pulled up in front of the tea house. Big Brother B drove the car himself and didn't even bring any of his boys with him. The crowflies were standing in the doorway, having been waiting for a long time. You're Hung Hing's Big Brother B? Having been belittled again by such an unknown little character, Big Brother B forced down his anger. Nodding, I am. What are you standing there for? Come and get searched. The crowfly pressed on, not intending to save face for Big Brother B. He held his head high and waved toward Big Brother B. After a stifling search, Big Brother B glared resentfully at Uffley, his face having long since turned black. He clenched his fists and held his breath as he headed upstairs, finally meeting the flyboy, who hated to be broken into pieces. At the Hibiscus Pavilion tea bag, Ho Yucheng just lowered his head to refill the tea without even looking at Big Brother B. Ayo, do you have to make things so ugly? Just because he's not in a hurry doesn't mean Big B isn't. After entering the tea room, seeing that Yaozong had no intention of greeting himself, Big Brother B simply sat down opposite Yaozong. Anyway, the stance has been lowered, so what if it's lowered some more? Yaozong still didn't pay any attention to him, and twisted his head to signal Fine Wei, who was beside him, to pass this moldy tea to Big Brother B. There are rules of the society, and the reason for finding you out to take the pot is to create a golden step for you to walk on. I didn't think you. Attorney Chen wraps up at 8 p.m. and is a good hand at keeping fit. He'll fall asleep later if you keep babbling. Yaozong coldly opened his mouth, saying that Big Brother B was stunned, and then Big Brother B clenched his teeth. Good, drink tea. Saying that, he tilted his head back and drank the tea in his cup in one go. A fishy odor spread out from his throat and went straight to his ceiling, as if a handful of dead earthworms had been stuffed into his mouth after the rain. Well, wretch. Resisting the urge to vomit, Big Brother B touched his mouth, unable to hold back the latent indignation, no matter how low he lowered his posture. Now, can we talk business? End of chapter. Chapter 29. The next time I see him, it's time to collect him. April 6, 2025. Yaozong looked at Big Brother B playfully and spoke lightly. Fine B, there's no one else here, and I don't want to go on with your bull asterisk. Pick a fight. I can let you off the hook, but it depends on how much sincerity you can show. If before this, Big Brother B had nothing but pent-up frustration and harboring anger in his heart, then now Yaozong's voice Fine B directly made himself explode. This loser was calling himself a big brother a few days ago, but a few days later he dares to act like a big brother, holding his tongue in front of him and calling himself a Fine B? He wanted to overturn the tea table, pointing at Yaozong's nose and asking Fine B is also something you can call. But thinking of Jiang Tianqing's instructions, he could only end up turning his face into a pig's liver color. B, a lawyer's mouth can really kill. Well, then, be quick and make an offer. What the hell am I offering? Get it through your head. You're the one who's begging me now. Ho Yucheng is dripping with water and refuses to leave Big Brother B with a single word. Good, I'll give you $300,000, plus clear up what happened before. What do you think? $300,000 won't be enough for me to hire a lawyer. $500,000 then. Ho Yucheng didn't choose to make a sound. Big Brother B gritted his teeth. $600,000 then. Don't you go too far. If I go to jail, you're not far from death. Then what's the point of talking about? You wait to go to jail. Clunk. Big Brother B finally broke defense and stood up with a slap on the table. And just how much do you want? Be careful of holding out on you. Bar. Picking up a cigarette and lighting it, Yaozong looked at Big Brother B with cold eyes. He still didn't say anything, just straightened his right index finger and waved it in front of Big Brother B. Out and out damned. Why don't you go and rob? That's right, I'm robbing. I know you've been in Causeway Bay for so many years. You can't even afford $1 million. Can you? Yaozong said and pointed to the clock hanging on the wall. It's getting late. I'd be free to chat with you here, but I'm afraid you can't afford to wait. Flop. Big Brother B fell back in his chair on his butt, reaching out with both hands to rub his numb cheeks. After a moment, he let out a long breath. $1 million is $1 million. I'll arrange for someone to send the money right away. When you get the money, you call Chin Tianyi and tell him to go and make his statement in court as I told him to. Don't need you to teach me how to do things. It's all been spelled out 77 times when Big D came this way, but your attitude just now pissed me off so much, I changed my mind. 1 million isn't enough. You have to add more. Ha! Big Brother B laughed in anger, a fierce gleam in his eyes. You didn't even want to talk to me, and came here specifically to play me. didn't you? Whether it's a trick or not, I'll bring 2 guys over here to show you the ropes and we'll see, Ho Yu-chung said and clapped his hands, and Fine-Wei understood and sounded a finger whistle at the outside of the tea room. Not long after, a clamor rang out from the next tea room, and the door of the hibiscus pavilion was pushed open by Awa, and 2 men with bloodied faces were shoved in. It wasn't until Chicken opened his mouth and called out to Brother B that Big Brother B recognized who the 2 men were. He Yaozong, what the hell do you mean? How many meanings? Ho Yu-chung stood up with a cigarette in his mouth. He paced to the side of Chicken, then removed the cigarette butt from his mouth and burned it directly on Chicken's spine. Zira, as a plume of blue smoke rose, Chicken let out an even more hysterical cry of misery. He Yaozong kicked him over, then with wide eyes, he took 2 steps to Big Brother B. You might as well ask them what they mean. Originally, I overfile in Lian Shang, but also just avoid disaster. Do not want to have too much entanglement with you. You're the one who gave me a kill order and told your men to come to Yaotsim district to kill me. It's a good thing the people you've been conditioning are a bunch of losers. So I have the life to sit here today and watch you pretend to be pathetic. Saying that, He Yaozong slapped one hand on Big Brother B's left shoulder and asked with a single word, I'm asking you now, is it really a lot to ask you for less than $1 million? Big Brother B's aura had been completely suppressed by He Yaozong. He took a deep breath and looked over at Chicken, his mind roughly aware of what was happening. Previously, when he received the notification from Jiang Tianqing's side, he had explained to Chun Haonan that they should not go after He Yaozong for the time being. However, in order to save his own face, he did not explain the reason to Chun Haonan and the others. I think it must have been Chicken, the pouncer, who took matters into his own hands and dragged Daitenji over to cut people down, spoiling things for himself. Big Brother B was on fire in his mind, but there were more pressing matters to attend to at the moment. He opened He Yaozong's palm on his shoulder and said in a deep voice, $1,200,000 then. Let me bring the man back and all is cleared up. Pick. It seems these 2 scraps are only worth $200,000 in your eyes? He Yaozong feigned disappointment and shook his head. Then he violently reached out and extended 2 fingers. $2 million, all things considered. If you talk half as much nonsense, these 2 scraps will swim tonight, and tomorrow you'll go to jail. Thump. Big Brother B almost cracked his teeth. Although Causeway Bay is the windy place in Wan Chai with considerable oil and water all year round, in all fairness, $2 million is really not a small amount. Ho Yu-chung Lion's mouth, obviously determined that there is no room for maneuver in the matter. Eaton his Big Brother B dare not bargain. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. Without too much hesitation this time, Big Brother B simply nodded. I hope it's money you have a life to earn and even more money to spend, said Big Brother B. He took out his cell phone and dialed a string of numbers. About an hour later, the money was delivered, and He Yaozong did keep his promise and called Chen Tiany's side. After the count, the dust settles. He Yaozong smiled broadly and looked over at Chicken, who stood shivering in the corner. Master Chicken, I can't believe that B still loves you guys, willing to pay $1 million to ransom you. Both of your lives are worth more than mine. Big Brother B's entire body was tired to a certain point, and he didn't feel like staying here to do verbal sparring with Ho Yu-sung. Instead, he walked up to Chicken and Daitenji without a word and spoke coldly. Why don't you go back and wait for someone to buy you a midnight snack? He Yaozong was not ambiguous, and directly nodded his head towards Ahua who was blocking the doorway, signaling them to get out of the way. Big Brother B watched the 2 of them, Chicken and Big Sky too, leave first, then whirled back and gave a hateful thumbs up to He Yaozong before also leaving the tea room with quick steps. When Big Brother B and his group left, only Awa, with admiration written all over his face, came over to Ho Yu-chung's side. Out and out damned, brother you're really sharp, but they won't stop after what you put them through tonight. He Yaozong smiled and put his arm around Awa's shoulders. What else then? Do you have any good ideas? Why don't I bring some people to block them over at the Hum Hum Tunnel now and just do away with them? No, it's not time yet. When we get on our feet, we won't have to bother with this kind of lechery much. He Yaozong collected the smile on his face, and a cold aura appeared in his eyes. He looked at the doorway as if muttering, wait and see, the next time I see you, it's time to collect him. Inside a detached house, East Point Road, Wan Chai, Big Brother B was expressionless as he looked at the 2 men, Chicken and Big Sky too, who were kneeling in front of him. It was only when Chicken got the story straight that Big Brother B could manage to speak. Daitenji, go ahead and heal your wounds at the medical center. Thanks B. After dismissing Daitenji, Big Brother B's eyes were ready to burst into flames. Chicken, stand up, Brother B. Nothing needs to be said. Big Brother B, who had a bellyful of fire and no place to vent it, was trying to collect the skin of the mountain chicken properly. But looking at Chicken's pitiful look, Big Brother B's tone seemed to soften considerably. After a moment's thought, he waved his hand helplessly. Get out and let pretty boy Nan take you to the healer. Thanks B. Chicken was so amazed that he didn't dare to stay any longer. Turning on his heel, he had just limped to the door of the detached house when he coldly heard a bellowing cry from behind him. "Slow down and get your ass back here." Chicken looked back again to find Big Brother B's furious eyes and face. With an extra zigzag stick already in his hand, he couldn't get angry after all, and he completely broke his defense right then and there. "No, if I don't teach you a puff to listen to people's greetings today, this breath in my heart is really hard to be smooth. You're the one who made me look for Ho Yu Chung. Anyway, I've already paid out the $2 million, so I don't care about your medical expenses. The most important thing you can do right now is to come over here and take this beating from me." "Nah B, I'd been beaten up enough." Outside the house, Chen Haonan and Big Sky 2 both closed their eyes in pain as they listened to the miserable wailing coming from inside. End of chapter. Chapter 30, Waving the Flag. New power in Temple Street? April 6, 2025. When, with a hammer blow from the judge in the courtroom, Big Head was announced to be released on the spot. At the same time, He Yaozong, who was far away from the Hatai tea house, finally received the system rebate beep. This time, although he has retracted his confession on behalf of Big Head in order to understand Big Brother B's bureau, he did help Big Head to get off the hook, according to his own before and after points, as well as the 660,000 yuan commission paid to Chen Tianyi. The system has accumulated a rebate of 1.46 million yuan to himself, together with the $2 million sent by Big Brother B, and the property previously accumulated by the finance company. One is now well fed. Over $4 million is enough for any sane flyboy to make a name for himself in the Oil Point district. Ring, ring, ring. Not long after, Chen Tianyi called He Yaozong. "Mr. Ho, congratulations, the case was even easier than I thought. Remember to contact me anytime in the future when there is such a good thing. I will be professional enough." The phone was connected, and without waiting for He Yaozong to speak, Chen Tianyi's voice came over. "Definitely Mr. Chen. By the way, Xiao Gang AO's lawsuit of those people, I still have to trouble you to work harder. I still say, if there are any financial difficulties, just remember to ask me anytime. Hey, as much as we lawyers love money, we need to know how to maintain quality clients even more. Don't worry Mr. Ho, $1 million is only a little more than enough to fish these cops out." After a quick conversation, they hung up the phone, both of them obviously in a very good mood. He Yaozong looked back at the clock on the wall and realized that it was already 12 o'clock in the middle of the day. Now that one of the 2 aid slots has finally been vacated, he can finally go ahead and pick the finance company's good books for the next step in his property enhancement. After all, this kind of quick way to get money is not supported by the system, and it is not likely that one day the system will directly put an end to their newbie protection period. Temple Street, one of the busiest streets in the Kowloon area. Unlike the glamorous streets of Borington Street and Shanghai Street, and the fashionable and beautiful streets of Pocahontas Street, Temple Street is considered to be the most smoky street in Kowloon. The solemn ancient temple of Tin House sits alongside a nightclub, and a traditional handmade tailor's store may be next to a sophisticated fashion store. A mixture of streetwalkers and beautiful urbanites. Together they form the most complex street in Kowloon. K pulled Blind FAI out of a watchmaker's shop. Blind FAI stopped his steps and picked up the freshly purchased watch in his hand and couldn't help but smile bitterly. "K, why don't we just return this watch?" "Retreat? Why retreat? You helped us so much. I don't see anything wrong with buying a watch for him." Blind Hui hastily shook his head. "No, I heard someone say that a Rolex, the cheapest one, would cost $50,000 to $60,000. This kind of more than $10,000 to take, obviously is a goods. Buying an A-goods watch for a big shot, it'll be a shame for Yao to spread the word." Kay froze as well, but then she whirled around and tenderly wrapped her arms around Blind FAI. "But Blind FAI, we only have so much money, so I can't think of anything else to give besides buying a watch for Brother Yu. Didn't you say that during this period of time when you followed you to start work, you often asked others for the time? Believe me, he'll need a watch to accompany him." "Really no problem oh?" "It's no problem, the watch is bad, but it's a token of our appreciation, being favored by others. Yao doesn't have to ask us to return it, but we can't forget it ourselves, or we'll tell others to look down on you." Kay finished smiling towards Blind FAI and was about to wrap her arm around him to continue shopping. Coldly a palm landed heavily on the back of Blind FAI's head, scaring him. "Blind FAI, where have you been dying all this time? Do you know I've been looking for you?" As the familiar voice entered their ears, both Kay and Blind FAI were horrified. Looking back, he found that the head horse of the Temple Street smoke shoveler, Firecracker, was standing behind Blind FAI with a cigarette held diagonally in his mouth and with 2 fine men in tow. Blind FAI immediately resumed his timid demeanor. Come back with me. There's a shipment you need to disperse." Kay immediately protected Blind FAI. "Brother Firecracker, Blind FAI isn't in this business now. Don't make things difficult for us, let us go." Firebolt scratched his chic bullet head and couldn't help but sneer. He spat the cigarette butt from his mouth onto K's chest with unerring precision, burning K with a shriek and shaking it out with his hands. Firebolt, however, didn't bother to talk nonsense and directly raised his foot and kicked K in the abdomen, directly knocking his entire body over. K, blind FAI exclaimed in shock and was about to step forward, but he was held up by two of his ponies. Firebolt turned around and threw a slap in blind FAI's face. Asterisk 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 your old mother. You say you won't do it, ha, look at you. You're stupid. Find a girl who's stupid too. Pull back. After saying that, Firecracker waved his hand, and the two ponies dragged blind FAI away. K was now kneeling on the street with her stomach covered in pain, both eyes gazing dully at blind FAI being pulled away. She had been adrift on Hong Kong Island for several years now, and the suffering she had endured made her realize that any shouting at this moment was meaningless. It wasn't until blind FAI and Firebolt and the others disappeared at the end of the street that K struggled to get up from the ground. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. She pulled back the disheveled hair on her forehead and began to run recklessly towards Shamshuipo. At around 1:10 p.m., Ho Yu-chung was taking Hua and the others to have a meal at a tea house. Xiao Hui stumbled and barged in, and after seeing He Yaozong, she directly flung herself onto her knees in front of him. Brother Yao, save blind FAI, save blind FAI. What happened? You get up first. He Yaozong passed a wink, and Feinwei hurriedly put down the chopsticks in his hands and helped Xiao Hui up. After realizing the cause and effect of the incident, He Yaozong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It's just that the people from Smoke Shovel Music found it, and it can't kill anyone, so why are you so panicked? No, Firecracker is taking care of the bulk business for Smoke Shoveler Lo at Temple Street. He usually doesn't take the initiative to find blind FAI. As long as he comes to it of his own accord, he'll either be made to scatter some big load that's going to get him killed, or he'll be made to be the scapegoat for the dissolution of the family splitter's grudge. K was flustered but thinking clearly. He Yaozong couldn't help but catch his chin, and then nodded towards K. Blind FAI has always done his best to help me, and I'm not going to watch my good buddy get screwed. He said. He looked to Ava. Wah. You were loud in Mongkok before. Do you have a face in Temple Street? Ava smiled. My face is only not as good as Will Lianshang's signboard, but I can still say a few words around Temple Street. That's fine. You go over there first with Uffley and tell the people at Smoking Shoveler's Music that I'm going to bail on this blind FAI guy, but don't let them hand him over just yet. I'm going to pick him up on Temple Street myself before 6 p.m. Awa nodded first, then asked suspiciously, what is the explanation for this? Oh, Smoke Shoveler Lo, this person I understand. He can get a foothold in Temple Street, relying on for some number 4 salvage home to split goods to sell. When such scoundrels are committed into my hands, will I not have wasted the opportunity by not going to Temple Street to plant a flag? Saying that He Yaozong was no longer interested in eating his meal, he looked at the crow flies on the side again. You fly, go to Brother Jimmy and get word, just word that I, Ho Yu-chung, want to borrow troops from various parishes in the Wasing Yao Tsim district. Those who go with me to Temple Street to start work tonight will each get 3,000 mosquitoes. If anything happens, I'll pay for the bail. I'll pay double for the medication. I'll pay double for the house. Put the UFO who was drinking the soup spray directly on the table. These days, waving flags in sunshine. Give to 500 mosquitoes will have a lot of people come over to support the scene. Give up to 1,000 mosquitoes and shaken people who are literally brave enough to go chopping for you. What's more, just to deal with the Smoke Shoveler's goods that have no word cover, He Yaozong directly drove to 3,000 mosquitoes, and he had already thought of the scene where the Smoke Shoveler's field would be flattened tonight. Awa was still calm. He came to He Yaozong's ear and whispered, Hey brother you. I know you got rich a while ago, but there's no need to make such a big deal out of fixing a smoking shoveler, right? Ho Yu-chung just waved his hand. I'm going to rattle Dodo as soon as possible, and to do it on money is the best way to do it. You relax. When Temple Street is fought down, the field over there will be left to you and the crow flies to look after, and you won't lose your big brother Hua's name. The crow fly sniffed and immediately slapped a pair of chopsticks heavily on the table. I'll inform Brother Jimmy right away. Mobile Unit Desperate Path, Firebombing. Mobile Unit Jedi Road, Blind FAIK. End of chapter. Chapter 31, Dunwell, I don't clock this kind of fine man who invites trouble. April 6, 2025. With Jimmy Boy's coordination, word spreads that Ho Yu-chung spent money to borrow soldiers. In less than half an hour's time, the disciples of the Dragon Roots lineage alone were on the verge of trampling the threshold of the Hutai Tea House. Yu-fly and Thinwell and the others sat in the middle of the tea house hall, setting up a few chairs and taking notes one by one on each of the society boys who had come to make this quick buck. Name, Wei. Are you blind? I'm Chiu Chao Wai. Chao Zhou Wei Ah. Tonight's start may go to cut people. You meet joint stall brothers blindly to join the fun? Pick. What's the difference between chopping a pig and chopping a man? Okay, cut the crap. How many brothers? 5. Good. Take your men upstairs and collect your money. When you blows the whistle this afternoon, remember to hang a red towel on your left arm, or else you'll get chopped up by your own people by mistake, and Yu Chung won't pay for the medical bills. Fine Wei quickly recorded the name of the group, then waved his hand to signal Chaozhou Wei to move his position. The crowfly was equally busy on his side, and he was at that moment scrutinizing a rib boy in front of him. Come alone? Yeah. Big brother is the side one? The big man is big only Sam. Is Sam a member of the Lian Cheng side? No, brother Wu Fei. I'm from the number gang, and I'm starting a job in the Kun Tong area. My big brother heard that you were borrowing troops on your side, and sent me over to ask if there was still a shortage of men. The crowflies gave an exasperated laugh. Asterisk 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 your old mother. Are you deaf or blind? Can't you see it says on the door that non-Hohe Union Sheng men are not invited? Brother Fly, our price is fair. We can ask for less. Let us earn less. The number gang sign was still shiny enough after all, and Uffley didn't want to offend the number. He just urged the ribald boy in front of him to leave. I can't make that call. Brother, you sent word that the brothers of Wasing must be fed first. As you can see, so many of your own family members can't take their turn. How can you have a bite of food for the number gang? Rib boy stood up in disappointment, but still didn't give up his lobbying. That's good. In the future, if brother you encounters any solid hard work, he can always come to Kun Tong to find a number to help big only Sam. They're really fair prices. Okay. I'll tell you. At this moment, He Yaozong was sitting in the finance company's office with his eyes closed. The hustle and bustle downstairs didn't affect his thoughts in the least. One of the stress tests he was running on the system. Sure enough, the system gave a risk alert as soon as the people downstairs had gathered 100 borrowed troop slots. When the borrowing quota reached 200, the system informed that the overspent quota was no longer available for rebates. That is to say, according to the system's judgment, borrowing 100 soldiers was already enough for him to completely set up the smoke shovelers' music in Temple Street. He Yaozong didn't feel too much surprise, and there was no excuse for the system to give to limitations. If it was really possible to borrow soldiers without any limitations, and he quoted a sky-high price and dragged the whole of Hong Kong Island's cooks to Temple Street every day to skate around, then the system's current function might not have a need to exist. Temple Street, Windsor nightclub. Smoke shoveler Lou, who wore a 2x8 side parting, was standing under one of the rooftop canopies with his hands behind his back, staring at blind Fai, who had already been beaten into unconsciousness. Firecracker, it's easy to invite the gods. You beat him up like this, figure out how to fix this thing yourself. Firebolt, who was mortared behind Smoke Shoveler, craned his neck. Big brother, I say blind Fai, this puffer is so hard today. How to fight can't be good. It turns out that someone from Lianshang is backing him up, but I just can't figure out how someone could take him in as a finesse man even for a scrapper like him. Smoke Shoveler rolled his eyelids and coldly swept a glance at Firecracker. Don't change the subject. It's now rumored all over the streets outside that flyboy named Ho Yu Chung has borrowed troops and will be coming to trouble us soon. It's not easy for me to look after these few venues in Temple Street. You'd better not make things difficult for me. Smoke Shoveler dropped the sentence, and then he stopped bothering with Firecracker anymore, leaving the rooftop with his back hand behind his back. Pick! Firecracker flew up and kicked the nearby awning, his face gradually twisting as he shouted towards Smoke Shoveler's back. Fear him and United Shang, scared to death. Who doesn't know that the parishes in the 9 districts of Wasing have one heart and one mouth? They don't get along. Only the Smoke Shoveler was unheard of. Walking downstairs, having no choice but to crouch down, Firebolt reached down and slapped blind Fai's cheek. Wake up, Pouncer. You'd better not play dead and make me feel bad about throwing you off the building first tonight too. Smoke Shoveler came to the bar of the nightclub and found Awa still sitting there, intently looking at an entertainment magazine. Smoke Shoveler stepped forward and handed over a cigarette. Big brother Hua, not hanging out in the Jingyi society, is sharper than ever. It's a big tan when hundreds of people say they're pulling out. Ava put down her magazine and waved her hand to knock the cigarette out of Smoke Shoveler's hand. No smoking. I'm afraid you're mixing less in it. Being refuted. Smoke Shoveler could only give a sarcastic laugh. Must you cross me? Just so you're clear, it's not me who's having a problem with you right now. You kidnapped blind Fai without asking for a reason, and you refused to let me see him until now. How can I go back and explain? Smoke Shoveler gave Ava a dank look. In that case, I'll bring blind Fai out to you right away, plus $10,000 for the tonic. You go back and greet He Yaozong. Let Fiery Fire go to toast the tea or let me apologize. There's no need to make such a big fuss. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack and uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. I pick. Awa couldn't help but laugh out loud. 200 people have been pulled out of the hall, and you want to get rid of them for $10,000? Smoke Shoveler, are you out of your mind? So it must be my death? Smoke Shovel music tone steeply increased. For a moment, guarded in the nightclub of a group of horsemen Wu Yang a moment surrounded. Each face is not good. sizing up Ahwa. The smile at the corner of Ahwa's mouth faded as well. He slowly reached his hand to his back waist and fished out a clanking dagger, plunging it directly into the leather couch behind him. Goody, just when I couldn't find an excuse to practice you. The corners of Smoke Shoveler's mouth twitched violently and his brows furrowed. He waved his hand to signal the horsemen surrounding him to retreat, while then coldly opened his mouth. I had nothing to do with the fact that Firebolt started the whole thing. Sham Shui Pa. Pick up the good luck Mahjong house. Ryukin is still going about his regular retirement life, rubbing a handful of Mahjong together. Ring, ring, ring. The phone rang, and Lonergan, unimpressed, rubbed his cards together with one hand and reached out with the other, taking out the phone and pressing the answer button. The remaining 3 poker players immediately stopped what they were doing and didn't make more than a little noise. Side by side? Ryukin, what's doing? An old and nasal voice came out of the receiver. The one who called Lunkin was none other than Lian Shang's Taishang, the de facto head of the parish in the 9 districts, and the uncle who sits at the head of the Senate, Deng Wei. Lonergan immediately stopped rubbing the cards in his hands and held the phone steady. Oh, it's Will. I'm playing a few rounds of humane mahjong with someone. What's the matter with me? Lung Can, I heard that you have taken in a fine man named Ho Yu Chung, and some time ago, you even caused Big B from Hung Hing to come to your door and drink a cup of $2 million of Wutao tea. Is there any such thing? Yes, but I didn't pry much into the junior's business. What's wrong, Wei? Nothing. I won't ask about that matter for now. I'll just ask you one thing. This time, Ho Yuchung is waving the flag and blowing the whistle in your hall, and he is taking people to Temple Street to bask in the horses. Do you know it or not? I know. Lonergan was unimpressed. As far as he was concerned, that large number of people were pulled from his own parish. As a rule, the bigwigs who have collected the money have to submit their tea money to themselves as usual. Ho Yuchung spends his own money to do his own thing, and he gets paid for lying down. Besides, this loser was just taking this opportunity to go to Temple Street to make a name for himself, so he didn't need to worry so much. But Dunaway clearly didn't agree with that. Lanjen, you're an old bone, soon to be 60 years old. How can you do things without any lightness? Hundreds of people pulling out to sun their horses, and Superintendent O'Keefe's calls are coming my way. If anything happens, can you afford it? It's just a little fourth boy tearing up the house. The consequences aren't that bad, are they? You know whether it's heavy or not. Anyway, I don't care for this kind of troublemaker. It's only been a couple of days and he's already making noise. If he gets into trouble, we won't be able to protect him. With that, Fat Deng hung up the phone. Dragon Root In and Lian Shang, size is also a ranked uncle generation. No reason to be Fat Deng Emil. The heart is inevitably upset. He dropped the phone onto Sparrow's desk, a curse escaping his lips. Don't sit in that position if you don't clock it. Serves you right for being betrayed by your beloved and losing the territory of Tsim Sha Sui back then. When he looked up again, he found a circle of neighbors around him who had accompanied him to play poker, all looking at him in disbelief. Uncle, still, playing or not? Ryukin looked down at his deck of cards that was so bad that it was a plague, and was in an even worse mood at the moment. Solely pushing down the repaired Great Wall, he got up in a huff and greeted his follower, the fine man, and left the mahjong parlor. End of chapter. Chapter 32. Whoever is close to you is in a state of decline from the beginning to the end. April 6, 2025. Temple Street. Fong Wing Ki's beef stove. Fine Wei opened a bottle of beer for He Yaozong, then giggled and accompanied him to sit aside. This sidestepper is located just opposite the Windsor nightclub, and at this time, you can see in Lian Shang's horsemen forming a long line across the street, entering the inside of the nightclub one after another. For the tanning horse splitting friend thing, He Yaozong didn't want to charge ahead. On the one hand, he didn't want to dirty his new Zegna suit if a fight broke out. On the other hand, if the Oki police officers come in to get him, who will pay the bail for these kooks if he is taken away? Squeak! A cab stopped at the entrance of the nightclub, followed by an obese middle-aged man stumbled out of the car, paid the fare. The driver who held the car was also frightened by the Sun Horse's battle, did not dare to stay for a moment more, a foot of the gas pedal and drove away from the scene. Fine Wei refilled Ho Yuchung's wine. Brother Yu, the messenger from O Memory is here. He Yaozong nodded. Recognize. By now his eyes had been drawn to the obese body. This man is Fatty Shah, the sergeant of Oki, who is in charge of the order in the Temple Street area. Few of the gangsters who are always looking for money in the Yao Tsim district do not recognize him. Only Fat Shah looked a little worse for wear now. His face was bruised, he walked with a limp, and he had an even more embarrassed and uneasy look on his face. What caught Ho Yuchung's attention even more was that ever since the guy got out of the car, his hand had been poking into the gun pouch at his waist, pulling down the hem of his shirt from time to time in an attempt to cover up the gun belt, obviously hiding something. The guy lost his gun. In an instant, He Yaozong made this judgment. Fine Wei, what a pleasure. I his mother. Do you know what I just saw on Saigon Street? Fat Sandy the Puffer, actually being. A majestic voice came in, interrupting He Yaozong's thoughts. Fine Wei followed suit and looked up to find Xiao Zhouwei with a few of his brethren, walking towards Feng Rongji's place. Xiu Chao Wai, I told you to come here for a tanning session. What are you up to? Don't just stand there. Say hello to brother you. Fine Wei frantically scowled towards Xiao Zhouwei, who froze for a moment and looked towards He Yaozong. However, he reacted quickly and hurriedly squeezed out a naive smile and nodded his head towards He Yaozong. Hello brother you. It's not that I'm being slick, it's just that the smoke shoveler's field can't stand any more people. His mother, I can't even squeeze in. But don't worry, Yao. Once the fight starts, our brothers will definitely rush to the front, Xiao Zhouwei said, while lifting up the hem of his shirt. He actually carried an oily black boning knife in his pants. I just don't know if it's sharp or not, and I'm not afraid to walk a little bit carelessly and cut off my own balls. He Yaozong smiled. Since you're Fine Wei's friend, let's sit down together and drink a few cups first? Dare not. Dare not. How can we still have the honor to sit down and eat Brother Yao's wine when we take his money? It's not in the way. Just keep me company for a few moments. Just now I heard you talk about Fatty Sandy on Saigon Street, as if he had encountered something? That's right. As soon as blowing water was involved, Tidewater came to life instantly. He grumpily moved a chair to sit down and opened his mouth. Just now I was about to bring my brothers here when I happened to see Fatty Sand chasing a couple of estate flyboys. After chasing him to an alley, within a few minutes, he saw Fatty Sand running out with a face full of injuries, obviously beaten up by these estate boys. Or these hairless flyboys are sharp. They even dare to beat up Oki's errand boys. The latter are fearful. After listening to Chiu Chao Wai's elaboration, Ho Yu-chung was roughly certain that Fatty Sandy had really lost his gun. Without giving it too much thought, he directly beckoned for Fine Wei to come over and whispered a few words in his ear. When he finished speaking, Fine Wei was astonished. No way you, just based on a few body movements from Fat Sand, you can be sure. Shut up, just go about your business and keep your mouth shut. Yes. Fine Wei nodded in a hurry, then got up and looked at Xiao Zhouwei. Let's go. There'll be no food if we hit the sidewalk. Go with me to run some errands. Late night snacks are on me. After getting out of the car after the Fat Sand, shocked to stand on the side of the road gasping for breath, he received a phone call, learned that the Temple Street side of the Sun to the Horse, this time to do something, but instead of calling for backup at the first opportunity, he sat down on one of the public chairs by the side of the road, shivering as he fumbled for a cigarette and lit it, as if trying to calm his chaotic mood. Oki has their own set of rules for dealing with kooks. Drip. A Toyota pulled up behind Fat Sand just as he was distracted, and Chung honked his horn. You old mother. The sudden honking of the horn startled Fat Sand and set him on fire. He bit down on his cigarette and got up, about to check out which one of the ungrateful teasers had teased him, only to have his fire dissipate into nothingness upon seeing the person who had gotten out of the car. At the same time, his right hand reflexively pulled the bottom of the hem of his shirt. The intention to cover up was self-evident. The visitor is Chung Chungbong, a senior inspector of the West Kowloon Crime Unit, an old codger who eats the past and does things in a dull way. Zhang sir, what big case are you working on again? Not getting off work this late. Glancing at Zhang Chongbong's ID hanging on his chest, Fat Shah turned his back and resumed his seat, seemingly not wanting to deal with him. During this time Zhang Chongbang did not know what case he had his eyes on, and came to Temple Street every 3 days to find trouble with the Jingyi Society. Ask him what and he won't say more. In the face of Fatty Sand's cold face, Zhang Chongbang was unimpressed. He sat down next to Fatty Sand and looked at the bustling cooks at the entrance of Windsor nightclub. Shah sir, this group of cooks are tanning their horses, and you, the head of the anti-triad unit, are just sitting here and watching? For Zhang Chongbang's behavior as a dog with a rat, Fat Shah was even more upset, but after all, he was a fellow soldier, so he patiently explained. Zhang sir, our Omark handling cases is not the same as your criminal division. You guys in the criminal division never arrest more than a handful of people, but there are hundreds of thousands of kooks all over Hong Kong Island who are making tremors in all corners of Hong Kong Island every day. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack and uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. If they were all arrested, I'm afraid the Chief Secretary would have to allocate funds to build a few more prisons on Hong Kong Island to make it work. Then you can't just sit here. What? And watch them fight and disturb the peace? Fatty Sand was simply laughed at. Why is it bad? They start the fight and we watch the show. When they're done fighting, we'll get back to work and do something. This bunch of pouncers, as long as they don't jeopardize the safety of the general public, I can't wait for them to kill a few more so that we're even more spared, said Fat Shah was obviously impatient. Not waiting for Zhang Chongbang to open his mouth, he directly disliked back. Zhang sir, this seems to have nothing to do with you. What are you doing over here? You're not looking for me to blow off steam, are you? Zhang Chongbang couldn't help but smile awkwardly. It's not much, it's just that case we were eyeing a while back that's coming to a head now. I came over here still looking for that old acquaintance, and it would be better if Shah Sir could cooperate. Fatty Sandy refused without even thinking about it. Sorry, I'm not in the mood today for a while. Zhang Chongbang smiled and shook his head, giving Fat Shah a meaningful look. Shah Sir, what happened to the wound on the face? I wasn't paying attention when I was walking and accidentally stepped on a plantain and fell. That's not right, is it? Wrestling can lose your gun? When these words came out, Fat San's face changed horrifically. He hurriedly subconsciously covered his gun pouch. Zhang Sir, I don't even know what you're talking about. Zhang Chongbang collected his smile and stood in front of Fat Shah with a serious face. Shah Sir, our criminal people are different from your keepers. The best thing we can do is to observe the words. From the first moment I got out of the car and saw you just now, your right hand kept covering up on the gun pouch. Do you know that a police officer who loses his gun is liable to be stripped and suspended? And if you shoot someone with your gun, you'll be held legally responsible. Fat Shah was startled and hurriedly looked around for a few moments, then pressed Zhang Chongbang to sit firmly. Zhang Sir have something to say. I also just had a small accident. No need to make it so serious. If there's anything, we can sit down and talk about it slowly. Just give me some time. Zhang Chongbang didn't appreciate it. Wake up Shah Sir. According to police orders, police officers who lose their guns must report to their superiors at the first opportunity. If I hide it for you, I'll be labeled by the disciplinary department for not reporting it, and I can't afford to do that. I was supposed to come here tonight to find someone, but I think I have more important things to do right now. Fat San's face became even more ugly. If I don't say anything, who knows what you know? You give me some time, the gun will come back. That's none of my business. All I know is that police officers have to have absolute reverence for the ordinance. You. Fat San was so exasperated that he was speechless and broke his defense instantly. Pound Sir, I haven't helped you much in the Oil Point District generation during this time for that case of yours. At the end of the day, you're going to bite me back, and be avenging me for what I've done. Zhang Chongbang turned his face away. Public is public, private is private. You can't discuss them together. Fatty San had already been exasperated, so he didn't care at that moment and pointed at Zhang Chongbang's nose and cursed. Asterisk 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 your old mother's one and the same. You Zhang Chongbang is a Taobad family tired neighborhood goods. Last year, it was also because of you that you sent a couple of your most trusted mentors to the prison barn. I should have stayed away from you long ago. Whoever gets close to you is in trouble from beginning to end. Ladies and gentlemen, during the period of the new book cannot burst more, but my little brother update more are nearly 3,000 words of big chapter. Try to write a little more every day. Please don't feed the book, and if you have any extra monthly recommendations, please arrange it. The new book period is very much in need of catching up on reading and monthly votes and all that stuff. Otherwise the book has no resources and can easily be raised to death. End of chapter. Chapter 33, this is buying a horse's bone for 1,000 pieces of gold. April 6, 2025. Being poked and prodded in an embarrassing way, Zhang Chongbang couldn't help but scream out as well. What are you talking about? That's AO and the others killed someone themselves. Don't be responsible for killing someone. Fat Shah was already in a broken mindset at this point and snorted coldly. You'd rather help a thief with a bad record than your brothers who spend their days charging into battle to maintain order on Hong Kong Island. You think you're high and mighty, but to me you're nothing but a pretentious mudblood. Zhang Chongbang was speechless and only gave a shallow laugh. Say what you will, but it is still true that police officers must maintain the reverence for disciplinary orders that they deserve. It's for your own good. I'm reporting you for losing your gun. Whatever. Go ahead and break the news if you want to, and go ahead and find someone if you want to. Hundreds of cooks here. Marvelous that you took them all back to the police station. Not far away, a group of cooks were congregating at the entrance of a nightclub, while on this side there were two errant men quarreling, which constituted an eclectic landscape. Zhang Chongbang plucked out a glance at Fat Shah, then turned around and pulled open the car door, taking out his pager again as he started the vehicle. PC 4211 to the main desk. Transfer me to the Oil Point District Inspectorate. At this time, the lobby of the Windsor nightclub had long been overcrowded. Ava sat on the edge of the bar and looked coldly at the coy smoke shoveler in front of her. Back in the Jingy Society he had zapped the red stick Big Bottom, but the only fine man who had followed his lead was the Crow Fly. Pulling nearly 200 ponies out on the street at once was the first time in his life. I have to say, it was an excellent feeling. With a clamor from the crowd, Blind FAI was dragged over on a frame. Smoke Shovel signaled his stud to put the man on the couch, then came over to Awa. Big Brother Hua. The man was beaten by Firecracker. I've handed it over as well. If you want to negotiate any terms, just ask. You don't need to bring such brothers to step on my field. Awa pulled a cigarette from the pack and lit it, glancing at the semi-conscious blind FAI. Brother, you sent word that if blind FAI is intact, then you'll pay $100,000 or $80,000 for the tonic, and the matter will be settled. If blind FAI hurts a hair on his head, this matter will have to be discussed. He then took a sip of his cigarette, a thick puff of smoke blowing in Smoke Shoveler's face, and Skadden shook his head. Now that blind FAI has been beaten by you guys to such a hellish state, I'm only afraid that it will be difficult to let this matter rest. So what do you guys want? Simple. Temple Street. This place is mixed. You Smoke Shovel music also do not have a word backing. Jom can look at this side of a dozen venues. Brother Yao is worried that you cannot grasp. So, in the future by you cover those fields, it will be handed over to us and Lian Shang to look at. This nightclub is your own. You Bell want to continue the business there is no problem. But in the field to start the work of the friends of the girls, all have to be replaced with our people. Smoke Shovel sniffed, and was instantly enlightened. The people from Wasing are simply here to find trouble. Otherwise why would they make such a big fuss just to fish for blind FAI, a street fighting boy? Taking a breath, Smoke Shoveler remained patient, trying to make a final struggle. Big Brother Hua, Temple Street, these several venues, all because of my goods demolition of good, those Big Brother rewarded, handed over to me to see. You're going to take it all away with one word. I'm just afraid I won't be able to explain it to those bigwigs. That's your business, not mine. All I know is that if you shake your head, your life is gone tonight. Don't be too bullying. If you do this, you are going to smash the rice bowls of my group of brothers. I'm only afraid that if I agree, these brothers of mine won't either. Even a clayman has 3 points of fire. Smoke Shoveler Lu was forced to be anxious, and immediately also an ahua top. Ava raised an eyebrow and jumped off the bar. He removed the cigarette from his mouth, took a step closer to Smoke Shoveler, and coldly reached out, pressing the cigarette out directly into Smoke Shoveler's face, pouncing. It's just bullying. Dare to call my bluff and compare whether you have more brothers than I do. With a scream from Smoke Shoveler, the arena erupted into commotion. Some of the ruffians from Wasing had already drawn the machete they were holding in their arms, skimmed off the newspaper on it, and were just waiting for Awa to say something. So they were going to chop people. Smoke Shoveler managed to take a few steps back, a hot, raw pain coming from his face. This pain stimulated his brain also woke up, seeing the atmosphere is not right, hurriedly raised his hands high, signaling his horsemen not to act rashly. Just as this scene in a dozen horses has long been scared and a group of quail, no one dares to stand out as a head, honestly not. Big Brother Hua is so bold, it's rare for you to turn over a new leaf. I'll admit it today, said Smoke Shoveler. Covered his burned face and carefully walked over to Awa and whispered, the field is all yours to look after, and as of tonight, I'm leaving Temple Street. There is no uneducated person who can be a housebreaker in Temple Street. He usually had small fights with the minor characters of those societies, but asked himself that he was not qualified to go against and unite a whole hall. It's not like he can't afford to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on borrowing soldiers and tanning horses, but to say 1,000 words, he does not have the word behind him to support. Spend more money, but also just make a bad joke. Ava laughed and patted Smoke Shoveler on the shoulder. I count on your good sense. Your life is finally saved. So can you take in Yuna's and brother away now? What's the rush? This isn't over yet. Awa pushed aside Smoke Shoveler Lu, who was in his way, and reached out to point at Firebolt, who was hiding in the crowd. Is it blind FAI that this puffer is embarrassing? Smoke Shovel looked back at Firecracker and saw that Firecracker's face was ashen and he shook his head slightly towards himself. Ava didn't wait for Smoke Shoveler to reply. I'm taking this loser with me, and if you agree, today's business will be completely settled. Brother Hua, you don't have to kill them all. Do you? Give us a way out. So that's a no? Awa faced Smoke Shovel and whirled around, extending his right hand to beckon to Uffley, who was standing by. Uffley understood, and instantly handed the machete he was holding into Awa's hands. Smoke Shoveler rolled the knots of his throat up and down for a moment before finally stifling a word. Yes, Smoke Shovel, you puffer. If you don't help me, I'm not going to be able to follow you anymore. Before I die, I'm going to kill you. As soon as Smoke Shoveler's words left his mouth, Firecracker shouted in a nervous manner. He jumped out of the crowd and was about to rummage under the bar table for a machete. However, the Liansheng ponies who surrounded that side were quick on their feet and swarmed over, then pressed Firecracker to the ground. A flurry of punches and kicks ensued, and in less than a few breaths, Firebolt was knocked unconscious. Awa didn't bother with Smoke Shoveler Lu anymore. He greeted the people to carry Firecracker out the door while arranging for Uffley to carry Blind FAI, who was lying on the sofa. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. In a short time, the entire Temple Street will see the crowds of cooks through the street, surrounded by a group of people. The crow flies carrying Blind FAI into the opposite side of the Fong Ling Key hit the side of the stove. Brother you, it looks like he's hurt pretty bad. Should we call a car to take him to the medical center first? When Uffley put Blind FAI down, he asked towards Ho Yu-chung, who was sitting in the doorway. Why ask if you know? Go get the car. Only Blind FAI opened his eyes slightly, his lips mumbled, and reached out to probe He Yaozong as if he wanted to say something. Ho Yu-chung rushed forward. His mouth is peeling. Uffley, go feed him some hot water. A little less than 2 spoons of water were fed into Blind FAI's mouth, and Blind FAI coughed softly, then reached for his coat pocket. A moment later, he took a watch out of his pocket with a bloodstained hand and shakily handed it to He Yaozong. It was a shame that the case had shattered and had black and red bloodstains strewn across it. You brother, shall we bought it for you as a thank you? It's just a shame, can't invoice. As soon as He Yaozong took the watch from Blind FAI, he assisted Blind FAI and held his withered palm tightly. Pound sir, what kind of a fine man gives a big man a watch? When you get better, I'll go buy you one with an invoice. The breathless Blind FAI let out a shallow smile and wanted to say something else, but he saw He Yaozong shaking his head slightly, signaling him to stop talking. At this time the street lamps of Temple Street have all been lit up. Fat San leaning under a lamppost, smoking one cigarette after another. Good luck getting the kooks to do anything, but his mood wasn't going to get any better. Only when the crowds with unison had dispersed in turn on the streets did Fat San raise his hand and glance at his watch. It's already 5 minutes past 7 in the evening. The matter of losing the gun was stirred up by Zhang Chongbang, and he didn't know what disposition he would face next. The best outcome would be a transfer to the Silver Band to play the trumpet, and the worst outcome would be being stripped of this police skin, with the possibility of going to jail for it. Either outcome was unacceptable to him. Shah sir, thank you for not troubling us this time. Under the streetlight, He Yaozong came over to Fat Shah's side and handed him a cigarette. Fatty Sandy thought about it, but he caught the cigarette. The Oil Point district is really a place of dragons and tigers, and every year there are fine men who chip in and come out on top. But don't worry, I'm afraid I won't have a chance to deal with you in the future. What's the word, Shah sir? We follow the law and never make a name for ourselves to make things difficult for the police force. I'll have to trouble Shah sir for more care in the future, He Yaozong said and shoved an object into Fatty San's hand. Fatty San fixed his eyes on it, and immediately felt the blood in his chi surging and going straight to his brain. It was a .38 pistol. A closer look at the gun's number confirmed that it was the right one. Ho Yu-chung also lit a red wand for himself. The group of flyboys in Saigon Street are so unruly that they dare to move on Shah Sir's head. I found something like this next to the dumpster, and more than anything, my brother taught them well how to behave. Please trouble Shah Sir to calm down. Today's report help us to write a better look. Well, if all the backwoods boys in the Oil Point district were like you, the world would be at peace. Young man, if you're not a grouch, I'd want to burn yellow paper and worship my brother with you now. He Yaozong just smiled and waved his hand to leave, leaving Fat Shah with a dashing back. Just as Fat San was overjoyed, the pager hanging on his waist suddenly zipped, followed by an old voice coming out from inside. Fatty, what are you doing? Just now, someone from the Ministry of Supervision called me and said that Zhang Chongbang from the Criminal Division broke the news that you lost your sidearm? What the hell is going on? Fat Sandy cupped his .38 to his mouth and kissed it, then grabbed the gun with one hand, took out his pager and pressed the paging button. Zhang sir, I don't even know what that Zhang Chongbang is babbling about. He did say that he saw you with a swollen nose and no sidearm in your gunny sack. You believe what he says? Can't I shoot birds with a gun tucked in my pants? What are you doing with a gun in your pants for a good reason? Nothing. I saw Zhang Chongbang this puffer diaphragm, afraid that I cannot help but pull out a gun and kill him. There was a half-dozen moments of silence on the pager, then a dry cough from the Fat Sandman. Fat Shah, don't talk about such things in here. Since it's fine, I'll react to the Ministry of Supervision. What? I'm going to react to the monitoring department and sue Zhang Chongbang, this puffer, for slander. Thanks for all the votes. It feels great to have a big brother covering me. End of chapter. Chapter 34. One can be shameless, but not too shameless. April 6, 2025. The following morning, Ho Yu-chung woke up early, but his mind was still calculating last night's rebate. Last night waving the flag and Sunshine Horse, before and after for him to bring $600,000 of profit, but also in the parish, for himself to save a lot of word of mouth. Now everyone outside praises him for his love and righteousness, and having made a fortune, he has not forgotten his brothers in the hall. Duck duck duck. Side 1, it's me. The person who came to deliver breakfast to Ho Yu-chung today was Fine Wei. Opening the door, Thinwell placed a pile of breakfast on the dining table in his room: shrimp dumplings, intestinal noodles, siu mai, dunked soup dumplings, and your favorite, pork liver congee. You, eat while it's hot. He Yaozong sat down, looked at the piles of breakfast on the table, and waved toward Fine Wei. You come over and join us for some. Yes. He Yaozong tore open a pair of chopsticks, then spoke along with the conversation. How is blind Fai now? It's okay, I sent him to the hospital. A small concussion, a few days of water, rest and recuperation will be fine. Fine Wei replied somewhat sheepishly. After all, He Yaozong was in the middle of a big fight against blind Fai when he befriended him. Well, He Yaozong just nodded and then asked, where's the fire? It's done. Pulled him out to sea late last night. I guess he'd have been chewed to the bone by the fish and shrimp at Shark Dim some place by now. Have Awa and the others taken over the Temple Street side of the venue yet? A hint of envy flashed in Fine Wei's eyes. Early to take over. Last night Ahua arranged for Big Head to come over later and start work with Awa and the others. His 3 years in the prison barn have squatted the man silly, so let Awa take chi a bit more and get used to life outside as soon as possible. Ho Yucheng opened a box of still steaming intestinal noodles, picked it up and took a bite, and then he opened his mouth to ask, you don't have to be envious, Awa is over there looking at the field. It's not as good a job as you think. Smoke shoveling music is instead of those demolition of the family in the Temple Street area of the bulk goods. The future of those demolition of the family's goods in the Temple Street cannot be dispersed. Sooner or later we'll go to his trouble. In your place, you may not be able to hold it. Fine Wei nodded. I know. Big Brother Hua is after all a person who has zapped the bottom of a big job. He has seen a lot of things. It's not something that a number collecting guy like us can compare to. It's good to know that you need to eat your food one bite at a time and take the road one step at a time. Fine Wei, call Ah Hua over for me later. I have something to explain to him face to face. Fine Weather couldn't help but stare, then replied with difficulty. Brother you, I'm afraid Big Brother Hua won't be able to come over to see you until noon. Spot the solution? In the morning he went over to Temple Street to clear the area, and was taken in for questioning by the errand boys from the criminal division. The crowflies knew you were sleeping and asked me to pass on a message that I hadn't gotten around to telling you. He Yaozong swallowed the food in his mouth and contemplated for a moment. Spinning around, he laughed. No more chit-chat, eat your meal first. After having morning tea, He Yaozong went to the tea house to scrutinize the accounts. In recent times he had made the accounts of the finance company very eye-pleasing, and some of the bad debts that really had no reason to be there were left to the Fine Wei and the others to collect. And those who have a complex chain of debt, the bank cannot be helped, but the debtor of the debtor has a physical industry collateral. He is regarded as an excellent cooperation object. These people's information was organized by him and put in a pile. Even if the system freezes itself with this simple and crude cashback loophole, he can still pay a premium to acquire these physical mortgages in the future while preserving his capital. No matter how you do the math, you won't lose money. It's just that it's so good to have this kind of bad debt contract in the hands of the bank that it barely leaks a drop of oil. Ring, ring, ring. Just as He Yaozong finished organizing his materials, the handheld phone rang at just the right time. Press the answer button. Hey, side 1, AO. Have you had your morning tea yet? The call was from Lonergan. Good morning, uncle. Just finished eating. It doesn't matter if you finish eating, you come to my place on this side of Xinhua Street now. We and the leader of Lianshan want to meet you. Okay, I'll be right over. Hanging up the phone, He Yaozong couldn't help but frown as a bad thought flooded his heart. He does have too much wind in his sails these days and is making a lot of noise in the oil point area. It was reasonable to expect that the head of the society would want to meet himself, but it's not too much of a stretch to say it's a stooge when it comes to blowing chickens with the current leader of Unison. With a fat dun pressed on top not to mention, this faucet was only chosen with the support of Big D paying for it. Perhaps Fatty Dang sees him as pitiful, and specially rushes to leave a chair for him in the Senate before Blow Chicken retires, and incidentally sells Blow Chicken a favor and consolidates Fatty Dang's position in the Senate. Just such an egg-scattered words of authority. Plainly in the association have something to ask after the Fat Dang, but also to ask the Big D once. Suddenly coming to Shamshu Weipa to look for himself, he was designated to be entrusted by someone. Just for what reason he had come to find himself, He Yaozong did not know. Around 10 a.m., the high sun was beating down on my scalp, just enough to give life a hint of warmth. Ho Yucheng arrived at the entrance of Lung Can's independent house, and led by his follower, the horseman, he entered the independent house's fairly spacious living room. An old man with a full head of white hair and a slightly chubby figure was accompanying Long Route to chat there. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. Without much thought, this person is the nominal leader of the 9 district stalkers Blow Chicken. Uncle, Dragon head. As He Yaozong finished asking the Marquis, Long Zhen immediately laughed and got up to wave at He Yaozong. Ayo, come on, the tea is warmed just right. Thanks, uncle. After drinking the tea and sitting down under Ryuken's greeting, He Yaozong looked directly at Blow Chicken. When I heard that the dragon head was looking for me, I hoofed it this way, not knowing what the dragon head had to say. Blow Chicken sized up He Yaozong for a few moments and couldn't help but praise him. Good scion, born with a good face and thoughtful. Lan Zhen, you are truly blessed to receive such a protege. Ryuken just smiled and sipped his tea, signaling Blow Chicken to ask questions. With Lonergan's permission, Blow Chicken moistened his voice. You. I heard that you waved the flag and blew the whistle in Temple Street last night under the signboard of Wu Lianshang and took over 14 venues in one go? Sure enough, it happened for a reason. He Yaozong did not move and nodded his head in reply. That's right, 2 nightclubs, 2 clock hotels, 5 triple warmers, and mid-size 5 bars, large and small, for a cumulative total of 14 venues. Can you see so many fields? Dragon Head has taken the trouble. I'll leave the field to my brothers in the hall. Surely I can see to it. Blow Chicken subconsciously looked at Long Root, but saw that Long Root was still there, drinking tea, and was much more relieved. So after a pause, he continued to speak. You are young and talented. You have just passed the grade to Wen Sang and you have made a new territory for the society in Temple Street. In reason, I should be in the book of credit for you, and when the end of the year to read the credit, perhaps you can tie up the bottom of the job for you. But after all, you're shallow and inexperienced. In my opinion, why don't you even out some of these venues and hand them over to the other departments of the society to take care of? It would be good to take care of each other, or for you to completely establish yourself in Temple Street. The smile on Yi Yaozong's face did not change as he glanced at Blow Chicken. Dragon Head, I wonder which hall is it that wants to even out a portion of the field from Uncle Jordan's Lock. He's small, and his place is close to Temple Street. If anything happens, the brothers in the hall can also back up immediately. You combine your fortunes, and the society can follow suit. He Yaozong twisted his head to look at Lanzhen and realized that Lanzhen had already set his teacup down, his eyelids drooping, obviously very offended by the coquettishness of blowing chickens. This coincides with Ho Yuchung's idea that money is spent and people are paid. How come the peach pickers smelled it and came over here when the territory was down? Is there still a king's law? Dragon Head, don't be offended. I want to know about this proposal. Is it your idea or Le Xiao's? Lu has always been kind and brotherly in the club. Of course it's the club's intention. Then would you please tell me which territories Le Xiao wants to take away? When He Yaozong asked about this, even Blow Chicken couldn't help but blush in his old face. Coughing dryly, he managed to answer stiffly. I discussed it with Uncle Tang last night. You're still young after all, and you still lack experience in many things. If you can, the 2 clock hotels on Temple Street, plus the 2 bars are yours to take care of. The rest of the field was taken over by Locke, and he brought his men over to start work this afternoon. If you don't have a problem with that, then it's a deal. At this point Ryuken knew he couldn't play it cool anymore. It was his turn to come out and say a few words. 14 venues in Temple Street are left to 4 in Shamshuepa, and heck, they are the 4 with the least amount of oil? Needless to think, it is clear that it is the meaning of the fat dang. He Blow Chicken has not had the courage to dare to say these words in front of himself. End of chapter. Chapter 35, A Word to Fat Dang, April 6, 2025. Blow Chicken, why don't you let Locke take all of these venues? He has a big appetite. He must have wanted to plant a flag in Temple Street for a long time, right? Why don't we, as uncles, fulfill him and see how many days he can last in Temple Street? Facing Long Gunzin and Yam, Blow Chicken's aura was instantly dwarfed. Ryujin, you can't say that. After all, Le Xiao's territory is close to Jordan, so it's really better to take care of the Temple Street side of the business. Pouncing, then his Jordan's territory isn't far from mine. Why don't you go and talk to him, and leave Jordan's business to me from now on? 2. How's that? Lun Kan is a person who doesn't like to suffer, and although Shamshuepa has been depleted of talent over the years, it's good that he, who is a grandfather, is strong enough to dare to fight. That's what steadily solidified his voice in the Senate. Seeing Lung Kun's fire, how can a gold-plated pensioner like Blow Chicken dare to go to the top with him? Unable to do anything about it, Blow Chicken had to lower his stance and lift up Dunwell. Lungeon, the matter was explained by Wei, and I was only responsible for passing on a message. If you really don't clock it, then talk to Will yourself. There's no use getting mad at me. Dunwell told you to go eat, so are you eating it? Ryuken finished glaring at Blow Chicken and then looked at He Yaozong. Pointing at He Yaozong, he said, relying on the identity of the person in charge to make things difficult for a person who is a minor. If you don't feel ashamed when it is rumored, I will feel ashamed. Today, I might as well make it clear that I asked him to plant the flag in Temple Street. You, a small person in the 49th district, is not in a position to decide to whom those sites should be handed over. You can truthfully tell Dengwei that if you want to give Alak a turf, tell him to come and talk to me himself. He Yaozong couldn't help but smile heartily. At the moment, he was looking at Long Guan. The more he looked at him, the better he looked at him. Having a big man willing to back you up will indeed reduce a lot of unnecessary trouble. Blow Chicken, who had been lectured by Ryuken's chopped head, didn't feel that there was anything wrong with that. As the most unlicensed spokesman in the history of woozing, being come on has long been a routine, and he has long been used to it anyway. So he stood up and his face became more relaxed instead. So I'll just tell Wei as you want me to? Or what are you going to tell Dunwell? You go. I'm not keeping you for lunch. After chasing away the blowing chicken, Long Gun lightly cursed the demented line, then looked at He Yaozong. Ayo, don't blame Blow Chicken. Although he's the person in charge of Wasing, he can't call the shots on a lot of things. Ho Yuchun got up to refill Lonergan's tea. Uncle needn't say, I'm a little 49 boy. How can I be qualified to blame the dragon head? Receiving the tea handed over by He Yaozong, Long Root took a sip and the fire in his heart fell slightly. He then put down his teacup and spoke. I know this person Dengwei best. For decades he has been engaging in some kind of balance of power in and with Lian Shang. Blow Chicken less than a year to hand over the stick. This time he looked at Jordan's Lin Huailu. Want to support the Alak as a spokesman? Actually reached out to my side. You have to be mentally prepared. This time the Temple Street territory. I can save a little bit for you is a little bit, but there will always be a part of it taken away. It's funny enough to say that the original purpose of the 2-year election of the Wasing spokesperson was to mobilize the community's efforts to ensure that all the halls could develop. However, the disadvantages of this approach are not small. The society is just a gathering place for a group of geeks. Everyone just wants to find a meal in their own pot. As for whether others have something to eat, what has that got to do with them? So this year this parish was elected on just in time to get the parish up and running, and as a result the sticks are going to be handed over next year. Many of the resources laid out are either wasted or misappropriated by the new talker, and the input of the previous talker is nullified. The more the various halls got involved, the more scattered they became. But on the contrary, those halls that had not been involved in the competition for the speaker were flourishing. He Yaozong nodded towards Long Gone and replied rather sincerely, Grandpa, the land was originally fought for your old man. How do you say how to distribute it? How is it my turn to tell me what to do? It wasn't that He Yaozong was trying to make Long Gun happy. The club has the rules of the club. At the moment he can't make the rules. He can only reluctantly, at least superficially abide by the rules. Temple Street, that piece of land, although he smashed money to take down, but in the final analysis, or rely on and Lian Shang's golden sign, smoke shovel music, those people will be so fast to give in. Moreover, there were many white powder dealers behind the smoke shovel lock, who relied on the smoke shovel lock to demolish goods in the Temple Street area. He had forcibly occupied the land and driven out the smoke shoveler, and sooner or later, these fishing families would come back to cause trouble for themselves. Lin Whaler was willing to come over and share the fire, and was happy to do so himself. Anyway, dough has already rung, and it's only a matter of time before it takes off later on by money power. Ryuken was only deeply relieved by Wyozo's understanding, and he let out a long sigh. Then he spoke. If you don't have anything else to do right now, just sit here and sigh tea with me. Knowing what I know about Dunwell, it won't be long before he makes a personal appearance, when the time comes, but he still has to have some face, and I believe he won't ask for anything too much in front of you. As Ryuken had expected, a grey Crown Vic pulled up in front of the independent house in less than half a bell. The horseman holding the car got out and pulled open the backseat door. Then a fat body slid out of the back seat. Round head, inches of hair, big belly, grey shirt, hanging pants, hand propped up on a lacquered wooden cane, struggling to walk. To the uninformed passerby, it is very difficult to associate this old man, who is like a ball of leather that has become a spirit, with the Wolian Shang Taishang Emperor, who claims to have 50,000 members. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. Long Gun, do you still have the Mao tip that Big Brother Quan gave you? Make me a cup. Before he even entered the door, Fatty Deng's slightly dull voice came in. Lonergan followed suit, rising and giving a snort toward the fat dun outside. There, knew you were coming and had it ready. After saying that, Long Root was about to go and pour the tea, but was stopped by He Yaozong with one hand. Uncle, I'll do it. Enter the room, sit down, and wait for He Yaozong to pass the hot tea to Fatty Deng's hands. Fatty Deng only then raised his eyelids and sized up He Yaozong for a few moments. It's a circumspect backwoods guy who's just too much of a screw-up. Lanjian, you have to train this kind of backwoods boy well, said Fat Deng. Grabbed the tea and drank the mouth, put down the teacup, re-looked at the He Yaozong. I don't have a problem with you wanting to rely on an United Wind to cover your ass, but when you enter Wasing, you have to abide by the rules of Wasing. Those fields fought down in Temple Street. Does the point solution not bell to the Society for Distribution? Lan Zhen hurriedly chimed in. Brother Wei, words can't be said like that. Ah Yao, I didn't ask you. Fatty Deng directly interrupted Long Root's words, and then inquired about He Yaozong once more. Answer me, does the point solution disagree with the distribution of the society? It must be said that although Fat Deng is in his twilight years, he is still in the aftermath of woozing. Just one look made Ryukin shut up honestly, but in the face of Fatty Deng's pressing questions, Ho Yucheng remained calm. He asked rhetorically, Uncle Tang, I'm sorry to trouble your old man with his high position and power, but he still misses me, a small 49 boy. I don't really have a problem with the club assignments, just curious about one thing. Since Mr. Locke is so fond of the Temple Street turf, and he's so close to it, why didn't he gather his men and plant a flag there earlier? Long Root sniffed, and immediately his eyes lit up, and in his heart, he praised this kid for having guts. Fatty Deng entered the house this time without asking the reason, and didn't even give Long Root a chance to open his mouth. When they came up, they questioned their hall why they did not submit to the distribution of the association, clearly preparing to use their power to oppress others and force the Shamshuipo Hall to give in. But he did not expect the young man firepower, the heart of the most held breath, actually dared to jump out directly and their own top. Good question, Ryukin, is that what you meant too? Naturally, Fat Tang could not possibly explain to a junior character like Ho Yu-chung that he was determined to prop up Lam Woi Lok, nor could he explain that it was not easy for Lam Woi Lok to hold on to his turf in Jordan, let alone go to Temple Street to plant his flag. Solely he changed the subject and aimed his spear at Lonergan. This is exactly the effect that He Yaozong wants. Himself and Fat Deng talk about the big sky is not as big as he is in the Lian Sheng a word of gold. Kicking the ball to Lonergan is a good way to maximize the guarantee that you'll benefit. End of chapter. Chapter 36 Wa, Get Big Circle to Work Across the Sea. April 6, 2025. Brother Y, you have often said that we old retired bones should care for the younger members of the society. The territory of Temple Street was smashed down by IU with money. The brothers of the hall had money to earn, and the hall expanded its power outward, while Lian Shang has the training, the love, the honor, the wealth and the glory. If I were to shake off the territory that the hall has fought for and give it away, wouldn't I be chilling the hearts of the brothers below me? Long Root knows Fat Deng a little bit. This guy has been talking about rules for decades, relying on a mouthful of rules to keep the highest power of Wu Liansheng firmly in his hands, but by relying on the rules to bind the community, in time he too will become a slave to these cliches. Sure enough, Fat Deng's eyes opened slightly and he began to slow down his tone. According to you, isn't Lu a brother to me and Liansheng? You're all making a living in the Yao Tsim Mong area, and when Ah Lok makes it, you, Lung Can, will benefit as well. Long Root understood that Fat Deng was handing steps to both sides. If he does not go along with this step down, a moment later Fatty Deng should talk to him about the rules that he set up. Ah Lok is a brother, but the 14 venues that my hall has laid down, and Ah Lok is going to take away 10 of them without a word. Isn't that a bit too much to ask? Fat Deng's eyes revealed a gleam of essence. He returned his gaze to Ho Yu-chung once more. Ayo, Lonergan gave you so many venues to take care of. Do you think you can cover them? Uncle Deng, more is better. He Yaozong didn't even think about it and directly blocked Fatty Deng's room for bargaining. Unable to do anything else, Fat Deng only nodded. Well then, since you're so sharp, why don't I simply add some more color to the mix? Glasses in Kwai Chung has been looking for me for some time now. His disciple, Ah Shan, was crippled by a group of Vietnamese boys from Nam Sang Wai, who are trying to kill Glasses and the others. Some time ago, he even threatened to kill Glasses' entire family. What about Glasses over the years? Knowing he was weak, he had been talking to him about taking the territory and joining up with Unison. This time to take this opportunity, if you Shamshu Wei Patong can help Glasses to settle this matter, simply let Glasses take and merge into your Shamshu Wei Pador. I believe that how are better than the Temple Street that 3 melons and 2 jujubes of the turf to eat. Long Gun sniffed and hurriedly grabbed the words before He Yaozong could speak. We're not a police force messenger. The Vietnamese boys in Nam Sang Wai are all outlaws. They're begging for food at sea with a spray. If you ask you to take on this business, aren't you asking him to get killed? Fatty Deng snorted coldly. Isn't he fearless? If you want to gnaw down hard bones, you need a good set of teeth. How can I trust him to stand firm on Temple Street if he doesn't show me something? Ho Yu-chung picked up the conversation. Uncle Tang, your old man's golden words, since you have explained that I, as a junior, will do the work, how can I refuse? But I look at this deal unfairly. The group of Glasses are just taking care of a container terminal in the Kwai Chung area. I know that a place like the docks eats up the money, but it's not worth going to war with a bunch of outlaws over it. Fat Deng leaned his body back slowly, picked up his tea to moisten his throat, and began his long speech. If you come out and do something only on the basis of whether it's worth it or not, what kind of rules do you need? When the ancestor of the Hong Kong sect, Tianbo Xin, sent Black Bone Yen, the incense master of the Courageous and Righteous Hall, to Hong Kong Island to clean up the Hong Kong sect's incense halls, the word Wi came into being, and the gang motto of harmony is the most precious thing and brotherhood is respectable and modesty was also set up. In the blink of an eye, almost 100 years have passed, and although the word would eventually fell apart and disintegrated into Walian Shang, Wa on Lok, Hung Xing, Shang Yi and other word piles, the rules of the Hung clan are still the basis of our foothold, though the talent of the eyeglasses lineage has withered. It is the only blood left behind by Shang Yi, and placed 100 years ago. It is a family with us in Lianshang. Now that Shang Yi is in trouble, how can we in Lianshang sit back and do nothing? He Yaozong cannot help but despise in the heart of the Fat Deng some. Just now Fat Deng also have to speak. Glasses over the years have been wanting to merge into and under the door of the United Shang. Fat Deng did not agree. Now that Glasses gang is going to be shoveled out by the Vietnamese boy out and out damned family, he knows how to take advantage of the situation and pull himself out to be this good old boy. On the sidelines, Lonergan was frantically winking at himself, signaling that he shouldn't take this business, but He Yaozong didn't give it much thought. Good. If Uncle Tang is willing to give me this chance to make a name for myself, I naturally have to grasp it before I can do so. Please trouble Uncle Deng and Glasses to say hello to them. I want to know this group of Vietnamese boys surrounded by Nam Sang. What is their origin? Fat Deng sniffed and was slightly surprised. He didn't know if the bad boy in front of him really didn't know the sky, or if he had some other plans. In short, Fatty Deng is already very upset with this junior who dared to contradict himself, and if He Yaozong is not capable, then he will only invite disaster for He Lianshang in the future. If they are capable, it will be even more troublesome. This kind of person will sooner or later grow up to become that character of Big D. When Wasing has two such fierce people, the Senate will still have the qualification to tell them what to do. But Fat Deng quickly collected himself. Good. If you can handle this matter, you can take care of Kwai Chung's territory from now on. As for the Temple Street side, I think you and Locke's men will look after half of those venues first. When you've squared things away on the Glasses side and come up with the skills to give Ale a clear look, then we'll make other arrangements. Yes, but Uncle Dun, I have a condition. Fatty Deng lazily raised his eyelids. What conditions? Temple Street, how these venues are all down to me. Le Xiao wanna come over to take over, I'm always welcome. But the venues must wait for me to finish picking them first, and then give the rest to Le Xiao. Then it's a deal. After Fat Deng finished speaking, he grabbed the already warmed tea and drank it all in one go. Then he got up on his crutches and left the living room trembling under the support of his followers' horsemen. Looking at Fatty Deng's departing back, Longgu couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. Ayo, after all these years, you're the only junior who dares to stand up to him. Uncle, I'm not topping with him. All I know is that when I was desperate, it was Uncle who gave me a roof over my head. Someone is trying to take food from Grandpa's bowl, and I, as a fine man, can't just sit back and do nothing. Ryukin shook his head and glanced at He Yaozong. Laugh? Can you laugh? Deng Wei did not have any good intentions. Nanshang Wei gang of Big Circle Boy has never had any rules, has always been carrying a gun out to do things. If we fight with them, if we shoot, we will alert the police. If we don't shoot, we will lose. You shouldn't have opened your mouth to agree. Those few venues in Temple Street, terrific to give it to Allah to do it. Uncle, you can't say that. I have a measure in my heart. I hope so. Returning to the tea house from Lun Can's place, Ho Yu Chung first sent Tiny Y over to Kwai Chung Container Terminal to invite the Glasses over, and then he took out his handheld phone and dialed Wu Fei's number, and after learning that Awa had already returned from the errand, he asked Wu Fei to pass on the message, summoning Awa to come to the tea house at once to discuss things. 10 minutes later, Awa arrived at the tea house on his motorcycle. Inside the box, both of them lit a cigarette. Then He Yaozong opened his mouth to inquire, Awa, what is the matter for which the errand man seeks you out 3 times? Awa pinched his cigarette and took a hard drag. Brother Yao, it's those things I told you last time. Those Big Circle boys didn't have time to sell their loot after robbing the gold store last time, and deposited it with their acquaintances in Diamond Hill. During this time the criminal division was putting snakes everywhere, sending people around to feel out the black market under the guise of buying gold at high prices. Those people in Diamond Hill didn't know whether they were out of their minds or what, but they actually took the stolen goods and sold them. So there were handfuls of horsemen being targeted by the errand boys. The people from the criminal division pulled me in for questioning this time because they wanted me to break the news and find out where that big circle of boys came from. Looks like you really know where that gang of big ring boys came from? I know, but I'd never be able to break the news with the poor guy. When I was just holding the car and pulling a load of fruits to the fruit bar, the criminal team couldn't convict me even if they touched any clues. Ho Yu-chung was silent for half a second, then looked up at Awa. I do remember you saying that these big circle boys are all sharp as hell. Can you find a way to get in touch? I'd like to get them across the sea to do something. End of chapter. Chapter 37. Blame me for being blind and raising 3 white-eyed wolves. April 6, 2025. At the intersection of Jordan and Gascoigne Road, Lin Huailu was carrying a bag of fresh produce, leisurely coming out of the vegetable market. Tap! A rush of footsteps caught up with him, and Lin Wailer's head horse, Azer, ran up to him. Panting, he said, Lu brother, don't shop, Uncle Deng is here. Lin Huailu was stunned. Why didn't you call me? Lu, you don't have your phone on you. Hurry back. Lin Huailu hurriedly shoved the raw food into Aze's hand, then turned around and ran all the way towards his place. And the United Shang 9 district talkers, Lin Huailu can be said to be considered the most low-profile category of people. He has been managing the stalls for so many years that more than 100 stores east of Jordan Road have to pay a monthly tea fee to his parishioners. However, no one in the neighborhood knew that Locke, who was a humble person, was the person who held the grip of Lian Shang. Returning to his residence, Lin Huailu found Fatty Deng nestled on his couch, reading a newspaper in his hand. Lin Huailu couldn't help but frown. Zay, what's the matter? Not even a cup of tea for Uncle Deng? No, I'm the one who told them not to pour the tea. Locke, come here, I'll tell you something. Fatty Deng put down the newspaper and greeted Lin Huailu over to take a seat. Okay, Uncle Deng. Even though he said so, Lin Huailu still got up to get the coffee bag on the coffee table, adjusted the coffee, blended the milk, added 2 spoons of caramel and stirred it, and carefully sent it to Fatty Deng. He knows Fatty Deng's habits like the back of his hand, even how much sugar Fatty Deng likes to add to his coffee. The first Fatty Deng took over the coffee. He sat down next to Fatty Deng again, carefully pulling the folds on his shirt for Fatty Deng, acting as if he were a filial son and a wise grandson. Fat Deng smiled and took a small sip of coffee, then spoke. Locke, what about those fields on Temple Street? I'll take care of that for you. You do a good job and try to make more out of this half year. When the time comes to blow the chicken and hand over the stick, I'll be able to speak for you in front of those old guys. Lam Locke felt a burst of joy, although there are still more than half a year before the blowing of chickens and handing over of sticks, but he has long predicted that the only rival in the next session and his rival in the struggle for the speaker is the Big D of Tsuan. Big D has a lot of people and money, and his style of behavior is overbearing and domineering. If he is guarding such a small territory in Jordan, how can he compete with them? Only by binding Fatty Deng firmly to his side could he have a glimmer of hope, but with joy in his heart, Lin Huailu still pretended to be modest and said, Uncle Deng, it's better to forget about it. It's not worth it to offend Uncle Longjin over this. What the hell is wrong with you? I took care of things for you. If Lungkin wants to blame, let him blame me. These years you in and Lianshang with people good, which have difficulties can help you will definitely help. We these people are in the eyes, but you can't be too honest when you come out. If you don't hurry up and grow your power before blowing the chicken and handing over the stick, what will you take to compete with Big D then? At this time, the Fat Deng is if the real Lin Huailu as a son to see, but only he himself knows. This is to let so many years of the usual routine. If you're going to choose someone to talk to, you have to choose someone who's weak and obedient. Fat Dun moistened his voice and went on. After the meal in a moment, you will immediately take the men to Temple Street to hand over to Longin's men. But you have to be careful, there are quite a lot of for boy splitters in Sim Sha Sui who bulk up in Temple Street. You don't want to get mixed up with these housebreakers, you have to take care of these fields, and if you can't do that, you're slapping me in the face. Lin Huailu hurriedly responded in a solemn voice. Don't worry Uncle Deng, I will do my best to see these fields through. As soon as you get a chance, plant a flag over there too. Fair and square. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, He Yaozong went to the medical center to see blind Fai for a while, and when he returned to this side of the tea house, he found Fine Wei standing at the door waiting. Brother Yu, Kwai Chung's glasses are here, just waiting for you inside the hibiscus pavilion. How many people are coming? 2, but they look like they're upset. He Yaozong smirked. You can't be happy when someone makes a comment to kill your whole family. After saying that, He Yaozong waved his hand, signaling Fine Wei to follow him upstairs. Cackle. The door of the teabag was pushed open, and there were 2 middle-aged men sitting on chairs who immediately got up and looked at the door with expectant faces. After they saw He Yaozong's clear face, a trace of disappointment flashed through their eyes. A tall man with black-framed glasses who looked gentle extended his right hand to He Yaozong. Uncle Tang summoned us over here to look for someone. I assume you are the famous brother Yu? That's not a very clever boast, especially since glasses. who was almost 40 years old, was actually willing to stoop to his level and call Ho Yu Chung brother you. It was obvious that the group of Vietnamese boys at Nam Sang Wai had really pushed him to the brink. He Yaozong reached out and shook the glasses with a light smile. Brother, you wouldn't dare to be called you. If the clock is ticking, just call me you. Dare I ask what you two call yourself? Drawing back his hand, Glasses pointed to the long-haired man at his side and hurriedly introduced himself. Excuse me, I am Kwai Chung Glasses. This is my brother warrior who burns yellow paper. This time I came over to see you. No need to say it, I know all about it. He Yaozong waved his hand to interrupt the exposition of the eyes, then greeted the two of them and sat down. Then he opened his mouth and asked, I can help you get rid of that group of Vietnamese boys at Nam Sang Wai, but what will it cost you to set this matter right? I wonder if Uncle Tang has talked to you about that. Yes, in the future, all our territory in Kwai Chung will be owned by Walian Shang. Let me correct that first. It is owned by the Wulwenxing Shamshuepa parish. He Yaozong signaled fine way to go and pour tea for the two of them while continuing to speak. Tell me where this group of Vietnamese boys came from so I can get you out of trouble as soon as possible. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack and uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. Glasses let out a long sigh. 5 years ago, I was shipping out at sea and met 3 Vietnamese boys who had escaped from the Whitehead refugee camp. These 3 brothers, the eldest is Sin White Chia, the second is Tony, and the third is Tiger. When they were on my boat, they begged me on their knees, saying that they would do anything for me as long as they were rewarded with a meal. I only blame myself for being blind and picking up 3 wolf cubs. In the past 5 years they've gotten bigger, and even more so, they've kept a group of refugees over at Nam Sang Wai, and they've been making shocks all over the place under my sign. The warrior on the sidelines couldn't help but interject. More than that, a while back the fine man from Glasses, Shan, put together a sum of money to send a batch of goods to Vietnam, and happened to find these 3 puffers. As a result, this group of puffers hacked the goods not to mention, but also cut Shan into a cripple. We're trying to clean up the mess, and these Vietnamese boys let it out first, trying to kill our whole family. It's gotten to the point where Glasses now locks his wife and kids in the house and doesn't even dare to leave the house. He Yaozong nodded. This group of Vietnamese boys seems to be quite fierce. Can you get a picture of them? So I can send someone to do something. Glasses just laughed bitterly, not taking He Yaozong's words seriously. In his opinion, the fact that He Lian Shang had allowed such an unknown fine man to receive them made it clear that he didn't want to get too entangled with them. At that moment, his heart became more and more disappointed. I know that this matter is not easy to settle, and coming over here to look for you has no other meaning. I hope that Sing can give us a roof over our heads, so that these 3 brothers will have some scruples and will not act recklessly. Brother, you're young. I don't want to drag you into being targeted by this group of Vietnamese boys. Terrific, I'm going to turn to be a tainted witness for the bad guys. Also can't let this group of pouncers have a good time. He Yaozong sneered, then fished out a cigarette and lit it. Taking a deep breath, he gave his glasses a contemptuous look. If you can't swallow this, don't go on much nonsense. Go back and prepare the photos so I can do my job. Peng Cheng, Shako Bay. It was getting late, and the interior of an unused warehouse room on the waterfront was dim and dreary. A couple of men were sitting on the floor, munching on the boxed lunches they were holding. A call came in from Hong Kong Island. Shopee from Diamond Hill has had our goods and is being watched by the bad guys. Shopee, this person who claims to be our hometown, does things as unreliable as those scumbags on Hong Kong Island. Brother Jianjun, by the time the errant boys on Hong Kong Island and the Public Security Bureau get through, I'm afraid we won't be able to get away. A tall, thin man finished first, dropped the lunchbox in his hand, and turned toward a flat-headed man sitting upright in the crowd. The man didn't chime in. Instead, another, younger man sitting next to him spoke up. Hit the target, boy. Eat without talking, sleep without talking. Big brother won't be hitching a ride with you now. But this thing you're talking about, we've known about it for a long time. And Big Brother called us over here because he's preparing to cross the sea tonight to take out Shopee. The puffer, target boy moved to sit down next to this man who answered. Jiang Wo, did Big Brother explain that this time he'll cross the sea and do his mother's job again? I don't know about that. Why don't you ask Big Brother? The target shooting boy glanced at his elder brother, Wang Jianjun, who was still chewing his food delicately, and then let out a sarcastic smile. Forget it, the points are not stepped on, but not to go to Hong Kong Island not to get some back. I always feel that the heart is not solid. Some time ago, I was contacted by a snakehead who told me that a gangster on Hong Kong Island had paid $80,000 to find a gunman to kill an enemy. I'm thinking of going anyway. Why don't we take the deal? Throw $80,000 for a human life. It's better to go begging than to do this kind of business. In my opinion, why don't we pick another gold store and just the mother of all? With a good harvest, you don't need to go to Hong Kong Island in this life. Shut up! Wang Jianjun had already put down his lunchbox by now and glared at his brother. Jiangwo, do you want to die? What are you afraid of? Sprinkles. Achieve the food stake, but not the Manhwa detention center. Hit the target. Junior brother Wang Jiangwo was unimpressed, mouthing his teeth while disliking back at his big brother. End of chapter. Chapter 38, Fat Sand. Congratulations on winning the jackpot, tip Tun Lian Halong. April 6, 2025. Wang Jianjun rose abruptly, bringing up a gust of wind. He walked over to Wang Jiangwo in big strides, and with his wide right hand extended, he took hold of the back of Wang Jiangwo's neck. Jiangwo, you've been under the gun too. Don't ever say such irresponsible and stupid things in front of me again. Wang Jiangwo raised his head to look at Wang Jianjun, and realized that his elder brother's eyes were bursting with gusts of solemn intent, obviously starting to get angry because of his own mouth high. Gulping, Wang Jiangwo lowered his voice. Okay, big brother, what you say is what you say. Hello, it better be, and that's something I'm only going to say to you once. Patting the back of Wang's head, Wang did not stretch his face. He straightened his back and glanced around. 5 minutes, and you can't even finish a bite. So don't eat. Put them all down and assemble. Swish, swish, swish. All of them, as if by reflex, stopped their hand movements, stood up together, and quickly formed a line. Listen up. This time across the sea, no one is allowed to break away from the group without my orders. Did you hear all that? I hear you. At night, at 8 o'clock, Fat San drove his Toyota to the entrance of the Hutai tea house, parking boy guarding the door to squeeze out a professional smile. Just want to go forward to ask Fat San need valet parking, but after seeing Fatty San's face, the smile instantly faded. Don't be alarmed. I'm not here to check your cards. Fat San dropped the car keys into the parking boy's arms, then walked into the tea house with his hands behind his back. Where's Ho Yu-chung? Sha, sir. Brother Yu is upstairs auditing the accounts. What the hell are you talking about? Go tell him to prepare my tea bags. I have something important to explain to him. After saying that, Fat Sha didn't know what was muttered in his mouth, so he walked straight towards the upper floor with a big belly. In the peony pavilion box, He Yaozong held a box of tea and pushed the door open. Sha, sir, you're so free tonight that you've come over here specially to drink tea after work? After greeting Fat Sha, he went to fetch a teapot to make tea. Fatsa just sat on the couch bearing a cigarette. He didn't look up at He Yaozong until he had boiled the tea. Bad boy. Who told you I was off duty? It's because of you that I'm going to have to stay up late tonight, and I'm sure I'm going to be dragged back to work later. He Yaozong immediately understood. He sat down on the sofa next to Fat Sha and opened his mouth to ask, "What? Those housebreakers who were dispersing goods on Temple Street have come to stand up for Smoke Shoveler? You're right, and congratulations on winning the jackpot." An informant broke the news that the one who came to Temple Street tonight to cause trouble is the most evil man in Sim Sha Sui East, Lian Ho Lung. Faithfulness and righteousness? Fatty San glanced at He Yaozong without any good humor. Otherwise, how many more Lian Heilongs are there? Fatty San said as he reached into his pocket and fished out a business card, handing it to He Yaozong. This group of Zongxinyi people don't move and play with their lives, so you shouldn't go and make the stupid mistake of fighting them to the death. Remember to call me anytime something happens tonight so you're good and I'm good and everyone's good. Ho Yu-chung took the business card in Fatty San's hand, glanced at it, and then put it down in his pocket. Sha, sir, can you leak some information? What time will the people from Zhongxine come over tonight? That's impossible to say, but I'm guessing they'll be messing around 11 or so. The PTU on patrol at that hour change shifts and go to eat some snacks to fill their bellies. Perfect for blowing chickens open and going to smash your scene. With a grave expression on his face, He Yaozong lowered his head and thought about it, then looked at Fat Sha. Sha, sir, if the movie opens tonight, can you give me less than 10 minutes? What do you want? Instead of speaking, Ho Yu-chung darted toward the closet in the tea room and pulled a pen and paper out of it. He then stroked his pen and quickly wrote down a string of signboard names of Temple Street venues. These few venues, please bother Sha, sir, to lead the team tonight to focus on caring for them. The rest of the venues will not bother Sha, sir, to worry about. Don't worry, you'll definitely get something out of pulling a team out to do something tonight. Fatty San took the note handed by He Yaozong and scanned it superficially, wanting to ask something, but the words came to his lips, but he eventually swallowed them. Well then, who told me I owed you a huge favor? Just let me say up front, the higher-ups ordered me to be on standby at Temple Street at all times tonight, so call me if you can't, and don't get into anything over the top. If it gets too difficult, I won't be able to face you. Don't worry, I've got it covered. At this time the tea had already boiled. He Yaozong took out the teacup and poured a cup for Fat Sha. Fatsa took the tea and blew on it. In passing, he asked, "Zhang Chongbang, that pouncer, I heard that he went after your people again this morning. How's it going? Did you get anything out of it? My friend obeys the law. What can he ask for? The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. Ha ha, I don't need you to tell me. If this guy Big Brother Wa was willing to hook up with Big Circle Boy, he wouldn't have been hanging out in Mongkok for so many years, and still have only you fly, the pouncing finicky guy, by his side. After saying this, Fat Sha Shallow took a sip of tea, and then put down the teacup in a fiery manner. I won't chat with you much longer. Remember what I just said. When Loyal Faithful comes to screw up, make sure you call me. Understood? Then thank you Sha sir for taking care of me. Sending Fat Sha away, He Yaozong pulled out the watch that Blind FAI had given him from his pocket, and through the shattered face, realized that it was already 8:15. Tadashi Shinya doesn't know when he's going to come sweep the field and time is running out. Not to be outdone, He Yaozong immediately went back upstairs, closed the door to his office room, and made a phone call. The phone rang twice and Ava's voice came out of the receiver. I'm already on my way back. Is it done? It's done. Shoppy Lee has been dragged off to the sinking sea by me, so relax, there's not a bit of handtail left. When are those big lap boys coming over? I don't know yet. The ship hasn't crossed the ocean yet, so maybe we'll go in the middle of the night. Then leave this matter alone for now. Come back at once and call the crow flies. I have something important to explain to you. Hearing that Ho Yucheng had something important to discuss, Awa did not dare to be slow. After discreetly answering yes over the phone, He Yaozong then hung up. He dialed another string of numbers, this time to Fine Weather. Fine Weather, where are we now? Brother you? I just finished delivering soup to Blind FAI over at the medical center. Come back at once. There's something important for you to do. What is it? Borrowing troops. This time, no matter if it's with the United Winners or not. If they're bold enough to come, they can earn less from me. Temple Street, by now, was wrapped in multicolored neon. Lin Huila lay on his back on the rooftop parapet of the Windsor nightclub, watching people come and go on the street below. Without a sigh, he craned his head to look at Azer, the head horse beside him. Zay, I've been talking in Jordan for so many years, but only today do I truly understand what it means to be in the land of dragons and tigers, the land of wind and clouds. Azer shook out his long, pickled hair and followed suit, plopping down on the guardrail. At the same time, he lamented, yes Brother Locke, this kind of place, every month, the income from a family of 3 warmths alone is calculated to be more than our half of the hall's horse fences. It's a good thing that fine fellow from Lonergan knows what he's doing and is willing to give us this Windsor, this nightclub, to look after. The evening breeze brushed Lin Huili's cheeks, mixed with the thick smell of fireworks in Temple Street. Lin Huili's heart and mind couldn't help but sway for a moment, and he let out a light smile. He doesn't know what's going on. He's a newbie. He dares to use the signboard of Lian Sheng to get into trouble all day long. Uncle Tang hates this kind of goods. After saying that, Lin Huila looked into the distance and seemed to mumble. I've been immersed in Jordan for so many years, and I'm usually at the forefront of whoever in the community is in trouble and whoever needs a helping hand. But none of that is a reason for Uncle Deng to support me as the next speaker. The only people who are qualified to do the job with unison are those who have been told who can do it by Uncle Tang. There have been no exceptions before and there will be no exceptions now. End of chapter. Chapter 39, Thinking of Rondo now? It's too late. April 6, 2025. At 8:35, Awa and Wu Fei arrived at Watai Tea House and met Ho Yucheng in the office. With a serious expression, He Yaozong greeted the two of them and sat down. Without too much nonsense, he directly opened his mouth to explain. Wa, there's a message received that Chung Shunyi is coming to Temple Street tonight to cause trouble. You will go back to Temple Street to see the venue in a while. If you come across Zhong Xinyi's people coming over to look for trouble, don't act rashly. First clear out the guests, then lock the door of the venue for me first. Awa wondered. Don't you say anything even when you're stepped on? I'm not telling you to keep quiet. It's a real movie tonight, and it's better behind closed doors. He Yaozong said, lowering his voice and speaking coldly. I've sent Thinwell to borrow troops, and tonight in Temple Street, I'll fight to get 1 punch off before I get 100. Ava nodded with seeming understanding. He Yaozong then looked at the crow flies again. Awfully, you go to Brother Jimmy right away in a few minutes and ask him to rent 2 minibuses. Then I took a minibus to the Kwaichung container terminal to get kerosene. I've arranged for 2 cases of incendiary flasks to be rushed from beer bottles over there, and as soon as you've picked those up, you'll take the car and head over to Tsimshatsui East. The crowfly foolishly replied back. What's the point of going to Tsimshatsui East? Listen up, when you get to the Tsimshatsui East side of the hold, park the car and wait for my call. As soon as I call, get someone out of the car and light a Molotov cocktail. Wherever Zong Xingyi's yards are in Tsimshatsui East, reward him with a few bottles per yards, and leave as soon as you've thrown them away. Don't stay longer. Yes, although he didn't understand what He Yaozong's intention was in doing so, the crowfly cautiously nodded his head in agreement. After explaining these things, He Yaozong no longer made too many words, but only urged the two to hurry out and do things according to his own explanation. In the account room of the Hatai Tea House, Fine Wei guarded the landline, only to feel that his mouth is going to wear blisters. Chao Zhou Wei, didn't your old mother go to drain the fire? Don't talk, I don't have time for this. Let me ask you, did you make $3,000 last time? It's good money, right? Bring someone over tonight and there's a fortune for you to make. But first things first, don't leak out. You'll really split people tonight. Is it Big Only Sam? Who is it, you ask? That skinny guy of yours came to Shamshuepa last time to look for a job. Have you forgotten? How many men do I need? Pull all the ones that can fight on your turf over here. And if you can't get there in half an hour, just take a cab back, not far away from the Windsor nightclub next door to the Kimbara nightclub. The duty manager on duty came to a corner of the nightclub and ingratiatingly handed a cigarette to Awa. He hadn't noticed in the slightest that the nightclub's business seemed to be extraordinarily hot tonight, and there was still a steady stream of guests entering before the late show. Wah! With you guys looking at the field these past 2 days, the field has really calmed down a lot. The duty manager opened his mouth to flatter Awa while palming the fire for him. Ava smiled, lit her cigarette, and patted the back of the manager's hand. What? Business wasn't good at the yard before? It's not that business is bad. It's just that in a place like Temple Street, it's just too hard to find a big brotherhood with a human face. Take the grand ballroom side. From the time Kimbara opened, people have been coming in with bobbleheads, psychedelic stamps, that kind of stuff. The guests brought their own, and then one after another. People brought in the number 4 boys, K-boys, and all these things to sell. The manager said, sighing and shaking his head. After a long time, this place has simply become a Dawnguard nest. Sometimes people even get killed. And when the police come to check the cards, they're even more accurate. Awa held a cigarette in his mouth and exhaled the smoke deeply. I haven't seen the owner since I took over this field. The venue is in such a mess and your boss doesn't care? The owner is in Malaysia. He left this side of the trusteeship. As long as there is money to earn every month, never ask what happened. It's us part-timers who suffer. Every time we get our license checked by the errand boys, we get a lot of pay deductions, and we have to take a beating. It was obvious that this duty manager was genuinely welcoming people from the big societies to come in and see the venue. Anyway, the cost of tea has shareholders to go out. He can still save a lot of heartache. Not to Awa's ass. He even feels sorry for the current leisurely days. Awa looked at him and just let out a light smile. If this duty manager knew what was going to happen tonight, I wonder if he would still be able to say this genuine to himself. At this point the nightclub's singing and dancing picked up, and the atmosphere began to reach a mesmerizing climax. Awa finished a cigarette, and then he stopped ignoring the manager who still wanted to find himself blowing water, leaned back on the sofa, and closed his eyes. Time was passing by minute, until about 10:40 p.m. When a horseman who was looking at the venue ran quickly to Awa's side and whispered in his ear for a while. Awa got up instantly and sneered. Then what are you waiting for? Go clear out the guests right now, and then unlock the downstairs door for me. With that said, Awa reached for his waist and grabbed that new Big Brother phone of his, skillfully dialed a string of numbers and called He Yaozong. In the center of the Kimbara dance floor, guests were being talked out one by one as a commotion ensued. A group of horsemen were shouting at one of the card seats in the center of the ballroom, and Awa pushed his way through the crowd, but he saw a young man in a white tunic with a shadowy face leaning arrogantly against the sofa. Laid out on the table in front of him were 2 unopened packages of Boy No. 4 foot. Awa picked up a packet of 4 boys and brought it up to his nose for a sniff, then looked over at the flailing young man. These things are yours? The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack and uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. Exactly. The young man responded lethargically, making it clear that he didn't take Awa seriously. Ava dropped the small packet of Kid 4 on the ground and stomped on it. Who told you to come to my yard and loose your goods? This action clearly angered the young man in front of him. He stood up with a swift motion and drew an extended version of his dog-legged knife from behind him. I've been spreading my goods on Temple Street for more than 2 years. So what? I'm not allowed to spread them tonight? The corner of Awa's mouth flashed with a hint of playful mockery, while stepping on Boy No. 4's foot and twisting it hard, directly leaking the packet of powder. Not a lot of fire. Which word do you mix? The young man changed his grip on the knife to a reverse grip while sneering. You know what I say. You can either pay up and buy this package tonight, or get down on your knees and lick this package clean. No leftovers at all. In the middle of his words, the horsemen surrounding him had already begun to draw their knives. Awa was ready on guard, examining the young man in front of him with cold eyes. I'm going to ask you one last time. Which word? Mix your mother's word. The young man clearly didn't follow the rules, and without reporting his family's name, he directly waved his hand out of the knife. His movements were really fast, but fortunately Awa was prepared for it and narrowly avoided the knife. While darting back a few steps, looking down at the split leather jacket on his chest, Awa's expression began to freeze. What are you all standing there for? Look at me being chopped to death? As he let out an angry shout, the swordsmen, who had just mingled in the crowd pretending to be guests, swarmed around. A hint of panic finally flashed in the eyes of the brash-faced young man. His hand catching the knife dropped, but he still maintained his backhanded grip. Playing dirty? Listen up. you Master Chi, I'm a Hong of loyalty and faithfulness. Ewa sneered and took a machete from one of the ponies and stood it in front of him, looking at Hong with 2 eyes. Instead of a machete, it was a shortened version of a guan sword, adding up to 3 times as long as the dog-legged sword he was holding. Bad boy, you're just thinking about Rondo now? It's too late. Chop up this bunch of assholes. As Ewa gave the order, the field was filled with people and excitement. Simshatsui East Plaza. The crowflies were sitting in the head of the minibus, yawning with early sleepiness. Ring, ring, ring. A sharp ringing of the telephone made Uffley jump as if electrocuted. The call was from Ho Yu-chung. Uffley, you can do it. Remember, don't procrastinate when you're done. Get the car and come back right away. I know you. Hanging up the phone, Uffley stood up straight from the minibar and scanned the circle of fine men looking at him. Why are you still sitting there, waiting for a midnight snack? Get out of the car and do something. End of chapter. Chapter 40, Driving Tigers and Swallowing Wolves, Dilemmas and Dilemmas. April 6, 2025. Langting Hotel, Simsha Sui East. In a suite on the 8th floor, Lien Haolong, who had just worked for half an hour, was now sitting cross-legged on the bed with a towel around him. At this time next door to the bathroom came out of the leaching water sound. Through the bathroom light-blocking glass, you can see the soft light, swimming in a delicate body. Lien Haolong hand pinch a cigarette to light. Looking at the bathroom that figure dazed, the heart cannot help but mixed feelings. He was well past his prime and could clearly feel that his body was not as keener as it had been in his youth. Back then, he started out as an office worker, and with a pair of fists, he created Chung Shunyi, and has fought his way up to the present day in the whole of Yao Tsimong, where no one knows about him. Looking at the history of Hong Kong Island societies, they are also considered heavyweights, but Lien Haolong always had a regret in his heart. His wife, Su Su, who accompanied him when they were together and started a business from nothing, was a streetwalking drifter when she was young. Because of excessive abortion, she has not been able to bear him a child. In another 10 years, he will reach the age of his knees. He does not want his huge family business, actually no offspring, to take over. Phew, Lien Haolong exhaled a long puff of smoke. The one who was bathing in the bathroom at the moment was his Lien Haolong's little wife. If this little wife could give birth to an heir for himself in the future, he, Lien Haolong, would have no regrets in his life. Duck duck duck. Just as Lien Haolong was still contemplating what to name his cub later on, there was a knock on the door outside. Who? Lien Haolong alertly shouted towards the door. Big brother, it's me. Outside the door was the voice of his beloved Luo Tianhong. Lien Haolong immediately got up and tied the bath towel around his waist. Ask as you open the door. What? The door opened and Luo Tianhong's face looked a bit ugly. Big brother, logically speaking, I shouldn't be bothering you and second sister-in-law right now, but something's happened over on Temple Street. Lien Haolong's face turned cold as he glanced towards the corridor outside for a few moments before pulling Luo Tianhong in. Come in and talk. The door had just closed when Luo Tianhong spoke hastily. Brother, the smoke shoveler Luo who helped us unpack our goods some time ago was kicked out of Temple Street by Wa Lianshang and found us complaining. Sister Su then greeted us to go over and do something tonight, so Hong brought someone over to sweep the venue. As it turns out, her and he, Hyung, what happened to him? Lien Haolong's face was already terribly gloomy. Luo Tianhong didn't dare to hide it and replied through gritted teeth. Hong, he was hacked to death. That's not all. And people from Wasing threw Molotov cocktails at our field on the Tsim Sha Sui east side just now. The owners of those venues were calling me just now, asking if we'd offended someone we shouldn't have. Pounce. Lien Haolong erupted into a roar, instantly startling the little wife in the bathroom with a cry of surprise. What's wrong, Lung? None of your business. Keep washing yours. Lien Haolong shouted towards the bathroom, then turned towards the bedside table and grabbed his clothes. Tianhong, do you know who did this? No, Lin Huailu of Wa Lianshang, and a new fine man from Wa Lianshang Lungcan. The two of them were looking at half the venues in Temple Street one by one, and Hong was hacked to death by one of their men. Luo Tianhong said and lowered his voice. Big brother, I've already called out all the brothers. Should we fight over there now? Lien Haolong had already put on his jacket by now, and he shook off his half-long hair as he coldly glared at Luo Tianhong. What do you say? In about 10 minutes or less, a dozen speeding minibuses drove into Temple Street. More than 100 beaters from Loyalty and Faithfulness got out of the car in unison. Luo Tianhong carried an 8-sided Han sword on his shoulder, his face showing a cold light. Brother Tianhong, you're finally here. A few of the beatniks who followed Hong into the venue managed to escape by breaking the windows of the nightclub and jumping down from the upper floors. Just now, the people who brought over with Lian Shang blocked both ends of Temple Street, and they managed to escape by hiding behind a slop bucket in a restaurant. Only now that they saw Luo Tianhong coming over did they dare to come out and show their heads. Just don't know why. After the people of Zonk Sinyi came by minibus, these people of Wa Lian Shang dispersed again, not knowing where they went. Luo Tianhong's icy gaze swept over the group of wretched horsemen. Then with a resounding clang, he unsheathed the 8-sided Han sword in his hand. Brother Lung sent word, tonight in Temple Street, any venue that takes over with Lian Shang, have one and smash one for me. If we don't beat up this bunch of punks, we'll make outsiders laugh at Zhong Xine for not being tough. At this time, on the rooftop of the top floor of the Windsor nightclub, Lin Huila was lying on the parapet and saw the situation below clearly. He couldn't figure out what kind of drugs Zhong Xine had taken wrong to come and fight with himself tonight. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack and uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. These several fields are not looking hot. He all made up his mind and Zhong Xinyi's people to communicate properly. In the future to come in to sell drugs can be. Just Zhong Xinyi does not allow other demolition of the family to enter the field again. He can still turn a blind eye. But Loyal Faith's people had just finished messing around in the field on the front foot. And before he could find anyone to communicate with, they were pulling over a dozen minibus loads of people on the back foot. Without explanation, they entered the field and cut down everyone and smashed everything. The bottom line is that he doesn't have the guts to go to the top right now. The strength of his haul was already not good, and if he angered Lian Haolong, he was afraid that even his Jordan's territory would suffer. Now Lin Huila only felt that he was caught in a dilemma. If he didn't put up a fight, Fatty Deng had verbally explained himself not to lose his face in Temple Street, and no one in UNS has the stomach to support a gutless rat to be the talker. But if he fought hard, his strength was really not enough. There are more than half a year to blow chicken will be handed over to the stick. If and Zhong Xinyi die hard, it is difficult to ensure that the bottom of their own hall suffered a setback. Even if he himself had the support of Fatty Deng, he just didn't have the backing to compete with Big D. Between thoughts, Lin Huila clenched his teeth and made a forced decision. Tap, Brother Lu, hurry up and go through the fire escape. Loyal Faithful's men are calling. We can't hold out with so few people. Just as Locke was in a somber mood, the head horse, Azer, ran up panting. Go where? Lin Huila waved his hand, then forced a calm smile. No need to go. Oki's messenger is here. As the shrill whistle sounded, Fat Shah of the anti-black team took the lead and led the charge into the chaotic crowd. Immediately after, several PTU assault vehicles came in support. Members of the mobile unit got out of their vehicles sharply and cooperated with Fat Sand in controlling the scene loudly. All freeze and crouch down with your hands on your head. The errant man is coming. Go! In the eyes of the members of the society, the poor man's not to move is no different from run away. Don't make me move my dick to hit you. The streets, which had been in disarray a moment ago, were now even more chaotic. The Omark's errand boys were sharp-eyed and knew that they couldn't possibly take away all of these kooks, so in order to deliver the goods, they singled out those who led the way to be arrested. Be honest if you don't want to suffer. Fat Sand lifted up and kicked over one of the loyalist beat boys, who was being controlled by the PTU and still struggling, and then looked around with his hands behind his back, as if he was opening something up. Not much later, he would smile. The note that he Yaozong handed him at night, all that was written on it was all about those venues that Lin Huila had played. As for the ones he looked at on his own, they closed his mother's house a long time ago. There's no reason for any of them anti-blacks to want to go door to door and do something. When did such a shady guy come out of the Oil Point district? Count on me to return your personal favor and find Lin Huila back for questioning tonight. Fat Sand smiled and shook his head, and wasn't about to head into the nightclub to get his head in the game. He directly picked up his handheld phone and dialed a string of numbers to his superior. Zhang Qixing. Zhang sir, please give me the number of Jordan Lin Whaler. Tonight things over here are getting a bit big. I'm afraid the report won't be easy to write if we don't find a qualified bigwig to go back and ask questions. End of chapter. Chapter 41, Shah sir, you're a blessed man when I look at you. April 6, 2025. Jingle bells. Before 7 o'clock in the morning, an urgent telephone ringing woke up He Yaozong. He Yaozong rubbed his sleepy eyes and fumbled for the phone from the nightstand. Without even thinking about it, the call was from Lung. There were only a few people who knew his number, and the others weren't in the habit of calling and arguing about themselves early in the morning. Hey uncle, what's calling me so early in the morning? What? I can't call you if there's nothing wrong? Last night you made such a powerful mess in Temple Street. I heard someone say that Locke was called by the errand boy to ask for words for the night, and his face was green when he came out of the errand boy's house in the morning. Lonergan's voice was loud and clear this time, and he was obviously in a good mood. Ho Yucheng echoed with a light chuckle. Uncle, you didn't call just to say that, did you? Certainly not to talk about that. Now for something serious. I'd like to know what the hell you were thinking last night. Actually arranging for someone to throw Molotov cocktails at Loyal Faith's territory? Isn't it normal to get stomped on and then arrange for someone to stomp back? Don't you dare. Last night Temple Street opened at 10:50, and at 11 o'clock your men were throwing bottles in Sim Sha Sui East. If you hadn't added fire to Lian Haolong's head, how could Alok have been cleaned up so badly last night? He Yaozong sat up from the bed and picked up a cigarette to light it out of habit. Uncle, it's not that I intend to mess with the tremor. These dozen or so yards were originally the territory of the bulk goods of the fishing family, and if nothing happens today, something will happen sooner or later. Le Xiaovi size is also a hold fit people. If you think can not top, immediately can go to talk to Uncle Tang. He can't look at it, but I can. Ryukin slowed his tone and stated deep in thought over the phone. That's right, Lu has always been a good friend to people in Wagamama. Many of the brothers in the community respected him, but it's no use coming out and relying on slick talk, refusing to do anything and reaching out to know what you want. It's just rewarding him with a piece of land that he's going to lose sooner or later. I'm much more comfortable in my heart if you can think that way. Uncle, just hear me out for a moment. No matter what, Alok is after all your senior in the society. It's better not to do too much in everything. In the morning, Dang Wei called me and asked me about Zhong Xine. Are you willing to top it? How are you going to go about it? And do you bel to go about it with Alok? Ho Yucheng reached his hand to the edge of the bed and flicked the cigarette ash from his fingertips. The mind couldn't help but snicker. The baby cries and knows to breastfeed. Tata Suyashi is going to fight over here, knowing that he's going to be asked to carry Wu Xing's sign to get things done. Where have you been? I knew the club was full of cowards who were afraid of evil. Sipping his cigarette, He Yaozong replied directly, Uncle, I'm not qualified to go on the phone with Uncle Tang. Please help me to convey the message. What Uncle Tang, his old man, says to do, I will do as he says. If he, Lu Xiao, can play nice in front of Uncle Tang, He Yaozong, may not be unable to do the same. Well then, keep your eyes peeled for the faithful. Anyway, don't worry about what's going on within the society. Now you just want to hand over all the Temple Street turf. There's no one else who's willing to pick up this hot potato. After talking to Long Root on the phone, He Yaozong's sleepiness was gone, so he got up, washed up, and prepared himself to go downstairs for a morning tea in a while. Duck. Just as he was about to go out the door, there happened to be a knock on the door outside. He Yaozong couldn't help but frown, and couldn't help but begin to be wary. He took his security seriously, and all the beatniks who used to run the finance company were put in charge of their own security at this clock hotel, except for Blind Fai and Fine Wei, who usually delivered their meals. No one would usually come knocking on their room door early in the morning, and Blind Fai at this time in the hospital. Fine Wei, this puffer last night tired all night. He also explained that this morning do not come to give himself a meal. Duck. Ho Yucheng, are you awake yet? The sound of Fat San came from outside. He Yaozong immediately dropped his guard and pulled open the door to the room. Sha, sir, what are you doing on my side early in the morning? What for? His mother, of course, to return the favor. Fat Sandy's eyes were black and blue, and he'd obviously had enough last night as well. As he entered, he asked Ho Yucheng for a cigarette, then pulled up a chair and sat down. After inhaling 2 hard puffs of smoke, Fat Sha then spoke. I was up all night in the squad room last night for your with Union Jack. Ho Yucheng smiled at the sound. Tough Sha, sir, care. If there are any trusted friends and relatives, you can let him go to the word flower stall in Hoi Tan Street to sit down. Maybe get lucky and win enough for 100,000 or 80,000 at a time. Fat San gave He Yaozong a hard stare. Who do you think I am? I'm doing this because I'm doing my duty, and because I'm returning that favor to you. I'll sue you for allegedly bribing a public official if you do that. Sha, sir, is right. I'm not blowing water on you. Gotta get back to catching up on my sleep. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. I came here this time to tell you that in a short time, Temple Street should die down. Last night, Zheng Shunyi went too far. Our Liao sir, who specializes in keeping an eye on them, has sent word to sweep Zheng Shunyi's field continuously this week, until they are honest. He Yaozong scratched his head. Sha, sir, the Zhong Xine gang can be honest? Keep them honest for a short time at least. So this visit is to tell you that Temple Street should be peaceful this week, but you'll be on your own in the aftermath. Lian Haolong's gang is vindictive. They won't let this matter go. Fat Sha said, shaking his groggy head, then got up. I'll return this favor, and in the future, you'll have to be more honest with me. Otherwise the offense is in my hands, and I will show no mercy. Seeing Fatty Sand about to leave, He Yaozong reached out and pulled his arm, asking a question that baffled Fatty Sand. Sha, sir, been a sheriff for a few years now? What's it to you? No, I meant to ask, when do you think you'll be able to get promoted to inspector? Fatty San was asked about a sore spot, and a face instantly darkened, but replied patiently, if the wind and rain it, and then stay up for a few years, and so on cannot stay up, perhaps the above pity me, reward me with a flower on the shoulder. If there are too many screwed up puffers like you guys, maybe I'll never get promoted in my life, and I'll get transferred to guarding a watering hole one day. How can it be? Shah Sir looks like a blessed man, perhaps one day honored to be promoted to superintendent of police may also say. Fat Sand was instantly amused by Ho Yu-sung, not to mention superintendent of police. I've already been blessed by my ancestors to be a senior inspector in my life. Ho Yu-chung, however, concurred with a calm face. What if Tatashini falls into your hands? Fatty San seemed to have sensed that He Yaozong did not seem to be joking with him, and immediately put away his smile. What kind of plague talk are you talking about? Liao Zhizong and his group have been staring at Zhang Xinyi for 7 or 8 years and haven't found any mistakes. I feel like I could be on the cover of Asia Weekly if Zhong Xine falls into my hands. It's in the eye of the beholder. Maybe I can help you. He Yaozong revealed a signature smile, and for a moment, Fat Shaw couldn't tell if this guy was playing with himself, or if he really had something to say. On second thought, though, Fat Shah dismissed the wild idea, muttering demented lines under his breath. He then left the room with his hands behind his back. Jordan, Lin Whaler's place. It was already 7 in the morning, and at that moment Lin Huilo had just finished taking a cool shower. Last night he was dragged to the squad room for a night of bull questioning by a bunch of record errand boys and wasn't let back in until about an hour ago. Luckily, the one who picked the fight was Tadashi Shinya, and there was no blackmail on the poor guy's side to launch any charges against him for the time being. But last night, his field, there are also 24 fire and horses were pulled away. Just the bail fee, have to put together more than 200,000 out. Compared to this bail fee, what gives Lin Huilo a bigger headache is how to deal with Zhong Xinyi's violent outburst at any time. The police officer made him into the classroom for questioning, which is the same as clearly to the outside world to send a message, the Temple Street to see the field. Is he Lin Huilo is responsible for? The stimulation of the cold water made Lin Huilo wake up quite a bit. He walked to the balcony, sat down on a rattan chair, and also learned to sit down like Fatty Dang, looking up at the sliver of fish belly white in the eastern sky. There is loyalty and honor. Uncle Tang, do you want someone who can contribute to the organization? Or someone who is always at your beck and call? Or, maybe both. End of chapter. Chapter 42. If you had said it was a Vietnamese boy, I might have asked for less. April 6, 2025. Yuanlang Lufushan. Wang Jianjun group is crowded in a tin room on the beach, sharing a pot of freshly boiled raw congee. The only sounds that came out of the room were the clashing of cutlery and the eating of porridge until Wang Jianjun finished eating and put down his cutlery. Wang Jiangwo, who had been waiting for a long time, spoke up. Big brother, didn't you say you were coming to Hong Kong Island to collect Shopee Li's skin? When are you leaving? Wang Jianjun did not say anything, but just picked up a nylon bag on the ground and took out a Black Star pistol from it, fading the magazine and the machine spring, and examined it carefully. The gun was then reassembled before he looked over at his brother. No need. Sarpy Lee is dead. Then we came to Hong Kong Island is. Big brother, that batch of goods has not been blacked out by Shopee Lee? Wang Jiangwo's heart was on fire. Don't ask too many questions. A car will pick us up later. Wang Jianjun got up after saying this and scanned the group of brothers present, and then spoke. In a moment, Pretty Boy Mo will drive the car, and you, Target Boy, will take 2 of your brethren to follow. The rest of you and Jiangwo stay here and wait for my message. Also, remember to all bring your guys with you. I've asked the snakeheads of the number gang to keep boats over here. In case of any emergencies, Jiangwo, you take them back to the mainland first. At 10:30 a.m. A minibus pulled up steadily in front of the Hutai tea house. Wang Jianjun stood up from the car and pulled his tight black undershirt just enough to cover the Black Star pistol stuck behind his waist. Target Boy, you and I will get off. Pretty Boy Meng, you stay in the car. If you hear gunshots later, drive immediately and go back to the side of Lao Feiyushan to meet up with Jiangwo and the others. I've arranged for a snakehead to meet me over there, so don't show your faces for a short while after you go back first. The crowd understood, just nodded their heads, realizing that this was an order, and then watched Wang Jianjun and the target shooting boy get out of the car. A Thai tea house, peony pavilion box. Squeak, the door was pushed open. These 2 people walked without any sound at all, and couldn't help but make He Yaozong, who was sitting in the tea room, once again look at a few people in a higher light. Sit, introduce yourself. My name is Ho Yu-chung. I'm the one who put up the connections to get Big Brother power to invite you guys to Hong Kong Island. Wang Jianjun vigilantly scanned around towards the tea room, and only after he was sure that He Yaozong was the only one in the room did he signal the target shooting boy to look out at the door, and then walked into the room alone. Again, helping me do away with Shopee Lee, and paying us to cross the sea. What the hell is the matter for? Wang Jianjun sat on the chair opposite He Yaozong and spoke coldly. Without any scruples, He Yaozong spoke directly. Buying a murderer. Don't do it. Wang Jianjun also replied dryly, saying that he was about to get up. 200,000. Wang Jianjun sniffed and stopped his pace. Less. I'm talking about $200,000 each. After seeing Wang Jianjun sit down again, He Yaozong smiled and pushed a cup of tea to him. If you think it's less, you can add more. Helping the glasses to collect the disaster is the cause. Letting Wang Jianjun quote is the effect. From the moment he heard the name Wang Jianjun, He Yaozong understood how the deal was cost-effective. A hint of suspicion flashed in Wang Jianjun's eyes. Get this straight. 8 brothers in our line. $200,000 each. That's $1,600,000. Yeah, you guys don't even make $1 million when you go robbing gold stores and risk getting shot at. Now just to ask you to take out a few people, how is $200,000 each better than robbing a gold store? Wang Jianjun was silent for half a second, then spoke. To kill who? A few of the outlaws from Nam Sang Wai. Here's a picture of them for you to look over. But mind you, this Tony guy, I want him alive. Handing the 3 photos to Wang Jianjun, He Yaozong focused on pointing to the second of the 3 Vietnamese brothers and introduced them to Wang Jianjun. Wang Jianjun took the photo and took a few cursory glances at it, then looked at He Yaozong. Yes, but I want cash. Payment first, work later. It was ready for you. Ho Yucheng got up, walked towards a corner of the tea cabinet, and raised a black travel bag from the inside. At this time, Wang Jianjun's hand had slightly probed behind his waist. Luckily, He Yaozong didn't equivocate and directly walked over with his travel bag, unzipping it, and inside was a bunch of bundled golden calves. The ink scent of the new banknotes slightly dispelled Wang Jianjun's vigilance, and he waved towards the door. And immediately the target shooting boy who was looking out at the door came over. Hit the target boy. Count the money. Looking at the bag full of cash money, the target shooting boy's eyes couldn't help but straighten up. As the sound of the target shooting boy counting money rustled, Wang picked up Tony's picture and spoke again. Let me be clear. Catching a live one is a pain in the ass, and I don't guarantee I'll bring this guy back alive. He Yaozong shook his head. These people are just like you. They all play with guns. Let you go and fight them in open fire. You may lose big time. Here's the deal. I'll give you an idea. He Yaozong paused his voice and continued. These 3 Vietnamese boys, although they are a bit wicked, they are surprisingly filial to their old mother. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack and uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. Their elderly mother has severe dementia and is now convalescing in a nursing home at Tung Hua Group of Hospitals. Every weekend these 3 brothers go to. Wait, are you saying that these 3 brothers are Vietnamese? A fierce light flashed in Wang Jianjun's eyes, interrupting He Yaozong's narration. He Yaozong laughed, then nodded. That's right, they're so sharp. There's a possibility that they were even soldiers in Vietnam. If you had told me it was a Vietnamese boy I was going to kill, I might have asked for less. Wang Jianjun finished pulling up his undershirt and turned his back to He Yaozong, revealing a hideous and gruesome scar. If anyone with experience sees it, they will realize that these scars are evil beyond any cookie-carved dragon and phoenix tattoo. It's an abrasion caused by a shell on the battlefield. Putting down his undershirt, Wang Jianjun spread a cruel smile. Back in the day, when I was at Laoshan, I fought the best troops of the Vietnamese monkeys. My little brother almost died under the guns of these scumbags. And if there's ever a job like this again, there's one. I'll take it. He Yaozong smiled even more. Good color, their own words are not in vain. It seems that Wang Jianjun heart, to that period of blood and fire years does have a high degree of recognition. So can we still catch them alive? Just arrange a room for my brother first and wait for my news. After arranging for Wang Jianjun and the others to stay at the hotel, He Yaozong planned to make a trip to Central. Yesterday afternoon Chen Tianyi had called him. He has submitted to the Correctional Services Department of the Sentence Reduction Proposal Program. The next step is to start to enter the public opinion to fight for the link. Wang Jianjun sighed. He is not worried about these people will roll money to disappear. Sans skinly although dead. But they robbed the gold store handle is still in the hands of a Hua. If you don't want the night to be long, the best way is to help yourself to this vote, which is also regarded as each side of the 2 sides have made a pitch. As for how they were going to take care of the 3 Vietnamese brothers, he didn't bother even more. It has always been one's unwavering credo to leave the professional work to the professionals. Inside the Yau Ma Ti police station, Chief Inspector Yuan Kappa, carrying a thermos cup, came to the office area of the crime unit. Hello Yuan sir. Zhang Chongbang group of female police LV Huisi, at this time is holding a piece of information from the file room into the office area. Just happened to meet with Yuan Jiabao. Yuan Jiabao nodded. Wise, delivering materials to the bond master. Ha, that's right Yuan sir. Give it to me. It's just that I have something I want to talk to the bondmaster about. I'll deliver it to him. After saying this, Yuan Jiabao grabbed the pile of materials without any explanation and walked straight towards Zhang Chongbang's office. Came to Zhang Chongbang's office, pushed open the door, and found that Zhang Chongbang, who had just gone to work, was looking at a material while eating a water-fried bread. Zhang sir, still staring at that case? Ah, even the time to eat is not left to themselves. Really spell. Hearing Yuan Jiabao's voice, Zhang Chongbang immediately got up and saluted Yuan Jiabao. Hello Yuan sir. Okay, cut the crap. I need to talk to you about something. Yuan Jiabao dropped that information on Zhang Chongbang's desk, and when he saw Zhang Chongbang reaching for it, Yuan Jiabao slapped him on the back of his hand. Zhang Chongbang gave a sarcastic laugh. Yuan sir, I've been staring at this case so hard. Seeing as there was a break in the trail broke again, and I suspect it was. I don't care about your case, this time I came to talk to you about something. Yuan Jiabao interrupted Zhang Chongbang's speech, then pulled a chair to sit opposite Zhang Chongbang and spoke in a solemn voice. You're out there. Midsummer has water-fried buns to eat, but has it ever occurred to you that the class of brothers you once had are still suffering day in and day out in the prison barn? End of chapter. Chapter 43, Zhang Chongbang. I'm sorry, I have my principles. April 6, 2025. Zhang Chongbang froze. Yuan sir, what is the meaning of saying this to me early in the morning? Yuan Jiabao still reached out to hold down Zhang Chongbang's pile of materials and said seriously, it doesn't mean anything, there's good news for you. Recently, someone from the Hong Kong Bar Association has taken the lead in preparing to launch a criminal immunity claim against the Correctional Services Department on behalf of AO and the others. Our police force has received a message that anyone who is willing to stand up and speak out for AO can go for an exclusive interview with the TV station at that time. You were a key witness in the last trial. If you come out and speak out, the public opinion building may be more favorable to AO and the others, and perhaps AO and the others will be able to end their imprisonment. After saying that, Yuan Jiabao looked blearily at Zhang Chongbang, waiting for him to give him an answer. Zhang Chongbang and Yuan Jiabao looked at each other and pondered for a moment. Finally, he shook his head. Yuan sir, are you kidding? The law is the law. If public opinion can change judicial decisions, then are the provisions of the law not a piece of waste paper? What are we serving for? Isn't it to defend the dignity of the law and the safety of the citizens? Facing the smelly and hard Zhang Chongbang, Yuan Jiabao simply felt his chest clogged with gas. Master of the state, jurisprudence is no more than human kindness. AO and the others also went in to defend the personal safety of the citizens, and it was your testimony that sent them in personally. Don't you have a little bit of guilt? 1 is 1, 2 is 2. AO and the others are my brothers, but they did break the law. So what do I have to feel guilty about? Yuan sir, you are an errand boy. Such words should not come out of your mouth. Yuan Jiabao was momentarily speechless, and finally sighed, deciding that it would be better to talk to Zhang Chongbang. Lord Bong, the plea initiated by the people of the Bar Association this time is not to help AO and the others get off the hook, but to help them apply for exemption from the sentence. The charge of beating a suspect to death is one they'll have to carry for the rest of their lives. It's true that you want to defend the dignity of the law, but you should also remember the old brotherhood, right? You should know well what kind of day AO's kind of errand boy lives in when he's locked up in a prison cell. It's bad enough to have their bright future cut short, but now there are more than 2 years of inhuman torture waiting for them in the prison cell, and I'm afraid they'll die in the prison cell. Perhaps Yuan Jiabao's moving words had an effect. Zhang Chongbang lowered his head and was silent. There seemed to be a violent meeting of minds. Just when Yuan Jiabao thought there was a chance, Zhang Chongbang jerked his head up. Yeah, well, you guys can go on your own if you'd like to be interviewed by a TV station. I have my principles and I can't grant you this request. If there's nothing else, please Yuan sir, don't delay me from studying the case. Good, you're noble. Yuan Jiabao knew that it was useless to say more, and slammed the table to put down these words and glared viciously at Zhang Chongbang. He didn't know what was in Zhang Chongbang's head. How could people be stubborn and cold-blooded to such an extent? Yuan Jiabao was then speechless, striding towards the outside. Zhang Chongbang looked up at Yuan Jiabao's back, then shook his head, reached out and picked up the piece of information Yuan Jiabao had brought in and continued to study it. Just as Yuan Jiabao pushed out the door in anger, Zhang Chongbang's other subordinate Zhou Zijuan happened to come to the door of the office, and when he saw Yuan Jiabao, he hurriedly stood still and saluted. Yuan Jiabao didn't even bother to return the salute, snorted coldly, and walked quickly towards the outside. Zhou Zijuan couldn't help but scratch his head, wondering what kind of medicine Yuan Jiabao had taken wrong, but he didn't think much about it and followed into Zhang Chongbang's office. Zhang sir, just now what happened? Yuan sir point to solve gone big a fire? Zhang Chongbang looked up and glanced at Zhou Zijuan. Don't worry about him. Did you find out what the name is on the side of Set Wei Heo? Zhou Zijuan closed the door behind him, and then came up to Zhang Chongbang with a grave expression on his face. Zhang sir, I was just about to come and talk to you about this matter. OKCO's already been interrogated. He can't be lent to us for questioning. In a couple of days, he's going to testify in court, and in the afternoon the O record is going to transfer him to a squad room and into a safe house for protection. If we can't ask anything today, the trail of this case may be completely broken. Zhang Chongbang's face showed a grave expression. Can you think of a way to ask about the whereabouts of those big circle boys before Setsuho turns to the squad room? Zhou Zijuan immediately nodded his head. Yes, there is, just in case you don't agree. Tell it and hear it first. In that case, Setsuho has been so exhausted from being interrogated by the Okis for the past few days that all his bones are loose. If you'll let me turn off the surveillance in my squad room, I'm confident I can ask you what you want in half an hour. Zhang Chongbang skimmed his lips. Are you crazy? It's illegal. Then, Zhang sir, this case will have to be let go. Anyway, the gang didn't kill anyone, and the owner of the gold store has an insurance company, so the case file might as well be thrown into the file room to eat dust. Pounce. Zhang Chongbang slapped the table and stood up. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. Do you know what you're talking about? When the man first ran away in a car from our district, I swore in front of that group of fellow officers from Mongkok police station that I would solve the case. Letting go of me just like that? You want me to be a joke to those who sit in the office all day and blow air conditioning? You can afford to be ashamed of this, but I can't afford to be ashamed of this. Zhou Zijuan let out a bitter laugh. That Zhang sir, if follow the rules and regulations of the case. Zhou Zijuan was interrupted by Zhang Chongbang before he could finish his sentence. I'm going to the security section in a few minutes to drop off a file, so gather the team for a meeting and make sure you get some clues about this case. I don't want to come back this afternoon and have you tell me you haven't found out anything. Zhou Zijuan would understand, and immediately stood at attention, reaching out to salute. Yes sir, get out and do your work and leave me alone. Zhou Zijuan, who was sent out by Zhang Chongbang, instantly revealed a wry smile on his face. He knew this boss of his all too well. In his ordinary life, he flaunted all righteousness, and he refused to do anything that touched the disciplinary orders of the police force no matter what. But just because he doesn't do it doesn't mean that he, as a subordinate, refuses to do it. If suspects can give honest confessions by probation, then the people sitting on duty in police stations should be those evangelizing pastors. What do we need the police for? Zhou Zijuan did not dare to have a moment's delay, and quickly rushed to the classroom where Segui Hao was detained. Whispering a few words to the errand boy on duty, this errand boy couldn't help but let out a laugh. Then with a light touch, he unplugged the surveillance of the Seguho classroom. Zhou sir, let me speak first. This is an important witness, and if you break him, you and I can't afford to be held accountable from above. Don't worry, I'm so in control. Zhou Zijuan finished rolling up his sleeves and walked towards Setsuho's squad room with a sardonic smile on his face. In less than 10 minutes, the sound of Sesshamara begging for mercy came from the squad room. Sir, don't mess with me. I told you earlier. At that time I was just greedy and received a little less gold. Why are you throwing dirt on me? Then tell us exactly where this group of big ring boys came from. I don't know. The car was driven by Awa, and the people were sent to the pier by him, so look for him. That's all I know. So cut me some slack. And then he saw Zhou Zijuan coming out of the squad room and waving towards one of the group members he had brought with him. Chao Ning, still stupidly frozen there? Get the transcript paper over here. I want to take a statement. End of chapter. Chapter 44. Blind FAI wouldn't have asked if he was there. April 6, 2025. Chan Tinyi and Associates. Central. Still in the previous office, He Yaozong met the spirited Chen Tianyi. Mr. Ho, the Department of Corrections has received my prepared plea for pardon. Whether or not the next claim will be successfully pursued depends on these days. Next, you need to help me with these things. Chen Tianyi opened the door, and after inviting He Yaozong to sit down, he directly turned to the topic. While taking out a file bag from the drawer and handing it to He Yaozong took this file bag, unsealed the sealing thread, and took out a bunch of information from the inside. Mr. Chen, this is? Oh, here's some information I pulled up by talking to the police department. Remember what I said to you before about the need for those victims whose cases were solved by Chiu Sir to come out and be interviewed by the media to gain the sympathy of the general public? He Yaozong nodded, but replied with a smile. I almost forgot if Mr. Chen didn't remind me. Chen Tianyi couldn't help but smile awkwardly. I originally said I would give it to you soon, but it takes time to select the key information. Most of the information contained in these materials is about the most feared and common vicious cases of ordinary citizens, as well as the details of the victims or the victims' families. Trouble Mr. He to go from person to do the ideological work of these people, as long as they are willing to come out and accept the media's interviews, then this matter will be considered a big success. And after all that, don't bother Mr. He with the rest. Just leave it to me. Mr. Ho short of a week, at most half a month or so, Perhaps these few errant friends of yours will be able to see the light of day again. He Yaozong put the information back into the file bag, then got up and extended his right hand to Chen Tianyi. I'm sorry to trouble Counselor Chen. A show of hands. A favor to be done. A favor to be done. Back at the Sham Shuwei Petit House, Ho Yucheng asked his horseman to go to the medical center and call Shu Wai, who was taking care of blind FAI. 20 minutes later, Xiao Wei arrived at the tea house in a dusty manner and carefully snapped the door of He Yaozong's office. Brother you looking for me? Enter. Waiting for K to enter, He Yaozong directly pushed those materials placed on his desk. Then he opened the door and told Xiao Wei to go from person to person to do the ideological work of these people according to the information provided in these materials, and make sure to persuade them to accept the media's interviews. After getting a general idea of what happened, Kay took the information and looked through it carefully, just a little confused. She collected the information and she looked up at He Yaozong. Why are you helping these errands? She had been a weather-beaten stowaway, and before she got her legal ID, seeing a police officer was like a mouse seeing a cat, and it was really hard for her heart to develop a good feeling towards them. As soon as the words left her mouth, though, she realized she had made a mistake. Sure enough, He Yaozong let out a light laugh. If blind FAI was doing this, he wouldn't ask why. I'm sorry I didn't mean to. I can understand that, and you don't have to beat yourself up. Just pretend that these messengers are my closest friends, and make sure you free them from the prison barn. Kay nodded, but hesitated, as if there was something else she wanted to say. He Yaozong saw her concern. Xiao Wei, there's no need to be so nervous when dealing with me. This kind of thing is not suitable for these fierce and vicious big only men like fine weather, and they don't have the patience to do it well. If you have any difficulties, just ask and tell me. Dealing with these neighborhoods is most difficult. As the saying goes, it is not a matter of concern, and ordinary citizens have always regarded the help given to them by the errand boys as a matter of course. With just a mouthful of words from me alone, I'm afraid it'll be hard to convince them to cooperate. Xiao Wei and blind FAI, both of whom are at the bottom of the ladder having tasted the cold and warmth of the world, look at this kind of problem from a perspective that is more spot on than that of ordinary people. Ho Yucheng nodded deeply at this. It's not a problem. If you can get it done with money, get it done with money. If you can't get it done, come to the tea house and find someone from Xiao Wei to do it. These lists have been shortlisted by the Bar Association, so in short try to get everyone by tomorrow. Okay I'll make sure to get this done as soon as possible. After sending off Xiao Wei to run an errand, He Yaozong had another lunch at the tea house. Just as he was returning to the Clock Hotel, ready to take a moment's rest, Awa called him over from the Temple Street venue. Jordan's Lu Xiao is coming our way. He says there's something he wants to talk to you about in person. Do you want to come over and meet him? Mr. Lo? For what? Not really. It seems to be on Uncle Dun's side. Something for him to pass on to you. He Yaozong sat up from the bed holding the phone, then answered into the microphone. You tell him to wait a moment. I'll be over in a minute. At 1:30 p.m. Thinwell drove Ho Yucheng to Temple Street. At this time, Jinbala had not yet reached the business hours, and the several venues of Lin Huaila, because of last night's firefight hacked to death, were now in the stage of shutting down and reorganizing. Therefore, Lin Huaila chose the location of his appointment with He Yaozong to be a jazz bar. Brother Mr. Locke is waiting for you over there. Uffley stood in front of the bar and reached out to point to a spot in the corner of the bar. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. He Yaozong looked over and realized that Lin Huaila was smiling and reaching out his hand towards himself in greeting. Last night happened so big things. Lin Huaila at the moment still play lighthearted. This guy mental quality is indeed hard enough. Uffley, where's Hua? Hua is in the back room of the bar. Tell him to go and transfer more people here. Zhang Xingyi is not a good person. Don't get caught in the gutter. Don't worry brother Brother Hua has explained to me long ago. After climbing a bit with the crow flies, He Yaozong went straight to Lin Huaila's table. Jab. Lin Huaila started to open a bottle of beer, grabbed another glass and poured one for He Yaozong. Ayo. It's thanks to you that last night's incident saved our faces in Union Shangs. I'll drink to you. As your predecessor, I'm not as sharp as you, said Lin Huaila, grabbed the glass in front of himself and drank the full glass of beer in one go. He Yaozong didn't know what kind of drama Lin Huaila was singing, but he didn't say anything more and grabbed the wine glass in front of him to take a shallow sip, wiping the wine stains from the corners of his mouth. He Yaozong sat down and didn't bother to refute Lin Huaila's face. Lu, don't embarrass me either. You have a big family in Jordan, so it's only natural that you should consider the consequences of your actions. But not me. I'm a hairless bachelor with my heart set on moving up. As long as the organization is willing to give me a chance, I'll chop up even the top brother of the police force. Not to mention at Simshatsui East Lian Halong. Lin Huailu just smiled at He Yaozong's remark. This bad boy made a good show last night, by pulling Zhang Xine down. forcing Fat Tang to agree that he could work under the signboard of the association in the future, and logically stood in Temple Street. That kind of person would be stupid enough to cut Ichigo? Ah Yao. In fact, I really embarrassed you. I, Lin Huailu, in Wolian Shang, treat any brother never do my best. Honestly, I admire you. Give you time, there will definitely be a place for you in the Oil Point district in the future, said Lin Huailu and filled his cup with more liquor, while continuing, as you said just now, you've just come to Lianshang not long ago, and your roots are shallow. I'm not exactly a powerful member of the Jordan Hall, but as long as you ask, if there's anything I can do to help you, I'll do my best. After saying that, Lin Huaila made a gesture of clinking glasses towards He Yaozong, with sincerity written all over his eyes. He Yaozong is considered to understand. Lin Huaila, this person, in order to go to the position of the talker, really can stretch and bend. The Jordan holding fit man has condescended to come and toast himself, a 49er, in order to draw himself in and turn a war into a war. By doing so, on the one hand, someone helped him to spread the fire of Chung Shunyi in Temple Street. On the other hand, it might also be an opportunity to reach a settlement with Lonergan's congregation as a way to help in the future battle between him and Big D's word. It could be argued that Lin Whaler may now be sincere in his invitation to reconciliation. But what happens in the future? That's up in the air. He, Ho Yut-sung, was not in the habit of fishing and wearing a helmet and going downstairs to pretend to be an invincible wind turbine. Seeing Lin Huaili's glass of wine raised in front of him, shaking it again and again, He Yaozong, however, got up and smiled. I can't help but give face to Lu Xiao, but the wine can come later, and we'd better get the trouble at hand out of the way. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, you can clearly see a group of raging beatniks coming towards the bar. End of chapter. Chapter 45. See that ashtray? Pick it up and go blow his head off. April 6, 2025. Yu, Lo, seeing the situation, Azer, the head horse of Ufli and Alak, immediately rushed to the wine table with his men at the first opportunity to protect the two of them. The horseman who looked at the field at the same time as him saw this and hurriedly sounded a finger whistle. Awa immediately ran out from the back room with a group of beaters, holding their weapons. Only Ho Yu-chung pushed his way through the crowd and walked over to Awa, glancing at him and shaking his head slightly. Awa would understand, and immediately looked out. It was discovered that as the group of curmudgeons entered the house, a couple of Hondas parked down the street also walked down a couple of men in suits. Apparently Omark's errand boys have been staking out this side of town for a while now. Awa immediately waved his hand to signal the horseman with the guy to retreat to the back hall. What are you looking at? You're open for business and you don't welcome guests? At the head of the group was a man with a bristly haircut, who entered with both hands in his pockets, kicking over a table first. Then with a big wave of his hand, a group of beatniks quickly dispersed to all corners of the bar and began to drive away the guests. Ava stepped forward with a cold face and walked over to the burr-headed man. Faithful and faithful. Ha! The burr-headed man glanced at Awa and spun a cold smile. My name is Tainted, tipped and tainted. As for what you say about loyalty, faith and righteousness, I've never even heard of it. Don't you open your doors for business? Serve the wine. Serve the wine, ah puff. With the coaxing of ah dirt, there were already horsemen who started to lift the tables. Accompanied by the banging and smashing sounds, the bar was immediately in chaos. What's more, they started throwing gasoline on the drinks table. Just as Awa couldn't hold down his fire and wanted to summon someone out to control the scene, a bellowing cry rang out from the doorway. Stop! A middle-aged man with a 2/8 side parting and a black suit that trimmed his body in a well-proportioned manner walked into the bar with a few young men. His face was grim as he walked right up to Dirt's side. Bastard, didn't you get enough of your ass last night? No. Dirt coldly grunted, but the arrogance he had just shown was obviously shorter. Still with both hands in his pockets, he turned his head with a wide grin and looked around at the ponies he had brought with him. Then he exclaimed, I don't recognize any of these people, but maybe it was the poor service and subpar drinks at this bar that upset the brothers. But how big a matter? With Liao Sir present, broken things according to the compensation is it? Throw! There was a loud uproar in the arena, followed by a lot of smashing. This group of Zhong Xine is really crazy enough. In front of the O-Mark police, Zhong dare to crazy mess. If you make any more trouble, I'll drag you back to target shooting first. Sweep your loyalty and faithfulness for another month in a row. Telling you to turn out the lights night after night until you go begging for food. Liao Jizong was also fuming, and directly choked Ah Do's neck with one hand. He's been watching the Zhong Xine gang for a full 5 years. The group has hardly been quiet for the past 5 years. What's even more annoying is that they mark a group from the beginning to the end. Cannot catch Lian How Long what horse feet. Can only watch this group of pouncing on Sim Sha Sui day by day to grow bigger and bigger, and cannot do anything about it. Ahem, let go. Ahem. Watch out, I'm going to the public relations section to file a complaint against you. Dirt fought to break free from Liao Jizong's grip, and instantly realized that he had completely pissed off Liao Jizong. Then with a big wave of his hand, he signaled the stable boy who was causing trouble in the field to stop. It's just money. What's the big deal? I can't believe I'm bothering you, Liao sir, to keep an eye on us. He Yaozong coldly watched the play for half a day, which would quietly walk to the side of the crow flies, patting Uffley on the shoulder. He Yaozong pointed to the wine table beside Ado. Uffley, see that ashtray on the table over there? Crowfly nodded. What's the matter, brother you? Go pick it up and blow that puffer's head off. Ha! Uffley couldn't help but freeze. He was a little confused as to why Hoyut Sung had asked him to pop Waste's head in front of the Oki messenger. Uffley, trust me, I won't swindle you. Haven't you always wanted to make a name for yourself? Bust this puffer's head and the whole of Temple Street will praise you for having balls. Yes. Hearing the word out of the head, the crowfly was immediately angry and bloodied. He quickly walked to the side of Austin, not waiting for Austin to finish fooling around. In the eyes of a group of people who were surprised, he picked up that ashtray and aimed at Austin's head and directly knocked on it. Clunk! A muffled sound came, and Tainted was instantly knocked dumbfounded and frozen in place. Dark red blood ran down his scalp, and Tainted let out a scream. Asterisk 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 your mother. Pouncing, looking for death. The atmosphere of the scene only quieted down was instantly exploded. Liao Zhizong had no choice but to greet the hand of the messenger to draw their guns. Shut up, it's just that the field will be in chaos. Where can it be controlled? Liao sir, Sim Sha Sui is not enough for you to labor. Actually have time to come to this side of Temple Street to maintain law and order? The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack and uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. A mid-range voice came from the doorway, and the noisy bar instantly quieted down as if a bucket of ice had been thrown into a boiling pot. Liao Zhizong looked back, and as expected, Lien Haolong, the leader of Zong Xinyi, was holding a cigar and walking towards the bar without slowing down. Lien Haolong, you're full of energy too. It's okay to screw around in Sim Sha Sui, but to pull the team to Temple Street, that makes it hard for me. Lien Haolong ignored Liao Zhizong as he took down the cigar in his mouth, then walked over to Ido and viciously plucked out Wu Fei. Someone is committing a deliberate act of murder. Are you sentinels just going to watch? Ah Hua stood out and sneered. Perhaps this guest looked at him as too noisy and couldn't help but reward him. It's a big deal. Just pay for the medical bills. Lien Haolong turned his head violently, and his sharp gaze instantly landed on Ah Hua. It must be said that although Lien Haolong is past his prime, the tiger's might is still there. Just this one glance instantly called out to Ewa without a moment's balking. What are you? Who are you to talk here? Facing Lien Haolong's disregard, Liao Zhizong couldn't help but get fired up. He circled around to Lien Haolong's heel, holding back his heart's fire, and spoke coldly. If you insist on making trouble in Temple Street, I'll be there for you. Anyway, if you screw up, I'll bring in my men and start work, and we'll see who can't resist first. What? There's a law in Hong Kong Island that says people can't come to Temple Street and walk around? Lien Haolong didn't avoid Liao Zhizong's gaze in the slightest, his mouth muscles twitching before he looked over to Yi Yaozong and Lin Huaila's side. I've been traveling this road, Temple Street, for more than 10 years, and no ungrateful person has yet dared to come out and get in my way. How this road has been traveled before is how I will travel it again. Right, Liao sir? I see this side of the Yin Chi is very heavy. I'm afraid there are a lot of people. To go to the Harmony Stone first to book a good earn. Liao Zhizong's face had been gloomy to the point of being terrifying. He no longer intended to continue babbling with Lien Haolong. Ben Chan, do something. Bring back all of those who just messed up. One by one. Lien Haolong just let out a cold laugh. Whatever you want, Liao sir. I was just passing by today and came in to check out the action. Anyway, you're happy, said Lien Haolong, took down the cigar in his mouth and flicked it at Ah Hua, who was not far away. Ava's quick eyes and hands slapped the cigar away. Lien Haolong gritted his teeth and nodded towards Ah Hua, then extended his right index finger and pointed it one by one on Yi Yaozong, Lin Huaila, and Ah Hua's body. Then he stopped babbling about anything and turned to head outside. Only when Liao Zhizong's group of errand boys called for backup and pulled the bar away did Ah Hua find Ho Yuzong with his heart in his mouth. He glanced at Lin Huailu, who was sitting next to Yi Yaozong. Lu Xiao, can you let me talk to Brother Yao alone? Lin Huailu let out a shallow smile. You guys chat. By the way, Yao, if there's anything, remember to call me anytime. Definitely. After dismissing Lin Huailu, Ah Hua then spoke. There's one thing I don't get. Why did you purposely let Oki's errand boy take the crowflies away? Yi Yaozong was slightly stunned and then laughed. Wah, having the heart to actually know that I intentionally let the Oki messenger pull the crowflies away. End of chapter. Chapter 46. Madam, drink the fire soup before you go. 2-in-1. April 6, 2025. After saying that, Yi Yaozong's face began to stare and scattered a cigarette to Ewa. Hung, who was chopped to death by you in Temple Street last night, is Lien Haolong's beloved. You're going to be under a lot of pressure during this time, and since Yufly is a rather hairy man and not as sharp as you, I'll have Oki's errand boy take him in to hide from the disaster, which might be the best protection for him. Ewa lit the cigarette handed to him by Ho Yucheng, still shaking his head. Brother I know my brain is not as good as yours, but if you can avoid the first day, you can't avoid the 15th. The crowflies will be locked up in the mess hall for half a month at most, and when he comes out, won't he still have to face what he should face? It's not the same, by the time he gets out. Loyal faithfulness may be gone. Ha! Ho Yu-chung spoke in such a shocking way that for a moment, Awa wondered if there was something wrong with his ears. Since the opening of Hong Kong Island, it is estimated that there are hundreds of associations, large and small, active in this place. But uprooting a society is not something you can do by taking out the other side's leader or a few bigwigs, like Zhong Xine this word head. Although in Hong Kong Island foothold is less than 20 years, but after these 10 years of intricate development, under its door has long formed an intricate network of interests. Even if Lien Haolong's lineage died out, those who were small below would quickly organize a whole new class under the banner of avenging the big brother. This is the meaning of the word head, paycheck to paycheck, birth to birth. Ho Yu-chung pinched his cigarette and took a hard drag. Wah, you don't have to be so surprised. To bring down a word head, it's not possible to rely on us clubbers alone. I ask myself that even if I were to mobilize the strength of Wasing, I would not be able to erase Chung Shunyi from Hong Kong Island within half a month. But just because I can't do it doesn't mean someone can't. On flag pulling, some of them are pros. Awa was thoughtful. You, what do you mean? Don't you ask? But I actually had Oki take the crow flies away for another reason. He Yaozong intentionally digressed and continued. Do you know why Lien Haolong made such a big fuss today? Not even giving face to Liao Zhizong's gang of errant men? Awa didn't make a sound, just clamped his cigarette and waited for Ho Yu-chung to continue. He's a powder walker, and he puts up this desperate front. For one thing, to tell people that he, Lien Haolong, is not to be messed with. Secondly, it's to put pressure on Lin Huailu. If Lin Huailu has some scruples, maybe they'll just sit down and talk slowly. Brother Yao, are you saying that? Lien Haolong is actually taking the opportunity to exert pressure, trying to force Li Shao to negotiate? Who says it is not? We've only visited a few venues in Temple Street, and if we hadn't chopped up Hang, Lien Haolong probably wouldn't even bother to show his face. If he were to start a fight, it would cost him more than it was worth. But if he didn't, there was no guarantee that it would make the rest of the bulk yard look bad again. If I were Lien Haolong, I'd also have a deadly fight on Temple Street, and then find a chance to sit down and talk slowly when both sides are overwhelmed. He Yaozong said as he flicked the ash from his fingertips and couldn't help but sneer. When Alak and Lien Haolong really talk it over, we'll be the ones who suffer. Wah! Think about it. Whenever the two societies sit down and talk about numbers, have they ever sacrificed the interests of the people below them? I let the crowflies blow up Ado's head because I don't want to leave Lien Haolong a step down. If we have to fight, then let's fight to the end. Ava patted herself on the head with the hand that held her cigarette. I got it. What do you know? Ho Yu-chung couldn't help but snort. Wah, you chopped up a Hang. Even Ho Lun was willing to put down his stature to come to Temple Street to put on an act. You can't make Lien Haolong have a seizure just by blowing out the head of a tainted man. Then I'll go prepare my manpower and find a chance to finish off tainted? Don't be silly. Simshatsui walking powder salvagers are all over the place, and they're all sharp as attack. You go over there and make trouble, you'll lose your life. Wah was a little anxious. So what should we get into? Wah, you don't have to worry about this matter. Now I want you to do one thing for me, and I'll take care of the rest. What? He Yaozong pushed out the cigarette in his hand by mortar and pestle in his beer glass and exhaled a deep mouthful of smoke, and then spoke. Go and find Smoke Shoveler out for me tonight. I've got something to talk to him about. At 5 p.m. It's almost time for the poorhouse to let out the food. More than half of the members of the Onode team had already gone out to the field with Liao Zhizong, and even their meals had to be eaten in the car. However, Police Constable Louis Mei-chun seems to be in a bad mood today and specially asked Liao Zhizong for a vacation. As soon as she arrived at the parking lot, she drove her black Toyota Crown Vic away from the police station, turned the corner, and was ready to head towards Salisbury Road. Unexpectedly, a young flyboy ventured out from the curb and got in front of the car. Squeak! With a squeal of brakes, the driver's window rolled down and Lei Meijin poked her head out. Looking for death. Loser! This flyboy didn't say much, just ran quickly to Lei Meijin's side and dropped an envelope on her steering wheel. Then without further ado, this flyboy mounted a Harley motorcycle on the side of the road, twisted the throttle and quickly left the scene. Lei Meijin's jaw dropped as she looked at the flyboy's back as he sailed away, and then looked down at the envelope on the steering wheel. Perhaps suspicion breeds darkness. Lei Meijin barely thought twice before picking up the envelope. Tear open the envelope. Take out the letter paper inside. When see what is written above. Lei Meijin, a pretty face instantly gloomy down. Langchang Bay, Avoca Seaview Hotel. Ho Yu-chung was sitting on the balcony of a Seaview suite on the 7th floor, taking a bird's eye view of the Victoria Bay in the evening. Ding dong. the doorbell was rung, and He Yaozong got up and looked at the door, only responding lazily, "Enter, the door is unlocked." The door opened and a valiant figure appeared in the doorway. Lei Meishan looked a little wary as she looked at the fresh-faced young man in the room. He Yaozong's gaze collided with her, but it was soft like a bay of spring water. From the moment he had made up his mind to fight Zhong Xine to the death, he had begun to pay attention to this errant woman who had been eaten to death by Lian Haolong's brother. "Who are you?" "Madam, I think it would be better if you came in and talked to me. Lock the door, or I can't afford to be responsible if anyone hears this about you." After He Yaozong opened his mouth, Lei Meishan almost subconsciously entered the room while closing the door behind her. "You're one of Lian Haodong's men?" "No. So it's Lian Haodong who blew the whistle on me?" In the face of Lei Meishan's eager questioning, He Yaozong only reported a smile that seemed quite kind. "Madam, obstruction of justice, colluding with associations while being an O-record officer, collaborating in murders, drug trafficking and leaking confidential information about the police force. All these sins combined. I guess it's enough for you to sit in a jail cell until the next life?" He Yaozong didn't like to continue with her nonsense, and after saying those words, he realized that Lei Meishan's entire body had begun to tremble without a trace. Lighting a cigarette, He Yaozong continued to speak. "What should be said, in the letter have said to you. You and Lian Haodong can cooperate with me as well as cooperation. The difference is that Lian Haodong has to worry about those things about Zhong Xine and doesn't dare to stab you out easily. But I'm different. I'm unattached and can go and cast an anonymous letter to your police force's monitoring department right now. This poor woman's mental defenses have been completely shattered." "Sit down, madam." He Yaozong smiled and continued to start his offense. "Those of you who are messengers should know best that gambling is something that should never be touched. How much do you get paid a month?" Zhong dared to owe more than $500,000 of Gili and Haojiang. "I think madam is also a thrill seeker now." Lei Meishan could no longer afford it. "What the hell do you want me to do?" "Simple. I'll tell you the truth. My name is Ho Yu-chung, and this time when Lian Haolong went to Temple Street to cause trouble, it was my turf that he stepped on. Seeing that Louis Mei-chun is on board, Ho Yu-chung simply chooses to go straight to the point. Lian Haolong's gang is going to eat this handle of yours for the rest of your life. I don't think you're willing to leave a good errand boy behind to be their puppet for the rest of your life. Are you? Work with me. I'll help you get rid of this gang, and you can do your job without worrying, okay?" Lei Meishan's face clouded over. She wasn't a demented. This handle Lian Haodong can eat for the rest of his life. This young man sitting across the table may not be unable to eat for the rest of his life, but she didn't seem to have a choice at all. Lei Meishan's eyes drifted off and she lifted her head feebly. "You can root out loyalty and faithfulness? Madam, you've been asking me questions since you came into the house, and that's something about you that doesn't ring true for me." He Yaozong paused his voice, then quickly restrained his smile and his gaze became sharp for it. "Now I'm going to ask you to do two things for me, and all you have to do is answer I can do it, or I can't do it. Understand?" Lei Meishan nodded almost subconsciously. "First thing, go back in a while and go reach out to Lian Haodong. Blow a false rumor to him, and tell him that your O-keeper got wind of it, and has been staking out the West End and Big Nettle Piers for a while now." Lei Meishan couldn't help but stare in disbelief. She couldn't understand how He Yaozong knew that Zhong Xine often loaded goods at these two docks. But just now, He Yaozong had a word for it, so she didn't ask too much and just nodded her head and replied softly, "Okay, I'll do it. Second thing, find a way to help me get Lian Haodong out tomorrow morning. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post." Lei Meishan sniffed and her lips opened and closed for a moment, as if she had something hard to say. After a moment's thought, she replied through gritted teeth, "Lian Haodong is very wary of me, and every time he meets up with me, he is very careful. Asking him out might not be that simple. Tell me, what place do you usually meet?" "Sim Sha Sui, Shiming Hotel." "Then ask him to meet you at the hotel. And remember to tell me the exact time of the meeting. Remember, if anything goes wrong, you'll be the one to suffer." "Good. I hope I didn't trust the wrong person this time." Gritting her teeth, Lei Meishan directly agreed to it. After saying that, she got up sharply and was about to turn around and go out the door when she heard He Yaozong's voice coming from behind her once again. "Madam, in such a hurry to do something? Have some soup before you go." Lei Meishan's body couldn't help but be stunned. "What's the soup?" Ho Yu-chung had gotten up from the sofa by now and walked to Lei Meishan's left, his right hand naturally resting on Lei Meishan's shoulder. He then turned around with his arm around Lei Meishan and went to the edge of the balcony. "And this room, it cost me a full 600 mosquitoes. 600 mosquitoes, plus a little more would be enough for half a month's salary for a worker in the Fed. Madam, don't you think it's a little too much of a loss for me to get such a room and just have a little chat? Lei Meijin glanced at He Yaozong with squinted eyes, and for some unknown reason, a trace of strange fire flared up in the bottom of her heart. From the moment she entered the house and He Yaozong called her out on those secrets, her mindset had begun to produce some subtle changes similar to the Sherlock Holmes syndrome. As if he did not perceive Lei Meijin's emotions, He Yaozong pointed to the Victoria Strait not far away. We've been doing this for a long time, and we hate and fear the bad guys. Even in Maluan, Sham Shui Pa, there are customers who want to pay extra money to ask the lady to wear a police uniform and play what ghost uniform seduction. I'm a more sophisticated person. I usually like to talk to girls, but I don't like to go to the horse fence to engage in those vain tricks. After saying that, He Yaozong's right hand wrapped around Lei Meijin's slender neck and hooked her chin. Madam, you're an errand boy again, and you're sensible and charming, and I like you for that. Lei Meijin's breathing had begun to catch, and she slightly twisted her head to realize that He Yaozong's square face was almost on her cheek. A blush bloomed on her face, and lightly opening her lips, Lei Meijin's eyes began to drift. Me, I'll go to the front desk and get a box of gum hats first. No. He Yaozong's smile was still warm, and his hand had slid from Lei Meijin's chin before ruffling the short hair on her forehead and landing on the back of her head, lightly caressing the hair behind Lei Meijin's head. He Yaozong's right hand suddenly pressed down on her shoulders, and violently sank downward, holding her down in front of her body. At the same time, two words came out faintly from his mouth. Kneel low, tip east. Inside a separate house, Su, Zhong Xin's sister-in-law, was carrying a cup of boiled tonic soup to the dining room. Aaron, don't get so worked up. You've been tired during this period of time. I specially asked fourth uncle's people to bring back a few bear whips from the mainland, and boiled this pot of tonic soup for you, so hurry up and drink some while it's hot, said Susu. Gave Lian Haolong a bowl. Looking at the boiling hot soup, Lian Haolong couldn't help but be moved. Me and Su are really just trying to have a baby. Okay, no need to explain. What about when Asiai gives birth to the child? I'll be the child's first mother. How happy this child should be in the future, having two mothers to love him throughout his life. Soso said as she scooped up a spoonful of hot soup and put it to her mouth to blow it cool, then brought it to Lian Haolong's mouth. Lian Haolong's heart was touched for a good while, then he reached out to take the porcelain bowl in Susu's hand. I'll just do it myself. While Lian Haolong was drinking the soup, Susu wasn't idle either. She picked up a set of bowls and chopsticks and picked up the bear whip and herbs in the soup for Lian Haolong, while making an offhand remark. Aaron, what about Gong Bo's side yesterday afternoon? He called me again. Tun lost $5 million to him last week. Uncle asked me to talk to you. On weekdays when he has no money, he goes to his uncle's side to borrow. Borrows and loses and doesn't pay back. And if he doesn't pay back, he goes to borrow again. Clunk. Lian Haolong slammed the soup bowl heavily on the table, his face once again ugly. Susu hurriedly withdrew her voice. Then with a bitter smile, she pulled out a few napkins from the table, wiping the soup stains that fell on the table while softly saying, actually, Gong isn't trying to collect a debt from us. He's just asking you to take care of Dong. He's always going over to his side of the fence to borrow money under your sign, and they won't be able to afford it after a while. Tung. This pouncer, the company is now being watched by the bad guys in this hellish state. He still wants to gamble with the company's money every day. You, as a sister-in-law, are in charge of the accounts, and you don't know how to persuade him? A glimmer of gloom flashed in Susu's eyes, but she continued to maintain her smile and wrapped her arms around Lian Haolong. Aaron, you can't say that. We're loyal and faithful. Just a few skeletons in the closet. Ah Fat is your military advisor. Tian Hong and the others will be your right and left hands. And anyone can listen to me? But Dong is your own brother after all. There are some things that he may not be willing to hear from me as his sister-in-law. Lian Haolong couldn't help but let out a long sigh, looking at his gentle wife. Su, I've been a little dry lately with the errand boys watching me. I shouldn't have snapped at you, but Hyung died on Temple Street, and there are many things I have to do again. I understand. The company's finances will be tight these days. Don't worry. I'll take care of every account. I'll go warn him about Adon. I'll get on the phone with my uncle and the others later, and if it's not possible, I'll take money out of my share and advance it to Dong first. Well, Soso trailed off and snuggled into Lian Haolong's shoulder. Only Lian Haolong did not realize that this wife who had accompanied him for more than 20 years had empty helplessness and loss written in her eyes at this time. He was still talking to himself. Go and get ready to transfer a sum of money from the company's account. The tighter Liao Zhizong's group of puffers stares. The more I'm going to fight with Will Lian Sheng this time. Su finally changed her tone. Aaron, still fighting? Of course we have to fight. The signboard does not shine without rubbing it, and if we don't fight we won't be able to do any business in the future. But there's not much money left on the company's books. I'm afraid the next days are not easy, or we'd better endure for the time being first. There's not much more to fishing for favors, it's just a lot of cash. Beat the woozing group of pouncers, not worried about the goods in hand for money. Sue, the more times like this, the less womanly you can be. In the face of Lian Haolong's undoubted tone, Susu could only let out a long sigh. Well, she didn't dare to tell Lian Haolong that since he had found a young wife to prepare for the continuation of the flame, she herself had been plunged into an unprecedented anxiety. She has given her heart and soul to Lian Haolong for decades, but she is too old to gamble on a man's conscience. The company's goods are her and Lian Haolong's military division Offat is responsible for going into. A batch of goods have long been split into two by them, one into the company's public accounts, one of which fell into their own pockets, and right now, Faithful simply can't come up with that kind of cash on its public books. Those goods that you have backlogged are still stored in the warehouse at the end of the West Ring, and there is no time to get rid of them. If Lian Haolong checks the accounts, then the consequences that await her and Offat are already imaginable. End of chapter. Chapter 47. If you earn Hong Kong dollars, why don't you spend them? April 6, 2025. When Lian Haolong finished his soup, Susu put away the dishes and went to the bedroom to change into a set of clothes. Walking out the door, he found Lian Haolong holding his portable phone and was entering a string of numbers. Lung, I ordered a pair of earrings for Ci and Wan Chai. They go well with her. I'll go pick them up. Lian Haolong put the phone to his ear and looked up at Su. Have a heart, Suzu. Where? Xiao Ci has been carrying on the family's name for our family. I, as a big sister, should be nicer to her law. After saying that, Susu squeezed out a smile towards Lian Haolong. She carried her satchel and twisted her waist to go outside. The moment she left the house, she couldn't calm down any longer and her pace quickened as she hurried over to the garage, south of Chatham Road, in the boardroom of a hotel. As Su knocked on the door of his room, an inchman quickly opened the door, poked his head out, and looked left and right along the hotel corridor for a few moments, then pulled Su into the room. Sister Su, what's going on? Calling me over in such a hurry? Ah, fat. I'm not going to explain to you first. Tell me, the batch of goods we hoarded at the end of the West Ring, can we find the next family to disperse them within a week? The one who met up with Susu was none other than Fa, the military advisor of Zhong Xinyi. Hearing Su ask about it like that, Fa instantly realized the seriousness of the matter. He pondered for a moment and finally replied helplessly, Sister Su, tens of millions of dollars of goods, how can it be dispersed in a week? Is it possible that Big Brother is getting ready to check the books? Soso shivered and fished out a carton of ladies' cigarettes from her bag, and Offat hurriedly took out a lighter and lit it for Soso. After taking a drag on the cigarette, Su was a little calmer. Fa, Lian Haolong is not checking his accounts now, but he is prepared to fight with Lian Sheng to the end this time. Just now on the way here, I have been calculating the account. Alone Lian Haolong they pull people out to start the fight. The cost of settling down soup and medicine these conservative have to take a few million out. This is only a small matter. The key is that Liao Ji's own gang of bad guys staring very tightly, so the fight goes on. It is estimated that for a long time the company has no work to open, with so many people to support, and the Thai side is about to start the next quarter's supply. Money is needed everywhere. The money on the company's public accounts won't support it for long, and if we can't get the money by then, sooner or later there will be a time when Lian Haolong will check the accounts. Fa's face was instantly uglier than a dead mother. Over the years he and his sister-in-law, Su, have been in charge of the company's accounts together and are trusted by Lian Haolong. This is also the reason why the two of them are in cahoots, making a big deal of money from the company's account. But Lian Haolong did not notice it in the slightest. But if you let Lian Haolong know that he and his wife teamed up to swindle him into a trap, what will happen to Su? Regardless of what happens to him, he will be flayed alive by Lian Haolong. Sister Su, can't you talk him down? Do our goods have to be dispersed in Temple Street? Don't lose that little bit of turf for a small reason. Just lose it. Fat, it's your first day knowing Lian Haolong. The whole Hong Kong island do not know how many fishing side door, not to mention Lian Haolong, even I know. Walking powder lost turf, do not step back. In the future you even have no qualification to ask for food. When faced with such a moment of crisis, one of the two brain eaters has to calm down. Suzu played it cool now, tapping her cigarette on the edge of the table as she clutched it, then opened her mouth to add, there's no point in thinking about it. You can make more money after it's gone. The most important thing now is for you to hurry up and find the next buyer and package these goods and peddle them. I figured that if no work started for a month, the cash in the company would cover about 10 days at most. If we can't come up with the money in 10 days to make up the amount, you and I will wash our necks and wait for Lian Haolong to come and kill us. Alpha gritted his teeth, hammered his fist on the table, and nodded. Okay, Sister Su, I'll get it done as soon as I can. It was getting late, and on both sides of Victoria Bay, the lights were already shining brightly. Ho Yucheng was still sitting on the balcony of his suite at the Avant K Hotel, feeling the wet and salty sea breeze at night. After Lei Meijian left, He went to take a shower and didn't choose to leave. At this point he was still waiting for a message. Wang Jianjun's side gave him a message back, making up words to make a move tonight, and if there was a result, the outcome would be seen at around 10 o'clock in the evening at Container Terminal No. 7 in Kwaicheng. Time is ticking away. When Feinwei rang the doorbell of his room and told He Yaozong that the Container Terminal 7 side was ready, He Yaozong did not feel any surprise. He got up and looked at the clock. It was only just about 9:20 now. Wang Jianjun's group's movements were even a bit sharper than he had imagined. Container Terminal 7. Inside a fishy and smelly seafood slaughter warehouse. Even at night, swarms of flies were attracted to the fish and debris on the floor that had not yet been rinsed off. And when someone passed by, the swarms of flies were startled. When the people leave, the flies follow the fishy odor to the ground again and repel them. This used to be one of the few territories of Glass's gang, at Container Terminal 7. But after tonight, it was going to be a makeshift slaughterhouse of its own. Brother Yu, the people have been brought back, just outside the emergency freeze warehouse. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. No sooner had Ho Yucheng entered the big barn than a member of Feinwei's inner circle went out to meet him. Looking in the direction this pony boy was guiding him, He Yaozong nodded. Then he signaled Feinwei to take someone to guard the outside, and he himself took a big step toward the rush warehouse. Outside the emergency freezer warehouse, under the roof beams of the large barn, hit rows of hooks for hanging heavy fish stocks, Wang Jianjun was squatting in the corner with two of his minders, and when he saw He Yaozong come in, he immediately got up, pointed to a dimly lit corner of the warehouse. By the dim light, He Yaozong saw a man covered in blood, hanging shakily from a hook. The corners of its mouth were still pattering with bloodstains, and it was obvious that it had suffered a lot before hanging up. I've brought the man back, and I've done what you told me to do. Wang Jianjun didn't have any nonsense, just waiting for He Yaozong to go over to check his identity. He was going to go to the Yuan Long side to take the boat overnight. Ho Yucheng walked over and took a few glances to make sure that the man was undoubtedly Tony, the main man among the Vietnamese brothers. He then nodded towards Wang Jianjun and the others while speaking. Jianjun, why don't you stay on Hong Kong Island and spend Hong Kong paper if you earn Hong Kong paper? I look at you brothers, make too much fast money cannot put away. Why not stay in Hong Kong Island, with me rich and powerful? Wang Jianjun froze. He, who had always been so dry and straightforward, actually didn't know how to respond to He Yaozong's invitation at this moment. But after half a moment's thought, he shook his head and pointed to Tony on the hook. Our group doesn't like to be dogs. You people can't even handle this kind of cargo. Nothing worth my service. He Yaozong smiled and walked over to Wang Jianjun. When you guys were playing with the Vietnamese back in the day, did your chief have to lead the charge? And you're worthy of comparing yourself to them? Yes, I'm not qualified to compare myself to your old chief, but the reality is, you're not comfortable with mediocrity. I want to excel, and this is not a battlefield. I'll pay for it and you'll pay for it. It's better than you taking this group of brothers to play with the poor guys just to make a little money. After saying that, He Yaozong stretched out a finger and waved it in front of Wang Jianjun. I've got another deal here for you to work on, so just make an offer. If I don't have a counteroffer, then promise me that you'll stay on Hong Kong Island and get rich with me. Now that the Vietnamese boy thing has been resolved, the help slot has been vacated. It's time to fill that slot, and send Fat Sand a creation in the process. End of chapter. Chapter 48. When you want to kill your whole family, why don't you remember that the trouble is not as bad as your family? April 6, 2025. What else do you want me to do for you? It had to be said that He Yaozong's previous refreshing style still left Wang Jianjun with some good impressions. Go and kidnap a man who was the blood brother of Lian Haolong, the head of Zhong Xinyi. I'll talk to you in detail about the exact time and place of the operation in the morning. Before He Yaozong's words fell, he saw Wang Jianjun let out a cold laugh, then quoted a price that he thought Yu could not accept. 2 million. Deal. He Yaozong responded with the same dryness, barely giving Wang Jianjun time to react. For a while Wang Jianjun even felt that he had not quoted too little. Is it really that easy to make money for members of these societies on Hong Kong Island? Wang Jianjun sighed and then spoke. It's fine to let us stay on Hong Kong Island and work for you, but there's a problem that needs to be solved first. We don't have IDs over here, so if we happen to get checked by the errand boys, I'm afraid we'll be in serious trouble then. He Yaozong couldn't help but laugh out loud. Jianjun, before you ask that question, you first need to get one thing straight. The present Hong Kong Island is still under the rule of the Ghostbusters and belongs to a capitalist society. What is capitalism? It's a society where there's nothing that can't be solved with money, said He Yaozong, took out a cigarette and lit it, took a shallow breath, and scanned the circle of several brothers behind Wang Jianjun, continuing to speak. If you are really worried that your identity is not clear and invites trouble, I can open a security company, in the name of attracting talent, to open a high salary to recruit you over. After you have paid enough tax, by then, even if you want to leave, the Hong Kong government will not be able to let go of your talents. Wang Jianjun frowned. seemingly understanding, but he had now subconsciously agreed to the reality of having to help He Yaozong in the future. Taking these brothers across the sea and taking their lives for what? Isn't it just for the silver paper? Since they are fighting for money, who can say no to a boss who can take 2 million out to them at the drop of a hat? Sharp people do sharp things. Wang Jianjun is still reticent, and at this time, he just extended his right hand to He Yaozong. Ho Yucheng understood and reached out to shake his hand tightly. Jianjun, do me a favor and untie the man. I have a few words for him. Wang Jianjun nodded. Then with a wave of his hand, the two brothers behind him stepped forward and immediately dropped the hook, unhooked Tony, and dragged him to He Yaozong's front. On your knees. Out of disgust for the Vietnamese boys, the two big laps are not spoiled at all. With a single kick, he knocked Tony, whose hands and feet were bound, down in front of Ho Yucheng. Ho Yucheng crouched down in front of Tony. I won't talk to you about nonsense. I heard from Blasses and the others that you hacked $80 million worth of goods from Ashan. Tell me where the money is kept and I can give you a hard time. Tony was being held down at the moment, but stubbornly looked up, as if he didn't even have the strength to speak. He coughed twice and spat out the bloody foam in his mouth. A wide-eyed, boozing smile followed. You had better kill me now and let me live. Sooner or later I'll tell you to hem and haw. Hard bones, I'll bet you'll tell me. So why go through all the aggravation? Tony still let out a guttural laugh. Killed my brother and still want my money? Wang Jianjun was greatly offended when he heard the laughter and clenched his fists, about to greet Tony, but He Yaozong reached out and stopped him. Grabbing Tony by the hair, he forced him to lift his head up. Ho Yucheng gave a warm smile. Tony, I urge you to think this through. You three brothers have suffered and enjoyed the blessings, so it's not in vain that you've come to this world. But have you ever thought about your mother? She raised you three brothers through thick and thin and brought you all the way across the ocean to Hong Kong Island. One day without enjoying the blessings, she became severely demented. Won't your conscience hurt if you let her follow you on the road? Pounce. The fury made the adrenaline rush so violently that Tony briefly forgot about the pain and flailed to get to his feet, only to be greeted by another heavy punch from Wang Jianjun, directly paralyzing him on the ground. Looking at Tony, who was writhing on the ground, He Yaozong didn't bother to go on with his nonsense. He stood straight up and spoke coldly. I'll give you one last chance to answer. If you're stubborn again, I'll drag your old mother over here right away and make her sink into the sea with you. If you're willing to talk, I'll guarantee that my old mother will be able to enjoy her old age on Hong Kong Island. Tony just murmured, puffing out, woe to the family. I'll take my pick. When you said you'd kill Blasses and Shan's entire family, why didn't you say it was too bad for your family? I urge you to answer quickly. Patience is limited over here. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack and uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. At this point Tony was just struggling, trying to roll over. He Yaozong glanced at Wang Jianjun, who immediately understood and signaled the fellow stepping on Tony's back to remove his foot. Tony then rolled over with difficulty. He was lying on the ground, both eyes staring straight at He Yaozong, no different from a tuna that was about to be gutted. After taking a few breaths, Tony then spoke. To walk the wrong way and fall into your hands. I recognize. I hope you keep your word and don't touch my old mother. She has given too much in her life for us three brothers. I don't want to hear you get melodramatic. Get to the point. Facing He Yaozong's pressing question, Tony clenched his teeth and growled lowly. The money is in a detached house on the east side of Tin Shui Y Golf Club, with the house number A003. I put the money in the penultimate room to the right of the hallway entrance on the second floor, which has a large safe containing $11 million in cash, and the combination is 300,611. This string of passwords is Tony's old mother's birthday. Think of this, Tony cannot help but tears. Evil life of the Vietnamese boy. At this moment the heart finally flooded with pain to the extreme regret. Ho Yucheng's smile gradually tightened. Want to give your old mother a birthday? $80 million of goods blacked out and only $11 million in cash? Tony coughed violently twice, then gritted his teeth in response. You believe him when he says $80 million? That's the selling price coming in. It's not even worth that much when it's sent to Vietnam. I didn't even pull the cargo onto the ship. I went straight to the snakeheads to pack it up. $26 million sold. And that's all there is to it. What about the other $10 million? Lost the bet. Spent it for the fine man down there. Don't you my old mother? Tony hissed at Ho Yucheng, already in a state of madness. He Yaozong gazed at Tony for a moment, then got up and looked at Wang Jianjun, who was on the sidelines. Jianjun, go over to Tin Shui Y and get the money back as he said. You keep $3 million, $2 million as your honorarium for doing the job tomorrow, $1 million as my hard-earned money for you brothers, and send the rest to Hutai Tea House. Wang Jianjun couldn't help but be moved. You trust me? Not worried about me running off with the money? Use the man. Doubt the man. The most important thing for those of us who get together is to make friends. He Yaozong naturally wanted to make it sound pretty, but he also believed that Wang Jianjun wouldn't really be stupid enough to take the money and run. All these things he did on Hong Kong Island, put on the mainland, any one of them would be enough to pull them for target shooting. Wan nodded, then glanced at Tony, who was lying on the ground. What about this scumbag? If we find the money, we'll come back and send him on his way and give him a hard time. He Yaozong's icy gaze fell on Tony's body, looking at Tony's heart. If you don't get the money, call his old mother and get on the road together tonight. End of chapter. Chapter 49, Pretty Quinn, I Have Good Ears. April 6, 2025, 10:30 p.m. Tessie's tea house. When Ho Yucheng returned to the tea house, a horseman guarding the door immediately told him that Awa had brought someone to bring back Smoke Shoveler and had been waiting for him upstairs for half a day. Smoke Shovel, goodbye. You. Pushing open the door of the tea room, Awa and a group of ponies hurriedly put down the cigarettes in their hands and got up to greet Ho Yucheng. Smoke Shovel stood in the corner of the tea. Seeing He Yaozong enter, a bitter face, raw and squeezed out a smile. Ayo, I'm honest enough. If you're going to take my skin, you have to give me a reason, right? It's really none of my business if Loyal Faithful comes and sweeps the floor. That's where they demolish the goods. And I don't want to, okay? I didn't come here to hear you talk crap. Lian How Long said he wanted to kill me. I'm so upset right now. I was going to get someone to just do away with you. Do you know why I left you alive? He Yaozong waved his hand to interrupt Smoke Shoveler's complaint, and then signaled for Ahua to lead the men out. Waiting for a group of horsemen with Lian Sheng to go out, He Yaozong then greeted Smoke Shoveler to sit down and threw him a cigarette. Smoke shoveling music took the cigarette. There is a strong composure to ask. He Yaozong asked for a fire. Why? Because you have old and young. You a happy color life. Help people demolition of goods for so many years. Zhong did not suffer retribution. I've heard that your wife has given you a good pair of children. I've asked someone to inquire about them. They're studying at Puiqing Elementary School, and I've heard that their grades are pretty good. Smoke Shoveler Li's face changed horribly. He removed the cigarette from his mouth, which he hadn't had time to take a drag on, and instantly stood firm in front of He Yaozong. Brother, you, come out of the line one man for all. No matter what I offended you for, don't hit my family. What are you so excited about? Want to hit me? No. Then sit low. He Yaozong glared at Smoke Shoveler, then barfed and lit a cigarette. Taking a deep breath, he slowed his tone. I'll give you 2 days to get one thing done for me. If it's done well, we'll all go our separate ways from now on. If you dare to play any tricks with me, you'll be waiting for your whole family to sell salted duck eggs. Smoke Shoveler sat down in a regular manner, not daring to be slow. You say, that's right, He Yaozong said as he beckoned towards Smoke Shoveler, signaling for Smoke Shoveler to come over. I've heard that you've demolished goods for Hong Hing's Liang Quan before? That's right, but Quinn hasn't come to me for bulk in a long time. I heard that there's a mole in his haul, and this year, no matter if it's by water or by land, something happened to those goods. That's just right. In a moment, you go to Tung Choi Street and find Liang Cohen. Tell him. With a burst of instructions from He Yaozong, Smoke Shoveler Li's face became more and more strange. A moment later, Smoke Shoveler gave He Yaozong a suspicious look. Just this point, 11:15 p.m. Tung Choi Street, Qiankuan Pictures. As a film and television company specializing in salty films, at this point in time, Qiankuan Pictures appears busier than the chicken sinus next door. A man with a small goatee and a light red suit was walking out of one of the audition rooms, puffing out his cheeks, rolling his eyes and letting out a long breath. Qiankuan Film and Television Company has signed a few new girls in the past few days. As the boss of the company, Liang Kuan naturally want to personally point out these girls to perform well in every scene. It's head horse stupid strong sitting outside on the sofa waiting. See the beautiful Kuan out. Hurriedly stacked with a big brother phone, came to the beautiful Kuan front. Without waiting for Silly Chang to open his mouth, Liang Kuan gave him a blank look. Dragging his lazy cockney voice, he opened his mouth. Silly John, did you get enough of a kick out of eavesdropping outside just now? Silly Chang can't help but show his teeth. This big brother is a bit epileptic-like. Every time he knocked high and played the horse, he likes to find someone to brag about his non-existent high ability. No, Cohen, I just came up from downstairs. There are things to explain to you. How dare you say you didn't eavesdrop? I'm telling you, I have good ears. I heard someone out there just now who's been having a tremor. And who else could it be but you? Liang Kuan's eyelids drooped, and he instantly changed his expression. Silly John knew it was the fact that his medicine hadn't gone down yet, so he just chimed in right away. I'm sorry, Quinn. Just now those two girlies were screaming too loud. I couldn't hold back, so I came to the door to listen twice. Liang Kuan coldly grabbed Silly Chang's hair and laughed out sorrowfully. Asterisk, 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 your mother. Next time you listen, why don't you come in and audition with me? Nowadays, there are a lot of S on Hong Kong Island, and there is a big market for their movies. Your big brother I can write and fight, maybe both men and women. Silly Chang shivered raw and hurriedly changed the topic. Quinn, I'd better talk to you about something important. Smoke Shoveler Locke, who helped us bulk goods in Temple Street before, came over, and he said he'd been kicked out of Temple Street by Lian Shang's men, and that Chung Shunyi had been targeted by the errand boys lately, and that no one was looking for him to break up the goods, and that he'd almost run out of food. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack and uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. Pretty Gone instantly slapped Silly Strong on the head. It's none of my business if you don't have food? You think I'm a good Samaritan? Doesn't he know I've had a rough 6 months? There are so many empty venues in Mongkok, and the customers are all drinking cold sodas. If he dares to ask me for food, he's out of his mind. So let him go. No, Quinn. Smoke Shoveler told us that he might be able to get us a shipment on Hong Kong Island if we wanted. Hearing that there were goods coming to his door, Liang Kuan's psychedelic eyes began to gradually become clear. He loosened his grip on the Silly Strong and asked in a deep voice, "Where are the smoke shovelers? You were running errands earlier and I had him waiting in your office." "Shut up." Liang Kuan looked around warily, then took Silly Strong's shoulder. Go meet him. The time has come for summer, and the weather on Hong Kong Island has become temperamental. The following morning, the parking lot of the Shimming Hotel in Tsim Sha Tsui, the gusty winds tore at the canopy of the banyan tree by the roadside, swirling up a patch of stumps and leaves. Lien Haodong's horseman, Dagger Boy Rong, spat at Lien Haodong, who was sitting in the back seat, as he drove the car into the parking lot. This year's typhoon came gone early. It's a good thing that the company had already stocked up in advance some time ago, or else there would have been no food for more than a month, to say the least. There may not be any food now, even if the wind is favorable. Lien Haodong absently looked out of the car window as he replied to his beloved. The car was parked, and Knife Boy Wing was in no hurry to get out. He turned his head to look at Lien Haodong. Dong, Liao Zhizong's group of puffers, staring us down? I don't know. I'll just wait for someone to come over and ask. Lien Haodong pushed the car door open with a pretense of spontaneity, then slammed it shut. Why are you still sitting in the car? Get out of the car and get to work. Oh hoo. Knife Boy Rong hurriedly stopped the car and turned off the engine, just opened the door and peeked out, but saw a van followed their car stopped, and then with a clatter, the car door pulled open and down stepped several men with unpleasant faces. Intuition made Blade Boy Wing sense danger. He hurriedly opened the door and prepared to dive into the car. Dong, get in the car. Bang! Before the man had a chance to get into the car, Knife Boy Rong felt something hit his cerebral spine hard. Immediately, his eyes went black, and the words he hadn't finished shouting seemed to have been rubbed away into the gale. End of chapter. Chapter 50. It wasn't your brother who was in trouble, so of course you don't need to get excited. April 6, 2025. It's the same fishing warehouse that handled the Vietnamese boys last night. Ho Yu-chung took off his trench coat and hung it on the wall, then donned a set of rubber coveralls and, in the tool shed in the corner, took out a freshly sharpened fish knife. After testing the sharpness of the blade, He Yaozong caught the knife and came to Lien Haodong. Lien Haodong was tied to a pillar. He forced himself to hide his inner panic, yet he still managed to force himself to squeeze out a calm smile towards He Yaozong. ******** Her old mother. How much can lame Asian, a poor man, give you guys? Why don't you make a deal with me and let me off the hook? I'll give you guys 3 times what she offered. He Yaozong sneered and stood still in front of Lien Haodong, but his eyes had already landed on the Patek Philippe watch on Lien Haodong's left wrist. Perhaps you don't know me yet. Introduce yourself. My name is He Yaozong. Lien Haodong could no longer laugh. He gulped nervously, his voice starting to catch a little. Bad boy, it's no use screwing me. By killing me, you are forcing Tata Shinyi to be immortalized with you. He Yaozong let out a light smile and ignored Lien Haodong's feeble threat. He twisted his head to look at one of the fellows from Wang Jianjun's team, catching the fish knife and flinging it. Comrade, please give me a hand and help me straighten his left arm. Yes. Soon a scream of pain that reached the depths of his soul came out, and was immediately drowned in the sound of the raging waves outside the warehouse. At noon, in Simshatsui East, Lien Haolong was sitting on the sofa in the living room and was answering the phone constantly. Tin Hung, there's an errand boy on Temple Street, tonight at 8 o'clock. You take your men and go to Jordan first to sweep Lam Wylock's place. I'll ask Ah Wu to prepare a minibus to meet you. After sweeping Jordan's scene, immediately take a ride to Sham Shui Paside. Find that bastard Lung Can. We must chop him up tonight. You don't have to have any scruples. I'll have the money ready. Tell the brothers that I won't lose a penny of the tonic fee for the settlement and all that. Sheng Yao, I will first arrange for someone to make trouble in Temple Street tonight, and try to draw Liao Zhizong's firepower for you guys for the time being. 20 minutes. That's enough time to walk back and forth between Jordan and Lai Chi Kok Boulevard. Don't worry, let go and fight. I'll take care of it when the sky falls. After hanging up the phone, Lian Haolong realized that Su's face was gloomy, and he didn't know when he was standing behind himself. Putting away the phone, Lian Haolong sighed long and hard. Su, go prepare 2 million in cash first. After tonight, I guarantee that the world will be peaceful, and the people from Lianshang will personally come to invite Watu tea. Su circled around to Lian Haolong and made a last-ditch effort. Aaron, why don't you just calm down again? Once we fight, it's not up to us what happens then. Calm A. You're 14 years old with me. What scene haven't you seen before? It's no longer a matter of a few venues. With Hong dead, my brothers will be chilled if I don't do something. After 30 years, I've only learned one thing: when you're out there, you either get beat up by others or you beat them up. Seeing that there was no way to persuade Lian Haolong to calm down, Susu could only nod her head in agreement, and a trace of anxiety flashed in her eyes. Just as Susu was about to say something, Suage, whose head was wrapped in a sash, ran in from outside, panting, carrying something. Big brother. Big brother. His face was so pale that he could barely see a trace of blood, and when he ran to Lian Haolong, his breath didn't slow down, and his speech seemed to be stuttering. Lian Haolong glared at him. See a ghost? You're scared to death. What happened? Dirt didn't dare to say more, but just handed that black plastic bag to Lian Haolong. The moment the pouch opened, a strong odor of blood hit the air. Inside the bag was, quite literally, a left hand that still wore a Patek Philippe. Lian Haolong recognized this watch. Last year Lian Haodong lost 1,800,000 in Gongbo's field. He took this watch to offset part of the number, and finally he paid money to help him redeem it. Sizzle. Lian Haolong snatched the bag and felt a wave of emotions mixed with panic and anger rush straight to his head. He subconsciously flew up and kicked the dirt directly in front of him. What's going on? Where are the Adonians? Excessive anger caused even Haolong's growl to carry a jarring trill, and dirt covered his stomach, struggling to move backward. At the same time, he looked at Lian Haolong with a scowl on his face and stammered for an explanation. No, I don't know. I was just outside smoking a cigarette and there was a car that went by the door and dropped this bag at me and left. Punt, pounce. Lian Haolong has completely panicked at this time. He clutched the bag in his hand, began to look left and right, obviously because of the short circuit of the brain. At this time already do not know what to do. Luckily, Su was quick on her feet, and she fought back the discomfort as she reached into the bag and pulled out a slip of paper with a phone number on it. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. Aaron, don't get so excited first. Here stay. It wasn't your brother who was in trouble, so of course you don't need to get excited. Lian Haolong hysterically shouted towards Susu, who held the note. First startled, then her face gradually went down in desolation. However, Lian Haolong had no time to notice these details, as he snatched the note from Susu's hand, and then picked up his handheld phone in a hurry and dialed against the number on it. After a few paging tones, the phone was picked up. Hello? A strange male voice came out of the phone, and it was obvious that the voice he was talking to had been processed with special tools. Taking a deep breath, Lian Haolong restrained his mixed emotions and gritted his teeth. Whoever you are, leave Lian Haodong alive. Oh, so it's Brother Dragon. Your brother owes us $3 million in Haozhong. It's been almost a year. He's hiding in your turf as a shrunken head turtle. He told us to come to your turf if we're brave enough to come and find him. And today we're here. $3 million, right? Where are you guys? I'll have someone send it over right away. Throw. Although I look down on you as an egg-scattered brother, I still recognize your Lian Haolong's reputation. I won't bother you to deliver it here personally. In this case, you go now and prepare $5 million in cash in a bag. Around 2 p.m., the Environment Agency's garbage collection truck will pass by your door. You leave the money in the back of the garbage truck. We'll pick it up ourselves. When we receive the money, we will naturally tell you where your brother is. Lian Haolong's teeth were already clacking. Pound sir, you cut off my brother's hand and you dare to raise the price? It doesn't matter if you don't agree. Just wait to collect Lian Haodong's corpse. Shut up. I'll do as I'm told. That would be great, but I'm warning you, if you send someone to keep an eye on it, keep the money for your brother's funeral. The caller finished and hung up with a snap. Listening to the busy line tone coming from the handset, Lian Haolong instantly became furious and slammed the handheld phone in his hand on the ground fiercely, while looking at Su who was on the side. Su, didn't you hear me clearly? Go prepare the money. $5 million. End of chapter. Chapter 51, Su, money is more reliable than people. April 6, 2025. On this side of the Kwaichung container terminal, Ho Yu-chung plucked the batteries out of the second-hand mobile phone that he had temporarily purchased and threw it into the raging waves. He then quickly folded back to the warehouse. The wind outside is indeed a bit strong. Another night. I'm afraid that the Hong Kong Island road cars cannot travel. Jianjun, in a moment, you go and arrange for someone to go and retrieve the $5 million from Zongxinyi. Leave $1 million for the brothers to drink tea with, and take the rest back to your place first, and I'll arrange for someone to hand it over later. Wang Jianjun couldn't help but be moved. You've already given what's due. I can't. This money. You're welcome. I'm always honest as a person, and our current relationship, which isn't good enough to be a pushover, is something that needs to be cemented by money. He Yaozong waved his hand to decline Wang Jianjun's politeness. Then he smiled towards Wang Jianjun and took a big step towards the parking pad outside. The target shooting boy came over to Wang Jianjun's side. Big brother, this boss is really something, knows how to make money and is generous. So different from those scumbags we knew before on Hong Kong Island. Wang Jianjun glared at the target shooting boy. Grab the car later and go get the money back. Don't ever talk about the boss behind his back again. Dumbass. Simshatsui East, in a detached house around Signal Hill, Fat accompanied Susu into a closed book room and opened a safe. Fat couldn't help but spit as he held the nylon bag for the money. What's wrong with Big Brother? He wouldn't have been like this before. $5 million, said to give, but also do not allow us to stake out. That group of puffers, if the money received choose to silence, how to do? Isn't it the same as dragging us to die together? Whoa. Soso dropped the pile of cash money she was holding in her hands to the floor, then kicked the safe with hatred. Afa froze, looking up languidly to find Susu's chest heaving violently, her face twisted to the edge of near breaking. Sister Su, shut up. You don't know how much Lian Haolong thinks of his scrappy brother. Soso's voice was slightly more shrill as she growled towards Hair. Tears rustled down the corners of her eyes as she held out 2 fingers and waved them in front of Afa. 20 years, since I first came out to stand on the street. I've been with Lian Haolong. These 20 years I have all my heart in his body. When 2 people share a box lunch, I even have to save the meat out of the mouth to let him eat. With love, I thought I could count on this man for the rest of my life. And now I realize that no amount of giving on my part is half as important as his promiscuous gambling brother. Letting go of the nylon bag in his hand. Let go of the nylon bag. He slowly stood up straight and reached down to wipe the tears off Sue's face. Su, you should have wised up years ago. Money is much more reliable than people. Susumu opened Fa's right hand that wiped her tears, and then huffed twice, her face gradually returning to its normal color. Fat, this is not the time to talk about this. The company is running low on cash, and with this $5 million missing, it won't take long for Lian Haolong to find out about our false accounting. What I explained to you before. You'd better hurry up and get it done. Afa kicked the safe as well, then nodded helplessly toward Susumu. I'll get it done as soon as I can. At 4:30 p.m., Lian Haolong, who had stayed at home fidgeting, finally waited for that coveted phone call, but the call came through the home landline. Hello? An arrow step ran to the bedroom. Lian Haolong did not dare to have a moment of negligence, directly picked up the handset. The odd voice still came out of the receiver. Thanks for looking out for me, Brother Lung. Your oldest brother is at Manhwa Mountain Park, in the gutter below observation deck No. 1. After saying that, without waiting for Lian Haolong to reply, the other end of the phone snapped and hung up. Lian Haolong didn't dare to delay and hurriedly went out to greet Ado, who had been guarding the living room for a long time. Dirt, go downstairs and get the car. Call the brothers and get going. Manhwa Mountain Park observation deck number 1. Quick. About 20 minutes later, Lian Haolong ran panting with a group of horsemen to the bottom of the viewing platform of Manhwa Mountain. In this typhoon approaching weather, not even a bird can be seen in the whole park. Lian Haolong didn't see a single ghostly figure near the observation deck. A hint of a bad thought vaguely flooded his mind, but forcibly holding back his inner agitation, he began to greet a group of ponies to go up and search for people. After sending his horseman off to do his work, he leaned against the underside of a thin-leafed banyan that had been torn apart by the gusty winds, and sat down in a helpless heap. A half-length head of hair had long been flailing in the wind as he looked away from the dimly lit sky. No one knew what he was thinking. I don't know how long it took, but a call pulled Lian Haolong out of his contemplation. Biggie, Tung, found it. The one who came to report the news was one of Dirt's lackeys. Lian Haolong hurriedly got up. Where? Why don't you just go and see for yourself? Brother Long, it's in the front ditch. Lian Haolong's eyes were like knives as he plucked out a glance at this horseman. Looking at this horseman with a jolt, the most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. Luckily, Lian Haolong didn't say anything more and ran directly towards the direction he had just pointed out. Below the observation deck, Lian Haolong was covered in blood and lying motionless in the gutter. From the bruises on Lian Haolong's body, it was easy to see that he had long since broken out and out damned. A furious bellowing that was so extreme that it was almost as if it overpowered the howling winds at the top of the mountain. All the horsemen surrounding the side were involuntarily taking 2 steps back, looking at the scarlet-eyed Lian Haolong. All of them were creeped out. It was late again, and in Hutai Finance Company, He Yaozong's office was inside. Blind FAI timidly knocked on the door and came in, and after seeing He Yaozong, he couldn't help but ask, is something wrong? Why are there so many people guarding this side of the tea house today? None of your business. Sit. Are you feeling better? He Yaozong put down the account book in his hand and greeted Blind FAI as he sat down. Blind FAI squeezed out a pleasing smile. Thanks to Brother Yao's care, it's already much better. Pouncing, getting beat up like this for good reason. Didn't you light up and join the winning sign when the fiery bunch pulled you over? Blind FAI shook his head while explaining. You brother, you have spoken. I start work with you, not in the Liansheng seabed book titled. I do not want to cause trouble for you, also not qualified to light up in Liansheng signboard. Zhang Yu, this group of people from Fiery Fire are usually used to bullying me. No matter what I do, they always want to beat me properly first. Blind Hui actually knows everything. This is the most hopeless sadness of the cowardly at the bottom. Ho Yucheng sighed. Blind FAI, since you're working with me, from now on, when you're out in the world, you have to ring the dose. Being bullied when you're not with me, and being bullied when you're with me, then aren't you old mothers with me for nothing? Blind Hui was positive. Brother Yao, I won't disgrace you in the future. It's not that, I'm not asking you to be out and about with my sign, but you should at least act like a normal person. She's not as good as Shell Wei, who works for me outside and knows how to use both strength and softness to see what's good for her. After saying that, He Yaozong looked at Blind FAI's silly look and simply waved his hand. Forget it, there's no use talking to you about this. Go downstairs later. Go over there with Wang Jianjun's men and get me a sum of money back. I've chartered a long private room in the Clock Hotel next door to keep the money, and from now on, you and Shelby, you'll be responsible for taking care of the money for me. Blind Hui immediately agitated. Brother Yao, the matter of managing money. I'm afraid. Shut up, Kay is a fine person. You should really learn from her. Sending Blind FAI away, He Yaozong packed up the account books on the table and was about to go downstairs to find Wang Jianjun to explain something. The portable phone rang at just the right moment. Pressing the answer button, Smoke Shoveler's voice came out from the inside. You, got a minute? Speak. It's true, as you predicted. Faithful Zawa has come to me. He asked me to do something. He said that he had a batch of goods worth $30 million under his hand, and he could find someone to pack them up and disperse them at a low price. I've just talked to Liang Kuan on the phone, and Liang Kuan said he wants to hurry up and get this deal done as soon as possible before the typhoon comes. End of chapter. Chapter 52, Pretending to be a Grouch. A grouch is a grouch. April 6, 2025. Ho Yucheng was silent for a moment, then spoke into the microphone. Any idea exactly when and where they're trading? Something like this they point would tell me? Then tell Fat that Liang Kuan can't trust them, and that you must take the lead on this business. You've been dismantling goods in Temple Street for so many years. Your reputation hasn't been built up in a day or two. They won't be able to trust you? Smoke Shoveler looked a little embarrassed on the other end of the line. I'll give Fat a call later and ask, but I really can't promise. Relax, I promise they'll believe you this time, He Yaozong said and paused his voice, gripping the earpiece tightly, and spoke to Smoke Shoveler in a serious tone. Smoke Shoveler, I'm a man of my word. Remember to call me right back when you're done with this little job. School will be closed for the next 2 days, so remember to spend more time with your kids at home, and don't make it hard for me. After speaking, He Yaozong hung up the phone. Stacking his handheld phone, he went downstairs and out the door to find Finwell. He instructed him to arrange for someone to send a dessert to Smoke Shoveler's house, and then He Yaozong was about to go downstairs to find Wang Jianjun. At that moment the phone hanging on his belt rang again. Looks like it's in the middle of an eventful year. Ho Yucheng unhurriedly pressed the answer button and walked towards a vacant tea bag. The phone call was from Fat Sand. Ho Yucheng, where are you now? Sha sir, I'm at home hiding from the typhoon. What's up? Take shelter from the typhoon. Close the doors and windows tonight and don't go anywhere. Fat Sand's tone seemed a little grave, and he paused for a moment before adding over the phone. I'm not calling you alone. Do you know that Liam Holung has had a seizure? There's such a thing as a good thing? Good thing? Just an hour ago, Loyalty and Faithfulness's men stomped down a number of their nemesis fields in Sim Sha Sui in quick succession. Even his late friend Gong Bo, the master of the rice class, was forced to run to the police station for refuge. His brother Lien Haodong is dead. He said that he would bloodily cleanse any enemy that had a beef with him. And I'm not kidding you. He Yaozong couldn't help but freeze. He took out Lien Haodong, essentially to force Su these people to move the privately intercepted warehouse, and then facilitate their deal with Liang Kuan at the same time. commissioned Wang Jianjun. They robbed Liang Kuan's payment for the goods, and incidentally to send Fat Sha a monstrous wealth. But he never expected Lian Haolong's reaction to be so intense. He said that he bloodwashed all the enemies of Zhong Xine to give his brother a burial. It seems that he still underestimated his feelings towards Lian Haolong. But so what? If you have the guts to come out and be a whitewashed housebreaker, you have to have the realization that your whole family will die. This saves himself a lot of trouble. Lian Haolong and Sim Sha Sui East has caused the anger of the people. In the future, the difference between the people to pull down their flag. They do not need to bother to prevent the resurgence of loyal and faithful to the righteousness of the people. Sha, sir, let me make it clear that we stayed honestly in Tuadi and didn't go anywhere. If someone else is beating down the door, we can't just sit in the hall and wait to be hacked to death. Anyway, take care of yourself. The loyal faithful side is not under our group's control. I'm just checking in with you too. I don't want to have to walk through the streets to work overtime in this damn weather. Sha, sir, I'm only afraid that by then you won't be able to do it no matter what. What do you mean by that? Nothing. Just as He Yaozong was about to find an excuse to put it off, a clamoring cacophony suddenly resounded from the street outside the tea house. He Yaozong's face suddenly changed, and with a random excuse, he hung up the phone, opening the window. As expected, Tadashi Shinya moved far faster than he expected. A dozen or so minibuses were parked at the roadside, and nearly 100 knife fighters, led by Lok Tin Hung, had already fought with the Sham Shui Patong's horsemen. It seems that Lian Haolong is indeed pulling out all of Zhong Xine's family's assets to get out of this bad anger in his heart. In the front hall of the tea house, while the shouting and fighting outside shook the sky, the three men sat on the sofa, absently stoned on melon seeds, coldly watching the vicious battle outside. Luo Tianhong's eight-faced Han sword was wielded with ease, chopping and slashing horizontally and vertically, and no one dared to get close to him. It's like a beaver in a henhouse and a tiger swinging a sheep. If we keep on chopping like this, it won't take half a minute for this group of beatniks from Wasing to scatter. The #1 gold medalist fighter of Zhong Xiane really lives up to his name. Brother Jianjun, that guy is sharp enough. Target boy dropped the melon in his hand, got up and clapped his hands, and said with interest to Wang Jianjun who was sitting beside him. Wang Jianjun spat out the melon shells in his mouth, and his expression was unprecedentedly grave. Not bad, tough enough, stern enough, put on the battlefield to fight white-knuckle combat. I believe it is also a good hand. Target boy grinned. What do you say if Jiangwo and I can beat him? Wang Jianjun replied frankly, Jiangwo almost mean, you have the opportunity to see who is faster. Target boy stopped the grin on his face and didn't hold back. Not bad. I wouldn't even dare to go easy with this guy without using the spray. I just don't know how many moves he can get through in your hands. Wang Jianjun sneered, sat up straight, and abruptly drew a dark three-pronged military spike from behind him. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack and uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. One move. So confident? Gripping his military spikes, Wang Jianjun slowly got up, his entire body tensed up like a sharp arrow about to leave the string. His gaze had been dead set on Luo Tianhong, who was hacking closer and closer towards the tea house, and he coldly opened his mouth. Strikes are quick and inaccurate, and the stance is in turn unfavorable. Putting on airs, coming out to cut people down actually using such flashy guys. Cooks or kooks come to that. Wang Jiangwo, who was on the side, followed suit and got up. Big brother, the boss only said for us to take care of his well-being. Should we make a move now? Of course I'm going to make a bid. You think the money is that good? The morale of this group of people with united victory is falling apart. Tackle the thief first, take care of the one leading the charge. Wang Jianjun nodded towards Wang Jiangwo, and then carrying his military spikes. With just one look, a vote of brothers in the room got up in unison, and took a big step outside with their weapons. Hey, you're kind of funny. Wang Jianjun had a clear goal and went out and targeted Luo Tianhong. Luo Tianhong at this time is hacking up, and Lian Shang this group of people have seen him to avoid. Cold here someone dares to call his bluff. At the moment also came to interest. He stopped his movements to rest his breath, shook off the bloodstains on the eight-sided Han sword, and his eyes gleamed as his gaze flew down on Wang Jianjun. Vaguely, he would be able to feel the humongous fury on Wang Jianjun's body. However, Luo Tianhong didn't do too much thinking, but just displayed the eight-faced Han sword in his hand, did a chopping style, and ran towards Wang Jianjun. Wang Jianjun held the three-pronged military spike in his hand and remained still, seeing that the Han sword was about to fall on his face. At this time Luo Tianhong suddenly changed his chop into a stab, actually anticipating Wang Jianjun's blocking action. Life and death in an instant. This kind of occasion, Wang Jianjun do not know how many experiences. His movements were surprisingly fast, and just as Luo Tianhong changed his stance, he made a sharp turn, while the military spike in his right hand stabbed out backhandedly, and the Han's sword narrowly grazed his back. Looking again at Wang Jianjun's three-pronged military spike, it had already entered from Luo Tianhong's proper back and exited from his left front chest. Bubbling blood was flowing out of his chest along the blood groove of the military spike. One move to determine life and death. LOL. Luo Tianhong let out a dull whine in his throat, still holding the Han sword and maintaining the stabbing motion, but he was no longer able to retrieve his Han sword. Past events flashed in his mind as fast as running lights. Once upon a time, he followed Lian Haolong to fight the world, and he also made a noise for a while. But in the face of death, Luo Tianhong was also unavoidably flooded with powerless fear. Only Wang Jianjun did not give him any time to ease up. The military spike was pulled out and another hole was sharply stabbed in his neck. Clunk thunk. First, the sound of the Han sword falling to the ground rang out, and then the impact of Luo Tianhong's corpse falling to the ground. The faith of a cadre of Cheng Xinyi's beatniks collapsed with the sound of these two voices. End of chapter. Chapter 53. Chapter 053. Dragon Roots, Ours and the United Winners. Zhong Jiaorun's Rules? April 6, 2025. The night is dark and windy. An old tiger Ben crossed Boundary Street from Nathan Road and stopped near the Shekgap May housing estate around the Mongkok Stadium. The horseman who held the car hurriedly got out, pulled open the backseat door against the wind, and helped Lonergan out. Ryukin covered the top of his half-bald head and walked quickly into one of the old tenement buildings on the estate. A horseman sitting at the head of the stairs to meet him got up at once. Uncle Lungeon, upstairs. This is one of Fat Tang's residences. As the most senior and most vocal uncle of Wasing, he still chooses to return to the housing estate with the heaviest smoke and fire to retire after decades. It's worth noting that the dimly lit interior of the tenement does have a distinctly cozy feel to it on this blustery day. Dragon Root. Arriving at the Fat Dun's living room, Lonergan found that the District 9 talker, Blow Chicken, was already sitting firmly on the sofa. When he saw himself enter at that moment, he was smiling and nodding his head in greeting. Ryukin nodded at him, then set his eyes on Fat Dang, who was making tea. Will, what can't we talk about over the phone in this hellish weather? Fatty Dang poured 3 cups of hot tea, then leisurely sat beside Blow Chicken and made an invitation gesture towards Longdun. Tea, please. Again, he set up a tea ceremony, and brought Blow Chicken over to engage in some uptight stuff, and Long Jean roughly already knew what Fat Dang was going to tell himself. Without much ado, Ryukin sat down on the chair opposite the duo and took a shallow sip of tea, then took the initiative to open up the conversation. Looking for me? Are we going to talk about Zhong Xine? Blow Chicken just smiled without saying anything and sipped his tea with his head down. Fat Dang's eyelids drooped slightly and he crossed his fingers as he settled down on the couch. Instead of answering this question posed by Ryukin, he spoke slowly. An hour ago, Locke's yard in Jordan was swept by loyal faithfulness men. 8 fine men were hacked to death on the spot. 24 brothers were sent to the hospital, and as many as 33 were dragged into the mess hall by the errand boys. I've done some calculations for him. The settlement fee, the medicine fee, the bail fee, and even the running fee to avoid the disaster. This time Locke's parish will have to pay out at least $8 million. Ryukin was displeased, but did not open his mouth to say anything more at the moment. Fat Dang took a soothing breath and continued. Locke is a truthful person. Over the years in Lianshang which parish is in trouble, he will lend a hand if he can. But the bottom line of his haul is there, $1,800,000. Not a small amount. Lonergan couldn't help himself now. Brother Wei, according to you, are you asking our hall to help him out with this $1,800,000? Let me say this up front. When the Temple Street venue was first opened, I didn't beg him to come over and take over. Seeing Long Root holding fire in his heart, Blow Chicken hurriedly came out to round up the situation. Lanjian, our brothers in the 9th district are of one mind. If Alu is in trouble, how can we let your family carry the burden? The money is drawn from the society's public accounts, so you need not worry. Since I don't have to pay for it, what do you want me to do with it? This time it was Fat Dun who chimed in. You should know exactly what you're being asked to do. We in Unicorn have had a good run over the years, and it's been a while since we've had this kind of large-scale firefight with another word leader. Because of this new fine man you've taken in to make a vibration, you're dragging the rest of the hall into being stared at by the bad guys. Lonergan was really on fire now. Brother why? I don't quite understand. Which one of us has never made a living out of it? Which one of us has never followed a big shot to a tanning saloon? Or been dragged into a classroom by a bad shot to drink judicial milk tea? When a kook comes out to work, if he doesn't fight and kill, what does he do for a living? Waiting for others to give you a handout? Spared a series of questioning from Lungeon. Fat Dang snapped his eyelids open. Ryujin, is it better to have the whole of Hong Kong Island knocked down and given to you, with the governor's seat going to you? Brother Wei, words can't be said like that. I know that back in the day in United Success didn't know about the Doba closure in your hands, but that was before. Ryukin said, bulging his eyes and glancing at Blow Chicken again. Following up, back then, the 4 great detectives delineated the territory of every corner of Hong Kong Island, and everyone paid their fees on time. worked according to the rules, and honestly ingratiated themselves with the rice class masters. And anyone who had a mouthful of rice had a mouthful of food. But that's long gone. Times are different. If we don't fight for it, if we don't grab it, the business of the hall will only get smaller and smaller, and the community will only get more and more disorganized. Then that's no reason for this lousy boy to attract so much trouble after just less than 10 days of worshipping. Consider yourself. Your 60th birthday party was cancelled because of what he screwed up. Yu Lungken is so intent on supporting him. Why don't all the other 8 district parishes look at you to fight Zhong Xane and see if you can outweed Lian Haolong? The corners of Fatty Dang's mouth twitched, clearly amazed that Long Jin actually dared to refute his own words with Wai Yaodong. However, Fatty Dang didn't know that in these days when He Yaozong had worshipped under him, in just less than 10 days, his Long Zhen's vault had scored more than $1 million extra. In order to keep this money tree, Long Jin, not to mention standing up to Fatty Dang and talking back to him, and letting him fight with Fatty Dang, he felt that he would not hesitate to do so, and it's still blowing chickens out to round up the crowd. Both of you are highly respected elders with unison. I beg you not to be so angry that you will be laughed at by the fine men below. None of your business. Lonergan clearly didn't think of blow chicken as a dish, but he'd collected his anger by now and sat up straight, easing his demeanor as he looked over at Fat Dang. How about you make it clear, Will, what exactly you want me to do? Fat Dang, however, still had a stern face. Hand them over. Sit down and talk to Lian Haolong. Ryukin was stunned, and for a moment he suspected his ears were out of joint. We have a rule of handing over with Wenxing? Brother Why? That's not like you to say. Uncle Dang. Uncle, don't be so impulsive. It's true that there's no rule of handing over people with United Shang. This matter, I'll carry it with Uncle and the others. Just as Long Gon's blood pressure rose again, Lin Huaili's voice suddenly came from behind him. Long Gon was surprised and looked back to find that Lin Huailu had stood behind him at some point. Lu, when did you get here? I've been here for a long time. I was just helping Uncle Deng feed the dogs in the back room. Lin Huaila smiled and sat down low beside Long Zhen, then looked at Fat Deng with a sincere face. Uncle Tang, I think Uncle he has a point. The society has to grow. The brothers have to start work, and the territory is bound to expand. You as a sharp postgraduate, bold and strong in years. When I first went to Temple Street, I just wanted to help him share a little pressure. It's not just a Zonk Sinyi. The brothers of the family embraced the group, and he fought on. How can I retreat from the battlefield? These words were soothing to Lonergan's heart. Wei, as you heard, Lu doesn't even have a problem with it. If there are any difficulties, we will carry them together. Such a big word, not moving to hand over. Spread the word and laugh to death. Fat Deng's face also began to ease up. Long route, it's not that I'm making things difficult for you. I always say that when you come out of the line, you have to have the rules of coming out of the line, and you have to do what you do in whatever position you're in. If Ho Yucheng is in charge of your hall, and he takes people out to wave the flag in sunshine, I naturally don't have half a word to say, but he is a new door 49, moving to make a bigger battle than holding fit people. This call outside those word head how to look at us. What will the O's think of us? Lonergan knew that this was Fat Deng handing himself a step down. Just as he was about to say something, he heard Lin Huaila speak again. Uncle, this is actually a good idea. In any case, this matter will have to be carried by Ao and me. How about this? While the dragon head is also here, why don't you just say a few words and let Blow Chicken tie up the bottom of Ao's job? With the identity of a straw shoe, it will be easier to go out and do things in the future. Ryukin instantly understood. Fatty Deng called himself over in this hellish weather, bending and bending, telling all sorts of things, so it's just to do a favor for Lin Huailu? But Lonergan was happy to do the favor out. Both can block the mouth of the Fat Deng, but also for He Yao's own completely correct identity, just when the time to choose the speaker. He voted for him Lin Huaila's sacred vote, so Ryukin looked at Blow Chicken and just asked in a bashful opening. Blow Chicken, do you have an opinion? I don't even have a problem with it. Go back to the bottom of the C book and drop the name. Congratulate your Shamshuipo has produced another good scion. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. The zapping of the bottom of the job is different from worshipping the door. And the name of the bottom of the C book division must be moved by the blowing of the chicken. Looks like that's where the chicken blowing comes into play tonight. Ryukin whirled around and released a smile, then looked over to Lin Huaila, who was sitting beside him, and reached out to pat him on the shoulder. Ah Locke, there's love and justice. I appreciate you. When the chicken is blown and the stick is handed over, we in Shamshu Weipo will fully support you. Ah Locke so support you. When we beat back Zhong Xine, the territory given by the glasses some time ago, remember to share half of it with him. Just when Lungeon thought that things were done, Fatty Deng coldly popped out a sentence that left him speechless for a good while. At this time in the Hutai tea house, He Yaozong had just arranged for good people to clean the bloody street entrance. He felt that the Environment Agency should apply for a Good Citizen Award on his behalf. Having never heard of any character opening a piece and having to contract for sanitation in front of his house. Coldly, He Yaozong received feedback from the system in his mind. The number of slots for his help rebate. The number has been upgraded to 4. What's going on? Your identity has changed again? Following the progression from 1 to 2 and in from 2 to 4, does that accidentally mean that if one's identity changes again next time, one will be upgraded to 8? Ring, ring, ring. But before He Yaozong could think about it in detail, the phone thrown on his desk interrupted his thoughts. The call came from Smoke Shoveler. Brother you, just now Liang Kuan has already given me through the phone. He words from last October to the beginning of this year. More than $80 million has gone out of the water. Trading with fat, he's only willing to take 8 million out to test the waters first. Worthy of being one of the most prosperous Hung Hing a few holding fit people. 8 million in the eyes of the beautiful Kuan. But also just try the water. Smoke Shoveler. Sometimes I really can't figure out these pinkos. Hong Kong Island is only more than 5 million people. The drug traffickers work every day to sharpen their heads. These pouncers every year tens of millions of hundreds of millions of goods from the Golden Triangle to pull back. So many goods added together they scattered finished? What? Make sure everyone on Hong Kong Island gets their medicine? No, Hong Kong Island is a transit point. Some goods are dispersed in Hong Kong Island, and some goods, Zhong will be dispersed to South Korea, Japan, and Taiwan Island. Okay, down to business. Where and when did they agree to deliver the goods? The typhoon is going to make landfall tomorrow, and Afat asked me to tell Liang Kuan that at 10 o'clock tonight, the deal will be made over at the Tseung Kwan O Pier. 10. He Yaozong lifted his wrist and looked at his watch. It was now 8:21 p.m. I know. Go inform Pretty Gone. You. Just as He Yaozong was about to hang up the phone, Smoke Shoveler Lu, in a slight hurry, shouted over the phone. What else? After a half-dozen moments of silence, Smoke Shoveler replied with a wriggle. I'm going to accompany Pretty Quinn's people to the deal tonight. If you want. I didn't mean to offend you before. Give me a way out. Don't worry. I'll keep my word. He Yaozong finished and snapped the phone off. He sat in his office and pondered for a long time, and finally gave up the idea of this blackmail. On the one hand, 8 million is not worth it for him to let Wang Jianjun's gang go to risk. Tonight's weather is bad. The arrangement of the reception of the big fly is not good to drive away. The fat Sanshong want to lead the team to do things at the pier. The most important thing is that if the gun is moved, there is no guarantee that the poor man will be dead set on it, and then it will not be worth it. Be careful. Make money fast, but be more steady. Having made up his mind, He Yaozong immediately dialed Fat Shah's number. The phone rang twice and Fat Sandy's voice came out of the receiver. Side 1, Shah sir, you're going to be rich tonight. Don't say anything, listen to me slowly and tell you first. I have received a piece of information on my side. Sim Shah Sui. Lian Haolong sat on the sofa in the living room for a long time, unable to believe that Luo Tianhong, who had followed him in his conquests for many years, had died just like that. But reality is far colder than a corpse. The house was surprisingly quiet. Soso leaned next to the closed window of the balcony, staring out the window at the darkened woods beyond. The sound of the gusting wind sweeping through the trees seemed so raucous that Susu didn't jerk awake until a swept-up branch slapped against the outside security fence. She felt the need to go and say something to Lian Haolong. Aaron, you really need to calm down. Ah, Dong and Tianhong died. I am also very heartbroken. But today you have offended Gong Bo, Flower Buddha, those people. Even with this and Lian Sheng 2 halls, many of the brothers under our hands now cannot even find a boat to run away. You still want Tainted and the others to go to Big Nettle's warehouse to get their guns. If we keep fighting like this, I don't think we'll be able to hold out anytime soon. Lian Haolong looked up at Susu with an expressionless face, both eyes red. You stay out of this. This moment made Susu feel that the man in front of her, with whom she had spent more than 20 years, was even more unfamiliar. She bit her lower lip, and her mind couldn't help but feel more anxious. Sighing, Sue turned her head and walked into the bedroom. Bang! Unlocking the door to her room, Sue hurriedly took out her cell phone and quickly entered a string of numbers. The call was quickly answered. Fat, how did it go? Tianhong is dead. I can't persuade Lian Haolong anymore. VIP chapter won't post. Am contacting the editor to see what's going on. This chapter as a public chapter to send it. I do not want to be said by everyone as obscurantist update. The first booking chapter is estimated to be an hour or two late, or to plead with the big brother to give a first booking. This is really important. End of chapter. Chapter 54, Testimonials on the Shelf. April 6, 2025. The book will be on the shelves at 12 noon on March 16th, which is tomorrow. I would like to solemnly thank each and every one of you who gave this book a monthly vote, a recommendation, a reward, a bug hunt, a suggestion, a favorite, and a catch-up read. Thank you guys. I was going to sell a wave of misery, but on second thought, I'll pass and sell a soft misery. On a more practical note, update the question. From the first day I posted my book, I was told by a big brother in the group that a budding writer like me who writes Hong Kong synthesized in the starting point can't even have enough to eat if I don't write 10,000 words a day. I want to be fed, so every day I'll be busting my ass to get to 10,000 words a day, and that's a promise I'm making. To be honest, it's quite unsettling in my mind. I don't know how many first orders I'll get. If the first booking is still passable, I'd like to weld myself to the computer and have a complete sleepless deathmatch with the keyboard. Come on guys, look at all this. Please give my little brother a small first order. When morale is up, motivation is up. The fathers and mothers of the rivers and mountains can tolerate me, so as not to make money for the sins of the world. I'll take care of the plot and do what I can to make the story stand out. Lastly, cheekily, I'm once again asking for a first booking and a monthly ticket from all the big boys. Can't thank you enough. Bye. End of chapter. Chapter 55. Chapter 054. Sha sir? If it's convenient, remember to reward Lian Haolong with a bullet for me. April 6, 2025, 11:30 p.m. 627, Canton Road. At this time, the Yaomati police station is as lively as the new year. Liao Zizong, from Olmark Group A, was leading a group of people to hurry towards Group B's conference room at a fast pace. Hey Liao sir, working overtime tonight too? The entrance to the conference room has long been crowded. There was Sha Zhan holding a cup of tea, smiling as he stopped Liao Zizong and the others in their way. Liao Zizong looked hurried. Where's Fat Sha? I heard he caught a big fish tonight. Where is he? I see you are here to find Sha sir. He this year pay God in place will soon become the Oilsim Shatsui district's big man. I his mother's, pulling team PTU support, just to do how many people in their lives cannot do a big case. Cut the crap. Where is he? Liao Zizong was on fire and obviously had no patience to listen to the Sha Zhan teasing his mouth. The smile on this Sha Zhan's face increased. Liao sir, it's useless for you to be anxious. Although Zhong Xine has always been in the sights of your team A, but this group of pouncing criminals is in the hands of our team B, so we'll have to take over this case reluctantly. Right. Superintendent Li Wenbin personally in the inside to listen to Sha sir to make a report. Tonight Sha sir said to stay up all night, personally go to interrogate Fat's group of street fighting. Seeing that Oki Chief Superintendent Li Wenbin was pulled out as a shield, Liao Zizong could only be patient. I have quite a few clues about Zhong Xini in my hands. I just want to apply for a collaborative case with your B team. I've been eyeing Zhong Xine for so many years. I've wanted to take them down for a long time, and I'm not here to take credit from you. Liao Zizong, these words true and false mixed half. On the one hand, he does hate Zhong Xini to the bone. These guys so many years to engage in the shock, no less tired of him by the higher level. On the one hand, he really didn't want this quest for years of credit to be easily fished away by a sheriff from Team B. This Sancho just shook his head. A moment later, when Li Sir comes out, you go and talk to him. Seeing that he couldn't get into the closed conference room, Liao Zizong could only sigh helplessly. He pulled up a chair next to one of the desks and began to pepper the Sancho with questions. Did you get any statements from Fat? I don't know, Alia sir. This bastard Fat is the white paper fan of Zhong Xine. If we can ask something out of him, Lian Haolong and the others will be completely finished. You guys need to hurry up and figure out how to pry his mouth open. This group of pouncers from Zhong Xine are slicker than oil. It's too late. Lian Haolong and these guys should figure out how to break the game. This Sha Zhan grabbed the tea and rinsed his mouth with a gulp, then still put on a two-skinned face. Laughing, he said, it's none of my business. I'm on duty tonight. I'm just buying snacks for them. Liao sir, you want to do the case? Wait for Li sir, they finished the meeting law. You, Liao Zizong speechless, but also helpless, only to sit and wait, no longer bother more words. About 5 minutes later, the door to the conference room opened. Olmark Chief Superintendent Li Wenbin's face was cold as he stomped out from the inside. Immediately after that was Fat Sha, who at this moment was all smiles and springtime, making assurances towards Li Wenbin's back. Li sir, relax. We, Team B, promise to live up to our expectations and use this opportunity to uproot Zhong Xine. Li Wenbin stopped in his tracks and looked back at Fat Sha. Fat Sandy, I'm going to the police department right now to apply for a commendation on your behalf. You B team grab the accounts, ledgers, warehouses and all that stuff from Chung Shunny. Time is running out, and I hope to hear some of what I want to hear from you when I come over tomorrow. Yes sir. Fat San stomped his foot on the ground and saluted towards Li Wenbin. He waited until Li Wenbin returned the salute towards himself, and then he was shocked to realize that his footboards were tingling, to the heavens and to the earth. He, Fat Sand, could have sworn he had never saluted so hard in his life as he did today. Li Wenbin lowered his hand, but his gaze fell on Liao Zizong who had already stood. However, when he saw Liao Zizong's lips mumbling, not waiting for him to open his mouth, Li Wenbin made the first move. There's nothing to say, Fat Sand has assured me that he's bound to ask something out of the suspect tonight. I trust him, After tonight, when the time comes, you guys will go to Tsim Sha Sui with Team B to wrap up, and give me a thorough eradication of Lian Haolong's group of puffers. Li Wenbin's tone could not be refused, and Liao Zhizong did not dare to ask more questions. He could only salute breathlessly towards Li Wenbin and replied yes sir. He waited until Li Wenbin left before he hurried to Fat Shah's side. Fat Shah, it's not that I want to take credit from you. You don't know how laborious this group of pouncers from Zhongxine is, and you've already done a great service by catching them in flagranti delicto at General o'clock. Where is Fat? Let me go and interrogate him. Fat Shah just smiled and waved his hand. Liao sir, it's not that I don't give you face. Just now you also heard Li sir said, tonight interrogation of Fat's matter, by me to be responsible. How dare I disobey Li sir's order? Pound sir, if you miss the best time and let Lian Haolong and the others get prepared, can you take the blame? Liao Zhizong was truly anxious, but Fat Shah's expression looked more composed. Don't bother Liao sir, anyway, we are the messengers. It's always right to obey the order to do something. Liao sir, you'd better go back and have a good night's sleep. Wait for me to summon you over tomorrow. We'll all go together to root out Zhongxine, said the Fat Sand, also no longer nagging. Backhand, stride toward the classroom side. At the Hang Lung Clock Hotel, Ho Yutsung is answering a call from Lungkan. Bad boy, you are lucky. Tonight I talked to Deng Wei. He agreed to tie up your job for you. Throw. I've been in Liansheng so many years, in addition to those years from other words over the file of fierce people, have not seen which fine brother less than 10 days, enough to qualify to tie the bottom of the job. Ho Yucheng smiled. Uncle, it can't be that simple, can it? Uncle Dun doesn't hate me the most for messing around with shock. He'll agree at some point that I'm zapping the bottom of the big job. You were right, Dunwell does have conditions. All said and done, he's using your affair to force me to stand up for Locke. Big D is still a powerhouse, and I've never seen Fat Dun so attached to his favored candidate before. That's it? Of course it's more than that. He Chung wants me to hand over half of the territory over in Kwai Chung to him. If you don't agree, then let Blow Chicken go and talk to Lian Haolong. It's possible that Blow Chicken's mouth will be soft and he'll hand you over. He Yaozong almost didn't laugh out loud. Uncle, you have to get it right. Jimmy's been doing a great job with his A-Goods business all these years. The rehash VCD business. It's just missing a peer to hit the ground running. If you hand over half of Kwai Chung's turf, it's like letting Le Xiao come in and draw a share for nothing. Isn't it good to keep this money to honor your old man? Throw. I'd like to, but hand on heart, taking care of Jimmy is going to condemn you. You don't have to think too much for Jimmy boy. He's had a smooth ride all these years, and one less profit won't affect him much. It seems that the fine man Lonergan is in love with is also willing to put in the blood to train. It is not without reason that the Shamshuipo tunnels can raise Jimmy Chai. A big fish. He Yaozong gripped the microphone tightly, stopped laughing, and answered seriously into the microphone. Uncle, please tell Uncle Tang that the land will not be handed over. Not a single cargo warehouse on Kwai Chung's side. I'd like to see who they plan to give me to. Are you crazy? Uncle, don't worry. We'll talk about it after tonight. After casually perfunctorily saying a few words to Longgun, He Yaozong hung up the phone. But before he could put the phone down, the ringing started again. Without even thinking about it, He Yaozong guessed who was calling. Sure enough, just after the answer button was pressed, Fat San's fiery voice came out. Bastard, what are you doing? I couldn't get through to you just now. Shah sir, you solved such a big case tonight. I think you should be celebrating. Why did you remember to call me? Don't play dumb. You called me earlier to break the news and told me under your breath that if I couldn't handle FA, to let me call and ask you. This guy has a stiff upper lip. It looks like he wants to take it all on. You hurry up and tell me how I can get him to talk. Any later and the credit will be taken by someone else. Ho Yucheng let out a light laugh. Shah sir, what's it to me that your credit has been snatched? Just catching this big fish tonight is enough to get you a solid promotion to senior inspector. Pound sir, during this time Zhongxine has been messing around and I've been taking care of you so much. If you have some conscience then don't talk about sarcasm here. Okay Shah sir, I'm not playing with you. Now I'm so serious to tell you something. If you promise, I'll make sure you can pry Fat's mouth open right away. What? Simple. As soon as you've dug up the material you want, bring your men to shovel Lian Haolong's roots. Fatty Sand couldn't help but be infuriated. Nonsense, do I need you to tell me that? He Yaozong's tone had become serious. Listen to me first, Lian Haolong is a high-minded person. I guarantee he'd rather die than go into the classroom with you guys. If you get the chance, remember to reward him with a bullet for me. The errand boy who had dealt with the association all his life could naturally understand what He Yucheng meant in a second. You have to cut the grass to get rid of the roots. He Yaozong was trying to use his own hands to completely eradicate the scourge of Lian Haolong. Thinking for a moment, Fat Shah immediately nodded his head in agreement. Okay, tell me, how do I get Fat to talk? Simple, you just have to tell him that Susu is missing, and that Lian Haolong already knows about General Australia. The rest, he'll naturally confess. That simple? It's that simple. Fat Sand, who had hung up outside the interrogation room, could no longer hold back the ecstasy on his face. He kicked open the door to the interrogation room and turned on all the interrogation room's headlights, greeting the on-duty messenger to keep an eye on the outside. He then closed the door to the room and smiled as he sat down on the interrogation seat. Afa, whose entire being had appeared to be wilted at this point, glanced at Fat Shah and snatched an answer before Fat Shah could open his mouth. Sir, don't strain yourself. That shipment is all mine alone. I don't know anything else. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack and uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. Don't worry, I'll tell you something first. Fat Sand passed a wink towards the policeman recording the statement, who immediately understood and got up to turn off the recording equipment. Only then did Fat Sand speak again. Did you know that your loyal and righteous sister-in-law has disappeared? The corners of Afa's mouth twitched, and the wilting on his face was swept away, replaced by a look of panic. Fatty Sand, however, said to himself, you're not small in guts, even dare to hack Halong's money, or collude with his most trusted wife for so many years. I can guess that when you're in jail for your crimes, Lian Halong is going to think of many ways to screw you over. Cold sweat ran down off Fat's scalp. As one of Lian Halong's most trusted beloved, he knew very well that Fat Shah wasn't swindling him, regardless of whether what Fat Sand said was true or false. As long as they let the wind out, Lian Halong knew what happened tonight. Put the account a pair, and then this classroom would be the safest place in the world for himself. Hey, it's no use gawking. Fat Sand let out a yell that scared Fat. Obviously, having seen through Harry's crumbling mental defenses, he would never give him too much room to think. Me what me? Honestly, where are the books of faithful? Where are the warehouses? And what are the offshore accounts? I'm trying to save you. Don't play dumb for me, Fat Sand said, pointing to the watch on his wrist, reminding again. Let me talk to you first. Liao Zhizon's gang. Now can't wait to get ready to pull Lian Halong back to the mess hall for questioning. If you cooperate with me honestly now, you may be able to get 2 years less in jail. When the time comes for Lian Halong to be on guard and transfer these things, Jesus can't save you. The cargo warehouse is at Cargo Warehouse 7 at the Big Netty 1 construction camp. The frozen warehouse with the chilled label on the door is it. A stone in Fat Sand's heart fell to the ground. Having confessed to one thing, you can take your time asking the rest. Very well, what about the ledger? Where is it kept? Star Ferry. By now the weather was preternaturally looking bad, and the whole pier was empty, with only the endless hissing of the waves responding to the darkness of the world. Susu ran against the gale to the sheltered floor of a fishing platform, carrying a suitcase, wrapped tightly in a windbreaker, and kept looking around. Earlier, after learning about the incident at Seonkwano Pier, she almost did not even think about it and immediately went out to pack up the cash she had prepared long ago and called those snakeheads to ask for a boat. Only in this hellish weather, the snakeheads all said that only a brain-dead demented line would go out and run a boat. Well, 20 minutes ago, a snakehead from the number gang finally agreed to take a boat and send her to Southeast Asia, but only if you come up with a triple price. After the events of the past 2 days, Susu had completely given up her fantasies about Lian Halong. The successive blows had turned Lian Halong into a beast that had lost its mind. More than dying at the hands of Lian Halong, Susu felt that she was even more unable to face one thing, without realizing it. She had lost the love that was engraved in her heart back then. Why isn't it coming? Why isn't the boat coming? Soso stomped his feet in a hurry. Well, at that moment, a dim fishing light flickered in the distance over the sea. A fishing boat came this way against the waves, and in a short time the boat was steady on the shore. Is that Fishy Lo Jen from the number gang? Soso pulled on the pillar of the sheltered pavilion and poked her head out to shout at the docked fishing boat. I'm just helping Fish Lover Source get started. You're going to Thailand? That's right, it's me. Then why are you still blowing on the shore? Hurry up and get on the boat. Soso sniffed and hurried down the steps of the dock. Before boarding the ship, she glanced blankly behind her as a gust of wind blew through, dispersing the tears that had been in her eyes. Hey, it's about to get windy. Don't waste time, the boatman just urged, not allowing Susu to think too much, tugging her and pulling her onto the fishing boat. Aaron, I'm sorry, Sue murmured in her mind, then gathered her composure and hurried towards the cabin with great strides. Whoa! As Susu entered the cabin, the boatman who answered outside immediately closed the cabin door, and then pulled the top light of the inner cabin. A majestic back figure was sitting in the middle of the cabin, which almost didn't scare Susu's soul off. The man sitting in the middle of the cabin slowly stood up and turned around, and there was no mistaking that it was Lian Haolong standing in front of him. At this moment, Lian Haolong couldn't see a single fluctuation of expression on his face. The sharp eyes that used to be there were now also dead empty. Sue, why don't you say hello to me if you're going out? A familiar greeting without a hint of sentimentality. A strange sourness flooded through Susu's heart, and at the moment the sadness had overpowered the fear. Aaron, how did you know I was going to run away on a boat? Lian Haolong took a step towards Susu, then stood in front of her and snatched the box from her hand. After opening the box and discovering the bundled cash notes inside, Lian Haolong directly threw this box to the ground. All these years I've left all the business matters to you and Fat, and you thought I didn't care about anything. But you're forgetting that I made the loyalty and faithfulness sign with one punch and one kick. These snakeheads you know called me back right after you called for the boat and asked me what the hell was going on. Lian Haolong grabbed Sue's shoulder as he finished speaking. A sellout is a sellout. Tell me, where did I wrong you? Not giving you money to spend? Don't trust you? So much so that you're going to team up with that scumbag Fat to screw me. Ha! Susu suddenly let out a cold laugh, followed by a push away from Lian Haolong. Trust me? Trust me that you'll go to another woman to carry on your family's name? Trust me, you'd spend 3 days with Sue that? Lian Haolong, I know you dislike me for being a sellout, and being with me at that time was just a matter of your brother Long not having a better choice. Now it's good. It's not like I've lived up to the promise you Lian Haolong made to me back then. We can all die together. Explaining to a woman is always a labor of love. Not to mention in this situation, Lian Haolong was surprisingly calm, with just a trace of sadness flashing across his face. He looked coldly at Susu, and Woody spoke. In just a few days, Hong is dead, Tung is dead, and Tin Hung is dead. Now even my most trusted wife has teamed up with my most trusted brother to betray me. I've thought so clearly about traveling the wrong path, and perhaps God is trying to collect me. I just want to know one thing right now. Did you sleep with that scumbag Hair? Sometimes men and women argue and women will keep going over old scores from the past. A man on the other hand is much simpler. He only cares if the woman is sleeping with another man. Sue couldn't help but let out a maniacal laugh. After laughing, she wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Lian Haolong, it's true that I'm all just a man whore in your eyes. Then I can tell you now. From the time you and Xiao Ci this get together, I have been sleeping with Ah Fat every day. During that time we do not know how much fun we had. Do you understand this feeling? So brother dragon, do you want to, finish me off here? Slap. Asterisk. Lian Haolong threw a slap on Susu's face. But for some reason, with that slap, he seemed to realize that he wasn't that angry either. Susu was knocked to the ground, but she still braced herself to sit on the ground, stubbornly glaring at Lian Haolong. Do it, Lian Haolong. What are you waiting for? Isn't it just death? I figured it out a long time ago. Lian Haolong didn't bother with Susu anymore, but turned around and walked to the corner of the cabin, picking up a bottle of whiskey that had been prepared long ago. Lifting the cap, he ruffled his half-length hair and tilted his head back, pouring the pale red liquid into his belly. By now, the shrill sirens had sounded from the shore. After Fatty San led a team to swoop down on Big Nettle's warehouse overnight, the police department immediately issued an ultimatum. Tonight, all operational departments in the Oil Point district will cooperate fully to make sure that Lian Haolong is apprehended and brought to justice. Zhang sir, is this Xiong Xine person so fierce? Why do I see the police department's operation order with a standby notice from the SDU? Zhou Zijuan followed Zhang Chongbang and jumped down from one of the assault vehicles, looking at the gusting winds of the Star Ferry Terminal and asked Zhang Chongbang in puzzlement. End of chapter. Chapter 56, Madman's Release from Prison. April 6, 2025. Nonsense. These guys aren't your average kooks. They've got guns. Zhang Chongbang held up the bulletproof undershirt on his body, then gripped his own .38 and prepared to form up into a standby position. Fat Sha happened to be leading the team past Zhang Chongbang at that moment. He couldn't help but glance at Zhang Chongbang, then shook his head straight in obscurity and hurriedly brought his own group of men and went over to the front in support. The fishing boat was still docked at the pier, with no intention of driving away. Fat Sand was spirited, and in his 10 years of service as an officer, he had never been so powerful as he was today. The entire oil tip area of the action group whole go, see him Fat Sand step by step into the glory. The chief commander of this operation, Li Wenbin, personally ordered that all actions in the lower field were at the disposal of Fat Sha. Liao sir, please do something for me. Fat San stood above the pier with a megaphone in his hand and one hand crossed, shouting at Liao Zhizong beside him. Liao Zhizong's gaze was always on that fishing boat and he just responded. What? Take the trouble to tell Zhang Chongbang's gang of losers to get the hell out of here and go stand by in the rear. Lian Haolong is very fierce. I'm afraid that when the time comes, the bullets are not long-eyed. In case there is a short or long, the brothers at the scene shoot, and this pouncer will have to corroborate our breach of discipline in court again. Liao Zhizong had been a little impatient, but at first glance, hearing what Fat Sha said, he seemed to think that there was some truth in it. So as the deputy commander of this operation, he hurriedly ordered with his subordinates around him to have the criminal unit's errand boys move back, so that they wouldn't have to add to the chaos in front of them. Clearing his throat, Fat San started to put the megaphone to his mouth against the howling winds of the dock. Lian Haolong, listen up. Your warehouse has been raided tonight, and we've searched the ledgers. There are marine police in the sea to cooperate with this operation. You won't get away with it. I advise you to come ashore honestly. Don't resist, and come back back with us obediently to be judged by the court. Just as Fat Sha crossed his arms and shouted, Liao Zhizong on the side was already in a hurry. He tugged on Fat Sand's shoulder several times and shouted a reminder. Fat Sand, aren't you forcing Lian Haolong to fight us to the death by shouting like that? Don't around. We'll have to take him back for trial. It was just that Fat Sha had a smug look on his face and impatiently opened Liao Zhizong's hand. Liao sir, when dealing with this kind of goods, you should kill him properly. If we don't put a little pressure on him, he won't know that the Horse King has 3 eyes. Does he really think he's the Tsimshatsui East Overlord? Said Fatty Sandy again, picked up the horn to shout, but was snatched by Liao Zhizong. Even pulling and tugging, he shooed Fat Sand aside. Meanwhile, Liao Zhizong hurriedly picked up the loudspeaker and shouted towards the fishing boat. Lian Haolong, after fighting for so many years, what are you still not convinced of? Today this scene you should have thought of is a big man. Hurry to shore, be a man to lose. Fat Sand just bristled, while already pulling out his .38 pistol. He Yaozong, that's all I can help you with. If Lian Haolong is determined to be a shrinking violet, there's nothing I can do about it. In the cabin, Lian Haolong was still gulping down wine. A full bottle of whiskey had bottomed out. With the wine in his head, Lian Haolong only felt indescribable bitterness in his heart. The past came back to me one by one. From his first day out in the world, he'd thought he'd end up in many ways. Being besieged by the differentials at the moment was just one of the many fantasized endings he'd had. The only thing he didn't expect was that his wife, who had once been so close to him, would betray him. Clunk! The wine bottle was smashed by Lian Haolong on the cabin ledge and shattered. As if making some sort of determination, Lian Haolong lifted a toolbox and pulled an old M1 Garand rifle out of it. The gun had been with him for over a decade, and the rifling was nearly worn smooth. But for more than 10 years, Lian Haolong never had to replace the rifle. Just as he viewed his wife, Su, Ka Chow, bullets loaded, Lian Haolong carried his gun and headed outside without saying a word. So had guessed what he was going to do. Aaron! It was a cry from the heart. It was a pity that Lian Haolong was speechless. Icy silence is the deadliest trauma of all. Aaron! Clunk! In the face of Sue's cries, all that was given in response was the sound of the gale lifting the tin hatch. Bang! 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 A series of gunshots rang out, and under Sue's watchful eye, Lian Haolong's back exploded into a mist of blood. The vintage gun in his hand lifted slightly, and as a dull thud rang out, it was replaced by Sue's heartrending cries. I'll pick. Fat Sandy, why are you pushing him? Liao Zhizong was so angry that he stomped his feet. After so many years, he didn't want to see Lian Haolong being handcuffed to the chair in the interrogation room all the time, accepting the scene of his own interrogation. But right now there's no chance of that ever happening again. At this moment, Liao Zhizong didn't have any pleasure of defeating his nemesis. Perhaps he also understood that a person like Lian Haolong would not want to fall into the hands of their errand boy even if he died. Fat Sand just shrugged. I don't even know what you're afraid of. A powder seller. Dead or dead. So much evidence. Enough to close the case. Fat Sand had sharp eyes and said, pointing to the cabin, Hey, there's a woman in there. Don't say I'm being unkind, but this woman will be taken back by your A-team and interrogated however you like, said Fat Sandy. Shook the collar of his jacket and greeted the class as they called it a day. Come on, it's so windy. Don't catch a cold tomorrow. The typhoon has passed and the rain has cleared. He Yaozong has been hiding in the house for the past few days, drinking tea, reading the newspaper and counting money. Several times Lin Huaila wanted to pay a visit, but He Yaozong refused on the grounds that it was inappropriate to go out in typhoon weather. The only serious thing He Yaozong did during this time was to talk to Chen Tianyi on the phone a few times. All the preparations have been ready. Public opinion fermentation is very into. The sentencing jury has been organized. If there is no accident, today at 3 o'clock in the afternoon the jury vote by show of hands to pass the resentencing plan. Chiu Gang Ao and others will be able to regain their freedom. Ho Yucheng turned on the television and tuned it to ATV, which was broadcasting an interview with some senior police officers of a cadre of police stations in Yao Tsim district. First to be interviewed was Chief Inspector Yuan Kappa, facing the reporter's camera. He is narrating, with regard to our Tsim Sha Sui police station, this case of malfeasance of police officers that occurred last year. I feel that I need to make a complaint. The first duty of our police force on Hong Kong Island is to guard the safety of every citizen. Speaking as a police officer, I recognize the court's arbitration, but I still say that Chiu Gangao and the others are guilty, but not guilty enough. Yuan Jiabo said as he straightened the tie on his chest and moved. I am now going to say a few more words from the standpoint of an ordinary citizen. Imagine, when my life is threatened by robbers, I also hope that there will be such a group of tough and courageous police officers to save me from the fire. If I had been the one to catch that thief in the first place, in order to safeguard a citizen's personal safety, I would have no choice but to use special means to get the hostage's crucial information. The reporter who interviewed Yuan Jiabo seemed to be infected by this spirit of his. Yuan sir, your emotions may be a bit agitated, and certain phrases may be inappropriate. I believe everyone can understand. Nope, Yuan Jiabo responded righteously. It is justifiable to consider the personal safety of the public for the sake of our police officers handling cases. I take responsibility for everything I just said. The reporter hurriedly digressed and turned the camera to Situ Jie, who was standing on the side waiting for an interview. At this time, Situ Jie is slightly rushed. When Xiao Ganghao's group of people to handle the case, it is he in order to please the shareholders of Hua's bank, to Xiao Ganghao's group of people to send a message, by any means necessary, and what happened he will carry. As a result, he took himself off the hook when questioned afterwards. This time, he was driven by the police department to face the camera, and his boss was a bit unnatural. The ATV reporter asked a question. Superintendent Situ Jie, as the person in charge of that kidnapping case, do you have any different opinion on the fact that your subordinate killed the suspect by using unlawful torture tactics to extort a confession? Situ Jie's eyes fluttered. There is discipline in the police force, and it is only natural that we, as errand boys, should abide by the rules and regulations of the police force. No sir, I'm asking you what you think differently about your subordinates using torture to extract confessions. To put it another way, do you think a 3-year sentence is too harsh for these subordinates of yours? Xiao Gang AO group of people, usually in the police force performance has always been good, but I didn't expect them to beat the suspect to death, which is a shame. Ho Yucheng simply turned off the TV. This errand boy is no different from a kook. If you follow the wrong boss, you're doomed to decline to the point of plague. Picking up the phone, He Yaozong familiarly dialed a string of numbers. Blind FAI, is K here? At 3 p.m. Tell her to take 300,000 in cash and send it to Chen Tiany's law firm in Central to settle the final payment there. You go along and see the world. Don't cower all day long. 4 p.m. Stanley Prison, Chiu Gongao, Mo Ichuan, Shuo Jiqian, Zhu Jianming, Fang Changhua, come out. With the voice of the prison guard on duty, the prison barn was instantly abuzz. The guards usually call out to the inmates and will only read the number. If the names are read, there is only one possibility: these people have reached the end of their sentence. Killer Male took a set of keys and unlocked the door to a prison barn. Under the envious gaze of a group of inmates who were just about to be released, the 5 men walked side by side toward the outside of the prison barn. Go to the door and collect your things, change your clothes, and go out the prison cell door, being careful to make sure you don't look back. Killer Xion led the 5 people out expressionlessly, and after the barn door was reclosed, he said as such to the leader Chiu Gang Ao. There wasn't any excitement in the eyes of these 5 people. On the contrary, Killer Xion could clearly feel that an unquenchable fire of anger was rising from this group of people. Indifferently nodding towards Killer Xion, Chiu Gang Ao didn't say much and led the way towards the outside of the prison warehouse. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. Inside an apartment house in the vicinity of Kowloon Park in Sim Sha Sui. This was once the new house prepared by Chiu Gongao for his marriage to his fiancée, but now, just less than half a year has passed, and things have long since changed. After the 5 people were released from prison, they did not choose to return to their respective residences, and together they followed Chiu Gang Ao to this dusty new house. Most of the year had passed, and although they had regained their freedom, some of the most precious things had been permanently lost. A few simple flavors of barbecue, a case of beer, a few people clinked a few glasses shallowly. The atmosphere remained dull. The flamboyantly named Gongzi's recruitment Jiqian was currently tearing into a leg of roasted goose with a big mouthful, and along with his biting muscles moving up and down, a hideous burn scar appeared on Gongzi's originally fairly clean left cheek. That's one of the costs of the errant man's imprisonment. Clunk! A wine bottle was smashed to pieces by Chiu Gang Ao's fall on the ground, and then Chiu Gang Ao got up and kicked over the dining table in front of him. Without waiting for his cadre of minders to react, he had already opened his mouth. 2 things. First, go to Cemetery Hill to pay homage to Brother Bill. He jumped to his death to get us off the hook. Let's go together and offer him incense later. The remaining 4 all put down the bottles of wine in their hands and nodded towards Chiu Gongao. The second thing is that we owe our lives to a man named Ho Yucheng. If he hadn't helped us out of the trap, I don't know if I'd have made it out alive. I promised him that from now on, this life of ours will be his. Do you have any comments? No comment. AO. No problem. The 4 people responded one after another, but Chiu Gang Ao placed his eyes dead center on the male who was still chewing on the roasted goose. Do you have a problem with that, my lord? The male hurriedly spat out the food in his mouth and nodded his head in response. No problem, Brother Ao. Speak louder. I can't hear you. Chiu Gang Ao's eyes widened as he leaned over to the male and pressed toward him. The male shivered and nodded. Gulping loudly, he responded, I don't have a problem with that. Ao, no comment is good, so let's each go home and report back first. Meet me over here later. The The group had been stripped of the errand boy's clothes, but had long been accustomed to following Chiu Gang-ao's orders, just waiting for Chiu Gang-ao to finish his sentence. They all got up and each walked towards the outside of the house. Only after everyone had left did Chiu Gang-ao sit down again. He looked up and around the walls and two pictures caught his attention. 1. A wedding photo of him and his fiancée, Ching. 1. When he first graduated from the police academy, as a newly zapped junior, with his brothers on the force. In the photo, a man is smiling extraordinarily brightly. Just when Chiu Gang-ao saw this face, the anger that flooded his heart seemed to burn itself out. He rose violently, ripping the wedding picture off the wall as he did so, skimming it and stomping on the floor. And then he ripped off the group photo of the police force and punched the glass that framed it. Blood dripped down the fingers of Chiu Gang-ao's right hand, and at that moment, a trace of morbid pleasure flooded his heart. Shong, shong, bang! The room was so quiet that only the sound of the clock ticking away sounded. Chiu Gang-ao lay on the sofa and kept staring at the ceiling. I don't know how long it was, but there was a knock on the door of the room. Chiu Gang-ao got up and opened the door to his room. Standing in front of him was none other than Zhang Chongbang, who he had wanted to tear apart day and night for the past 6 months. Zhang Chongbang carried a bag of fruits and actually squeezed out a smile towards Chiu Gang-ao. Tormentor, congratulations, I heard that after you came out, Yuan Sir and the others had wanted to pull you guys to eat a midnight snack, but they were all rejected by you. Chiu Gang-ao was silent, only coldly scrutinizing Zhang Chongbang. Zhang Chongbang couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed as he lifted the plastic bag in front of him. I bought a grapefruit for you. Peel it later and boil it in a pot of water to get rid of the bad luck. No, there's something to talk about, and nothing to take your stuff and get the hell out of here. Zhang Chongbang could obviously feel Chiu Gang-ao suppressing the fire in his heart, to which he could only sigh and put the bag at the door, meanwhile leaning against the wall of the doorway, as it were. Oh, I know you're still blaming me for why I didn't help you commit perjury in the first place. Yes, I didn't testify for you guys, but you know, there's no need to explain anything, and you'd better stay away from my doorstep before I make up my mind to beat you to death. Zhang Chongbang was slightly stunned. He looked at Chiu Gang-ao with a straight face, not the slightest bit of joking. At this he gritted his teeth and said as much. Oh, it's like this. Although you can't be a cop anymore, you can still work for the police force. Why don't you give yourself a chance to let me finish? Chiu Gang-ao revealed a cruel smile. Okay, tell me, how should I continue to serve the police force? To be an informant, such as you have a record of the police, in the outside of those who are engaged in the vibration of the society, the most popular among the big circle of children, because you've been on the job and been in trouble. You're experienced enough to work as an informant without arousing suspicion and without pounce. Chiu Gang-ao punched Zhang Chongbang on the bridge of his nose, directly causing Zhang Chongbang to stumble and nearly fall to the ground. Zhang Chongbang bent over and covered his nose for half a day. Looking at the palm of his hand again, it was already stained with a bright red nosebleed. Are you crazy? This is your only chance to do something for the police force. Even though he was almost knocked off his feet, Zhang Chongbang still covered his nose and shouted towards Chiu Gang-ao. Chiu Gang-ao took an arrow step forward and kicked Zhang Chongbang in the chest again. He stomped on the kicked over Zhang Chongbang, his eyes almost ready to spit out fire. Zhang Chongbang, your old mother. Not to mention the imprisonment of our brothers. There has not been a single day in the past 6 months that we have not been subjected to inhuman torture in the prison cell. It's hard to get out now, but Chung wants us to be inhuman informants. Why don't you go to hell? In the last sentence, Chiu Gang-ao's face was hideous, almost using all his strength, hissing out, ahem, okay. Zhang Chongbang moved his body and got up from the ground. He raised his bloodstained hands and nodded towards Chiu Gang-ao, then turned around and walked towards the elevator verbally without looking back. Flop! A bag of grapefruit flew in and hit Zhang Chongbang straight on the head. Immediately after the bang, the door of the room closed. Zhang Chongbang covered his smashed head, looked back at the closed door of the room, and couldn't help but raise a middle finger. Pick, a dog biting Lu Dongbin. Do you really think I don't dare to fight back? I'm giving you face. Being so belligerent about hitting people deserves you people to be in jail in the first place. 9:30 in the evening, He Yaozong in the Clock Hotel, staring at blind FAI to finish reviewing a copy of the account book sent back from Temple Street, was about to go back to rest. Hanging on the waist of the portable phone suddenly rang. Without much thought, He Yaozong directly picked up and pressed the answer button. Side 1, Mr. Ho, I'm Chiu Gang-ao. Are you free, Chiu Gang-ao? Where did you get my number? I'm sorry, but it was Attorney Chen Tianyi who gave me your number. I know his words, and in all reason I should thank you properly in person. Ho Yucheng couldn't help but smile. No need. I told you, errand boys like you shouldn't have been subjected to this. Mr. Ho, I still wish you wouldn't call me an errand boy. I hate that term. Chiu Gang-ao paused his voice on the other end of the phone, then spoke again. there's something I'd like to ask another favor of you. After this is done, the lives of these brothers of ours will be yours from now on. End of chapter. Chapter 57. I want 5 brothers who have passed through life, not 5 grievous ghosts. April 6, 2025. What do I need your lives for? He Yaozong let out a light smile, then raised his hand and looked at his wrist. Not waiting for Chiu Gangao to open his mouth, he directly said, Fowler Street, the Friends Ice Room will be waiting for you to talk in person. When Xiao Gangao arrived at Fuhua Street, Ho Yucheng was already on the second floor of the ice house, taking Xia Wei and the others to finish a serving of raw kanji. Xiao Gangao stood in front of the table and opened the door. Mr. Ho, may I have a word alone? Barring that, lighting a red wand, He Yaozong passed a wink to Fine Wei and the others. Fine Wei and the others immediately understood, got up sharply, and headed over to the stairway in groups of 3 or 5. He Yaozong looked up and down the Chiu Gangao in front of him, to see him full of hostility not decline but increase. For Chiu Gangao's group, getting out of prison is not about embracing freedom, but accepting an even more brutal despair. If you have something to say directly, I've spoken to the owner of the ice room and no one will be coming up for a while. Chiu Gangao nodded, then sat down opposite He Yaozong. I'd like to borrow some money from you. Ho Yucheng did not open his mouth to respond. He just held his cigarette and waited for Chiu Gangao to continue. I won't borrow this money for nothing. Give me $300,000, and within a month, I'll pay you back $30 million. Perhaps Chiu Gangao felt that it was a little inappropriate to meet and ask He Yaozong to borrow money, so he waved 3 fingers and earnestly preached with He Yaozong. Ho Yucheng removed the red wand from his mouth and flicked the ashes of his cigarette. It's okay to borrow money from me. Tell me the reason first. Xiao Gangao shook his head. If Mr. Ho is willing to believe me, please don't pursue the reason. I'm already someone who has crawled through the gates of hell, and I don't want to cause trouble for Mr. He when I have grudges to avenge, and when I have enemies to avenge. He Yaozong looked at the scar above the corner of Chiu Gangao's mouth and was trembling. Honestly, Chiu Gangao's group, if taken under the banner, Yao Kongao's gang was born as police officers, or the most capable group of police officers on Hong Kong Island. Perhaps in terms of doing certain solid hard work, it was far inferior to Wang Jianjun's team, but when it came to doing intelligence gathering work on the major areas of Hong Kong Island, this was something that Wang Jianjun's team couldn't compare to in any way. He suddenly couldn't help but laugh. Chiu Gangao, there are some things you refuse to say, so it would be better for me to say them for you. You're taking $300,000 from me to buy arms? With the arms, then go kidnap Hua Zhaotang, extort a few tens of millions from him, and then silence him, right? The veins at the corners of Chiu Gangao's forehead had rippled, but without any hesitation, he responded directly. That's right, last year we saved a dog and were bitten by it. When I came out this time, I didn't want to kill this dog at all. I'm just afraid you're trying to kill more than just a dog, aren't you? He Yaozong leaned forward slightly and met Chiu Gangao on all fours. One of these 2 men laughed and the other was angry, but neither of them continued to speak. Zira, dropping the half-empty cigarette but in his hand into the leftover porridge, He Yaozong spoke again. I remember you telling me before that if I could pull you out, your life would be mine. I'm just a club shoeboy, and in the old days, none of the police officers would even give me a second glance, but there are conditions for me to recruit my beloved. Saying that, He Yaozong restrained the smile on his face and stood up with a pang. Listen, in my eyes, only a trusted man's life has value. I appreciate what you people are capable of, and I sympathize with what you're going through, which is exactly why I'm rescuing you. But I prefer to be followed by 5 brothers I can befriend, not 5 resentful, hate-racked ghosts. Chiu Gangao's pupils contracted violently. Previously, he did not know why He Yaozong wanted to help himself. He came out of the prison warehouse, and had long since made up his mind to die with those people in Zhangchongbang. This time, when he asked He Yaozong to borrow money, he just wanted to find a legitimate reason to repay He Yaozong's favor. But Chiu Gangao never thought that a grouch who had never met him actually knew him better than those senior brothers in the police force. Chiu Gangao got up trembling and bowed towards He Yaozong. Mr. It's not that I want to go back on my word. I, Chiu Gangao, promise to give you this life, expensive or not, as long as you give the word. I will never go back on my word, but I have hate in my heart. There's no point in me living until the damned are dead. Didn't say you wouldn't be allowed to take revenge, but revenge has to be done with brains. You're so happy to take your dick and go someone else, but have you ever thought about me? I'm the one who paid to get you out of the jailhouse, so guess who else will be coming after me when the time comes? Ho Yucheng woke up the dreamer with a word. However, He Yaozong did not intend to let Chiu Gangao continue. He just sat down, pulled out his cigarette case, and tossed one to Chiu Gangao. Since you said yourself that your life is mine, listen to my greeting now. Go downstairs and order a late-night snack and have a sherbet with me. Early the next morning, Yaozong had just gotten up and washed up when he heard the portable phone placed at the bedside ringing. Anyone who called early in the morning was either one of those bigwigs from Lonergan or someone who had something important to ask for. Without slowing down, Yaozong quickly picked up the phone and pressed the answer button. It was Jimmy Boy's voice that came from inside. "Ayo, it didn't disturb your sleep, did it?" Yaozong couldn't help but wonder. Since the last time Jimmy Boy and himself talked at the tea house, this guy rarely took the initiative to call him. With his mind busy with his business, he couldn't wait to get away from the minutiae of the parish. What was the reason for this early morning call? Yaozong shook off the water stains on his left hand that hadn't dried up yet and opened his mouth to reply. "Brother Jimmy, I'm awake. Why are you calling me so early?" Jimmy Boy's tone seemed a little embarrassed. "Ayo, there's something I need to trouble you for a favor before I can do it. Last night, Big D from Suwon came over to see me, and he said that the territory over in Kwaichung, could he have half of it? I'll take my pick. Glasses they are in Kwaichung side of the palm of a large territory." Lin Huaila hit the idea. He Big D Zhong to get involved. "What? Did a gold mine open up over at the Kwaichung warehouse?" Jimmy sighed helplessly. "I don't know what's in Big D's head. He has a lot of people and money in Suwon, and the pier is no less than the site of Warehouse 7. It stands to reason that he shouldn't be hitting this territory. Brother Jimmy, what do you care if he gets ideas? I'm so tired of these open-mouthed puffers. Not to mention the land, a scrap of paper over at Container Terminal 7. I don't even bell him the Big D." Jimmy Boy was silent on the other end of the line for a long time, but finally answered in a helpless tone. "Ayo, you might really have to help me out this time. I know you got that land back over there, and it's kind of hard to open up with you about it. But don't worry, help me this once, and I'll definitely double compensate you in the future." Yaozong was instantly interested. "Brother Jimmy, a brother in his own family doesn't talk outside the family. I have no problem at all helping you this time. I just can't figure it out. Point break, Big D wants the territory and you're going to give it to him? Why? What's he got on you?" "He did get a hold of me," Jimmy Chai said truthfully. "Since the year before last, I have been in the Shamshui side of the main goods factory. In the blink of an eye 2 years have passed. The business gradually took off. Many products has reached the point of fake. Now that the factory's technology is completely intact, I'd like to expand my sales channels. It just so happened that last year, when I was on the island of Taiwan talking business with others, I met an overseas businessman who had been trading in Southeast Asia in his early years. Mr. Guo valued me so much that he said he would invest in me and help me open up sales in Southeast Asia. But he has conditions. He doesn't like to deal with club people." Jimmy Boy paused at this point in his speech. Ho Yuchung couldn't help but become even more curious. Since he doesn't do business with club members, why would he invest in you? The reason is here. Guo Shang loved talent. After knowing that I have the undersea book on the bottom of the sea with the United Shengfall name, also give me a chance. He said that within 3 years, if my business is up and running as usual, and Middleton doesn't take any lawsuits, he'll continue to give me additional large investments. I see what you mean. So Big D is going to tire you out with a lawsuit to force us to hand over our land to him? Jimmy Boy responded with a difficult, "That's right. For what? Before I opened the factory, I had been in the business of ripping VCDs. As you know, you can't make a lot of money from pirated CDs, but if the copyright holder is serious about it, it's a sure thing. Last month I asked someone to reproduce a version of the Salty film disc at the Chiankuan Film Company in Mongkok Liankuan, and I don't know how Big D inquired about it, but he actually found Liankuan and stabbed the matter out. It's a small matter to lose money in a lawsuit, but with Guo Shang's investment and connections broken, all my hard work over the past 2 years will be in vain." It was obvious that Jimmy Boy was getting very anxious at the moment. Ho Yuchung didn't pursue the matter any further, but just gripped the phone tightly and spoke to Jimmy Boy. "Relax, I'll take care of this. Ayo, thank you so much. Sprinkles, wait until you hear from me. I'll go talk to Big D first. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, son." After hanging up the phone, Yaozong couldn't help but curse and hang the phone on his waist. The land over at the Kwaichung warehouse, which Lin Whaler was justified in wanting, was not worth a sunburn at all in Big D's eyes. He has a strong force in Suwon, so there is no reason for him to run to Lungkan's hall to get a piece of the pie. The only explanation is that Big D got wind of Lam Wylok's intention to befriend the Shamshui Patong. He, Big D, was going to come in and stick his nose in, either to pull long gun ahead of time or to mess up Lin Huaili's good deed. Now Yaozong was feeling more and more amused by this mechanism of choosing a talker with Lian Shang. America picks a president and has to do it for 4 more years. It is surprising that an organization only has a 2-year term of office for electing its spokesperson, and with half a year to go before the blowing of the chicken and the handing over of the baton, the next candidate is already in the thick of the fight. After having morning tea, he called Tiny Y to get the car, and in less than 10 minutes, Ho Yuchung arrived at Suwon Plaza. "This is Big D's Euro, and the biggest sunshine words of the United Victory, at the moment is sitting on the balcony of their own detached villa, face bitter. See his wife to bring a bowl of whip soup. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. Big D, take it while it's hot. I found the recipe in Kowloon City. People say it's very effective. Big D's sister-in-law scooped up a spoonful of soup and brought it to Big D's mouth. Throw. Early in the morning it's either sea dog pills or whip soup. Eating my mouth bitter. What do you want to do? If people see it, they'll think something's wrong with me. So don't drink it. Big D snatched the spoon from his wife's hand and spilled the soup back into the bowl, then picked up a cigar on the stone table on the balcony and lit it with a bark. Big D's sister-in-law stood beside him and sighed helplessly. Big D, we've been married for 7 or 8 years and you're in your 30s. Until now, we didn't even have a cub. What? As I told you, as soon as my son is born, he can tell people that his old man is the spokesman for Wasing. Don't you fill me with these things every day. I've had someone do the math. It's unlucky to be an old bean before you're a talker. Brother Big D, someone wants to see you. Just as Big D was in trouble, his head horse, long hair, ran over and relieved him just in time. Big D's sister-in-law is also a person who knows what's good for her, and when she saw Long Hair come over, she picked up the bowl of whipped soup, and then without further ado, she carried the soup towards the kitchen. Big D was relieved to see his wife gone. What's up, Long Hair? Ho Yu-chung, the fine man from Luncheon, has come over, and he says there's something he wants to talk to you face to face. Bring him in. Within a short time, Long Hair led He Yaozong upstairs. After leading this He Yaozong to see Big D, Long Hair Zhong showed a friendly smile towards He Yaozong. Brother you stay here and talk slowly with Brother Big D. I'll go park the car for you. He Yaozong returned Long Hair's smile, then looked over at Big D, who was sitting on a wicker chair on the balcony. Big D, Jimmy called me this morning. He words you and him a little bit of a small misunderstanding. Are all brothers of a club? Do not need to be so serious, right? Big D grunted coldly with his cigar in his hand, not even bothering to look at Ho Yu-sung. Bad boy, you've got a lot of bah humbug. I remember that less than half a month ago, I was commissioned to go to Shamshu-Weipa to seek your pardon. This is really a turn of the tide, and you have begged me? Ho Yu-chung knew that Big D was fishing for his appetite by looking around here. Brother Big D, everyone knows that the entire Liansheng belongs to you, the most BA closed. I'm just a bit confused. You're so prosperous in Suanwan. Why would you be interested in the tiny territory over there in Kwaichung, when you're out in the world? What kind of person minds a small turf? That land Lin Huailu can have it. Why can't I have it? Big D then turned his head to look at He Yaozong. Big D is also a cool person, and in front of He Yaozong, he directly said the words. Ho Yu-chung just spread his hands. It's useless to make things difficult for us if you want to fight with Li Shao and force Shamshu-Weipa to take sides. You go and talk to Uncle Lung Kun, and when you're done, everything will be fine. Talk about his mother. Blow chicken already talk I know. Lung Kun said in front of Fatty Dang that he would support Al-Lok in the next term. I just can't figure out what Lok is comparing me to. Why don't you go back and send a message to Long Keen on my behalf that his turf is too small? Zhong might as well put up with it for 2 more years, and when I've had my fill of it, I'll vote for him sacredly then. 2. So there's no talk? Big D couldn't help but let out a laugh. Talk? Are you qualified enough to come and talk to me? Go back and tell Ryukin that if he's heartbroken about his horse, come and talk to me in person. Either share half of Kwaichung's territory with me, or there's no negotiation. Having said that, He Yaozong didn't like to say more. Long before he came over, he knew that with Big D's temperament, he would definitely not show himself any mercy. The only reason for coming over was that he could give Lonergan and Jimmy a piece of his mind when the time came. Big D, I wouldn't be so high-strung if I were you. Hearing He Yaozong's tone change, Big D's face also coldly sank. He looked at He Yaozong with wide eyes and said word for word, next time you call me, remember to add the word brother after it. If you don't behave yourself, I'll take your skin. He Yaozong had teasing written all over his face. He had never looked at Big D. The guy seemed to be a big shot, but in fact he was strong on the outside and weak in color. Softer than him, he dared to clutch it in his hand and play with it horizontally. He was so evil that he appeared to be too coy to speak out. What do you want? Calling you Big D is to give you face. Pouncer, it's not the first day you've known me. You can kill your whole family for pretending in front of me. He Yaozong glared at Big D, then walked over to the parapet of the balcony and whistled down. At once, a dozen or so horsemen drilled out of the van parked in front of the door. Standing with his back to the outside of the villa's parapet, Fine Weather yelled toward the upper floors. You, what's up? It's okay, get ready to drive back. After saying that, He Yaozong shook off his hand and stomped downstairs. Big D actually didn't have the guts to stop him for a moment. He had never thought that He Yaozong would actually have the guts to do so. Looking at the whole of Wasing, there was no one who dared to speak to him like this. But then again, he had to admit that he had indeed been bluffed by He Yaozong just now. In less than a few days after passing through the gears, he dared to pull a group of people together to fight Zhang Xingyi to the death in Temple Street. This kind of character who dared to play with his life, he, Big D, did not dare to mess with it from the bottom of his heart, perhaps feeling that he couldn't keep his face. As Ho Yucheng walked out into the courtyard, Big D, enraged, grabbed the cigarette butt in his hand and threw it downstairs. "Pouncer boy, how dare you? Dare to speak to me in such a manner, and you had better not be guilty at my hands." He Yaozong didn't even return his head, he just continued to walk towards the door. This disregard annoyed Big D even more, and he shouted several times to Shaggy downstairs to stop the sightless flyboy. But in the end, he didn't shout. Temple Street, in a boneyard next to the Kambara nightclub, the crowflies were just released from the squad room this morning, and all their bones are sore from lying around inside. At this time he was lying on a massage bed. Asked Awa for a cigarette. Lit the cigarette. "You fly before no emotion too. Brother Hua, I've only been squatting in the squad room for a couple of days, and point solve loyalty and faithfulness has been eradicated? His old mother, I have not gotten any credit. What to take out of it?" Awa also lit one for himself to pass off the bone girl who had finished her clock. He then said, "Not to mention you. I was on guard at Temple Street for half a day that day, but the police officers were even more concerned than we were. Before loyal Faith's men dared to come to Temple Street, they went straight over to Jordan to sweep the field and stomped all over Lakshu's turf. What about you's side?" Ewa clutched his cigarette and was about to brag properly with the crowflies when he heard a bustle outside and instantly changed his face. Spread out. Spread out. Police checking the room. Hey, give me your ID. 3 words later, the door to the massage room was pushed open. Zhang Chongbang appeared at the door with 2 subordinates. He had an okay bandage hanging from his nose and his appearance looked a bit comical and ridiculous. Still, with a straight face, he reached out and pointed at Hua. "You, come back with me." Ava couldn't help but get fired up. "Sir, have I shoveled your family's ancestral grave or am I letting someone in your family's pot? Looking for me to go back for questioning every 3 days? Or you'd better go back and ask your old mother if she gave birth to you only after she divined with me back then." End of chapter. Chapter 58, Big Brother B, sitting at home. Pot comes from heaven. April 6, 2025. Zhang Chongbang took out his credentials and waved them in front of Awa as usual. At any time, cold speech spoke. "You kooks were born with one more tongue than people. Will you die if you don't speak? There are reports that you are suspected to be related to the several previous injury cases in Temple Street. Honestly, go back with me to be investigated." Beside him, Uffley was on fire and followed suit, jumping off the massage bed. "You say you hurt people? Ha? Which puffer reported it? Got any proof? If I go and report you now for the governor's old mother, should you handcuff yourself?" Zhang Chongbang did not like to fight with this group of people. He had a clear goal and just greeted his subordinates to go up and take the people. At the same time, he said in a deep voice to Ava, "Need a hood? Asterisk 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 off." After being handcuffed, Awa used his shoulder to dislodge the 2 officers who were about to clamp down on his arm. "Your old bean, I was born a pretty boy. I don't need a head covering. Take it back." Zhang Chongbang waved his big hand, obviously not in a very happy mood. Qiankuan Film Company. Inside the general manager's office, dressed in a slim suit, Liang Koan walked in from outside. Ho Yucheng has been waiting here for a long time. Seeing this pretty Koan, who had been made a bureau of himself only a few days before, Zhong showed a warm smile and rose to greet him. "Quinn, nice to meet you." Pretty Quinn walked over to his boss chair and reached down to pull out his tight crotch. He adjusted the trajectory before he sat down and squinted at He Yaozong. "You're He Yaozong? You've really made a name for yourself in the Oil Point district these days. No amount of fame can be louder than Quinn. Let's just get right down to business." He Yaozong resumed his seat and then spoke. "I heard from someone that some time ago someone in our parish stole and engraved CDs from Quin's movie company. It's just that the salty movie produced by Quinn is so powerful that the brothers want to follow suit and beg for food. I hope Quinn will be generous. This is a small matter. No need to go to court." Liang Cohen rolled his eyes. "If you don't file a lawsuit, then you'll lose money. You guys spent $200,000 with Big D from Unison and asked me to arrange for legal to see this lawsuit through to the end. If you can get some more money out, maybe I can consider letting your brother off the hook. That's natural. I got a look at that salty movie and really enjoyed it. Here's the deal. I'll give you $680,000 for the rights to the movie. Although art is priceless, I hope Quinn can cut it." Pretty Gon couldn't help but bristle at his words, and the corners of his mouth began to rise. Such salty films are produced in an assembly line-like fashion at his film company. Whether or not it can make money to say. On the one hand, because he is beautiful, Kuan really have a fetish in this area. Belhan to teach actors. On the one hand, He is the only rake of Hunghing who dares to ignore the ban on powder walking and opens a movie company with the biggest purpose of money laundering. This is the kind of salty film that won't even make it to the theaters, and the total cost of the forest adds up to a mere $200,000. Ho Yu-chung was willing to pay $680,000 to buy away the copyrights, and he couldn't even think of any reason for himself to refuse. Liang Kuan gave a thumbs up towards He Yaozong, then yelled towards the door, "Silly John, are you out of your mind? The guests are here and there's not even a cup of tea. I see you're getting more and more out of line," said Liang Kuan, got up and stretched out his right hand to He Yaozong. The two hands shallowly shook. Liang Kuan then said, "Count on your knowledge. I've been polishing this movie for a long time. 68 million is a fair price." With that said, Pretty Gon drew his hand back and resumed his seat. He looked at He Yaozong and began to change the subject. "I heard that you were working in Causeway Bay with Big Brother B before. How come you've become such a beautiful body and neck in less than a month?" "Simple. The big man likes to support me. We're the small guys. We have to follow the right guy to get rich. How can you ever get ahead by following a loser like B?" Liang Kuan's eyes lit up at the sound of his voice, and he immediately clapped his hands and laughed. "It makes sense. I'm all screwed up because I've been dragged down by this loser. Fine B. My financial luck has been bumpy for the past 6 months. If it weren't for the fact that he's a fellow disciple, I'd have had the idea of chopping him to death long ago." Saying that, Liang Kuan gathered his smile and looked at He Yaozong and asked, "It's good that you were ruthless in the first place. If you had just sent this puffer in, I would have gone over to Shamshuipo to set off cannons in your honor. For this person, Big Brother B, Liang Kuan hated him even more. Ever since Zhang Tianshang laid down the rule of no powder walking, this guy has been singing against himself from start to finish. In order to curry favor with Zhang Tianshang, he didn't know how many pins had been inserted in his own haul. It's made it so that every time I've come back from hauling goods in the past 6 months, it's either windy or raining. He's lost tens of millions of dollars for nothing since last August. What Ho Yu-chung doesn't know is that the last time there was an incident at the Tseungkwan Pier, the group of people who went to trade with Liang Kuan were also dragged away by the police officers. This account, Liang Kuan has been habitually credited to the Big Brother B head. "Brother Kuan, if I were you, I would strive to sit as the leader of Hungheng. The only way to make rules is to be the leader. It'll be easy to take a B then." He Yaozong casually mentioned it, then smiled and got up. "Let's get down to business. When is the copyright transfer contract going to be signed? I'll have the money sent over now, if that's okay." Liang Kuan just nodded slightly, looking a little distracted. The words of He Yaozong just now seemed to have really awakened him. It wasn't until He Yaozong called out to him again that Liang Kuan looked up blankly. "Oh, you call for the money now. Whenever the money is available, the contract will be signed." After finishing the matter of the pirated CDs, Ho Yu-chung came out and sat in Thinwell's car, dialing Jimmy Boy. "Brother Jimmy, it's done. I spent some money and bought the rights to that version of the CD. In the future, if there's such a thing again, don't talk to Big D. He's intent on finding trouble and coming after Uncle Lungeon." Jimmy responded instantly on the phone. "Ayo, I'm really grateful to you this time. How much did it cost? I'll transfer it to you later. It's not that I don't want to find Liang Kuan directly to even things out. He walks powder to come, and he has any record of transactions. Huashang's side are not belligerent to support me. Look, you're being polite again. Without you guys helping me out in the first place, I'd have been thrown in the prison barn a long time ago. Just remember to call me anytime you have something like this in the future." He Yaozong smiled and hung up. Just as he rolled down the window and was about to light a cigarette, the portable phone rang. He Yaozong stuffed the withdrawn red wand back into the cigarette case, then pressed the answer button. "Brother Yu, Brother Hua has been taken away by that gang again." Without waiting for He Yaozong to open his mouth, Uffley's slightly anxious voice came out of the earpiece. He Yaozong frowned. "That Zhang Chongbang again?" "That's right. This time they seem to have caught Hua in something. Before that, Hua had done a lot of things on behalf of the organization in the Jingyi Society. I'm worried about a pouncer backfiring. Hua is really in trouble this time. Asterisk 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 his old mother. Oh, record all do not care about things. He Zhang Chongbang dead stare not put what to do?" He Yaozong couldn't help but curse. When Xiao Gongdao found himself last night and wanted to borrow money to buy arms, he even advised Xiao Gongdao to calm down first. It seemed that he didn't realize how disgusting the man really was until this piece of dog skin was applied to him. "Uffley, don't panic. Bring someone to look at the field. I'll come over to Temple Street right away and find out what's going on first." "Yes." Hanging up the phone, He Yaozong sharply dialed a number. The call was for Fat Shah. "Hey!" An old-fashioned voice came out from the earpiece, and Fat Shah was obviously in a springtime mood this time. Even when he spoke, his tone was a few voices higher. "Shah sir, it's me, Ah Yao, your mother. I've been so busy this time that I can't even land on my heels, and I'm just about to take the time to treat you to a late-night snack." Hearing that the phone call was from the honorable man, He Yaozong, Fatty Sand was first stunned, and then he lightly cozied up to He Yaozong. It was just that He Yaozong was not interested in blowing water with him right now. "Shah sir, there's something I need you to help me with. Awa, who helped me to look at the market in Temple Street, was again taken away by the police. This time things seem to be a bit more big deal, so help me inquire what Awa is guilty of at the hands of the messenger for. Fat Sand froze, then asked rhetorically, isn't it that puffer Zhang Chongbang? That's right. Zhang Chongbang has been staring at that case in one eye until he's obsessed this time. Before Setsuo came to court as a tainted witness, they had people from the criminal division go over and interrogate him. Maybe Setsuo told them that Awa knows something, and according to Zhang Chongbang's character, he'll definitely dig out some clues from Awa's mouth before he stops, said Fat Sha Run voice. But you do not have to worry. Zhang Chongbang should not be able to catch a Hua what handle. All those cock-ups he committed in the Jingyi society before are nothing to us Okis. If it involves something to do with our jurisdiction of O country, I can apply to have him transferred to O country for interrogation. Then I'd like to trouble Shah sir. No need to be polite. Hong Kong Island's kooks can't be rooted out. We Okis all want the society to have more rule-abiding bigwigs like you. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack and uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. Let's not talk about it without you first. I'll go ask around and find out what kind of material Zhang Chongbang has dug up on Ahua. As the phone hung up, He Yaozong kicked the back of the driver's seat's recliner and explained to Fine Wei, turn around and go to Temple Street first, Causeway Bay, Sogo Mansion, Lia San Heating. The bathhouse was foggy, with carved and painted cooks passing through at times. Big Brother B and Shen Haonan leaned their backs against one of the bathtubs, and their heads were dizzy from the stimulation of the warm hot water. Nan, have you talked to Chicken on the phone lately, and how is he doing over on Taiwan Island? Big Brother B spoke up. Since he beat up Chicken last time, this guy has been recuperating from his injuries in Causeway Bay for some time. And finally, without saying a word, he ripped off a boat ticket and left for Taiwan Island, saying that he was going to join his cousin in the San Luan gang on Taiwan Island. Chen Haonan pulled up his half-long hair at his temples and opened his mouth to respond. Brother B, Chicken is already helping his cousin over on Taiwan Island. He called me just the day before yesterday with the word that he wouldn't come back until he made a name for himself on the island of Taiwan. Big Brother B nodded slightly. Chicken, the pouncer, has been with me since he was a child, and I can tell that he has always held his breath in his heart. But his nature is too jumpy and he tends to overdo things. I didn't mean to clean him up in the first place, and if I don't suppress his nature, I'm afraid he'll go off the rails sooner or later. B, Chicken didn't blame you. Don't say it. I won't bother with him. On the contrary, you brothers should still remember to help each other out and make sure to contact each other more often. I don't want sibling rivalry to come between you, said Big Brother B, muttering, unfortunately, letting Ho Yu Chung, that puffer boy, do it up. I didn't even think that loyalty and faithfulness would be swept away by the errant man. Give Lian Haolong a little more time, and guarantee that he'll help me eradicate this big problem in my heart. Chen Haonan was instantly moved beyond words. Brother B, I'll find a chance to do away with this puffer He Yaozong. Chen Haonan did not know that Big Brother B had already asked someone to inquire about Chicken's cousin, who was the confidant of Louis Kung, the leader of the San Luan gang. If you really let the Chicken mixed a reputation, then back to Hong Kong Island, with the relationship of the beautiful boy South Care, I believe that the Chicken will not be in their own old scores. Well, it's really cozy. I'll find 2 foreign horses to come over later and give you a good loosening of the bones, Big Brother B said as he cozied up to the pool wall and closed his glasses, ready to enjoy himself. Whoa, coldly, Big Brother B seemed to hear water falling into the pool beside him. He turned his head and was instantly dumbfounded. Deadly rival Liang Kuan did not know when to come to the bath. At this time has unbuckled the belt, a face of relief to his side of the bath to put water. Pounce, exasperated, Big Brother B slapped the water and climbed out of the bath in a heap. Many of the bathers in the pool recognized this as Mongkok's holdout man, Liang Quan, seeing the yellowish urine dripping down the water from the pretty koan. Each one scrambled and lumbered toward the edge of the bath. Brother B, sorry, I'm a little fired up these days, but don't you worry, I've been having nourishing medicinal soup and giving you guys medicinal baths all this time. It's still not a big problem, the pretty koan said and shook the dragon, then puffed out his cheeks, took a comfortable breather and zipped up his pants. Biggie B is green in the face. Liangkuan, what's with you running into my hall and having a seizure? Seizure? Pretty Gon fastens his belt and glares as he walks over to Big Brother B. That's just where it's at. There's more exciting things I haven't told you, Liang Quan said, pointing at Big Brother B's nose and looking around at the cadre of Hung Hing boys present who had accompanied Big Brother B to take a bath. You Causeway people listen to me. No matter if they are car parkers, liquor sellers, flower stalls, or horse railroad hustlers, none of them are allowed to start work in my Mongkok area. Otherwise let me see one and I'll cripple one. Don't blame me for not greeting you in advance, said the beautiful Koan. Clap hands. Bath pool outside immediately have horses dragged 2 beaten-faced swollen horsemen to Big Brother B in front of him. Throwing the man to the ground, Big Brother B's face had reddened to a pig's liver color. These two men were the very same horsemen who were responsible for soliciting customers outside in his Causeway Bay nightclub. But Leon Cohen didn't care, and stomped on the chest of one of the horsemen. B, where are these two puffers? They've been pulling customers in my Mongkok venue for I don't know how many times. In the past, to give you face? For the sake of fellow disciples, I have never said much. This time it's just a small warning. Next time you put your hands on my territory, things won't be so simple. Big Brother B was on fire as he stepped forward and pushed away the pretty Cohen who was stepping on his stud, pointing at his nose in anger as well. Liang Cohen, it was originally a rule set by Mr. Chang that the halls would exchange business. If you want to screw up, I'll screw up with you to the end. Reciprocal business. Didn't tell you to screw up my business, when I can't even afford to eat. I'm going to drag you along with me. I'm waiting for you to go all the way with me. With a hangdog look on his face, Leon Cohen sneered and looked at the two horsemen who had been beaten so much that they couldn't move after he had finished this conversation with Big Brother B. Ho-te, a mouthful of thick phlegm spat on a horseman. Then Liang Cohen waved his hand openly and left the bath with a cadre of horsemen in a sharp manner. Chen Haonan came over. Brother B, Cohen has gone too far. Why don't you give him a break? No. Big Brother B almost gritted his teeth together while waving his hand to signal the horsemen in the bathhouse to drag those two out to heal their wounds. When the bathers were all gone, Big Brother B let out a deep breath of the cloudy air he was holding. Do you think I am afraid of him? Hung Heng has such a young banging holdout fit person. Mr. Chang has long looked at him with displeasure. Now the more he is allowed to dance and the more unruly he is, the more Mr. Chang's side will hate him. Just wait and see. Sooner or later he'll show his face and be cleaned up. Temple Street, still in the same room where the crow flies pinch the bones. Listening to Uffley tell him the whole story, He Yaozong felt a sense of relief. Zhang Chongbang only said that someone cited Awa chopping people, but did not show the arrest warrant. I think it is still an opportunity to find fault. Pull Awa back to knock. As for where Zhang Chongbang dug up the material, he could figure it out with his toes. The Kyo Society was in trouble a while back, and Setsuo had to be a tainted witness in court because he had poached Awa and Yufly himself, resulting in the Kyo Society actually not being able to pick anyone with the balls to take out Setsuo. Jingi Society has also been swept off the layer of skin by the poor man. This is a sunset society. This time down, I'm afraid that even in Mongkok foothold in the capital is no longer. They don't dare to settle the score with Wasing, but they still have the guts to blow the whistle on the bad guys and vent their fire on Awa. Uffley, don't be alarmed. It's not too late to make sure that Awa is caught in something before we do anything. After calming the crow flies down a bit, He Yaozong was going to go outside and call Fat Shah again. If it is really the people of the Jingi Society who broke the news, then he is now ready to let the crow flies go to the parish to blow the whistle, pulling people to find the Jingi Societies that kind of uncles to have a good talk. Tap, a sharp footstep sounded outside, followed by a knock on the massage room door. Is you here? It's the voice of Fine Weather. What is it? Come in. The door opened, and Fine Weather had a small, excited smile on his face. Brother you, something good has come to our door. What the hell made you so happy? No you. Just now I was downstairs blowing off steam with that pretty girl at the front desk and someone came over here and found me. He words himself in Temple Street this generation with Tiger Brother to start work. There is a thing I want to ask you to help you finish. If you promise to help, Brother Yao, he's willing to hand over all of the 24 or so venues he's looking at to you, Brother Yao, to take care of. He Yaozong couldn't help but be stunned. There's such a good thing. Where is he? End of chapter. Chapter 59, The Nine Dragons Walled City. April 6, 2025. Just outside. I'll bring him right over to you? Fine Wei was too busy to respond, and the crow flies on the side followed suit. Fine Wei, is the one who came to see Brother Yu the 12th young man? Fine Weather froze. How did you know? Puff Street, the entire Temple Street with Tiger Open work, qualified enough to cover 24 venues is only 12 young. What on earth has happened to him that he is willing to give away all these 24 or so venues? The crowflies were still showing off his insights when Ho Yucheng had already greeted Thinwell to go downstairs and bring someone up. Seeing that the crowfly had an uninterested look on his face, He Yaozong simply asked him, Uffley, do you know this 12th young man well? The crowflies are honest, not too familiar. When in their field borrowed a number. Interest rate is quite fair, but then I got mixed up and scattered, and sometimes I often couldn't pay back the money, so he didn't clock lending me anymore. Those who can cover 24 or so venues in Temple Street, I think they have some skills. He's got something to come and ask me for, so I guess it's not a saving grace. That's right, Brother Yu. This guy grew up in Kowloon City and was wicked to the core in the city fortress in his early years. Before that, he was originally the right-hand man under the hands of Tornado in Nine Dragons City, but Tornado didn't like to interfere with things outside the city fortress, and he couldn't stand the loneliness, so he worshipped Tornado's brother Tiger as a big brother. Wufly said and shook his head with a sigh. It's a pity. Tornado fought all over the Dragon City area back then, but after all, He's still old, and he was chopped to death by Big Boss's men 2 months ago, so perhaps 12 Shao is here just for this. Just as the crow flies were wantonly blowing water, Hashiwei had rushed back with his men. A young man with slightly yellow curly hair, whose appearance was still slightly young, was following behind Fine Wei. But what attracted He Yaozong's attention more was that behind this young man, there was also a young man with a short-inch hair, slightly naive appearance, wearing a black sweatshirt. This guy is full of tendon meat, walking tiger, deep and stable lower plate. It seems to be a senior practitioner to come. He Yaozong had a rough idea in his heart that this young man brought by the 12th youngster was probably the son of the Dragon City murderer King Xinjiang back then, Chen Luojun. Without waiting for Fine Wei to open his mouth, the slightly youthful-looking young man clasped his fists towards He Yaozong. Brother you, I'm Department 12. Then he lowered his fist and pointed to the young man following him. This is my overgrown brother, Chen Luojun. Make do and sit. He Yaozong waved his hand to signal several people to take a seat on the massage bed in the room, and then once again sized up Chen Luojun for a few moments. Your old bean is the murderous king of the Kowloon walled city, Chen Jim. From back in the day? That's his business. It's not like I killed anyone. Chen Luojun was obviously very concerned about people bringing up the fact that his old bean was Chen Zhan. Luojun. 12 Shao shoved Chen Luojun for a moment, then looked at He Yaozong. Praggishly, he said, Brother Yao, this time, our two brothers came to find you because we want to ask you to borrow a team of soldiers. I grew up with Tornado in Dragon City, and he's kind of my deed master. He was killed by Big Boss's men 2 months ago. I must take this revenge. If Brother Yu is willing to lend me a team of men, whether it works or not, I'll give up the Temple Street venue. He Yaozong nodded, but opened his mouth to ask, you gave me all the venues in Temple Street, and your big brother has no problem with that? My big brother and Tornado are also brothers who burned yellow paper, and it was his authorization that he came to borrow troops from you this time. What about him? I've heard that in the early years, Chen Jim was beheaded to death in the Ancestral Hall by the Tornado itself in order to steal the territory of Nine Dragon City on behalf of someone else. Does he also want to avenge his father's murder? Ho Yucheng pointed at Chen Luojun, obviously more interested in this naive beatnik than the 24 or so venues on Temple Street. Chen Luojun spoke, my old bean and Tornado are brothers at first sight, and they got into a dispute just each for their own. The jungle is a jungle. I don't blame the Tornado for killing my old bean. If it wasn't for Tornado taking me in to settle in the city fortress, I would have been chopped to death by those people from Big Boss. Good. I'm a person who was most interested in helping a man who was clear about his grudges and has feelings in righteousness. Tell me, how many people do you want to borrow from me? The 12th young man couldn't help but be overjoyed as he hurriedly got up and held out a finger. One is enough. The rest of the scumbags, we can take care of them ourselves. Who are you borrowing? The one who killed Luo Tianhong in one move at Lai Chi Kok Avenue. As expected, the group of 12 young men was rushing towards Wang Jianjun. Zhong Sini has previously been in the Temple Street side of the demolition of goods. I think Tiger this group of people, and there is no shortage of Lok Tianhong stepping on the field. He Yaozong, however, shook his head. There's no way this guy is going to lend it to you. Ho Yucheng has his own considerations. He had promised Wang Jianjun's group of people that he would take care of their Hong Kong Island ID cards for them. Previously has arranged for people to make connections, ready to open a martial arts school in the name of teaching apprenticeship. Wang Jianjun and other people's legal status will be implemented. As for the original proposal on security companies, it is still a bit premature to consider it now because the formalities involved are too complicated. Right now is the critical juncture for the Ministry of Affairs to review the information of Wang Jianjun and others. He will definitely not let Wang Jianjun easily go out and do this kind of solid thing. Seeing that He Yaozong had rejected the request, 12th youngster could hardly hide the disappointment in his eyes. On the contrary, Chen Luojun jumped straight up. 12, I've told you before that you can't ask for anything. It's not just a Wangzhou. I don't believe our group can't handle him. Luojun, calm down. Last time we already suffered a big loss at the hands of Wangzhou. I can't afford to lose all his old money by bringing Tiger Brothers men to do something this time. Persuading Chen Luojun, 12th youngster once again looked at He Yaozong. He still had a sincere look on his face. You, will make sure you don't do this favor for nothing. Di Cho, the big rake of Nine Dragons City, has also fallen into the hands of Big Boss's group. Alright, when you guys made such a big scene in Nine Dragons City, I know all these things. He Yaozong waved his hand to interrupt 12th Young's narrative. He roughly understood what the other party meant. Back then, Chen Luojuan's old bean, Chen Zhan, in order to help the society to take down the territory of Kowloon Walled City, destroyed the whole family of Di Cho, the big rake of Kowloon Walled City. Tornado and Chen Zhan are life and death brothers, but for the sake of the Kowloon Walled City apiece, Cho's and Chen Zhan duel. Chen Zhan chopped to death in the Dragon City Shrine. Before his death, Chen Zhan entrusted his orphan to Tornado, and was also concerned that after his death, Di Chou brought people to kill his only son. The Tornado sent Chen Luojun, who was still in his infancy at the time, to the mainland, but 20 years later, Chen Luojun, who had grown up and become an adult, returned to the Tornado in a ghostly manner in order to pursue his identity. Di Chou has not given up on the idea of making Xinjiang cut off his children and grandchildren all these years, and after finding out the identity of Chen Luojun, he handed over the person in the capacity of the rice-class master than the Tornado. Tornado, who is a big-hearted man, refuses Di Chou's request. Di Chou then becomes furious and loses his mind, and finds the big boss who has been in the business of white powder for human snakes, on the condition of transferring out all the land deeds of the Kowloon walled city. In exchange for the big boss's hand, he went to Kowloon City to scrape people out. Then later on it was Tornado and Big Boss who fought to the death, with Tornado dying in the Nine Dragons walled city, and Big Boss wounded and turned against him by his own head horse, Wang Jiu. Wang Jiu tore his face off and directly kidnapped Di Chou, trying to force Di Chou to sign the land deed transfer contract. Now the 12 young men's meaning was very obvious: kill Wang Jiu and take revenge for Tornado, rescue Di Chou and settle the blood debt owed by the previous generation for Chen Luojun. He Yaozong cared nothing about their story. He just smiled faintly and clapped his hand on 12 Young's shoulder. I only have one condition. If you guys agree, I'll take care of this matter. On what terms? Tell Di Chou's steward that if I can get him out, I want half of the deed to Nine Dragons City. I'm not being greedy with this request, am I? Compared to when he gave away all the deeds to the land in the first place? The 12 Young fell into silence. Then he replied in a difficult manner. Brother Chiu is being held by Wang Zhou's people in Nine Dragons City. His life and death are uncertain. Those of us who are not authorized to make decisions for him. What do you need the deed for when your life is gone? You only need to be witnesses. And when the time comes to rescue Di Chou, I'll go talk to him about the land deed myself. After thinking about it, 12th youngster felt that he Yaozong had a point. Well then, I wonder when you will do it. Anyway, this is a matter that I promised to take care of, so I don't need you to interfere. But, I know what you're going to say. When the time comes, Wang Jiu will be at your disposal. Yes. Nodding heavily, 12th youngster took out a note with a long written phone number from his pants pocket and handed it to Yaozong. I'm a man of my word, and I'm a man of my word. Then we'll wait for you's good news. After saying that, 12th young man once again clasped his fists towards Yaozong, and then dragged Chen Luojun, leaving in a sharp manner. After making another call to Fatty San in the boneyard and learning that Fatty San was still poking around, Yaozong greeted Fine Wei as he went downstairs to hold the car. Sitting in the back seat, Yaozong opened his mouth. Finwell, go around the side of the fortress, the Kowloon walled city, an enclave left by the mainland on Hong Kong Island. The mainland side is qualified to regulate, but can't. The Ghostbusters side would love to take care of it, but they don't dare. And so the last 100 years have created the nature of the Kowloon walled city as a place where dirt is hidden and riots are frequent. It's a place where extra-legal zealots make their home, where evil breeds. The only department of the Ghostbusters government that can go into the walled city to do anything is the Environmental Protection Department's body trucks, which travel through the streets and alleys every day to collect the unclaimed corpses that have been gnawed by mosquitoes, insects, and ants. A cluster of buildings, out of place with modernization, just stands in the northeast of the Kowloon Peninsula. Crowded, cramped, dilapidated and bleak. Yaozong got off the bus and stood on the side of the road looking at this lawless land. The heaviness of the times seemed to cross his mind. Since the release of the Sino-British Joint Declaration in '82, the demolition plan for Kowloon City has been put on the process. In a few years' time, this fortress, which has been closely associated with the Hong Kong Island community for a century, will be demolished. Leaning against the fine-leafed banyan by the side of the road, Yaozong couldn't help but marvel at how terrifying the power of hatred was. Di Chou even waited for his deed to be levied by those real estate tycoons. The wealth that would be brought in would be an extremely exaggerated and astronomical amount. But in order to make Xinjiang cut off his children and grandchildren, he would rather throw all of his wealth away in a desperate attempt to punt all of it. Thinking about this person, Chen Luojun was also quite speechless. Old Bean's blood debt to be carried by himself, until now still cannot forget to save Di Chou, for his old Bean to pay the debt. If this kind of thing is put on oneself, I am only afraid that one. Yaozong shook his head. He wasn't sure what kind of choice he would have made if he was replaced with Chen Luojun. Taking out his handheld phone, he signaled Finwell, who was guarding the car, to start the vehicle. Dialing a string of numbers, it didn't take long for someone to pick up. "AO, Come to me at once and take a sum of money to buy a batch of handy fellows. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. Don't get so worked up first. I'm asking you to buy a gun to do a favor for me. Come here first and I'll talk slowly in front of you. On High Tan Street, Ryukin walked out of a Lu Feng's place. He was in a good mood after he had just lost his fire, and he fished out a 50 mosquito bill from his pocket and threw it to the horseman who was following him outside. Old top, there was a call for you earlier. The horseman cheerfully collected the banknotes and handed over Lonergan's portable phone. Lonergan stuck both hands in his pockets. Who's calling? The faucet called. He said he's waiting for you at your house now and has something important to discuss with you. Hearing that the phone call was from Blow Chicken, Ryukin's face immediately sank. Nothing good had ever come from blowing chickens to him in all this time. Did Blow Chicken say anything on the phone? No, he said he would talk to you in person when you returned. Pick. Lonergan cursed angrily, then rushed downstairs with his pony boy. When he returned home, he found that Blow Chicken had already had tea made, and when he saw Long Root enter, he immediately got up happily. Ryujin, you're still so sharp at your age. I'm falling asleep waiting. Something's up, and I'm not really looking forward to seeing you these days. Without selling Blow Chicken face, Lonergan sat down directly at the tea table and rinsed his mouth with a cup of tea. Blow Chicken followed and took his seat, then spoke. This is the case. Early this year, the association in the Lai Chi side and the number of gangs in partnership to open a few word flower stalls well. Do you still remember when I gave these fields to your parish to work on? Longroot put down his teacup and spoke leisurely. I'm certainly impressed, and it should be said that the guys from the number gang are still a bit good at what they do, and the word flower stalls hit the spot perfectly. Every month you can pay the parish at least $200,000 or so in counts, and that's one of the few personnel you've done for blowing chickens. Blow Chicken couldn't help but laugh bitterly. You're also an old-timer who has been a talker, so you should be able to know that I'm not that good of a talker. There are a lot of things I can't decide. You are not aware of that. I am now looking forward to handing in my stick every day, and fall back on my laurels when the time comes. I don't want to hear you talk about yay. Just tell me what you came to see me about. Ugh. Blow Chicken let out a long sigh, then said, someone from the number gang called me today and told me that the Lai Chi coat flower stalls are going to be transferred to someone else. Nodding, Big D. I don't know what Big D said to the numbered gang. Now the renewal of the fields lease has been taken care of, and he says he's going to work with the numbered gang instead of you, and if he doesn't agree, he's going to refurbish the field, and then no one will have any business to do. Pounce. Lonergan couldn't help but burst into a rage. Hong Kong Island has always had a rather strict ban on the opening of casinos. The word flower stalls, as a kind of rubbing small gambling stalls, to do it also need the dealer to have a very strong background. Since Lung Can retired, the business of the word flower stalls in the hall has been waning. His once designated successor, Officer Sam, had been scrapped, and Jimmy Boy had his mind planted on the right line again. It was not easy for him to make a small fortune with the Chevalier's number gang, but now this path of fortune is going to be cut by Big D. How can he not be annoyed? Seeing that Long Gun was about to go on another rampage, Blow Chicken hurriedly got up to advise him. It's not like there's nothing to talk about. Big D told me that the business can be left to you, but there are some things he wants to talk to you about in person. What the hell are you talking about? I don't know. Just ask him. In the face of Blow Chicken's ambiguous answer, Ryukin couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. I don't know what Big D was thinking. He just knows that I am fond of propping up Locke and takes the opportunity to make a vibration in my place. Big D, this person is really over the top. He's so bah humbug now before he's even a talker. When he's actually elected in the next term, he'll still be riding on the heads of us uncles, defecating and urinating. Blow Chicken had both hands spread out and was about to say something, but he was rudely interrupted by Ryukin's glare. And you Blow Chickens, I don't even know what you think about all day long. The wallflower comes in. 1 minute he's standing up for Locke, the next he's helping Big D screw up. You think you won't offend anyone, but you're wrong. I'm afraid both sides will hate you. In 3 words, it immediately froze Blow Chicken. He does swing from side to side between the two forces of Ephraim Dunn and Big D, as Lonergan suggests, but he really hadn't thought about whether this would really offend both sides. For a while the more Blow Chicken thought about it, the more scared he became, but there was nothing he could do about it. Ryujin, anyway, the word is brought to you. Had I known that it would be so difficult to be this talker, I would have just laid down in Wan Chai and retired in peace. It's up to you if you want to go talk to Big D, said Blow Chicken, drooped his face and left the place without looking back. From the demented line, after all the talking and cursing, Ryukin folded back into his bedroom and found a phone book, dialed Big D to the number recorded in the phone book. The phone rang for a long time before connecting. Big D, I don't remember having offended you, right? Pointing out that you want to make trouble in Lai Chi Coke and cut off my fortune? Hearing Lungeon ask, Big D's open voice came out from inside. Ryujin, there's really nothing else going on. It's just that I'm a bit jealous watching Locke get rich after you. He's helping you out at Temple Street. I want to work with you. 2. The word flower stall in light she coke. Jong might as well leave it to me. Do you have any more names? Why are you so angry? How about this? Promise me 2 things. I'll not only let the gang continue to work with you, but I'll also let you take a share in the Tsuan flower stalls, so you'll be guaranteed to make a lot of money. What do you want me to do? Simple. For one thing, tell Locke to get the hell out of Temple Street with his men. I can't do this. Dunwell nodded his head in agreement. If you're brave enough to talk to him, well then, if this one doesn't work, this next one always does, Big D said with a steeply increased voice. Let that Hyaozong who was the most barred in your hall, before 4 o'clock in the afternoon, go to my house to kneel down in a disciplined manner and serve tea to me to apologize for his mistake. If you don't agree on this matter, the business is off the table. I've been making less again lately and have tons of money to play with you. Today only the word flower stalls cannot be opened. I am afraid that soon you haul below those horsebar, chicken sinus, meat association ice fresh. In short, messy, I let you so ghost business have no business. Big D finished and snapped the phone off. At the Hutai tea house, Hyaozong sat in his office, waiting for Chiu Gongao and the others to arrive. Ring, ring, ring. The phone rang and pressed the answer button. It was Lonergan calling. Ayo. Have you offended Big D for something lately? Just as soon as the connection was made, Lonergan's inquiry came through. Hyaozong gripped the phone tightly. Uncle, did something happen? When Longgun had told him the whole story, Hyaozong couldn't help but let out a light smile. Uncle, just for a few tiny word flower stalls, Big D is actually confident that I'll go kneel down in front of him and apologize? It's not like I'm asking you to go over there and admit your faults. Big D is not a person to be messed with. I'm worried that you've offended him over something and he'll come after you later. Lonergan still talks a pretty good game, but Hyaozong knows what he really wants to hear right now. Don't bother Uncle with this little thing. I just happened to take on a business recently. If it's done, you can immediately plant a flag in the Kowloon walled city. When the time comes, not to mention a few small flower stalls, if you want to, you can contract the whole building in Kowloon walled city as a casino, and no one will check the license. Ryukin couldn't help but be shocked. Ayo. Are you saying this? Seriously? The Nine Dragons walled city is not like the outside, where there are no rules to speak of. If you plant a flag today, someone will pull it out tomorrow. Can you hold it? It's not easy to say, but I think if I had the deed to the house and land of the Nine Dragons walled city, I believe no one would dare to come and pull my flag. End of chapter. Chapter 60, You Fly. This is not the way to take off the signboard of the word head. April 6, 2025. After speaking with Lunjin, Hyaozong waited in the office for another 10 minutes or so, and finally waited for Chiu Gangao's arrival. Sit. Greeting Chiu Gongao to sit down. Hyaozong got up and made him a cup of coffee. The caramel is in the drawer in front of you, so get it yourself if you want to add it. Hyaozong then took his seat and started talking about business. I want you to go to Nine Dragon City and find someone for me. Who? Di Chio. He's the big rake of the Nine Dragons walled city, and now he's being tied up by a man named Wang Jiu. You help me bring back this Wang Jiu. In a little while you take $500,000 from me and go over there. You can weigh what guys you want to buy, and if it's not enough, you can ask me for more. As long as we bring this Wang Jiu back alive, whatever it takes. Chiu Gongao asked Hyaozong while stirring his coffee. That's right. Get this done and I'll help you send Zhang Chongbang on his way. The sound of stirring coffee came to a screeching halt. Chiu Gongao slowly placed the coffee on the table in front of him, and the muscles at the corners of his mouth began to twitch violently. Rescuing kidnapped hostages again? Mr. Ho, after you've captured the man, where will you send him then? Container Terminal 7 at Kwaichung Ferry Terminal. Someone will meet you there. Note to self. Don't get close to that Wang Jiu guy. This isn't a club tanning horse. Chiu Gongao nodded, but still reminded. Moving guns at the fortress. If the maneuvering forces get wind of this, they might guard the outside of the fortress to block people. Don't worry. I've already arranged for someone to organize the Bon Festival over at the Ancestral Hall in the city fortress. When the time comes to beat the gongs and drums and firecrackers, you'll have no problem knocking over the city fortress. Chiu Gongao clenched his fists, and a trace of maniacal pleasure flashed in his eyes. Okay. I'll take my men over to the walled city to scout the bottom before coming over to pick up the money. The best thing about letting Chiu Gangao's group of people do their work is that it saves them a lot of heartache. Reconnaissance, intelligence gathering, arms black market, routing. They can do planning and arranging much better than they can do it themselves. After sending Chiu Gongao away, Hyaozong returned to his office and glanced at the clock on the wall. It's now time for high tea. Fat Sandy hasn't called himself back until now. Without much thought, Hyaozong directly dialed Fat Shah's number. Hello? Shah sir, did you figure out what I asked you to ask? Hearing that the call was from Hyaozong, Fat Shah snorted and explained over the phone. It's AO. I'm really sorry. but I've just returned from Arsenal Street after a commendation ceremony at headquarters. But you don't have to worry, I've already snooped around. It's Chung Chung Pong who found Tony from the Jingy Society and asked him about some embarrassing things about Awa. I've already called Tony and warned him about the bull asterisk 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 asterisk. It's just some personal grudges between the gangsters, and the ones who were cut didn't say anything. But when it gets bigger, I'll have to report it to the higher-ups. Right now I'm about to get a promotion, and if this Tony guy tries to give me a hard time, I'm going to make him look good. So Awa will be released soon? Don't worry, without evidence, Zhang Chongbang will detain him for 3 hours at most, but I urge you to watch out for the little people. I know Zhang Chongbang, this puffer, best, he wants to make big news all day long, so it's not unlikely that he'll find some other excuse to drag Awa back for questioning again. Thanks a lot, Shah sir. Where? I owe you a favor from Ganado. I'll buy you a meal sometime. No need, Shah sir. Congratulations in advance on your promotion. See you later. Hanging up the phone, He Yaozong took a deep breath. It's 1:35 p.m. 3 hours have passed since Awa was dragged back to the police station. Thinking for a moment, he then got up and shouted into the next parlor. Fine weather. Don't look at your salty magazines. Come here, there's something for you to do. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon exactly, Wu Fei, who was idling in the Temple Street side of the field with a plague, suddenly received a phone call from He Yaozong. The caller told him to hurry up and get to the Hatai tea house. He Yaozong had something to explain to him to do. When Wu Fly arrived at the entrance of the Hatai tea house in a dusty manner, he couldn't help but be stunned by the scene in front of him. The entire street in front of the tea house has long been filled with fist-pumping beatniks. As far as the eye could see, the crowd was packed. At least 200 people. One looked at the crow flies cocking his head, his eyes full of enthusiasm. Ho Yuchun walked out of the tea house and threw Yufly a cigarette. Your elder brother, Wah, was dragged away by the errand boys when Tony from the Jingy Society broke the news. I know you two have held a lot of fire in your hearts for so many years in the Jingy Society. Today I'm paying for and giving you a chance to make a name for yourself. Will you take it? The crowflies instantly understood what He Yaozong meant. He plucked up his courage and inquired tentatively. Brother you, do you mean, to knock down the territory of the Jingy Society and plant a flag in Mongkok? No. Ho Yuchung shook his head, which made the crow flies disappointed. However, He Yaozong's next words instantly made you flies' insides fire up again. It's not for you to knock down the Jingy Society's turf. It's to remove their signboard and completely erase the Sunset Society from Mongkok for me. The crowfly looked at He Yaozong with some incredulity, and for a moment, he didn't know how to describe his feelings. There's a difference between taking off a wordy sign and laying down a wordy turf. There is room for the latter to sit down and talk and for the other side to hold their nose and concede. The former, however, completely pushes the other side to the brink. To take off the signboard of the Jingy Society, just the cost of soup and medicine to settle down these, that is an incalculable amount of money. He Yaozong naturally understood the concerns of the crowflies. He patted Uffley on the shoulder. I have the money ready for you. I have the people ready for you. If you don't have all the guts to be evil, don't make illusions about getting ahead. The Jingy Society was founded by your old top in the past, Duke Lin, who is now semi-retired. If you can't even handle such an old geezer, in the future, don't pay lip service to your big brother and tell him you want to make a name for yourself. The crowfly clenched a pair of fists and cackled. No matter what the consequences would be, as long as Face was involved, he would definitely A up without hesitation. Don't say it, Brother Yao. You find so many brothers to accompany me over there. If I don't completely stomp the signboard of the Jingy Society today, I myself will jump down from the top of the Xingfa building. Lin Gong, the sitter of the Jingy Society, was hiding in a tea house on Tangle Street at the moment, drinking health-enhancing tea. He's been in a really bad mood for a while, holding a cup of nourishing tea. Lord Lin fell into deep thought. He came out in his teens and was lucky enough to work in the territory of the White Powder Horse family, one of the 4 great families. During those turbulent times, it was a good day, but it just didn't last long. White Powder Horse 2 brothers don't know what brain cramp suddenly handed over the hand under the white powder business not to do. Changed to sell newspapers. Having lost his backing, he really wasted a few years. Fortunately, times have changed. With the establishment of the Independent Commission Against Corruption, ICAC, and the end of the era of the 4 detectives, the underground forces around Hong Kong Island have been shuffled, and the societies have shown a spurt of development. He also responded to the times and built the hasty organization of the Jingy Society. The society has stumbled along over the years, and it has not grown as much as it should have, but it has gotten by. As he gets older, Lord Lin has also long recognized his own octogenarian and has begun to prepare for retirement. However, he failed to realize that Segui Ho, his trusted advisor for many years, had been targeted by the errand boy and handed over the society's account book and bank account number. In half a month's time, the Jingy Society's venues were plowed under by the gangsters, and 1 out of 10 of the side businesses under their doors were gone. The disciples and officials ran away, arrested, Not in Tangle Street. There are still a few positive industries. He felt that the Jingi society can be disbanded in place. Throw. Man's destiny is predestined. Pulling back his thoughts, Lin Gong couldn't help but shake his head as he sipped a cup of tea into his mouth, permeated with the aroma of tea, but it was bitter and didn't bring back sweetness. Gramps, go away. Just as Duke Lin was feeling a lot of emotions, a horseman ventured up, his face horrified, and shouted towards Duke Lin. Duke Lin put down his teacup and couldn't help but ask, "Why would I run?" "No, awfully, that puffer brought a fight." He said that Tony had attracted the royal gas, tired of his elder brother Awa to suffer human life lawsuits, and now want to take off the head of our Jingi society. Ask Gong Yu to seek justice. Out and out damned. Lord Lin was so angry that he stood up with a slap on the table. As the saying goes, take advantage of a person's illness to kill him. As early as when the Jingi society was swept to pieces by the errant men, Lin Gong had thought that sooner or later the Jingi society would be eaten up by other societies. But what he never expected was that the one who came to pick his signboard was actually the pouncer of the crow fly. Where did he get the nerve? Even if the Toya Shishisha is a piece of, it's not something that any cat or dog can step on. Just as quickly, the sound of smashing below the tea house made him recognize reality. A large group of beatniks from Tanglok Street, armed with long knives and short sticks, were rushing towards the upper floors in an aggressive manner. Within a short time, the wild face of the crow fly appeared in front of Lord Lin. "Gong, you've made me look for you, and you're actually in the mood to drink tea here." Surrounded by a group of beatniks, the crowflies walked to Lord Lin with a 6-footed stride. Grabbing a teaspoon, he adjusted the lid of the teapot and subsequently spat into it. Looking at Duke Lin, who had an iron expression on his face, he naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity to raise his eyebrows. Back in the old days at the Jingi Society, you guys in your group of puffers were always telling Hua that if you took me in as a thin man, you were doomed to never turn over a new leaf for the rest of your life. Now that I'm a boulder and a crab, what else do you have to say to me? The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack and uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. Lin Gong glanced at the swordsman who followed behind Wu Fei, seeing that his knife was still stained with mottled blood, and the anger he had just felt had long since dissipated into nothingness. Awfully, the Society of Honoring Righteousness has at least raised you for a few years. Even if you're a fish, you don't have to turn around and bite back at the Jingi Society, do you? Taking off the sign of the Ki Society, are you qualified? How many years will the Tribute Club support me? The crowfly couldn't help but snort. He grabbed the teapot and splashed the hot soup inside onto Lord Lin. Your mother, when have I ever been spared in these years? Which of our jobs have been our turn to get rich and make money? You've got the nerve to say that. If it wasn't for my big brother taking me through the stalls, I'd have been gunned down in front of the courthouse. The scalding hot water scalded Lord Lin, who let out a scream as he took a few hasty steps back, leaning his back against the window of the tea house and looking fearfully at the crowflies. What do you want? What do I want? Awfully turned and snatched up a machete, forcing it into this old top of his former self. With a sardonic smile, he said, good talk. The Jingi Society will be removed from today. I can give you a way out. You now kneel down for me and say thank you, brother Wu Fei first. Awfully, how can you talk to grandpa like that? Just as the crowflies had cornered Lin Gong to the point where he didn't know what to do, Awa's voice suddenly came from the stairway. The cadre of ponies gathered behind Uffley scattered, making way for Awa. Wu Fly was overjoyed. Brother Hua, you're out? Just came out. You greeted people and arranged for me to come over here to work. Awa walks up to Uffley and snatches the machete out of his hand. Only now did Uffley see clearly that Awa was followed by 2 other horsemen, who were carrying an unconscious man over to this side. A closer look reveals that this is Tony, a former nemesis of the Kiyosha. Awa swung his machete and slashed the blade on the carved pearwood chair in front of him. He then pulled over a chair and sat in front of Lord Lin. Uffley, that's not how you pick a sign. Awa turned sideways as he spoke. His right hand pressed down on the machete's handle, and flashed a grin towards Lord Lin. Grandpa, I made it quite clear on that day that Awa had been cultivated by Jingi and had grown a little. I've also done my best for Jingi. Let's get together and leave each other alone. But I can't figure out what the hell Tony has against me that he's going to blow the whistle on the bad guys about all the dirty things I did for Jingi back in the day. Duke Lin took a few deep breaths to stabilize his aura before he managed to respond. Awa, is there some kind of misunderstanding here? Ava shook her head indifferently. There is no misunderstanding. The reason for all this fuss today is to seek justice from you, Grandpa. As the words fell out, Ah Hua had already grabbed the handle of the knife in his hand. His eyes were sharp, looking at the bottom of Lin Gong's heart. Then again, you and Tony used to be brothers in arms, so you wouldn't want to kill him, would you? Awa didn't say anything, but the tightly furrowed brow already told Lord Lin the answer. Lord Lin sighed long and hard, So that means Tony must die? If he doesn't die, you'll have to follow along. Awa spoke coldly, calling out to Lord Lin that he couldn't help but feel a pang in his heart, and his breath almost didn't come out smoothly. The weight of those words coming from the mouth of a crowfly is completely different from the weight of the words coming from the mouth of Ava. Seeing that Awa had begun to pull the machete out of the back of the chair a little bit, Lin Gong knew that he could no longer stand it hard. Tony reneged on his word and invited the royal anger. You killed him and the grudge between us is completely cleared. Ka chow. The machete was drawn, and it immediately startled Lord Lin. However, Awa did not strike the man, but instead sent the machete to Lord Lam's hand. The matter of cleaning up the house will have to be done by your old man himself. I'm sure it won't be long before the errant man is coming over. And Grandpa, you don't have much time to think about it. Lord Lin could barely grip the handle of the sword in his hand. He looked at Awa in disbelief. The horseman who had gone out on a limb in Jingy had become Jingy's mourner after all. Chopping up his own beloved Tony, that would be the same as telling the disciples of Jingy that he, Gong Lin, is already a complete egg scatterer. No one would clock recognizing as a big brother someone who chops up his own inner circle because he is under duress. If he were to be 20 years younger, Lin Gong guaranteed that he would dare to growl at Awa right now and tell him to slash at his neck if he was brave enough. But times are different nowadays. The older a person gets, the more he knows how to value his life. Awa didn't give him too much time to dwell on it, but just stood up and waved 3 fingers towards Lord Lin. I'll count to 3. 3. Pust. Blood soared and splattered Lord Lin's face. Trembling and dropping the machete in his hand, Lord Lin fell on his butt. Awa lowered his raised palm and forgot about Lin Gong in contempt, then turned around and waved towards a group of people, all of whom, in a crow's nest, headed downstairs. From today onwards, the organization will be removed from Hong Kong Island. Nightfall, Kowloon Walled City, the roof of an old tenement building. A man with teal eyes and a half-length wolf's tail, flanked by a group of beatniks, arrived at a dog crate on the rooftop. Damn him, what's all the noise today? Ninth brother, there's a Bond festival going on over at the Walled City Ancestral Hall. Bring the men there in a moment and cripple this bunch of puffers for me. Listen up, from now on in the 9 Dragons Walled City, I, Wang Jiao, am the rule. This man who is greeting the horsemen to do something is Wang Jiao, a hard Qigong horizontal training, pure fire, comparable to the god fight. Lifting the tin panels of the dog cage, a man huddled in the cage was looking up with narrowed eyes. Ah ha 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 dash. When he saw the wretched Dichio in the cage, Wang Jiao laughed strangely like an epileptic male. He bent down, picked up a bamboo pole, and literally reached into the dog cage as if he were teasing a dog, and poked Dichio's back. At the same time, he made a squirming gesture and said in a strange voice, "Boss, you'd better sign those land deed transfer contracts. Sign the contract and I'll let you go back, and you won't have to be beaten all day long, so you can go back to your wife and kids." Dichio's face showed a color of indignation as he bit his chapped lips tightly, then coldly spit blood foam towards Wang Jiao. Throw! Wang Jiao flashed sharply, and his strange laughter intensified. I almost forgot. Your wife and kids were hacked to death a long time ago, said Wang Jiao. Stood up straight, coldly changed his face and kicked over the dog cage in front of him. Without waiting for Dichio in the cage to react, Wang Jiao had already taken off his glasses and swung a hammer that was leaning against the wall. Clunk! The cage was smashed flat, squeezing the iron bars and landing heavily on Dichio's back. Put! Dichio suddenly felt a sweetness in his throat. A mouthful of hot blood spewed out from his mouth, and he felt a breath squeezed in his lungs. How he could not spit it out. Hey 9, calm down. Beat him to death. You can't get your hands on these land deeds. Brother 9, let us spice him up some more. I don't believe we can't boil him off. Just as Wang Jiao was about to swing the second hammer, a group of horsemen immediately stepped forward to pull his arm. Asterisk 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 off. Wang Jiao's force was surprisingly large. His arm flung, and even 2 or 3 ponies were flung away by him. Clunk! The hammer was pestled on the concrete floor, and Wang Jiao crossed his arms with one hand, then stepped on the flattened dog cage. Di-cho! Sometimes I really hate Chin Jim, the puffer, pointing out that he's going to kill your family. His screw that I can't do anything with you now. End of chapter. Chapter 61, People's sorrows and joys are not interchangeable. I only care about my land deeds. April 6, 2025. Dichio was all out of ideas at this point. Back when his wife and son were hacked to death in front of him 20 years ago, he had been living in a haze of hatred. Shenjan killed my family and left me with no one to retire to. I'll make him cut off his children and grandchildren as well. This is one of the things that Dietrich's son has said the most over the years. But at this moment, he was completely stripped of even the dignity of a man who was the salvager of a city fortress. Wang Jiao, cough. You kill me well. The land deed of 9 Dragons City. I will not give it to you even if I die. Ha 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 ha. Wang Jiao broke out into another fit of maniacal laughter. He then leapt up and jumped on the dog cage that held Dietrich's son. The dog cage was directly stepped on and deformed, and the iron grill was pressed against Dichio's spine, causing Dichio to cry out in pain again. Dichio! You're so greasy, Goody, I won't torture you tonight. I'll have someone bring the ashes of your wife and child later. When the time comes, in front of your face, in this upstairs a little bit of sprinkle. This is called, right, thwarted. Dicho was in a rage. Wang Jiao, you shall not die. Yeah, shall not die. Ha 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 ha. Wang Jiao jumped down from the cage and led the way downstairs, leaving behind only a string of ear-splittingly loud laughter. A van pulling a load was parked in front of a dog meat restaurant in the east end of the walled city at this time. Xiao Gang Ao led a group of people crammed into the cramped space of the van and began to make an operational deployment. He first looked at Zhu Jianming, picking up an SVD sniper rifle and tossing it to him. Bakugan, you were trained at Scotland Yard. The sniping duties are yours. Understand, it's rare to get these types of guns in on the Mastodon side, and this vintage stuff, you make do with what you've got. In a moment, you go and take your place upstairs over at the shrine, and keep a special eye on Wang Jiao to fight. Remember, Mr. Ho explained that he wants him alive. Try to avoid hitting him in his vitals, and if you miss, leave the rest to us. Bakuda took the vintage gun and pulled the trigger to check it out, then nodded. It's okay, not really vintage. Qiu Gongao then picked up another Remington M700 shotgun and threw it to the waiting Fong Chenghua. Brother Hua, you're the worst shot. In a moment Wang Jiao's ponies will press up, and the task of fire suppression will be yours. Remember, your mission is to wait for us to take the wounded Wang Jiao and then shoot to cover us in the car. Fong Chenghua took the shotgun and couldn't help but smile awkwardly. It depends on who you're shooting at, but it doesn't matter. One shot sprays a whole bunch of people. Xiao Gang Ao didn't pick up on his words. Then an AK-47 rifle laying on the ground was kicked to the feet of Moh1, who had been watching him. Suan, you and I will be in charge of holding Wang Jiao, and bring a few extra magazines later. I'll say it one more time. Mr. Ho explained that he wanted him alive. I know AO. Moh1 picked up this 70% new AK rifle and directly put on a pressurized magazine. Pulling the bolt, Moh1 couldn't help but praise. I've only heard that this gun is leathery and durable before. I just don't know how it works. It feels kinda squishy. Qiu Gongao didn't say much, just picked up a walkie-talkie, made sure that the walkie-talkie had long been tuned to the set channel, and started paging. Gongzi, I told you to keep an eye on the upstairs. Why is there no response for half a day? What are you doing? Zira. The male's voice came over the pager. Brother AO, Wang Jiao's men have already gone over to the ancestral hall to drive people away. I just saw him leading people over there and was just about to page you to come. Good. Then get ready to go downstairs and do something. Xiao Gongao turned off the walkie-talkie, then pulled another wooden box from under the seat. The box was opened and it was full of boxes of pineapples. Take as many as you can. This is the Kowloon walled city. Don't have any worries. Finish this matter and Mr. He agrees that we send Zheng Chongbang on his way. The heads of the remaining 3 people in the car lifted up at once and looked at Qiu Gongao in unison. Qiu Gang Ao nodded towards the trio, then signaled to Bakuzu, who was holding the car. Drive and get ready to do something. In this world, Zhong does not have a kind of kung fu that can carry bullets. When Qiu Gang Ao and the others drove Wang Jiao to this side of the Kuaicheng Pier, it was already 10:30 p.m. The moment Qiu Gang Ao and the others carried Wang Jiao off the bus, He Yaozong also had to praise this guy for his tough life force. At this time, Wang Jiao was already covered in blood. His left calf had been shot twice, and his left and right arms had been shot 3 times each. Then look at its waist and abdomen. There is a large bloody hole in plain sight, obviously hit by a shotgun. At this time still trickling blood out. He Yaozong couldn't help but frown. Xiao Gang Ao and the others brought Wang Jiao back. Although the guy still had breath in his mouth, there was almost no difference between him and being dead. Right now Wang Jiao's pupils had begun to be lax and his breath was weak. I'm afraid that if a gust of wind comes through, he'll have to turn his back at any moment. With this look, how can one ask him where he hid Dichio? However, after Qiu Gang Ao greeted Bakuzu and the others and threw Wang Jiao on the ground, he nodded towards Moh1 who was following the car. Moh1 understood, and then brought the male back to the car and lifted down a dog cage. In the dog cage is locked. It is the long been tortured into the shape of Dichio. Mr. Wang Jiao is harder to handle than we thought. In order to fulfill the matter you explained to us, we captured one of Wang Jiao's followers and forced him to lead us to Dichio. It was a beautiful thing to do. Rao He Yaozong couldn't help but ask. Wang Jiao has raised so many dead soldiers in the 9 Dragons walled city. How come you guys still have time to save Dichio out? Qiu Gang Ao didn't say anything, just unbuttoned his own jacket, and He Yaozong instantly realized. On his body, he actually had rows and rows of pre-prepared remote-controlled explosives strapped to him. At this time, the 12 young men and others who had been waiting for a long time on this side of the warehouse also rushed over. When he saw Wang Jiao on the ground, who was already about to gulp his breath, 12th young man felt a surge of nameless anger in his heart. He drew a dog-legged sword from behind him, so he took a big step towards Wang Jiao. 12th Major. He Yaozong waved his hand to stop the furious 12th young man, then pointed at Dichio. who was still locked in the dog cage. If you want to help them resolve the feud between two generations, this man should be left for Dicho to kill. 12th Young realized, then subconsciously looked at Chen Luojun behind him. Chen Luojun, on the other hand, turned his gaze to He Yaozong, looking a bit at a loss for words. Snatching the knife from 12th Young's hand, He Yaozong paced over to the dog cage. He crouched down and set his sights on Dicho's body, just in time to collide with Dicho's bleak eyes. Brother Autumn, what about before I let you out? I have to tell you something before I do. It was Chen Luojun who asked his brothers to let me save you. But what about them beforehand? They promised me a condition for you. I'm going to take half of those house deeds you promised to open to Big Boss and the others earlier. Dicho nodded. I promise you. Seeing Dicho's readiness to agree, He Yaozong couldn't help but grin. Still, he didn't have anyone come over to pry open the dog crate. There's one more thing that I wasn't going to bother with, but I'm really looking at Chen Luojun and want to keep him around to help me do yay. I know you have a blood feud with his old bean, but Chen Luojun saved your life today. The old man's business, how to count cannot be counted on the sun's head. Do you give me an account and will you do me a favor? Dicho moved down in the cage with difficulty, his miserable gaze falling on Chen Luojun. Chen Luojun, however, did not dare to meet his eyes, and somewhat unnaturally twisted his head away, looking toward the dark bay in the distance. Are you not going to let me out until you say yes? That's not true. I'm always one size fits all. If you're not willing to do this smooth favor to me, marvelous that in the future, Chen Luojun will start a job with me, and you'll just keep coming to trouble him. Well, Dicho closed his eyes in pain and let out a long sigh. After a long time, he spoke slowly. The grudge between me and Jim Chen is written off from today. Dicho corner of the eye there are tears slipping down. This moment, also do not know whether he is relieved or helpless. He Yaozong got up violently and beckoned towards Chen Luojun. Silly boy, what are you waiting for? Why don't you come over and pay the debt for your old man? Oh, Chen Luojun hands and feet. Stride ran to the front of the cage, actually without the help of any tools, hard by virtue of both hands, peeled off the two welded iron bars. 12 Xiao also rushed forward and helped Dicho out of the cage. Brother Autumn, Brother Tiger asked me to give you a message after I see you. Tornado is dead. So many years of brothers, gone and scattered. What is there to let go of? Dicho was struck by lightning. His body went limp, but it was good that 12th Young was quick on his feet and held his shaky body. In the early years, he and Tornado were life brothers, and then it was Tornado who helped him avenge his blood. Right now his closest brother was killed in the city fortress because he led the wolves into the house. In a trance, Dicho felt that what he had been trying to do for so many years with all his heart was not really wrong. Ho Yu Chung Chung didn't like to be verbose, and he didn't care at all about other people's love-hate stories. He only related those deeds he had in the Kowloon walled city. So carrying a bucket of kerosene, He Yaozong unscrewed the cap of the bottle and poured the kerosene evenly over Wang Zhou's body. He then took out his own lighter and handed it to Dicho. Brother Chio, in a while you'll go to the hospital to recuperate. I'll have someone send the contract over later. Otherwise I won't be able to sleep tonight. Dicho tremblingly took the fire engine handed by He Yaozong and nodded towards it. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack and uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. Then, under the support of the 12th young man, he limped to the side of Wang Zhou, lit the lighter, and without thinking, directly threw it on Wang Zhou's body. Boom! The flames sprang up, and there was nothing in this world that the flames could not purify. If there is, the fire isn't big enough. Not long after, the 12 young men took the car and drove Dicho away. When things were done, He Yaozong walked over to Chen Luojun. Chen Luojun twisted his neck somewhat uncomfortably, then opened his mouth. Thanks for doing me this favor. I'll repay you with my life when I get the chance. But what? I don't join gangs. He Yaozong couldn't help but let out a laugh as he fished out a cigarette and lit it, taking a leisurely drag before opening his mouth to ask, do I look like a gangster to you? Chen Luojun nodded numbly. Very similar. Throw. He Yaozong clutched his cigarette, and the smile on his face grew even wider. Your old bean is a gangster. Your most admired Tornado is a gangster. Even your brothers who have passed away, which one of them is a gangster? People have to work and eat to live. Asking you to work with me is not asking you to oppress the good. What can't you think of? Don't say much. Just follow me from now on and look out for my well-being. That's not too hard for you, is it? That's not a problem. Since that's okay, call out to you for a listen first. You, that's right, we've been up all night. Let's go have a snack with me. Time flies, and it's the early hours of the morning. After returning from a late-night snack at Temple Street, the rest of the group dispersed on their own, and He Yaozong was the only one who left Shogangao behind. Coming to the upstairs office and closing the door, He Yaozong first greeted Shogangao and sat down, then walked to the cabinet, took out the key, and took out a piece wrapped in black cloth from inside. Take it. Shogangao looked at what He Yaozong handed him and subconsciously reached out to catch it. feeling a bit heavy. He looked at Ho Yu-chung in disbelief. You open it and look at it first. Unwrapping the cloth bag, Xiao Gangao realized that what was inside was a heavy gold bar. Mr. Ho, this is. He Yaozong pulled a chair to sit opposite Xiao Gangao and opened his mouth to explain. There was a gold store robbery in Wanchai last month, and Chung Chong Pong has been keeping an eye on the case. This gold bar, a gold bar I made in imitation of that gold store. You can see the drop on the back. Xiao Gangao turned this gold bar, and indeed found that the bottom of the gold bar engraved with Jingfu 2 drop. He instantly understood. Do you mean that you want me to find someone to flow this gold bar into the black market, thus attracting Zhang Chongbang's attention? That's right. You've been an errand boy before and have worked with Zhang Chongbang for so many years. You should know the playbook of releasing snakes the best. Doesn't he want to catch that gang of big circle boys? So let's send him a credit, just to see if he can catch them. Xiao Gangao clutched the gold bar. He already roughly understood what He Yaozong meant. For the past 6 months, he had been longing day and night to make giving Zhang Chongbang pay for it. Ho Yu-chung is trying to kill with a borrowed knife, using a group of scapegoats to clear his own suspicion. Not long after, Xiao Gangao stood up and looked at He Yaozong, his eyes like electricity. Mr. Ho, I have an idea. Tell me about it first. The following noon, Di Chou was as good as his word and signed the contract for the transfer of the deed to Dragon City last night. He Yaozong had already arranged for people to go over and take over the venues within the walled city one by one against the newly obtained house and land deeds. At this time, Xiao Gangao and the others also arrived at the fortress with their vehicles. The area near the old Kai-Tak airport site is a dense stretch of low-cost housing. Crunch! The Toyota pulled up and Xiao Gangao got out of the car with only Bakudu and Mo Ishwan. With a clear goal in mind, they headed straight for the second floor of a tenement building. At this moment, in the 208 room on the second floor of this tenement building, 3 big men with bare shoulders were lying on a cool mat laid flat on the concrete floor, staring at the ceiling full of mold spots. The only sound in the cramped room was the rusty ceiling fan on the ceiling, which creaked from time to time, perhaps because the atmosphere was a bit dull. A man with a beard slapped the floor and sat up violently. Asterisk. I should have said I'd come to Hong Kong Island to do a job. It's all because Jihua, this person, had to drag us to do a job in Guangzhou. As a result, he killed someone and dragged us into hiding like a dog, and now we can barely afford to eat. An inch-haired man sat up and followed the chorus. Yeah, if it wasn't for the instigation of this scumbag Jihua, how would we have ended up in this situation if we hadn't been able to get a vote back on Hong Kong Island? Instead, a country-faced man remained calm, lying on the floor with both hands resting on his head. In the face of his companion's complaints, he just smiled bashfully. You guys shouldn't blame Jihua. He was all but shot on the spot by the public security officers. We're still lucky to be able to run over here. Unlike Jihua, who is now rotten to the core, and who has the right to complain about complaining back and forth. The bearded man was indignant. Brother Rise, what do you think we should do now? I can barely afford a boxed lunch with the money I have on me, and I'm going to be evicted by my landlord to sleep on the street until tomorrow. Sleeping on the street is sleeping on the street. The sky will come down to us, but we must first suffer our hearts and minds, labor our muscles and bones, and starve our bodies. The man, who was called Brother Rise, was sprightly and closed his eyes and began to pacify again. Just wait, the old folks over in Yuan Long are already looking for work for us. Hong Kong Island is a place full of gold. As long as you have patience, there's always a time to get rich. Duck. Just as the 3 of them were chatting away, there was a knock on the ragged wooden door. The 3 jumped up immediately, looking out of the house with alarm. Who? Chicken thighs over white rice and papaya stew with clams. Upon hearing the voice outside the door, the guarded look on the 3 people's faces immediately loosened, and was replaced by a touch of ecstasy. This was the code word agreed between the snakehead who sent them across the sea on the Yuan Long side and them, and as soon as they found the gold master who hired them to do something, they would use this code word to come to the Kowloon walled city to dock with them. Opening the door to the room, Xiao Gangao stood in front of the door. He glanced toward the house a few times and couldn't help but wave a hand in front of his nose to flash it. The smell inside the room was really unpleasant. The stench of sweat and feet, mixed with a musty smell. It was really difficult for Xiao Gangao to step into the room. The leading country-faced man instantly understood and hurriedly turned around and slapped the bearded man behind him on the head. Go open the window. It's hot and airless. You want to suffocate people? He then straightened his face and tried to make himself look a bit more imposing, stepping back to the side and striking a pose of invitation to Xiao Gangao and Mo each one. Xiao Gangao didn't say much, entering the house and finding a random place to stand. The quail boy from Yuan Long told me that there is a group of fierce men looking for something to do, and you are the 3 brothers, Zhang Long, Zhang Hu, and Zhang Bao? That's right, I am Zhang Long, and those 2 are my younger brothers, Zhang Hu and Zhang Bao. That's not your real names, is it? The name is just a code word. It's all about being bold enough to be evil. Let us do whatever we want as long as you give us enough money. Facing Chiu Gang Ao's inquiry, the man who called himself Zhang Long raised his head and swore to Chiu Gang Ao. End of chapter. Chapter 62. Chiu Gang Ao. In the past 6 months or so, there has been a problem that has puzzled me. April 6, 2025. Chiu Gang Ao glanced back at the door, and only after seeing the door close tightly did he pretend to be mysterious. It's a big job. When it's done, you won't have to worry about money for the rest of your lives. The comment instantly tickled the interest of the 3 large circles. What's the big job? How much can I make? I can't tell you exactly what I'm going to do just yet. Now all you have to do is go and get the guys ready for me, and then I'll meet you at the fortress in the evening and tell you the exact plan of action. Zhang Long couldn't help but feel a bit demoralized. Can't trust us? That's not true. I've heard that you all dared to rob a bank with a spray gun over in Guangdong province. As long as the money is paid, then there's nothing you wouldn't dare to do. So how can I not trust it? Zhang Long was just about to say something, but Chiu Gang Ao reached out his hand to Mo Yichuan behind him. Mo Yichuan understood, opened a satchel he was carrying, took out a black plastic bag from it, and handed it to Zhang Long. Without much ado, Zhang Long ripped open the plastic bag, and for a moment his eyes went straight. Inside was a pile of gold that had been treated by Chiu Gang Ao, deliberately cutting the piece of gold that he Yaozong had given to him into several parts, and the part that had the merchant's name on it was roasted and melted with a spray gun, in order to make this drama of selling stolen goods as compellingly real as possible. Clutching this piece of gold, Zhang Long looked at Chiu Gang Ao with some excitement. This is for us? This piece of gold? You guys can exchange it for at least $50,000 back at any goldsmith store on the black market. $10,000. You take it for yourselves and go dashing off first, and the rest of the $40,000, you take it and go to Chagaling and buy some handy fellows back, said Chiu Gang Ao, looking deeply at this country face man. I have to warn you though, don't go to one of those big gold stores to change your money. Something will happen. Zhang Long couldn't help but laugh. It's stolen goods? Otherwise what? Clean, I'd keep it for you? How about it? Do you want to do this business or not? Done. Zhang Long agreed very quickly. For people like them, the difference between stolen goods and not stolen goods is really not that big. Anyway, one job and you're gone. And as long as you can trade for money, you can get out of this miserable citadel sooner rather than later. After Zhang Long agreed, Chiu Gang Ao patted his shoulder. Remember to be back by 7 p.m. Don't think about taking the money and running. I'll arrange for someone to keep an eye on you. Who do you think we are? A small amount of $50,000 is not worth the trouble of traveling to Hong Kong Island. Facing Zhang Long's reply, Chiu Gang Ao sneered and did not say anything more before turning around and leaving with Mo Yichuan. Turning to the noon restaurant, Chiu Gang Ao's residence, the dishes ordered from Long Jin Xian had been delivered. Chiu Gongao, Mo Yichuan, Fang Changhua and Zhu Jianming were seated early, and no one moved their chopsticks ahead of time even though the food was about to get cold. Squeak! The door opened and the male ran in, panting, Brother Ao. Those 3 big circle boys sold that pile of gold to Winghua pawnbrokers in Choi Hung Estate, and they've now taken the money and gone to the Shanghai street area to seek pleasure. Close the door behind you and sit down and talk while you eat. Chiu Gang Ao whirled around and signaled the crowd to move their chopsticks. The sound of sparse clattering of cutlery resounded from the table. Only when everyone had eaten a whole meal did Chiu Gang Ao put down his chopsticks and pulled a napkin to wipe his mouth. Wah! Before 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, find a way to get the phone number of Fish Lo Ching at Kun Tong Wharf. He's an informant for Chung Chongpong. Go to a public phone booth later to call and break the news to him, and tell him that the gold that was lost in Wan Chai was found over at Choi Hung Estate. Zhang Chongbang will figure out the rest on his own. Awa put down his chopsticks and nodded his head towards Chiu Gang Ao Zhang. Chiu Gongao then looked at Mo Yichuan again. Suan, I've been poking around Hua Zhaotang since I came out. Fox Bank has negotiated a partnership in Malaysia, and tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, Fox Shuton will meet the Malaysian Dato on a yacht over in Central. The yacht security will be up there for duty at 8:30, so all you have to do is touch down on the yacht with me before it gets dark to make preparations. Ao, what's ready? Set the bomb. When several people heard this, they all frowned slightly, but none of them said much, waiting for Chiu Gang Ao to continue. Bakudo, tonight you go and acquire a good communication kit and give it to those 3 big circle boys. Note, don't use a phone. Use a communication tool with a headset to ensure that within a kilometer, the signal will not be interfered with. Yes, as Bakudo nodded in agreement, the male at the side couldn't help but put down his chopsticks. Being in charge of the stakeout and providing intelligence work had always been his job, so why was it being given to Bakudo now? With disbelief, the male inquired tentatively, Ao, what about me? You don't have to do anything. Just sleep at home tomorrow and I'll give you an account of the humiliation you've endured for the last 6 months or so. Chiu Gang Ao moistened his voice and looked around his group of brothers. I've been thinking about one thing ever since I found out that Bill was dead. That's what this man, Zhang Chongbang, was thinking when he testified in court against us for murder. Then I figured out that it's none of our business what he thinks. I just want him dead, said Chiu Gang Ao, picking up the beer in front of him and fiercely pouring a mouthful. Tomorrow morning, I'm going to leave his bones intact. Imo Ishuan spoke up. Brother Ao, point solved. Not wait for Hua Zhaotang to get on the boat and blow these two puffers to pieces together? Xiao Gongao shook his head. No need. I've been perplexed by a question for the past 6 months. A day without an answer to this question always makes me feel like a walking corpse. Tomorrow, I'm going to borrow Hua Zhaotang's hand to reveal this answer for me. 6:30 p.m. Kowloon Walled City, same tenement. A few of the big circle of boys who had finished the fire felt a sense of relief, and each one of them rubbed their fists, longing for a big job in the near future. Only they didn't know that in 3 hours' time, they would be considered by the CID people as suspects in the robbery of the gold store in Wanchai. Boss, you're quick enough. We've got everything. Now tell us what we're going to do. Help you kill people? To rob a gold store? Looking at Xiao Gongao, who refused to sit down in the room, Zhang Long took the lead in opening the conversation and asked Xiao Gongao with a smile. Listen, tomorrow morning, a yacht will pull a circle of rich men and go out on the high seas to make a bet. They win and lose millions of dollars in cash in a poker game. All you have to do is to storm this yacht with your guns, then rob them of their cash and coerce them to sail over to Chungchao Island in the first place. I've arranged a boat over there, and when we get off the boat, we'll split the money according to 50-50, and after we've split the money, you'll immediately go back over to the mainland with the boat. Zhang Long directly shook his head. Xiao Gangao's face sank. Think the 50-50 split is too little? No, I'm wanted on the mainland side, so our group of brothers aren't going back. It just so happens that I have relatives over on Taiwan Island, so arrange a boat and send us over to Keelung on Taiwan Island. Xiao Gongao feigned contemplation for a moment, then nodded. Okay, I'll go reconnect you with the ship in a few minutes. Xiao Gangao then beckoned Bakuzu, who had followed him in, to come forward and placed the 3 prepared communication tools on the bedpan. When you move tomorrow, take these communication tools with you in case of accidents. I'll have my guys teach you guys how to use it. Remember, if you can't control the boat in 3 minutes and word gets out, the Marine Police will be here in 5. It will be very troublesome for you to leave then. A forced real speech, called the 3 brothers of the dragon, tiger and leopard to believe in it. Zhang Long sneered and leaned down, picking up those 3 communication tools with headsets, then said towards Qiu Gang Ao, don't worry, I've heard about the errand boys on Hong Kong Island. They're not half as vicious as the public security officers on the mainland. I can even dodge public security's bullets. Will I still be afraid of these errand men from Hong Kong Island? Xiao Gangao's face was slightly stunned. Obviously Zhang Long's disdain for the Hong Kong Island errand boy still made him feel a hint of discomfort, but he didn't say anything more. He just continued to give an explanation and left the tenement with Bakudu. At 9:20 p.m., Zheng Chongbang was lying in his bedroom when he received a phone call. After listening to the call, he instantly got up from the bed with a jolt, grabbed his jacket, and was about to rush outside the bedroom. His wife, Lan Qiang, who was lying beside him, couldn't help but wonder, Bong, what happened? The case in Wanchai is getting somewhere. You don't have to worry about me. Go to bed early in a while. Before the words were finished, Zhang Chongbang had already run to the outside living room. As the lights in the living room flickered on and off, there was a thick slamming of the door. Late night, Yaomati Police Station. Zhou Zijuan, don't sleep. Come back for an extra shift first. What is it? We've got a lead on the Wanchai case. Hurry up. After a flurry of activity, Chang Chongbang picked up the surveillance data retrieved from Rainbow Estate. Then he picked up the copy of the evidence identification report that had been sent to him by the evidence section. The appraisal report shows this melted and rotten gold nugget does have the same gold content as the robbed Kingfisher Gold Company. About 20 minutes later, Zhou Zijuan walked into Zhang Chongbang's office in a dusty manner. Zhang, sir, found any clues? Look at this. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. Zhang Chongbang threw the printed surveillance data in front of Zhou Zijuan, and before Zhou Zijuan could take a closer look, he greeted him. Take the team out at once, mobilize all the informants, and make sure that this group is uncovered before dawn. They've been hiding it for so long, and this sudden sale of stolen goods, they're most likely ready to run. Zhou Zijuan realized the seriousness of the matter and hurriedly nodded his head. Clutching these copied materials, he walked quickly outside. Just as Zhang Chongbang picked up the phone and was about to call the intelligence section, a knock sounded outside. Bond Master, is it in? It was Sito Jie's voice that came from outside the door. He was one of the heads of the East Nine Dragons Action Group. Zhang Chongbang's desire to mobilize manpower to capture those big circles was something that had to be agreed upon by Sito Jie. Sir, the door is not locked again. Situ Jie entered and smiled towards Zhang Chongbang. That case in Wanchai finally come to a head? It's hard to say, but if we uncover the person, I guess this case will almost be solved. Situ Jie nodded. then sat down opposite Zhang Chongbang's desk and continued. Big Circle Boy has no scruples when it comes to doing things, and when I got wind of you tonight, those bigwigs up there immediately informed me that extra attention must be paid to this arrest. In this way, I have coordinated with the PTU of Kowloon District, mark multiple departments, to cooperate with you in supervising this case. Zhang Chongbang couldn't help but be annoyed. Sir, point to solve the investigation of the case when a person does not show their heads, to solve the case when they all come together to grab credit? It's just 3 big lap boys. Is it necessary to mobilize so many departments? You can't say that. Last time we rounded up Lian Haolong. Didn't Oki also share a share of the credit with the CID? At that time, Lian Haolong was still the only person on the boat. Lian Haolong was even more evil, but he had a family and a job on Hong Kong Island. Anyway, we're all looking for food in the same pot. It's still necessary to cooperate with each other. Zhang Chongbang snorted coldly, but he couldn't refute Situ Jie's words, just had to speak up. In that case, don't let them be idle. Those still on duty, take a copy of each profile and stake out the major docks first. I suspect that these thieves are in a hurry to sell their loot, and are preparing to run away from Hong Kong Island altogether. It was a night that seemed especially long. The next day just after dawn, stayed up all night. Zhang Chongbang, just lying on the table to doze off, was woken up by Zhou Zijuan. Zhang sir, received a tip from an informant who found out about these 3 big circle boys. They showed up over at the Central Ferry Terminal not too long ago, and it looked like they were waiting for a boat. Zhang Chongbang woke up with a jolt. Waiting for a boat until the Marine Police territory? What are you waiting for? Gather your men and wait for another share of the credit to the Marine Police. Yes sir. It was a pleasant morning with the sunrise pouring over the sea. Xiao Gang Ao stood on the rooftop of a building on the west side of the central pier, looking away from the yacht quietly moored on the pier with a horribly gloomy face. At this time around the pier, there were already many Kaifongs who had finished their morning tea hanging out in this generation. The minutes ticked by and it was now 7:50 in the morning. Looking around the pier again, plainclothes police officers had already gotten out of their cars and started stopping neighborhood walkers on the perimeter to evacuate the crowd. Xiao Gang Ao picked up the intercom device and paged the 3 brothers of the Dragon, Tiger and Leopard, who had been waiting for a long time on the other side of the pier. Marina Mooring Bay, the triple-decker yacht on the east side. Get on board now and remember to keep in touch with me at all times. Yes. Zhan Long tightened the headset hanging around his neck, then passed a glance towards the 2 brothers behind him. The 3 of them each picked up a nylon bag and strutted toward the yacht. Coming to the front of the yacht, Zhan Long pulled open the nylon bag, took out the pre-prepared anchor hook, and hung it directly on the guardrail of the yacht. At the same time, the 2 brothers, Tiger and Leopard, also took out their long guns hidden in their nylon bags. The men were obviously old hands at this, 2 on guard below with guns, and 1 climbing up the yacht by the hook and line. Then in turn, hitchhikers took over, and in less than 10 seconds, the 3 of them climbed onto the medium-sized luxury yacht. Pick, what are they doing? Inside a Honda on the coastal highway, Zhang Chongbang couldn't help but wonder as he looked at the 3 people boarding the boat. This luxury yacht didn't look like a vehicle that could be used to run away in any way, but he didn't dare to spend more time thinking about it, so he directly jumped out of the car and ran towards the dock while giving an arrest order towards the intercom tool. Xiao Gang Ao held a pair of Lycra binoculars and couldn't help but show a cruel smile as he watched Zhang Chongbang run towards the pier in a hurry. Zhang Chongbang, after all these years, you really do still clock to be the most valiant one in the police force. Zira. The headset hanging on Xiao Gangao's ear rang. Are you mistaken? There's not even a ghost on the ship. Go to the head of the ship. Yes. Not long after, Zhan Long's voice once again came from the headset. What the hell? I only found a man on this side of the couch who was flipped over with marijuana, and he didn't look like a rich guy by the way he was dressed. Without waiting for Zhan Long to finish his sentence, he heard his companion who was looking out hurriedly run in. Big brother, there's a gangster. There's a large number of gangsters coming. Zhan Long was instantly furious, pinching the headset. Deng Tong cursed, asterisk 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 your mom. Play me? The smile on Xiao Gangao's face grew wider as he simply replied flatly. Perhaps I was misinformed. Or you can throw your guns into the sea now and tell these errant men that you were only curious to come up for a turn. Hong Kong Island doesn't have too harsh a punishment for breaking into private, important places. Asterisk 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 you. In the hands of the difference makers, we're going to be extradited back to the mainland to hit the target. I suggest you better think of something for me. You're no good either. The big deal is that we'll all die together. Zhan Long was already in a hurry to the point of breaking his defenses, and by now he had heard some errand boys on the pier shouting towards the ship, urging them to raise their hands and surrender. Xiao Gangao spoke again. This is not the time to argue. How about this? Didn't you say there was a man on the ship who had been paralyzed? Take him as a hostage and go to the bow of the ship and tell them to replace the errand boy who shouted up. Am I out of my ing mind to get a different errand boy on board to keep an eye on things? Most of the errand boys on Hong Kong Island have been trained to sail a boat, and if you don't replace him up here, Do you know how to sail a boat? With no one to steer the boat, do you think you'll get away? Grass. You two drag this guy to the bow of the boat and replace the errand boy who yelled on board. If you don't come up here, put the word out to kill this asshole straight away. At this time, the shouting on the other side of the ship's bow intensified, and Zhang Long no longer had time to think about too many things, and only had to follow Chiu Gang Ao's instructions to obediently do as he was told. Chiu Gongao, however, once again paged through the intercom tool. Don't just let the two of them do their work. You don't stay idle either. Yachts with such outboard motors usually have gasoline prepared in the warehouse. You go drag out 2 buckets and sprinkle them on the ship, and let it be known that if the errand boys dare to attack the ship, they will burn it down with a single fire. Doesn't that ing burn us too? Confused. You were told to threaten them. You weren't told to actually light the fire. Hurry up and do as you're told. It'll be a pain in the ass to get away when the marine police arrive. After prodding, Chiu Gongao snuffed out the headset. From start to finish, he never spoke a word of truth to this group of big circle boys. Zhang Chongbang can't drive a boat, and such a big yacht can't be an outboard engine, and the kerosene in the warehouse was prepared by him beforehand. As for the Dragon Tiger Leopard 3 brothers from the Tea-Fruitling buy back the firearms, but also as prior and peddling arms of the fierce ghosts have done tampered with. A bunch of blanks, and a burning stick is no difference. He was doing all of this to unlock the answer that had puzzled him for over 6 months. Not far away on the coastal highway, a black Rolls-Royce came rushing towards the pier. That's Hua Xiaotong's car. When he thought that because of this ungrateful scumbag, he had tired his group of people to suffer more than half a year of undeserved suffering, a ball of nameless anger rose in Chiu Gang Ao's eyes. Just wait, Hua Xiaotang. Today is just the beginning. Owe me a life. Sooner or later I'll have to return it. End of chapter. Chapter 63. Zhang Chongbang. The answer is from you. What you think is right or wrong doesn't matter. April 6, 2025. Behind one of the flower beds above the pier, Fat San stood there with a team of group members, looking at the back of Zhang Chongbang as he climbed onto the yacht to do a hostage exchange. He had just been honored with the rank of trainee inspector, and this time the CID had pulled him over just to return the favor of Zhong Sini from last time by adding his name to the report. The Fat San was very knowledgeable, and when he brought his group over, he hid far back. Throw. Zhang Chongbang still has the balls to play the hero again. Even though he had to praise Zhang Chongbang inwardly for having balls, he couldn't help but be conspiratorial with his mouth. Zhang Chongbang stirred up the matter of him losing his gun and almost tired him to be stripped of this skin, and until now he still holds a grudge. Flop. As Zhang Chongbang boarded the boat, the Tiger and Leopard brothers, who were in charge of the hostage exchange at the front of the boat, immediately took out ropes from their nylon bags and tied Zhang Chongbang up. The hostages on board were then rolled down the side of the yacht. Zhang Long had already walked out with a barrel of kerosene at this time, unscrewed the cap of the barrel, and without saying a word, splashed the kerosene in all directions above the yacht. Hey! What the hell are you trying to do? Zhou Zijuan got anxious and pointed at the bow of the boat and shouted at the 3 brothers, the Dragon Tiger and the Leopard. Shut up! Zhang Hu's eyes widened in anger, and he pressed the gun in his hand against the back of Zhang Chongbang's head in death. Okay. You guys calm down. There is no death penalty in Hong Kong Island. Put down your weapons. The SDU will be here in a moment. You won't get away. Waste your mom's words. Zhang Bao smashed the butt of his gun on Zhang Chongbang's back, directly smashing Zhang Chongbang with a burst of air blockage. I tell you, I'm afraid I poured gasoline all over the inside of this boat, and I'll light it on fire on anyone who tries to mess with it, and I'll kill whoever comes up here first. At this time, Zhang Long had already poured a barrel of kerosene on the deck, and immediately pulled the bolt, signaling the Tiger and Leopard brothers to retreat towards the cabin. Zhang Long didn't know why there were so many loaded police officers all of a sudden. At the moment he only felt like a headless fly, not knowing what to do. It was good to hear Chiu Gangao's voice again in the headset. Fire 2 shots in the air and don't let them see that you're holding the real thing, and these poor fellows won't be afraid. Zhang Long only felt dizzy, and without much thought, he raised his gun and aimed it at the sky before pulling the trigger. Ka-chow. The imagined gunshots did not ring out. Zhang Long's face was horrified, and he followed the Tiger and Leopard brothers as they retreated towards the cabin, while fading his magazines. It was only after checking the bullets that I realized that the magazines were loaded with not only blanks, but even the bullets had no primers. What's wrong, Rise? The 2 companions also seemed to have sensed that something was wrong, and at this moment, they didn't care about hiding their real names, and sharply asked towards their big brother with white faces. Asterisk. Look at the bullets in your guns first. The Tiger and Leopard brothers faded their magazines, and the next thing they knew, the 3 of them were all sweating profusely on their heads in unison. Without exception, all 3 guns, the bullets were clear blanks. In their haste, they had forgotten that Zhang Chongbang had taken in the scene. Finding the right opportunity, Zhang Chongbang bumped away from Zhang Bao, who was pulling himself, and once he turned around, he shouted towards the outside, "Get on board and get the men! There's no bullets in their guns, bastard!" Or Zhang Long reacted quickly, since the bullets could not be shot, so he swung the butt of his gun, took a step forward, and directly slapped Zhang Chongbang, whose hands were bound, to the ground with the butt of his gun. Zhang Chongbang suddenly felt a hot and sharp pain coming from his back, although he was slapped over. But his kung fu was solid after all. Forced to endure the severe pain, he, aided by the force behind the waist, directly moved to turn the shape. A sweeping leg will not be able to guard Zhang Long, swept to the ground. All the while calmly and surprisingly, his mouth was not above shouting, "Get in the boat! They don't have bullets in their guns. It's always a two-fisted fight, and you're tied up with your hands." Already anxious, head of the three big circle boy swarmed up. A punch and kick almost did not beat Zhang Chongbang, fainted to death. Luckily, Zhang Long was the first to come back to his senses, and with a glance, he caught a glimpse of a fruit plate on the coffee table of the inner cabin, which had a fruit knife on it. Quickly stepping forward, he picked up the fruit knife, pushed the tiger and leopard brothers away, and placed the blade against Zhang Chongbang's neck. "Calm down, shoot him and whoever steers the boat to take us away. Puffy, side by side I'll tell you they'll be driving the boat." Zhang Chongbang's words almost didn't choke these three big circle boys. At this time, the yacht has resounded below the pattering sound of climbing. "Stop, what are you doing?" Just when the three brothers, the dragon, tiger and the leopard, were ready to hold Zhang Chongbang hostage and fight for their lives, a loud shout suddenly came from below the yacht. Hua Xiaotang broke through the outer boundary line and shouted towards Zhou Zijuan and the others who were at the front line. "This yacht was towed back from Germany at a cost of over $30 million to me, and if it's smashed, can you poor Hall afford to pay for it?" Hua Xiaotang's words instantly froze many of the CID members who were preparing to forcefully attack. Even Zhou Zijuan froze in place. He looked at the furious Hua Xiaotang not far away and realized that all this group of tycoons needed to do to screw up a small errand boy of theirs was to move their lips. But Zhang Chongbang was still shouting hoarsely from the boat, "Hurry up and make a strong attack. They don't have bullets in their guns." Hearing that Zhang Chongbang was suffering up there, Zhou Zijuan could not bear it, so he immediately put his heart in his mouth and quickly walked to Hua Xiaotang. "Mr. Hua, there are bandits on the ship who have kidnapped our police officers. We need to go up and conduct a rescue." "I don't care. Are your men good at what they do? Why are there so many outlaws on Hong Kong Island? Every year I donate millions to the police department, and I'm raising a bunch of you booze hounds?" Hua Xiaotang's voice was transmitted to the ears of the members of the action team standing by at the back. Fat San stopped a member of the group who was about to charge forward and spoke in a low voice towards him. "Why are you so excited? You're eager to get credit, aren't you? Beware that Zhang Chongbang gets off the boat and goes to court to testify against you for damaging the private property of the citizens. But, we all record police officers do not care about this. Come to support the scene." In the face of Hua Xiaotang's quality trifecta of questions, Zhou Zijuan couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. "If I had known that this guy was so cold-blooded, I should have let him die at the hands of He-Wile's group of puffers in the first place. What's the point of saving someone like that from himself?" However, Zhou Zijuan would never dare to say these words. He just turned around and looked for help to Situ Jie, who was sitting in the assault vehicle and was in charge of directing this arrest operation. It was a pity that Situ Jie's eyes were averted, and after seeing Zhou Zijuan look over, he turned his head to the side. However, he was concerned about Hua Xiaotang being over here, so he pulled out his walkie-talkie and signaled the frontline action team members to retreat back first. The atmosphere was at an impasse. Hua Xiaotang, however, walked quickly to the side of the charging car and looked angrily at Situ Jie, who was sitting in the car. "Officer Sito, I must warn you, if my yacht suffers any damage today because of your actions, I will definitely take your East Kowloon Action Group to court. Even if one person dies on my yacht, that would be bad feng shui and discount the value of my yacht. You guys figure it out for yourself and see how you can get this thing over with." Situ Jie helpless, "Mr. Hua, you first calm down. Our police force." Rumble. Just as Situ Jie was planning to calm Hua Xiaotang down, the yacht moored at the pier suddenly erupted with a loud boom. The yacht had been doused with kerosene, and after the explosion, flames burst into the sky. The strong airwave directly shattered the window panes of the cars parked on the side of the road. Hua Xiaotang was tipped over by the wave of air, and his head hit the door of the car hard, instantly swelling up a big bag. Sito Jiefong subconsciously planted low in the car, half a minute, before scowling and poking his head out. Looking again at the yacht, it had disintegrated in the explosion, leaving only fire interspersed with rolling smoke rising. Fat Shah also grimaced and rose from the ground. looking away from the tragic situation above the pier, and couldn't help but be glad that he hadn't been swept away by the credits in the past few days. Out and out damned. Not far away on the rooftop of a building, Xiao Gang Ao ripped off the headset cable of the intercom tool and put it away in his coat pocket. Looking again at the smoky central pier, he smiled with relief for the first time since he was imprisoned. Zhang Chongbang, it doesn't matter what you think is right or wrong, the answer is the one you chose, as you wished, and it does not appear that anyone dared to violate the discipline of your heartfelt orders by choosing to board the ship to save you. As if giving himself an explanation, Xiao Gang Ao made a magnificent turn and walked straight toward the stairway side of the rooftop. Extra! The chairman of Fox Bank was blasted by outlaws. Senior Inspector Chung Chungbang of the Yaomati police station was killed on duty at the Central Ferry Pier at noon today. Fox Bank may sue the police force for inaction. Asia's safest city may be out of reach. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, He Yaozong bought a copy of the evening paper outside, found that the major newspapers, all expedited to catch up with the printing. The Central Yacht bombing as the headline news. Taking a closer look at the news in the newspaper, 3 vicious outlaws pulled Zhang Chongbang to their deaths on a yacht. The police force made a quick response to this, and Superintendent Sito Jie of the East Kowloon Operations Group took the main responsibility and was demoted 3 levels in a row, and is now jacked up to the silver band to stay on duty and look around. The Deputy Chief of Police responded to the incident and held a press conference at the first opportunity, said that the Hong Kong Island Police Force would definitely reflect deeply on the matter and resolutely prevent the recurrence of vicious cases similar to this one. All in all, it is just some bureaucratic talk. Anyway, it is not like the lives of innocent citizens have been affected. It doesn't create much pressure on public opinion. I'll pick. Hong Kong Island is really getting dangerous now. David, look at this group of crazy kids. We have to pay more attention to safety in the future. With a cigarette in his mouth, He Yaozong pointed to the headline of the newspaper and said so to Fine Wei behind him. Fine Wei, however, smiled and shook his head, glancing at Chen Luo Jun, who was following He Yaozong a long way behind, and opened his mouth. Brother you, what did we brothers do wrong to make you find such a stuffy person to follow you? His mother didn't see him speak a word for half a day. This kind of person has no eyes. He Yaozong put down the newspaper, looking at the Fine Wei squarely said, Fine Wei, there are 2 kinds of people I hate most in this world. Do you know which 2? I don't know. Listen, I hate jealous women, small-minded, chirpy, and annoying. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. Second, hate men who get jealous. Damn you, do I have to explain to you who I'm looking for to work beside me? Said He Yaozong as he rolled up the newspaper and knocked Fine Wei on the head. Idiot line, Chen Luo Jun can beat 10 of you by himself. You're just a smart ass. What's the point? At critical moments, you may not always be able to protect me from myself. Fine Wei touched his head and gave Chen Luo Jun an incredulous look. No way, is this guy that good of a fighter? You'll know if you can fight him when you have time. Just as He Yaozong was about to take these people, Fine Wei, to have afternoon tea, the portable phone hanging on his waist rang. The call was from Lonergan. Ayo, do you have time to spare now? Uncle, got a lot of free time. Have you looked at the venues in the Kowloon walled city? Do you still like them? Zhang Yi. Lonergan was clearly in a good mood and responded with a continuous laugh over the phone, but he quickly turned his words around. Ayo, what exactly did you offend Big D for? If there is something difficult to do, why don't I ask the 2 of you to come out for a cup of tea? And if there are any faults, let's make it clear face to face. 4, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6. What? Is Big D up to something again? Yes, I didn't call him back yesterday, and today at noon, quite a few stallholders in Shamshui called me. Big D offered a high price to poach those ladies under our parish. Even the stragglers under those horsemen's hands followed them to Big D's hall and recognized Master Chi. Ho Yucheng couldn't help but be happy. Uncle, he has the guts to drag the entire Shamshui for sale to Tsuan. What? He wants to turn Tsuan into a chicken coop? It's not a question of whether Big D digs in or not. Big D's temperament is as good as I know it. He said that if he wants to mess with you, he has to mess with you, and he has to mess with you until you lose your temper. Do you know why Li Xiao wants to stick to our hall? Because he can't stand Big D. Even if he has Deng Wei to support him, he still doesn't have a clue. Alright, uncle. You give me 3 days, I'll go and fix Big D. But I'll say this up front, whatever happens in the next 3 days, you're not allowed to ask about it. Ryukin froze and then asked, Bad boy, you don't want to lead a fight after Big D, do you? I know that you have been on fire lately. taking over Temple Street and planting flags in Mongkok, and you even have the ability to go in and get a piece of Kowloon City's turf. But to put it mildly, there's no rule about hitting your own brother with Union Shang. Lonergan's words made He Yaozong shake his head. Bull asterisk 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 rules. If not for himself, Long Guanzhong will be crippled by Big D in the future. Just like that Lin Huila has to go and force Blow Chicken to commit suicide in order to appease him. He has been engaged in this period of time. 2 eyes open. Is a moment never stop? If there are still people who dare to ride on their own head, that work is not a waste of time? Uncle. That's only if the others treat us as their own brothers. What it means to be in a profession is that members of our community are never justified by whoever has the biggest fist. You can rest assured that in case of a fight, I'll be responsible for the settling in fee and the medicine as usual. If we don't knock down his Tsuanwan momentum, I'll tell Uncle that you won't be able to do well outside. These words hurt Long Root his hot blood. He for a long time did not hear the parish horseman said so uplifting words, but as Sham Shui Po's uncle's generation, he still had to pretend to remind him twice. Anyway, no matter what, you still need to watch your step. It's better to honor the rules of the society and make it too ugly, and call outsiders to look at us funny. I see. Anything else, Uncle? Nope. Big D sighed. Watch yourself. Duh. Hanging up the phone, He Yaozong spat out the cigarette in his mouth and looked at Fineway behind him. Thin weed, go find Uffley and drag him over here to do something. The call with Lonergan just now was heard loud and clear by Fineway. Brother you, Wu Fei is a nervous guy. If we are going to go with Tsuanwan top, wouldn't it be better to get Hua on board? He's measured in his actions and much calmer as a person. He Yaozong's face instantly drooped, somewhat cold and frightening. What's the point of being so measured? Does Big D look like a man with a sense of propriety? I notice you're declining to talk a lot more now. Fineway immediately sweated and didn't dare to say anything more. He just nodded towards He Yaozong and then went to do something according to He Yaozong's order. 20 minutes or so later, inside the office of the Hutai Tea House, Uffley knocked on the office door and then walked in with a smile on his face. You, what's calling me? Uffley, how does it feel to have the Mongkok territory down? Powerful. Uffley pulled a chair across from He Yaozong and responded with a smile. Ho Yucheng just shook his head. I don't think so. Everyone in Mongkok's generation knows that you're Ava's finer brother. It is natural to let them follow Awa to start work. But you, I don't think there are many who would like to be with you. The crowfly was stunned, and although he was very unconvinced in his heart, he had to recognize this reality. A face instantly became bitter, and he drooped his head, but he also spoke his heartfelt words. Brother you, I don't do things as thoughtfully as Brother Hua. I'm aware of that. Besides, Hua has taken good care of me over the years and I respect him more than I respect my old bean. I have nothing to say about being looked down on in front of him. He Yaozong let out a light smile. It's quite good that you can think this way. However, if you're a small fry, you'll always want to get ahead. You can't follow Awa for the rest of your life. You've got to make a name for yourself first. I have something here that would be perfect for you to do. Would you like to hear it? Uffley's face, which had been in tears just a moment ago, instantly burst into a smile. Think, brother you're really my new parent. It's a good fortune that I, Uffley, was able to run into such a sharp old top like you. Okay, down to business. What about Big D and Suanwan? He has been making tremors in our parish recently. I look at him very bad. From today onwards, you take people to get back to me. How many people do you want? Just open your mouth and tell me. In any case, during this time, I don't want to see Big D's venue in Suanwan, and there's still one that can open. What if there's a fight? Then you'll just stand there and get beat up. Ho Yucheng glared at the crowfly, then cursed the idiot line. The crowfly immediately understood and got up in a hurry. Brother I'll go back and get ready. I'll pull someone over to Tsuanwan here. When the crowflies left, He Yaozong then picked up the phone and dialed Jimmy Boy's number. Brother Jimmy, there's been an incident in the Hall's field recently. Please kindly arrange for someone to send over a list of all the nightclub openers in Shamshuepa for me to have a look at first. There are dogs in the house that can't be raised properly. Outsiders throw a bone and walk away. It's time to temper them. End of chapter. Chapter 64. Sibling rivalry is better than sister-in-law's red apricot wall. April 6, 2025. Brother Uffley, how come you gave 3,000 before, but only 500 this time? Still down at the Hutai Tea House, Big Only Sam of the numbered gang came over in person with his fine men to support the cause, and glared at the crow flies in some disbelief. This period of time in the United Shang side is 3 days to borrow soldiers, money to give enough not to mention, even the cost of tonics these are given by double. This time it was even more important for Big Only Sam to pull all the old and young ones under his hand. Uffley was sitting on a couch in the lobby at the moment, looking out over the crowded field. His heart was getting more and more comfortable. He is also closed, mixed to the number of gangs of the big brother to see him, but also to call out to the brother of Wu Fei first. Big Only Sam, It's not because you guys have done things beautifully the last few times that I don't even clock calling you this time. This time, I'm not going to chop people up. I'm going to take you guys to the 2-in-1 venue to have a cup of tea. If someone paid me for a cup of tea, I'd do it for 50. Are you happy to go? If not, I'll pay you a cab fare and you'll take the men back now. Gladly. Of course. The big only Sam nodded busily, but he sat down low beside the crowfly and asked tentatively, I heard that we are going to step on Big D's field this time. Big D is a man with a violent temper. If we fight, how will we count it when the time comes? It's not good for our numbered gangs to get involved in your family business with United Success, is it? In short, if you don't do anything on Big D's side, you don't do anything. If you fight me back. Is that still 500 mosquitoes? Of course I'll raise the money, Puffy. Ho Yu-chung is too noisy for the tea house and is now hiding in the Clock Hotel next door waiting for Jimmy Boy to arrive. Jimmy Boy is also sharp. Less than an hour. He sifted the seabed book himself, personally rushed to the side to find Ho Yu-chung. Where are these people who were dragged to 2-in-1 by Big D to start work? I'll find them out for you. 3 of the horsemen, 5 of them a Masson, were brought up by Sam back in the day. Jimmy Boy frowned as he said, but it's worth mentioning that all of these people went to 2-in-1 with a nod from brother Sam. Maury? That's right. Big D gave Sam $80,000. Rao knew that Officer Sam was outrageous, but Yaozong never expected Officer Sam to be so outrageous. For $80,000, he sold the parish's horse barn business. Wasn't he afraid that Lonergan would find out and skin him? Jimmy Boy seemed to have read Ho Yu-chung's mind and proceeded to explain. Sam lost a lot more money buying soccer a while ago, and took $30,000 in my hand the day before yesterday, Jimmy Boy said with a slight sigh. It's not going to work for someone like Sam to be a holdout fit, and to be honest, I'm all bells and whistles about giving him a sum of money every month to help him in his old age. Nor do I clock to see him stirring about all the time. Sooner or later this will lead to a great disaster. Ho Yu-chung didn't bother to pick up on Jimmy Boy's words, but he could roughly guess what Jimmy Boy was going to say. As expected, seeing that Ho Yu-chung did not say anything, Jimmy Boy simply made it clear. Yao, if you hadn't come to the society for too short a time, I would have wanted to go and talk to Uncle Longun, and leave it to you to do a good job of holding the fit people in Shamshu Apa from now on. That's Jimmy Boy's honest opinion. Although he didn't like to get involved in the affairs of the society, he still needed to play the sign of Wu Lianshang for doing business at the moment. Don't look at Jimmy Boy's usual mouthful of Mr. Kwok, who didn't like him getting involved with the club, but Jimmy Boy had a clear idea of what was going on in his mind. If there were no societies backing him up, his A-goods factory alone would be peeled off by I don't know how many societies a month. The source of goods, wharf, logistics, which temple to go to burn incense, and then profiteering business, fell into their hands. Of the profit estimate is not much. Brother Jimmy, talk is far from the truth. Since it was Sam who agreed that they should go to 2-in-1 to start work, there is nothing more I can say. But I also have to put it in front of you that since each and every one of them thinks that they are venerating the Bodhisattva, I do not want any temple to be able to honor them with a stick of incense in the future. These people have no food, and I'm going to screw them until they go begging. Jimmy Boy nodded deeply. This is up to you. Don't worry. There are some things that you are not good to go and tell Uncle. Then I will do it for you. Sam is so unlikable. This is not going to work. Stone Gap Tail, Fat Deng's place. Lin Huila routinely came over here once a day to see Fatty Deng, and was now working hard to clean the house for him. Uncle Tang, I heard that Big D and Yao are at loggerheads over there. Yu has pulled in a few hundred people to sit in Big D's venue to cause trouble, and at this rate, I don't think any of the venues over in 2-in-1 will have any work open tonight. Lin Huila said, wringing out a rag, and walked over to Fat Deng wiping up the coffee table. Continuing, he said, will they fight? If there's really any conflict, aren't we asking outsiders to look at us in United Success as a joke? Fatty Deng was sitting on a tutor's chair at the moment, his eyelids drooping slightly, looking a little sleepy. Facing Lin Huili's inquiry, he just lazily opened his mouth. These two, one is more than a sight for sore eyes. Big D, in particular, has always wanted to go over the heads of others over the years, relying on the power of 2-in-1. Some time ago the cripple from Castle Peak Road was beaten up by his fine man for no reason, and he didn't even give an explanation, talking about how the fine man under his hand doesn't know the cripple, and that those who don't know are not guilty. When Fatty Deng said this, his fire seemed to come up, and he slammed the coffee table and angrily rebuked. How many holdouts are there in Wu Lianshang? They don't know the cripple at Castle Peak Road, and they still don't know the cripple's broken leg? I don't know if Big D has any of us old guys in his sights. It's okay for these two to suffer a little, lest one or two of them turn their noses up to the sky and both think that no one in this world can cure them. Lin Huila put down the rag and pulled a paper towel from the coffee table to wipe his hands, then smiled and sat down next to Fat Deng. Uncle Tang, you can't say that. After all, they're brothers in their own family, and if they make too much of a mess, everyone won't be able to save face. Fatty Dang breathed a sigh of relief. His two eyes filled with admiration as he looked at Lin Huailu. Ah, Lu, you don't need to worry about this matter. Not everyone is like you, who can look out for the society and everything. Let them fight, and when the fight is almost over, the society will come out and reconcile the conflict. Ring, ring, ring. Just as Lin Huailu was about to answer, Fat Dang's handheld phone, which he had left on the sofa, rang. Without much thought, Fat Dang picked up the phone and pressed the answer button. The call was from Blow Chicken. Blow Chicken looked a little anxious. Brother, why? Shamshuepa and Suanwan are on top of each other, you know. I know. I was just talking to Lu about it. Don't worry about it. Let them play Ye first. No, why? Their two sides have been fighting. People on the Shamshuepa side even let slip in Big D's territory that they would fight for as long as Big D bellows. It was even more outrageous just now. They actually set fire to a bar in the Big D. The errand boys are coming over to get them. Fat Dang raised an eyebrow, not knowing what to say for a moment. He had thought that Shamshuepo's people were just going over to tan their horses, bracing themselves for some fisticuffs with Big D's people. But he never imagined that it's not even nighttime yet, and Shamshuepo's side is lighting up Big D's place? After thinking for a moment, Fat Dang still spoke into the phone. Listen up, Blow Chicken. No matter what kind of mess they make, you don't care first. There's too much fuss over there, and then the society will come down and do something. These people don't know how to stop until they've been slapped. But Vigo, there's nothing to but. If you're feeling upset, why don't you come over and drink a cup of tea with me now first? Fat Dang said and hung up the phone. His face was gloomy and he didn't know what he was thinking. Suanwan, Big D's place, pouncing, the out-and-out damsel in distress. Big D had just received a call from Long Hair and learned that his field had been burned, so he immediately swept away the rice on the table in front of him and was about to overturn the table along with it when he saw his wife sitting across the table with her bowl, looking at her with a helpless face. Big D, maybe you've had too much of a smooth ride all these years? In 6 months, you're going to come out and choose your spokesperson. What good will it do you to offend all the other halls of the society? Perhaps knowing that things had gotten out of hand, Big D let out a long sigh in the face of his wife's scolding. Yet, he was still talking tough. Having been stepped on, am I to be told to eat this dumb loss? If Lungkan's men dare to come to Tsuanwan to sweep me off my feet, I'll dare to bring my men to fight over there. Dare with me to put a hard word. Call my hand under the people have no food. Then let's see who family bottom hard. I'm afraid of Putting down the dishes in her hands, Big D's sister-in-law got up and went to pour Big D a cup of tea and handed it to him. Then he spoke. This matter was originally what you did wrong. If you wanted to pull Long Root in, why wouldn't you sit down and talk to him slowly? Whenever you don't say something, you use your power to suppress people, and when you push them to the edge, they deserve to come to your turf and cause trouble. If there's one person Big D is willing to bow down to in this part of Tsuanwan, it has to be his wife. The accounts of Tsuanwan have been taken care of by his wife over the years, and a lot of business, too, has been negotiated back from outside by his own wife. In front of his own wife, Big D still had to maintain an ounce of restraint. After some careful consideration, Big D recognized his wife's statement as well. Then what should we do now? People have already stomped over. If I don't fight back, won't I ask people to laugh at me for egging it on? Big D's sister-in-law was already standing behind Big D by now, patting his back to help him smooth out the air while holding his hand for him. Tell you what, you get on the phone and call Blow Chicken, and let him, who is the talker, step in and be a peacemaker. This way you both have a step down. Better than taking money for nothing and getting angry with your own brothers. Even though there were 1,000 things in his heart, Big D didn't want to make too much of a fuss at this point. Before choosing a talker, he didn't want to offend a heavyweight uncles like Lungeon too much. So Big D got up, went straight to the living room's telephone landline, and skillfully dialed a string of numbers. The phone didn't take long to connect and Big D spoke directly into the phone. Blow me, the idiot's gone offline. What a mess this side of Tsuanwan has become. Don't you care if you're the one doing the talking? The sound of a blown chicken's heart came from the other end of the line. Big D, it's not that I don't want to care. I won't hide anything from you. Just now, Dang Wei has already explained to me the conflicts between your two halls. You solve them by yourselves. Besides, what face do I have as a talker? Do you think Ryukin he will listen to me? Having dealt with Big D more than a few times, Blow Chicken clearly has experience. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. As soon as something difficult comes up, he just pulls Fat Deng out to block the gun. Asterisk your old mother. You're doing a really clean job as a talker. Don't have to do anything, just wait for retirement. Big D, I am indeed waiting for retirement right now. Demented line. So what did you jump out and pick last term? You think I want to? It was Dunwell who told me to come out and choose. If I had known that this talker was so difficult, I should have fully supported you in the first place." Before Blow Chicken could finish his sentence, Big D grimaced and hung up. Then he looked to his wife, who was standing behind him, with both hands. "Blow the chicken and do nothing. Get ready to fight, Big D." Big D's sister-in-law shoved Big D a bit and then spoke. "I know you can't let go of your face, but this is not the time to fight about it. If you fight with Sham Shui Po's people, the only thing you lose is your prestige in Wasing. The brothers will just say behind your back that you have no one in your sight, and guess what they'll think? I don't care what they think. Do I need to answer to anyone for what I do at Big D?" Although Big D looked like he had no one in his sights, Big D's sister-in-law was patient and persuasive. "You're not even a spokesman yet, and you dare to stare down a brotherhood of halls to fight. If you were a spokesman, who in these halls below would have a good time? When the time comes, which of your uncles will dare to support you?" Originally Uncle Tang intended to support Alok. "You're not forcing those uncles to side with Alok," said Big D's sister-in-law, reached out and pulled the folds on Big D's shirt for him, changing her tone to a soft persuasive voice. "A little impatience goes a long way, and if Blow Chicken won't help you to set this matter right, and you're worried about losing face, then I'll go on a run for you. I see that He Yaozong is highly valued by Lunjin. After taking care of him, there's no worry that Lunjin won't come over to your side." After saying that, Big D's sister-in-law didn't give Big D a chance to speak again and patted him on the chest, then turned around and went to the side of the hanging rack to pick up her own satchel and walk towards the garage outside. Hatai Tea House. Ho Yucheng was reviewing the account books that were handed over by the parish last week when Xiao Wei suddenly knocked on the door. "You, Big D's wife came over to see you. That fast?" He Yaozong muttered and glanced at the clock on the wall. It was not yet 6 in the afternoon. "It seems that the crowflies have really put the pressure in place on the Tsuanwan side. Then what are you waiting for? Invite your sister-in-law in." Not long after, the door opened. Dressed in a cream-colored slim-fit suit and carrying a black Gucci satchel, Big D's sister-in-law took a walk of faith toward the office. The temperament is generous and not a bit dusty. Toward He Yaozong Yinging's smile, is to say hello, demeanor elegant and courteous, not at all like a Jianghu sister-in-law. On the contrary, seems to be a lady of the house. "Sister-in-law, sit." Ho Yucheng dropped the account book in his hand and gestured for Big D's wife to sit down opposite him. Big D's wife, however, didn't say much, and before taking her seat, she opened her satchel, took out a bearer check from it, and handed it to He Yaozong with both hands. "Ayo, what about between Big D and you? Perhaps there is some misunderstanding. Here is $200,000. Right as I treat you to a cup of tea on behalf of Big D. If we have anything, we can sit down and talk slowly." Ho Yucheng glanced at the check in Big D's sister-in-law's hand and did not reach out to take it, just dropping his eyelids. He then picked up the cigarette case on the table and leisurely lit one. Seeing that Ho Yucheng didn't sell his face, Big D's sister-in-law could only guffaw, then picked up the check and sat down. "Ah, you, no matter what, Suanwan and Shamshuepa are also brotherhood parishes. We have to take care of each other in the future. Sibling rivalry is something that's best avoided. It doesn't do anyone any good." He Yaozong raised his eyelids and nodded in response. "Yes, sibling rivalry is not as good as a sister-in-law's red apricot wall. What's the good of beating around the bush? Who the hell has nothing to do all day long, clocking up the vibrations?" Big D's sister-in-law sniffed. She only saw that He Yaozong's eyes were very clear, but they were glancing all over her body. Immediately, a hint of shame and anger flashed across his face. "Ayo, what do you mean by that? What do you mean?" Ho Yucheng slapped the table. "I've had a few good days in Shamshuepa, and there are always ungrateful people who want to come after me." His mother, screwed up hiding in the back as a shrinking violet, called you a woman to come and talk to me. I'd respect him as a man if he fought me in the open. Calling his wife over as a lobbyist. What, does he want me to deliver a cuckold? In the face of Ho Yucheng's humiliation, Big D's sister-in-law's face was red for a while, but she quickly got her emotions under control. "Ayo, you can't say that. When a man is out in the world, face is a larger-than-life thing. Big D doesn't want to make things so ugly either, so why don't you make an offer? And I'll definitely promise you what I can." Big D's sister-in-law's words had caused He Yaozong to look up to her. This woman's heart really doesn't have the capacity that Big D has. "Sister-in-law, since you've put it this far, it seems a bit uncharacteristic of me not to give face. Big D isn't belligerent about pulling people from Shamshuepa over to start work. From now on, we'll go to Tsuanwan to start work in your Tsuanwan, and within a year, the Tsuanwan congregation won't be allowed to pump my water." Big D's wife froze, but nodded in agreement. "I can make the decision on this matter. Then in the future, our two families will be in harmony, and if there is anything, we should try to sit down and talk slowly. Rapprochement is not necessary. I just don't want Big D to come back to this side of Shamshuepa to make a tremor," said He Yaozong as he looked over at Big D's sister-in-law, and his eyes began to become extremely aggressive. "Tell Big D that the next time he bothers me, I'll just pull a knife hand and go work in your house." Big D's sister-in-law had a raw shiver in her heart, and she didn't have the slightest doubt that the other party was scaring her. Immediately, He nodded, his mouth subconsciously responding in a good way. 8:30 p.m. Wanchai East Mid-Levels Villa, led by the security personnel at the entrance. Big Brother B ran towards the living room side of the villa in a hurry. Zhang Tianchang was sitting on the sofa at the moment, flirting there with a newly bagged mare in his arms, and when he saw Big Brother B come in, he immediately collected his laughter. Fontaine, you go upstairs first, I'll talk to someone about something. Okay then, Brother Sang, remember to come up early. Fontaine got up, bent down and pecked Zhang Tiancheng on the cheek, then twisted her waist and walked towards the villa's stairway. B, what are you doing here at night? You just called and asked and didn't say anything. What's with all the secrecy? Zhang Tiancheng reached up and wiped the lipstick stained on his face and asked Big Brother B with a smile. Big Brother B hurriedly sat next to Zhang Tiancheng and lowered his voice. Brother Sang, didn't Liang Quan let it be known some time ago that he wouldn't allow our Causeway Bay site to do any business in Mongkok? Zhang Tiancheng let out a disdainful laugh. It's not like the two of you have been at odds for a day or two. What's so strange about that? No, Mr. Jiang, I seem to have found a way to swing Liang Quan around. When Big Brother B said this, he immediately called Zhang Tiancheng's face to sink. B, things can be eaten indiscriminately, but words cannot be spoken indiscriminately. Your fellow disciples, the point of understanding to go to swing the beautiful Kun together? End of chapter. Chapter 65. How on earth did you come up with such a poisonous solution? April 6, 2025. Big Brother B looked around nervously, then spoke. Mr. Jiang, there are no outsiders here, so why don't we just say some things? All these years, Liang Cohen has been to you the son, but also outside the mouth said that back in the day, we people are followed by your father Jiang Jin together to fight the world. The fact that Hung Hing has made it to where it is now is a credit to all 12 halls. He also said more than once with the other halls holding fit people, the dragon head of Hung Hing should be 12 hall masters come out to choose together. To Mr. Jiang Jin to pass the dragon head position to you, has always been a nagging feeling. Come on B, don't talk all this useless crap. What the hell do you want to talk to me about? Even though Zhang Tiancheng was somewhat cultured, he couldn't help but be irritated by Big Brother B's words, only because Big Brother B is telling the truth. Back then, Zhang Tiancheng's dad, Jiang Jin, started out as a laborer in Saiwan Mei, and fought his way through the world on the back of a flat stretcher. For more than 20 years, he has made Hung Hing one of the top words on Hong Kong Island. Although Hung Hing's group of holders of the fit are convinced of Jiang Jin, they have been quite critical of Jiang Jin's passing of the dragon head throne to his own son before his death. The good thing is that Zhang Tiancheng is not a coward. From the hands of his father to take over the position, grassroots 12 halls decentralized system, to appease a number of patriarchs, to train a number of their own beloved, to suppress a number of hard and soft, but not the old codger. At last, the position of Hung Hing Dragon Head, completely transformed into a family world. But for so many years, a beautiful Kuan Jiang Tiancheng has never been able to swing. Liang Kuan honors him as the leader on the surface, but behind his back, he scoffs at any arrangement made by Jiang Tiancheng. However, because of the Liang Kuan all these years of hard work, Wang Jia Tanko business and do prosperous, Jiang Tiancheng really do not have any way to take him. Treating Liang Kuan this street, Jiang Tiancheng always feel like on in the back, like fish in the throat. This time the Big Brother B words have a way to smooth out the Liang Kuan. His heart is actually very excited. Big Brother B said, Mr. Chang, some time ago, Liang Kuan bought a batch of goods at Big Netboy, but was again terminated by the errant man. The fact that he put the blame on me made me feel very strange, because I had no knowledge of that deal with Liang Kuan, so how could I break the news to the poor guy? I later arranged for someone to find out, and the problem was with a guy in Temple Street who was in charge of helping them unpack their goods. The man's name is Smoke Shoveler. I've had him brought back, beat him for a full afternoon and finally dug something out of his mouth. This Smoke Shoveler is an informant for the bad guys? No. How can a mere informant of the differentials set up Liang Kuan? This guy was commissioned by Ho Yucheng to specially set up a game for Cheng Shunny, and even pull Lian Quan into the water. Zhang Tiancheng was startled, then frowned. B, what is this Ho Yucheng? He is so ruthless. How come he stayed in Causeway Bay as a parking boy in the first place? Big Brother B shook his head, but did not answer Zhang Tiancheng's question. He just continued to present his plan to Zhang Tiancheng. Mr. Jiang, I know He Yaozong, this pouncer, too well, doing things unscrupulously and recklessly. Someone like him is just the right person to drag into a fight with Liang Kuan. Zhang Tiancheng's brows stretched and he couldn't help but give a thumbs up towards Big Brother B. B, it looks like your brain has really grown. By provoking the two groups of them to fight, whether He Yaozong dies or Liang Kuan dies, you'll be able to solve one of your heartaches. Big Brother B gave a sarcastic smile. Mr. Jiang, Where are your words? I also came up with this solution for the sake of Hung Hing to get rid of the scourge of Liang Kuan. Zhang Tiansheng, however, was unimpressed. I don't think He Yaozong can fix Liang Kuan, although his recent reputation in the area around the Oil Point district is very loud. But the bottom line and Liang Kuan compared to, or a lot worse, Big Brother B hurriedly replied, Mr. Jiang, as long as the two groups of them fight, no matter how Liang Kuan died, the debt can be put on He Yaozong's head. Mr. Jiang, if you can't bear it, this is something I can do for you. And then Hung Hing has just the right excuse to force the handover with Lian Shang, and incidentally get rid of Ho Yu Chung. A big trouble for you? Zhang Tiancheng seems to smile. A time to look at the Big Brother B heart no bottom. It was good that Zhang Tiancheng waved his hand and spoke. Since you have planned so clearly, why are you still here to talk to me about this? Mr. Jiang, shouldn't I say hello to you first for something like this? Zhang Tiancheng just shook his head indifferently, then raised his left wrist and pointed to the watch on his wrist. It's almost 9 o'clock at night now. I'm a little sleepy, so you go back to rest early too. If you really can't sleep, you can also go over to Mongkok and take a look at the pretty Quinn side, and see what's catching your eye. Big Brother B was instantly excited. He knew that he had gotten Zhang Tiancheng's permission. Mr. Shang, I work for Hung Hing. I don't ask for any reward. Go ahead. Fantine is still waiting upstairs to do my physical therapy. At noon on the following day, He Yaozong came to the tea house as usual to review the accounts. Xiao Wei suddenly took an individual upstairs to this side of the office and found Ho Yu Chung. Ho Yu Chung recognized who the visitor was. They had just met over in Mongkok not long ago, and it was the head horse of Liang Kuan. Silly Kung. Silly Chang came to He Yaozong and first greeted him, then opened the door. My big brother asked me to come over and report a message. Last night someone sent him something up. Koan saw it, was very angry, specially explained to let me bring it over to you to see first. He Yaozong was stunned, then roughly guessed what was going on. Where's the stuff? It wouldn't be good to bring the stuff here, but I took a few pictures so I can show them to you now. Silly Chang put his hand into his pocket, and the fine Wei on the side immediately hit the ground running, only relaxing his tight body after realizing that what Silly Chang took out was really a photo. The photo was handed to He Yaozong, who picked it up and looked at it. As expected, on the photo, Smoke Shoveler fell in a pool of blood, his arms and legs chopped off by the roots, and his body was strewn somewhere in the wilderness. He Yaozong dropped the photo in his hand and gave Silly Chang a sneer. So what do you Quinn mean? Silly Strong took out his handheld phone, which hung from his belt, again and dialed a string of numbers. It was then delivered to He Yaozong. We dare not talk nonsense about such things when we are small. Brother Quinn would like to talk to you in person, and I hope that brother you will give me face. Snatching the phone from Silly Chang's hand, He Yaozong made a wink towards Fine Wei. Finwell, take him out first. Silly Chang is also quick, just waiting for He Yaozong to open his mouth, and did not say anything more, turned around and followed Fine Wei out the door, leaving space for He Yaozong and Liang Kuan to have a separate conversation. The phone didn't take long to connect. Brother Quan, your horseman came to this side of Sham Shuepa and found me. I heard you're very angry today. Liang Kuan's hoarse voice came out of the phone. Ho Yu Chung, your mother's. Last night Big Brother B handed people to me. Words last time the big netboy side is you give me a set. You're not going to deny it. Are you supposed to give me an explanation? Yes, I'm going to bring down Zhang Xine, and I can't think of any other way, so I'll have to borrow Quinn's power. Out of Liang Kuan's expectation, He Yaozong admitted very easy. For a time to Liang Kuan to the whole will not be. After two sorrowful laughs from the other end of the phone, he once again heard Liang Kuan say, last time you tired me to lose at least $30 million. You pay me that amount, and consider it settled. Otherwise you'll wash your neck and wait to book a good grave at Baofu Mountain. Pretty Quinn, the pouncer, really knows how to leonize a man. However, He Yaozong was unimpressed. Even if he asked for $300 million, he himself would not be the least bit shocked, because he had no intention of giving him a dime at all. Quinn, I'll leave the purpose unreserved for now, and I don't have a penny of the money. Out and out damned. You think I can't rule you? Don't be so angry, just hear me out. He Yaozong laughed. Although I can't get that much money, I can help you with something else. Before I started under the hands of Big Brother B, I have long heard that he has inserted a pin in your hull, wherever Quinn your goods ashore, all folded in the hands of Big Brother B. You two have been fighting for so many years. You've long been immortal archrivals, haven't you? It's none of your business. What does it have to do with you pulling me into a set? Of course, you've got a grudge against Big Brother B. I've been looking at him for a long time, too. In order to give Quinn an explanation, how about this? I'll do Big Brother B for you, and the big nettle thing will be cleared up twice. How about that? Silence fell on the side of Liang Kuan. After a long time, Liang Kuan only opened his mouth again, only his tone was not as impulsive as just now. Big Brother B, this puffer, sooner or later I'm going to send him down to sell salted duck eggs. I don't need you to do it. I can take care of him too. Quinn, don't fool yourself. You've been working so hard in Mongkok. If you can kill Big B in name only, why do you need to wait until today? Fellow brothers killing each other won't stand a chance in any club. I don't think I need to teach you that rule, do I? Kind of funny, but how I take your word for it. Big Brother B is Chang Tian's confidant and Hung Hing's holdout man anyhow. If you dare to do away with him, that would be forcing the whole of Hung Hing to go over and beat you up. Do you think Was Sing will still be able to protect you then? Don't worry, I have a way to take out Big Brother B and still leave Jiang Tiancheng with no temper at all. It's just that I might need you to cooperate with Quinn. I wonder if Quinn has time to come and sit on my side. Pound sir, I can't trust you. If you want to talk, come over to Mongkok and talk. Alright then. 1 hour later, Ding Sheng Tea House on Tangle Street. I'll have someone book a place over there and wait for you to come over. As the phone hung up, He Yaozong couldn't help but snort and shake his head. Instead of being idle, he quickly dialed the number that Xiu Gongao had been in single-line contact with himself. The phone rang a few times and connected, and Xiu Gang's voice came out from the inside. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack and uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. Mr. Ho, A.O., there is something that I need you to go and do for me. As you wish, Mr. Here's the deal. You go ahead and purchase a bunch of specialized eavesdropping equipment for me. Then, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon of the same day, the Honghing Mongkok district's holdout fit person, Liang Kuan, suddenly ordered to sweep in Lian Sheng's 11 venues in the Tanglok Street generation. Later and Lian Sheng horsemen rushed to the scene. The two sides nearly had a large-scale fire incident, but fortunately, Omark's fat sand in time to lead the team to the scene, to stop the conflict. However, the two sides of the men exchanged harsh words, saying outright that they would not rest until they had smashed the other side's Dodi and cleaved the other side's big brother to death. Queens Road in Central is a different scene than the smoky Tanglok Street. This is one of the most prosperous business districts on Hong Kong Island, and everyone who walks in front of a luxury store seems to be the elite of this society. Everyone can't help but raise their heads high and proud, their faces brimming with dashing confidence. Wearing a blue slim-fitting halter, Fong Ting, holding out her pair of raging breasts, was roaming around the major luxury stores. Miss, that's $188,000. Do you need help wrapping it up? No, just put it on me and swipe the card. At the front desk of a jewelry store, Fong Ting fell in love with a pair of ruby earrings, and with hardly any hesitation, she handed the teller the subsidiary gold card Jiang Tianshang had given her. She just felt like life was really wonderful. This time last year, she was just a model for a magazine, working all day and wondering when she would get ahead. Then she was picked up by a talent scout from a movie company and went on to make a couple of third-grade movies, and actually made a name for herself. Taking advantage of this fame, she was lucky enough to hook up with Jiang Tianshang, the leader of Hung Hing. After throwing herself at Jiang Tianshang, Fong Ting didn't miss the opportunity given to her by fate and pulled out all the stops, making Jiang Tianshang mesmerized by her for a while. Thinking back to the old days, she was held at will, and even a photographer from the company could call on herself. But nowadays, when the whole Hung Hing team sees her, they have to stand still and call her sister-in-law. Walking out of the luxury store, it was getting late, so she planned to greet the horseman who followed her and go to the parking lot to drive her back. I wonder if Mr. Jiang will praise me for my vision tonight? Just as Fontaine was longing beautifully, the portable phone she had placed on the horseman rang. Receiving the phone handed over by the horseman, Fong Ting immediately pressed the answer button. Which one? MS. Fontaine. It's been a while. A low voice came out from the phone. Fong Ting couldn't help but frown slightly. She could already hear that the one who called her was the boss of the magazine company in the past. Didn't I tell you to leave me alone? I'm done with modeling now. Don't. MS. Fontaine, don't hang up. Just hear me out first. The man on the other end of the line laughed. This time is different. I've recently negotiated a deal with the manager of East Weekly, and I need a cover model. I've been thinking about it, and you're the only one who fits the bill. Think about it, it's East Weekly. If it's well received, you'll be even more likely to be popular by then. Fong Ting smiled impatiently. I'm sorry, I don't need to go red. Nothing else? I'll hang up first. Don't. MS. Fong Ting, I know that you are not what you used to be, and that you are flying up to be a phoenix when you are with the big man, but you have to think about yourself too. Women are a man's calling card, eh? Would a big shot like Mr. Jiang lack women around him? The magazine company owner's words immediately poked at Fong Ting's soft underbelly. Seeing that Fong Ting didn't open her mouth again, the other party smoothly continued. You don't want to find a way to improve yourself. One day he'll get tired of playing. Identity. Only a shiny identity can make men hold on to you and keep you fresh forever. I'm talking to you from the heart as a man, and it's up to you if you want to come on this shoot or not. Boobs without brains is not without argument. Fontaine is that much of a mind, which has previously been all spent on Jiang Tianqing's body, so after hanging up the phone, she turned her head to look at the ponyboy following her. Drive me over to Mongkok in a bit first, I have some other things to do in the evening. You drive back first, okay Ms. Fontaine. It was late in the evening. In a big stall in Causeway Bay, the two pods followed Big Sky 2, who were sitting in a corner of the stall, cooking a pot of beers on the side burner. Pod Skin, where did Nest Skin go today? Why haven't I seen anyone else for half a day? Daitenji put down his beer bottle and burped, as it were, and asked toward the Pod Skin, holding up the eyes on the bridge of his nose. Bao Pai replied, he went back to Xiayin to see his grandmother, but lately it's been pretty boring, with the chicken master going to the island of Taiwan, and there's not even a warm-up guy at the clubs at night anymore, said Podskin as he got up. You eat first, I'll go put on a water first. Hey, the restroom is inside A. I know, out fertilizing the Environment Agency's green belt. Pick, this loser is really getting to look like a mountain chicken. Daitenji laughed and shook his head, then got up and asked the owner to send over 24 more beers. He hadn't noticed that a couple of people had gotten out of a van that had been parked on the side of the road for a long time as the Bracks had walked outside to the patch of coconuts from the side and had just unbuckled their belts. Holding a sack in his hand, he put it over the head of the Bracteate without saying a word, then dragged it onto the vehicle, drove the vehicle, and drove straight towards the side of the Hum Hum Tunnel. Qiankuan Film Company. In a large audition room on the 5th floor, He Yaozong and Liankuan stood in the doorway, looking at Fontaine and Pod Pai who were stripped naked on the bed. The two of them then looked at each other and smiled. Licking his dry lips, Liang Cohen had gloom written all over his face. Ah, asshole shoveling, how did you come up with such a poisonous method? Are you still a human being? No, 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 throw. Facing He Yaozong's modesty, Liankuan waved his hand, then walked to the bedside and pressed the two large fill-in lights. Glancing again at the pair of headlamps on the bed that were shaking his eyes, he couldn't help but reach up and hold them twice. Asterisk 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 his old mother. Jiang Tianqing eats really well. I can't imagine that I've gotten a cheap shot at Podskin, the fat kid, today, and I'm tempted to taste it for him before I turn it on. Quinn, I advise you to wake up. Seducing your second wife is a punt. He Yaozong followed, then went to the end of the bed to adjust the DV camera that was set up, and couldn't help but ask, these drugs you're laying down, do they work or not? When the time comes and the shot isn't strong enough, I'm just afraid these two won't listen. Don't worry, the medicine is down enough, and with me personally working on it today, there won't be a single accident, said Liang Cohen walked to the DV camera. The grim smile on his face grew thicker. I'll make a copy when the time comes and make sure to enjoy it. End of chapter. Chapter 66, Crying? Even if you cry, you'll be dragged to the sea. April 6, 2025. Throw. With the focus, the camera is a snowy white, and Pretty Gon can't help but straighten her back and make an extremely nasty top crotch move. He Yaozong really do not have the eyes to see Liang Cohen this kind of salty look. Simply lit a cigarette. Quinn, stay here and take your time with the art. Remember to call me when you're ready. Don't go away. DV which has the live energy, together with me to enjoy. Count on it. Bang. He Yaozong pulled open the door to the audition room and walked out, sitting on the couch outside the audition room. Within a short time, there was an indescribable shriveling sound coming from the inside of the audition room. After 20 minutes or so, Liang Cohen carried the DV and walked out towards the inside with great interest. He first called up Silly Chang to come up and give the two men a wake-up potion, and then handed the DV to Ho Yucheng. Fatty is so boring. DV, I'll leave it to you for now. I hope this works and you get rid of Big Brother B in one fell swoop. Receiving the DV, He Yaozong admired it for a few moments, then looked up and smiled at Liang Cohen. How long before these two inside wake up? Depends, they're still groggy. 10 minutes fast, half an hour slow should wake you up, Liang Cohen said and pulled out the crotch. At this time Silly Strong just from the downstairs up, carrying soup ready to enter the door. Liang Cohen immediately stepped forward and slapped a hand on Silly Strong's head. I'm warning you, inside is our sister-in-law from Hung Hing. You'd better not take advantage of her, and if you dare to hit on your sister-in-law, I'll gouge your eyes out. Silly Chang had long been accustomed to this kind of crazy behavior of Liang Cohen, just smiled towards Liang Cohen, then headed towards the audition room. About 10 minutes later, Fontaine was the first to come out of her haze. Hiss. She felt a pain in her head and shook it gently, catching a cold glimpse of the Podskin lying beside her. Ah! A scream almost didn't shatter He Yaozong's eardrums, and then he looked at the Podskin, who was also awakened by the scream. Sitting up in a trance, he caught a glimpse of Fontaine, who was covering her chest with the covers and looking at herself in panic. I must be dreaming. Slap. There was another crunching sound, and Fontaine slapped the podskin directly and completely awake. Pouncer, what have you done to me? Ah, sister-in-law. This. The bracks covered the right side of their fiery faces and instantly their souls fell out of their socks. Pods, you pouncer. I didn't realize you were fat in person and even more so in guts. Dare to cuckold Mr. Jiang, just don't know how many lives you have to carry it if word gets out. He Yaozong's nonchalant words instantly called for the two to cast their gazes in unison. At this point anyone who isn't a cutie, all know what's going on. Fontaine's nose turned sour and she actually hugged the quilt and wailed. And then look at Pod Pie. At this point has been completely overwhelmed. As a demented general sitting on the bed, forehead has been flooded with beans of cold sweat. Crying? Crying is also a way to be dragged to the sinking sea. He Yaozong walked to Fontaine's front and directly held the DV camera that was playing and waved it at her. Immediately, he laughed coldly. What kind of pure jade girl are you pretending with me? You've acted in so many third-grade movies. This is the first time you've done this kind of thing, huh? No, it's not. Fontaine huffed and puffed, then looked disgustedly at the bracks next to her and stammered again. I don't know what you want me to do, but why did you find such an ugly man to blackmail me? I'll have nightmares later. At this time, sitting on the sidelines of the Bracteates smelled the words, the heart of mixed feelings, and do not know what kind of feeling. He Yaozong couldn't help but let out a sarcastic laugh, and he really didn't blame him for wanting to cheapen the fat boy. Pod Pie. It's just that of all the people around Big Brother B, this guy, Pod Pie, is the most disorganized and the best to pin down. If they were to be replaced by people like Chen Haonan and Big Sky 2, maybe these two guys would have a hot head and directly choose to blow themselves up with themselves. Stop crying, He Yaozong bellowed, immediately startling Fontaine. Trembling, he looked up, but saw that He Yaozong had collected the DV, and his gaze had become extraordinarily appalling. Listen up, you two each do a couple things for me, not too hard on you, do a good job, and let's pretend nothing happened today. You, Fong Ting, are still Jiang Tianqing's favorite horse, you, Pod Pie, are still Hong Hing's loyal horseman, and no one knows about you seducing second sister-in-law and cuckolding Jiang Tianqing. The two of them were speechless, just quietly looking at He Yaozong, waiting for him to continue. Seeing that the two were still on board, He Yaozong grabbed the clothes hanging on the wall and threw them to Fong Ting. Another glare at the pod. You bad boy also put me smart. Hung Hing so many ponies, no one is qualified to sleep with sister-in-law. Shouldn't you thank me properly? The pod subconsciously tried to nod, but reacted by shaking his head hastily. So you want me to leak the video? No. Without waiting for Pod Pie to speak, Fontaine was already in a hurry. She grabbed He Yaozong's arm as she pleaded. I'm begging you, do whatever you want us to do, don't ever let the footage get out. I'll promise you anything. He Yaozong shook off Fontaine's palm, then looked at Pod Pie once again. Poddy learned his lesson this time and nodded busily. Listen up, in a minute you guys go back to Causeway Bay, Tanchai Beef Stove. It was already 11 o'clock at night, and Big Brother B had dragged a few of his inner circle with him, and was using the store for a late-night snack. At the end of the meal, Pod Pie looked a little sparse. It was Daitenji who wiped his mouth, noticing the change in the Potskin's demeanor. Hey, when I was eating with you at night, you disappeared somehow, and when you came back you were like a lost soul. What happened? Ha! The pod exclaimed, then rushed to find an excuse. It's nothing, something happened at Du Laotia's side of the field. I went over to take a look. I didn't have time to talk to you at the time. What's the matter? Why do I get the feeling you're moping? It's nothing. Was it okay to be laughed at by the horse last night? The pod was a bit annoyed by the questions, so he just found a sharper excuse and just gagged Daitenji. There was a snort of laughter from the table. At this time, Big Brother B also put down his chopsticks and turned the gold chain on his neck. Alright Daitenji, Pod Skin, you guys go out for a bit. I have some things that I need to talk to Honan about alone. Oh, the pod was the first to get up, then somewhat sheepishly avoided Big Brother B's gaze and followed Big Sky 2 out of the restaurant. No one noticed a miniature recording device that had gotten stuck in a crack under the dining room table. Only when the two left the stage did Big Brother B pick up the bottle again and pour Chen Haonan a full glass of beer. Haonan, you're the horse I trust the most. There's something very important that I need you to do for me. Seeing that Big Brother B had put his words to this point, Chen Haonan didn't dare to be slow, and hurriedly picked up his wine glass and drank it all in one go, then wiped the wine stains from the corners of his mouth. Brother B, I've told you before, as long as you give the word, I'll do whatever you want on the Mountain of Daggers or the Sea of Fire. It's not that serious. Big Brother B also caught the beer bottle and took a sip, swirling it around. Liang Kuan today within Liansheng's people fought. This thing you should know, right? Of course I know. I'm the one who pulled the smoke shoveler back and sent it to Liang Kuan just to watch them dogfight. Big Brother B narrowed his eyes and thought for a long moment, then spoke, as I had hoped. They have fought. but what I'm worried about now is that Pretty Gon may be able to take out Hyaozong, but Hyaozong doesn't have the power to take out Pretty Gon. Chen Haonan's heart was clear, and he immediately understood Big Brother B's meaning. Brother B? You mean? A stern look flashed across Big Brother B's face. That's right. I want Liang Kuan to die more than Hyaozong. He said. He lowered his voice and opened his mouth. I've already cleared the air with Mr. Chang. As long as Liang Kuan dies, Mr. Chang will even out a portion of the territory over in Mongkok for us. You are now a red stick of Hungheng. You can't be trapped in this area of Causeway Bay. Go to Mongkok. It's the land of wind and clouds, the land of dragons and tigers. Chen Haonan was dumbfounded, then nodded heavily towards Big Brother B. Don't worry, Brother B, I know what to do. When the time is right, I'm going to take out Pretty Gon. Being careful is a good idea, and I'm doing this as an added insurance policy. I've been fighting with Liang Kuan for so many years, and it was hard to get Mr. John's permission, so this may be my only chance to hold him down. Big Brother B said inside, then grabbed Chen Haonan's shoulder. I have received information that at 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, Liang Kuan will go to Fatty Lai's place in North Point to discuss the distribution of a salty magazine. When the time comes, you take Big Tin 2 and the others to the North Point side and ambush them. I'll arrange for a van to stop Liang Kuan's car on the Watson roadside. When they get off the bus, you guys immediately go and chop up Liang Kuan. This pouncer. This account will naturally be settled on Hyaozong's head at that time. Chen Haonan couldn't help but secretly marvel at the fact that Big Brother B's plan was simply killing two birds with one stone, directly tidying up two big problems in his heart. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack and uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. It seems that when you come out, it really doesn't work just to be able to fight. If you don't know how to eat your brain, you won't even know how to die sometime. Brother B, I can't trust the others. I'll go call up Big Sky 2 and the others later. The four of us are enough to take care of Liang Kuan. Pay attention. This is a matter of success only. Never let anyone recognize you. Relax. I'll get this done. In the early hours of that night, the pods came over to the Everest Clock Hotel with recording equipment. After listening to the conversation between Big Brother B and Chen Haonan overnight, Hyaozong finally pondered for a long time and made another call to Liang Kuan. The following day was windy and sunny. Fatty Lai of North Point is one of the 12 holders of Hungheng. He started his business by printing salty magazines and is one of the few cultured people in Hungheng. At this time, the silly stronghold car is pulling two film and television companies' beautiful girl, ready to accompany the beautiful Kuan to North Point to discuss cooperation matters. Drive through the Hungham Tunnel and head east, via Causeway Bay, to Watson Road. From time to time, Liang Kuan glanced at the back of the car, all of which was watched by the stupid Chang, who was holding the car. Quinn, don't be alarmed. Brothers all follow behind. In a moment that group of puffers dare to come, guaranteed to beat them to the point where they cannot even recognize their mother. Shut up, do you think I'm afraid? Pretty Gon slapped Silly Strong on the head. Crunch. Words did not fall. A truck full of fishing goods suddenly from the right side of a fork in the road. A foot-sharp brake. The body out of control. Nearly planted in front of the car of the beautiful Kuan. Luckily, Silly Strong reacted quickly enough to narrowly slam on the brakes to keep the car from hitting the top of the truck. At this time, the green belt next to the road suddenly rushed out wearing a black hood knife hand. Without saying, rushed to the front of the car. Swung the knife will be chopped to the back seat window. The Mercedes-Benz of Liang Kuan is not considered top-notch, but the quality of the windows is barely enough to carry two knives. Seeing that the window glass had shattered, Silly Strong had no choice but to put the car in reverse gear and prepare to drive the car backwards. But unthinkingly, the car has been fended off with a flat tire. The good thing is that Liang Kuan prepared the backhand in time to the scene. The two vans stopped, and immediately ran down a group of baseball bats to beat the boy. Seeing the beautiful Kuan suffered, this group of people toward the guy then swarmed up. Pouncer, move. Already ready to reach for the car door of this knife hand is precisely Chen Haonan. See, the situation is not right. He hurriedly greeted the three retreat. It was a pity that it was already too late. A group of people blocked all of their retreats, and then a piece of sticks fell in unison, bringing with it the sound of breaking winds and the miserable screams of Chen Haonan's few people. It was only then that Liang Kuan dared to get out of the car from the side and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Okay, don't kill it. Take off their hoods for me and show me who's really playing the field. At 2:50 p.m., Hyaozong remained at the Hatai tea house and dialed a number. The call was answered almost as soon as the pager sounded. Ho Yucheng smiled and spoke into the phone. MS. Fontaine, you sure are punctual enough. Go ahead. I've been waiting for your call for a long time. Don't worry, I'm a man of my word. After this is done, I'll destroy the videotape in front of you, He Yaozong said and moistened his voice, then lowered his tone and continued. If there are no surprises, today Big Brother B will approach Jiang Tiancheng to talk about a very important matter. All you have to do is to make sure that you have those recording devices installed next to Jiang Tiancheng's telephone set, as well as next to Jiang Tiancheng. When Big Brother B had finished talking things over with Jiang Tiancheng, he came over to Sham Shuepa to look for me with these recording devices. Do you hear me? Listen carefully and monitor the recordings of Mr. Chang and Big Brother B, then come over to you with the equipment. Okay, wait for your good news. After hanging up the phone on Fong Ting's side, she hurriedly gathered up her nervous demeanor, took a deep breath, and then walked into the villa house. After all, she had also been a third-grade movie actress, and she still had the basic actor's qualities. At this moment, Jiang Tiancheng was looking at a newspaper on the balcony of the second floor. Fong Ting organized her emotions, then squeezed the miniature recorder in her hand and walked behind Jiang Tiancheng with a smile, saying, "What's wrong? The collar is turned up." It was natural for her to reach out and tug on Jiang Tiancheng's overturned collar for him, tying that recording device under his collar. Then without waiting for Jiang Tiancheng to react, he turned around in a flirtatious manner and then lay down in Jiang Tiancheng's arms. Jiang Tiancheng smiled as he put down the newspaper and hooked Fong Ting's chin. Fong Ting, today all day to see you are not in a good mood. Look. Why? What's on your mind? No sang. I was asked to do a magazine cover yesterday. I was wondering if it was necessary to upgrade myself, or I don't even feel worthy of you. How come? Don't get any ideas. Jiang Tiancheng only assumed that Fong Ting wanted him to help her buy something again, but he wasn't going to pick up on Fong Ting's words. Money is something that can be spent on women, but a woman following him just knowing how to spend money was something he, Jiang Tiancheng, could never accept. By now Big Brother B was already in a hurry in Causeway Bay. Liang Cohen had already rushed to his house at this time. A large group of horsemen carrying baseball bats surrounded him, and behind him knelt Chen Han and 4 people. Big Brother B frowned. Cohen, what the hell do you want? They're going to be out of school in a little while, so what's the point of letting them see it? Liang Cohen pinched his cup of iced lemon tea and bit down on the straw to take a sip. Then he turned back to look at the already beaten and swollen Chen Han and several people, and with a puff, spat a mouthful of lemon tea on Chen Hanan's face. Chen Hanan subconsciously dodged, but was lifted up and kicked to the ground by Liang Cohen. *******, your old mother. Zhong dare to go to hide? With that he turned back to Big Brother B, craning his neck and holding his head high. Brother B, I'm just a little bit puzzled. If you really want me to die, you can bring someone to Mongkok and fight me for real. What's the point of telling these scraps to block me in the north corner? Big Brother B gritted his teeth and glanced hatefully at Chen Hanan's few people. Then he spoke. I originally told them to go over there to cut down Hyung of the Eastern Star. Who knew that you were so coincidental that you happened to be over at the northern corner? Really? Hyung from East Star also holds a Mercedes? I still don't get it. Chan Honam is also a red stick in size. He actually has to wear a hood to chop people on the street. Are your red sticks in Causeway Bay so worthless? Big Brother B grunted and turned his head away. That's just the way it is. Believe it or not. I pick. Believe it or not, then I'm going to have to talk about it. I'm giving you face today, so I'll bring these puffers to pay you a visit on the way. I'll take the people back in a while. These 4 puffers are deceiving their masters. You Big Brother B can't afford to move the family law. Then I'll move the family law. As soon as Liang Cohen's words fell, the bracts on their knees low to the ground immediately became anxious. Don't Quinn, we really didn't mean it. Pound sir, you want to die now don't you? The pretty Cohen lifted his foot again and kicked the bracts to the ground as well. At the same time, he returned a menacing look that directly told the bractiates not to dare say anything more. Big Brother B gritted his teeth and stood up with a slap on the table. In his heart, he cursed the bracts with an egg scattering, and then pointed at the nose of the pretty Cohen, and preemptively said, Liang Cohen, don't go too far. Pretty Nan and the others are my people anyways. When is it your turn to lecture? Pretty Gon followed suit and rose leisurely, slapping away Big Brother B's hand that was pointing at him. I could have just cut them down today at North Point, not caring for the friendship of your fellow disciples. You'll have to go to North Point right now to collect their corpses. Now you're teaching me how to do things. I'll give you another chance. If you want them to live, come to me at my company tonight at 7 o'clock, and come with sincerity, or I'll hack them to death, and I'll be justified in making a scene at Brother Shang's. Big Brother B was speechless, but at the moment he couldn't think of any better solution to the problem. He could only watch as Liang Cohen's people dragged Chen Han and several people up and walked towards the outside of the house. End of chapter. Chapter 67. Brother B, today you also come to draw a death stick for me. April 6, 2025. An unused wave building on a newly reclaimed site in Mongkok. Liang Cohen's horsemen pushed and shoved Chen Han and several people and entered the inside. Kneel low. Kneel your ass off. How dare you talk tough? Bang was another stick, directly knocking on Chen Haonan's knee counterjoint. This stick is not heavy, but cracked the last bit of backbone in Chen Haonan's heart, flopped, and fell down in front of Liang Kuan obediently. Liang Kuan pulled a strip of wooden chairs to sit in front of Chen Haonan's few people and crossed his legs. Pretty Nan, it's okay for Big Brother B to hate me. I don't even know what's in your head. He told you to cut me. You just obediently follow. Do you know that deceiving your master is to receive 3 knives and 6 holes? Chen Haonan gritted his teeth and opened his mouth to reply. We were chopping up Hee-yong from East Star. This is a complete misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? You old mother. Take me for a fool? You're going to chop up Lock Road's men, and the Point Solution will run over to North Point? That's the information I received. Pick. I'm not going to be tough with you. If I don't beat you up today, you won't know what it means to honor your teacher. Liang Kuan then waved his hand. Then there are horsemen manipulate the billiard cue placed in the corner, and another messy stick, beating Chen Haonan several people on the ground a mayfly chrysalis-like roll, screaming repeatedly. Pretty Gon just took out his cell phone and dialed Big Brother B's number. It was only after the phone was connected and the other side was allowed to hear the miserable screams of Chen Haonan and the others that he slowly and methodically spoke into the phone. B. 7 o'clock, Star Hyatt Billiard Hall, new reclamation. If you don't come, I'll send these guys down to sell salted duck eggs. Without waiting for Big Brother B to speak, Liang Kuan hung up the phone. Big Brother B didn't dare to slow down on his side. Now he simply felt like burning inside. These few people were brought out by him from Cian Mountain. If they were broken by Liang Kuan, he naturally felt heartbroken. But what made him feel more anxious was he was worried that Chen Haonan and these people could not endure the beating, in case he gave an account of the inside story, letting Liang Kuan know that he plotted to kill his fellow masters and brothers. When the time comes, not to mention Zhang Tiansheng cannot protect him, in order to avoid suspicion. Zhang Tiansheng will certainly have to abandon the car to protect the commander-in-chief, and first take himself clean. So 20 minutes later, Big Brother B drove to the East Mid-Levels villa area with his head in a hurry again. Upon entering the villa, he was immediately greeted by a horseman. Brother B, Mr. Zhang is waiting for you upstairs in the study. Go up quickly. Yes, on the second floor study. Zhang Tiansheng had already sat on a boss chair at this time, holding a cigar in his hand, with a rare flash of sullenness appearing on his face. Seeing Big Brother B come in and close the door behind him, Zhang Tiansheng immediately waved his hand. B, what the hell is wrong with you? Can't you do things in a fussy way and use more care in such things? Zhang Tiansheng has always been elegant, and his kung fu for raising qi is really first class. Although that just now didn't bring dirty words, Big Brother B only felt a hot and raw pain on his face. He knew that he had really pissed off Zhang Tiansheng this time. Mr. Zhang, I didn't know Liang Kuan was so cautious, going out to talk business, actually bringing 2 cars of fine men to follow behind. If he hadn't been cautious, he would have been cut down back then. You know him on the first day? Now that Pretty Nan has fallen into his hands, tell me what you plan to do about it. Bar. Zhang Tiansheng after the words heavily pursed his cigar. Obviously patience is also a little bit worn out. Big Brother B gritted his teeth and then spoke. He asked me to go over to the new reclamation site and talk to him before 7. I've already thought of giving him the field over at Tai Hang and Erong Street to look at when the time comes. And no matter what, change Ho Nam and the others back first. Zhang Tiansheng narrowed his eyes, and the corners of his eyes twitched. That would be great. Replacing Liang Kuan over here would be just the thing to get mixed up with the group of East Star and Wan Chai, and a pharmacy could be opened in Causeway Bay in the future. You've worked hard for these lands, and you're willing to give them to him? Seeing that his proposal was rejected by Zhang Tiansheng, Big Brother B hurriedly explained. Mr. Shang, even if we give all of Causeway Bay to Liang Kuan, what does it matter? He'll be a dead man soon. Tapping the ashes on his cigar, Zhang Tiansheng asked in a deep voice. What else do you have up your sleeve? Can't talk about it. I'm going to hire a gunman to do the job, and when the time comes, I'll go straight over to Mongkok to finish off Pretty Quinn. Mr. Shang, I know you have concerns, but this is what we have to do now. Anyway, this debt will be counted as much as possible to Yi Yaozong's head. If we don't take advantage of this opportunity to kill off Liang Kuan, there will be endless troubles. Zhang Tiansheng was silent. With his cigar in his hand, he leaned back in his chair and looked up at the ceiling for a long, contemplative moment. Finally, he spoke. You must do this thing for me without a drop of water. If you succeed, you'll have a share of Mongkok's territory, but if you don't, I won't be able to protect you when the time comes. Don't worry, absolutely nothing will go wrong this time. Then why are you still standing there? Why don't you go and pull back those horses of yours? Turning to dusk again, Ho Yucheng was already cooking a hot pot in the warehouse on the Kwaichung Container Terminal No. 7 side by now. Ring, ring, ring. The sound of the phone rang. Pressed the answer button. Liang Kuan's voice immediately came out from the phone. Hey, are you overacting? You've stepped on 24 of my venues on this side of the new landfill in a row. What the hell do you want? Ho Yucheng smiled lightly. Quinn, If we don't do the trick, Big Brother B and the others will believe that we are moving for real? How's it going? Any news from there yet? Right away. Big Brother B has just called me and will come over to the new reclaimed land to talk to me right away. Are your men ready yet? We can't let him go back to Causeway Bay tonight, no matter what. Don't worry, Quinn. It's been ready for a long time. Just waiting for you to swindle Big Brother B over here and take care of this heartache for you. A grim laugh came from the side of the pretty Gon. I have to say, that $8 million spent by Big Nettle was well worth it. As long as you take out Big Brother B, our business will be settled. Hanging up the phone, Yaozong couldn't help but smile and shake his head, then waved towards Fineway on the side. Fineway, make a call to Ewa and the others and tell them to keep an eye on the side of the newly reclaimed land. When you see Big Brother B, drag him over here to meet me right away. Yeah. With a clap of his hands, Fineway immediately responded loudly towards Yaozong. At 6:35 p.m. A Toyota Crown pulled up in front of the newly reclaimed Star Hyatt Poro Hall. Before Big Brother B even waited for the horseman to turn off the car, he hurriedly pulled open the backseat door and prepared to go inside to negotiate with Leon Kuan. Just as he was getting off the bus, a group of beatniks with long knives and short sticks suddenly emerged from the alleyway on the side of Poro Hall. In a flash of crow, and with a quick step forward, they surrounded Big Brother B. Big Brother B felt a shudder in his heart, and then he looked at the knife fighter leading the way, who seemed somewhat familiar. I'm here to see Pretty Gon. What do you want? The leader was none other than Ewa, who didn't even bother to bull ****** Big Brother B. He just raised his knife-catching hand and waved it towards Big Brother B. A horseman immediately stepped forward and picked up a sack and put it over Big Brother B's head. A fistfight ensued and Big Brother B was dragged towards a minibus. As the night grew late, Yaozong was guarding this side of the warehouse, and a lot of grease had already flooded on top of a stove of clear soup hot pot. Awa led two of his ponies, dragging the tied-up Big Brother B to Ho Yuchung. Woo-woo, the moment he saw Ho Yuchung, Big Brother B struggled desperately and could only make whimpering noises as his mouth was gagged. Ho Yuchung frowned, then picked up his chopsticks and pointed at Big Brother B. He opened his mouth and said, Ewa, why are you so rude to Brother B? Take that thing out of his mouth and let him talk to me for a couple of minutes first. Ava smiled and just did as she was told, plucking the rag from Big Brother B's mouth. Big Brother B couldn't help but take 2 deep breaths. He then looked at Yaozong and immediately broke into a fit of rage. Bastard! What do you want to do? I'm Hung Hing's control officer. If you dare to touch me, I'll let you die. Yaozong sneered and looked at Ahua. He's got a really dirty mouth. Ewa, knock 2 of his front teeth down first. When will you learn to speak properly? Then bring him here for me to question. Don't you dare. Before Big Brother B's words fell, Ewa drew out the dog-legged knife behind him, aimed the back of the knife at Big Brother B's upper lip, and knocked it down with a single stroke. Sorry you. A little too much force. Knocked 4 down. Out of the way. Carry on. Just as Ewa raised the handle of his knife and was about to knock Big Brother B's lower row of teeth again, Big Brother B finally realized that Ho Yuchung wasn't trying to scare him. He hurriedly shook his head and shouted towards Yaozong with slurred speech. I'm done. Don't you mess around. Have a conversation first. Come on, Ewa. How come I started with this puffer? Bring him here. As Ewa shoved Big Brother B over, Ho Yuchung suddenly changed his face. He seemed to look a little forlorn, looking at Big Brother B, whose mouth was covered in blood and the complexity of his gaze. Yaozong suddenly let out a long sigh. Brother B, as for me, I may have given you some misunderstanding. In fact, I just didn't want to go to jail for no reason in the first place. And if you had held your head high and let me go back then, there wouldn't have been so much animosity between us. Big Brother B looked at Yaozong, who had a sincere face, and for a moment, he didn't know what kind of drug this kid was selling. But I saw Yuchung continue. Although I've never even worshipped at your door, after all, I've worked with you for a while in Causeway Bay. Even though things have gotten to this point, I don't want to be accused of bullying my teacher. In this case, I'll give you one last chance, and also listen to God, to see if God is willing to give you a way out. Saying this, Yaozong leaned over and took out a sign box from under the small dining table beside him. Looking again at the inside of the signature cylinder, it was clearly filled with 3 bamboo sticks. Passing the signed cylinder to Big Brother B, he also asked Awa to cut the ropes binding Big Brother B. Yaozong spoke up. Inside this sign box, there are 3 signs for 2 deaths and 1 life. If you can draw the Shang sign, I'll let you go instantly and give each other an explanation. Next time I see you, we'll all be immortal enemies. Big Brother B slightly stretched his hands, which had been bound until they were numb, and looked at the signature cylinder in Yaozong's hand, and for a moment was flooded with doubts. He always felt that Yaozong, this pouncer, was playing with himself, but seeing that he looked compelled to be true, his heart could not help but be flooded with a glimmer of hope again. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. Really? In his desire to survive, Big Brother B asked the question anyway. Seriously? Good. If I can win this time, I'll wipe out all past grudges. Big Brother B was not ambiguous, said he pulled up his sleeves. His right hand hovered over the 3 sticks for half a second, and finally grasped the bamboo stick in the center. Pulling it out, he found the word death written on it. At that moment, Big Brother B's heart went cold, and he stumbled, nearly unsteady on his feet. Almost subconsciously, he looked at Yaozong and found that Yaozong also had a look of disappointment on his face. I think this bad boy is still concerned about the pressure from Hung Hing and dare not make a move on himself. Soon, Ho Yuchung's next words rekindled Big Brother B's new hope. Brother B, 2 deaths in 1 life is not considered fair. Since we let God make the choice, how should life and death be half a chance? I'll let you draw once more, and if you win the Shang sign, all will be well. Yes, as if lifting it up for himself, Big Brother B yelled out, whirling around, dropping the dead sign in his hand and grabbing another bamboo sign in the sign box. Draw it out and look at it in front of you. He felt his hands and feet go cold and his brain buzzed. Above the sign, the word death was still written in vermilion. Ho Yuchung, you tricked me, didn't you? If you want to kill me, just kill me. I've been in the business for so many years. When have I ever been afraid of death? Just do it today. If I frown, I'm not a good man. Big Brother B's mind had completely collapsed at this time. He hysterically roared towards Yaozong, trying his best to maintain his last shred of dignity. However, Yaozong did not show any reason for mockery as he had expected. On the contrary, his face grew heavier and heavier as he continued to hold up the signet cylinder with only 1 bamboo stick left. Brother B, life and death have their own destiny, wealth and honor, but I've never been a believer in destiny. Whether I die or live, God doesn't say. There's 1 last raw stick left, so I'll let you draw it 1 last time. What time is it? And you're still trying to trick me? Punt. All 3 signatures are dead, aren't they? In the face of Big Brother B's fury, Ho Yuchung still puts the sign box in front of Big Brother B. Tai Ran spoke. Yes or no? You'll know once you draw. The seriousness with which Yaozong said it stunned Big Brother B for a moment. In his heart, he was almost 99% sure that Yaozong was just playing with himself, and all 3 signatures were clearly dead. But the 1% chance in his heart compelled him to trust Yaozong one more time. What if this guy is really giving himself a leg up and the last sign is really a raw sign? Big Brother B's hands had begun to tremble at the thought, not as sharp as he had been earlier. He shivered and reached out, clutching the last bamboo stick in 1 hand. After pulling the bamboo stick out of the tube, he didn't dare to look at it first. Instead, he nervously glanced at Yaozong, who was standing across from him, seeing that his expression remained calm, as if there was a hint of relief. Lifting his breath, Big Brother B, as if he were playing stud smothering the bottom card, pressed his thumb hard against the head of the sign and slid it down a little. The atmosphere seems to freeze. As Big Brother B's thumb slid down the center of the bamboo stick, the word death appeared before Big Brother B's eyes. Punt, punt, realizing that he was like a little cutie. Having been fooled by Yaozong 3 times, Big Brother B's mind completely exploded. He clenched the bamboo stick in his hand, furious, and was about to stab at Yaozong right away. But Awa, who was guarding him, was prepared for this, and drew out a knife, directly cutting Big Brother B to the ground. Ho Yuchung, if you dare to kill me, Hung Hing will not let you go. I'll wait for you to join me on the way to the Yellow Springs. Yaozong smiled a little cruelly. I'm sorry, Brother B, you probably don't know, but what about the stuff you and Zhang Shang talked about? It's all been recorded. Zhang Shang might not have avenged you in order to look after the greater good, said Yaozong, pretended to be mysterious. You think you are very smart. In fact, from beginning to end are being led by the nose just. Want to know who betrayed you? Who? Yaozong instantly turned cold. Save your guesses for the Yellow Springs. Pounce, pounce. I won't spare you even if I become a ghost. Big Brother B, who had been cut over, was still hissing at the top of his lungs, but Awa didn't spoil his temper. A knife fell and slashed directly on Big Brother B's neck. Biggie B's head lolled. 2 muffled cackles came out of his throat, and he pounced on it. You won't be able to wait for me in the Yellow Springs, so you'd better go to the shark dim sum place and feed the fish and shrimp to kill your own karma. Ho Yuchung looked towards Big Brother B with contempt, then opened his mouth and said to Awa, I'll leave it to Fine Wei and the others to deal with the end of the hand in a moment. You get a hold of yourself and go back to Mongkok and see to it that those fields in the newly reclaimed land don't get knocked back. Ava asked in disbelief as she dropped her knife to the ground. Brother you, wasn't it a play before? Those Venus, do not return to Liangkuan? What else? That's what we fought off. Ha, will that piss off Pretty Quinn? Yaozong sneered. I understand this person. Liang Kuan, just waiting for me to clean up Big Brother B. He is going to bite back. Wait and see. Sooner or later there will be a fight with him. Ava smiled bitterly and shook her head. Brother you, I've been hanging out in Mongkok for so many years, I'm still clear about Liang Kuan's family background. He is at the top of the Mongkok generation, unless and Lian Shang together on top, or else we people just cannot carry him. Ho Yucheng threw away the signet in his hand, patted Awa's shoulder, and opened his mouth. You don't have to worry about that, just hold the field. If I'm not wrong, this Liang Kuan guy will also pounce in a few days. Seeing that Ho Yucheng refused to say more, Awa did not ask any further questions, just nodding solemnly towards He Yaozong. He then turned around and went to do something as He Yaozong commanded. East Mid-Level's villa area, Zhang Tianqing's villa. It was night, and the mountain wind was howling. Chang Tian has received several phone calls tonight, informing him that Causeway Bay's fit holders have been taken captive by Ho Yucheng's men at the new landfill, and that they are still alive or dead. Ring, ring, ring. Another call rang, and Zhang Tianqing numbly pressed the answer button. The call was from Chun Yao, the white paper fan of Hung Hing. Mr. Shang, just now, I did ask someone to go to the Sham Shui side to ask questions, and Ho Yucheng's side admitted that Findy is dead, and he's the one who killed him. Got it, AO. Zhang Tianqing looked at the tape lying on the desk, his face gloomy to the extreme. Just half an hour ago, someone delivered this tape to his villa. On the tape is the very conversation he had with Big Brother B about taking out Pretty Gone. In this day and age, tapes don't even make valid evidence in court. But associations are not courts. A lot of things don't weigh 8 or 2 pounds without being weighed, and when they are weighed, it's 1,000 pounds that can't be beaten. Mr. Shang, our Hung Hing has a dead holdout fit man. Shouldn't we go and say hello to Blow Chicken and see if they hand over the man first? AO, stay out of this matter for a while. I'll make the decision freely. Zhang Tianqing opened his mouth in a cold voice. He was never going to make a big deal out of this. Hung Hing practiced a 12-division system, with the whole fit people of each hall working on their own. He, Zhang Tianqing, is like the son of Zhou. As long as he doesn't give the word and a Big Brother B is dead, the other halls are simply too lazy to wade through this mess. Going cold turkey is probably the best way to solve the problem right now. As Zhang Tianqing's pipe count for many years, Chen Yao could roughly deduce from Zhang Tianqing's tone that Zhang Tianqing had something difficult to say, so he didn't pursue the matter. He just answered yes on the other end of the phone, and then hung up. Zhang Tianqing then slowly put down the phone and picked up the tape again, gazing at it for a long time. The last mouthful of turbid air was slowly exhaled from his mouth, followed by muttering, "A man can lose his footing, and a horse can lose its hoof. B, the blame can only be on you for not being careful enough. Go in peace. I'll take care of your wife and kids for you." End of chapter. Chapter 68, AB is dead. The one who is the leader doesn't even dare to fart. It's time to abdicate. April 6, 2025. Clunk. Early the next morning, Longroot had just had his morning tea and was preparing to play a set of 8-to-1 brocade in his own small courtyard, when he suddenly heard the iron door outside being knocked loudly. A face of Lonergan immediately drooped. "What the hell?" he said, and signaled his followers Ponyboy to go outside and open the door. The door opened, but saw Fat Dang standing in the doorway with a foul face. "Lonergan, you pounced on the street. Do you know that the guy under you is in trouble again?" Ryukin froze. "Will, who's causing trouble? What do you say? It's the sharpest and most powerful one in your parish." Fat Dang entered the door trembling on his crutches, and then sat down on a stone chair within the courtyard. Tapping his cane, Fat Dang snapped. "Just last night, Ho Yucheng did away with Hung Hing's holdout. Tiny B. I didn't know he was so bold to take out Hung Hing's holders not even a month into his career. This is if he is allowed to stay in Wuzing for 2 more years. Is he going to take us in Wuzing to attack the governor's palace?" Longroot immediately realized the seriousness of the matter, but still came over to Fatty Dang's side and whispered, "Brother, why? He and Fineby already had a grudge. When you come out to hang out, it's not like you beat me and I beat you." "What? Hung Hing," he said, "let us hand over the people?" "That's not true, but I reckon it's only a matter of time. This time, the one who died was a fit man. In your place, can you swallow this?" "And what do you mean, Will?" In the face of this situation, Longroot did not dare to be presumptuous, and asked Fatty Dang in a low, whispered voice. Fatty Dang's eyes opened and closed, and there seemed to be a burst of light overflowing. After a long moment of silence, he whirled around and answered, "You were right before. We have never had a rule about handing people out when we're with Unison. In any case, Ho Yucheng also landed on the Society's undersea book. But if Hung Hing wants to make a move, I don't know if you can stand up to it in one of your halls." "Brother, why? Are you kidding me?" To the west of the Sham Shui parish hall is Han Bin of Hung Hing, and to the east is Liang Quan of Mong Kok and Prince Edward of Tsim Sha Sui. These people are the best of the best in Hung Hing. If we are sandwiched between them, how can we live in Sham Shui Pa? Why don't you simply just say what you need to pay on the side of the hall?" Lonergan was really anxious this time, and it was obvious that this look on his face was exactly what Fatty Dang wanted to see. "You don't need to be alarmed. I've already said hello to Skewer Explosion." Fireox, and Lu before I came over this morning. They all agreed to step in to bail out He Yaozong. Hearing Fatty Dang speak, Long Zhen couldn't help but curse Fatty Dang in his heart for being treacherous and slippery. Skewers, Fireox and these people are the heavyweight uncles of the generation in the Yao Tsim district. Fatty Tang has been talking about the right and left, and has chosen to add a lock in the middle of it all. It seems that Fatty Dang is ready to protect Lock to the end. But right and wrong were still clearly distinguishable to Lonergan. He followed Fat Dang's words and opened his mouth to ask, "What about the conditions?" "The conditions are simple. Recently, Ho Yucheng has taken quite a lot of territory in Kowloon City, over in Mongkok. When the time comes, I'll lead a meeting, take out these plots, and we'll divide them up 7 by 7, and see how much credit and effort each should contribute. I'll pick. This is something I have to ask Ao about first." "Idiot. When did you, a big man, who divides his own territory, have to ask the little man about it? Ryukin, are you getting older and more brainy?" Long Root gritted his teeth, but still disliked him back. All of these territories were fought down by Ao with a single stroke of the sword. If I were to take it by trickery without saying hello, what would I tell these people down here who are the little ones to think of me? "According to you, I'm cozying up to you?" Fat Dang's tone went cold. Then he continued to speak. "As for me, I've been retired for years. Something has led the way over the years, bringing you uncles to a meeting for the purpose of making the society more prosperous. You have to realize that I am protecting your fine men. If you don't talk them into stepping in to help you with your sham shuepa against the pressure, you'll be waiting to hand over your men to Hung Hing in exchange for peace in your hall." Long Gun immediately waved his hand. "All right, I know what you mean, Brother Wei. I can make the call on whether the land is handed over or not, but I'd better say hello to my fine man first. I can also put it in front now. This side of Shamshuepa has not produced such a sharp scion for decades. This man, He Yaozong, I'm going to bail out no matter what." Fatty Dang looked up at Long Root, then nodded. "It's great that you can think that way." At this moment, He Yaozong was in the office of Hutai Tea House, explaining something to Blind FAI. "Blind FAI, take some time today and run over to Central. I made an appointment with Chen Tianyi. It's a pain in the ass to vet the entry information of those people from Wang Jianjun. When the time comes, you'll send the material over and ask him in passing if there's anything else he needs to add." Blind FAI nodded, then held the materials and prepared to go out. Ho Yucheng called him back in a hurry. "Hey, where are you going now? Brother you, didn't you tell me to send these materials over to Central?" Demented line. He Yaozong spoke as he pointed to the clock on the wall and opened his mouth. "Why don't you look at what time it is? It's 7:31. People haven't even come to work yet. You think barristers are like us? Maybe they're not even up yet. Oh, alright, put the stuff down. Go to the next street and buy me a pork liver congee and come back. Remember to ask him to add 2 extra leaves of wolfberry." Sending Blind FAI away to get some morning tea, Ho Yucheng was back in his office clearing the newly revised account book that Awat had sent over last night, intending to take a good look at how many more flags had been planted in Mongkok yesterday. Ring, ring, ring. The phone rang, and He Yaozong pressed the answer button unhurriedly. "Side 1, you, let me ask you something. Last night, did you finish off Hung Hing's big brother B?" Long Root's dull voice came out from the earpiece, and He Yaozong couldn't help but let a smile spread at the corner of his mouth as he sniffed. "Uncle, is someone asking me to hand over some land out again?" Central, Pinghua Mansion, inside the office of one of Zhang Tianqing's investment companies. Hung Hing's cadre of grip fit people have arrived. Today, Zhang Tianqing called them over for a meeting early in the morning, and all of them roughly had an idea in their hearts of what they were going to talk about in this meeting today. Lian Kuan had arrived early, and was now leaning back in a chair, tilting his head and greeting a group of hold-fit people one by one. "Wow, pretty Quinn, what's wrong with you? You didn't sleep well last night?" A tall, pitted, flat-headed man walked into the conference room and coldly exclaimed as he passed by Liang Kuan. Liang Kuan lifted his eyelids to glance at the visitor and offered a perfunctory smile. This person is precisely the patriarchal figure of Hung Hing, and the most egg-scattered holding fit person of Hung Hing, Saiwan blowing water base. This guy is an old man, but never a proper behavior. Usually the most favored blowing water, swaying from side to side, is Hung Hing's famous wallgrass. According to reasoning, such a commodity would not have the strength to be the upper hold fit person, but can't help but blowing water base life is good. When Jiangjin, the first-generation leader of Hung Hing, fought the world in the Saiwan Delta Pier, Blow Water Base took the number 1 brother under the hand into the original shares of Hung Hing, which is considered as the angel investor of Hung Hing. In terms of seniority, Zhang Tianqing had to call him uncle in private. Hung Hing develops. Jiangjin remembers his kindness of sending charcoal in the snow, but also gives him the triangle pier. the place where Hung Hing made his fortune, to take care of. It's just that over the decades the Triangle Pier has become more and more downtrodden by his management, and now it's the dangling presence in the halls of the halls. Hey brother Key, today isn't the day to pay the bills every month either. What's Mr. Chang so mad about? Calling us over early in the morning. Is there something he wants to explain? As soon as Liang Kuan said this, a room full of people threw contemptuous glances at him. This group of people who all know that he Liang Kuan and Big Brother B is a deadly rival. Big Brother B died. He now do not know if you happy. Now that he is here knowingly asking questions, his intention has long been made clear. Blowfish K, however, was a talker, and he pulled away one of the seats next to Pretty Gone and simply sat down next to him. Grinning broadly, he said, "What, you don't know? The fine bee from Causeway Bay was hacked to death last night, and Zhang Tianqing called us over today, so I'm sure it's to do him justice." There's such a thing? Pouncing. How did I not know? Liang Kuan sniffed and sat up violently, then slapped the table and made a look of pathos. Now not only the others, even Blowfish Key, secretly gave Liang Kuan a middle finger in his heart. Yeah, how come you just found out? Which one of these assholes killed my good buddy B? Liang Kuan gets more and more into the scene, huffing and puffing, seeming to look sad and angry because of Big Brother B's death. Now someone finally couldn't look away. Han Bin, the quite sing-holding fit person sitting opposite to Liang Kuan, immediately coldly swept a glance at Liang Kuan. Liang Kuan, can you mother or stop pretending here? Who in the whole Hung Hing doesn't know that you don't get along with Big Brother B? Now that he's dead, I can guarantee that you're the happiest one right now. Points to solve here, cat crying rat's fake mercy. If you laugh too out, I still respect you bright and open. Han Bin is an international smuggling predator and his strength is one of the strongest within Hung Hing. In this room holding fit people, only he dares to tear down the hypocritical skin of Liang Kuan to his face. I don't want to hear that Han Bin embarrassed himself, but he still looks like a dead pig in a poke. He craned his neck and looked over at Han Bin. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. Bing. You can't say that. No matter how much B and I don't get along, it's still our Hung Hing's family business. I am no longer a Hung Hing's holdout fit man, now that B is hacked to death by an outsider. This is equivalent to slapping my face. No matter what, as long as Mr. Zhang opens his mouth to avenge B today, I, Liang Kuan, will pay for the men. Absolutely no second thoughts. Liang Kuan, you're good enough. Blowfish Key clapped his hands in praise, which caused Pretty Gone to twist his head and look at him. K, if you're going to avenge B's death, shouldn't you show it too? This statement instantly froze Blowfish Key in his tracks. He laughed and shamelessly replied, "It's enough to have you bigwigs on top. The one who hacked B to death was the one who was on the side of Shamshu Apa with Wen Xing. I'm on this side of the Triangle Marina, and there are fewer people and less money, so I can't be asked to row over there, can I?" A room full of people did not hide their intention to laugh at K at all, but K was the one who had a big heart and giggled along with this group of people, not taking it seriously in the slightest. Just as the atmosphere was cheering up, Liang Kuan lifted his wrist and looked at his watch. Suddenly, he began to mutter, "What's going on? We were promised to come over here for a meeting at 8:30, and now it's 8:35, and we still don't see Brother Shang coming over?" K immediately chimed in. Liang Kuan, Mr. Zhang is a leading man. How can he go and compare with the rest of us? Pick, those of us who are small. We work hard all day long and earn some money and have to imply that we are paying numbers for the society. Brother Shang is quite comfortable, eye-catching horsey embrace, every day in the air-conditioned room to sit and drink tea, read the newspaper. The day is dashing and comfortable. It's also the fault of people's good fortune, who asked them to have a father who is a dragon head. As soon as Liang Kuan said this, many people could smell the fireworks in his words. While at that moment the office door was pushed open, Zhang Tianqing's face was as normal as usual as he brought Chen Yao in from the outside. Taking his seat on the podium, Zhang Tianqing first glanced at Liang Kuan, then cleared his throat. Opening his mouth, he said, "I believe everyone knows what happened to B last night. I called everyone here today to ask for your opinion on this matter of AB. How exactly should we, Hung Hing, handle it?" No one answered. No one wanted to go out on a limb and take this kind of effort, but an unexpected scene happened. Liang Kuan stood up with a direct slap on the table. "Brother Shang, what else is there to talk about? Debt is paid, murder is paid. Was Sing's men dared to take out our Hung Hing's holders, then we Hung Hing must go for justice. I suggest we ask Was Sing directly for the men, and if they don't give them, we'll just wave the flag and blow the whistle and hit the Sham Shuape aside. This is really not going to straighten out a group of unidentified holdout fit people. What's wrong with Liang Kuan today? This guy's high on drugs in the middle of the morning and he's still not sober?" Even K, who has always been fond of talking, doesn't dare to pick up the words of Liang Kuan at this moment. The muscles at the corners of Zhang Tianqing's mouth twitched as he seemed to understand something, but after all, he was someone who had seen the world. Zhang Tianqing just opened his mouth in a cold voice. Kuan, as far as I know, this matter involves a personal vendetta. He put a hunting order on Wu Lianshang's people in the first place, and the people on Wu Lianshang's side didn't step off AB's turf. Wouldn't it be a little inappropriate to ask Wu Xing for someone under the guise of a club? So what do you mean, Brother Shang? If B is dead, he's dead, and we don't have to do anything. Just go back to holding waves and blowing water and reading the newspaper? Liang Kuan-sure had already stood up, and Zhang Tiansheng pinpointed at each other, not giving an inch. Zhang Tiansheng was still composed after all. That's not true, it's a private B matter, so it's up to B's people to sort it out. I've already thought of letting B's top horse Chan Honam take over this matter. When the time comes for him to avenge B's death, the Causeway Bay turf will be handed over to him to take care of it. By the way, pouncing on the street, being ridden on his head, Zhong didn't even dare to say a word with a bottom line. I don't know what you think, Brother Shang. As a member of Hung Hing, I can't even feel like swallowing this. And what do you mean, Kuan? Me? My meaning is simple. When the holders of the hall's fit were hacked to death, the one who was the head of the dragon actually didn't even dare to let out a fart. If Brother Shang, you think it's not good for you to sit in the position of the dragon head, why don't you give it up and give these brothers below a bit of a chance as well? Liang Kuan directly played a bright card. This burst of battle immediately called the scene silent. He's getting ready to force the issue. Some people lowered their heads, making it clear that they didn't dare to get involved so easily. Some people looked at Zhang Tiansheng, expecting him to come up with some idea. There were others who watched with cold eyes, looking like they were eating and watching. Zhang Tiansheng cannot help but be sad from the heart. Here also have their own hand-cultivated beloved, but they are waiting for their own to pinpoint the idea, so as to follow. But at this moment, he has a handle being clutched in the hands of the people. Is considered to be Liang Kuan pinch the lifeblood. How can he express other opinions? If Big B had been there, it wouldn't be so bad that there wouldn't even be anyone jumping in to speak for him now. As he thought about it, Zhang Tiansheng was bashful instead. This breath, not to be subjected to, right to retreat and think of change. Kuan, you're right, but who do you think is most qualified to come out and sit in my place here? As soon as Zhang Tiansheng said this, Han Bin and Prince Sim Sha Sui, who hadn't opened their mouths, immediately stood up. Mr. Jiang, Brother Shang, are you really going to give up your seat? Zhang Tianqing just waved his hand to signal the two to sit down, his sharp gaze focusing on Liang Kuan. Liang Kuan's gaze collided with him without flickering, and then he laughed coldly. Brother Shang, it's not that I, Liang Kuan, think highly of myself. In terms of who is qualified to sit in this position, I think I'm right up there. The crown prince followed and laughed. Liang Kuan, you are also worthy? Why am I not worthy? Pretty Gon pointed to his nose and began to lay out the credits one piece at a time. In 1983, not long after you took over the throne, Brother Sang, you ordered me to chop up Shoppy and collect the fish market in Aberdeen, and I took care of it. In 1985, I killed Chen Chi in Simshatsui East, and now even the prince is able to have a smooth ride in Simshatsui, with at least half of the credit going to me. As a result, I was the one who squatted in the kiln of suffering. For 3 years, I'm definitely qualified to sit in this position, right? Liang Kuan said that you was definitely not overjoyed, and paced directly next to Zhang Tianqing's podium. Looking down at the group of people under the podium again, he opened his mouth. More importantly, when the Hung Hing brothers are in trouble, I, Liang Quan, will definitely be willing to help them out. Now that B is dead, Sang doesn't dare to make up his mind, but I, Quan, do. Whoever killed B, I will definitely collect his skin. Instead of throwing the conundrum to the ones below as juniors and making it difficult for them, Zhang Tianqing's eyes had narrowed slightly as he faintly nodded towards Liang Kuan. Right, said he, also no longer nonsense. Directly swept a circle of the people present, and then solemn voice opened his mouth. Now whoever supports Liang Kuan in this seat can raise their hands. As soon as the words fell, Fatty Lai, who has always had business dealings with Liang Kuan, pondered for a while and was the first to raise his hand. Then some of the holders of the fit, who had received benefits from Liang Kuan beforehand, followed suit and raised their hands. Second, third, as this group of people raised their hands, Zhang Tiansheng passed another wink towards Chen Yao, who nodded slightly towards Zhang Tiansheng and followed suit. Seeing that Chen Yao had raised his hand, Blowfish Qi, who had been watching, barely hesitated and raised his hand as well. Well, Brother Shang, of the 12 halls, except for Chaiwan's Ma Wangjin, who is dead, I have now taken 6 votes. Your old man can now go back to his old age in peace, and I will take care of the affairs of the society for you in the future. Seeing that the big picture was settled, Liang Kuan heartily revealed a smile and put his hand on Zhang Tianqing's shoulder as he said. Zhang Tianqing lifted his shoulder and shook off Liang Kuan's palm, then followed suit and got up. After looking meaningfully at Liang Kuan, he didn't say anything more and walked towards the outside of the conference room with large strides. A group of holdouts who had not raised their hands followed suit. It was just that Han Bin paused in his steps as he passed by Liang Kuan. Liang Kuan, remember what you said, avenge Big Brother B. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. End of chapter. Chapter 69, The Most Powerful Cost-Effective Uncle's String Explosion. April 6, 2025. Walking out from his investment company, Jiang Tianqing's face remained the same. Shen Yao followed behind him, not saying a single word more since the beginning. It wasn't until they arrived at the underground parking lot and were about to part ways that Jiang Tianqing leisurely opened his mouth. I'm not in Hung Hing anymore. You have to take care of the gang affairs for Liang Kuan as well. Mr. Jiang, I know. Patting Chen Yao's shoulder, Jiang Tianqing said in a serious tone, one's eyes must always look beyond. If one only looks at one's feet, one will inevitably deaden the path. Warn the other brothers, can not go powder? Try or do not go powder. And Liang Kuan stirred together. Sooner or later there will be a time when they regret. Mr. Chang, it's hard to persuade the ghost of that death with good words, but I'll do my best, please, Jiang Tianqing said, then turned around and got into his car. The engine started and the vehicle drove away from the garage, heading straight towards the East Mid-Levels Villa area. When entering a forested path between the foothills of the East Mid-Levels Villa area, a white Mazda sedan suddenly came out of a fork in the road. Squeak! The Mazda let out a sharp brake and crossed directly in front of Jiang Tianqing's Mercedes. Qiu Gang Ao drilled out from the driver's seat, holding something in his hand, and walked towards the Mercedes side. The security accompanying Jiang Tianqing's car was like an enemy, but Qiu Gangao immediately waved his hand toward the car, signaling that he had something to say. Jean, go down and see what's going on. Under Jiang Tianqing's arrangement, the security guard sitting in the passenger seat immediately got off the car, and then walked to Qiu Gang Ao, had a chat, and then this security guard quickly ran to come back. Mr. Jiang, that man said he was entrusted with something like this and asked me to give it to you. Speaking through the rolled-down car window, the security guard handed over a voice recorder, as well as a business card to Jiang Tianqing. Looking at what the security handed to him, Jiang Tianqing first took this business card and glanced at it, realizing that this slightly rough business card had a line written on it. General Manager of Hatai Finance Company, Ho Yucheng. Collecting the business card without moving, and receiving the recorder in the security guard's hand, Jiang Tianqing stretched his left hand out of the window, and compared an OK gesture to Qiu Gangao. Qiu Gangao then got into the car and drove the Mazda to turn around and make way for Jiang Tianqing. Noon. Near about 12:30, He Yaozong waited for a long time in the hibiscus pavilion box on this side of the tea house, and finally waited for someone to knock on the door. Come in. The door opened and Jiang Tianqing walked in idly. Ayo. Good mind. Both can think of posing me as well as posing Pretty Gone. After entering the tea room, Jiang Tianqing closed the door of the room with his backhand, and without waiting for He Yaozong to open his mouth, he sat down on the opposite side of He Yaozong. He Yaozong got up and poured tea for Jiang Tianqing. Mr. Jiang, people's hearts are in the wrong place. The Jianghu is dangerous. There are many things I have to guard against. A trickle of tea fell into the cup in front of Jiang Tianqing, and then He Yaozong struck a pose of invitation. Jiang Tianqing caught the teacup and took a shallow sip, then put down the teacup, which was equivalent to telling He Yaozong that he could continue the conversation. I did listen to that recording you gave me, but I didn't really understand it. Liang Kuan and you discussed the matter of plotting to kill B. If you stir up the truth, Liang Kuan will inevitably suffer. But what benefit can you get? He Yaozong sat down, looked at Jiang Tianqing, and said with a straight face, Mr. Chang, a lot of times it doesn't matter at all what the truth looks like. I know that you have been able to sit at the leading position of Hung Hing for so many years, and it is by no means only by the blessings left by your dad. If Mr. Jiang is willing, I think we might be able to work together. After saying that, He Yaozong's eyes became sharp. I can help you take out Liang Kuan, in name only. Jiang Tianqing's smile, if any, also gradually receded. What makes you think that I will definitely cooperate with you? You know, you took out my beloved B. We should be mortal enemies. Ha! He Yaozong let out a light smile and whirled around. How Big Brother B actually died depends on how you look at it. Mr. Jiang, as long as you say Big Brother B was done away with by Pretty Gone, then it was done away with by Pretty Gone. But the fact that you took out B can't be changed. He Yaozong crossed his fingers and leaned his body slightly against the back of the chair. He scrutinized Jiang Tianqing for a long time before speaking. It's also true that Big Brother B has been trying to get me killed ever since I went over the grade. I don't see anything wrong with taking him out. On the contrary, Mr. Jiang, why don't you ask yourself who's more important, a living Big Brother B, or a dead Pretty Quinn? Not waiting for Jiang Tianqing to give it more thought, He Yaozong said again, let me give you a not-so-appropriate example. If you're playing a game of chess right now, Mr. Chang, then Big Brother B is your knight and Leon Cohen is your opponent's cannon. I'm sure it's never a bad idea to trade a horse for a gun. The teacup on the tea table was once again picked up by Zhang Tiancheng. With a mouthful of tea falling into the stomach, Zhang Tiancheng threw more a trace of approval and a trace of scorn into He Yaozong's gaze. According to you, now that my horse has been eaten, this cannon, that too, has to be replaced? It all depends on what you think, Mr. Jiang, and if you are still interested in the next words, I will continue. Zhang Tiancheng nodded, then spoke. Tell me, what do you want from me? The smile at the corner of He Yaozong's mouth grew even larger as he spoke tersely. Simple. I only need those territories fought down by Mongkok and a word from you. Mr. Jiang. Bowling Green Street, Danny's nightclub. This is the venue of Hung Hing 13 Sisters. Han Bin was upstairs in his office at the moment, accompanying his wife, 13 Sisters, for a casual chat. Han Bin, what the hell is wrong with you? Today Leon Cohen wants to take Mr. Zhang's position, and you won't even fart? Don't forget, you were traded back by Mr. Zhang for a Hall's territory. Han Bin was at that moment holding a glass of rum and drinking it to himself. Blankly glancing at 13 Sisters, he teased, why are you worrying so much? Who is the leader and does it affect the business in your venue? Grass. Stop drinking. 13 Sisters directly slapped the wine glass in Han Bin's hand, and then, under Han Bin's stunned gaze, she angrily rebuked. In the past, when Mr. Chang was in power, Liang Kuan, the puffer, came to my yard 2 or 3 days to loose goods. It's making a mess on my end and it's not easy to have a fit with him. Now that we have him as the leader, do you think I'll still have business on Potter's Row? Shrugging off the wine stains on his hands, Han Bin still had the same contemptuous face. I say you women just have long hair. You don't understand, Mr. Chang. Where is Hung Hing that he, Liang Kuan, can cover? He takes himself too much as a piece of material. You mean Mr. Chang has other plans? Han Bin shook his head. I don't know. Then say a ring, ring, ring. The phone Han Bin hung on his waist suddenly rang. Han Bin directly picked up the phone and pressed the answer button. Hello? Mr. Chang, gesturing toward 13 Sisters for silence. Han Bin then kept on mmmming and mmmming over the phone, finally hanging up and getting up with a smile on his face and an arm around 13 Sisters' shoulders. I say, what's the matter? Heck, mother of God. I don't even dare to say I'm qualified enough to be a faucet. What right does he have to show off and step on my head? Just wait and see. It won't take long for this guy to pounce. 13 Sisters was curious. What exactly did Mr. Jiang say to you? You keep out of it. Hey, call Prince and the others to come over later, and go to Mongkok together to find Liang Kuan later. I'd like to see how long he, the faucet, can jump the gun. Qian Kuan Pictures. Liang Kuan today mood is really comfortable to the extreme. Directly to the film and television company side of the day off. In the evening, he was going to have a party over at the conference room to celebrate his honor of being crowned the leader that he had been longing for all these years. Silly Strong pushed open the door to his office and walked in. Kuan, and the group of people from Lianshang. Don't you know how to knock when you come in? Get out of here. Knock before you come in. No rules at all. The faucet is yours to see as you wish? Silly Strong had no choice but to back out, then snapped the door to the room from outside. Dragon Head, there's something to report to you. Come in. Waiting for Silly Chang to enter the door again, Liang Kuan rolled his white eyes before opening his mouth to ask, what's happening? What's going on with the United Winners? It's like this. Today I'm bringing people over, ready to take back those venues that Ho Yucheng stepped over. It turned out to be a straight fight, and they put out the word that the field was theirs if they fought it down, and told us to fight back if we were brave enough. Pick. Liang Kuan originally good mood, at this time instantly some not beautiful, but he was soon relieved. It doesn't matter, let them be arrogant for one more day. Tomorrow I'll drag the whole Hung Hing over to play with him. I'd like to see how long he can be arrogant. Silly John rubbed his head and couldn't help but ask, Quinn, isn't it a bit too unkind to go back on your word like that? Liang Kuan was immediately stunned, and then looked at Silly Chang with a look of an idiot. What did you just say? Say it again. Nothing, Quinn. Tap. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. At that moment, a dense sound of footsteps came from the parlor outside. Pretty Gon nodded towards Silly Strong. Go check outside. It looks like we have a visitor. No need, Pretty Gon. Han Bin's gruff voice came in from outside. Immediately after the door opened, Han Bin, Gon Zitai and the two of them walked into the office. Facing Han Bin and Gon Zitai's forced entry, Liang Kuan couldn't really say much. These two people, one is the sharpest big water hose of Hung Hing, arms business all the way from Southeast Asia to Europe. The strength is so big that it is appalling. One is Hung Hing's Tian Zino, one gold medalist fighter, with unrivaled prestige among the nearly 10,000 Hung Hing fighters. No matter which one is offended, his position as the leader of Liang Kuan will not be stable. So Liang Kuan waved his hand to send Silly Chang out. followed by getting up and squeezing out a smile. Hanbin, Prince, what can't you say over the phone? What do you mean? Uninvited? What? You've become the dragon head and it's not okay for the two of us to come over and congratulate you? The prince was the first to chime in, then got right to the point. What about what you said in Central today? We were so lifted up just listening to it. You want to avenge B. I remember it clearly. Prince, don't be in a hurry. I've just ascended to the dragon throne today, and the sight of blood is ominous. After tonight, tomorrow I'll definitely bring my brothers from all the halls and go over to Shamshuepa to collect Hoyuchung's skin. Hanbin pulled a chair and sat down, grunting coldly. You're the one who put out the word to avenge B. We didn't take a stand. According to you, the leader let you do it. We just follow the hard work. How can there be such a good thing? Leon Cohen was momentarily speechless, but he still patiently explained with a smile. It doesn't matter if you don't go. Anyway, what about quite a few of the other halls? They're already out scraping people. Then according to your meaning, we are excluded? We are not from Hung Hing. Facing Han Bin's repeated dislike, Liang Kuan inevitably got angry. Neither this nor that, so tell me, what the hell are we going to do? Han Bin sneered. Simple. Tomorrow you set up a table on this side of Mongkok, first according to the rules of the Jianghu, and Lian Shang's leader to invite over. There is what face-to-face for? 4, 6 to speak clearly. We also followed over to join in the fun, as if we were doing our bit for Hung Hing, regardless of whether or not you guys talked about anything, and Lian Shang handing people over or not. In short, after the fact, all have nothing to do with us. You can do whatever you like. Liang Cohen couldn't help but feel relieved and almost laughed out loud. That's all there is to it. That's all there is to it. Pick, is this worth you two coming over here for? Damn him, I'll immediately ask someone to go over to Wan Chai and find an Lian Shang to blow chicken to ventilate. Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, just next door to the Kuan Sheng tea house to find them to come over to talk. After the talk, you each go back to your parish to live a peaceful life. The matter of not handing over the people with Union Shang and starting the fight with the Sun Horse will be left to me to take care of the matter properly. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, He Yaozong was just about to go downstairs to take a breath of fresh air and eat a dinner in the meantime, and neatly saw Long Zhen with a thin and tall old man at the entrance of the tea house. When he saw He Yaozong from a big distance, Long Gun waved his hand directly. Ayo, save me the trouble of looking for you upstairs and arrange for someone to make tea. He Yaozong looked back at Fine Wei, who was following behind him, and opened his mouth. Didn't hear how and Chen Luojun is stupid. Go upstairs hot tea oh who. After dismissing Fine Wei, He Yaozong changed into a smiling face again and greeted towards Longgu. Uncle, what can't be said over the phone? Why are you tired of your old man making the trip himself? Shut up, I'll introduce you to an uncle. Longroot had already brought that tall, thin old man to the entrance of the tea house by now, and then opened his mouth to introduce himself. Crosstalk explosion. We're in the heavyweight uncle's generation with UNSW. Of all these old men in the society, he was only 2 terms behind Dunwell as a talker. Hearing the name String Bomb, He Yaozong immediately brightened up. He loved this old man, an uncle who took your money and would support you until you died. Whether it's the cost-effectiveness of the work or the level of dedication to the work, it's all top-notch in unison. It's important to make sure that such people are still handed over in advance. There's always a time when they can be of use. Hello, uncle. I've heard of your great name, but I've never had the chance to pay you a visit. Nice to meet you. He Yaozong bowed slightly and extended his right hand to String Burst. Skewer Burst didn't coldly face him and reached out to shake his hand, then held up the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose. Young man, you are also enough to close the door. Upstairs while drinking tea and chatting, in the Peony Pavilion tea room, when Xiao Wei finished pouring tea for the 2 uncles, Ho Yu Chung greeted him and asked him to go out. Tea was then invited and the conversation opened up smoothly. 2 uncles, I wonder what they have to explain to me as a junior. Ryukin was the first to speak up. Or that thing I called you about this morning. Didn't you tell me to tell Dunwell that so-and-so turf was not to be handed over, and that he was to carry it himself? Yeah, I think I can carry it. Hearing that He Yaozong was still playing hard to get, Lung Kun shook his head straight. You can't carry it off. Today, on the Hung Hing side, Lian Quan took Zhang Tianqing's leading throne on the pretext of avenging Big Brother B's death. He has just made an appointment with Blow Chicken and said that he would take you to the Kuan Xing tea house in Mongkok tomorrow morning to talk about numbers. If Lian Shang doesn't hand over the man, then he'll have to bring the entire Hung Hing to Shamshuepa to beat you up. Ho Yuchun still looks indifferent. And what did ours say to the leader of the United Winners? Don't you know what kind of a guy Blow Chicken is? What kind of egg flavor can he tell? The matter was reported to Deng Wei, and Deng Wei asked me to come over with a skewer blast and ask you one more time in front of you. Are you prepared to carry the burden on your own? Or do you want to take out the turf and give everyone a share? He Yaozong shrugged. I still bell to carry it myself. Skewer Burst sniffed and couldn't help but wave his hand as well. Backwoods boy with a lot of firepower. Doing things recklessly, valuing face over life. I'm just afraid I won't be able to pass this hurdle. He Yaozong looked over at Skewer Explosion, his smile still warm. Uncle, I only said I'd carry it myself. I didn't say I wouldn't share the land with you. The uncles I respect the most in Woozing are my big brother Luncan, followed by you. I have known for a long time that under your old man, Uncle Tin, Crosstalk's original name is Sui Tin. You have a group of stacked yards from Haojiang. The turf over at Nine Dragon City has long wanted to pull you in with them. The corners of Skewerburst's mouth twitched, holding up his glasses and immediately changing his face. He gave a thumbs up towards He Yaozong and turned his head to speak to Lan Zhen. I've said before, this kind of good scion falls in any parish. Which parish is going to be rolling in money? He is also righteous and can make money, and refuses to involve his disciples when something goes wrong. Long gun, I'm holding out for this scion. If he's scraped by Hung Hing, it'll be a great shame for us in Lianshang. Long Root let out a bitter smile and ignored String Burst's bragging, only looking at He Yaozong Dao. What about Locke and Fireox? Fatty Dang sent word that you really don't intend to even out the territory for them? He Yaozong still shook his head. Not even. I don't know them well. Crosstalk chimed in at this point. If it's not even, it's not even. Our brother's hall is in trouble. I don't believe they can just sit back and do nothing. Don't worry, I'll go act as a lobbyist for you later. I'm sure he, Fireox and Alok won't dare not give me this face. Looking at the greatly grinning Skewer Burst, Ryukin couldn't help but be a bit speechless. These two families are Dangwei sent words. There is Dangwei in front of the pressure. He String Explosion face counts eh? However, it was naturally impossible for him to say these words, and he just let out a long sigh and barked towards He Yaozong. Anyway, tomorrow first, I'll go over to Mongkok with Blow Chicken to finish the count first. If you really want to fight, we, Sham Shibu, will definitely fully support you and be your strongest backing. End of chapter. Chapter 70 Crosstalk, Dunwell. Don't you forget how you lost Simsha Sui that year. April 6, 2025. The following day, Blow Chicken departed from Wan Chai and was greeted by a white Bentley on his way to Mongkok to tell the count. It was specially licensed by Fat Dang, who was allowed to take money from the association's public accounts and rent it from a car rental company. Fatty Dang, this person has a good point. Internal egoistic, a big talk, but external rights and wrongs are clear. Right now the talker stepped forward to talk about the number, no matter what, and the face of the United Shang still cannot be lost. Drip. The car drove all the way into Mongkok. Koenshing Tea House has long been surrounded by a lot of outside to support the scene of the Hit Boy. There are some who fight with Lin Xing, and there are also some who fight with Hung Hing. As the Bentley pulled up and was about to get out, Blow Chicken couldn't help but take a deep breath. He was really apprehensive now. The last time I went out with the United Victories agent to talk to the other agent in person was more than 20 years ago. At that time, Fatty Dang's beloved Axe-chun ended Simsha Sui as the day, but caused Fatty Dang scruples, but also forced Axe-chun to hand over that Simsha Sui turf out of the community to share a point. Axe Tashimitsu would take this kind of heat? It just so happened that the Su family of Shinji threw an olive branch to Axe-jun, and Axe-jun, in a fit of rage, took the entire Simsha Sui territory over the file to Shinji. Subsequently, Fat Tang led to talk to the new key dragon. The result is that the other side of the people also do not hand over. The territory also do not hand over. Simsha Sui on this completely lost, and Liansheng 20 years, no longer able to plant a flag in Simsha Sui. This is Dangwei's life in the most haunting stain, but also in the united victory and the shame of the dissipation. So much so that Dangwei still cannot forget to take back the territory of Simsha Sui. Lin Huailu throws in the towel. It is shouted out the election of the spokesman to lead the community to fight in Simsha Sui's slogan, only to strengthen the Fat Dang dead to support him in the end of the determination. As Blow Chicken got off the bus, one or so horsemen opened the way, and a group of horsemen guarding the outside of the tea house were very sensible to make way for him. The crowd admired it, and Blow Chicken only felt that after more than a year of being the talker, he had only today realized what it was like to be the leader, but he really didn't have a clue in his mind. Speaking numbers today would be torture for him whether or not the deal is done. Arriving at the second floor, Blow Chicken but found that He Yaozong had already taken a group of people to take their seats in the center of the tea hall. To Blow Chicken's surprise, following Ho Yutsung sitting next to him was not only his big brother Lung Kun, but also Skewer Explosion, who was sitting upright. Next door, next to a round table, a group of Hung Hing's holdout fit people were sitting around it. To Blow Chicken's surprise, Zhang Tiancheng actually also took a seat next to him, holding a cigar, and was talking and laughing with the Hung Hing group of holdout fit people as if nothing had happened. What a battle! Blow Chicken took a deep breath, and after a group of people greeted him, he, too, set his eyes on the square table on which the room was focused. There are two pearwood carving chairs. The chairs are covered with red soft cushion. It is for him and Liang Kuan to talk about the number of use. Blow Chicken took his seat and swept the circle around him somewhat sheepishly, and the pressure in his heart could not help but be immense. behind Hung Hing's group of holdout-fit men, as well as behind Ho Yu Chung, were all filled with beady-faced beatniks. He was worried that if he didn't say the right thing with Leon Cohen, the two parties would have to fight. What should he, the talker, do then? Still in control of the situation? Quinn. Just as Blow Chicken was worried, a mountain of greetings suddenly rang out from downstairs. Blow Chicken's face sank. Here comes Pretty Gone, pale red suit, black clanking shoes, with a pace of 6 relatives. Leon Cohen came upstairs with his head held high, coldly scanning the circle of people present. Leon Cohen could not help but freeze. He didn't drop his gaze on Yaozong, nor did he give Blow Chicken more than a glance. Instead, he saw Jiang Tiancheng present and his heart trembled. Brother Shang, why did you come over to support the show today? Jiang Tiancheng tapped his cigar against the edge of the table and laughed. Leon Cohen, B is my beloved one anyways. Even if I'm not the leader of Hung Hing anymore, it's only right that I come over to seek justice for him. Leon Cohen rolled his eyes. As long as you're happy. Then moved around and headed towards the main seat in the tea room. As soon as he took his seat, Leon Cohen sneered and spoke directly. Thanks to the love of all the brothers of Hung Hing, I had sworn by the light of the lamp that I would avenge the death of my Hung Hing clan's big brother B. This time I don't want to bring Hung Hing and Wu Lianshang to create any suspicion. I only ask you one sentence. Hand over the person or not? Between words, Leon Cohen had already picked up the teapot and poured a cup of hot tea for Blow Chicken, who was sitting across from him. Blow Chicken drooped his eyelids and looked at the cup of steaming tea placed in front of him, and he knew in his heart that this cup of tea could not go to drink today no matter what. Drink up, and there's no place for him in Woozing anymore. Pretty Quinn, what about the matter between Ho Yu Chung and Big Brother B? I advise you to get it right. The two of them are purely personal, and Big Brother B had dark flowers on me and the United Saints back in the day. Besides, we've never stepped on a Causeway Bay venue with our men, so you're going to ask us to hand them over? Leon Cohen snorted. Reasoning is done. Now it's time to say something practical. So you and Unison, you're not going to deliver? There is categorically no rule of handing people over with Unison. Blow Chicken hardened once in a while, looked at Pretty Gone, and uttered these words through gritted teeth. Bravo, Blow the Chicken. Well said. Skewer Explosion clapped his hands together, for a moment startling the beatniks holding up the ring behind both parties. The two sides have a great crossbow situation. Good, and the beautiful Cohen also enough restraint. First stopped the commotion on the side of Hung Hing. His goal was only to take Ho Yu Tsung to pave his own way, and he would never want to cross paths with the whole of Wasing for that. He Yaozong had waited on the sidelines for a long time, and at this point, he had long run out of patience. He first beckoned toward the crow flies behind him, which came over at once. Uffley, got enough guts? Stop it you. It's ready. Uffley covered a machete under his jacket and just felt a heart about to jump out of his throat. Good. The chance to make a name for yourself in a little while is right in front of you, so take advantage of it yourself. The crowfly looked up sorrowfully at Leon Cohen, who was still talking numbers with the blowing chicken, and gritted his teeth. I look at his arrogant face and I want to go up and stab him twice right now. Don't be so impulsive first. I can't protect you if you go up and cut someone now. He Yaozong smiled and patted Uffley's arm. Uffley nodded once, then tugged his jacket tighter, not moving as he leaned toward the two faucets. Picking up a tape recorder, he Yaozong got up straight away. Pretty Quinn, after all is said and done, I don't even know what the hell you mean. Trying to kill me to avenge Big Brother B? When did you and Big Brother B get so close? Just when Leon Cohen was still fighting with Blow Chicken. He Yaozong's middle heavy voice resounded through the room. Everyone looked over in unison, especially Jiang Tiancheng. A mouthful of cigar smoke puffed out. Looking at Leon Cohen's eyes have been more than a touch of determination. Today, no matter what, we have to solve this heartache. Leon Cohen froze, and immediately stood up with a slap on the table. He Yaozong, do you have a say here? Whether or not I have a say in the matter, you will all know as soon as you hear it. He Yaozong didn't bother to talk nonsense with Leon Cohen, and directly pressed down the play switch of the recorder. And the next section of a gloomy and humid recording came out from the inside. In the past 2 years, Big Brother B has lost tens of millions of dollars to me. You don't even know how happy I am at the thought that he's going to die soon. Hey, before 7 tonight, I'll ask Big Brother B to come to this side of Mongkok, and this time, I can't let him go back to Causeway Bay by any means. As a recording is played, Leon Cohen's face looks more and more ugly. He hadn't thought that this guy was setting himself up from the very beginning. Not only had he recorded the conversation between Jiang Tiancheng and Big Brother B, but also the conversation between the two of them. What's even more shameless is that the recording in this guy's hand pinches the end, leaving only his own recording, and all those conversations he had with himself are cut out. He Yaozong, you dare to shade me? Leon Cohen became furious and grabbed the teapot and smashed it towards He Yaozong's side. He Yaozong early defense, dodged to avoid, but turned off the tape recorder, smiled at the beautiful Cohen Road. Quinn, when you say I'm shady, you're admitting that all these recordings are true? You, Leon Cohen was momentarily speechless. He He was able to oust Jiang Tiansheng with the recording in Ho Yucheng's hands, so he can't easily veto the authenticity of the recording. By the same token, recordings can make hamstringing Jiang Tiansheng equally difficult for one to make head or tail of. But Liang Kuan understood that now. No matter what, he had to vehemently deny the authenticity of this recording. It was only that He Yaozong took advantage of his confused mind to speak again. In front of all the bigwigs of the two societies today, I might as well make it clear, I didn't kill Big Brother B. It was Liang Kuan, this pouncer, who knew that Big Brother B and I had a grudge against each other, and excused himself to start a fight with me, lured Big Brother B over, and then killed Big Brother B, and framed me for the crime. Lynch. He Yaozong naturally refused to give Liang Kuan a chance to defend himself. He threw the tape recorder in his hand to a horseman behind him, and then made a pained look. Originally before the beautiful Kuan and I said a few good, as long as I can help him take this black pot, Mongkok of those territories will be given to me. And he said something about everyone having a grudge against B and working together to eradicate this scourge. It's a good thing I kept my eyes open in the first place. Quinn, you didn't think I'd be recording either, did you? Out and out damned. Ho Yucheng, how dare you spit blood here? I see that you and Lin Sheng have no intention of talking either. Why don't we chop you to death here today and behead you, just in time to pay homage to ABS spirit? It was not easy for Liang Kuan to clear his thoughts. He knew that even if he pulled He Yaozong along with him to blow himself up now, it would not help. He was a member of the Hung Hing clan, and the consequences he would have to bear for plotting against his fellow disciples to be uncovered were far more serious than those of Ho Yucheng. The other side, Chun Yao and Lian Shang, went to bail. What about him? Jiang Tianqing doesn't take this opportunity to just take his own life? So he was prepared to fish in troubled waters and simply take the opportunity to finish off He Yaozong, and when the time came to die, this was his only way to live. What are you waiting for? Go up and chop him to death. Liang Kuan's eyes were red, and he turned his head towards a group of Hung Hing's beatniks and shouted angrily. Just when this group of Hung Hing boys drew out their guys and were ready to make a move, they heard Jiang Tiansheng slamming the table. Stop it all. I'll see which one dares to move. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack and uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. The name of a man is the shadow of a tree. Even if Jiang Tiansheng gives up the position of the leader, his prestige in the hearts of a group of Hung Hing boys is not comparable to that of Liang Kuan. A group of beatniks stopped their movements, first looking at Liang Kuan, then looking at Jiang Tiansheng who was full of aura, and finally did not dare to make a move. Liang Kuan was dumbfounded. He frowned at Jiang Tiansheng and realized that the hold-fit people sitting at his table were all looking at themselves with the gaze of looking at idiots. Quan, you dare to murder your fellow disciples? How dare you swear to avenge B's death? I think you can take revenge if you want to. Why don't you just finish it yourself and save everyone a hard time? As Jiang Tiansheng opened his mouth with these words, Liang Kuan was directly dumbfounded. Often, man is only willing to believe what he wants to believe as truth. With Jiang Tiansheng's belief in that recording, Big Brother B is not the one Liang Kuan took out today. Sang, what are you babbling about? Liang Kuan had already clenched his teeth. He was thinking whether he should simply make things bigger. Directly Jiang Tiansheng those materials also shake out forget. Jiang Tiansheng's corner of the eye fell on He Yaozong, signaling He Yaozong not to procrastinate. It was time to silence him. However, when he saw He Yaozong nodding slightly towards himself, Jiang Tiansheng just said in a cold voice, who in Hung Hing doesn't know that you and B don't get along? Now the hard evidence is overwhelming. Do you still want to deny it? Pouncer, you want to embarrass me? Good. Today I will tell you the cause and effect. Before I pussed, just as Pretty Kuan turned around, ready to rant about how Big Brother B and he, Jiang Tiansheng, were plotting to eradicate themselves, Wu Fei had already grabbed a knife and stepped forward. Subsequently, in a group of shocked eyes, grabbed the Pretty Kuan's hair. Directly a knife fended off the Pretty Kuan's back. 1 cut, 2 cuts, 3 cuts. It wasn't until he nearly zapped Pretty Gon into a sieve that Uffley lifted his foot and kicked Pretty Gon to the ground. Hey, Ayo, is this your guy? Blow Chicken was horrified. At the moment, the matter of Hung Hing's death of a holding fit person has not yet been settled. If this is in public, and Lian Shang cut Hung Hing's dragon head to death, then he really does not know how to end it. He Yaozong just stood in place with his hands behind his back and twisted his head to look at Blow Chicken. Awa then brought a cadre of Wasing swordsmen forward, directly protecting He Yaozong's surroundings. But I saw Ho Yucheng said in a solemn voice, is this kind of scumbag who was a traitor and colludes with outsiders to murder his fellow disciples qualified to be the leader of Hung Hing? Mr. Shang, don't blame me for not giving Hung Hing a chance to clean up his mess. This guy has betrayed his trust and bullied me too much, and want me to take the blame, and want to step on my head to sit in the leading position. I really can't swallow this breath. I hope Mr. John will bear with me. Jiang Tiansheng was silent, but he knew to continue to cooperate with He Yaozong to keep this double act going. He clapped his hands, and behind the crowd, there were instantly Constantly Han Bin's ponies pushing and shoving individuals out. Fixed eyes. This person is the head of the beautiful Koan horse stupid strong. Silly Chang face pale, looking at the ground Liang Koan that body is still gurgling blood. Almost feet cannot stand. Zhang Tianchang got up, walked over to Silly Chang, and patted him on the shoulder. Silly John, don't be afraid. Tell us, did B kill Liang Koan or not? Pretty Quinn is right. Biggie B was killed by Pretty Gon. The night before last, he dragged Chun Haonan and the others back, then told me personally to arrange for someone to go and wait over at the Star Hyatt Poro Hall. Just wait for Big B to come along and swarm him and drag him to the open sea to feed the fish. Liang Kuan even told me more than once that he had long wanted to kill Big Brother B's entire family. Silly Chang's mind snapped awake, following Han Bin's horseman's previous explanation, adding to the description of the non-existent facts. Zhang Tianxing was very relieved to hear that. He then straightened his face and looked around at the people present. At this moment, his aura was in full swing, just like he was already the faction of the leader of Hung Hing. Ladies and uncles of Lian Shang, disciples of Hung Hing and Lian Shang, as the saying goes, family scandal should not be publicized. What about here today? Although Hong Xing has made a big joke and delayed everyone's time, he also hopes that everyone is here to be a witness. After saying that, Zhang Tianxing turned around, slowly paced to Blow Chicken, pulled open the chair that Liang Koan had just sat on, and sat down. He also looked at Blow Chicken and opened his mouth. Liang Koan deceived his teacher and destroyed his ancestors, mutilated his fellow disciples. Heaven's anger and people's resentment. Everyone will be punished. I, Zhang Tianshang, have absolutely no complaints when he and Lian Shang carry out the family law on behalf of me. Hung Hing. In the future, Hung Hing and Lian Shang will still be well-watered brothers. Blow Chicken. I don't know what you think. A stone in Blow Chicken's heart finally fell to the ground. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and spoke with relief. Mr. Zhang has a point. Don't let this matter hurt the peace between the two societies. We in unison believe in peace and harmony. Zhang Tiansheng smiled and nodded, then glanced at Liang Kuan's corpse lying on the floor of the tea house to make sure he was already dead, and then looked at He Yaozong. Moistening his voice, Zhang Tiansheng spoke again. Ah, you used to be a Hung Hing disciple. If you can't be accommodated on the side of Wasing, I, Zhang Tiansheng, welcome you back anytime. I Jiang born to distinguish between grudges and grudges. Your kind of ability, mind awake afterbirth, I am very good to see. This time you can clean up for Hung Hing. I also give you a chance. I'll keep the territory of Mongkok for you, and if you want to come back, subsequently, you can ventilate with me. When these words came out, the whole audience was shocked. On the contrary, He Yaozong's eyelids flickered, instantly understanding Zhang Tianxing's meaning. This was just Zhang Tianxing's way of showing his appreciation for helping him gain a foothold in Wu Lianshang and selling himself a favor. If he really went along with Zhang Tianxing's wish to go back to Hung Hing, then he would not be a good person inside or outside. More importantly, Zhang Tianxing is collecting power. In the past, Zhang Tianxing divided the 12 Hung Hing halls in order to consolidate his position. Ma Wangjian of Chaiwan was hacked to death, and the territory over there was recovered by Zhang Tianxing, and so far he has not registered any new holders of the fit. Obviously, Liang Kuan is dead, and he is not going to register a new holder for the Mongkok Hall nowadays. It is just a good idea to do yourself a favor, but also to block the mouth of the other people of Hung Hing. This person is very resourceful. How can Liang Kuan be his opponent? Thanks a lot, Mr. Shang. I'm in Wu Lianshang now, so I don't know how much fun I'm having. I only hope that Hung Hing won't rehash my old scores in the future, and we can all live in peace. Ho Yut-sung followed suit, and a sigh of relief went through the arena, but it was String Explosion who reacted quickly enough. He had risen with a smile on his face and strided over to He Yaozong. Alright, since it's a misunderstanding, it's time to disperse, each to his own home, and all will be happy. Shek Gap May Estate, in the tenement building where Fat Tang lives. The gramophone in the room was playing an old record, and Fat Tang sat on the couch, narrowing his eyes slightly as he asked in a cold voice toward the string of explosions across the room. Today Lianshang put out such a big show to go to Mongkok to help stand up for Ho Yucheng. Ah Lok even pulled out half the men of the Tong. And you were the one who told them that they were not allowed to ask Ho Yut-sung for a piece of land? Skewerblast held the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose and sat down in the wooden chair across from Fatty Dunn, stretching his leg out in the process to move the shaggy dog sprawled underneath the chair. Brother, why? The turf was made by someone else. Ho Yucheng, with one punch and one kick. Today Mongkok side also did not fight. If pull class people over to support the scene can be divided into other people's territory, then later is not. Are you senile? You're crazy. Fatty Dang snapped his eyes open, and without waiting for String Burst to finish his sentence, he said in a single word, "A single branch is not spring. There should be a balance between the halls. Let Ho Yu Chung have a monopoly in the Yao Tsim district. How will Fire Ox and Alak and the others do their work in the future?" Coldly disliked by Fatty Dang, String Explosion Heart cannot help but flood a trace of fire. "Brother, why? You didn't go over there today. There are some things you don't know. I can tell you right now. Today, the leader of Hung Hing, Mr. Chang Tinsang, said that if Ho Yu Chung is willing, he can go back at any time and leave the Mongkok territory to him to take care of. Do you really want to see such a sharp young man forced away from us again? Don't you forget how Tsim Shatsui was lost back then, and how Ax Jun went through the gears." End of chapter. Chapter 71, Attack of the Century King of Thieves. April 6, 2025. There are only wrong names, not wrong nicknames. Crosstalk Explosion, this person is his name. The Ho and Lien Shang, only he dared to reveal this kind of short in front of Fatty Dang. Fatty Dang was first stunned, and then actually did not move in anger in a rare way. Instead, he slowed down his tone and replied towards String Burst, "Skewer Blast. When I lost Shinshatsui's turf back then, I keep it in my heart to this day. We've all been old buddies for decades, and since you're revisiting this matter today, I'm all for mentioning it more to you," said Fat Dang, looking up slightly as if in deep thought. "To think that when I got the dragon head baton back in the day, it was such a splendor. A big banquet was held in Yamati, with dragon and lion dances, and even the 4 great detectives came to pay their respects. At the time, I was ambitious and bent on making something of myself with the club." Skewer Blast also moved by, "Know you have a society in mind, but this is the time, the other time as well." Fatty Tang just waved his hand. "You don't need to say. When you were in Kuntong, you don't know that this side of the Yao Tsim district is fighting a fierce battle between the dragons and the tigers, and the fight is so fierce. Fire Ox in Yamati, 3 days to 2 days surrounded by other characters to beat. A month to the end of the day cannot even come up with the cost of medicine. When Big Brother Quan was still just a snakehead who borrowed a pier to run a boat on this side of the Yao Tsim district, he was later beaten up and dragged his family to Taipa. Thousands of brothers in Yao Tsimong are counting on knocking down Tsim Shasui to have a meal. You're also an uncle who has been a talker. Do you believe that when I didn't let Ax Jun hand over the land out? How do you expect me to explain it to them?" String Burst couldn't help but be a little ashamed by what was said. One thing is for sure, the 2 years that Fatty Dang was in power were really the time when Wasing was changing rapidly and gradually emerging. This is also the reason that for so many years, Fatty Dang has always been able to sit steadily in the first chair of the Senate, and no one underneath him to sing against him. But what needs to be said, String Bomb, still needs to be said. Brother Wei, times have changed. When there are sharp postulants in the parish, we should hold them up and support them. A good bird chooses a tree nest in a tree. Since Hung Hing's side has put out this statement, I do not think you would like to see Ho Yu Chung really overshooting his stall. Being a fine man is to knock, but push them too far. The young people are on fire and really go off, and then it's too late to regret it. Fat Dang's pair of eyes darted around a few times, and even if he didn't want to admit it, he had to accept the fact that he didn't want to see another slugger go through the gears. In less than a month's time, Ho Yu Chung consecutively knocked down Temple Street, Kowloon Walled City and several pieces of Feng Shui land in Mongkok. If he really went to Hung Hing with his turf, he would be the one to be laughed at. No doubt it would be him, Fat Tang. It was hard enough to have such a stain on his life as Ax Jun. After further deliberation, Fatty Dang made a rare concession. String Bomb, according to you, what the hell am I supposed to do? Wei, you're letting me make up my mind. Ha, or what? Well then, I'll have something to say. You must be rewarded for your merits and punished for your mistakes. Lung Can, over the years, the Sham Shuepa handed over to the official Chai-san that Pouncer to take care of. This meal powder, abusive gambling, has long been a waste of money. It's just as well for him to vacate his position and let Ho Yu Chung take over and forget about it. The corners of Fat Dang's mouth twitched, jumping from a blue lantern to zoning talker in less than a month. Don't you think that's a little ridiculous? What's so ridiculous? Back then, when Ax Jun went over the file to New Key, didn't the New Key side just give him a second road marshal? Fat Dang's face sank, and Skewer Burst realized that he had said the wrong thing and hurriedly explained. I don't mean to expose you, but that's just the way it is. Whoever has the ability, whoever sits in that position, just like how my uncles and fathers have obeyed you, Brother Wei, for so many years, that's how it works. Fat Dang shook his head. No, if we make him the divisional leader now, I guarantee he'll be the next Big D again. In that case, I will find an opportunity to ask Officer Sam to give up his position first, and then I will greet Lung Can, which is also tantamount to telling Ho Yu Chung that the position of the divisional spokesman is reserved for him. When the time is right, then let him take the position. Skewer Burst sniffed and couldn't help but secretly despise it in his heart. This is Fat Dang's usual means of pulling the strings, drawing a pie for you first, and then taking that pie out when the very time comes that you are needed to to do something. When you've done what he's told you to do, then you'll hand over this pie that's rightfully yours. And then you'll have to be grateful to him. Thinking that, Skewerburst concurred. That's excellent advice. Will, before it's too late, I'll say hello to Blow Chicken and tell him to go whisk Officer Sam into retirement. No, Fatty Dangboked, in this matter, I will personally go out and do it. In the middle of the day, Yaozong had eaten his lunch and was about to return to his residence for a short lunch break. Kay found him just this side of the Clock Hotel. I made a run over to Central this morning. Counselor Chen asked me to let you know that there are some materials that I need to trouble you to pick up in person. The border crossing procedures on the mainland side are very troublesome to deal with, and he wants to explain some matters to you face to face. Yaozong nodded. Did Lawyer Chen say how soon he would be available? It's 1:30 p.m. He said he'd be over at the lawyer's office at that point, taking care of a few things, and could make some time to meet you. Looking at the time, it was now 12:50. Yaozong nodded towards Kay. I know. Remember to talk to Blind FAI? I bought him a watch and put it in the office of Hatai Tea House. You'll have him pick it up in a minute. I'll have a good word with the people at Find You. Shall we? Quickly waved her hand. Brother Yao, thanks to you for rewarding us with a meal. Your kindness to Blind FAI and I is like a new creation. How can we be so kind as to ask for more of your things? Yaozong glanced at Xiao Hui, then laughed. Talkative. Go and do as you're told. Go out and take the door with you. I'm going to change my clothes and get ready to go over to Central. At around 2:20, Yaozong arrived at Chen Tiany's law office. After explaining his intentions to the receptionist lady, he learned that Chen Tiany was chatting about something with a client in the parlor at the moment. Yaozong didn't say anything more and just sat outside the parlor, waiting for Chen Tiany to come out. About 5 minutes later, a hearty laugh erupted from the parlor and the door swung open. A man with a three-quarter gangly face and sly eyebrows walked out from inside. Ha 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 ha, Lawyer Chen, you're a genius. Not only was he able to win my exoneration case, but he also got the police force to pay me $8 million. This favor of yours, I, Zhang Shihao, am truly unforgettable. Next time there is an opportunity to cooperate, I will definitely come back to you. Hearing the name Zhang Shihao, Yaozong couldn't help but frown, and his gaze couldn't help but be placed on the man's body. Chen Tiany followed suit and came out of the parlor, shaking hands with Zhang Shihao. Mr. Zhang, you have lost so many years of youth for nothing. It is reasonable to ask for an $8 million compensation. As a senior attorney, I would love to work with a brash client like you again, but as your friend, I would advise you that frequent dealings with lawyers do not bode well. Yeah, of course, Zhang Shihao said and shook Chen Tiany's hand once again, then said goodbye and walked towards the elevator entrance with a big smile. It was only then that Chen Tiany saw Yaozong sitting across from him, and immediately changed into a smiling face. Mr. Sorry to keep you waiting. Let's go inside and talk slowly. Entering the parlor, Yaozong spoke up while Chen Tiany was rummaging through the materials. Lawyer Chen, that guest of yours just now, his name seems a bit familiar. If it sounds familiar, 4 years ago, there was a big robbery of a money truck over at Hanging Neck Ridge, and the main suspect locked up by the police at that time was him. Earlier this year, I was commissioned by his wife to help him with an exoneration lawsuit. At first, the major media on Hong Kong Island reported it with great fanfare, but I still resisted the pressure and helped him win the case. Chen Tiany seemed to be very smug about being able to win the lawsuit, and couldn't help but chat more with Yaozong while picking up the information. These errand boys on Hong Kong Island were out of luck when they ran into a litigant like Chen Tiany. Now Yaozong was certain that the one who had just gone out from the parlor was Hong Kong Island's thief king of the century, Zhang Shihao. Only this guy is still not fully enlightened, before always doing some looting, until the police caught, thrown into the bitter kiln for a few years to further training before being enlightened. Later on, he started the oldest business, specializing in picking some rich tycoons on Hong Kong Island to kidnap them, which is also considered to be the ultimate in this business of thievery. Getting back to the point, Yaozong took the materials handed over by Chen Tiany and scanned them for a few moments. Then he asked in puzzlement, Counselor Chen, those people I entrusted you to handle the border crossing procedures point to the fact that the vetting is so strict, and it is necessary to pretend to be someone else from the mainland, just because of their former military status? That's right. Chen Tiany sat down, then crossed his fingers on the table and said somewhat seriously, Mr. Ho, there are some things I can explain to you behind closed doors, but out of this door, I don't recognize any of it. Lawyer Chen has nothing to say. Moistening his voice, Chen Tiany opened his mouth to speak. It has been almost a century since Hong Kong Island was allocated to the British as a lease. Since the release of the joint declaration, the day for the Brits to get the hell out of Hong Kong has officially been put on process. They are not willing to abandon Hong Kong Island, and are now scrambling to subconsciously cultivate certain ideologies on Hong Kong Island. Yaozong nodded his head in deep thought. It seems that people who are highly learned still have their own unique insights when it comes to looking at problems. The Ghostbusters want to sow the seeds of trouble on Hong Kong Island. Wang Jianjun's gang has been tested by blood and fire over there on the mainland, and regardless of their beliefs, the Ghostbusters will not dare to let this kind of people enter the ground on Hong Kong Island after all. The ideological high ground is never occupied by the enemy unless you occupy it. Without bothering to continue debating the issue with Chen Tianyi, He Yaozong simply put away the materials. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack and uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. I'll take care of these things as soon as possible. Counselor Chen, please, no trouble, when I'm free, Mr. He can come over and have tea with me. Chen Tianyi smiled faintly, apparently telling He Yaozong that he didn't have much time right now. He Yaozong didn't say much, picked up the materials, said goodbye to Chen Tianyi, and left the law firm. At this time, in a video hall on Wong Chuk Street, Sham Shui Pa, Officer Sam had just finished chasing a tube here in the morning, and was less slowed down at this point. Feeling hungry in his belly, was cradling a plate-head meal, sitting on a scrap of cardboard in the back room of the video theater, chowing down on his meal. This is a good body that even the king of hell would have to praise when he sees it. After so many years of eating powder, it is rare to see an appetite that is still so good in the whole of Hong Kong Island. Jimmy Boy walked into the video room, waved down a group of fine men who were about to greet him, and then caught a stud who was about to go change his movie. Where's Sam? Has he been here today? Brother Jimmy, Brother Sam is inside eating. Okay, go about your business. Brushing aside this fine man, Jimmy Boy then lifted the curtain of the rear alcove and strutted inside. Maury, under the dimly lit staircase, Officer Chison sat cross-legged on the floor, a pair of eyes as glowing as a mouse. When he saw Jimmy Boy come in, he swallowed his mouthful of food with difficulty again and choked his neck. Jimmy, just in time, go get me a Coke. It's choking me. Jimmy Boy, helpless, yelled outside to send in a bottle of Coke, then leaned over and picked up the dish of head rice in Officer Sam's hand. Seeing that the meal inside was just a few pieces of marinated tofu, Jimmy Boy couldn't help but shake his head. Brother Sam, didn't I just give you $2,000 the day before yesterday and spend it all? Officer Chison was a little uncomfortable, rubbing his nose and turning his head to the side. If you lose, LYR should be disbanded as a team. I've booted them 3 times this year, and not once have they stood up, said Officer Zai-sen as he braced himself and staggered to his feet. Jimmy, you lend me another $10,000. I've seen a horse, and I'm going to bet on it before 4 p.m. I'm sure I'll win. Sam, stop gambling. Jimmy Boy, helpless, dropped the lunchbox in his hand. At that moment, a young man brought in a Coke, opened the bottle. Jimmy Boy inserted the habit for him, and handed the Coke to Officer Sam. The speaker said, "It doesn't matter if you say you can't quit eating powder, as long as you're not afraid to get yourself high. Just take your money from me. But gambling is a bottomless pit. Those billions of dollars of wealth of the rich cannot be suffered. You 3 days to go gambling like this. How much money is not enough for you to lose?" Officer Chison, however, seemed to be bewitched. Jimmy, this time I'm really seeing things right. 7 will win. For sure. Seeing Officer Sam's oil and salt, Jimmy Boy could only let out a long sigh. Brother Sam, let's not talk about the horse race. You're coming back with me. Someone's looking for you. Who? Uncle Tang. Upon hearing the 2 words Uncle Tang, Officer Chison couldn't help but wince. The fervor in his heart for betting on the horses faded, and he picked up his Coke and took a swig before shivering and nodding at Jimmy Boy. Okay, this is going to meet him. Inside Jimmy Boy's office in an A-goods factory adjacent to Lai Chi Coke, when he saw Jimmy Boy enter with Officer Sam, Fatty Dang changed his posture from sitting upright with a big belly and stood up from his chair. Officer Sam, pining again. Seeing Fatty Dang open his mouth to call himself, Officer Chison didn't even have the courage to meet his eyes, just drooped his head and snapped his head towards Fat Dun. Uncle Tang, what's calling me? Sit down and talk. Greeting Officer Sam as he took a seat indoors. Jimmy Boy was just about to head out the door to make room for the 2 to talk when he was stopped by a bite from Fatty Dun. Jimmy Boy, you sit too. Jimmy Boy was stunned, then smiled back and followed Officer Sam to sit on the couch next to him. Fat Dang, however, leaned on his crutches and sat down next to them as well. Officer Chisum, how long have you been sitting in the position of Sham Shui Po's talking head? Being asked by Fatty Dang, Officer Zaizen, however, realized that he couldn't remember much for a while. Just as he wiggled his fingers, ready to reminisce, Fat Dang pressed his palm. Cold words, you don't have to forget. I am old, but I remember more clearly than you, a fan who eats powder. It's been 7 years and 6 months since your big brother Lonergan retired. Hearing Fatty Dang's words, Jimmy Boy also roughly guessed what Fatty Dang might be about to say. He looked at Officer Boysen with a complicated expression, and finally sighed helplessly and just buried his head down. Fat Dang spoke again. 7 years and 6 months. and I don't even know what you have accomplished for Sham Shuepa. Last month, when Big Brother Quan came back from the mainland and invited me to Taipa for tea, he asked me about you and one of his subordinates asked me who Sam Kun was. Sometimes I can't figure out what difference it makes if you're a divisional leader or not. Officer Chison only felt a hot sting on his face. All these years, although he knew that he was a waste of time, but the truth was openly broken. Bloody in front of him, he still could not accept it openly. Uncle Deng, what are you? You can't even speak well. I think you might as well retire. It's better to be a man than to get in the way of others. And your early retirement will also give these fine men below a little chance to get ahead. Seeing Fatty Deng belittling himself so much, Officer Chison didn't know where he got the courage to raise his head violently. Uncle Dun, is this what my big brother wants? It's me. Fat Deng did not give the official son of Sin mercy. Woods opened his mouth and said, "You have the face to mention your big brother? Nowadays, outsiders only know that Long Gun has two good horses. One is Jimmy Boy and the other is Ho Yu Chun. No one even cares about which broken temple you, Officer Sam, are worshipping the Bodhisattva. Long Jen gives you some face, always keeping you a mouthful of food. I think you should also think about the hall, and retire yourself. It also looks decent. For people like Kun Chai Sum, as long as he still wants to make a living by relying on the signboard of Wasing, the words of Fatty Deng are the holy decree that cannot be disobeyed. Fatty Deng has spoken his words to this point. Unless Officer Sam is knocked out of his mind, he will no longer have a reason to jibe." Jimmy Boy wrapped his arm around Officer Sam's shoulder, knowing he should give the scrappy big man a little relief now. "Brother Sam, why don't you just retire? In the future, with me and Sham Shui Pa, there will always be food for you." Moving his eyes from side to side, Officer Zizan looked a little nervous. He looked over to Fat Dun and nodded shiveringly. "Okay, Uncle Dun, let me back can. It's just that I want to know who's taking my shift. Is it Jimmy Boy? It's not your turn to give your opinion on this society's discretion." Fatty Deng snorted coldly. In his opinion, this scum was really eating powder to eat his brain. Zhong dared to take a tone in front of himself. His heart is not at all B-number. End of chapter. Chapter 72, Kun Chaisum, I need to eat too. I need to retire too. April 6, 2025. After coming out from this side of the factory, Officer Chai Sen's entire body looked like his soul had been drained. Fat Deng gave him an ultimatum to go and straighten things out with Lonergan today. Move out of the way and wait for the society to enroll a new divisional speaker. Mori? Jimmy Boy pulled up to Officer Sam and prodded him twice before Officer Sam responded. He then pulled open the car door and sat in the back seat. Starting the vehicle, while holding it, Jimmy Boy was giving Officer Sam a thought process. "Brother Sam, it's not just that you're not a sub-district leader anymore. Anyway, you didn't have the books before, and you didn't have the seabed registers either. It's only a name that's missing. You're still Grandpa's protege, my big brother, so there's no need to hang your head so low." Officer Sam curled up and pressed himself against the corner of the back seat of the car, shaking his head. "Jimmy, you don't understand. I'm in a state of limbo and have literally nothing left but the name of this divisional talker. In the past, even though I didn't care about anything, the stalls used to pay me their shares every month. But now that the association has taken away that title, who else is willing to sell me face? A rotten man like me. If Gong looks at me favorably, I may still be able to survive for a few more years. If Gong doesn't remember the old days, I'm not even as good as a wild dog by the side of the road." He's quite self-aware. Jimmy Boy didn't know what to say for the best, but he just had to keep cracking on. "What about people like me, who are hell-bent on staying away from such vapid names as societies? I sometimes wonder if the society could keep my business if I could keep my name off the society's seabed book and pay the society on time every month." As it turned out, Grandpa told me that no one could guarantee that I would be on the same page as the society until my name was on the bottom of the sea book. Sometimes I envy you. You don't have to care about anything, and now you're in the clear. Perhaps thinking he was getting ahead of himself, Jimmy Boy glanced at Officer Sam in the rearview mirror, then smiled awkwardly. "Don't worry, Brother Sam, I still say, if I'm around, you'll have a bite to eat." About 10 minutes after the rendezvous, Jimmy Boy drove Officer Sam to Lonergan's place. At this time, Lunkin intends to go to the Kuntong side to find Skewer Explosion and discuss the opening of the Kowloonwald City gambling stalls. Just as he was going out, he ran into the two men, Officer Sam and Jimmy Boy, who were as bereft as ever. What? Officer Chison had followed Long Route for more than 10 years, and this guy would basically not come to himself on a regular basis. Once you come to yourself, it's not going to be good. Right now, seeing this frosty eggplant look of him, Long Jen suddenly felt that his heart came to be angry. "Big brother, just now Uncle Tang came to find me." Officer Chison hung his head, somewhat unsure of how to speak. "Done well looking for you? What could he possibly want with you?" Seeing that Officer Boy Sam did not open his mouth to answer, Lunkin immediately asked Jimmy Boy who was on the side. "Jimmy, get this straight. Dunaway point solved. Will go for this scrap? In the past, Longen called Officer Zeisen. Also a mouthful of scraps. Just don't know why. Today, this sound of scrapping fell into the ears of Officer Chisen. It seemed particularly harsh. Jimmy Boy frowned, but had no choice but to answer truthfully in the face of Lonergan's cross-examination. This time Uncle Tang came to me and asked me to find Brother Sam to go back. He told Sam to hand over the Shamshuipo holdout position, and then the association will register a new holdout at that time. Lonergan was first stunned, then couldn't help but curse, pouncing. Who does our Shamshuipa choose as holders? And he, Dunwell, is going to be in charge? Not dang bo words. Let Uncle you go to identify a new candidate, then reported to the society. The time is ripe. Open incense hall to register a new sub-district talker. Oh hoo! Longroot's face immediately eased up, and there was even a hint of joy in his heart. To be honest, Officer Chisen, the scum of the earth, he'd wanted to jack off for a long time. It was rare that Fatty Dang was so obedient this time and helped him to be the villain. As for who this new divisional talker was going to be, Lonergan just had an answer in his mind. It is thought that Jiang Tianqing put words in Mongkok. Recruiting He Yaozong over the file played a deterrent effect, forcing the Fat Dang had to seriously consider. Personally stepped forward to sell a personal favor. However, in front of Officer Zeisen, Longen wasn't in a position to show too much joy. He feigned helplessness, desperately trying to stop his laughter, and put a hand on Officer Boysen's shoulder. Officer Sam, you've been with me for so many years as well. To be honest, if you hadn't given up on yourself, the position of Shamshuipa would have been reserved for you from the beginning. And don't you blame Dunwell, blame only yourself. In Shamshuipa, you will continue to work as usual, and the venues that you have been given to take care of will still be under your control. The horsemen who have worshipped your door will still call you Big Brother. It doesn't matter if there's a divisional leader in the title. Seeing that Longroot was coming down the steps, it was hard to hide a hint of despondency that flashed in Officer Zeisen's eyes. However, it was not good to say anything more, just nodding towards Ryukin. This nod of the head knocked all the hard work out of him for the previous 10 years of his club career. It is difficult to walk one step wrong. Step wrong. Officer Zeisen at the moment only countless confusion and helplessness in his heart. It's just a shame that no one even cares. Sim Sha Sui, Xiaogang Ao's residence. Ho Yuchun came out for a breath of fresh air on rare occasions, and after coming back from the central side, he took the time to do a horse riding over here. He then called Xiao Gongao and made a special trip to his place to sit down. Mr. The family is rather strapped for cash, and there isn't much to prepare any tea. I hope you don't mind if I make you a cup of coffee. Next to the sofa, Xiaogang Ao carried a cup of coffee and handed it to He Yaozong. Receiving the coffee, He Yaozong took a shallow sip. Then he opened his mouth. Ao, Zhang Chongbang is dead. Does it make you feel a little more comfortable in your heart? Xiaogang Ao shook his head and said bluntly, it's hard for me to feel at ease for a day when the damned aren't dead through and through. Don't be in a hurry. The opportunity will come sooner or later. By the way, there's someone I need you to look into for me. Someone who might come in handy later. Who did Mr. Ho ask me to investigate? A man named Zhang Shihao. I don't know if you've heard of him. Seems like they were planning a robbery of a cash truck over at Hanging Neck Ridge earlier. Xiao Gongao couldn't help but snort. Mr. Ho, needless to say, the main suspect in the 717 robbery. When he came up with this case, I even went over to the East Kowloon Action Group to participate in a seminar. So you know your way around? Not really, but it won't be hard to find him. Mr. Ho, what do you want with him? Nothing, just wanted to get acquainted. This is the kind of goods that might come in handy for him later. He Yaozong casually snorted and covered up the matter. Back in Shamshuipa, when he came to the Watai tea house, there was another pile of account books waiting to be dealt with. During this period of time, there was no shortage of territory in his pocket, especially the Mongkok side. Several times under the banner of helping Wu Fei and Awa, they even took over quite a lot of territories of the King Yi Society and Liang Quan, together with those venues in Temple Street, and the Mongkok side strung together. It almost adds up to more than Lam Wylock's territory in Jordan. And he's not even worried about taking down so many fields that he can't find anyone to look at. He himself had borrowed troops 3 times, and the money in his hand was rolled over and over again. In order to stretch the cashback benefits to the maximum, the money spent is given to the highest specifications. This has caused many of the Sunset Society's best and brightest to be so excited that they run over to Awa's side every now and then to inquire if Zhong would like to accept them into the program. If you can't, it's okay to guard the meter in front of the field. After all, there is a generous top master in the top cover. Spread out all have face. So less than a week's time, the various venues are raising a strong army. Ho Yuchun dare to guarantee that now the major stalls in Shamshuipa integrated, and Suanwan's Big D are comparable. Ao, why can't you finish your accounts all day long? Just as Ho Yuchun held out a stack of ledgers from a drawer, Lungkin pushed his way in. Ho Yutsung got up and said hello, then sat down and looked down at Lungeon. Uncle, You seem to be in a good mood today, certainly in a good mood. Today you arranged for someone to behead the leader of Hung Hing. I, as the top master, don't know how much face I will have outside. He Yaozong couldn't help but let out a shallow laugh. Grandpa, does a commodity like Liankuan deserve to be called a dragon head? Worthy or not, he was always cut down at the head of the dragon. Hung Hing can't even do anything about you. What's more soothing to me is that Deng Wei has been quiet for once in all these years. Guess what he did today? What can Uncle Deng do with that body? Just drinking tea and reading the newspaper, going out to walk the dog. It's not like he's as valiant as you, Uncle. And at this age, he can even play with one dragon and two phoenixes. Bad boy. Don't you dare embarrass your big brother. Lonergan let out a laugh and cursed, then squared his shoulders. Well, I'm not going to tell you yay. Get down to business. Deng Wei jacked off Officer Sam from the position of divisional talker. Listen to him, is ready to find an opportunity to support you to the throne. I came here today to tell you that in the future, the thousands of brothers in Shamshuipo may have to rely on you for their mouths to feed, so you have to put up a good fight. Zhang Tiansheng did sell this favor far enough, only less than half a day. Let Fat Deng feel the sense of crisis. It seems that back then, he was able to smoothly hand over power from Jiangjin, or something. Then look at Fatty Dunn, who is likewise no lightweight. Straight away, he jacked off Officer Sam and left the position empty, just waiting for something to come up in the future, to sell himself for a price. Seeing that he Yaozong didn't feel the slightest bit surprised, but instead looked like he was taking things for granted. Long Gu couldn't help but feel bored. You've only been with WHS for less than a month and you're going to be a zoning talker. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack and uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. This is the first time ever in the history of Wagamama. Aren't you happy at all? Being a divisional control holder doesn't make me the governor of Hong Kong. What the hell is there to be happy about? He Yaozong shook his head, then asked towards Long Guan, Uncle, if I take Sam's place at the drop of a hat, Sam won't blame me, will he? Hearing He Yaozong ask about Officer Zaizen, Long Jin directly laughed in exasperation. Blame you? He deserves it too. I'll tell you what, Officer Sam, all these years, but wherever he can insert a flag in a horse pen outside, I don't bell in to abdicate. It's not like you don't know what kind of a character he is. He lives to wait for death to come. I'm not looking out for you. I'm looking out for the thousands of members on the Shamshui Pasibed book. I can see that Long Root is a bit hateful, and it is inevitable that he has some resentment towards Officer Boysen over the years. After saying those words, he slowed his breath and spat through clenched teeth. Jimmy won't take charge, and I'm always getting older. Let these disciples of Shamshui follow such a big shot. Sooner or later, they will not be able to find land to beg for food. He Yaozong, however, nodded his head alone. I don't want to create any animosity with Brother Sen, but I'll say the ugly words up front. Since Uncle is willing to leave the Tong to me to take care of it, the Tong will have to follow my rules from now on. Just be afraid of Sam. No need to give him face. Shamshuipo doesn't owe him anything. On the contrary, he is shameless. Usually have money to gamble, no money to eat powder. Even in the market to sell put small vegetables in the neighborhood. He has to go to grips. He's fallen into a lot of debt in Shamshuepa, and his face has been disgraced by him. Lunjin felt a lot of relief in his heart after a clip and fire. He then instructed Ho Yucheng to do a good job, and made an excuse to leave, ready to go to the new field over in Mongkok to wash up in a triple warmer. Portland Street North. This is the territory of Uncle Ben, the patriarch of Tung Sing. Inside a bar that has begun to party, Uncle Ben's henchman, the Emperor, is raising a glass to Uncle Ben's other confidant, Lei Yao Yang. The Emperor stroked his long, slightly curly hair and looked at Lei Yao Yang, who was sitting across from him with a disgusted look on his face, and asked in puzzlement, Hey Lei Yao Yang, point to solve every time you come to my venue. You always put on a bad face. Do I owe you money? Lei Yao Yang lowered his wineglass and glanced at the Emperor disdainfully. No, you're too loud for this bar. Pick, how can you call it a bar if it's not noisy? I don't believe you can open a bar in Wanchai without playing music. Lei Yao Yang turned his head away, a look of arrogance appearing on his face. You can ask around over in Wanchai. In the whole of Lockhart Road, only my bar plays Mozart. You're really something. Come out to hang out and learn what others do in art? The Emperor muttered, and whirled around to change the subject. Your business is booming enough in Wanchai. My last month's goods are still hoarding in the warehouse and you guys are already out of this month's goods. Hey, taking this much cargo over from our site every month. When are you going to take Brother Me over to Wanchai to make a living? Lei Yao Yang snorted. What? Following Uncle Ben to start work in Tuadi, and you still can't be fed? I don't have enough to eat. It's so crowded over here in the Yao Tsim district. It's not so bad with me, but with a big mic, there's a lot of leftovers every month. Watching you guys getting more and more prosperous in Wanchai, I'm really jealous. If you don't have enough to eat, you'll have to figure it out yourself. With so much feng shui land on this side of Kowloon, don't you know to go fight two families back? The emperor picked up the beer in front of him and instantly took a swig. Then he wiped his mouth and spoke. Pick, you think I don't want to? Everyone over here is fierce as hell. And it's very good that Big Mimi and I can hold on to Uncle Ben's acreage. Then go to Tsim Sha Sui. The Prince of Hunghing is not in Tsim Sha Sui. He called the prince you call the emperor. The son saw the old man, but not Arch to give you the territory to do? In the face of Lei Yao Yang's ridicule, the emperor was speechless for a moment. Blame it on the fact that he was too young when he started out, and he picked up this fancy name in his youthful exuberance, and has been made fun of. He still has a good idea of how much he weighs and whether he can go to Tsim Sha Sui to earn a living. Just as the emperor was embarrassed to the core, he suddenly saw a person walk into his bar, and his eyes were instantly drawn to the visitor. Lei Yao Yang also noticed the change in the emperor's expression. Hey, who's that guy? Here comes a scrapper. The emperor fished a cigarette out of his pocket and lit it, then rose. I'll go over and check it out. You drink slowly first. The visitor was none other than Officer Chai-sun, who entered the bar and first looked around for a while. Seeing the emperor walking towards him, Officer Zaizan greeted him with even quicker steps. Emperor, would it be convenient to have a word alone? In the face of Officer Chai-sun's inquiry, the emperor couldn't help but snicker. Officer Sam, what do I have to talk to you about? I remember you came to me last year, and the word was for me to do me the favor of releasing you all to go powder walking in my parish. Officer Chai-sun's words immediately called the emperor's interest. Sweeping back and forth, the emperor naturally put his hand on Officer Boysen's shoulder. Go inside and talk. The lounge behind the bar. The emperor to the official son on a small tube of powder. See the official son after the addiction. Open mouth asked. Well, there aren't many in the whole of Hong Kong Island that can get this kind of quality for boy except for us. Eastern Star. Throwing it to your parish for sale doesn't really give you a hard time, does it? Officer Chai-sun rubbed his nose and took a few deep breaths. Opening his mouth, he said, grab as many goods as you can and dump them all over to Sham Shuepa. I'll contact the venue for you, and according to the split you agreed to before, I'm going to take 20% of the profits. Seeing that Officer Chai-sun agreed so readily, the emperor felt a little surprised. What the hell? I said earlier that I wanted to sell goods to your side, and you pushed back, saying something like you guys have a rule with Unison that the parish that sells the powder can't pick the talker. At that time, I wondered, you're a terminally ill Taoist, do you actually have the heart to choose a talker? Officer Chai-sun continued to sniffle as he opened his mouth. It was different then. I was not looking out for myself, I was looking out for the parish. But it's different now. I'm not the zoning talker anymore. Hearing Officer Chai-sun talk about how he wasn't already a sub-district talker, the emperor immediately changed his face. Asterisk 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 you old mother. Not a zoning talker you come to me about, eh? Listen to what I have to say. Although I am no longer the spokesman of the sub-district, there is no new leader in Sham Shuepa either. Now I still have a little face in Sham Shuepa. You just take the goods and sell them there. Sell it for as long as you can. And anyway, you can't have less than my share of the cut. The emperor frowned. When you are no longer in charge, you dare to engage in such things. Officer Sam, aren't you afraid that Lunkin will take your skin? What can I do? I have to eat too, and I have to retire. I've also worked for the hall back in the day, so what's wrong with collecting some interest back? Quan Chai-sun answered with a strong word, and then saw the emperor pondering for a long time, and finally agreed with Quan Chai-sun at once. Good, I have a lot of goods in my hands. You go back to Sham Shuepa immediately to make arrangements. If you do it right, it'll be enough to rake in your coffin money in one vote. Officer Chai-sun got up in a hurry and extended his right hand to the emperor. Thanks a lot, son. The emperor only thought that Guan Zai-sun was trying to shake his hand, and just as he was about to extend his own right hand, he heard Guan Zai-sun speak again. Can I get another tube? It's been a stressful few days and I feel like that drop I just had wasn't enough to last me until tomorrow morning. End of chapter. Chapter 73. If something happens to him, many people will be buried with him. April 6, 2025. Since the last time he knifed Pretty Gone, Yu Fly has become instantly famous and red hot in the Oil Point district. Ho Yucheng divided the Mongkok and Temple Street side of the territory into 7 or 8, and left the venues in the new reclamation area and the Tong Lok Street side to the Crow Flies to take care of. On the Temple Street side, the fish and dragons are still in the hands of Awa, but the crowflies still like to run to the Temple Street side every 3 days. 9:30 p.m. Kimbara nightclub. After making his rounds on the Mongkok side, the crowflies came over here to have a drink with Awa as usual. At that moment Awa was in the nightclub's duty room, concentrating on peeling an apple. Wah! The door was kicked open with a clang by the crowfly, and Awa was so cold that the peel he was about to peel snapped off in response. Looking at the chipped peel, Awa couldn't help but get angry and grabbed the apple and threw it towards the crowfly. Dying. Just about to finish chipping the 8th one. When will you puffers learn to say hello first when you walk in the door? The crowfly steadily grabbed the apple Ava threw at him and put it to his mouth for a nibble. He couldn't help but ask as he walked over to the coffee table and looked at the apples that lay on the table, already peeled and slightly browned. Wah! What's the point of peeling so many apples when you're hiding inside for good reason? Ava stuck the fruit knife in her hand into an apple, then grabbed a paper towel and wiped her hands. This was taught to me by Target Boy, who told me that to be a knife fighter, the hand must be fast, and more importantly, steady. Peeling 8 apples a day. If I can peel each one until it's round and smooth, and when I've finished the last one, the first one peeled is still not browned, my knife skills are considered perfect. Uffley sat down on the couch and squeezed towards Ava, signaling him to make room for a block, spinning and clicking another bite. What's the point of learning such fine knife skills? There's no point in chopping people. There's more than enough skill to go around, and it's time to learn. By the way, what are you doing here so early tonight? The field has only been back for a few days. Don't you go and look at it. Aren't you afraid that something will happen? Uffley dropped the half-chewed apple in his hand into the trash can, wiped his hands on his body, and sighed. I came here this time to talk to you about something. These days, Officer Sam always brings quite a few people from the Shamshuepa stalls to Mong Kokside to pull business over. Once or twice was fine. The last few nights it was getting to be too much. A few times the bosses of the nightclubs over there have come to me, asking if the lookout fee is going to go up, or if they're not going to let the parish churn out business, and I don't know how to explain it to those bosses. Ava frowned and whirled around to reply. The official son of Sam handed over the sub-district talker position. Think this time is to pull together the original old team, or let yourself have a care in the future. If it doesn't work, just let him be. The whole hall knows that the one who will be in charge of Shamshuepo from now on is Brother Yu, and we'll give Officer Sam some face, so we don't make things too ugly. The crowfly was indignant. But isn't he stinking up my reputation by doing this? Awa waved his hand. In that case, this side of Temple Street, business is robust every night. In the meantime, you arrange for a horseman to come over and solicit customers at my venue. This will save face for Officer Boysen and not make it difficult for you to get in front of those bosses. Ring, ring, ring. Just as Awa was giving the solution, the handheld phone that Uffley had hung on his belt rang. Stacking up the phone, Uffley pressed the answer button. Who? Brother Uffley, there's a situation in the field. The phone is Mongkok side to see the scene of the horseman called. Heard the horseman tone evasive. You fly cannot help but face sink. Say. A moment later, Uffley hung up the phone, his face cloudy. Brother Hua, this time it really isn't me who doesn't give Officer Sam face. Awa asked in a hurry. What happened? He's been taking people with him for the past few days, walking powder in our stalls. Just now, a customer was sent to the hospital after eating powder, causing the police to come over to check the license. The guest side explained that the powder was bought from our side of the field. Flop. Ava stood up with a slap on the table, a pair of fists clenched and thumping. Which field? Tangle Street, the dance hall on Paper Horsley. You go over to Hatai Tea House now and inform Brother Yao. I'll go and talk to Paper Horsley first, and get that side taken care of first. Remember to call me later to see what Brother Yao has to say. The crowfly hurriedly nodded. Yes, being called up in the middle of the night, and learning that someone in the field was selling the number 4 boy, He Yaozong was also without a big word. After hearing the crowflies tell the story, He Yaozong had a rough idea in his mind. Uffley, did you get anyone from Ava's side? Flies shook his head. Brother Hua only told me to come and inform you. If you have anything to answer for, Brother Yao, call him. Well, then, call him now and tell him to keep quiet for a while. And in any case, scrape out the man who is loose in the field first. Scratch the man and wait for me at the warehouse over at Kwaichung Container Terminal 7. I'll be there later. He Yaozong put on his coat while speaking to the crowflies. Seeing He Yaozong preparing to go out, Wu Fei asked in disbelief. You, where are you going now? Of course it's to find Brother Sam. Anyhow, he's also Uncle's top horse, so we should give him the face he deserves, He Yaozong said as he prepared to go out the door, only to find Uffley still sitting there dumbfounded as he dialed a number on his portable phone. Unable to resist frowning, He Yaozong opened his mouth. What are you still sitting there for? Fineway and their names in the undersea book are listed under the door of Officer Sunny. I'm going to take him in for questioning. Do you think it's appropriate for them to follow? Oh who? With a swat of his head, Uffley hurriedly rose after him. Great South Street. Inside an apartment building. This was Officer Zai Sen's residence. 2 rooms and 1 hall. Not quite spacious, but not cramped either. This was the residence that Jimmy Boy had purchased for Officer Sam at his expense a year ago. It is just that Kun Chaisum seldom stays here. He prefers to stay in the tenement building in Shek Gap May Estate, where he has a group of friends and seems to fit in a bit better. At this moment, Officer Chai-sin was sitting in his bedroom, counting 2 piles of freshly counted banknotes. This 50,000 will be used for the 8th tomorrow, and this 60,000 will be used for the madhouse next week. I don't believe in losing every time. I always win once. Knock, knock. Just as Officer Chai-sin was about to put the counted bills under the bed, there was a knock on the door from outside. Officer Chai-sin instantly tensed up, shoved the money under the bedpan, and jerked to his feet. Who? Sam, is it convenient to let me in for a quick chat? Hearing that it was He Yaozong's voice outside, Quan Zizhen was first stunned, but his nervousness eased considerably when he came to the living room and opened the door to the room. But he saw that Wu Fei was following He Yaozong with a group of fine men. Officer Chai-sin roughly guessed why He Yaozong had come. Ho Yucheng signaled for Yu Fly to wait in the outer corridor with his men, and then entered the room with his arm around Officer Chai-sin's shoulder, closing the door of the room and just about to find a seat. He Yaozong then realized that there wasn't even a bench in Officer Zizhen's house. Bar. Lighting a cigarette, He Yaozong simply opened the door. Brother Sam, I'm only asking you one thing. During this period of time someone has been walking powder in our hall. Does this matter have anything to do with you? Having previously been jerked out of his position, Officer Boysen was naturally very upset. However, Ho Yucheng's reputation was too evil, and Kun Chai-sum did not dare to make a scene in front of him, so presently his eyes averted and he began to look away. What walking powder? Ayo, I don't even know what you're talking about. I've been in Shamshu Weipa for so many years. If I wanted to go pink, why would I wait until today? Alright, it's enough with your words, Brother Sam. Ho Yucheng patted Officer Chai-sin's shoulder, and after thinking for a moment, he still spoke again. I know that you are being forced to hand over your seat, Brother Sun, and there is inevitably some resentment in your heart. But I might as well make it clear that now that Uncle has handed over the affairs of the Tong to me, it is not me who is driving you off the stage. You have a problem with that. Go tell it to Uncle Tang and the others. I've made a rule for the hall that no powder is allowed, and if anyone dares to break my rule, I'll make sure to call him on it. He Yaozong's face was flat, but the ferocity in his tone coldly called Officer Zizhen a shiver. No. Seeing that Quan Zizhen responded sharply, He Yaozong changed his tone again. Brother Sam, even though you've handed over the position of sub-district talker, it doesn't mean that there won't be a place for you in Shamshu Weipa in the future. In the past, when I was in trouble, it was you who introduced me to the door. I will not forget this favor. Today I can make a promise. As long as you don't go gambling, the parish will still provide for your old age. Officer Chai-sin looked up at Ho Yucheng with a complicated expression. Looking at He Yaozong, he had mixed feelings in his heart, not knowing what to say for a while, but he saw He Yaozong reach out and pull his arm. Speaking again, there's a little something tiny going on tonight, and I'm going to have to ask Sam to go and take care of it for me. Officer Chai-sin opened his mouth trembling. What? Near midnight, Kwaichung Container Terminal No. 7. It was still the same warehouse where the fish were pulled, and when Ho Yucheng led Officer Sam to this side of the warehouse, Hua had already been waiting here with his men for a long time. There was a yellow-haired boy on his knees, low to the ground, with his head hanging down. There were dried bloodstains on the sides of his cheeks, obviously having been properly beaten by Ava. Brother Yu, this loser's name is Fei Chai Hung, and he says he's working with the Emperor of the Eastern Star. Hua captured a machete and held it in his hand as he walked up to Ho Yucheng and said as much. Glancing at a company of pitiful Fei Zai Hong, He Yaozong asked, "That's the only one you brought back?" "Yes, I was afraid of spooking them, so I just pulled this one over first," Hua said as he looked at Officer Sam who was standing beside Ho Yucheng and spoke again. "I've asked around, and the two of them, the Emperor and Big Mimi, have been dispersing their goods all over the stalls of our parish all this time, except for Temple Street. Someone who was going to break the news to you was..." Officer Sam twisted his head uncomfortably. Apparently someone in the stall tried to break the news and he was the one who was held down. However, Ho Yucheng had kind of saved face for Officer Chai-sin and didn't try to pick up the conversation again. He walked over to the low-kneeling Fei Zai Hong and kicked him to the ground. "How long has it been loose in my yard?" Fei Zai Hong looked at Hua catching the knife and stepped forward, and hurriedly replied sharply. "The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. 5 days, exactly 5 days. Who else is over here in bulk besides you?" "I don't know. I really don't. It's my big brother, Big Mimi, who told me to work over here, and I'm only responsible for getting the goods to sell. I don't know anything else." Ho Yucheng looked at Fei Chai Hung this kind of egg scattered. "Know that this is a fish. From his mouth cannot ask what things." Spinning around, he walked over to Ava. In a low voice, he said, "Keep this pouncer here for the night tonight. Cut off his hand in the morning, and then let him go back. In a moment, I'll have Officer Sam call Emperor and Big Mimi and tell them to take out as much as they can tonight and send it all to the pork stall over on Great South Street. Then cut the shipment off and dump it in the landfill over on Battery Street." I'll call Fat San later so he can claim the ready credit. Ava sniffed and nodded cautiously. He Yaozong then glanced back at Officer Zai-sen, and without saying anything more, he waved his hand and led Wu Fei and the others towards the outside of the warehouse. Officer Sam followed suit and turned around, only to be stopped by Awa's bite. Brother Sam, there are still some things I need to trouble you with before I can help you. Don't be in a hurry. Late night snacks are on me. The following day, just after dawn, a clock hotel on Bolan Street, room 208. The Emperor lay on his bed, still in a deep sleep. A violent slamming of the door woke him up. Emperor, your old mother's opened the door. Big Nini's grumpy voice came in from outside. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of slamming had turned into kicking, and the Emperor rubbed his eyes, cursing towards the door as he got up and pulled up his pants. Big Nini, what's wrong with you this early in the morning? It's a soul catalyst. Pulling open the door to the room, he found Omi standing in the doorway, the horizontal flesh of his face rustling, obviously pissed off to the max. What? Seeing Big Nini in this state, the Emperor couldn't help but feel a little weak. What's the matter? Something happened to the shipment sent to Shamshuepa last night. Differences have all been unpacked. Uncle Ben called me just now. $3 million worth of goods. If we can't make up for it, you and I are ready to get the hell back to Yuan Long and follow Dedong and the others to run the ship. The Emperor immediately jumped to his feet. What's going on? It wasn't selling fine before. It was Officer Boysam, the puffer, who stabbed the matter to Ho Yucheng. Ho Yucheng and his men intercepted our shipment and called the errant man to break the news. Big Nini was in a hurry, so she didn't bother to explain and grabbed the Emperor by the neck. Let me tell you, you were the one who told me to sell the goods that could not be cleared in these 2 months over to Shamshuepa in the first place. Originally, I would have let 30% profit and let Louis Yu Young and the others sell it. Nothing would have happened. Now that the goods are lost, you'll pay me every penny of the $3 million and that's it. Ahem. The Emperor's face turned purple from the pinch, and he struggled to break free and smooth out his breath before looking at Big Nini in horror. Danny, I've hitched over $1 million worth of goods into it as well, so it's useless for you to keep an eye on me to get it done. These goods were given to us by Uncle Ben to be dispersed. The goods are lost. The most important thing is to find a way to get the money to advance to Uncle Ben, or else you'll have to shock to roll back to Yuan Long to run the ship. Danny just pointed at the Emperor's nose and cursed. Need you to teach me? What about the money? Are you going to give it? The Emperor shook his head helplessly. I wouldn't have so much money to take out for padding, but it's all in the eye of the beholder, and it was Officer Sam who picked it out, so find him and ask him for it. Big Nini was practically laughing at the Emperor. That loser, Officer Sam, couldn't squeeze 2 tails of oil out of him even if he stripped his bones clean. You went to him for money, idiot Thread. You can't say that. Officer Sam doesn't have any money, but anyhow, he was the one who took the lead and led us to Shamshuepa to bulk up. Capture him back and force Ho Yucheng to fill this hole. I don't believe they and Lian Sheng can stand by and watch Officer Chisen go to his death. What if Wu Xing's side won't pay? Then again, we have to try it first, right? Big Nini gritted her teeth and slammed her fist on the door panel. With a clang, the wooden door panel was directly cracked by him. Yao Ma Tea Fruit Bar, a cool room where bananas are stored. Say it, what's Ho Yucheng's number? Big Nini swung up a bundle of green bananas and slammed Officer Boysen straight to the ground, then went forward and a burst of punches and kicks. See, the side of the Emperor rushed forward to pull, looking at Guan Zizhen, who had planted himself on the ground and was struggling to survive. The Emperor squatted down and patted Guan Zizhen's face. Officer Chisen, last night you tired both of us to lose so many goods. Do you think this is something you can carry through by just biting your tongue? I've already given you enough face. Honestly, call Ho Yucheng and ask him to send the money over, so everyone will be considered clear. Officer Chisen curled up and scowled as he looked up at the Emperor. I have no face in front of Ho Yucheng. It's useless for you to beat me badly. He's a hard man, and even if you call him, he won't take the money for you. Pounce. Hearing those words from Officer Zizhen, Big Nini was directly on fire. He craned his head from side to side, then set his eyes on a pair of tool shears for cutting bananas in the corner of the cooler. Without saying a word, he strides forward, picks up the tool shears, and walks towards Officer Zizhen. Get out of the way, Emperor. I'll cut off this scum's balls before I ask him if he'll call. The Emperor spread his 2 hands and made a helpless expression towards Officer Zizhen, then gave way. Frightened, Officer Chisen saw that the tool scissors had landed above his crotch and scrambled to twist his body while shouting, I'll fight. Can't I just call? Big Nini sneered, then fumbled for her phone and yelled towards Officer Sam. Say it. What's the number? Officer Chisen could not remember the number of these people in Ho Yucheng, and the call came to the front desk of the tea house. At this time, He Yaozong was working at the upper side of the tea house, when he heard a horseman come up to report that Kun Chisen was kidnapped by the people of the Eastern Star. He Yaozong could not help but put down the work in his hands. The phone didn't hang up, did it? No, you. The Eastern Star guys are still down there waiting for you to get back to them. Yes. Not long after, coming to the front desk of the tea house, He Yaozong picked up the handset that had not yet hung up. Hello? This is Ho Yucheng. Upon hearing He Yaozong's voice, Big Nini's grumpy voice instantly came out of the earpiece. Ho Yucheng, did you throw that shipment to the errand boy last night? Get to the point. Good. Then I'll make it clearer. That shipment last night was worth $4,800,000. You bring the money to this side of Portland Street by 6 p.m. And we'll call it even. If I don't see the money after 6 o'clock, you're ready to collect the corpse of Officer Sam. With that said, a scream came from the other end of the phone from Officer Zai-sen. He Yaozong frowned slightly and gripped the receiver. Listen up. I've been too busy lately to play Yay with you Eastern Stars. In an hour, I want to see Sam back for lunch. If anything happens to him, a lot of people will be buried with him. Clunk. The phone was hung up by Ho Yucheng, and listening to the busy line tone coming from the microphone, Big Nini was dumbfounded for a moment. The Emperor came up. Well, what did Ho Yucheng say? Pounce. Big Nini ate up the phone directly and slammed it in Officer Boysen's face, which was a clear answer to the Emperor. The dull sound of beating resounded in the chamber, and Officer Chaisen couldn't take it anymore, so he just rolled around on the floor holding his head. At the same time, he begged loudly for mercy. Don't fight. Don't fight. I've told you before that it's useless for you to blackmail Ho Yucheng with me. I have a way. I have a way to make him come up with the money. End of chapter. Chapter 74. Awa. Some people, it's better to die along with Dammy and the Emperor. April 6, 2025. Officer Chaisen had already been beaten to the point of blood spilling from his mouth and nose at this point, but it was good that his pleas for mercy had worked, and Big Mimi stopped her hand, gasping for breath and gasping for air. Tell me how to get him to take the money. Officer Chaisen scooted over, cringing against the wall, staring at Big Mimi in shock. You guys don't know He Yaozong. He is a person who can't stand to be blackmailed by others. The more you push him, the more it will backfire. According to you, we lost our goods for nothing? No, not that. Officer Chaisen has now regretted to the extreme. Had I known to take the East Star to Shamshuepa to go powder, Ho Yucheng reacted so violently. He should have honestly admitted that he had lost his job. Down-to-earth pension, forget it. But now is not the time for regrets. Gritting his teeth, Officer Zaisen opened his mouth. Although Ho Yucheng has a lot of believers around him, most of them are some beatniks who look after the scene for him. As far as I know, the person who took care of the accounts for him was a Begu from the mainland and a street fighting boy called Blind Fai from the side of Choi Hung Estate. Ho Yucheng trusted these two men so much that the weekly counts retrieved from the various stalls would be left to these two men to inventory and then pick out clean accounts to be deposited in the bank each week. You want money? Why don't you just go straight to these two? You can't squeeze a boom out of Ho Yucheng's hand. The fact that Kun Chaisum can say these words proves that it is not a coincidence that he can be the Shamshuepa holdout. It's just that drugs and gambling, any of these two things are enough to make a person completely rotten. Kun Chaisum has dabbled in both, fully deserving of what he has encountered this time. The Emperor on the side couldn't help but sneer, burying himself low and grabbing Officer Chai-sen's hair with one hand. Damn you! If we were capable of stepping into Shamshuepa and catching the two people who did the accounting for Ho Yucheng, why do we still need to find you, a loser, to come back for questioning? In the face of the Emperor's words, although Damei was unconvinced in his heart, he only grunted coldly and did not respond much. Officer Chai-sen showed his teeth and answered, Ho Yucheng has enrolled these two in night school for them, and every day at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, they go over to Tsim Sha Sui Han Lok Road to attend classes. Ho Yucheng's people would only send a car to take them into the entrance of the campus and then pick them up at 7 p.m. And bring them back. You can take them back if you send someone there now. It better be. The Emperor slapped Officer Boysen on the head, then got up and looked at Dammy Dao. Big Mimi, let's trust this scum for once. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and arrange for someone to do something in Tsim Sha Sui. Later on, Uncle Ben will be accountable and Uncle Ben should drive us back home. Portland Street, 1:30 p.m. When Kun Chaisum did not come back for a long time, Ho Yucheng immediately mobilized his boys from two stalls in Temple Street and Ton Lok Street to go to Portland Street to ask for the Emperor's help. It was still Awa who blew the whistle, and more than 100 beatniks, in great numbers, drove into Portland Street and surrounded the night bar, the Emperoress in Portland Street, clearing out the guests who were spending time at the bar. Ava went to the bar, grabbed a bottle of draft beer from the counter, and drank it to herself. About 5 minutes later, the Emperor led the men to the field. Seeing Ava sitting at the bar, the Emperor squeezed out a smile. Big brother Hua, the wine in my field tastes good, doesn't it? It's okay, smells that little bit better than the driving buckets on Temple Street. Dropping the bottle in his hand, Awa clapped his hands and jumped off the bar, walking over to the Emperor surrounded by a cadre of beatniks. Brother Yu's side then sent word to me, asking what the hell do you guys mean by not handing over the people by now? I've been on fire lately. Do you want me to plant a flag on Portland Street? The Emperor looked around at the beaten boys, and his heart flinched. But still, he answered stiffly, This is Uncle Ben's Euroland. You dare to mess around. Do you want to go to war with the entire Eastern Star? Awa sneered and reached out to tap the Emperor on the shoulder. Zhong dares to raise your East Star's Uncle Ben out to scare me. Then let me ask you, by kidnapping our last division leader, are you East Star trying to start a fight with us as a whole and with Unicorn? The Emperor's eyelids fluttered and he said angrily, that's Officer Sam hacking our goods. I don't pull him back. What should I do with the goods I lost? Awa's right hand was still resting on the Emperor's shoulder, and when she heard his words, she just gazed at him coldly. The Emperor's eyes widened as he met him on all fours. Out of the cold, Awa lashed out with a right-handed shove that nearly toppled the Emperor to the ground. Immediately, Ahua drew a dog-legged sword from behind him, and without waiting for the Emperor to react, he directly set it on his neck. Who told you to come to Shamshwipo for bulk cargo? Don't know the rules. I'll ask you one last time. Will you release him? If you don't let go, I'll chop you to death first, you puffer, and then I'll tell all your East Star venues to turn off the lights tonight. Awa's violent aura immediately bluffed the Emperor. Just as he was pondering whether he should continue to be tough or find a way down, a hoarse voice suddenly came from outside the bar. Big brother Wah, no one has dared to mess with my yard in years. You're also BA closed. Why don't you try chopping the Emperor today? In front of the bar, an old man with gray sideburns and a slim build walked in. It is the unrecognized patriarch of the Eastern Star, Uncle Ben, the white-headed man, who comes out of the Yao Ma Ti generation, tightening the suit and tie on his body. Uncle Ben's face was grim as he paced over to Awa. Reaching out, he pushed the dog-legged knife out of Awa's hand, and he looked at Awa coldly. Opening his mouth, he said, I don't care what kind of grudge you have with the Emperor, and I also don't care what you came to Portland Street for. Anyway, if you know what's good for you, take your men and get the hell out of Portland Street. Awa let go of the dog-legged knife in his hand and smiled towards Uncle Ben. Uncle Ben, the society has given me something to do, so if I just leave like this, it makes it hard for me to explain. Is it Lian Shang who explains what you do, or is it your parish that explains what you do? Uncle Ben's brow crossed, and the tone of his voice intensified steeply as he whirled around. I can speak on behalf of Eastern Star. Are you qualified to speak on behalf of Wasing? I'll give you some face. Take your men and get out of Portland Street right now. If you think you can afford to provoke the two characters into a fight, then I'll play with you to the end now. As soon as Uncle Ben spoke, a group of Eastern Star boys rushed in from outside the bar. Each one of them was holding an open blade, and the group of beaters that Awa brought into the bar were facing each other. And there was a situation where they were going to start a fight at the slightest disagreement. Awa wasn't afraid to start a fight, but it was Whitehead's words that he couldn't afford to provoke the two societies into a fight that forced him to reconsider. After all, the white-headed Wang was the patriarch of the Eastern Star, and within the Eastern Star, the power of speech was almost on par with that of the leader, Luo Bingrun. If he himself is evil, he is only afraid of making it difficult for Ho Yucheng to be in the society at that time. Good, then I'll give you face, Uncle Ben. I'll go back and get a word in with the one who's the big man and see what the hell is going on then. With that said, Awa waved his knife-catching hand and led a group of people to evacuate the Emperor's bar. The Emperor then breathed a sigh of relief. Looking towards the white-headed Wang, he was just about to say something, but he was met with a vicious glare from the white-headed Wang. There's no need to say anything. You and Dammy are two dorky guys, and a place like the Oil Point District is not for you. Grab the time to prepare and prepare. Make room for Lei Yao Yang and Situ. And when you're done reflecting in your old home, come out and work with me again. With that, the white-headed man turned his head and headed out of the bar. The Emperor was in a hurry and hurriedly shouted towards the white-headed man's back. Hey Uncle Ben, we'll hand over the money right away. Give it another chance. The white-headed man, however, didn't care and continued toward the Mercedes that was parked on the street. Anxious, the Emperor kicked over a chair in front of him, pouncing. Big Mimi, when the hell are you going to bring someone back? If you can't get it right, you'll be back in the countryside collecting cow dung. With an angry curse, the Emperor then ran to the counter and took out a whiskey, poured it into a low glass, and tilted his head back to pour it into his belly in an attempt to douse the restless fire in his heart. Well, at 5 minutes after 2, Big Mimi's side called the Emperor. Emperor, the man has been brought back. Go wait for me over at the fruit bar. Pouncer, hurry back. Just now, Wasing has already stepped over with his men and asked for our men. If Uncle Ben hadn't stepped in, I'm afraid I'd have had to hand someone over. Uncle Ben came over? What did he say? The Emperor took the phone off his ear, put the receiver to his mouth, and shouted, Uncle Ben told us to pack up and roll back to Yuan Long to make room for Sito Honam and Louis Young and the others. 2 p.m. Hung Lok Road, Sim Sha Sui. In front of a training base, Big Mimi was hiding in a van, looking out the window from time to time. Brother Big Me, here it comes, AC 601, that's the car. The horseman holding the car immediately pointed at a Toyota slowly coming this way and reminded as such. Big Mimi instantly pulled up the sleeves of her jacket. Then what are you waiting for? Tie them up and pull them into the car right now. Back to the fruit fence. Yes, immediately, 8 horsemen got off the car, and Big Mimi also looked for 2 sacks, and walked towards the Toyota car. Brother sure can. Thanks for the trouble. K pulled blind FAI out of the car and thanked him towards the target shooting boy in the passenger seat. During this time, it had been target boy with his men escorting the 2 out every day, rain or shine. I didn't want to hit the target boy today, but I didn't respond with the usual smile. Labor over what? There's trouble coming your way. Ha! Kay froze and whirled her head around, just in time to find Big Mimi leading a group of people, with bad looks on their faces, towards this side. What are you waiting for? Get back in the car, said he pulled out a 3-pronged military spike from under the seat of the car. Wang Jiangwo sitting in the back seat immediately raised his voice to stop it, pouncing on target boy. Usually Big Brother how to teach you. Do you still have a little sense of the law? This is Tsim Sha Sui. It's the entrance to the school, eh? Target boy grinned. I'd forgotten about that one. Saying that, he put the military thrust back down and took the 2 iron rods wrapped in newspaper that Wang Jiangwo handed to him. Clunk. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. As the car door slammed shut, Target Boy and Wang Jiangwo got out of the car together. Big Mimi and his party were so aggressive that when they saw the 2 men standing in front of the car holding arm-length iron rods, they stopped in their tracks for a moment in unison and froze in their tracks. Soon Big Mimi was laughing, pouncing. There's actually an arrangement for bodyguards. It looks like Officer Sam was right. There really are 2 big fish. He then dropped the sack in his hand and drew a dog-legged knife from his back. Seeing this, the remaining 8 beatniks also drew their weapons from their backs in unison. And then, under the leadership of Big Mimi, they all rushed towards the Toyota's side. This scene looks at the target boy directly want to laugh. A Thai tea house. When Yaozong saw the target shooting boy and Wang Jiangwo dragging Dami, who had his head blown off, into his office, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. You, ask him yourself if you have anything to say, said target boy, grabbed Big Mimi's collar and gave it a shove, directly lifting Big Mimi to the ground. Big Mimi cringed and crawled to her feet, straining to open her blood-scabbed right eye. Clunk. Wang Jiangwo kicked Dami's waist and ribs again, and a click was heard, followed by a hysterical cry of misery from Dami. Apparently, this guy's ribs were broken by Wang Jiangwo's kick. Looking at Big Mimi, who was writhing on the ground, Yaozong stepped forward to its heel. What? Got your eye on my bookkeeper? Which character are you? Big Mimi rolled her eyes and nose together in pain, huffed twice, and opened her mouth in a broken voice. It was Officer Zai-san who told me to come and find your 2 bookkeepers to go back to cover the debt. Officer Chai-san tired us to lose so many goods. I can't explain to Uncle Ben. You're from the Eastern Star? Hearing that Yaozong actually didn't recognize him, Big Mimi couldn't help but grit her teeth. That's right, I'm Eastern Star Dame. Nodding towards Omi, Yaozong smiled. Have an idea? Tell you to hand the man back. You Midsummer pushed the white-headed man out. Now you've got your mind on my pipe count. So it seems you did have a lot of losses last night. Saying that, Yaozong lifted his foot and stepped directly on Big Mimi's broken bone. Ah! Big Mimi slapped her hand furiously against the floor in pain, but she heard Ho Yu-tsung crouch down. Opening his mouth, he asked, Tell me, where is Sam? Yamati Fruit Bar, banana room on the 2nd floor of Chao Ki Fruit Shop. Get your feet off me. Get your feet off me. Big Mimi was already in so much pain that she wanted to pass out, and as Yaozong exerted force on the soles of his feet, a thumping crunch was heard once again, and Big Mimi's head tilted, completely fainting. Jiangwo, target boy, I'll ask you to take care of these 2 tubes of numbers from now on. Brother, you, feel free to be relieved. Just these goods from Hong Kong Island. Not many of them can even qualify to hold a gun. Not many of them can get into our eyes. The target shooting boy waved his hand, and then pulled Wang Jiangwo, who was still standing there stupidly. What are you still looking at? You is going to do something. Glancing at the planted Big Mimi, Ho Yu-chung pondered for a moment, then dialed Awa's number. Yao Ma Ti, across the street from Chao Ki Fruit. Sitting on a minibus, Uffley looked at Dami, who had only recently been awakened by a splash of water, and slammed him right in the face. The slap knocked Big Mimi right over, involving a broken bone in her lower back, and Big Mimi wailed again. It's upstairs in room 201, right? How many people are guarding the inside? No one's guarding it. I've given you the key. You can go up and bring him down. Then what are you waiting for? Call the Emperor. Picking up Big Mimi's phone and dropping it directly beside her, Uffley whirled around and drew a machete, looking down on Big Mimi's scalp. I fight. Forcing back the excruciating pain and picking up the phone number. Dami stopped crying and dialed a string of numbers. The phone didn't take long to connect. Dami, what are you doing? I thought you were dead when you didn't return messages for so long. Cut the crap. I've got the guy. Come on over to the fruit fence. Caught? Did you get anything out of it? Can't ask anything. Just come over here and find out. Big Mimi snarled and hung up. then held onto her soon-to-be broken back to stifle another wail. Uffley sneered at him, and then passed a wink towards the horseman at the side. This pony boy instantly understood. Brother Uffley, what to do with the scum? Listen up. Finish him off later and throw him in the field over on Portland Street. Brother, you has sent word to take us and plant a flag on Portland Street tonight. Uffley, you pounce on the street. You dare to kill me on Uncle Ben's doty? Hearing that the crow flies were going to finish him off, Big Meanie directly panicked. He wanted to get up and run down, but the sharp pain in his waist was like an invisible twine, binding him to the floor of the minibus, unable to move in the slightest. A white-headed man. It's scary. Uffley copied one of the fire extinguishers on top of the minibus and smashed it directly over Big Meanie's head. Only a muffled clang was heard, and Big Meanie's white eyes rolled back in her head as she fainted once again. Not far from the minibus, Ewa was squatting under a fine-leaved banyan tree and smoking. After a few glances back and forth to this side of the fruit fence, and much deliberation, he picked up the phone and dialed the crow fly. Uffley, is it done yet? It's done. The Emperor will be here in a moment. When he comes over, I'll directly lead my men to kill upstairs and collect 2 corpses to Portland Street to give to the white-headed man as a meet and greet gift. There's something I have to explain to you. Ewa flattened the cigarette in his hand and whirled around, lowering his voice. Some people, who are plainly belligerent about doing things that make the Toho family tired of the neighborhood, would be better off dying along with the great Meanie and the Emperor. If Brother Yu is going to bring his tone to strike down Whitehead's territory, no matter what, he needs a legitimate reason to do so. The crowfly froze in the chuppa and whirled around. Wah, I know what you mean. It's good that you understand. It's because I didn't understand before that I foolishly sat on the bench in the Jingi Society for so many years. Ewa hung up the phone after saying that, and then flicked the cigarette out after pinching the cigarette in his hand and taking a hard drag. In about 10 minutes or less, the Emperor arrived on this side of the fruit bar with a crown vehicle in his hand. When he got out of the car, he didn't stop for a moment, and with 2 of his ponies in tow, he prepared to walk up towards the stairway next to the Chow Key fruit shop. See the arrival of All to All. Yu Fly immediately got up, waved his hand. A cadre of crowded in the small bar in the fight boy Yu Yan will stand up, drew out a long time ready guys, straight to the Emperor's side run to. At that moment, the Emperor had just walked up halfway up the stairs with his ponies when he coldly heard a rustling of footsteps behind him. Before he could turn around to check what was going on, he felt his heart tighten and his throat sweeten. Burying his head further, a sharp knife had stabbed through his chest. Yodo twisted her head and saw the bossy face of Uffley written all over her face appearing in front of her eyes. Uffley reached out and pushed away the Emperor who was in his way, then turned toward the 2 ponies who had followed him upstairs. You 2 don't have to go up there. Let me show off in front of this class of do-gooders. Oh, sending off a group of ponies to wait at the stairway. Uffley self put both hands in his pockets and walked quickly towards room 201, taking out the key Damie had given him. The door opened. The cold air in the room was turned on tremendously, and Officer Chison, who was bundled up tightly, was now curled up in a pile of cold bananas, constantly hailing hot air towards his chest. Uffley, get me out of here! Get me out of here! I'm freezing to death. A hint of cruelty curled the corners of Uffley's mouth as he closed the door to the room behind him without slowing down. He then walked up to Officer Boysen, his right hand already slowly touching the sharp knife behind him. Don't worry, Brother Sam. I'm going to relieve you. Right. I'm really confused about the 15,000 yards a day, so I'll try to polish up my thinking and avoid this kind of confusion. End of chapter. Chapter 75. The White-Headed Woman. Someone wants to take my head and sacrifice it to the spirit of Officer Sam? April 6, 2025. With those words, Uffley jerked the sharp knife from behind him. Officer Chison still only thought it was Uffley who was going to cut the rope for him, and he was just about to change his position when he saw Uffley's fierce knife fall, piercing right through his chest. Heck! Officer Chison stared at Uffley with wide eyes in disbelief. The crow flies, however, were not ambiguous in any way. Drawing his sharp knife, he added another slash to Officer Boysen's right in the center of his heart. A few moments later, the crowfly panicked and ran out of the cold room. Pounced. Brother Sam was hacked to death by East Star's men. Kowloon East Funeral Parlor. Ho Yuchung accompanied Lungkin as he stood inside the cold morgue. Long Root looked at Officer Zai Sen's face that had gone white, and for a moment, he didn't know how, but his heart was actually devoid of joy and sadness. In the sense of reason, the official Zaizen has followed him for so many years, and now that he is dead, how should he grieve a little? But in retrospect, it seems that Officer Sam, as far as he can remember, only wants money. Ayo, what are you going to do? I can't grieve, so I don't bother to look. Ryukin turned his body around and asked towards He Yaozong. Ho Yuchun lifted up the mortuary cloth and covered Kun Chaisum's face. Uncle, Since the Emperor and the others have done away with Brother Sam, I have nothing to worry about. They've stepped on our heads, so it's time to plant a flag on Portland Street. Ryukin let out a long sigh. With Omi and the Emperor dead, there's not much of a reprieve in this matter that I can see, so we'll just have to do it. After saying that, Long Jen greeted He Yaozong and walked towards the outside. Officer Chai-sen, no matter what, used to be the divisional leader of us in unison. Don't you have any pressure? Even if you even bring the whole Eastern Star together to beat you up, I'll have my own words on the club side. He Yaozong followed beside Lungeon and just nodded indifferently. Walking out of the morgue, Lonergan suddenly stopped in his tracks, and then he turned back to He Yaozong. You. I still have to explain to you that it's okay to start a fight at Portland Street. Try to get the fire right. Whitehead has a lot of prestige within Eastern Star, and it's impossible for you to knock him off his feet. As I see it, it's just better to try to fight until it's appropriate to sit down and talk numbers together. He Yaozong couldn't help but frown and pointed to the morgue on the right. Uncle, so what you're saying is that Sam died in vain? That's not what I mean. When you come out, you have 1 foot in a bitter kiln and 1 foot in a coffin. Life and death are common things, but I'm worried about you. It's not easy to make some achievements. You're going to be dragged down by East Star. Bar. He Yaozong lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and just shook his head indifferently. What can be dragged down? Sooner or later will be broken. Now that we've torn our faces off, we have to fight to the end. Otherwise, if the other characters see a fight start with our hall and a chance to sit down and drink tea, then who will take me seriously in the future? After saying that, He Yaozong looked deeply at Long Root and said with a single word, Uncle, no matter what, Brother Sam used to be your top horse. I'm helping you win back some face. Ryukin was also speechless. The two stood in the corridor in silence for a long time, and in the end, it was Ryukin who opened his mouth first. Then fight well. On the side of Blow Chicken and Dunwell, I'll do the work for you. No, the ground is fought back. Then it's mine. I don't want to see people gibbering and asking for a piece of land in our parish at every turn. Looking at He Yaozong's expressionless face, Ryukin seemed to smell a hint of something different. This seemed to be the first time he had talked to Ho Yuchung without the other party exhibiting a smile with himself. The person on the heart has a smiling face. He used to give me springtime in the late fall. Shekgap May Estate, where Fat Tong lives. The old phonograph was playing the song Forever Smiling by Zhou Xian in the 40s, like an ode to the long-delayed youth of Fat Dang's memories. Slightly lifting his stomach, Fatty Dang leaned against the back of the sofa and looked towards Lin Huailu, who was on the side. Locke, are you saying that Ho Yuchung is preparing to plant a flag in the Whitehead's doti? Lin Huailu was currently squatting on the ground, feeding that Shar-Pei dog for Deng Wei, sniffing and skimming the dog food from his hand. He clapped his hands and stood in front of Fat Deng. Yeah, someone from the Eastern Star side hacked up Officer Boysam. Ao returned the favor by directly hacking to death 2 of the white-headed man's inner circle. Now there's a fight over Portland Street, and IU wants to make sure that even if Portland Street doesn't get smashed, Whitehead won't be able to do any business. Fatty Deng nodded slightly. Rather, he is a man with feelings and righteousness, said Fat Deng, rubbing up the back of his hand and signaling Lin Huailu to pass him a cup of tea over. Grabbing the tea and taking a sip to moisten his throat, Fat Deng then opened his mouth. Until now, Lonergan hasn't come to me to get an idea, so I guess He Yaozong is ready to carry it on his own. I sometimes wonder, do young people have to have suffered before they know what the word rules means? Lin Whaler followed the conversation. Uncle Tang, Ao may not be unable to withstand the pressure from Eastern Star. Not that I'm saying he can hold his own. Lu, what do you think about this? Lin Huaila bowed his head and thought about it, then replied in a whirlwind. Follow as usual. Now that Ryukin doesn't communicate with the society, it's up to a family of parishioners to carry the load alone. It's only when I go along now that it seems snowy and valuable. Fat Dang shook his head and couldn't help but surprise Lin Huailu. Uncle Tang, if East Star raises the power of the community to fight Ao, will I stand by and watch coldly? It's not that you're not told to follow, it's that you have to find the right time to do so. If you go over there now and lose the fight, you'll have your share of the guilt when the time comes. If you win the fight, people will say it's the same with or without you. Since Ryukin doesn't communicate with the society, you just watch and wait until when he can't hold his own. Then you lead the support over there. That's rare and precious. In the face of Fatty Dang's words, Lin Huaila couldn't help but sit beside him and ask, Uncle Tang, what if Ao he wins the fight alone? Do you think white-headed Wang is made of clay? He is an old bone of the same generation as me. When he followed Lin San to fight for the world, I know best how many kilograms he weighed. If Ho Yuchung's family can beat up the white-headed man, I'll even praise him for being a bah humbug. He can even be the underground emperor of Hong Kong Island. Fat Deng coldly crossed his eyes and spoke to Lin Huailu as such. Shanghai Street, in a private room of a private salon. The white-headed man looked to the pony boy who had just entered. How's it going? Have Stuart and Lei Yao Yang come over yet? Uncle Ben, they're all coming with men. What's the situation over on Portland Street now? This horseman hesitated for a moment, obviously having a hard time. The white-headed man's face sank. Tell me the truth, Uncle Ben. The field over on Portland Street has been smashed, and the United Winners side is still borrowing troops everywhere, and he says he's going to dig you out, Uncle Ben. Say it word for word. They said they want to use your head, Uncle Ben, to pay homage at the spirit of Officer Sam. Out and out damned. Using my head to pay homage to Officer Sam's spirit. Aren't they afraid of collapsing Officer Sam's spirit tablet? The white-headed man was so angry that he slammed the table and jumped up instantly, pointing at this pony boy's nose. He then yelled, Go and call again to urge Cito and the others to come over quickly. Don't worry about the bad guys. Tonight we'll have blood flowing in Portland Street. I'd like to see who takes whose head to sacrifice to the spirits. Knock, knock. Just as the white-headed man was seething with rage, there was a knock on the door of the room outside the box. Is Uncle Ben in there? The voice coming from outside the door was that of Cito Hanan, the white-headed one's die-hard beloved. This horseman standing in front of the white-headed man hurriedly went to open the door and saw Cito Hanan and Lei Yao Yang standing in the doorway, looking towards the inside. Come on in. What are you doing out there? Taking a deep breath and easing the fire in his heart, the white-headed man beckoned the two to come in. As the two men took their seats one after another, the white-headed man spoke. He spoke to the Lian Sheng side, and he wants to take my head and offer it to the coffin of Quan Zai-sen. I don't know what you two have to say about that. Cito Hanan immediately caught fire. Which one has such a big mouth and isn't afraid of being flashed by the wind? Uncle Ben, isn't it that puffer named Ho Yu Chung? What else? He killed the emperor and Dami in one day, and now he's coming after me to settle the score. Sid too. I've lived for so many years, and today I suddenly feel as if I'm some kind of minor character. Lei Yao Yang followed suit. Uncle Ben, in my opinion, it's useless to guard Portland Street. This group of lock-seekers have such a rampant tone. I suggest that the Portland Street side be left unguarded, and that Cito and I take our men and go and stomp on Ho Yu Chung's field first before we do anything else. Anyway, if we fight in Portland Street, we are the ones who have no business. So how can we calculate how to lose? Cito Hanan thought deeply of Lei Yao Yang's proposal and immediately got up to look at the white-headed man. Uncle Ben, I think Yao Yang he's right. It's useless to hide here and talk about it now. Anyway, the Portland Street side is being watched by the bad guys. Tonight we'll take our men to Sham Shuepa to find this Ho Yu Chung pouncer and drag him to the ancestral hall in Yuan Long to pay homage to the spirits of Big Meanie and the Emperor. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. Like Chikok Leung Ki hit the sidewalk. Fat Sandy had, tonight, finally made good on that midnight snack he'd promised so many times. At this time Leung Ki beat side stove around, has long been surrounded by Spirited and Lian Shang Beat Boy. Fatty Sandy picked up a piece of beef stroganoff and put it in his mouth, then blew on his beer. After looking around, and then at He Yaozong, he ultimately did not have the appetite to continue eating. Ayo, can you put your fire away and not make things difficult for me? He Yaozong let out a light smile. What's up, Shah sir? Since when is Portland Street under your control? I'm not in charge over there, but it's under the jurisdiction of our B team. It's not a good day for me when you're dragging your parishioners over there to fight the Whiteheads, and beating up my superiors to come to the fire. Throwing a cigarette to Fat Sand, He Yaozong looked up at the night sky and leisurely spoke. Then we'll change the territory and go to Wanchai to fight. Hey, what the hell do you want? I'm telling you, I'm taking you as a friend before I ask you out for this late night snack. And if you screw around, you'll only be the one who gets the hardest time in the end. I'm going to have a hard time nodding off? Whitehead Hong Kong Island's oldest fishing family, operating on Hong Kong Island for so many years. It's not something you can fight. He Yaozong's face smiled even more. How many heads have the old fathers fished for their parents? How many lives? Shah sir, I beat up this group of for boys for you to get home, not for you Oki to save your heart in trouble. I think you should say hello to the guys over at Narcotics and give me a good citizen award. Fatty dropped his chopsticks. What the hell are you talking about? If the gangsters are good at fighting, why do we need Okis? I think you've had so much wind in your sails lately that you've drifted into oblivion. Don't make a big deal out of it. And when Oki HQ comes down to do something, I don't even know how you're going to wind up. He Yaozong just got up, tugged up the trench coat hanging on the back of the chair, and draped it over his shoulders. Fat Sand was staggered. Hey, where are you going? Words are not enough. Shah sir, thank you for the snack. I'll buy next time I get a chance. Dropping these words, Ho Yu Chun led a group of people to leave Leung Ki's beating sideburner. Back in the car, Ho Yu Chun did not turn back to the tourbillon. Instead, he let Thinwell hold the car and went to a waterfront on this side of the Kwai Chung Pier. After getting out of the car, there was the sound of waves lapping on the beach in the distance. Looking across the sloping shore of Victoria Bay, which was ablaze with lights, taking out the phone, He Yaozong first dialed a string of numbers. The phone didn't take long to connect, and Lei Meijin's voice came out from the inside. Side 1, Madam, long time no see. Hearing He Yaozong's voice, the person on the other end of the phone was clearly staggered for a moment, and then Lei Meijin answered, looking for me for something? Small matter, I want to ask you about someone. The Whiteheads of the Eastern Star, I believe, have a listing in your own note archives? Lei Meijin hesitated for a moment and then replied truthfully, the details of the Whiteheads are only accessible to those above the rank of superintendent. I don't want his details, just tell me where he lives. Madam, this isn't too hard on you, is it? That's not hard. I can get you his phone number if you want it. Just can you tell me what you're trying to do with the information on the Whitehead? He Yaozong smiled. Sorry madam, I don't really want to cause you trouble, so it's best if you don't know. Okay, I'll go back to the police station in a few minutes and bring you the information later. By the way, where am I going to send it? Fowler Street, Friend's Ice Room. There's someone waiting for you over there. Good. Hearing that He Yaozong was not personally going to meet with him, Lei Meijin's tone seemed to reveal a slight disappointment. At 9:30 p.m., He Yaozong returned to this side of the Hutai Tea House. According to the phone call from Manhwa, he learned that East Star's people had directly seeded the field on Portland Street, intending to directly hit the side of Hutai Tea House. Awa led a hard-hitting fight, with each side suffering damage. Just as the fight was raging, Fat San came over with a motorized unit to do his job, and the night strife was put to rest. But the people on the East Star side also gave the word that this uncle's lineage will not rest in peace with He Yaozong from this night onwards. He Yaozong never took this kind of verbal blackmail to heart. He asked Fine Wei to go and call Wang Jianjun over, and if he wants to do it tonight, he has to do a big job. Boss. Pushing open the door of the office room, Wang Jianjun walked up to He Yaozong. Like a sharp sword stuck in the ground, Wang Jianjun snorted towards He Yaozong. Jianjun, there's $1 million deal for you tonight. Wang Jianjun raised his eyebrows. Kill who? The Whitehead of the Eastern Star. Said He Yaozong took out a piece of information from the drawer and handed it to Wang Jianjun. Remember, I promised to take his head and offer it to the spirits in front of Officer Sunny's incense hall. After this job tonight, there are several more deals for you to follow. Wang Jianjun took that information and coldly scanned it for a few moments, then folded it and put it away in his shirt pocket. The usual rule, no guns? Bull asterisk 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 rules. You break the sky in the mid-levels villa area of Mount Kato, and no errand boy hears about it. Instead, Wang Jianjun flashed a knowing smile towards He Yaozong. It's better not to move the gun. If I do, this money is not in my heart to earn. Late at night, Godoliath Hill, mid-level villa area. In the past, at this time, the white-headed man should have fallen into bed and rested long ago. But tonight, as he sat on the balcony of his villa, gazing at the glittering night scene of the Kowloon district at the foot of the hill, he could not find peace within himself for a long time. Dammy, Emperor, although this side of Kowloon is better than the countryside, it takes a hardened life to stand a chance. With a sigh of emotion, a gust of mountain wind blew by, and for some unknown reason, the white-headed man was a bit distracted. Outside, the patrols responsible for security in the rich neighborhoods were now slipping their torches and passing over the ring road. Another look at the villa garden in the night duty of the horsemen. Has been 3 to 5 groups gathered together, lighting a cigarette in that blowing water gossip. The white-headed man shook his head, and finally got up, paging for his filly, ready to go downstairs and make himself a cup of tranquilizing soup. In the woods on the side of the mid-level villa, Wang Jiangwo took a night vision telescope and surveyed, then turned around and gestured towards Wang Jianjun and the others for a while. There were no dogs in the villa, 10 ponies in the yard, 5 in the front yard, 3 in the back, and 2 on duty in the villa lobby. The 2 in the lobby are suspected to have guns and need to be focused on. Wang Jianjun pulled out a Glock pistol with a silencer turned from his waist, then whispered towards Wang Jiangwo, try not to use guns until you have to. If you take the boss's money, you have to abide by the rules of the boss's business. Wang followed and nodded his head. At the same time, he also felt out the silenced pistol on his waist and filled the magazine. Immediately, Wang Jianjun looked at the target shooting boy who was lying on the side. Target boy, you're in charge of the 2 electrics. Go over to the back of the hill in a minute, and as soon as you see us touching the housing area, take someone to cut the phone lines and wires. Then take the gun and keep a lookout outside. And if there's an emergency, you can shoot. Yes, the rest of you follow me. The target shooting boy nodded discreetly towards Wang Jianjun, and then Wang Jianjun waved his hand, and a small detachment consisting of 5 people, catatonic, quietly groped towards the villa's back mountain generation. At this moment, in the backyard, the three Eastern Star Boys were gathering around to blow off some water and pass the time of their boring night duty. Hey, I heard that Big Mimi and the Emperor were hacked to death by Wolansang's men. Uncle Ben is so angry today, making a remark that whoever can do away with Ho Yu-chung of Wolwin-sing will be given the territory of Portland Street. After half a day of talking about women, the three of them were literally talking until their mouths were dry. A tall skinny guy decided to pick something interesting to talk about to pass the long night. Shut up, what's the matter with you? The Portland Street venue is reserved for Brother Ho Nam and Brother Yu Young. You don't think you can take out that Ho Yu-chung, do you? An Inchman followed the chorus, seeing the atmosphere gradually driven up. Just when the three were ready to discuss a good time, the street lamp in the cold backyard suddenly went out. What's going on? Is the power out? End of chapter. Chapter 76, Blowing Chicken. I can't stand it anymore. Whoever you want to be the talker can be the talker. April 6, 2025. Stop your mom. The whole Kowloon blackout here will not be blackout. Just as one of the ponies was about to reach for the flashlight hanging on the back of his waist, he only heard a sound of breaking wind coming from the fence behind him, followed by three muffled thuds on the ground. The moment the flashlight first lit up, the three military spikes were already in front of his throat. Pust. Wang Jianjun's military spikes accurately penetrated the throats of the three men. Gently putting down the resolved trio, Wang Jianjun seized a flashlight, and then extinguished it after shining it in the passageway leading to this side of the backyard, briefly memorizing the route leading to the villa's interior. Without a moment's hesitation, gesturing towards behind him, the two men on the fence who were in charge of guarding the area dropped the rope, and then, following Wang Jianjun's gesture, remained in charge of guarding the area. And then, the three silhouettes were as fast as lightning, feeling their way towards the house. What's going on? Go cut the backup power. The two gunmen on duty at the Hall Villa were handpicked by the white-headed man. Right now the lights were suddenly out, which immediately alerted the two men. How are you going to turn on the backup power in the dark and have someone outside send in a flashlight? Ka-chow. Just as the two gunmen were about to greet the horsemen on duty in the front yard to come out with flashlights, the passageway in the backyard suddenly lit up with three powerful flashlights. There were three men with flashlights, walking methodically toward the two gunmen. Puffy, don't shine the light in your eyes. The strong curtain of lights illuminated the two men for a moment, causing them to subconsciously wave their hands to block it, but one of the gunmen quickly realized something was wrong. Nope. Just as he subconsciously reached out to draw his gun, he realized that it was too late, and Wang Jianjun's trio had already approached at a fast pace. When the three of them took an arrow step forward, they heard a sound of military spikes breaking through their bodies one after another. These three men struck fast and hard, and the first thing they aimed at was the location where the three men's throats made their voices. The smell of blood immediately filled the living room, signaling one of his men to stay downstairs to keep a lookout. Wang Jianjun didn't have any ambiguity and took his own brother and forced his way upstairs again with a quick step with a flashlight. From the time the target shooting boy cut the wires to the time Wang Jianjun and the two of them went up the stairs, it took less than 40 seconds before and after. These two still had a smooth breath, as if they were the night patrol of this villa, and came upstairs with a light step. Wang pulled out his night vision goggles and scanned the room. He then pointed to the penultimate room of the second-floor corridor passage, signaling that there was only one person on that side. Without too much ambiguity, Wang Jianjun held a flashlight in his left hand, shook off the bloodstains on his military spikes with his right hand, and walked quickly towards that bedroom. The white-headed man was old enough to hide back in his bedroom the moment the power went out. It's a specially modified safe house, with the door unlocked, and the door won't open for a while. At this time, the white-headed man was dialing the room's phone. When he realized that the phone could not be dialed, a trace of sadness suddenly flooded his heart. Until now, there's been no response from downstairs. Is that ending that you fantasized about all those years ago finally coming to pass? The doorknob of the room rustled twice outside, and was quiet again when he realized the door was unlocked. The white-headed man, with all his thoughts, steeled himself and put down the telephone receiver in his hand. My friend, whoever sent you, I'll double whatever he's offering if you'll just leave. Whoa whoa. A piercing sound rang out at the outer end of the door, like a pair of ghostly hands clattering against the door panel in the darkness. This made the white-headed man even more fearful. Old and bereft of courage, could it be that there really are ghosts out there coming to claim their lives? As he was at a loss for words, a loud bang was heard from the darkness. Rumble. The strong blasting sound triggered an alarm directly inside the house, and a pungent smell of gunpowder filled the room. Looking again at the doorway, a flashlight had shone straight at him. Who the hell are you? Ho ho! When Wang followed and rushed in, Wang Jianjun had already sharply disposed of the white-headed man. These men were once the most elite of war machines and will show no mercy in the face of life. Looking at the white-headed man who had been put down by Wang, without any doubt, Wang drew a curved sword from his back and prepared to go and decapitate the white-headed man. What for? Don't go yet. Big brother, didn't the boss say he was going to take his head and sacrifice it to the spirits? Stupid. The boss everyday people old mother. When have you seen him really over other people old mother? Grabbed Wang Jiangwo, the too fast retreat from the darkness, but did not take the original way back, but a balcony in the backyard to jump. While a group of men from the front yard went into the house to check on the situation, the three had climbed up the rope that had been let down by the fence. One of the resourceful East Star boys just happened to run over to the backyard to check out the situation when he heard the alarm. Coldly in the darkness, the figures of Wang Jianjun and his party were seen jumping down from the fence to the back of the periphery. Hey, there seems to be someone here. Where? Someone got wind of it and gathered around immediately. This pony boy pointed to the fence, which was more than 2 people high, and pounded his chest without fail. Damn, almost caught them, but unfortunately let them get away. The following day, Great South Street, Ryukin's place. Quan Chai-sen had no posterity and no one to give him a funeral, so Lungkan organized a funeral for Quan Chai-sen at this location. The specifications are still run on the model of a zoning talker. As the big brother of the official boy Sam, Lonergan had given him the last of his decency. At this time in front of the spirit, there were already Taoist priests doing the water and land dojo. All the bigwigs of the stalls in Shamshuepa were present and bowed in front of the spirit of Kun Chai-sen in turn. Only the official Chais and this person rarely make good relations. A group of uncles in the community, but rarely personally present. Call Dai, Bad Dog, Fatty Wa, Double Fandang, Old Monk, Big Brother Quan. All of these uncles and grandparents only sent wreaths. There were even a number of halls that were worried about getting involved in this feud in Eastern Star, and they even didn't show their faces. This is the so-called society to balance. Balance to balance to balance. Balanced personal feelings of thin and cold, each for the formation of. Ho Yucheng accompanied Lungkan to sit on the family side of the table, and it was Jimmy Boy who was responsible for going to answer the gifts. To Ho Yucheng's surprise, String Bomb is actually the only uncle present today, since the official boys and strip corpse pulled back from the funeral parlor. The spirit hall just tied up. String explosion brought people over. First of all, in front of the official Zeiss and spirit burning incense to worship, and then it is to the identity of the deceased elders, to help Long Jen and the spirit of the hall busy, until almost to 10 o'clock in the morning. A moment did not stop. Last night Whitehead was killed off at his place. Did you do this thing? Taking advantage of the fact that the ceremony had subsided for a while, Long Jen couldn't help but ask He Yaozong. He'd been at it all morning, never daring to ask about it. Although he understood that no matter how the white-headed man died, the debt would definitely be on Sham Shuepo's head. He Yaozong nodded, then looked at Long Guan and said, Uncle, during this period of time, I suggest that your old man should refrain from wandering around. Those disciples of the white-headed Wang can't scrape me, so it's inevitable that they'll vent their anger on you who are uncles. There was no denying this to Ryujin. This thing was making too big a bar. Back in the day, before ICAC was founded, more vicious and vicious association conflicts than this abounded. In the past, the axe June over the file, pointed east of 1,000 people's sun horse. That is a real fire and up, the two societies to fight to immortality. In the end, it is still not sitting low and drinking tea, and Lian Shang pinched his nose and ate a dumb loss? It's just that the past is dusty for many years, and now it falls on his head, making it a little difficult for the already pensioned and retired Lonergan to get used to it. Jotun leader Lin Huila, presenting a pair of wreaths and $20,000 of funeral money as a token of condolence. Gatekeepers give thanks. As the pipe count outside the hearth sang out Lin Huila's name, Lon Jen couldn't help but stand up. Ayo, the sentient ones are still sentient. At this juncture, Alak is still willing to come over to offer incense. Our hall is always going to owe him a favor. After saying that, Long Root was about to go over and thank him personally. It was the first divisional leader to come to the funeral hall today to offer his condolences in person. He Yaozong also followed suit and got up, looking over at Lin Huila, who had already received the long incense and worshipped in front of Guan Zai Sen's spirit with a complicated expression. Did not fight for the words of the person is sentimental and righteous, just do not know to fight for the words of the person to come. Will still be this kind of brotherly respect and humility. At this time, on the Yuan Long side, a shrine was also drawn up outside the shrine of Lin San, the first leader of the Tung Sing Society. Sito Hanan and Louis Yu Young and the others had already been on this side of the Lam Kung shrine to offer their condolences for a long time. It was almost lunchtime when the group of people who had come to pay their respects dispersed vaguely. Sito Hanan greeted Lei Yao Yang and sat under a towering sequoia at the entrance of the ancestral hall. Pulling the mourning cloth over his head tightly, Situ Hanan looked towards the inside of the spiritual hall in disgust. At this time on the hearth, a young man with an airy 2/8 side parting and an athletic figure was lying on the coffin and weeping mournfully. Uncle Ben, I've only just returned from Holland, and I haven't had time to pay my respects to your old man. How did you die? Ben uncle ah Ben uncle. The raucous, piercing sound directly called for Sito Nan to swing his fist and slam it into the nearby sequoia tree. Lei Yao Yang, look at Crow the Pouncer. It's been a whole morning. Uncle Ben died crying more than us. If you didn't know, you'd think it was his dad lying in the coffin. Lei Yao Yang followed suit and frowned. Maybe he hasn't cried this much since his dad died. This puffer, 3 years ago, ran away to Holland, rolled up so much money from the society. The camel does not tell him anything. Now that he's back from Holland, just in time for Uncle Ben to be stricken and vacate so much ground. I wonder if he's lying there smiling. Who says it isn't? Sito Hanan moved his eyes back from the raven's body and whirled around and said fiercely, the most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. When I received the news of Uncle Ben's death today, the first thing I did was to run to you and alongside and ask the Dragon Head if it was time to mobilize the community's efforts to formally declare war with Wu Lianshang. And as a result, guess what the faucet said? What else can I say? I've asked all about it. And Locke said that the heavens are not as big as sending Uncle Ben to his grave. By the time Uncle Ben finishes organizing the funeral, the territory over there in the Oil Point district will have long since been divided among his own inner circle. Lei Yao Yang clenched his teeth. It was true. No matter what kind of funeral was organized, dividing the family's wealth was always the first priority. The lineage of Uncle Ben, the Eastern Star, and the lineage of Camel are quite close. The two families shared meals in a society and both started their home in Yuanlong. However, the two forces are as powerful as water and fire, and they are afraid of each other. When Lin San, the first leader of Tung Sing, fought his way into Kowloon with his Yuan dynasty country boys, he died of illness before he could gain a firm foothold. Between the two heartthrobs, Lin San chose to pass the position of leader to Loco's dad, Loco Zhangwu. It caused the white-headed wing to keep a grudge for so many years, but he also looked at the big picture and didn't say anything more. It was not easy to survive until Luo Zhangwu died, and the white-headed man had thought that it was always his turn to take the position of the leader. I didn't realize that Luo Zhangwu had been paving the way for his son, Luo Bingrun, in the Eastern Star Society for so many years, and after his death, he even directly passed the position of the leader to his son. In order to prevent Whitehead from forcing his way into the palace after his death, Lok Zhengwu had even been creating suspicion with Hung Hing society during the years of his reign, resulting in a strong external enemy. Whitehead had to hold his tongue and recognize Lok Bangren's status as the leader of the Dragon Head in consideration of the overall situation. Since then both forces have long been in the dark break. Boiled dead white-headed. Camel this line at the moment do not know how happy. Bar. Situ Haonan lit a cigarette for himself, then handed the cigarette case to Lei Yao Yang. Boring as hell. Want one? No. Lei Yao Yang waved his hand. Then he looked left and right, sat close next to Situ Haonan, and lowered his voice. This is not going to work. We must force Camel to fight them now to make it work. We must not give him a chance to divide up the territory. What do you have in mind? Of course. Lei Yao Yang had to tighten his teeth and opened his mouth. Wu Lianshang killed Uncle Ben, and we also went to take out Wu Lianshang's wordsmiths in the name of Eastern Star, under the sign of avenging Uncle Ben's death. Anyway, Chicken Blows Euro is also in Wan Chai, so it's convenient for us to move. Whether this matter succeeds or fails, it's always considered to tie East Star and us to the same boat, and when the time comes, Camel won't be able to do anything without making a move. You're crazy. If Camel doesn't care, that's leaving us to carry the entire WoW's firepower. If he doesn't care, he won't be able to sit in this leading position. Uncle Ben's family fortune is over in the Oil Point district, and you don't want to see Camel's heartthrob dividing up Uncle Ben's family fortune, do you? Squeezing the cigarette in his hand, Situ Hanan took a hard drag. Spin spoke up. You have a point. Uncle Ben can't die in vain, so let's do it. In a restaurant on Gloucester Road, Wan Chai, Blow Chicken had just finished his lunch, and at that moment wiped his mouth and asked towards the horseman guarding behind him. The wreaths over in Shamshuepa, have they been sent over yet? Sent it over. By the way, old top, Lonjan asked me to bring you a message. If you are free, he would still like you to go and offer incense to Officer Boysen as an elder. I'll give him an incense. Is this incense something I can just put on? Blow Chicken said, dropping the napkin in his hand before opening his mouth. My status is to be the person in charge of Wu Lianshang. They chopped up Eastern Star's Whitehead. If I personally go over to offer incense, isn't that the same as telling others that I support starting a fight with Eastern Star? In case we can't wrap it up then, I, the one who is the talker, will have to go out and ask for tea for them and tell them the numbers again. The damn shovel. This talker is doing a really stifling job. The aggression of these 2 years seems to be inspired in this moment. Blowing Chicken rambling, set aside of the horseboy is a blank. Getting up, Blow Chicken grabbed his jacket hanging on the back of his chair. Let's go. Let's go for another cup of tea. Greet the ponies and head out the door. Heading straight for an old tiger head Ben. Just as Blow Chicken was about to get into his car, he suddenly saw a vast group of swordsmen walking down the street. The one leading the way was none other than the head horse of Eastern Star Sitohamen, Hyung. Blow Chicken's eyelids fluttered as he instantly reacted to what was going on. Puff the street, get the car. With that said, he pulled the car door open with his hands and got in. With a clang, the car door was unlocked. And looking at the group of swordsmen who had already run this way towards their Tiger Head run, Blow Chicken was burning inside the five. Get the car. What are you waiting for? The horsemen who hold the car are more eager than the blowing chickens. And this car, it's almost 10 years old. Don't look at the outside decoration is beautiful, but in fact, the outside is strong and dry. Many parts have been aging. It takes half a day's effort to start the fire. Blow Chicken, however, would rather take the money and gamble on Big D's boat than get a decent car. Zira, the car is still not lit. At this time, Hyung has led the people surrounded the Tiger Head Ben, a group of knife hand without saying a word. Raised machete toward the car window, glass will split down. The glass on Blow Chicken's side had been splintered, and looking out the window at the waving reflection, Blow Chicken was literally scared out of his wits. Chop him. Avenge Uncle Ben. I'm working for our Eastern Star, so idle people get out of the way. By now the window panes had been cracked as far as they could go, and just as someone reached in and prepared to open the door, the car finally caught fire. The horseman who was holding the car had no doubt about it. He gritted his teeth and stepped on the gas pedal. The car sped away like a sharp arrow, scaring away a group of Tung Sing boys who surrounded the car. Blow Chicken stunned towards the window to look out, found that the group of Hit Boy is still behind the pursuit at the moment and hurriedly urged the hold car horseman, drive faster, old top, where are we driving to? Go to Tsuanwan, go to Big D's, go to Big D's first. The car finally pulled up in front of Big D's house around 1 p.m. Blow Chicken did not dare to stay in the car for a moment, not even waiting for the car to stop. He rolled and crawled out of the car, and ran towards Big D's residence. The ponies at the door didn't stop them when they saw it was Blow Chicken coming. At that moment, he opened the door and let Blow Chicken run in a panic. Big D. At that moment Big D was sitting in the second floor parlor, reconciling an owner's account with his own wife. Coldly hearing Blow Chicken shouting at himself in a fiery manner downstairs, he immediately dropped the account book in his hand and ran over to the balcony. Shout, what the hell? Shout. Is someone behind you collecting your soul? Blow Chicken was only slightly relieved to see Big D at home, and he just waved his hand toward the upstairs without stopping his footsteps. By the time he ran to Big D, he was long out of breath. Seeing this, Big D's sister-in-law immediately packed up her ledger and looked at Blow Chicken. Uncle, I'll go make you all a cup of tea. Big D's sister-in-law then went downstairs, and only then did Big D look over at the big gasping Blown Chicken. Speak, what happened? I can't top it. You go and dang way greetings. This talker I do not do. You love who do. I really cannot top. Blow Chicken's legs went limp and he instantly sat on his butt. End of chapter. Chapter 77, Fat done. In that case, hand in your sticks and choose a new talker tonight. April 6, 2025. Big D was instantly energized. What's up, Bay Leader? Someone from the Eastern Star side cut you down? Blow Chicken took a long, slow breath and looked up at Big D. You know, and you still ask. My turbillion in Wan Chai is sandwiched between the territories of two of Whitehead's inner circle. It looks like Lanjen and the others really pissed off Dongxing, and now I'm the one who suffers. Throw. Big D pulled up Blow Chicken and helped him sit on a side couch, with teasing on his lips. The last time I had to come out for election, it was those old guys who preached that I wasn't qualified enough to keep a chair in the Senate for you, the Baywatch leader. At first I wondered how you could hold that tapstick steady in Wan Chai with those two moldy strip clubs that sucked. Ah, damned shovel. Now it's not what I expected. You're also qualified to be the Wasing leader? Big D's loud laughter reached Blow Chicken's ears and made him feel bad. But the situation was stronger than the man. And right now was not the time for him to talk tough. Right now the East Star has already hit the idea to his body. The whole in the United Victory potential must be bound to fight with the East Star. If he doesn't hand over the stick, is he going to sit on the doti and keep hiding in Big D's parish office? Seeing that Blow Chicken did look a bit uncomfortable, Big D put away his laughter in moderation. Don't have the guts to sit in this seat? Then go talk to Uncle Dunn. Give me the stick, give me the ledger, and I'll be the man of the word for you, and lead the society into battle with Eastern Star. Blow Chicken just shook his head. Big D, you should also stop talking sarcasm. It's true that you've been supporting me for the past year or so that I've been the talker, but you've also taken a lot of favors from me. I'll say hello to Dunwell later and ask him to take the lead in re-electing a talker out. At most, I'll mention it to him and support you as the talker. I don't get to say exactly how you'll be chosen. Count on you having a bit of a conscience. It's not too late. Hurry up and go speak to Uncle Tang. Any later and your lousy bars are going to get smashed by Eastern Star. Ring, ring, ring. No matter how noisy the outside world, fat dang, this tenement building is still a piece of years of peace and quiet. Fatty Dang, who had just returned from walking his dog outside, had not yet had time to sit down and drink a cup of tea when a horseman stacked his portable phone and handed it to him. Handing the dog's leash to the horseman who was following him, Fat Dang pressed the answer button. The sound of blowing chicken came out of the receiver. "Ah, way, there's something I need to say hello to you. Say, I just can't do this talker anymore. I almost died when the people from the Eastern Star came out to behead me in the street in the middle of the day. Someone from the venue called me just now, saying that the venue in Wan Chai has been set on fire by Tung Sing. I'm all alone in Wan Chai and I just can't take it anymore." Fat Dang pursed up his lips, half spitting out the word throw. "Blow chicken. I'm so sorry right now. How could I have taken pity on you in the first place and chose you to be the spokesperson for Wasing? You've disgraced yourself, Brother Wei. You can't say that. I didn't want to fight for the word in the first place. This year or so, I don't know how much anger I've suffered when I've been caught in the middle of you guys. So please take pity on me and take back the dragon head baton. Do you think it's appropriate to talk to me over the phone about this kind of thing? Where are you? Get your ass over here right now. I'd like to see if you blow chickens are scared out of your misery now." Fatty Dang's voice intensified steeply. Bluffing blow chickens sighed half a day to reply. For a moment, before answering warily, "I'm on the Big D side now, and those East Star guys are really crazy. So are you coming through? Come here, right away I'm coming." Hanging up the phone, Fatty Dang signaled the follower's horseman to leash the dog, and then sent this horseman out. Slowly and leisurely sitting down on the couch, Fat Dun dialed another string of numbers. "Hey, Locke, have you finished offering incense to Officer Sam? Listen to me first. Chicken Blow just called me to tell me that people from Tung Sing want to chop him. He's already egging it on and the word is to hand over the stick so I can pick a new talker. You go and speak to Ryukin right now." And Satan takes the lead and is the first to step in and support Shamshuipo. Lin Huila hung up the phone in front of the spiritual hall. A brief smile first appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then it was replaced by a color of gravity. He put away the phone and glanced at He Yaozong and Lan Zhen, who were sitting at the back of the hearth, before striding towards them. "Uncle, that battle with East Star last night was so grueling. I'm sure East Star won't let up. Uncle Tang asked me to ask, what exactly were you thinking at the time?" Ryukin waved his hand, signaling for him to talk to Ho Yucheng. Ho Yucheng picked up the conversation smoothly. "Lu Xiao, if Uncle Tang had entrusted you with the question, I would have answered with you in the same way. East Star's people first scattered goods in my territory, even dragged my territory to be swept by the bad guys. I didn't take their people for questioning, just surrendered their goods, which is already considered to give them face. Later on, they took it out on Brother Sam and hacked him to death for no reason. So how can I not be too much to ask for one of the white-headed man's corpses?" Lin Huila smiled. "Ah Yao, don't blame me for being blunt. That doesn't have to screw over Dongxing's uncles and grandparents. Why don't you have to? I'm a person who has never believed that if people respect me, I'll respect them. If a man destroys a cornucopia, I will take away 3 buckets from him. If one punch comes, it takes 100. Seeing that the topic had expanded about as far as it could go, Lin Huailu immediately nodded. "Okay, I know you refuse to drag the club into this, but I admire your righteousness and still want to have a word with you, regardless of how Eastern Star wants to fight. I'm going to follow you on this one." Faced with Lin Huaili's hard-pressed help, He Yaozong understood that this guy was again playing with a small amount of money to create momentum for himself within the club. However, he didn't refuse, and just said thank you in a salty manner. Just at that moment, the phone He Yaozong hung on his waist rang. With an excuse, He Yaozong stacked up the phone and headed towards the outside of the hearth. "Mr. Ho, the file on that oldest son of camels has been cleared. The information is a bit complicated, so why don't I just bring it over and you can read it yourself?" The call came from Chiu Gongao. Gripping the phone tightly, He Yaozong spoke towards the microphone. "Good, in a moment you come to the tea house side. In addition, there are some other things that need your help to do. Yuan Long, in a country estate." Luo Camel had just returned from worshipping over at the Lingong Shrine, and at this time, his face looked a little cloudy. When he came to the living room, he saw a middle-aged man in a decent suit with side-parted back hair sitting on the sofa. Seeing this man, Locke couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Spinning around, he said angrily, "Who told you to come back? Dad, this is my house. Can't I even go back to my own home?" Locke hurriedly signaled the horseman to close the door, and then looked hopelessly at this eldest son of his. "You are a rural counselor from Yuan Long, and with a few more years of hard work, you are qualified to be on the list of candidates for the Legislative Council. If people find out you have a father who sells flour, you'll lose your career. But who in the 10 miles of this side of Yuan Long doesn't know that I'm your son? Can that be the same? By blood you are my son, but by law you are the offspring of an ordinary fisherman's family in the waterside enclosure. I've landed your domicile in Water's Edge Circle since you were born, just so you could live a clean life and not be dragged down by your old man." The man sitting in front of Locke was none other than Locke's oldest son, Locke Jiaxing. Luo Jiaxing couldn't help but sigh, and then he looked at Luo Camel and asked, Uncle Ben is dead? None of your business. It's not your place to ask. Let's talk a little business then. The Legislative Council side is taking the lead and needs to initiate a fundraising effort for welfare protection funds from the police department side. Last year we only donated a tiny $500,000 in Yuan Long, causing several layoffs at the Yuan Long Sheriff Service stations this year. Camel sat down next to Locke Jansen and spoke coldly. It's a good thing. What's the point of having so many errant men come to Yuan Long? To keep an eye on your old man? Good thing? Members of the Legislative Council are elected once every 4 years. If I miss next year, I'll have to wait another 4 years. The camel fell silent and finally sighed helplessly. Our Eastern Star has been targeted by the bad guys for decades, and I can't imagine that in the end. My son, Luo Bingrun, actually had to go and raise money for them. Jia Shang, it's not a question of how much money you want, but you must remember that your father sold powder for half his life, and in your generation, he can't continue to do so. Back then your grandfather was just a drudge on the dockside. The family accumulated 3 generations. Sweet and sour tasted it all. No matter what, you have to take up the hope of revitalizing the family, or else in 10 more years, I'm afraid you won't have another chance. Luo Jiaxing couldn't help but smile sarcastically. There's no need to be so exaggerated. This time I only need a little less than $2 million. As the two were talking, the door was suddenly pushed open. The raven ventured in, not waiting for the camel to speak, and shouted staggeringly, "Something's wrong, big brother." Lei Yao Yang and Sito Hanan. These two puffers actually arranged for someone to decapitate the leader of Wasing. There's a huge clamor outside right now, and it's rumored that we, Eastern Star, are going to be at loggerheads with Wo Lianshang. Locke couldn't help but fire up in his heart and tapped his son on the shoulder, signaling him to get out. Then he got up and threw a slap in Raven's face. 3 years in Holland and you've forgotten all the rules? Don't you know how to say hello first when you enter? Crow was dumbfounded by the slap, but covering his face, he managed to squeeze out a hard smile towards Locke. Yes, the big man teaches a lesson. What did you just say? Lei Yao Yang and Sito and the others, arranging for someone to chop up the blow chickens of Wasing? That's right. Is the blow chicken dead yet? No, let him get away. It was only when he heard that blow chicken was not dead that a look of relief appeared on Locke's face. He sighed and looked at Raven's face, red from his own slapping, and spoke. It's not that the big man is saving up to lecture you. I know you've just come back from Holland and have your heart set on making something of yourself to show me. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack and uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. Now that Uncle Ben is dead, you're the one who's happiest, right? Biggie, I never said that. Camel gave Raven a blank look and whirled around, pulling him to sit down. There are no outsiders here, and you don't have to hide anything from me. Originally, I was going to leave Uncle Ben's territory over at Yamati to you to take care of, but these two beloved ones of Uncle Ben are sharp enough to think of such methods. They are forcing me to pull Tung Sing out of the way so that I can take those territories in Yamati under the banner of avenging Uncle Ben's death in name only. Biggie, how come I can't avenge Uncle Ben? How else can I say you don't know the rules? Being the big man dead, the fine man who worships the door has not yet spoken. When is it your turn to avenge Uncle Ben's death? Being given a fierce beating by the camel, the crow couldn't help but bare his teeth and scratch the back of his head. Damn him, if only this group of people from Wo Lianshang were sharper and did away with Louis Yu Young and Sito Honam. You pounce. The camel swung up again and slapped the crow on the head. No matter how much these two don't get along with me, they're still brothers in their own family. Is there a man like you out there who can't wait for his own family to die all day long? Crow spread out both hands. Then what should we do now? Big brother, can't we accompany the dirty work and do it together? The benefits and cheapness all let Uncle Ben those people to take advantage of. Beware of raising a tiger and raising another white-headed man out who sings against you. The raven couldn't help but tell the camel to frown at this comment. Thinking it over, Locke spoke coldly. It just spoke. Don't be in a hurry first. Since they are bold enough to chop up the people who speak with united victory, let's give them the territory of Yaomati for the time being. Dare to forcefully pull the entire Eastern Star to the top. I'd like to see, if they can't dry out in Lianshang that flyboy, what will they take to me when the time comes? Stone Gap Tail, Fat Dang's place. Blow Chicken sat in front of Fat Dang with his head hanging down, honest as a schoolboy being disciplined. Fat Dang opened his mouth leisurely. Blow Chicken, just 20 minutes ago, the Jordan and Shamshuipo halls were still having a fight with the Eastern Star's men. At this juncture, is it not time for you, who are the talker, to run and tell me to hand over the stick out? Way, give me a break. I have a few kilograms, I know it in my own heart, and now that my life is about to be saved, what can I give you to explain? Pouncing, take the dragon head baton, and you'll be the face of woozing even if your egg splattered. What the hell face? I have pups, I have daughters, I'm an old man, I've lost my guts, I just want to retire in peace and enjoy my life. And so many people in Lianshang want the dragon head baton. You can leave it to them. They're on fire. Let them come out and carry it. Why should I be be embarrassed. Blow Chicken was really scared out of his wits this time, and in the face of Fatty Deng's rebuke, he actually had the courage to go back. Fat Deng nodded slightly. Good, goody. Looks like you're really determined to hand over the stick out this time. I can promise you that, but on 2 conditions. Don't say 2. I'll promise you 20. Don't be so quick to agree just yet. Fat Deng's eyelids drooped and he whirled around to report the first condition. First, since the split from the Wakatu, no talker of ours in the United Shang has ever voluntarily handed over the stick while in office. You hand over the stick, and in future hand over the Wanchai turf along with it. I'll keep a chair for you in the Senate, and the society will be responsible for your old age. This is good, I promise you. Blow Chicken gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. Anyway, as Big D said, he's nothing more than a mascot, and there are only 2 hairy, crappy strip clubs over in Wanchai. A little bit of territory to hand over for a peace of mind for yourself, and hand it over. The second condition, since you're handing over the stick and the society is now going to start a fight with Eastern Star, choose a new spokesperson to come out and sit on the bench before it's too late. When the time comes for you to run for office too, I won't allow you to vote for Big D. Blow Chicken felt his heart skip a beat. He was not allowed to choose Big D, so that meant he was allowed to choose Locke. But for Big D to know that he handed in his own stick and turned around and voted for Locke, his own end might not be any better than being hacked to death by Tun Sing Boy. Brother Wei, since I'm not allowed to choose, why don't I just not choose? Then what the hell are you doing in the Senate? Why don't you go back to Wanchai and sell fish balls? Wei, I've been here for over a year. I know what you're trying to say. You're afraid Big D is going to you. Don't worry, we in Linsanity don't have the guts to mess with our uncles. What if you agree to these 2 conditions? Then grab the stick. If you don't agree, you can go back to Wanchai. And if you don't even dare to sit on your own, you'll be laughing at others. Blow Chicken is simply speechless. This is the real meaning of his experience. What is called people in the world cannot help. Iron still needs its own hard. No ability. Don't sit in this position. Or that leading stick to take the hot hand. A bull ***** talking head is nothing more than a plaything to be manipulated. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon that day, after Kun Chai Sum was pulled by the hearse to be cremated at Wahop Shek, Long Gun came to this side of the Watai tea house and found Ho Yu Chung. Ayo, there's something I need to discuss with you. Closing the door to his office room, Lungeon signaled He Yaozong to sit low, then pulling up a chair and sitting down as well, he spoke. Blow Chicken by that class of East Star boys scared out of their wits. Noon ran to Deng Wei's side, said to hand over the dragon head batten out. This talker he is not inappropriate. He Yaozong froze and then let out a light laugh. How many people want that stick are not qualified enough? He actually took the initiative to hand it over. It's also enough egg scattering. Let's not talk about blowing chickens. Just now Fatty Deng called all the district patriarchs and asked us to sigh for tea at his side at 7 in the evening. The purpose is to pick a new spokesperson out and take the club to start a fight with Eastern Star. Uncle, who are you going to choose? Lonergan paused his voice and pondered for a moment. Choose Locke. After all, this matter is our hall. Fatty Deng Zhongi choose Locke. Also take this opportunity to sell Locke a good. Furthermore, at the funeral hall of Officer Sam today, only one divisional leader, Locke, came over to pay his respects, and he was also the first one to let slip the word to support our parish to the end. Elect him and this East Star thing will carry over. Ho Yu Chung nodded, but asked in return, Uncle, is it true that if you get that stick, all the parishes in the 9 districts will have to listen to Mr. Locke's arrangements? If that's the case, how come none of the Tongs backed up Chicken Blow when it was being chopped up in Wanchai? This question instantly stumped Lonergan, but after a moment's thought, he answered truthfully. Regardless, he has Dunwell's backing. Locke may not have enough prestige in the society, but Fat Deng always speaks well. Then, Uncle, do you think I can do this talker? Coldly being asked this by He Yaozong, Long Gu instantly let out a laugh. Bad boy, are you kidding me? I'd like to, but you're not qualified enough. When will you think about being a talker when you're a divisional leader? He Yaozong smiled along. Uncle, that may not be true. Just go ahead and pick tonight. I guarantee you won't be able to pick anything out of the ordinary. I'm going to sit at the division leader when the time comes, and in 6 months, I'm going to be even more in the talker's seat. Looking at He Yaozong's usual smiling face, Ryukin seemed to realize in a trance that this guy had never joked with himself before. At that moment, he just got up and muttered, I don't know what you're trying to pull, but let's just get the trouble at hand out of the way. When Lonergan left the office, He Yaozong picked up his phone, dialing a string of numbers. He waited until the call was answered and then spoke directly toward the phone. Hello, Mrs. Big D? Please tell Big D for me. Let's just say I'd like to take him to dinner tonight, and there's a favor I'd like to ask him. Let's move to 2 shifts starting today. I've been feeling weak and foggy in the head for the past few days, and sometimes I can't breathe. I went to the hospital in the morning to get checked out and the doctor said I have some kind of phytosis and gave me a bunch of vitamin tablets. I also wondered, this good people, how to get involved with plants. How come I'm going to become a big tree? From now on, 210,000 word days, and a little more if I'm in good shape. Incidentally, I'm not going to hardwire the plot of these clubs in the Eastern Star, so I'll follow up with something that fits the theme and try not to collapse the text. End of chapter. Chapter 78, Blowing the Cock and Handing Over the Stick. Establishing a proxy? April 6, 2025. Big D's sister-in-law responded on the other end of the phone, speaking "Hold on a second," then took the phone downstairs to find Big D, speaking in a low voice with Big D. Big D, Sham Shuepa calling. Who is it in Sham Shuepa? Ho Yu-chung. Says he wants to invite you to dinner. Glancing at his own wife, Big D snatched the phone as soon as he could. Hey, let's skip dinner and talk about things. Big D, still holding a grudge about what I did last time. Ha, what the hell are you trying to say? It's like this. This very day Blow Chicken is ready to hand over the dragon head baton to Uncle Tang. Deng Bo's side sent word to choose a temporary talker to come out tonight, and whichever one carries the stick will bring the club out to start a fight with Eastern Star. I don't think it's necessary. It's just an Eastern Star. If Brother Big D is belligerent, our two families will be able to defeat Eastern Star by joining forces. Big D sneered. So it's a call to show me favor. Don't worry. I'm a person who makes a clear distinction between grudges. Tell Dragon Root to vote for me, and when I get the dragon head baton, I'll definitely lead the club to fully support you guys in Sham Shuepa. Well then, good luck with the Big D's flag. He Yaozong said and hung up, then without stopping, dialed a number again. The call was to Cho Gongao. Ayo, are you ready? It's all ready, mister. When do we do it? Cho Gangao's dull voice came from the other end of the phone. Ho Yu-chung said in a solemn voice, listen Ao, the warehouse over there at Kwaichung Container Terminal No. 7. I had someone put $1 million in cash in the tool room over there. Before 8 p.m. You must bring the man back over to the cargo warehouse. Get that money, and you 5 brothers will split it first. Then call me and let me know and I'll tell you what to do next. Mister, you've helped us so much. How can we be ashamed to ask for money again for doing something for you? Your group of brothers, there are people dragging their families along. You don't want money. They have to support their wives and children too. Don't say much. Get it done and remember to call me back. Suanwan Plaza. Big D couldn't help but snap his fingers after handing the phone back to his wife. Blessed star. Truly blessed star. It seems that I was wrong about Ho Yu-chung in the past. If he didn't engage in these tricks, how could Chicken Blow honestly hand over his stick? Which one is qualified enough to stand up to Eastern Star now that he told Locke to be unprepared at all? I'm the man of the hour this time. Big D's sister-in-law took the call and couldn't help but ask, Big D, what if Uncle Tang is determined to support Locke to the end? Big D had a face that instantly sank, but still denied it. He'll support me this time anyway, as long as his brain isn't broken. What's so good about Locke? He doesn't need as much money as I do. He doesn't need as many people as I do, and he's chosen to help the organization. So he's not going to choose another chicken to provide for them? No way. It's going to be me. I mean if, after all. Alright, don't you say such demoralizing things to me at this time. If there's nothing else, go to the Spineless Tavern and book me a place. When I get the dragon head baton, I'll get the wine done first, and have a meal while I lead the club to start a fight with Eastern Star. Seeing that Big D couldn't hear any objections right now, Big D's sister-in-law could only sigh helplessly and say nothing more. In Shek Kiyume Estate, although Fatty Tang came out at 7 o'clock to choose a spokesman, a group of uncles did not dare to be slow, and came to this side to gather as early as possible. Blow Chicken drooped his head and sat down beside Fat Dun. After half a day of calming down and being looked at with strange eyes by a group of retired uncles and grandparents, he knew it was ugly, but said out of the words splashed out of the water. Now he did not even dare to return to the Totoland. Tonight the stick is a must hand over. Blow Chicken, where's the stick? Where's the ledger? Skewered Explosion was the last of the uncles to arrive at Fatty Dang's residence, and when he entered the door, he didn't even have time to greet Dang Wei and ask towards Blow Chicken. Blow Chicken gritted his teeth and buried his head even lower. The stick and the ledger are placed in the doti, and now all over there are trying to scrape my tongue sing chai. How can I get it? You pounce. Skewer burst pointed at Blow Chicken's nose and was about to start cursing, but was stopped by Fat Dang waving his hand. Well, there's no use in embarrassing Blowing Chickens. He only has this ability. To save his life and escape from Wan Chai is already the blessing of the ancestors, and is considered to have left the last bit of face for us in Lianshang, said Fatty Dang Yuyu as he swept a glance at the people present. In a solemn voice, he said, all are here, aren't they? Blow Chicken, in front of us old guys, you come out and say something first. You don't have the guts to take the club to the top, so tell me, the dragon head baton, into whose hands do you belligerently place it? Rushing the ducks. Blow Chicken only felt that his head was now 1,000 pounds. forcing himself up. He glanced around at the cadre of uncles and fathers who were looking at him with bated breath. He really didn't dare to meet their eyes, so he simply put his eyes on Dangwei. Brother Y. Jordan Zalak is a man of great affection. Last year, when your boss ran away to Cambodia and was hit by a car and died, he was also the one who went through all the trouble of bringing your boss back for a grand funeral. This time the society is in trouble. I think he is most qualified to take this stick. Fat Dang was obviously very satisfied with Blow Chicken's answer. He nodded slightly, a sort of motionless indication of what he meant, and then looked at the rest of the group of uncles. Although it is only to choose a temporary talker, but and the United Victory have rules. You should make a comment to make a comment. In the end, the bell to choose who. Everyone here knows that as early as the beginning of the year, only two tenements, namely, Jordan and Suwon, made a statement that they would come out to elect the next spokesman. Now that Fatty Dang has taken the opportunity of blowing the chicken's mouth to state his position, many people already have a number in mind. Instead, String Bomb took the lead. Brother Wei, Blow Chicken was right just now. Locke is a big fan of love, but I have a different opinion. To be a talker, it is useless to rely on love and righteousness alone, and now it is the two societies that want to start a fight in the sun and horse, and when the time comes to fight in a hurry, I am afraid that the public accounts of the societies will be emptied, and they will not be able to fight. Locke's Jordan is not considered powerful. I'm afraid he can't afford to pocket this bottom. When the time comes to be beaten by others properly, that would be really embarrassing. Dangwei's two eyes were closed as if revealing a gleam of refined light. Skewer blast. So according to you, who are you going to pick? Go for Big D. He's tall and handsome, and he's a big man. He's clear in Suwon, and he's connected to Sham Shui Po's territory. So let him take it to pick up the dragon head baton, and with the two families joining forces, we might be able to save the other halls a lot of heartache. Skewer blast these words out, immediately called some still wavering uncles and grandparents' eyes light up. Yeah, picking Lim Wee Lot to take the stick. Jordan doesn't have the ability to carry Tung Sing hard, and when the time comes, he'll inevitably have to mobilize resources from their uncles' halls. Those who come out to work are all eyeing the food in their own bowls. Who wants to be implicated for no reason and spend money to do things for others? After all, they are not like Fatty Dang, who claim to have the collective interests of the society on his lips, and they can't get any practical benefits from propping up Alok's fortune. In the face of Crosstalk's rhetoric, Fat Dang did not comment for the time being, just nodding slightly. His gaze fell on a grim-faced uncle. Well, Xuan Fan Dong, what do you think? I haven't thought about it yet. Fire Ox, what about you? I'm still thinking about it too. What the hell is there to think about? What to talk about? Then I'll go with the lame guy from Castle Peak Road. As soon as Fire Ox's words came out, the group of uncles immediately let out a burst of laughter. Old Ghost Monk, who was sitting next to him, had one hand over his stomach and one hand on Ferenza's shoulder. Fire Ox, what the hell are you talking about? Picking a cripple out to be the talker, laughing all the way to Tung Sing. It was Fatty Dang who appeared to be more calm and gave Fire Ox an approving look. Sure enough, Ferenza picked up on it right away. What's wrong with electing a cripple? You don't even say a word when you're beaten up by the fine people of Suwon. Even if the police catch him, I guarantee that he'll keep his mouth shut, and he'll never do anything like washing the horse fence. So keep his mouth shut. Fire Ox's words came out and immediately called for a group of people to stop laughing. Anyone who knows him knows that he's done taking a stand. The lame guy from Castle Peak Road was beaten up by the fine guy from Big D earlier for no apparent reason. Lame guy is also egg loose. Fearing Big D's lechery, froze and didn't dare to blow the whistle on the matter. In the end, it was the fine man from Castle Peak Road who couldn't take the heat and stabbed the matter to Fatty Dang's side. As a result, Big D made a comment that he didn't know what was going on, and blamed the crippled guy instead for being beaten up in the first place, and actually refused to even report his own house. The old geezer nodded, and took up the conversation in kind. It's not bad, Big D. This person has no respect and is too ostentatious. Choosing him to be the talker will only make him more prosperous, and in time, he will be even more unseemly. I've decided to pick Alok, who will take over the dragon head baton, even if I have to ask my parish to contribute money and effort. I'm relieved. A cadre of uncles and fathers followed suit, and it was clear that the situation was settled. Seeing that no one else had come out to make a statement, Fat Dang then returned his gaze to String Burst. He didn't ask String Bomb anything, though. We and the parishes in the 9 districts of Liansheng are supposed to help each other. Lok Tong is weak, but Chung dared to stand up to the pressure and be the first one to come out in support of Sham Shui Pa. The fact that he has this heart is enough to prove that he can pick up this dragon head baton, no matter what. I'll support Alok this time, said Fatty Dang, and then dropped his gaze on Long Wan, who was sitting on his right and hadn't uttered a word, then slowly raised his right hand. Lanjen, do you say yes or no? Yes. Without much ado, Ryukin simply raised his right hand. Seeing that Fatty Deng had already openly stated his position, a group of uncles who had no opinion also raised their hands. Seeing this, Blow Chicken looked at Fat Deng, then at String Blast off to the side, and followed suit by putting his own hand up. In less than 10 seconds, everyone in the room, except for String Bomb, raised their hands in unison. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. String Burst could not help but embarrassingly touch his nose. Anyway, this time over to choose. He did not receive any benefits from Big D. At that moment, there is no concern in his heart. Also put his hand up. Yuan Long, a country house surrounded by water. At this time into the night, the moon and stars, the surrounding is already a cheerful insects. Luo Jiaxing answered the call, came downstairs, drove his own piece of Mercedes, and prepared to go over to Central to do some business. Driving on the country lanes, Luo Jiaxing is not without emotion. The world is really a magical place where the old man has gone pink and the son is making preparations to run for the legislature. But the education he had received since he was a child had taught him that the weak and the strong were the essence of this world. Only if he stood tall enough could he completely wash away the darkness behind his family. His grandfather Luo Zhengwu and his old man Luo Bingrun both came from that turbulent era. These truths, since childhood, has not little instilled in him. Drip. Just as he was driving into the intersection of Longping Road, he suddenly noticed a truck hauling feed parked in the middle of the road. The truck had its double blinkers on, as if it was experiencing some kind of breakdown. Pressing the horn to urge, seeing no response from the truck side, Luo Jiaxing immediately intended to turn around and make a detour to the Kowloon side. By Yubio wow! Just as he was about to hit the steering wheel, the glass on the left passenger side was suddenly shattered by 2 bullets, and with the sound of the glass shattering, before Luo Jiaxing could react, he saw a hand reaching in at the shattered window. This hand grasped a Glock pistol fitted with a silencer, its cold muzzle aimed right at his head. Friend, I'm a district councillor on this side of the new territories. Have you got the wrong person? Clunk. The door was pulled open and someone sat directly in the passenger seat. Through the corner of his eye, Locke saw a man with a thin face and cold eyes, holding a gun to his temple. There's no mistaking it. It's you who's wanted. Luo Jiaxing then felt a numbness at the back of his neck, and immediately his eyes went black, and he lost consciousness. Kwaicheng warehouse side. Xiao Gang Ao stood by He Yaozong's side. Mr. It's simpler than we thought. Locke is really planning to completely clear his son's name, and he didn't even arrange for a follower horseman around him. He Yaozong nodded, then opened his mouth to ask, your group of brothers, can they handle Louis Yuyang and Sito Haonan? Xiao Gang Ao just snorted. I have yet to see any cook who is not afraid of having a gun pointed at his head. Good. Inform your group of fellows that apart from Sito Haonan and Louis Yuyang, all the other followers of the ponies will be killed for me. I'll notify Locke to go over and collect the body himself. For now wake him up. Xiao Gang Ao did not say much, just lifted up a flurry of cold water on the ground and poured it over Luo Jiaxing's head. Hiss. Stirred awake, Luo Jiaxing shook his head in bewilderment and caught a glimpse of He Yaozong standing in front of him. Looking down again to check his situation, he realized that his hands and feet were bound and he was currently sitting on a chair. Who are you? Subconsciously asked this sentence. Only soon Luo Jiaxing was clear that he had been kidnapped, and in his heart he could not help but regret asking this sentence. Perceiving that the other party did not even cover his own face, Luo Jiaxing's heart became even more fearful, and for a moment he clenched his lips, his mind falling into a state of confusion. Senator Locke, don't panic. What about inviting you over tonight? There's a small favor I'd like to trouble you with, He Yaozong said as he took out the portable phone that he had retrieved from Locke's body, then pulled a chair and shoved the phone into Locke's hands. Call your old man. I have something I want to talk to him about. Good. I can ask my dad to pay for it. Something must be discussed. You talk too much. He Yaozong's face sank. Xiao Gongao on the side had already taken out a pistol. Luo Jiaxing had a jolt, hurriedly moving his bound and numbed palms, and numbly dialed Luo Camel's number. Da! The phone rang twice before it was answered. Locke's voice came out of the phone. Hello? Who's there? Locke looked up cautiously and glanced at Ho Yucheng. Ho Yucheng gave him a wink. Tell him you've been kidnapped. Dad, I'm being kidnapped, shouting towards the phone. The caller was obviously stunned for a while, and then without waiting for Locke to answer, He Yaozong snatched the phone out of Locke's hands. Camel, listen up. I'm He Yaozong, and I'm dragging your son over here today because I want to have a good chat with you. Pounce. A roar came over the phone, and then Camel was heard shouting hysterically. When you come out, one person does everything. What the hell do you want? I'm warning you not to mess around. Send your son on his way, of course, or else treat him to a midnight snack? Good. You take it easy for now and tell me what you really want to do first. Camel's tone immediately eased down, no matter how upset he was in his heart. At this moment his son fell into the hands of others. He could only pinch his nose and concede first. Ho Yucheng spoke again. Camel, People like us are not like you, hairless bachelors who do everything. But what about using this method to talk to you today? It's not to make things difficult for you. On the contrary, maybe we can even work together. What do I have to work with you for? You release my son back and I promise Uncle Ben this matter will be settled. Perhaps hearing the meaning of He Yaozong's words, Camel simply made things clear, speaking into the phone as he did. He Yaozong, however, just laughed contemptuously. I'm sorry, but I don't want to let this go just yet if you want to let it go. If Louis Yu Young and Sito Honam don't die, I always feel that my heart is not very solid. In that case, in a while, in your name, call Sito Honan and Louis Yu Young and tell them to come to you and alongside for a meeting. I'll help you get rid of these two beloved ones left behind by the white-headed one by the way. And in the future, there will be no one from Eastern Star to sing against you. Won't everyone be happy? You can fight to Wan Chai yourself if you have the ability. Borrow my hand to kill people. What kind of ability is this? You're right, I really don't have what it takes. I'm quite envious of your son, having a dad who walks on powder, paving the way for him from childhood to adulthood, shining all the way, and not having to suffer any grievances, said He Yaozong with a cold tone, took down the phone and shouted into the side of his mouth. Just to be clear, I'm not discussing this with you right now. Either Lei Yao Yang and Sita Hanan both die tonight, or prepare to burn paper money for your son tomorrow. Xiao Gang Ao sniffed and also pulled the safety of the pistol, directly against Luo Jiaxing's head. Luo Jiaxing was really frightened miserably, and immediately shouted with a sobbing voice, Dad, Dad, anyway, Uncle Ben is already dead. Why don't you just let them take care of these heartthrobs of Uncle Ben for you? I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. Hearing his son's voice with a sobbing tone, Locke's suppressed voice came out of the phone. Good, just do what you want, and don't you dare mess up. I don't care what you're trying to do. Nothing must happen to my son. He Yaozong squeezed the phone tightly and spoke into the microphone word for word. I'll keep my word. Remember to call me back when you're done. Then cook up a snack at home and wait for your son to come home for dinner. Asterisk 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 his old mother. Is this pouncer of a camel playing with us? After a day's wake in Yuan Long during the day, we've just returned to Wan Chai and called us over to discuss things. Inside a Mercedes that was traveling on the Marina Highway in East Kowloon, Situ Hanan sat in the back seat and spat at Louis Yu Young who was beside him. Lei Yao Yang looked out the window at the night scene and pondered for a moment. Answered, who knows, but don't you worry, other than him being determined to be a shrinking violet. Otherwise, East Star will have to accompany us to fight with and against Lian Sheng to the end. End of chapter. Chapter 79, Big D is obsessed with threads. Words to get a new and a joint win. April 6, 2025. All the way into Yuan Long. Still at the point where Long Ping Road intersects with the country lane leading to the Lamkung Ancestral Hall. Only the truck that had been parked in the middle of the road earlier had moved to the side of the highway by now. The Mercedes-Benz was followed by two vans, and the horseman that Sito Hanan held the car slowed down the speed of the car, put up the steering wheel, and was about to drive into the countryside road. Rumble. The quiet truck suddenly started up, and with a sharp kick of the gas, the truck slammed right into the steering Mercedes. Clank. The front end of the truck directly hit the right side of the Mercedes body, directly toppling the Mercedes over in the roadbed next to it. Crunch. The two vans that followed the Mercedes braked, and a group of horsemen realized that something was wrong, and they all picked up their weapons, jumped out of the vans, and surrounded towards the truck. Your mother. Get off. Pouncer. Go see if Brother Honam and the others are okay first. Just as a group of knifemen surrounded the truck, the driver's side door of the truck slowly pulled open. Mo Ishwan reached out and slapped heavily twice toward the car door. At once, three voices jumped down from the trunk, and for a moment the secluded country lane resounded with the dull sound of gunfire. Half an hour later, Mo Ishwan and the others, dragging Sito Hanan and Lei Yao Yang, whose legs were broken, entered the warehouse. The moment the two of them saw He Yaozong, fire immediately rose in their hearts, especially Sito Hanan. For a moment it was as if he had forgotten the severe pain in his legs, and fought to try to break free, roaring towards He Yaozong. Pouncer, how dare you use your gun? You have no rules. Come over here and fight me if you're brave enough. I'll beat you up. He Yaozong didn't even bother to give these two a glance. He just waved his hand and greeted Shou Gongao to take out a DV from the tool room, setting up the DV machine in the warehouse. He Yaozong directly pulled up Luo Jiaxing, who had a look of fear on his face. Duke Locke, after receiving so much blessing from your old bean, the time has come for you to repay him today. Shoot these two in a moment, and no one will sing the opposite of anything your dad says in East Star from now on. He Yaozong said and passed a wink towards Shou Gongao, who immediately shoved a loaded pistol into Luo Jiaxing's hand. At the same time the left hand picked up his own Glock with the safety drawn and pressed it against the back of Locke's head. Gong gong. Go turn on the DV camera. Snorting toward the male, Xiao Gangao heaved the muzzle of his gun toward the back of Luo Jiaxing's head again. Go, do these two and I'll let you go right away. Locke could barely even stand up now. He knew that this group not only wanted to take out Sito Haonan and Lei Yao Yang, but also wanted to create their own blackmail in order to ensure that they could completely pin down Camelot. Although it's not a felony to be coerced into killing someone, but his own career is also considered completely ruined. For as long as he could remember, Camelot had constantly told him that the family had to be cleansed, and that he couldn't harbor in Yuan Long as a country boy for the rest of his life. The road is not flat. There is my son for him to wait flat. He must be clean. For the ancestors to live out a personal style. The hand holding the gun was already trembling violently, and Luo Jiaxing looked at He Yaozong with supplicating eyes. Don't make me, okay? I can't kill anyone. At this time, the male had already turned on the DV camera and was only waiting for Luo Jiaxing to enter the camera range to capture the scene where he executed Sito Haonan and Lui Yuyang. He Yaozong passed a wink towards Zhou Gongao and then spoke. Can't kill? Your grandfather killed them. Your old man killed them, and you can't kill them because you're the one who ordered them? I'll give you 3 more seconds to think about it, and if you don't do it, then you're on your way with them. Lei Yao Yang had panicked at this point, and he felt the need to say something. Locke Jiaxing, your dad went through all the trouble to get you to wash your hands of the Locke family and go ashore. You dare to shoot and kill us today, and that stain is going to be held by them for the rest of your life. 3. Ho Yucheng, however, did not care and just counted. Luo Jiaxing became more and more nervous, but he was not a piece of rotten wood, and it was clear in his mind that if his life was gone, it didn't matter at all if there was any taint or not. Who told them that the Locke family was started by walking powder, and some stains, which were supposed to follow him for the rest of his life, could never be washed away? 1 or 2 more stains, does it matter? I'll do it, even if it is a piece of rotten wood. If it is put in the position of a rural counselor and carved for 2 years, it should have a shape. Not to mention that Locke is not exactly a cutie. The moment he made up his mind, the fear in his eyes was then replaced by a scowl. Sito Haonan lay on the ground, looking at Luo Jiaxing, who was gripping his pistol tightly and walking towards him step by step, and he couldn't help but panic at that moment. Hey Jiaxing, don't mess around. Don't forget, back when you were in Form 4, every time you had a conflict with someone over there at school, it was me who helped you go out on a limb. Boom 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 boom. Luo Jiaxing clenched his teeth, not giving himself any room for hesitation, raised his gun and aimed it at the two of them, Sito Haonan and Lei Yao Yang, and instantly emptied the bullets in his magazine. He's a lousy shot though. Standing in front of the 2 men, he fired 6 shots in a row, but only 3 of them hit their heads. The revolver slipped out of his hand. Locke Kashang fell helplessly to the ground, looking at the blood dripping from Sito Haonan and Lui Yuyang that was slowly flowing towards him. He let out another cry of shock and braced himself to try to fear back. However, he found that half of his body had already been numb, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not move the slightest bit. The male gave an okay gesture towards Zhou Gongao, signaling that the shooting was over. Zhou Gongao lowered his raised pistol, then looked at He Yaozong. Mr. Ho, what should we do with this guy? Of course it's to send Mr. Luo home. We have to keep our word. He Yaozong walked over to the DV rack and picked up the DV to take a look at it, then opened his mouth to reply. Xiao Gang Ao nodded, and was about to greet the eunuch and the others to drag Luo Jiaxing up when he heard He Yaozong speak again. Slow down. This shot directly called Luo Jiaxing's face even more pale. He feebly looked up at He Yaozong, his lips trembling, wanting to say something but realizing that his throat seemed to be gripped by a giant invisible hand. Unable to make a sound, He Yaozong grabbed the DV and walked over to Locke Jiaxing and smiled at him. Don't panic, Mr. Locke. I was thinking of borrowing your phone for a while and talking to your dad about something else. Suan Wan, Blow Chicken sat warily in front of Big D, not daring to meet his fierce gaze in any way. After a long silence, Big D spoke up. You mean to tell me that you chose joy? I can't be blamed. Dunwell led the way by raising his hand for Locke, and everyone else followed suit. Whether I pick you or not doesn't mean much anymore. I'll top you. Big D storms up and kicks Blowjob Chicken to the ground, spinning a step forward. He crouched down and directly grabbed Blow Chicken's collar. Demented lines. It's all the demented lines. What's so great about Locke? How is he better than me? Tell me. What's he got over me? Looking at Big D's appearance of wanting to eat someone, Blow Chicken was directly scared to the point that he didn't even dare to breathe a breath. Big D, it's just a matter of choosing a temporary acting talker. You'll still have a chance to come back out and get elected when your term is up in 6 months. I'll elect your mother. I'm going to elect you to be the first brother of the police force next term. Okay, what if I die? What if all you assholes die? Ha, you tell me. Punt. a slap to the face of Blowjob Chicken, which knocked Blowjob Chicken right out of his head. Big D had taken it in stride, and at this point had completely given up on fantasizing about Fatty Dunn. Now in Lien Sheng under pressure to choose a temporary spokesman cannot even take his turn. Wait until half a year after the official election. I'll lock bigger. There is still a chance for him to come out to fight? Big D, calm down. Big D's sister-in-law, who had heard the altercation, ran from the room and rushed forward to pull the furious Big D away. Off. Pushing his wife away, the overwhelming anger in his heart was vented, and only then did Big D calm down a little. He glared at the blown chicken on the ground and opened his mouth. Good, since they've already chosen a good one, you call now and tell Uncle Tang that you're not convinced by Alok. The stick won't be handed over, the ledger won't be handed over. He mother of all things won't be handed over. Let them pick again. Blow Chicken had a hard time handing over the stick, and all he wanted to do at the moment was to nestle and hide away from all this crap. At that moment, he understands that the decision that Fatty Dang has made, he can't change it. Even if he was afraid of Big D, he could only reply with a hard head. Big D, don't go arguing. How do you expect me to talk to Dunwell about something like this? I'm not qualified. Not qualified, then you die. Big D was once again on fire, and grabbed a bench, ready to slam it down on the head of Blow Chicken. Luckily, Big D's sister-in-law was quick on her feet and pulled Big D's arm a bit. The chair clattered to the floor, smashing it right into chafing. Blow Chicken couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air in his mind, struggling to get up. He wanted to run downstairs. Instead, he heard Big D's grumpy voice coming from behind him once again. You go. If you dare to walk out today, I'll immediately call someone to chop you to death. A sentence instantly told Blow Chicken to stop his footsteps, and with a bitter face, Blow Chicken now had the heart to kneel down for Big D. Big D, what the hell do you want? Since you don't dare to go and talk to Uncle Tang, I won't make it difficult for you. I'll send someone to accompany you to Wan Chai to bring the stick over, and you give it to me. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack and uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. After a pause for sound, Big D glanced at his wife. Coldly, he said, I'm going to mess with Shinhwa Unison at exactly 10 p.m. The news that Woozing had elected a new acting speaker had spread to every sub-district parish. Fat Dang was lying in bed at that moment, just about to get a good night's rest, when he was disturbed by the sound of a telephone call. Anything that could call him at this point in his rest must be 100,000% urgent. Fat Dang couldn't help but frown and press the answer button. Brother, why? Big D has been wired, and he wants to get his own new and united victory. Just as he picked up the phone and pressed it to his ear, Blow Chicken's fiery voice came out of the receiver. I didn't hear you just now. Tell me more. What is Big D going to do? He's going to mess with the new and united winners. The dragon head baton has already been snatched from Wan Chai by him with his men. Just now, he even went to Sham Shuepa and found Ho Yucheng, saying that he was willing to step in and help Sham Shuepa top it. And they also said something about their two families joining forces and being stronger than the rest of the 7 parishes and was Sing. When he first heard Chicken Blow talking about Big D's intention to engage in a new and united victory, Fatty Dang was not so nervous. He knew the nature of the man Big D. He was a bully. But when he heard that Big D had gone to Sham Shuepa to look for that ancestor, Fatty Dang couldn't sit still at once. If you want to say that there is someone else in Wasing who is not afraid of the sky and dare to do anything, then it must be that fine man Lungcan. If we really let him get involved with Big D, I'm afraid that the two of them will hit it off right away, and they might really create a new and united victory. Pouncing. Where's Big D now? I don't know. I'm hiding over here at String Blast. Fat Dang was not in the mood to talk nonsense with Blow Chicken anymore, and directly hung up the phone, and then his legs and feet seemed to become sharp. He lifted the covers, grabbed his bedclothes and pulled them on, not even having time to put on his socks, drawing on his shoes and heading outside. The horseman who was on night duty in the living room saw Fatty Dang go out and asked in confusion, Uncle Tang, where is this going? Fatty Dang only coldly looked at this horseman and said expressionlessly, hold the car, go to Sham Shuepa. At about 20 minutes past 10, He Yaozong received a phone call and whirled out of the Clock Hotel to the tea house on the next street. Inside the Peony Pavilion box, Fat Dang was already sitting there waiting, having finished 2 cups of tea. Uncle Tang, what is the matter that troubles you to come over and look for me at this late hour? He Yaozong had a clear idea in his heart, but he still smiled and sat down next to Fatty Dang, refilling another cup of tea for him. Fat Dang was silent and scrutinized He Yaozong for a long time. Only then did he take the tea handed to him by He Yaozong and opened his mouth to ask, let me ask you, did Big D tell you that he's going to mess with new and united success? That's not true. Big D just told me that he has a lot of people and money in Suwonwon, so he can step in and help me go to the top. Well, then, tell me, do you clock that you want Big D to step in and help you? Uncle Tang, the Brotherhood Hall is a family. He's willing to help me. There's no reason for me not to agree. Seeing that He Yaozong just wouldn't take his own moves, Fatty Dang's face became a bit ugly. Taking a sip of his tea, he set down his teacup. Fat Dang made up his mind and asked again. Now let me ask you one thing. Do you belligerent to be the zoning talker of woozing? Or do you belligerent to follow Big D and get a new woozing? The old guy finally got on the bandwagon. The smile on He Yaozong's face grew even wider. Uncle Tang, even if I had the intention to make a new and united victory with Big D, it's not my turn to be the talker. I'm certainly belligerent to be the zoning talker with united winners. Well, then, that's enough with you. Now you call Big D in front of me and tell him that you don't clock getting mixed up with him. And tell him to think his words through and come over tomorrow and give me an explanation. Ho Yucheng just shook his head. Uncle Tang, now that the stick and the ledger are taken by Big D, push him. Beware of Big D handing over the ledger to the errant man. How about this? I'll leave it to me to smooth things over, but I'll make one small condition. On what terms? What about the acting talker? Or don't pick one yet. If I can help the club get the stick back, the stick will still be given to Blow Chicken at that time, and it will be reselected in 6 months. Otherwise, if it gets out, people will laugh at us and Lian Shang for being forced to hand over the stick. Uncle Tang, you'll also lose face. Looking at He Yaozong's harmless smiling face, Fatty Dang seemed to have thought of something. He always had a feeling as if he was being led by this guy step by step, forced to promise to install him as divisional leader, and now forced to promise to nullify tonight's proxy speaker election. All told, this guy is making a statement to himself. When the time comes to blow the chicken and hand over the stick, he'll have to step up and pick it, too. This feeling of a society thingy not being under your control is pretty stifling. However, he could not find any reason to come out and refute these words of He Yaozong. After all, the demands mentioned by the other party were justified and reasonable, and he could not find any fault. Fat Dun's eyelids drooped. Give the stick back to Blow Chicken and you think he'll have the guts to go back over to Wan Chai? Simple. I started the whole thing. I'll arrange for someone to guard Blow Chicken to sit and stabilize Toady, and maybe even plant a flag in the territory over there in the process. Fatty Dang looked at He Yaozong incredulously for a few moments. Are you thinking of flag planting too simply? On the East Star side, you're going to top it yourself? I won't bother Uncle Tang with the affairs of Eastern Star. If there are no surprises, tomorrow morning the camel of Eastern Star will come over in person to speak to your old man about the numbers. This is a matter that should end here. Looking at He Yaozong, who had spoken so eloquently, Fatty Dang wondered where he got the courage. But right now for him, what to start a fight with Eastern Star, what to support Lin Huailu as a talker, all these are not important. Most importantly, clean up Big D first. Really let him get a new and united victory out. His Fat Dang's world of prestige will be completely ruined. Ayo, I'm only going to ask you one thing, so tell Big D for me. Hand back the stick, hand back the ledger, and the society can pretend nothing happened. Anyway, until he confesses to me, Locke remains the acting voice of Wasing. Otherwise, if he's like this, whoever doesn't like it will come out and make trouble after the election. Then what's the point of having that stick? Dropping these words, Fat Dang braced himself to take a cane and rose slowly. Under the support of the horse boy, he trembled and walked towards the outside of the tea house. Looking at the cup of tea that was still steaming, He Yaozong smiled and shook his head. Then he picked up his own phone and dialed Big D. Hey, Big D, I've thought through the things you mentioned to me tonight. I'm not going to get into it with you with new and united success. Uncle Dang came over here to see me, and he said you return the stick and the ledger now, and there's nothing going on. I advise you not to engage in tremors, lest the other 8 district parishes join together to beat you up. Big D on the other end of the line was instantly on fire. Fight! Come and hit me all. You're included. The out-and-out damned, who chose their spokesman without a word of greeting, will not stay in this society. I'll be forced to go to the end of my rope, and then I'll hand over the ledger to Okeeper, and we'll all die with him. I advise you not to be so impulsive. Uncle Dang has instructed me to get the stick and the ledger back from you. Sell Sham Shui Po a face. Do not carry on to the end. You have a face. Let me tell you, I have no problem carrying the ledger across the Filey's Star. Dare to help them mess with me. When the time comes to die, I'll be the first to drag you along. Big D is like a seizure dog right now, biting anyone he sees. But Ho Yucheng didn't take him seriously at all. And while he was forcing Fatty Dang step by step to hand over the position of divisional talker to himself, he had already had a countermeasure to deal with Big D. Hey, don't talk so hard. Perhaps tomorrow night, you will have to come to Shamshuipo to apologize to me in a proper manner. I'm doing the club's work for them, so you don't want to clog up your own path, which will be humiliating when the time comes. These words certainly added fuel to the fire. Just as he finished speaking, a growl came from Big D on the other end of the line. I have no face, and when the time comes, I'm only afraid you won't have a life. Ho Yucheng, I'm warning you. Da, Without waiting for Big D to finish his sentence, He Yaozong simply hung up the phone. End of chapter. Chapter 80, Kettle the Kettle. Big D Man is stupid. April 6, 2025. Coming to the office upstairs, He Yaozong took out a bunch of long-prepared documents, made a call, and called Xiao Hui over. Laying the pile of information on the table and dividing it into three, He Yaozong took out two of them and pushed them in front of Xiao Hui. K, get up early tomorrow morning, take these materials for me, and deliver them in order to the address on them. K picked up the information and briefly scanned it twice, asking with some confusion, these materials, do I need to follow up on anything? No, both of these are for the boss behind Big D. One copy was sent to Chiu Chao's boss, Chao Wing-on, who runs a logistics business over in the New Territories. There's also a copy that was given to Mr. Li Mingda, the owner who is engaged in food processing. You just send these two copies to them, and after they see this contract, they will naturally come over to negotiate with me about cooperation. Kay sniffed and picked up two more profiles and looked at them carefully before finally putting them down. Couldn't help but ask, brother I know I shouldn't question any of your decisions, but you put so much effort into sending me to night school that I feel I need to take care of every accounting issue for you. According to the draft contract on these two materials, we will at least have to bear a loss of at least $5 million or more just by transferring the logistics industry in Suwon to Shamshuepa. Also, the Shamshuepa side is providing a one-time labor subsidy of $10,000 per person for each of the 300 employees of Hong'an Logistics in Suwon, just in exchange for 2 logistics warehouses to be set up in Shamshuepa, so I can't even think of any profitability left for us. Naturally, He Yaozong couldn't possibly explain to Xiao Hui that he was helping the association, and that the more money he gave away, the more he earned. K, you don't understand. Now that the society is in a mess, Big D is clamoring for new and united victory, and the society has asked me to do something, so I'm just going to scoop up all the gold masters behind Big D. Isn't he relying on these bosses to back him up when he's so sunny in Suwon? I had to straighten him out once and for all. Without these bosses behind him, I'd like to see how long he'll be tough. As soon as she heard He Yaozong mention the club, Xiao Hui immediately understood and stopped asking more questions. But when she picked up those two materials and was about to get up, she looked again at the information that was still in front of He Yaozong. Brother Yao, do you need me to send this information along as well? No need. You can't handle this boss of Big D. I'll personally step in and take care of it when the time comes. Yes. After dismissing Xiao Hui, He Yaozong picked up the piece of information that was lying on the table and looked at it again and again. The boss involved behind this information is the biggest reason why Big D has taken off so quickly in the last few years. Ding, congratulations to the host on his status being upgraded again. Number of people who can help at the same time raised to 20. Friendly reminder, when the host's identity is upgraded again, the system's function of helping people will be automatically upgraded to help the target beneficiary group of the event. The long-lost beep sounded in He Yaozong's mind, and He Yaozong couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Helping the group of beneficiaries of the event? Does it mean that one can make a big name for oneself as a charitable organization and take the opportunity to enrich oneself? The night passed, and the next day He Yaozong woke up early. First, I made a call to the reception room of the Watson Group in Central, explained the purpose of my visit and made an appointment. At 10 o'clock in the morning, he greeted Mr. COA and drove to the headquarters of the Washing Group in Central. Hello miss, I have an appointment with Mr. Wang Millionaire, the chairman of the Washing Group. May I ask where he is now? Arriving at the reception area of Washing Group's office building, He Yaozong asked as such towards an eye-catching reception lady. At this time, He Yaozong all suits straight, a thick head of back combed meticulously, Sven with 3 gangster, can't help but look at the reception lady some eyes crazy. Can and Wang Million personally face business, think non-rich or noble, and he is so young. Miss? Oh who? This receptionist lady hurriedly picked up the record book and glanced at it, then instantly revealed a sweet smile towards He Yaozong. It's Mr. He, isn't it? Please come with me. The chairman is waiting for you in his office. Leading He Yaozong, he got on the elevator and came all the way to the 8th floor of the office building, where the receptionist lady led He Yaozong to the door of an office. Immediately, he stopped and looked at He Yaozong with a smile. Mr. He, the chairman is waiting for you inside. Thanks a lot. Miss, I wonder if I could buy you a cup of tea first, sometime? Mr. He is joking. My name is Yi Huiwen. You can always come over to me when you are free. Oh. A scarlet blush flew up on the receptionist lady's face. Then she lowered her head and quickly ran away, holding the file bag under his armpit. He Yaozong knocked on the office door. Hello, is Mr. Wang millionairean? Go in. A lazy, crisp female voice came from inside. He Yaozong couldn't help but be surprised, but he didn't think much about it, and promptly pushed open the office door. A rhyming, hotly costumed woman was sitting with her legs crossed on a couch in the office area. The vermilion lips were like fire, trimming that cold face with passion and exuberance. With a purple fur draped over his shoulder and a deep V camisole, the gully was hard to fill. But what attracted He Yaozong's attention the most was the beautiful legs wrapped in those black pants. Well proportioned and shaking with the woman's crossed legs, it was as if every muscle in her calves was radiating endless fire. Seeing that He Yaozong didn't hide his appreciation at all, the woman couldn't help but frown. Have you seen enough? Not yet. He Yaozong had dropped his gaze to the woman's face by now, and squared his gaze as he picked up the folder and walked over to the woman. I'm here to see Mr. Wang millionaire. May I ask who you are? Miss? I'm his wife Judy Tong. I hear you have quite a few house deeds over in Kowloon City? Ho Yucheng squeezed out a fairly clean smile. Miss Judy Tong, won't you invite me to sit down and talk? Sit. Waving his hand to invite He Yaozong to sit down, Judy Tong spoke again. I'm the chairman of Huaxing Real Estate, the big head of industry under the Huaxing Group. If you want to talk about business and real estate, just look for me to talk. In that case, then please, Ms. Judy Tong, take a look at this information I brought, He Yaozong said and handed the file bag in his hand to Judy Tong. Judy Tong ripped the flap off the paper bag and then removed the information. After studying it carefully, she put down the information and looked at He Yaozong in disbelief. Over at Kowloon Walled City, it's a hot real estate development over in the Kowloon district. There was a demolition on the outskirts of the walled city 3 years ago, when I went over there to get a piece of land, but it was nowhere near enough for the size of the development I had predicted. What exactly do you want from me when you've been so kind as to come over and work with me? The demolition of the citadel was on the cards. Faced with Judy Tong's skepticism, Ho Yucheng didn't hide it. Miss Judy Tong, I am well aware of the principle of the pipsqueak. Real estate projects, right now is not I'm qualified to touch, not find a deep-rooted tree as a backer. I keep this pile of land deeds. In the end, just keep a gold mountain cannot be open just. Judy Tong thought deeply of Ho Yucheng's words. That's good. Those deeds of yours happen to be for the property west of Dongjiang Road, and that side is less than 50 meters away from the plot I took earlier. If we can combine the parcels in both of our hands, I can guarantee that the value of this real estate development will still be at least double. It's just a pity that the land of the Kowloon Walled City was rounded up as early as 5 years ago, and the piece of land straddling the center is destined to cost us quite a bit if we want to close the circle. At this point in time, it has not been a year or two since the real estate industry on Hong Kong Island has been in full swing. Since the Sino-British Joint Declaration came into effect, the situation has become clear, and many real estate developers who have hoarded land on Hong Kong Island are like fish leaping over the Dragon Gate and soaring into the sky. One of the most beneficial is a certain Mr. Li Locust Gua, who got a bargain but still sells his good deeds in later times, relying on the dividends of the times, made a lot of money, but also can say the yellow table of the melon. Why cannot pick this kind of words? See the degree of cold-bloodedness of this person. Can be seen. The usual tactic of profit-seeking real estate developers, scavenging for land, is to take the development rights of a small piece of land from a ghostwriter in the name of building municipal public welfare measures. The pretense of building a public measure is followed by leaving large tracts of vacant land and used as a way of rounding up other undeveloped sites. They have enough capital to simmer until this area where they took the land is deserted and the land price falls down. They can start the funds that have been prepared long ago, acquire the land, and then develop it in a big way at once, to accomplish the ruthless crushing of small assets by big capital. The outlying properties of Kowloon Walled City are facing exactly the same situation. He Yaozong opened his mouth and asked, Miss Judy Tong, I'm rather curious as to who owns the parcel of land that runs across our midst now? Judy Tong frowned. It's still a communal lot over there, and I've tried to pocket that land several times, but I've been spoiled by others. Who? Hua Zhaotang, the owner of Hua's bank. Minions. He wants to take the land and use it to show his favor to the Li family's eldest son. The price he quoted to the lands department was fully 3 times higher than my budget, and I was going to give up. But now that you have come to me with this proposal, I have to reconsider. Maybe paying more than 3 times as much to take the land was a last resort. He Yaozong couldn't help but frown. It really wasn't an enemy. It seems that he has recently explained that Chiu Gang Ao has done too many things, and the time has come to settle his affairs for him. Not bothering to pick up on Judy Tong's words again, He Yaozong decided to talk about a different topic that he was more concerned about. Ms. Judy Tong. If you're willing to enter into this partnership with me, I have another small favor I'd like to ask of you. What favor? To tell you the truth, I am a member of the community, and I am now the head of the Sham Shui Patong in Wasing. Right now we've got a bit of a mess with Unison. And what about that big D that your husband supports? That needs to be hammered out these days. I know that in the past few years, Yuwashing Properties has been building buildings like crazy in the Tsuan generation, and many of the projects have been contracted out to Big D to do. Now I only have one request. You and Big D send a message that in the future the Tsuan side of the project won't be given to him to do. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack and uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. Judy Tong was a little incredulous. That's it? That's it. Bar. Judy Tong took a carton of ladies' cigarettes from picking them up beside her and pulled one out and lit it. Then he curiously surveyed He Yaozong for a few moments and shook his head with a smile. For a moment I really didn't know if you were playing me or not. You don't look like a person who mixes with the society in any way. Such a pretty boy. It would be great to be a duck in Sham Shuepa. He Yaozong smiled. It's not impossible. Ms. Judy is pretty and smooth. It's not impossible to let me offer myself once in a while. Judy Tong smiled and waved her hand. Alright, leave me a business card. Find a time. I'll draw up the contract and send it over for you to look over. If there's no problem, we'll hurry up and sign the contract. I don't want the night to be long. Business cards are clipped to the back of the materials. Ms. Judy Tong. Feel free to call me anytime. He Yaozong smiled and got up, and was just about to leave when he heard Judy Tong shout, "Slow down." He Yaozong twisted his head just in time to see Judy Tong's left leg, released from her right leg in an exaggerated arc. A flash of scarlet flashed before his eyes, and he saw Judy Tong stand up and extend her right hand toward him. "We're having such a good cooperation talk. Don't you want to shake hands?" He Yaozong nodded. "That's right, happy cooperation." After reaching out to shake Judy Tong's hand and drawing it back, He Yaozong couldn't help but mutter, "Ms. Judy, your hands are so cold." Without waiting for Judy Tong to say anything else, He Yaozong reported a smile and turned his head to leave Judy Tong's office. At 2:30 p.m., Big D took a few phone calls at home in a row and felt numb. "Hey, Mr. Joe, we've been old buddies for so many years, and we've been working well together. Why do we suddenly want to withdraw our investment? Isn't it true that Mr. Chow and Lin Xing want to fight with me, and it won't affect your business? What? You've switched to working with Hatai Finance in Shamshuipo? Throw. That's a company that puts geely. Are you screwed, Mr. Chow? Hey, Chow Sang. Chow Sang? Mr. Lee, it's not that I'm saying, my boat pulls so many fish back for you every month, and I sell them to you at 20% off the market price. The other chickens, ducks and geese hauled over from the mainland. Not to mention the fact that without me, your canned point solutions would sell so well. Are you sure you want to give this business to someone in Shamshuepa? Hey Mr. Lee, can you come out to meet and have a good chat? Toot toot. Listening to the busy line tone coming from the receiver, Big D felt drained for a moment and dropped to the side of the couch. In the morning he was being condescending and clamoring for a new and united victory, in a vain attempt to use this to force Fatty Deng to bow down. I didn't realize that not even 3 hours had passed before something even worse came. There's a lot of people and a lot of money. Without the support of these bosses, what can he do to feed so many horsemen in Suwon? What to call out to the clubs? You're still doing this? It's all going out. Negative prefix. At this time, Big D already felt like he was about to collapse. He didn't know what kind of tactics He Yaozong that Puffer had used. Only less than a day, he had abandoned those bosses behind him one by one. However, he could not bring himself to bow down to He Yaozong in disgrace. Crossing his heart, Big D was going to hang on for dear life. Miss this opportunity, and that stick might not be handed to him by Fat Deng the First. Just the final straw that broke the camel's back came. Ring, ring, ring. The urgent phone rang, and even though Big D wanted to vomit when he heard it at this point, he didn't dare to delay and hastily pressed the answer button. Hello, is it Big D? I'm Lu Shengquan from Huasheng Real Estate. Hearing the words Huasheng Real Estate, Big D only felt a blockage in his heart, and his brain became dizzy. Steeling himself, he cautiously asked towards the phone. It's Manager Lu. Why are you calling me? Is there some business arrangement? Big D Also don't business arrangement. Today our chairman called to inform me. From now on Suwon side of the business it will not give you to do. The building over at Huasheng Phase 3. Just grab your men and pull out. Remember, counting from today, subsequent settlement of the final payment. Do not be mistaken. Big D was instantly anxious. He could never have imagined that He Yaozong would actually be able to whip off his lifeblood. Manager Lu, do we have some kind of misunderstanding? In these 3 years, I've been working hard and haven't dared to slack off on any business that Watson has given me. Whenever I don't come to your door to give you a big red packet on Chinese New Year's Day, I'll give you a big red packet. Isn't it a little too desperate for you to screw around like that? Big D. It's not that I'm being desperate, it's the chairman's word. The manager on Hwashing's side said something that almost didn't cause Big D to have a myocardial infarction, but it's good to see the next peak. But things aren't without wiggle room, the chairman explained to me. If you want to continue to cooperate with the Hwashing side, now go to the Sham Shuepa side. Find a young man called Ho Yu Chung. Perhaps he can help you. The caller finished and hung up with a snap. Big D, however, was still obsessively holding the phone to his ear. The words of He Yaozong last night were still particularly reverberating in his mind at this moment. Perhaps tomorrow night, you'll have to come over to Shamshuipo in a disciplined manner to admit your mistake to me. I'm working for the club, you don't want to block your own way. You'll lose face then. Yes, at this moment he not only has no face, but if he continues to be diehard, he is afraid that his life will be lost. Snapping out of it, Big D let go of the phone and hurried upstairs to find his wife. Quick, give me Ho Yu Chung's phone number. Give me Ho Yu Chung's phone number. Watai Tea House, Sham Shui Pa. Long Root had an old face that was on the verge of bursting into laughter. Ayo, what the hell did you do? This morning, Camel himself went over to the end of the rocky gorge to find Fatty Deng, and opened his mouth to make peace. Don't even want the turf over on Boring Street and Wan Chai. He Yaozong was brewing tea for Long Wan at this time. A cup of hot tea was put in front of Long Wan, making an indifferent gesture. I don't know, maybe it's because Camel and Whitehead don't get along, and I've eliminated this big problem for him, so he can't thank me enough. Ryukin took the tea and took a shallow sip. Then he nodded and said, you loser just like to hide things, but it doesn't matter. It's a good thing that the trouble is solved. The problem now is that Big D is clamoring for new and united victories because of this incident with you. Deng Wei is afraid that he's out of his mind, and if he hands over the ledger to the errand boy, it'll be a big deal then. He Yaozong almost didn't laugh out loud. Uncle, I think you're worrying too much. The accounts of our Sham Shuepa branch are clean. I'm afraid of him. You can't say that. The hall and the society, after all, is a glory and a loss. No need to be alarmed. Have a good cup of tea first. If Big D dares to hand over his ledger to the errand boy, I'll even be the first to turn myself in to Okeeper. As soon as He Yaozong's words fell, Fineway immediately knocked on the door of the room from outside. Big D is coming over to see you. Should I bring him up? He Yaozong spread his hands. Speak of the devil. Look at Uncle. You'll see if he's going to open his teeth and claws in a while, or play nice honestly. End of chapter. Chapter 81. Today you also speak with me and say thank you to brother you first. April 6, 2025. He Yaozong said, picking up the cigarette case on the coffee table, pulling out one and throwing it into his mouth to light it. Finwell, did Big D come over with a stick and a ledger? No you. He said he wanted to talk to you alone if it was convenient. Pick. He Yaozong leisurely exhaled smoke and pointed at Fineway with his cigarette-clipped finger. You go and tell Big D that I'm just happy to be a divisional leader. At 5 in the afternoon, I booked a celebration banquet at Long Jinshan and invited a group of uncles from Wuliansheng to come over to attend. You tell him to bring his stick and ledger in the afternoon and come to Long Jinshan for a drink first too. Yes. Without a second thought, Fineweather turned around and headed downstairs. When Hashiwi left, Lonergan followed and got up. Ayo, Big D is actually really willing to come over and talk to you? Of course, if he doesn't talk about it, it's going to rot in Suwon. Isn't it too much to give him face? We'd better leave a line open. Just give him a step down. Ho Yuchung just shook his head. Uncle, don't forget how Big D messed up in Sham Shuepa before. If you don't get him right once and for all, he's going to come out every once in a while and sing against you. I made it quite clear last night when I called him that he didn't want face for himself, so there's no face for him. Ryukin just nodded, the smile at the corner of his mouth unable to be suppressed for a time. Pursing his heart, he hadn't been this comfortable in years. Brother Big D. Brother, you asked me to instruct you that he's hosting a banquet at Long Jinshan this afternoon to celebrate his success. If you want to talk to him, take the stick and the ledger to him at the banquet. Fineway came from upstairs in a leisurely manner, and when he saw Big D sitting and waiting in the hall, he spoke at him offhandedly. Big D was instantly anxious. Hoyozo, you won't see me? I've made it clear. 5 p.m. Long Jinshan. Please come over for a drink and talk about it. Pound sir. You're Sham Shui, but don't bully people too much. Let me hand in my stick in front of a bunch of uncles and grandparents. I don't want to lose face. Fineway just shook his head numbly. It's useless for you to talk to me about this. I'm just a fine fellow in charge of running errands and passing on messages. Out and out damned shovel. Then I'll go up to him myself. Big D said as he got up and was about to head over to the stairway. Fineway immediately glared. A beckon. A cadre of horsemen in front of the tea hall to see the scene immediately surrounded. Brother Big D. Brother Yao has made it so clear. You'd better not make things difficult for us. A cadre of beaten boys stood in front of Big D, each with their heads held high, for a time calling Big D's heart to be afraid. He understands that if he breaks in hard, he is only afraid that he will really be thrown out by these followers of Ho Yu Chung's beat boys. In desperation, Big D had to bite the bullet. Good, you've got balls. 5 o'clock in the afternoon at the Longjin Xin Hotel, right? I'll be there to get a drink. What's the most wimpy thing to say in the sharpest tone? Big D is now looking at Big D's departing back. Feinway couldn't help but feel a secret pleasure in his heart. With a snort, Feinway turned his head to one of his followers. Horseman, hey, there's a time when he pinched his nose and acted like a pussy. I thought no one in Woozing could cure him. Lung Kem Heen Restaurant, Yao Ma Ti. This location is not far from Portland Street. It was 4:50 p.m. Less than 10 minutes or so before the start of the banquet. Ho Yu Chung has booked more than 30 tables over here. And apart from inviting the bigwigs of a bunch of stalls in the Sham Shuepa parish, even the leaders of other divisions have their own main seats. Fatty Dang sat with a group of uncles in the center of the second floor hall in one of the most conspicuous spots, his face joyless and sad. Instead, Ho Yu Chung was sitting around a nearby table with a group of his minders, including Awa. Then look at a group of uncles and fathers, probably with the attitude of coming over to go through the motions, drinking tea of tea, melon seeds, just waiting for the hour to arrive, on time to open the feast. To say that the happiest amongst the table was undoubtedly Lonergan. He hadn't felt this raised in years. It seemed as if he had never had a day of peace since he had retired and attempted to offload his burden onto Officer Boysen's shoulders. Today, there is a fierce man out of the hall to take the burden on one shoulder. In the future he is not only free, even in a group of uncles and grandparents and the waist also straightened. Hello uncles, Ayo, congratulations. Just as He Yaozong was about to greet the waiter and start the banquet, a middle-aged man with a big nose and high cheekbones led a sturdy horseman, striding towards this side. After greeting the same uncles, the man beckoned the horseman behind him to come forward holding a golden bamboo sealed in a glass niche, and walked to He Yaozong's side. Ah Yao, congratulations, Uncle Quan can't come back from the mainland, and knowing that you've been promoted to be the spokesperson of the sub-district, he asked me to come here on his behalf to say hello to you. I wish you to rise higher and higher in the future, and when you are prosperous in Yao Tsim district in the future, don't forget to lift up the descendants of our Taipa district. This person is the leader of the Dapu district Taipa Black. In the past, he Yaozong more than once to Dapu's uncle's big brother right over the mainland to find a big circle of children to do things. The two have met a few times, is considered a nodding acquaintance. Taipa He said and slapped this pony boy on the head. Dung Guan boy, why are you still standing there? Say hello to brother you. Hello you. This sturdy horseman sniffed and immediately held the golden bamboo and respectfully handed it to He Yaozong, although he knew that the other party was here to pander. But Taipa He was so willing to give himself face. He Yaozong immediately also got up and reported Taipa He with a warm smile. Uncle Quan is really courteous. When I have the chance, I must go over to Pengchang and pay a personal visit to his old man. After receiving the congratulatory gift brought by Taipa He, Ho Yu Chung took a closer look at the Dongguan boy in front of him. Dragon Essence, Black, you collect good fine men. When you get tired of staying in Dapu in the future, come to the Yaotsim district and make a break for it. 2. Taipa He immediately brightened up, and seeing Dongguan boy still standing mute, he immediately stepped forward and slapped Dongguan boy on the back of his head. Why are you still standing there? Say thank you to brother Yao. Dongguan Chai suddenly realized. Thank you for taking care of brother you. Taipa He followed suit and rounded off the conversation. Ah you, Dongguan boy was introduced to me by Uncle Quan, and has just come to Dapu to start work with me not long ago. Don't look at him as dull, but he's still sharp as a tack. Reward him with a meal in the Oil Point district and he won't let you down. After some polite conversation, Taipa He took Dongguan Zai to his seat in his own hall. Many people had cast envious glances at it. After all these years, how many people can go in and get a piece of the pie in a windy place like the Oil Point district? Even Skewer Explosion, who sits second in the Senate with Luen Xing, has only been standing in the Kuntong area for so many years. At this time the restaurant has begun to serve one after another. Looking at a road on all the meals, Fat Dang is always tasteless. Ho Yu Chung verbally assured him that he would get Big D to hand over the stick and the ledger. But the day is almost over and still no news at all. He couldn't help but be a little annoyed at this. Hey Ayo, beckoning toward Ho Yu Chung, he called out. Ho Yu Chung looked away. Uncle Tang, what is it? Today you had a big feast. Originally I didn't want to spoil your fun, but there's a guest who doesn't come, and I'm never sure of my heart. According to the reason, this is the celebration banquet of your honor to be promoted as the subdivision spokesman, but we in Lian Shang, up to now, can't figure out who is the one who holds the leading stick. You are the subdivision spokesman by blowing the chicken on the bottom of the C-book name. In the end, do not do the count? The moment these words came out, the noisy banquet site immediately quieted down. Ryukin, who was talking highly with his uncles on the side, also stopped the smile on his face, looking again at Lin Huailu, who was sitting on Jordan's banquet table. An extremely complicated look also flashed in his eyes. Originally, the stick was going to be in his hand. Even if he had to start a fight with Tsuan Wan with the whole association, he should be the leader of Wasing now. but it was because of Ho Yu-chung's intervention that caused everything to become unknown again. This loser is so sharp. Even Dunwell can't control him now. Will he still have a chance to change the banker in 6 months? Without waiting for He Yaozong to open his mouth, Skewer Explosion, who was sitting next to Fatty Dang, snorted and started to warm up the room. Brother Wei, since Alok didn't pick up the stick, Blow Chicken of course still counts with Lian Shang's words law. The dragon head baton was snatched by Big D. It's possible that Big D will come to his senses and return the dragon head baton, and the world will be at peace. Fat Deng coldly snorted. You are thoughtful, only afraid of the Big D. Before the words fell, a wretched figure appeared at the front door of the banquet hall. At the sight of this figure, the banquet hall couldn't help but let out a gasp in unison. Big D held the dark, dragon-headed stick in his hand, followed by his own headhorse, long hair. However, he saw Big D with red eyes, clutching the dragon head baton as he walked up to He Yaozong. Without even greeting the group of uncles, Big D directly handed the dragon head baton to He Yaozong. When the people from Eastern Star fought so ferociously over there in Wanchai, Blow Chicken didn't even dare to go back to Tuadi. I was afraid that it would be bad if the society's dragon head baton and account book fell into the hands of Dongxing, so I specifically asked someone to go and bring the things back for safekeeping. Now that the world is at peace, you'll give it to Chicken Blow. The crowd in the banquet hall was directly dumbfounded. Is this still Big D, or was it last night, jumping at the chance to mess with the Big D of new and united success? Looking at Big D who handed the stick to He Yaozong, Fat Deng didn't know whether he should be happy or sad for a moment. Lin Huaili's expression was slightly gloomy, but he still forced himself to squeeze out a smile to show that he was happy to see this situation where everyone was happy. Looking at Lonergan again, his nostrils were almost aimed at the ceiling of the banquet hall at the moment. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack and uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. Ho Yu-chung reached out and did not reach for the tap stick Big D handed him. Big D, it's good to have figured it out. I'll take the trouble to return the ledger and the stick to the dragon's head. Big D gritted his teeth and whirled around with his stick. However, he saw a group of people in the banquet hall put down the chopsticks in their hands, and each of them put their eyes on themselves. For a moment he couldn't help but be annoyed, and Big D clutched his stick and yelled, "What the hell are you looking at? Keep your heads down and eat your food." For a moment the whole hall was silent. With that he squeezed his stick and led Shaggy over to Blow Chicken. Throw the stick directly inside the dinner plate in front of the blown chicken. Put it away. Vermicelli. Handing over the stick, he turned to He Yaozong again. I've returned everything to the club, so don't make things worse. With that, Big D took Shaggy and planned to leave. Big D, you've come all this way. Won't you stay for a drink? Just as Big D was about to go out, Ho Yu-chung slammed the table and stopped Big D's pace. Big D stood his ground, but replied without turning his head. What's there to drink? My wife made a nice soup at home. No effort. It's fine if you don't drink, but today is my big day, and since you're here, why don't you promise me one more request? He Yaozong leaned proudly on the back of his chair and spoke in a solemn voice. From the time I worshipped and joined Wolinson and met you for the first time, I've called you Big D, Big D, Big D. Today, in front of all the bigwigs of Wasing, you also look at me and say thanks to Brother Ya first. Big D's back shook violently and he stood still, frozen for a long time. But in the end, he still turned his body, but seeing that his features were already hideously twisted, he still managed to squeeze 4 words out of his mouth stiffly. Thanks you. Speak louder. I didn't hear you. Thanks a lot. Thanks you. Big D's voice shook the house, and after shouting this, he no longer had the face to stay where he was. Turning around and taking Long Hair with him, he left the banquet hall in 3 quick steps. This cry is better than blowing chickens on the Society's Undersea book, and Yu Chung has been enshrined 10,000 times as a divisional talker. He Yaozong got up, a bland smile on his lips. He looked around at the people present, lifted the glass of wine set in front of him, and simply spoke warmly, without delaying the meal. Please, Pacific Hill Villa. Ever since the Ghostbusters came up with the so-called relighting on Hong Kong Island, it has been branded as a status symbol. In years gone by, only the top Chinese, officially certified by the Ghostbusters, were eligible to live in this area. Nowadays, although the so-called ban on ghosts has been lifted, Taiping Shan is still a treasure trove for the top tycoons. Inside a continental big house-style mid-mountain villa, Judy Tong was lying quietly on the bed couch in the bedroom. The lights in the house were off. Only the TV set in front of the bed was still interpreting the variety show of ATV. Turning the sound down, Judy Tong leaned against the bed and wordlessly picked up a thin Marlboro cigarette and lit it. The cool light of the television embraced her stunning figure in the dimly lit room. It seemed to add a touch of warmth to the lonely space. Whoa! The door opened and a young woman with a pretty face and doing OL dressing pushed her way in. Holding a pile of materials, he walked straight to Judy Tong. Sister Judy, I've checked all that information you asked me to check this afternoon. The copy of the land deed sent by that man Ho Yu Chung is indeed genuine. and the deed of the house in that part of the eastern district of the Kowloon-walled city is indeed owned by him. Entering the door was Judy Tong's personal secretary, Chang Wenjing. Looking at the bubbly woman, Judy Tong couldn't help but frown as a thin trail of white smoke exhaled from her fiery red lips. Wenjing, in the future when you enter my room, remember to knock. Chang Wenjing's face could not help but flash a trace of surprise, but still did not say anything more, just honestly answered, and then pressed the lights of the room brightly, and sent the proposed materials to the hands of Judy Tong. Taking the material and looking at it for a few moments, Judy Tong looked a little displeased. Wenjing, who told you to take matters into your own hands and just draw up a contract out of it? You know how much I value the land over at Kowloon-walled city. If I could purchase it with money, why would I need to wait until today? A trace of aggravation surfaced on Chang Wenjing's face. Sister Judy, that Ho Yu-chung is just a club boy. This kind of person can be dealt with for a little more money, and the price of 30% above the market is already considered a bargain for him. What makes him want to come to Huashing Real Estate to get a piece of the pie too? Does he deserve it? Throw in the towel. And don't you dare trespass for me. If this land falls into someone else's hands, I won't be able to regret it then. Leave this matter alone. Go and make a reservation for me at the Hebrew. I want to ask him to come and talk to me personally tonight. After saying that, Judy Tong climbed up from the bed, grabbed her jacket and put it on, and then picked up those materials that Chang Wenjing had handed over to her, obviously ready to go and draw up the second contract in person. At 8:30 p.m., He Yaozong, who had just returned from wrapping up over at Longjin Shen, was already 3 times drunk. Returning to the residence, shedding his clothes and taking a shower, He Yaozong suddenly felt a burst of freshness around his body. Just as he was about to return to his bedroom for a cigarette, the portable phone he had left on the bed suddenly rang. What in his mother's name is calling me now? Picking up the phone and pressing the answer button, a clear female voice came out of the receiver. Mr. He, regarding our specific cooperation proposal, it's already been drawn up over here. I've booked a place at the Hebrew Cafe in Central. I wonder if you have the time to come over and discuss the follow-up cooperation? He Yaozong held the phone in one hand and lit a cigarette for himself with the other. It's Ms. Judy Tong. Isn't it a little inappropriate to talk about things and drink coffee in the middle of the night? What? Don't all you geeks like to stay up until the middle of the night? So wouldn't a cup of coffee be a good pick-me-up for you now? He Yaozong couldn't help but smile. Miss Judy, even though other people usually call me Brother Yao Long and Brother Yao Short, but when dealing with upper-class people like you, I would still like you to call me Mr. Ho. Besides, do you have some misunderstanding about us club members? Those who stay up until the middle of the night every night won't come over to talk business with you with the deed to Kowloon City. Judy Tang guffawed. Mr. He is really funny. In that case, you don't have to call me Miss Long Miss. I'm 8 years older than you. Just call me Sister Judy. He Yaozong sniffed and immediately realized, after her own morning meeting with her, Judy Tong had presumably checked herself out. However, he is not afraid of the shadow of the right. Anyway, it is to talk about the right business. The other side of the clock to check, let her check to go. Walking over to the closet and pulling the door open, He Yaozong took out the suit, speaking into the phone with a cigarette in his mouth. In that case, I'll leave immediately and go to Central to ask Sister Judy for a cup of coffee. The Hebrew Cafe, not exactly a high-end coffee shop on this side of Central, but the decor is distinctive and consistent. Located next to a bay on Manhwa Street in Central, the cafe was playing melodious jazz music at the moment, and Chang Wenjing stood at the entrance of the cafe waiting according to Judy Tong's instructions. After seeing He Yaozong walk down from a Mazda, Chang Wenjing held up her glasses and couldn't help but cast a look of contempt. End of chapter. Chapter 82, Sister Judy. There are some things in a man that a woman can never replace. April 6, 2025. He Yaozong straightened his suit and tie and walked towards the entrance of the cafe, his eyes instantly making contact with Chang Wenjing. Is it Ho Yu-chung? Sister Judy is waiting for you inside. Seeing Chang Wenjing's arrogant look, the smile on He Yaozong's face also faded. However, he didn't say anything more, and led by Chang Wenjing to the second floor, a table next to the floor-to-ceiling window, leading He Yaozong and Judy Tong to meet. Chang Wenjing pulled open a chair opposite Judy Tong, but did not greet He Yaozong to sit down. Instead, he settled himself on his butt, leaving the chair near the aisle for He Yaozong. This woman really has no sense of boundaries. He Yaozong sneered and didn't say anything more, just walked over to the seat next to Judy Tong near the floor-to-ceiling window and sat down. Chang Wenjing glared. You have no sense of proportion? Are you allowed to sit next to Sister Judy? He Yaozong let out a sneer, and then whirled around and fished out $100 bill from his pocket, holding it between his fingers, and threw it in front of Chang Wenjing. Go on, get me a pack of Marlboros back here. I don't like to be disturbed by idlers on the sidelines when I'm talking business with Miss Judy Tong. You! Chang Wenjing's almond eyes glared, but she was stopped by Judy Tong. Wenjing, go buy cigarettes for Mr. He. Chang Wenjing gritted her teeth and looked at Judy Tang. Sister Judy, go buy cigarettes. At this time, Tang Judy a pretty face is chilled down, which makes Chang Wenjing had to pick up the $100 bill, hate to get up, and go downstairs. After supporting Chang Wenjing, He Yaozong fished out another box of red wand from his pocket and took out one. Sister Judy, I'm a huge smoker. Do you mind if I have one? Perhaps it was Chang Wenjing's deliberate embarrassment just now that made Judy Tong feel a bit apologetic, to which she just made a gesture of please, and then also took out a lady's cigarette from her own bag and lit it up. This cafe is our Huaxing's property, our own turf, so we can smoke it if we want to. Wenjing is my good sister. She's used to idling around in front of me. Don't blame her. He Yaozong lit his cigarette and shook his head with a smile. Sister Judy, I'm just afraid that while you think of this pretty girl as a sister, she thinks of you as a kaiju. I can tell she's a lesbian right off the bat, so watch out for her plotting against you. A flash of surprise flashed in Judy Tong's eyes, but it was quickly relieved. Although she was a well-known businesswoman in Hong Kong Island, she was in the lace news far more often than she was in business magazines. He Yaozong could see through the fact that Cheng Wenjing, who was following him around, but there was nothing wrong with that. What makes you so sure that Wenjing is? Just because of my wretched reputation out there? Tilting her cigarette, Judy Tong's beautiful eyes flowed as she smiled and asked towards He Yaozong. Ho Yucheng replied, it's not that I'm a narcissist. When a girl in general sees a pretty boy like me for the first time, even if she doesn't have a maniacal crush on me, she definitely can't get sick of it. From the second I sat down next to you just now, I noticed that you, the secretary, was green in the face. Sister Judy, this woman is really a born jealous. Mister, he really has an eye for things. But let's talk about something serious. Judy Tong guffawed, then took out 2 contracts from her bag and handed them to He Yaozong. There are 2 contracts here. One is for Huaxing Real Estate, to acquire your property in Kowloon City at a price double that of the market. Quite a few people are staring at the land over at Kowloon Walled City. The future trend is anyone's guess. I believe the price I've given is already enough to show my sincerity. He Yaozong snatched the first contract introduced by Judy Tong and whirled around without looking at it, directly throwing it aside. Sister Judy, I'd still like to hear about your second contract. The second contract is that if we can reach a hopalong for our site in Kowloon City, I will start a new camp development project. This project, I will tentatively name it Dragon Phase 1. When the time comes, I will invite professional financial personnel to do a notarization, and according to the proportion of our respective land share, do a shareholding distribution of the project in that phase. Of course, the expense costs of real estate development have to be included in the percentage share. The sincerity given by Judy Tong was considered enough. Inviting him to take a stake in Huaxing's camping project was tantamount to giving himself a knock on the door to enter the real estate industry. As for how far he could go on the road of real estate, it was up to him. Apparently Ho Yucheng isn't worried about that. He took the contract, but still didn't choose to read it. Sister Judy, I think we can take down as much of the land over at Kowloon Walled City East as we can. I believe you've also investigated from whom I got these land deeds in my hands. Di Cho, the oldest salvager in Kowloon. If I can get all the land deeds in his hands, I believe the development value of this campsite can conservatively be doubled again. Judy Tong pursed her lips. I would have gotten it long ago if I could have gotten it, and in the past few years, there's been a rush of people who want to go to Dicho to get these deeds, but no matter how high the price others offered, he kept holding on to those deeds, and I don't even know how you managed to get them from him. That's because the price you're asking isn't high enough. It's too high to get your money back. What's the value of getting the land? He Yaozong let out a shallow laugh. Wrong, Sister Judy. You tycoons don't understand the principles of the older generation of Jianghu people at all. Dicho is from the Kowloon Walled City, and 90% of those who now live over in the Eastern District are his neighbors of many years, as well as the descendants of those neighbors. If you want to take these land deeds from him, in addition to giving him a satisfactory price, you have to be responsible for resettling those residents in the walled city. Otherwise, I can guarantee that Dicho would not peddle the land to you even if he were to keep the deeds and rot. Judy Tong bit down on her cigarette and took a deep drag, followed by a long, languid sigh. You said he would only sell the land if the resettlement house was rebuilt. There are thousands of residents in Dongcheng District. If I build resettlement housing for all of them, will I still be able to make a profit? Watson Realty is not the Watson Charitable Foundation. Ho Yucheng's smile was still wide. Sister Judy, I won't bother you with that one. When the time comes, you just go to Dicho to talk about the acquisition of the land, the construction of the resettlement house. It's wrapped up in me. Judy Tong couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Are you mistaken? It's not that I don't believe you. Do you know how much money it costs to build so many resettlement houses? Can you come up with that kind of money? You pay for it, I'll fix it. In between Judy Tong's dismay, He Yaozong added, don't get me wrong. I mean, when the time comes, you just fix the resettlement house for them. If I can't come up with the money by then, I'll count the money from the sale of my land against the debt when the time comes. You can put that in the contract, and you won't lose out either way. Judy Tong's eyes rolled up and down, sizing up He Yaozong curiously. What the hell do you want to do? Are you really going to do charity? Just think of me as being charitable. Maybe it's because we mixed societies are full of sins that need to be eliminated. Looking at He Yaozong's leisurely smile, Judy Tong was sort of completely unable to guess what he meant. I do wonder sometimes, are you really in the club? Mixing societies does not affect doing good deeds. I want to have a choice. In the first place, I should be reincarnated into the stomach of the rich and powerful, and do not have to taste the cold and warmth of the earth. But you don't look to me at all like you've had your fill of the world. Dropping the cigarette but in his hand into his coffee cup to dip it out, Judy Tong couldn't help but sigh. I can't actually figure out why you're smiling all the time, and your smile is so clean and happy looking. Sitting with a big beauty like Judy-san, any man would be happy. Really? Judy Tong's body came slightly closer, and for a moment Ho Yu-sung could feel the hot stream of water erupting from her nostrils. The luxury runaway girl. Those lace magazines really aren't empty. Your cigarettes. Just when the atmosphere was getting delicate, a pack of Marlboro cigarettes was thrown in front of He Yaozong's eyes. Looking up, Chang Wen-jing, with a three-quarter huff on her face, was walking towards the coffee table. Judy Tong, with a look of embarrassment on her face, smoothed out the crushed hair around her ears and then sat upright. Ho Yu-chung flexed the middle finger of his right hand and flicked the cigarette directly to the ground. Ignoring Chang Wen-jing, he looked directly at Judy Tong. Sister Judy, the biggest problem right now, is that public land stuck in the middle of the East End? When exactly will you be able to get it done? Judy Tong sighed. I don't know. Hwa's bank is stuck over there. They're trying to use the opportunity to go and curry favor with Duke Lee. This land, even at a loss, they are bound to get it. Well then, I will instruct you one more time. Di Cho. This man lost his wife and son early in life, and is now living as if he were a walking corpse. His ancestry is from the Chaozhou side. Sister Judy has a wide range of contacts, so she might as well ask around at the orphanages around the world to see if there are any orphans who share Di Cho's ancestry, and then bring him there to claim one, which would be a way to settle a piece of his mind. Judy Tong gave a knowing smile. You're really thoughtful. If one day you don't want to mix with the club anymore, I'm all bells and whistles looking for you to work in my company. Then, thank you Sister Judy for taking care of this contract. Please bother Sister Judy to revise it again. Feel free to call me when the time comes and we'll talk it over. Well, after saying that, He Yaozong got up, but glanced at Chang Wen-jing who was sitting opposite him, pulling a stinky face, and was staring at himself with a fierce, deadly gaze. He Yaozong moved his chair and was walking down the aisle next to the coffee table when he similarly plucked out a glance at Chang Wen-jing, then stopped his pace. He turned again and looked at Judy Tong with a smile. I've heard of an excellent music bar on this side of Central that has a very nice style. I wonder if Sister Judy would be so kind as to join us for a drink. A glint flashed in Judy Tong's eyes, and almost without thinking, she nodded her head in agreement. Yeah, which bar? We'll find out when we get out. Seeing He Yaozong extend his right hand to Judy Tong, Chang Wen-jing, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, immediately stood up with a prancing sound. Where do you want to take Sister Judy? There's nothing going on, so please hurry up and leave. He Yaozong turned around and glared at Chang Wen-jing, who had been taking herself too seriously, as if she had hidden knives in her eyes. Shut up, Miss Temperament made life. Where your boss go, you have to go through your consent is not it? Said He Yaozong as he came to Chang Wen-jing's ear and whispered. You know I'm not a good person, so if you take the tone again, it's not impossible to sell you to a southern whorehouse. After saying that, He Yaozong turned his head and changed his face again. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. Continuing to extend his right hand to Judy Tong. Sister Judy, come on, let's go talk some more business. Judy Tong held out her right hand and allowed Ho Yu-chung to grab her fingertips. He also looked at Chang Wen-jing, who was standing on the opposite side of the room, somewhat at a loss for words. Wen-jing, today the new territory site sent a ding right transfer material. You go to the company and keep an eye on it for me. Tomorrow morning, send that side of the planning program to my office. Grand Hyatt Central, a sea view suite on the 12th floor. Judy Tong, with 5 points of intoxication, slumped over the balcony's parapet, letting the sea breeze coming out of the distance ruffle the curls. At this moment, it was as if her mind and body had been indulged like never before. Hey, didn't you say you were chatting about business? Why are you talking from the bar to the hotel? In the night, Judy Tong shouted to the outside of the balcony's parapet. It was as if he was asking He Yaozong behind him, and as if he was torturing his own heart. By now Judy Tong had shed her garish fur, and her soft curls fell from her slender gooseneck just above those bright shoulders. Her dimpled figure seemed to be writhing in a drunken haze, and for a moment, she looked at He Yaozong with fire in her eyes. Reaching out and wrapping his arm around Judy Tong's waist, He Yaozong directly came to Judy Tong's ear. Sister Judy, Go take a shower first. An hour later, the gradually even breathing, the sweaty sheets, the smoke. Ayo, you're really something. Judy Tong, her face flushed, also wriggled against the bed, reached out and snatched the red wand from Yi Yaozong's mouth and sucked it hard. She then put her hand on Ho Yut-sung's shoulder. Speaking again, he said, I was wondering how you're sure I'm going to come out with you tonight. Is it because of the way I'm portrayed in those fancy magazines? Yi Yaozong took out another cigarette and lit it, then spoke. Of course not. In fact, I've got it all figured out. If you didn't agree at the time, I'd have turned my head and left, and I didn't have anything to lose anyway. It was quite courageous of you to open your mouth to me. 2. It's not like I haven't dealt with society boys before. Maybe they usually sized me up with their fancy magazines, but when they actually see me, they don't even have the courage to look at me. Yi Yaozong flicked the fuzzy edge of his cigarette toward the outer edge of the bed and laughed. In fact, I know that you, Sister Judy, are a lonely woman, such a beautiful beauty, guarding billions of dollars, while your husband spends every day outside, never at home. To say you don't have something else in mind, I wouldn't believe it. Judy Tong thought deeply. That's right. That's why I usually make lace news outside and find those male young masters to accompany me at nightclubs, but also because I'm really depressed inside to the point that I can't help it. But you can't indulge completely, so you'd rather fool yourself and internally brainwash yourself into being a homosexual over and over again. But Sister Judy, there are some things that a woman can never replace a man. Even though Yi Yaozong was smiling badly, Judy Tong still felt that there was clarity in his eyes. Wrapping her arms tightly around Yi Yaozong's neck, Judy Tong only felt that this man really saw into the depths of her heart. That's right, Chang Wenjing was nominally her secretary, but in reality, she was her so-called underground lover. But is she really interested in women? Every time she was with Chang Wenjing, she felt that it was a complete and utter fraud against her. Feeling the not yet dried sweat stains on Ho Yut-sung's neck, Judy Tong bit down on the cigarette butt and took another hard drag, rolling over and pestling her cigarette into the ashtray on the nightstand. Judy Tong took a condescending position and propped her arms out on the head of the bed. I think you're right. There are some things about men that really can't be replaced by women, but I didn't feel it thoroughly just now. So find a way to make me feel it a little more deeply. The following noon, a Thai tea house. Since being the talker, Yi Yaozong had the idea of moving out from the tea house. When the time comes, do be the first zoning talker to move to a rich neighborhood with Unison. Not that he's rich and wants to live in a different capacity. Even if there is Wang Jianjun's group of people guarding the clock hotel every day. But this place is always between the city, many people and eyes. There is no privacy to speak of. Duck duck duck. The office room door was knocked on, and next Xiao Gangao's voice came in from outside. Mr. Ho, are you there? Enter. The door opens and Xiao Gangao enters the room, closing the door again with his hand. Mr. He, you said on the phone this morning that it was urgent. Are you in some kind of trouble? Not that I'm in any trouble. Come on, sit down and talk. Inviting Xiao Gangao to sit down, Yi Yaozong spoke. I know that since Zhang Chungbang's death, you've always still had two thorns stuck in your heart. The two white wolves who put you in jail in the first place are still alive and well. I now have an idea to kill two birds with one stone. I can eliminate both Situ Jia and Hua Zhaotang at once. Xiao Gangao's pair of fists began to clench involuntarily. Mr. Ho, apart from this life, I have nothing else to give you. Faced with Xiao Gangao's repeated statements, Yi Yaozong was really tired. I've told you more than once, what do I need your life for? Cut the crap. I'm going to talk to you right now about exactly what to do. Repulse Bay, townhouse area. Inside a villa building, Zhang Shihao, who had just been released from prison not long ago, was currently nestled on the sofa in the second floor hall. Cigarettes were smoked one after another, and the whole man giggled at times and looked sad at others. His wife Gua Jinfeng came upstairs with a fruit plate and put it in front of Zhang Shihao. Ahoy! Since you've been out, the first 2 weeks there were bells and whistles and ahoy and the others went out for a walk. Why do you stay at home all day long now and don't come out of the door? You're like this. I'm worried that you'll get sick from boredom sooner or later. Quiet. I'm thinking of something. Zhang Shihao waved his hand, then picked up a banana from the fruit plate, absently peeled it and took a bite. Previously on Hong Kong Island, he was considered a legend. When I was young, I was a streetwalker, a petty thief, a gold store robber, forced to run away by a police officer, and even had the audacity to rob a cash van. Since he met his wife Gui Jinfeng, he was all about getting money. Gui Jinfeng sat beside Zhang Shihao and reached out to squeeze his shoulders for him. After spending so many years with Zhang Shihao, what she appreciated most was her man's current state. No need to think, it is designated to be delving into the avenues of getting money again. Only with the previous lesson, Gui Jinfeng felt that she had the need to take good care of Zhang Shihao for him before she could do so. In case he is sent in again, I'm afraid he really won't be able to get out. Woof woof. Just as Zhang Shihao was lost in thought, the black shell kept in the courtyard suddenly burst into a frenzy of barking that Zhang Shihao got a little impatient, grabbed the banana peel in his hand and ran to the balcony to throw it towards the black shell bolted in the courtyard and shouted towards the downstairs. Hun, Ma, are you guys deaf? Didn't hear the dog barking. How? The barking of the dogs continued, except for the voice of Hoon, the horseman, which came from the stairway behind him. Zhang Shihao was slightly stunned, and then he turned around to find his wife Gui Jinfeng as if she was sifting. Looking over to the stairway again, the two of them, Hoon and Pony, were holding their hands up high. Following them were 4 hooded men with pistols in their hands, pointing them at the 2 men's heads. End of chapter. Chapter 83, Zhang Shihao, I just want to mess with money now. April 6, 2025. Zhang Shihao's pupils contracted violently, and he immediately raised his hand. Brothers, I, Zhang Shihao, have never offended any of my friends on the road, right? He was still mentally capable of keeping his cool, even while being held at gunpoint, and chose to negotiate with the visitor. Sit down. The man following at the end, carrying a fishing bag, spoke up. Subsequently, after forcing Zhang Shihao several people to sit down on the sofa, only then did he speak that the masked man unloaded his fishing bag. Bang! The fishing bag let fall to the ground with a heavy muffled thud. Mr. Zhang Shihao, I've long heard that you're a man of great skill and courage. Back then, you even dared to rob the Standard Chartered Bank's money trucks. Zhang Shihao was slightly puzzled, and then he hurriedly explained. Brother, after all these years, you're not here for this money, are you? I'm telling you, that money was pretty much lost to me back in the day. But you're asking for money. I can still afford a few $1,000,000. Ha! The man he spoke to smiled and whirled around to unzip his fishing bag. Zira! The fishing bag was pushed in front of Zhang Shihao by him, and when he looked down, Zhang Shihao couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Loaded inside were several 80% new AK-47 model rifles, bullets, gun oil, and so on were all available. And what made Zhang Shihao feel even more puzzled was that there were also a few second-hand portable telephones inside. Zhang Shihao glanced at the masked man in disbelief. Then the masked man nodded towards his 3 companions. The 3 companions instantly put their guns down. This couldn't help but make Zhang Shihao sigh in relief as if he was relieved. Frowning at the masked man. Dude, what the hell do you mean by that? It means nothing. It was just to try your guts. This visit to the door in this manner is actually a business deal I would like to make with your excellency. For the masked man who spoke to Zhang Shihao just now was none other than Xiao Gangao, who put down his pistol while sitting beside Zhang Shihao. Continuing, I admire your guts, and even more so, your brains. If you hadn't been so eager to gamble in how Zhang with the cash you grabbed, I guess you wouldn't have gotten jail time back then. Now I've come up with a way to make money. Let's see if you're brave enough to follow it. Zhang Shihao's expression had become more and more relaxed. Man, I figured out over the last couple years in jail that taking people to rob with guns is just about the dumbest way to make money. If man you still want me to rob with a gun, I advise you to die. Mo Ichuan, who had been in charge of the guard, sniffed and immediately raised his gun. Frightened, Zhang Shihao hurriedly explained. Don't. I'm doing this for your sake. Robbery is a risky business. It's not very lucrative, and it's hard to sell the loot. I do have a group of big circle brothers I'd like to introduce you to if you have to ask me to rob them. Just hear me out for a second. Xiao Gangao's tone was calm and flat as he continued. If it was a robbery, I wouldn't have made a point of feeling my way into your house to find you. What I want to ask you to do is a most ancient business. What? Kidnap? Zhang Shihao was stunned, and then he looked left and right, looked at the 3 Gui Jinfengs who were holding their hands on their heads, and then looked at Xiao Gangao who was gazing at him with cold eyes. Spinning around, he erupted into a hearty laugh. Ha 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 ha. Jinfeng, I said why my left eyelid has been jumping for the past 2 days. It turns out to be that the god of wealth has come to the door today. You said why I haven't figured it out. There are so many billionaires on Hong Kong Island. Who's not afraid to die if they're rich? Blackmailing these rich people is much less risky than robbing a bank with a gun. After saying that, Zhang Shihao actually stood up and waved his hand towards the 3 of them. Mo Ichuan, guys, sit down. Sit down and talk. What's the point of being so outgoing? If I had been told that you guys came over to talk about this kind of business with me, I would have asked Jean Feng to prepare a luncheon at home and treat you well. Xiao Gangao passed a wink towards Mo Ishuan's trio, and immediately the 3 of them retreated to the edge of the wall and leaned against it. Although they didn't relax their guard, it was obvious that the atmosphere had eased up quite a bit. Xiao Gangao kicked the large fishing bag on the ground and opened his mouth to say to Zhang Shihao, knowing that you're still being taken care of by those errant men, I even got the guys ahead of time for you. As for who to kidnap, we've got someone in mind for you, too. Hua Zhaotang, the chairman of Hua's bank. His company just went public last year and opened up a lot more markets around Southeast Asia. Fish him back and earn him 2 or 3 sons less. A hint of suspicion flashed in Zhang Shihao's eyes, but he continued to show a smiling face towards Xiao Gangao. Brother, this kind of thing needs some long-term thinking. After all, kidnapping is a skillful job. And if you're Harry, you're only afraid that although you have the money in your hands, you won't have the life to spend it. It's true that we have to think long and hard, but don't worry, as long as you agree to do this business, we'll take care of the intelligence and all this, and you'll take care of the rest yourself. When we get the ransom, we'll split it 50-50. Xiao Gongao opened the door and directly reported his plan. Good talk, good talk. Zhang Shihao glanced at the few people leaning against the wall out of the corner of his eye, each one, and then smiled. But there's one thing I haven't figured out. Since the brothers want to talk business with me, why don't they enter the door in a big way? And you guys can even get your hands on the intel, so why drag me in to get a piece of the action? That's a good question, and I can tell you right now, we still have less evil guts than you. As for why we won't reveal our identities, guess why we're giving this business to you when we can get information on Hua Xiaodang? Oh, Zhang Shihao responded as if he had realized in a daze, and then he clapped his hands together. Good. I'll nod my head and do business with you guys on this one, but I do have a condition. After it's done, I'll be 6 and you'll be 4. You're haggling? Take it easy, and hear me out too. Let's do some math first. I'm the one who planned the specific course of action. I'm the one who kidnapped people, and I'm the one who found people to do the work. You're just giving to a reliable intelligence. You don't have to do anything. You're making money lying down. It seems reasonable to me to ask for 10% less. Zhang Shihao moistened his voice and continued. Since it's a partnership, we should all talk about the 7 or 8 rules. No matter what, I'll lead this business. I'm going to take the big lead. Xiao Ganyao's heart was instantly relieved. At first, when Ho Yucheng had asked him to come to this guy to talk about this so-called business, he had told him to wait and see how Zhang Shihao would react. If he insisted on taking the lion's share, then it meant that he was really moved by this single business. It seemed that as expected, He Yaozong was a principled head thief. 4 or 6 is 4 or 6. But I've only got one thing to say. You guys need to make it look good. This man Hua Xiaotang was kidnapped once a year ago. This kind of person will be more life-thirsty while it will be more difficult to kidnap him. I just like the difficulty. The harder it is, the greater the reward. Brother, then I'll be ready to recruit people in the next few days. When you send over the information, the man who can become the king of thieves of the century has a mindset that can't be compared to the average person. While Ah Sun and Xiao Ma, the 2 horsemen, were still in shock and at a loss for words, Zhang Shihao was already able to talk and laugh with Xiao Gongao and the others, familiarizing themselves like old friends who hadn't seen each other for years. Xiao Gongao took out a phone from his fishing bag and handed it to Zhang Shihao. This phone, it's used as a single line of communication between us. When the time comes, I will inform you of any intelligence through this phone. As far as I know, Hua's bank just recently absorbed a batch of financing from the Southeast Asian side, while they still have more cash in hand. The soonest is 3 or 2 days, the latest is half a month. Make sure you get this deal done. Receiving the phone handed over by Xiao Gongao, Zhang Shihao only gave an okay gesture. Then Xiao Gongao was not ambiguous, and immediately got up and greeted Mohuan and the others as they walked towards the downstairs. There was another bark from the yard, and it was only when she heard the iron gate in the front yard open and the sound of a car's engine that Gui Jinfeng breathed a long sigh of relief. Brother Hao, these people, you really plan to cooperate with them? At this moment, Zhang Shihao actually had a heart that was almost beating out of his throat. But in front of his 2 beloved brothers, he was not in a good position to reveal his true feelings. Just making a disdainful face, he replied to Gui Jinfeng, cooperate? Why not? I should have thought that kidnapping is the most suitable means of making money for me. Zhang Shihao, speaking of which, I should really be thanking them for that. But this group is hiding their heads and their tails. I'm afraid they have bad intentions. Jinfeng, you're just a little too timid. What kind of person would have nothing better to do than to go through the trouble of coming over here and playing this kind of joke on me? They seem pretty reliable to me. Hiding their heads means they're cautious. What do you think they want from me? Is it just that I've got a lot of guts? Also, when the time comes whether the intelligence they send is reliable or not, we go to the mainland side to find someone to try to know. Anyway, I think clearly. I'll just sit firmly at the back now, and never go back to doing the charging thing again. Wei Jinfeng nodded, and immediately passed a wink to Zhang Shihao's 2 brothers. Hoon, Ma, you guys go down and put the dog in the cage. It's been barking all the time. It's making a lot of noise. Only after sending the 2 away did Gui Jinfeng sit next to Zhang Shihao and ask, you're out, but your overgrown big circle brothers are still locked up in the prison barn. I see they're going to make this deal in half a month. Will you have enough time to find someone? Zhang Shihao couldn't help but laugh. Jinfeng, you really underestimated me. Back then I ran away back to the continent to hide from the disaster. I gained nothing else, but I did get to know quite a few of the big circle brothers. Do you think I can't do anything without Yan Jiguan? Saying this, Zhang Shihao put his arm around Gui Jinfeng's shoulders and said in relief, don't worry, I had my fortune told back then, and I'm destined to be poor in my life. Brother, how? Anyway, I have nothing to do now that I'm staying at home, so I'll just honestly wait for them to send over the information. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. You're so smart. Whether the intelligence is reliable or not, you'll analyze it when the time comes. Can it still be hidden from you? Sim Sha Sui, Xiao Gang Ao's residence. After coming back from the shallow water bayside, Xiao Gang Ao called a few people to his home and simply had a meal. At the end of the meal, the male tore open a strip of chewing gum and dropped it into his mouth. Be the first to pull the plug. Ao, why don't you clock me for many actions lately? Why did you leave me alone to watch the car outside when you went to do something in Repulse Bay today? I know I'm responsible for killing Coke by mistake last year. You still know that you are responsible. If it wasn't for you being A and messing with Coke, would we have ended up in this situation today? Before the eunuch finished his words, the irascible Fong Chunghua couldn't stand it anymore. Grabbing a handful of peanuts on the table, he smashed them towards the male's head. Wah! But coulda reached out and pulled Fong Chunghua back. Then he looked at the male and said, "Don't blame Ao, it was Mr. Ho who greeted you and put you in charge of holding the car. You're the youngest of us brothers, so it's only right that we find an easy job for you to do." Xiao Gongao was the last one to put down his chopsticks. He finished chewing the food in his mouth slowly and methodically, then leaned back in his chair, his icy gaze falling on the male. My lord, the brothers are holding a breath in their hearts, and if that breath is not dispersed, no one has the heart to do well. This time the matter is important. By me not to pay attention to, I tell you a word in my heart, not in order to give you an explanation. I don't even let you participate in it. The Duke's complexion was immediately disheveled, mumbling his lips, just about to say something, but then he heard Xiao Gang Ao's ground-thumping words coming into his ears. As we are all here today, there is something I need to make clear to you. In the future, when we do things together, we should all know how to listen to greetings. I'm tired of being a neighbor. Jesus has no face. With one sentence, he directly blocked back what the male was about to say. Good, got it Ao. Ring, ring, ring. In the friend's ice room, He Yaozong had just finished his meal and was about to go downstairs when Fineway came up from behind with his own portable phone. The phone. Taking the phone, he pressed the answer button and greeted the caller towards the phone, realizing that the call was from Judy Tong. Ah Yao, you entrusted me to talk to Dichio last night, and I've arranged for someone to go over to him today. It's just that he was hospitalized over at Guanghua Hospital to recuperate from his injuries, and when he learned that I was going to go over to find him to talk about the land deed acquisition, he directly explained to the people under his hand that he wouldn't see anyone. He Yaozong grabbed a cup of lemon tea and rinsed his mouth, then smiled. So what you're saying, Sister Judy, is that I should go and have a chat with Dichu myself? That's right, but you have to think about it. Once Dicho agrees, sign the contract when the time comes, whether you like it or not. Washing Properties will soon start a rehousing construction program in the Lokfu Estate generation in Wong Tai Sin. When that time comes and you can't get the money, there'll be nothing for you to do on the Dragon Tang Phase 1 side. Put a million heart. Judy, when you get the land acquisition, resettlement procedures, how is it half a year later? Don't be in such a hurry to make the mistake of reminding me of it every now and then. I'm not in a hurry. You made the offer. I have to be clear with you about what needs to be said. It's not like having sex with me and I'll promise you anything. Good, there's nothing else, so I'll hang up now. Hanging up the phone, He Yaozong threw the phone to Fineway, who was following behind him, and immediately beckoned Chen Luo Jun, who was following at the end of the group, to come over. Luo Jun, I'm going to visit Dichio at Guanghua Hospital in a while. Do you want to buy a bag of fruits and follow along to visit? Chen Luo Jun immediately nodded. I'll go. Around 6:30 p.m. Guanghua Hospital, a separate patient room. When I met Dicho, he was lying on the hospital bed looking at a newspaper, and his face was obviously looking much better. Just seeing Chen Luo Jun, a ball of anger rose in his eyes. Obviously for Chen Luojun's mustiness has not been put down. Chen Luojun followed He Yaozong into the ice room and didn't dare to go and make eye contact with Dicho. He just put down the fruits he bought, greeted He Yaozong and went to wait outside. Throw out what he brought. Dicho commanded one of the bedside ponies to do something, but was stopped by He Yaozong with one hand. Brother Chio, don't be so angry. I bought the stuff. I just asked him to bring it here, so if you don't like the food, give it to the brothers who are in bed with you, said He Yaozong. Pulled a chair and sat in front of Dicho's hospital bed. Autumn, there's something I just want to talk to you about. Don't get excited in a moment, just listen to me finish my sentence first. Dicho is also considered to have given enough face to He Yaozong, waving his hand to send the followers in the house to wait outside. Spinning around, he spoke. Being attentive to nothing is either adultery or theft. Even though you saved my life, I've given you what I had to give, so it's best if you don't make any excessive demands. Yes, He Yaozong nodded, then said, I've already communicated with the people from Huaxing Real Estate, and they're willing to take those land deeds of the walled city from you at a price 30% higher than the current market price. But you don't have to get excited first. I do have conditions. Huaxing Properties will take a piece of land over at Lakfu Estate and build resettlement housing for these Kaifongs to the highest standards of the housing department's resettlement housing. Di Chio couldn't help but be dismayed. Have you been tricked? The businessmen who are in the real estate business are all liposuction. Would they be so kind as to build resettlement houses over at Lakfu Estate out of their own pockets and offer me such a high land price? Brother Autumn, I'll pay for it. Where did you get all that money? The deeds of the land you gave me as collateral are far more than enough to offset the maximum subsidy from the housing department. Just because a real estate agent is unscrupulous doesn't mean I, Ho Yut-sung, am unscrupulous. Di Chio had been mixing with Dragon City for so many years, and was used to seeing any big storm. He knew that human nature was greed, so when He Yaozong threw out such a selfless offer, his first instinct was not to be grateful, but to be suspicious. Lying down, he closed his eyes slightly. Send over a contract, and after I get a lawyer to read it, we'll talk about the deed deal then. Seeing that Di Chio had the intention of loosening his tongue, He Yaozong immediately didn't intend to continue disturbing the situation. Brother Chio, take your time to recover from your injuries. I'll have someone send over the contract tomorrow for you to look over, and you'll know if you're being tricked or not. Dropping these words, He Yaozong got up and went out. Exit the orthopedic ward to the hospital's registration hall. At the entrance of the elevator, a man with a face like death pushing a wheelchair rubbed shoulders with He Yaozong. The man walked with a limp, but there was an indefinable viciousness about him. Chen Luojun rushed forward and protected He Yaozong's side. A nurse came after him from behind. Sir, wait a minute. The man stopped in his tracks and turned back to the nurse. I'm done with the discharge paperwork. What else is going on? Sir, what your wife has is cancer, but it hasn't gotten so bad that it's untreatable. This side suggests that you don't give up on your treatment. There is still a lot of hope. No money. 2 words, cold, came out of the man's mouth. End of chapter. Chapter 84, Feng Yuxiu. Beat this man and I'll cover your wife's medical expenses. April 6, 2025. The nurse, however, patiently continued. The hospital side can go for you to apply for the relief subsidy. You go back and hurry to prepare the proof of work in the past few years. The probability of applying for relief grants is greatly enhanced if there are tax certificates for more than 5 years. Your wife is so young. Just go back and wait. The nurse didn't have the heart to say the words waiting to die after all. There had been a bright light in the man's eyes. Is it true that if I apply for the aid subsidy, my wife will be saved? The nurse shook her head. The subsidy is only a part of it, and a conservative estimate is that your wife's illness will require you to take another 300,000 or so out. If the treatment goes well, with a few years of follow-up observation, the probability of healing is at least half. He Yaozong stood right where he was, sizing up the man in front of him with interest. He realized that the light in the man's eyes went completely out as the nurse said those words. Without giving the nurse any reply, he propelled his wheelchair and headed straight for the elevator. Let's go you! Hospitals are full of this kind of thing. There's nothing to see. Fine Wei also came forward. After following Wang Jianjun and the others for a long time, he also had an intuition about dangerous characters. His subconscious mind told him that the short, lean man in front of him was definitely a dangerous figure. Ho Yucheng waved his hand. Go on, call him over. Although he didn't know what He Yaozong's intentions were, Fine Wei wasn't ambiguous and nodded his head at that moment, walking towards the man who was about to enter the elevator. Hey! Fine Wei slapped his hand on the man's right shoulder from behind, and the man, as if reacting subconsciously, in the moment Fine Wei reached out, his body moved like thunder, and his left hand became a claw, directly clasping on Fine Wei's right wrist. Ah! Ouch! 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 Fine Wei only felt that his right wrist was clamped by a vice, and the drilling pain came from his wrist bone, and bean-sized beads of sweat appeared on his brain. Seeing this, Chen Luojun looked at He Yaozong, and after He Yaozong nodded his head, he immediately lunged forward, and was about to take the man's arm, relieving Fine Wei. The man saw that the situation was not right, immediately loosened the right hand that grabbed the wheelchair, the right hand into a fist false cover, at the same time that limp left leg kicked out, actually straight to Chen Luojun's face. Chen Luojun could only change his palm into a fist and blasted the man's calf bone with his fist. It only felt like a punch had struck a steel plate, and Chen Luojun suddenly felt his right arm go numb. At the same time the man couldn't help but be knocked back a few steps while letting go of the held Hashiwei. Well, don't misunderstand, we mean no harm. You two smoothly stepped forward and pulled back the grim-faced Hashiwei. At the same time, he looked at the man and said, I just heard the nurse say that your wife has cancer. The man did not pay any attention to it, but just coldly swept a glance at Chen Luojun, and then prepared to turn around and push his wheelchair towards the elevator. I have a condition. If you can agree to it, I'll cover all your wife's medical expenses. These words caused this lean man to be stunned. Then he put down his wheelchair and quickly walked to Hiyaozong. Chen Luojun hurriedly blocked in front of Hiyaozong. Hey, stand here if you have anything to say. Ignoring Chen Luojun, the man stared wide-eyed. Are you telling the truth? It's okay, Lojun. Pushing away Chen Luojun, who was blocking his way, Hiyaozong extended his right hand to the man. Hello, Ho Yucheng. I am Feng Yuxiu. The calloused hand shook with Hiyaozong, who suddenly felt that he had grasped a piece of sandpaper for sanding the wheel hub of the car. Go outside and talk? Kowloon Walled City, an open space behind a dog meat restaurant. Hiyaozong lit a cigarette and looked towards Feng Yuxiu, who had come all the way over and was looking at himself blearily. He understood that the man was untamed, a martial arts nerd with maniacal tendencies. Perhaps in this world, only his wife was the last vestige of his pursuit of the martial arts path. But every Shandao is, by and large, worth giving a modicum of respect. What do you want me to do for you? Feng Yuxiu finally couldn't help but speak. Hiyaozong nodded his head and snorted towards Fine Wei, who then stacked up his own portable phone and went aside to make a call. Pulling the lights in the arena, Hiyaozong spoke. Simple. I will personally come over and fight with you in a while. Beat them up, and I will cover all of your wife's medical expenses in no less than a cent. I'll pay for as much as I can cure until it's cured. To get a martial arts nerd to willingly sell his life for him, all one had to do was to completely subdue his heart and spirit. Let him know what it means to be outside of people and outside of mountains. Thump. Feng Yuxiu's fists had clenched, and he glanced obliquely at Chen Luojun, who was on the side. Is he the one you want me to compete against? Kung Fu is a killing technique, and when the time comes, fists and feet have no eyes. I'm afraid that something will happen to your people. When Feng Yuxiu said that Kung Fu was a killing technique, Hiyaozong was afraid that he would follow up with the next sentence that would determine both superiority and life and death. It's a good thing there are still people in the world he cares about. This guy hasn't had a seizure yet. Of course not. I'm a good-fisted brother and I don't like to fight. I'll get you two rawer guys to come over later, and I promise to fight with you until you're over the moon. A high level of eagerness ignited in Feng Yuxiu's eyes as he nodded solemnly towards Hiyaozong. Good. I'll make good on them, and you'll remember your promise. A few moments later, Wang Jianjun came this way with the target shooting boy. After greeting Hiyaozong in turn, the two were also attracted by Feng Yuxiu, who stood like a javelin. Ho Yucheng opened his mouth. Jianjun, what I said about helping you guys open a martial arts school on this side of Kowloon and taking care of your identities is almost about to materialize now. The man standing in front of you is called Feng Yuxiu. In the future, I'd like to hire him to work at a martial arts school, specializing in underground black boxing. Now I need you guys to help me practice and see if this guy is good enough. Hula, accompanied by a sound of breaking wind. Feng Yuxiu had already set up his stance. My name is Feng Yuxiu. Please enlighten me. Wang Jianjun's eyelids jumped. The connoisseur will know if there is anything. His gaze fell intently on Feng Yuxiu's body as he opened his mouth. Hit the target, boy, and you don't have to make a move. It's not a fight to the death. You're no match for him with your bare hands. The group of target shooting boys had always held Wang Jianjun's words in high regard. Wang Jianjun said he couldn't beat him, so he definitely couldn't beat him. At that moment, he retreated behind Wang Jianjun and looked at Hiyaozong. Boss, so let brother Jianjun go and tweak it? Hiyaozong nodded, then also stepped back a few steps, leaving the field open for them. Wang Jianjun pulled up his sleeves and beckoned towards Feng Yuxiu, signaling him to come forward. Boom! Feng Yuxiu's figure stormed, his right hand in a tiger's claw position, grabbing towards Wang Jianjun's face. He combines the strengths of 100 martial arts. His martial arts are mixed but not chaotic, and he strikes viciously without leaving any room for error. This was his usual habit. No matter what his opponent was like, he would test his opponent's moves first. It's just a shame that there is one kind of person in this world who is a genius. Wang Jianjun took this group of brothers to climb out of the mountain of corpses and blood. They are in the battlefield. They have to anticipate not the fists and feet, or even the moment the enemy pulls the trigger, the bullet that is about to fly out. Wang narrowly avoids it. With just one move, he sensed the killing intent contained in Feng Yuxiu's moves and instantly changed his face. Seeing that his move fell short, Feng Yuxiu's later move was almost seamless, stabilizing his body. A knee strike came towards Wang Jianjun's waist and abdomen. However, due to Feng Yuxiu's natural long and short legs, this move was eventually caught by Wang Jianjun. Boom! Wang Jianjun stormed up and grabbed Feng Yuxiu's knee before it was on his waist, and his left foot had kicked Feng Yuxiu at his perineum point. The kick was really not light, directly knocking Feng Yuxiu to the ground. Both of them practiced killing moves, except that Wang Jianjun was different in that he pursued a killing move that killed in a single blow. Just now, if that kick had been raised an inch higher, I'm afraid Feng Yuxiu would have to completely account for himself here. Kicked over the ground, Feng Yuxiu seems to feel no pain. He lies down on the ground, a harrier turn, ready to fierce tiger climbing the ground again towards Wang Jianjun attack. Only Wang Jianjun couldn't possibly give him the chance. Brush! It was the sound of a dagger cutting through the skin of the throat. Feng Yuxiu's face flinched as a stabbing pain came from his throat, and then he looked up at Wang Jianjun in a daze. He knew that he had lost. You don't have to be frustrated. If you didn't have a leg problem, the win would be a toss-up. Wang Jianjun is considered to have saved face. After all, He Yaozong just said that he intends to keep him to fight in the octagon at that time. If he crushed his heart, he was afraid that he would waste a good seedling in the future. Putting away the dagger, Wang Jianjun stopped talking and retreated to the side. Feng Yuxiu's gaze towards Wang Jianjun was filled with unrivaled desire, but when He Yaozong walked up to him, he instantly realized what was going on and his expression became even more disheveled. In a moment I will arrange for someone to take your wife to go through the transfer procedures to the sanatorium and hospital. The Ghostbusters hospital is a bit more expensive, but the money is well spent and the level of professionalism is guaranteed. Feng Yuxiu leapt up from the ground with a carp. I've already lost. Why are you still willing to help me? I don't know. Maybe it's just that I'm too good-hearted to see the suffering of the world. After saying that, He Yaozong beckoned Fine Wei to come over and bring Feng Yuxiu back to the hospital for transfer procedures. Slow down. Feng Yuxiu waved his big hand and immediately told Fine Wei not to dare to come forward. Boss please accept a bow from me. Feng Yuxiu. Without waiting for He Yaozong's words, Feng Yuxiu suddenly clasped his fists and kneeled down on one knee to worship before He Yaozong. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. A martial arts nerd is a martial arts nerd. I really don't know if this guy has watched too many Shaw's martial arts movies. What the hell are you doing? Get up. I'm helping you. And it's not completely unconditional. Helping Feng Yuxiu up, He Yaozong simply opened his mouth. I know you're a man of your own firmament, so if you must repay me, do me a favor when the time comes. What is it? Good point. He Yaozong patted Feng Yuxiu's shoulder and then whispered, will you join the club? You let worship under you? Okay, as long as I can save Xin Shui, I'll do anything. That's good. He Yaozong laughed, and immediately pulled Feng Yuxiu out of this backyard while opening his mouth. Look, it's not about worshipping me. You should also know that I'm the divisional leader of Wuzing. We, together with Lam Wai Lok, the leader of Luan Xing Jordan, have been weak and have to compete with several associations for food in a street of only 100 meters in Jordan. His men are in short supply of talent. You are just right to go to his side. With your skill, I believe that you will soon be able to get him to reuse. If there are no accidents, the demolition and relocation work on the Kowloon walled city side will soon be put on process. He had promised Judy Tong and Di Chiu that he would build a rehousing area for these Kaifongs over at Lok Fu Estate. 6 months after the blowing chicken handed over the stick, he had to fight for the leading stick with Lian Sheng into his hands. The system is upgraded to help the event group type of rebate to ensure that this single business can really earn a lot of money. For the parishes in other districts, Ho Yucheng has the means to pull them together. Even if it was Big D, one had the means to force him to bow down. Only Lin Huailu. He Yaozong knows that this guy is quite deep in his heart and has an almost obsessive obsession with the dragon head baton. Without sticking a pin in his side, there's no guarantee that something will go sideways and something will happen when the time comes. Stone Gap Tail, Fat Deng's place. Lu, you shouldn't be busy either. Turn off the TV. Sit down and talk with me for a few minutes, then go home early and rest. Fat Deng sat on the sofa with a belly and said to Lin Huailu, who was still wiping down the ornaments in the house, there's no hurry, Uncle Deng, I'm free anyway. Although Lin Huailu said so on his lips, he had already dropped the rag, turned off the TV, and walked towards Fat Deng's side. It's hard to hand back the dragon head baton that was in your hands, isn't it, Uncle Deng? How could it be? It is good for the society that the stick remains in the hands of the blow chicken. If you really think so, that's as good as it gets, but I'll warn you now. Blow the chicken and cross the stick in the second half of the year, and the people you'll be fighting with won't be talking about the Big D then. Lin Huailu nodded, still answering in a calm tone. It's okay, Ao's got skills. Maybe it's a blessing for the club if he takes the stick. Blessed? It's come to this, so don't be modest anymore. Nah, now close the door and I'll talk to you about something in my heart. Fat Dun pulled on his slipped suspenders, sat upright, and whirled around. You know this man, Ho Yucheng. He is a dragon in the abyss, ambitious. I'm just afraid that if the stick falls into his hands, and Lian Shang will become a complete monopoly in the future. In 2 more years, it's not clear if the stick will be handed over. The corner of Lin Huailu's mouth twitched. Uncle Dun, it can't be, can it? Can't? You should know that in your heart. Ho Yucheng is now enough of a bah humbug, but in my eyes, there are just 4 words to describe him: unruly. I'm just afraid that if we let him do it for 2 years, the society won't have any room for us old guys to talk. Fat Dun said, dropping his eyes and sulking. I still bellows in favor of you, but I'm worried now if I'll still be able to speak up among this group of uncles in 6 months. And you're not just going to sit around and wait. You're going to have to do something about it for the next 6 months. Lin Huailu frowned. Uncle Dun, what should I do? Think for yourself. If you can't figure it out, you shouldn't even think about sitting in this talker's seat. But let me just remind you, a boulder crushes a crab, and those who belligerently mess up will always fall. Lin Huila was violently stunned and immediately understood what Fat Deng meant. He got up and smiled toward Fat Dun, then walked over to the hanging rack by the wall and picked up his coat. Uncle Tang, it's getting late. You should rest early. Leaving from the end of the rocky gorge, Lin Huilu got into the car and did not greet his head horse, A's, to drive the car back to his place. Ah Chuck, Ho Yucheng and the others are over in Mongkok. I heard they are still recruiting people? That's right brother you. They took over Jingyi and Liangkuan's turf, and there's a shortage of beaters to look at the field during this period of time. Some time ago, they even transferred people from the Taipa and Kungtong side, and they wanted the elite beat boys from these halls, and offered them double pay. Hearing A's reply, the look of anxiety on Lin Huili's face increased. He understood that Ho Yucheng was already pulling together the parishes in the districts. Did they ask to borrow someone from our field? Yes, but our handlers, Brother Locke, our men can't even look after their own field, so how can we have anyone to lend to them? You go and make arrangements tomorrow to pick 2 new faces from Delhi's side of the field, and have them blend into the territory on the Ufli side under the name of Worshipful Gate. Azer asked in disbelief, while holding the car. Locke, the guys on Delhi's side all fight in the octagon. Every one of them is good. What the hell is the point of calling them to work in the land of the crowflies? Lin Huila looked at the street scene that swept by outside the car window and coldly opened his mouth. Don't ask, just do it. Also, remember not to mention this to anyone. The following day at 11 a.m. The Silver Band Training Center of the Hong Kong Island Police Force. It's almost time to put dinner on the table, and a group of band members are blowing their horns out of breath. Stop. Before the song Blue Danube was finished, Sito Jie, who was in charge of conducting the orchestra's rehearsal, put down the baton in his hand and clapped his hands and shouted, "What's the matter? 1 by 2. They all look like they haven't eaten. Just killing time?" You have to realize that on many occasions, the Silver Band represents the face of Hong Kong Island. If you're going to mope around here, I suggest that you might as well go home and retire before it's too late. Ever since Situ Jia was transferred to the Silver Band to reflect on this period of time, this group of old guys in the Silver Band were tossed around by him, getting to work on time every day blowing and playing, and practicing a tune you've blown until it sucks at least a couple dozen times a day. Many of the buglers blew their mouths out. Over time, resentment inevitably accumulated in the hearts of these people. Right now, when he saw Situ Jia taking the air again here, there was an old messenger who was about to retire and dropped the drumsticks in his hands immediately. "Sir, First Brother and the others are sitting in the office. It's useless for you to behave here. Those officers up there want to reinstate you. Just wait. Why make it difficult for us old guys to suffer along with you?" Situ Jia's face dropped immediately. "What did you say? What did I do? In which post? You have to stick to which post? Do your own share of things. I'm a little strict with you, a little bit wrong," said Sito Jia, waving his hand again and pointing to a bugler. "And you, those who know think you're playing the welcome song. Those who don't think you're organizing a funeral for someone. If you keep this up, I'm afraid you won't even be able to hold the bowl of Silver Band." The bugler who was pointed at by Situ Jia sniffed and immediately followed the fire. Those who hang out in the Silver Band are supposed to be a group of people who have no hope of a future and are waiting for retirement in a regimented way. Where is the reverence for Sito Jia, the devolved puffer? At that moment, this bugler threw the guy in his hand to a side shelf, and then glared at Situ Jia, pointing his nose back at him as well. "Stuart J, do you know anything about music? I've been playing this tune for more than 20 years, and I've practiced and practiced, so why do you need to be a layman to teach me how to play it? I'll tell you what, if you look away, we'll all be fine with each other and stay here with us peacefully waiting for retirement. You still want to be reinstated. You're dreaming." End of chapter. Chapter 85, Locke, you know how to play Infernal Affairs? April 6, 2025. In the face of a group of fearless old greaseballs, Situ Jia was unexpectedly speechless for a moment, pointing his finger at the bugler. He didn't know what to say for a moment. It's a good thing someone came out and rounded it up. All right, don't make things difficult for Officer Sito. Maybe people get transferred back in a few days. It's not just a few more practices, so everyone just buck up and bear with it. As the atmosphere eased, the group went back to their respective positions, only being poked through his heart. Situ Jia was not in the mood to command any further. Instantly, he kicked the command stage and spoke coldly. "You guys just stay here and keep practicing. Don't stop until it's time to eat." With that said, he flung out his big hand and turned his head towards the outside of the drill room. "Practice his ass off. Look at him. He deserves to be jerked off. It's just a pain in the ass for us to work with such plagued puffers. That is, not capable of catching thieves. Neat family to really a set of things. If the trumpet blows up to the sky, will the Acer up there still think highly of him?" When Sito Jia left the drill room, for a while, the room was filled with spitting sounds. Happy Valley, a sick room in the sanatorium and hospital. Feng Yuxiu carried a bowl of medicinal soup, scooped a spoonful, and sent it to his wife Xin Shui's mouth. Xin Shui's face was already slightly haggard at this time, but looking at Feng Yuxiu, she still forced out a smile. If we can't cure it, let's not cure it. Let me go back and spend more time with you, and while I still have the strength, I will recite the Tao Te Ching for you a few more times a day. Feng Yuxiu showed a rare smile. Behave yourself and drink the medicine first. I've found the money to cure you and you'll be fine. After saying this, Feng Yuxiu poured the medicine into Xin Shui's mouth. He was not expecting it. He Yaozong promised to cure his wife, but the specifications of the cure were actually so high. Independent patient rooms, overnight consultations with specialists were arranged to discuss treatment options, just from the payment list sent by the nurse today alone. Feng Yuxiu realized that he Yaozong had already spent 283,000 mosquitoes. He didn't know what a man's life was worth, but he had made up his mind. As long as his wife gets better, he Yaozong will be willing to do whatever he is asked to do in the future. It's easy to put the icing on the cake, but it's hard to put it in the snow. The only thing you can do is to exchange your heart for your mind. Sir, I was asked by Mr. He to come here specifically to take care of Ms. Shen Shui. In the future, if you don't have time to come over and stay in bed with me, I'll take care of this side. Just as Feng Yuxiu was feeding the medicine, a warm-faced escort lady walked to Feng Yuxiu's side and spoke to him in a respectful voice. Feng Yuxiu placed the medicine bowl on the bedside and looked the chaperone up and down a few times. What salary did Mr. Ho offer you? Quite a lot. 1,500 a day, and I'll be in bed with you for the next month. Feng Yuxiu couldn't help but frown. 1,500 a day? Sensing the displeasure in Feng Yuxiu's tone, this escort hurriedly explained. Sir, I'm the gold medal escort of Leisure Escorts. I've been in this business for more than 10 years, and I've even taken care of Uncle Cheng's family, and I've never had any boss say that I'm not doing a good job as an escort. It's worth every penny. If you're not satisfied, you can always ask me to leave. Xin Shui hard to sit up from the bed. The escort to see the situation, hurriedly low body, support Shen Shui, and took out a pillow behind her waist. Shen Shui spoke up. Hubby, what exactly is this Mr. He? How? Why would people pay so much money for someone to take care of me? You don't have to care. Just feel free to heal here. Even the chaperones were arranged to come over, and Feng Yuxiu had a rough idea in his mind. It's time to fulfill what I promised Ho Yuchun last night. Delhi Mansion, in a converted boxing gym on the first floor, next to the octagonal cage, was already full of people by now. Here is one of the most lucrative businesses of Jordan Lam Whaler, the underground black boxing gambling ring. Compared to betting on horses and going to the Kowloon walled city to bet on dogs, this kind of octagonal cage with fist-to-fist and unlimited fighting is more likely to stimulate the adrenaline rush. Most of the people who came to see the game were also members of the community. They worship violence, and the blood that soars in the octagon. Even if it makes them lose a bet, they can talk about it by feasting their eyes. Feng Yuxiu entered the arena with the admission ticket that he Yaozong had gotten for him. The horseman at the door who was in charge of checking the tickets took the tickets and looked at them, and then he sized up Feng Yuxiu for a few moments. First time here? Want to buy a few bets to try your luck? There will be 2 fights in a while. Tai Cow fights Red Rooster and Dog Eyes fights Ghost King Yuan. The odds are written on the wall there. Check it out? Feng Yuxiu glanced at the odds a few times towards the blackboard hanging on the wall and then sneered. I want to get in the cage and start fighting. How much can I make a fight? Ho! Not only a new face, but also an expert? Look at you walking all long and short. Be careful of being beaten to death inside. Don't worry about that. Let's just say, can I get in? Who was it that drew you here? Feng Yuxiu shook his head. I came on my own. So it is a demented line to come. No one led you here. You make a call. Do you still want to buy? If you don't, go inside and find a seat. Don't keep me from doing other people's business. Clunk. Feng Yuxiu directly slammed his fist on the tabletop in front of him, scaring this horseman to get up and take 2 steps back. Looking again at where Feng Yuxiu's fist landed, the table board, which was more than a finger thick, was actually directly smashed and cracked. His old mother. I can't believe someone dared to come here and mess with us. Hey, here's an appetizer for you guys before the fight. Get this pouncer out of the way. The horseman who examined the coupon gulped, and then shouted, and a cadre of beatniks who looked at the field immediately surrounded them. However, how could this group of music colors be Feng Yuxiu's opponent? 7 or 8 people surrounded them, and in less than a minute, a piece of them lay down sideways. The arena was abuzz with excitement, and many spectators gathered around this side of the doorway, praising Feng Yuxiu's sharp hands. What's going on? A voice came from the lounge side of the arena. A bunch of people made way. They knew that Lin Huaili's head horse, A's, had come. The horseman who had examined the vouchers earlier had been scared silly at this point. When he saw Zay coming, he hurried forward. Z, there's a screw-up guy here. I don't know who sent him. A's glanced at the group of horsemen who were knocked to the ground by Feng Yuxiu, and couldn't help but froze as well. Spinning around, he bravely walked over to Feng Yuxiu. Friend, I'm one of Satan Rakusho's men. I don't think we've offended you since we've always been good to people, have we? I'm not here for a fight. I'm here for a fight, Feng Yishio said as he clasped his fists and made a bow towards Aze. My name is Feng Yishio. I just want to come to your place to beg for food. This style instantly screwed up Azer. He pulled the stud up to his ear. Are you sure this guy is normal? Not a runaway from Castle Hill Hospital? Horseboy bitter face. I do not know. This guy said he wanted to fight as soon as he arrived, and when he was asked if he had anyone to introduce him, he said no. I think it's 80% a bit of a brain fart. That's it then. In a few moments the gambling and boxing will go on as usual. Have Ghost King Gen fight him in an extra match later. But don't open the plate, just treat these egg Sanja to a boxing match. Aze finished walking back to Feng Yishio's side and opened his mouth. You can box if you want. Show me what you're made of in the octagon later. If you play well, you can stay over here and work with me from now on, and I'll give you a base salary of $2,000 per game. Thanks a lot. Feng Yishio clasped his fists again, leaving Aze somewhat speechless for a moment. Okay, put away your fight bad, get a medical bill later and go away. The fight went on as scheduled, and it has to be said that this venue, Lin Huailu, is considered to be one of the most impartial underground boxing gyms in the Oiltip district. The odds in the arena are all reasonably calculated, and the fighters who enter the arena are strictly screened, never engaging in any underhanded operations, and that's exactly why, every time this side of the field opens, tickets are peddled out at the first opportunity. If not for the fact that Jordan's territory was too small, this reputation that Lin Huaila had accumulated alone would have been enough to make him a lot of money. There were few surprises next. After the two fights were fought, Feng Yishio enters the cage and brings the scene straight to a climax. Ghost King Yuan, who was put into the octagon by Aze to fight Feng Yishio, had fought professionally in black boxing in Thailand in his early years. Later, he worked for a waterhouse in Haojiang, but because he could not stand the atmosphere of the community in Haojiang, which was characterized by gunfire and negotiation, he went to Hong Kong Island to make a living. This was his 21st fight in Lin Huaili's arena, and his 18 wins and 3 defeats were enough to prove that he had a good attainment in Muay Thai. But the ghost, Wang Yuan, was wailing and being carried out of the octagonal cage. Feng Yishio was like an epileptic dog, and within a few shots, Ghost King Yuan was covered in blood, lying on his back on the octagonal cage, screaming miserably and begging Aze to let him out. The cheers from the scene literally shook the room, and Aze only came back to his senses when he saw Feng Yishio's red eyes, questioning towards the outside of the cage who else was coming in to ask for lessons. Hurry up and greet the ponies around you. Quick, go get that guy. Jordan, Lin Whaler's place. Ring, ring, ring. At this time, Lin Huaila was cooking in the kitchen, and when she heard the phone ringing, she immediately unclasped the apron on her chest and wiped her hands. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack and uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post, then came into the living room and picked up the phone. Hello, Lou, do you have time now? No free time. My son is on vacation today and I'm making him lunch. After saying that, Lin Huaila still couldn't help but ask, anything? Brother Locke, didn't you explain to me last night to come to Delhi's side of the field and pick 2 raw faces to go to Mongkok? I came over here today to pick out a guy, and I happened to bump into a good one. Sharp in less than half a minute, directly almost killed Ghost King Jen in the cage. Lin Huaila couldn't help but frown and glance towards his son's study. Then he lowered his voice. Is it here to stomp the floor? No, I don't usually hear about this one. According to him, he committed a crime over there in the mainland, and ran over from Foshan, trying to make a living on Hong Kong Island. Is it reliable? When the time comes, we'll find someone to check over there according to what he said, and we'll know. It's a talent. Lou, I think you'd better come over and meet him. A's obviously a little excited, and Lian Shang in this line of Jordan, although the occupation of the oil and water field, but Jordan is too small. Several associations are in this side of the business. The Hall less sharp hit boy, many times in other associations friction, but also had to pinch their noses and admit it. Lin Huaila held the phone and folded back into the kitchen once again. Spinning around, he spoke. You take this man first, and go have a meal first. I'll come over to see my son later after I have dinner with him. About half an hour later, Lin Huaila drove to Delhi's side of the gym. At this time, the boxing match in the lunchroom had already ended, and the boxing hall was a mess. Only a few horsemen left to look at the venue were absent-mindedly cleaning the garbage on the ground. Seeing Lin Huaila come over, this group of horsemen who were looking at the field hurriedly stopped their work and greeted Lin Huailu in unison. Lin Huailu just smiled and nodded at them, then quickly walked towards the restroom. Pushing open the door to the second lounge, Asawa was sitting on a bench, talking over and over to a lean man. Seeing Lin Huaila come in, Aze hurriedly got up, while subconsciously trying to reach out to pat Feng Yishio's shoulder, but catching a glimpse of Feng Yishio's ruthless eyes, he immediately stopped himself. Following that, he laughed towards Lin Huailu. Brother Lu, it's this guy, fierce and inhuman. Hey, this is my big brother. Get up and call Lu first. Feng Yuxiu twisted his head and looked at Lin Huailu. Then he got up and cupped his fists. Feng Yuxiu. Lin Huailu just smiled at this strange way of greeting. Sit. Greeting Feng Yuxiu to sit down. Lin Huailu also pulled a chair and sat across from Feng Yuxiu. I heard from Zay that you committed a crime over in Foshan and swam over from Lac Ma Chao alone? That's right. What's the offense in the old country? Just making a living at your gym. And all this has to be accounted for? Lin Huailu shook his head. Do not tell me what the crime is. What is your name? Where is your hometown? You should tell me, right? To get a meal in my yard, you'll have to put your name on my undersea book. That's the rule. Feng Yuxiu glanced at Lin Huailu for a few moments, and then immediately spoke out a pre-drafted identity information according to Yao Zong's previous explanation. This identity was borrowed from a fellow countryman of the target shooting boy who died in the South Seas. This person has no father and no mother, only an aunt married to the Chaos Han side for more than 10 years. Never had contact. Guarantee Lin Huailu cannot find out what cracks. The only thing that changed was that Feng Yuxiu reported his real name, even if Lin Huailu arranged for someone to touch his bottom. When the time came, he only needed to say that it was to cover his identity, and in turn, it would appear to be a bit more authentic. Feng Yuxiu. Lin Huailu reported the name, then drooped his head as if he was thinking about something. After a long time, Lin Huailu raised his head. Got a Hong Kong Island ID yet? No. Well then, do something for me, and take care of the ID card thing for you in half a year. So how much money can I make to hand for a fight? Facing Feng Yuxiu's inquiry, Lin Huailu couldn't help but let out a light smile. I don't need you to box for me. So listen, you're going to follow Z for now and familiarize yourself with the rules of the club over here. When you are almost familiar with it, I have more important things for you to do then. I can't do anything else but fight. Don't worry. I'll make sure you get a good fight when the time comes, and the work is easy. Even if you don't do anything, I have money for you, Lin Huailu said and beckoned towards a follower pony boy. Go on, take him to the mall and change into something nice. This sweatshirt is hairy and rotting. You can't get so shabby when you work with me. Lock. After saying that, Lin Huailu took out his own pocket, took out 800 mosquito bills from it, and stuffed it to that horseman. After the horseman led Feng Yuxiu out the door, Lin Huailu greeted Zay again and went to close the door. In a deep voice, he said, Zay, how did the things you were told to do last night go? Lu, I ran into this as soon as I came over today, and I haven't had a chance to do anything about last night yet. Is it so hard to get you to find 2 people? No, it's not hard to find 2 people, except that it's not easy to find competent 2 raw faces. I still have to look around a bit before I can do that, or else with so many people over in Mongkok, anyone who recognizes us then will know that we're trying to pick a fight in the land of the crow flies. Lin Huailu deadpanned and stared at Zay, and whirled around to speak. Is it so hard to find? Isn't there a ready-made one right in front of us? Ha, brother Locke. You mean to send this Feng Yuxiu to Mongkok to work as a horseman for the crow flies? What? He can't go? Going would be fine, except that this guy is so sharp that I'd like to develop him as our Jordan signature punching bag. Brother Locke, the hall is short of fierce men, or you should let me spend some time and find someone else. Lin Huailu waved his hand. I don't know that there is a lack of fierce men in the hall. I don't know that it's hard to pick 1 out of 10. 000 fighters? But what's the use of a man being fierce? Can he go alone and bring down Simsha Sui for me? But, Locke, this guy and we were not familiar with. Insert him in the Shamshu Ape aside, in case he refuses to come back. Is not it in vain to send talents to Ho Yu Chun's side? There's nothing to but, the parish is going to be big, and relying on a beatnik sharp won't change anything. When I'm the man of the hour, what kind of a tough guy can't I get to work for me? Terrific time for him to call me Master Chi and keep coming back to work with me. Moistening his voice, Lin Huailu continued. When the time comes, we will dig out his case files in the mainland, and then find an opportunity to make him help me to do a real thing. And then he will definitely have no possibility to defect to Shamshu Weipa. A child who gives up his life will not be able to catch a wolf, and a fierce man like this will sooner or later be reused by Ho Yucheng. At that time, with him undercover around He Yaozong, I can find the right time to bring down He Yaozong at once. When he finished, he looked at Asawa and pointed to his head. What an age! The time for fighting and killing is long gone. A cook is a cook for life if he doesn't eat his brains. Zay, remember my words. Do as I have arranged, and make sure this is done beautifully. Zay hurriedly got up. Good, brother Lu. Then besides Feng Yuxiu, should we look for other people? B. Of course I will. The most brainless of the group under Ho Yucheng's hand is that crow fly, and I'm going to stick my needles all around him. When the time comes for the crow flies to poke a big basket, I'd like to see how He Yaozong is going to clean it up. As he finished speaking these words, Lin Huailu was just like a leathery expression with an unspeakable sinister and viciousness written in his eyes. People like him were different from Big D. If Big D was a colorful and bold hyena, then he, Lin Huailu, felt that he was a venomous snake hibernating in the dark, usually unassuming and unmoving. When you see the right moment, you have to come out of the shadows to bite you, and pour out all the venom in your fangs, trying to kill you with a single blow. At around 6:30 in the evening, Ho Yuchung sat in his office, holding a phone to his ear. For a moment his expression looked somewhat dramatically colored. "Slow down. I'm a little messed up in the head. Do you mean that I asked you to keep an eye on Lin Huila for me, and Lin Huila turned to you to go back to my hall, and then came to spy on me for him?" End of chapter. Chapter 86 Cho Gang Ao. The suffering we have endured will be returned 1,000 times over by Situ Jia in the prison warehouse. April 6, 2025. After receiving an affirmative response from Feng Yuxiu on the other end of the phone, He Yaozong was almost about to burst out laughing. What is this? He wanted to stick a needle in Lin Huili's side, and Lin Huilu, the old Envy, also wanted to stick a needle in his side. Both of them coincidentally had their ideas on Feng Yuxiu, so much so that they made Feng Yuxiu such an unorthodox double agent. What makes He Yaozong a little upset is that the two people think surprisingly the same. Is he also an old Envy like Lin Huila? Feng Yuxiu, listen carefully, do whatever Lin Huilu tells you to do your best to gain his trust, and don't call me at his parish for a few days if you don't have anything necessary to do. Realizing that Lin Huilu was even more difficult to deal with than he had imagined, He Yaozong couldn't help but give Feng Yuxiu some more advice. Hanging up the phone, He Yaozong barely hesitated and directly dialed Awa's number. After about 20 minutes or so, Awa came to this side of the tea house. "Awa, sit down and drink a cup of tea first." He Yaozong handed Awa a cup of hot tea, and immediately waited for Awa to take a breather, then told Awa truthfully about Feng Yuxiu's matter. Ava's brows immediately tightened. "Brother Yu, I always thought Lin Huilu was homely and kind, a rare good person. I didn't expect this puffer to be so insidious. It seems like I still haven't gotten it right after being out for so many years. I don't blame you for not mixing it up. I blame him for being able to hide it so well. I didn't even know he was going to stick a pin in my parish if I hadn't been trying to get an insurance policy." Ho Yuchun lit a cigarette for himself, and then threw the cigarette case in his hand at Awa. Taking a deep breath, he said again, "Awfully is on the best of terms with you, and called you over so that you could tell him about it and then tell him to be on his guard. He was told to chop up Pretty Quinn a while back, and he's now so barfed up over in Mongkok that he speaks to everyone but you and me, pronouncing words through his nostrils. When people drift, it's easy to get carried away. The moment you get carried away, trouble will follow." Awa understood this, and immediately nodded discreetly towards He Yaozong. "Brother Yu, he's sticking pins in our hall, and I don't think he's sticking more than this one. I think why don't I go and pull a few of my elite horsemen as well, and send them to Lin Huili's hall together?" No, Locke is shrinking in Jordan, and there were already fewer people in the parish. He plainly and peacefully showed his face, not sharp and good, and may not be able to walk beside him, arranging for someone to go in at random. Instead, it's easy for him to see any cracks and get up on the defensive then, He Yaozong said as he leisurely exhaled a mouthful of smoke, then laughed. "Instead, he saved me a lot of effort by sending Feng Yuxiu back to me. Awa, remember to say hello to the crow flies. When the time comes I'm going to build a golden staircase for Feng Yu to walk on. Teach him all the way long red. The best is 3 or 2 months, held up as the red man of the Mongkok side, or let the Lishao side to save heart. Thoroughly believe that Feng Yuxiu, this bottom card, can give me a fatal blow in the critical time." Awa only felt his mind go into a daze, and as he thought about it, he came to a realization. There was ultimately a reason why he himself had been benched in the Jingyi society for so many years. It's so tiring to hook up and count. Put yourself before and think what trouble can't be solved with a single slash. Really can't figure out these being bigots. Bellin Western Restaurant, Jordan. Lin Huilu looked at Feng Yuxiu, who was sitting across from him, tearing into a piece of steak with a big bite. Somehow he couldn't help but be reminded of a TV program with vicious wolves tearing up raw meat in large chunks. By the time Feng Yuxiu finished a piece of steak, he had viciously poured another glass of red wine. It was only then that Lin Wailer opened his mouth. "Feng Yuxiu, what I told you just now, is it all understood clearly? Knowing that, you asked me to go and ghost for you." Lin Huila couldn't help but let out a sarcastic laugh. "And don't make it sound so unpleasant. What's being a ghost or not being a ghost? But don't worry, if one day I become the man of the hour, I guarantee that you will make a clean break with your previous past and embrace a new life. When I retire in the future, maybe I'll support you to be the spokesperson of Wasing too. Just pay the money. I don't want to be a talking head." In the face of Feng Yuxiu's bluntness, Lin Huila couldn't help but laugh out loud. He took a shallow sip of the red wine in front of him and then laughed. "You've landed on the bottom of Jordan's bottom book, and from now on, you're a man of my parish, and there's no room for anyone to change that. In addition, I admire your stance very much, so if you want, you can recognize me as Master Chi." Thump! A piece of cowboy bone that had just been forked into his mouth by Feng Yuxiu was instantly chewed to pieces. "I'm not going to be a deed boy for anyone. Well, if you don't do it, you don't do it. Anyway, you don't have any family on Hong Kong Island, so what about this side of Jordan? It'll always be your home. Just think of it as your home. Drawing a big cake Lin Huila is a set of skills. He looked out in front of the man's character some quirks, solely in a different way, trying to play the emotional card with Feng Yuxiu. It was a good thing that Feng Yuxiu squeezed out a rare smile at him after hearing his words. It's just that this smiley face looks strangely oozing. It's almost worse than crying. Several days passed in a row, and on the day that Lin Huila felt that he had pretty much tempered Feng Yuxiu and sent him over to Mongkok Tangle Street, Sim Sha Sui, Xiao Gang Ao's residence, the doors and windows were closed, even the curtains were drawn. On a conference board, Xiao Gang Ao was holding an oil-based pen and writing and drawing on it, while doing program planning with the four brothers sitting at the dining table. Everything is as it was in the police station in the old days, when the operation was deployed. During this time, Hua Xiaotang's whereabouts were irregular, but after our stakeouts over the past few days, I've analyzed every place he's been and surmised a conclusion. 5 days ago, he left his villa in Sheko at 8:30 in the morning and went over to Happy Valley to play golf for the morning. Combined with the information given to me by the Duke, there was a Rolls-Royce with license plate ending number 002 parked at Happy Valley Villa that day, and that was Duke Lee's car, Xiao Gang Ao said as he drew a circle around the Happy Valley area, then took the oil-based pen again and landed on top of the area marking Deepwater Bay. 4 days ago, he made a trip to the wealthy district of Deepwater Bay at 2 p.m. and spent less than 20 minutes at the Lee family's villa. At that time, I had an observation over there. He was smiling as he entered Li Jiacheng's private area, and when the car drove him to his bank and got off, it was with a stern face that he entered the office building. And then Xiao Gang Ao looked around the crowd again and then said, for the next 2 days, Hua Jiaotang stayed at home in deep seclusion until yesterday, when he went to the lands department. Then in the evening, at a French restaurant in Central, he had a treat for dinner and came out looking as good as he did 2 days ago. After sweeping away his disheveled color, Xiao Gang Ao said and knocked on the writing board. Coldly speaking, at that time, the Rolls-Royce with license plate number 002 was parked over there too. Mo Yishuan spoke up. Brother Ao, do you mean that Hua Xiaotang has been talking business with the Li family all this time? That's right. I've been buying newspapers every day for the past few days. Hutchison Whampoa will hold a tender at 99 Queens Road at 1 p.m. the day after tomorrow. This involves financing bids from various industries such as finance, real estate, and retail. So I can conclude that Hua Xiaotang has been busy all this time just to get what he wants in this bidding session. At this point in the conversation, Xiao Gang Ao's face had become somewhat appalled. He dropped the pen in his hand and tapped the knuckles of his right hand against the area of the writing pad where Sure Ao was written. If it wasn't for saving this Lexi, the 5 of us brothers wouldn't have had this disaster. But if he would have mobilized his contacts and helped us coordinate in court, we wouldn't have not endured so much torture in the prison cell for so long. Fang Chenghua stood up with a flourish and said angrily, Tormentor, why don't we just guard Shureo's side and wait for him to show his head and just finish him off? What's the point of still working with those people from Zhangshihao? This group of people may not be reliable. Sit down. Xiao Gang Ao let out a roar, both eyes scarlet, deterring a group of people who did not dare to make a sound. Xiao Gang Ao then walked up to the four and pointed to the scar on his face. Coldly speaking, none of the damned can escape. Hua Jiaotang will die, and so will Sita Jie, and he's going to die in the prison cell, and I'm going to pay him back 1,000 times over for what the 5 of us suffered in the past. Mo Ichuan spoke again. Ao, just tell me what you're going to do? Simple. Communicate with Zhang Shihao's group in a moment and set the general time and location of the operation. Since Hua Jiaotang had been kidnapped once last time, the security force around him had been beefed up quite a bit, but to participate in the bidding meeting the day after tomorrow, he did not dare to pretend to be big, and would certainly not take so many bodyguards out. So the time and place of the operation will be set at 12 o'clock in the afternoon of the day after tomorrow, in the area of Tai Tam Road in Sheko Park. Xiao Gongao said and looked at Bakudu who hadn't made a sound. Continuing, he said, Bakuzu, you'll be ready on the Lama side tomorrow. I explained to you this morning. Remember, no matter what, Hua Jiaotang is bound to die there. Don't take it lightly. Bakuzu nodded solemnly while giving an okay gesture towards Xiao Gongao to indicate receipt. Xiao Gang Ao then looked at the Duke, and his expression couldn't help but flinch. Gonzi, take a sum of money over from me in a while. Go over to Saigon and find the snakehead of the number gang and pull a 6-cylinder daffy back. When you get the boat, remember to give the key to Tsuan, who will still be in charge of driving the boat. Okay, I got it. After the Duke's promise, Xiao Gongao added, remember, get an intermediary to get the boat, and don't show your face yourself. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. Don't worry about the money, give as much as you need to, and if it's not enough, come and ask me for it. Absolutely no mistakes. The male only felt a chill hidden in Chiu Gang-ao's eyes, but he didn't dare to slack off and just nodded vigorously towards Chiu Gang-ao. In the end, Chiu Gangao landed his gaze on Fong Chunghua. Brother Hua, you and I will go run an errand in a little while. You have a wife and child, so don't take part in the operation the day after tomorrow. Why? When did you treat me as an outsider? I've been holding this breath in my heart. Do you not trust me when you won't let me go on this operation? Chiu Gangao shook his head. No, this thing you're going to do with me in a minute is more important than what they're going to do. The remaining three immediately fell their gazes on Fong Chunghua in unison, but none of them dared to speak up to ask Chiu Gangao what he was taking Hua to do. Nightfall, Rainbow Housing Estate in Wong Tai Sin. Chiu Gang-ao drove Fong Chunghua and parked the car on the outskirts of a basketball court, but he didn't get out of the car, rolled down the window and asked Fong Chunghua for a cigarette. After lighting it and placing the hand holding the cigarette outside the window, Chiu Gang-ao opened his mouth. Wah, do you know why I brought you here alone? Fong Chunghua shook his head in confusion, waiting for Chiu Gang-ao to continue. Chiu Gangao laughed self-deprecatingly. Originally, I was in the prison barn, and I've been thinking about one thing. After I come out, I don't care, even if I go to my own death. I'll drag those three scumbags to hell with me. Awa's expression of emotion moved. Not only Chiu Gang-ao, he was in the prison warehouse. Every day and night also think the same way. But then he heard Chiu Gang-ao continue. Then it was Mr. He who saved us, including this operation, and it was he who gave the plan. Just to help us complete this revenge plan, Mr. Ho has given us $3 million free of charge. Of our group of brothers, you are the most stable. There are some things that I don't want to bother Mr. He to meddle in anymore. Even if something goes wrong for us at that time, it has nothing to do with him. Fong Chunghua bit down on his cigarette and took a hard drag, then exhaled a mouthful of smoke out the car window. Why don't you just say what you want me to do? Clipping up his cigarette and taking a drag, Chiu Gang-ao looked toward the old tenement building in front of him that was already dotted with starfires. Opening his mouth, he said, back then, when I was still working as an officer in the police station, I shared a lot of informant intelligence with Zhang Chongbang. Over here in Choi Hung Estate, there lives one of Chung Chong Pong's informants. What's the point of looking for his informant? Useful. This informant, Sito Jie, knows it too, and I'm just going to pull him and send Sito Jie to hell. Fong Chunghua couldn't help but be a bit confused by these words, but before he could ask, Chiu Gang-ao held a cigarette in his mouth and pulled open the car door. Take Mouseboy to Chagaling for the night tonight, and I'll trouble you to keep an eye on him over there for the next 2 days. Wah, after the day after tomorrow, I'll give the brothers an explanation. 5 out of 10 of the informers who work for the police are involved in drugs and 3 in gambling, and 2 more are druggy and gambling. The rat boy hiding in Choi Hung Estate is an old junkie similar to Sam Kwan Sai, only he didn't have the good fortune of Officer Sam to catch up with the fall and be the last holdout of a club. Good thing he helped run boats for people at major marinas when he was younger. What if he didn't have any money? I'm going to work as an informant for the poor guy. With a bit of luck, he'd help the bad guys knock off a shipment, and the 10-to-1 informer's fee he'd get would be enough to make him live in style for a few years. The dragon-chasing dogs would have been living a life of breaking their fingers and counting their yang lives. Except that Mouseboy wasn't exactly lucky. For so many years, although to the poor man has exploded a lot of information, secretly offended a lot of people, has never opened a large single your old mothers. This body is getting worse by the day, now that even the errand boys won't come to my door, and no one's looking for me to start work at the docks. Am I going to rot in this house if this keeps up? A cramped living room, under the dim incandescent light, a middle-aged man whose whole body is so thin that he can't scrape out 2 or 2 pounds of meat, is carrying a bottle of beer, gulping it down into his belly. The floor was covered with layers of tinfoil baked until churned, and it was easy to see from the cluttered and unorganized arrangement of the house that this was a veteran dog. 2. Knock, knock. Just as Mouseboy was holding his stomach and burping, there was a knock on the chapped wooden door. Who? Business. Mouseboy's eyes lit up and he dropped the bottle in his hands in a panic, happily running over to open the door. Only when he opened the door and saw the visitor through the dim light of the room, a face instantly fell. Chiu sir, when did you come out? Stop calling me Chiu sir, rat boy. You seem upset to see me? Chiu Gang-ao pushed away the rat boy standing in front of him and then walked into the house. Mouseketeer couldn't help but frown. As you said, You're no longer on duty, so what good can come to me? Xiao Gang Ao coldly glanced at the man who only had half a rotten life left. It may not be a good thing for the errand man to come to you. It may not be such a bad thing that I came to see you. There's a fortune for you to make. Do you promise? Make what money? Busting fake news for the difference maker. Mouseboy sniffed and immediately shook his head like a rattle. No. Blowing false rumors to the errand man. If you guys spill the beans on what I've done over the years, how can I still be alive? Xiao Gang Ao sneered. I'm now stirring up those things you've done, and you'll still have no way to live. You have to get it right. Your wife divorced you back then and now she's with a lone man with your daughter begging for a living in MT. Yun. Seeing as you're halfway to a lousy life, don't you want to earn them a little something to live on before you die? Don't want to. When she gave birth to a money loser, I said their deaths were none of my business. What do you mean rotten to the bone? It's called rotten to the bone. Like this kind of sick relatives do not recognize the goods. Railing Xiao Gang Ao, the heart also cannot help but give birth to some contempt. He lashed out and grabbed Mouseboy by the collar, actually picking him straight up. Then I'll take you to Sai Chai Ping and Yuan Long right now, and tell him that the shipment he pulled back from Saiwan Mei back then was the one that you indifferences blew up. Tell him, too, that it was your outburst that led to the death of his brother on the boat by the Marine Police. Guess what he'll do to you then? It won't even be enough to peel off your skin and light a lantern in the sky. He'll even crack your bones. Horrified, Mouseboy hurriedly shook his head desperately. Nope, no, Brother Ao. Terrific, I'll just do whatever you say. You mustn't mess up. A lousy life. I really don't know what there is to cherish. Such people are a waste of air when they live and a waste of land when they die. Xiao Gang Ao let go of Mouseboy and immediately opened his mouth. Then what are you waiting for? Follow me first. Oh, Mouseketeer responded, whirling around and wincing as he glanced toward the house. For what it's worth, can I bring a tube of powder with me? I haven't had a good day yet. End of chapter. Chapter 87. Wang Qixing falls down? Oh, Qi sweeps the sky in Yao Mong. April 6, 2025. Another bewildering night passed, and the next day, He Yaozong slept until he woke up naturally. I got up and looked at the time and realized it was already 8:30 in the morning. Hashiwi habitually shouted, and Fine Wei, who had been waiting outside for a long time, answered at once. Brother Yu, I think I'll save you the money for the morning tea tonight. Someone is waiting for you downstairs. Words to invite you to Sim Sha Sui for a meal. He Yaozong grabbed his clothes and put them on, then opened the door to his room. Who came over here early in the morning to buy me a meal? Miss Judy Tong from Washing Real Estate. Brother Yu, when will you pass me a few tricks to hook this kind of rich woman who is pretty and smooth? I can see that Fine Wei is really greedy tight, not like joking with himself. He Yaozong instantly slapped him on the top of the head. When you have a good berth in your next life, so that your old mother can give you a little more handsome, when I will teach you to hook up with women. You're crazy. Such a big boss came over. Why don't you say hello to me in advance? Fine Wei covered his head and replied in an aggravated manner. You said you had a wake-up call, so who dares to wake you up when you're sleeping? Then why are you still standing there? Invite someone up here. Tap. While Ho Yucheng was gargling, Judy Tong entered the room, stepping on a pair of black hate spray. Glancing around the space, Judy Tong couldn't help but frown. Ho Yucheng, is this the kind of place you usually live in? Gobble gobble. Spitting the mouthwash into the basin, He Yaozong grabbed another towel and wiped his mouth. Turning to look at Judy Tong, He Yaozong laughed. Sister Judy, if I were the owner of Watson Realty, I wouldn't clock living in a place like this. But the place was a little cramped for space, but better than that, it was still clean. Why? What do you want with me this early in the morning? Judy Tong looked around left and right again, and finally chose to sit down on the bed where He Yaozong was. Asking Ho Yutsung for a light to light a lady's cigarette, she barred her sexy lips and exhaled a thin wisp of smoke. Obviously she had something difficult to say and didn't know how to say it. He Yaozong also did not pursue the question, just took the lighter handed by Judy Tong and also pulled a chair to sit opposite her. Wait for him to get his thoughts straight first. Ho Yucheng, the land acquisition matter over at Kowloon Walled City may have to be put on hold for a while. Why? There are two reasons. 1. That piece of land across the middle of the East City Center has almost been negotiated by Hua's bankside. Hua Zhaotang is indeed going to dedicate this piece of land to Dukley, and if we hastily collect the land at this time, we will be the ones to be rounded up when the time comes. With the assets of Huaxing Real Estate, it can't beat the behemoth that is the Li family. He Yaozong just let out a shallow laugh. That piece of land is about to be negotiated by Hua Zhaotang, so that means it hasn't been negotiated yet? There's still hope in this matter. What's the second reason? The second reason is that Huaxing Real Estate's funds were given a restriction order by Wang Million. He locked up most of the money in the real estate sector in the name of the chairman of the Watson Group. If we follow our previous plan of both going over to Lok Fu Estate to build resettlement housing and taking land from Dicho, The capital required will all start at least at $500 million. I may not be able to come up with that much money for a while. Ho Yu-chung was a bit puzzled. Sister Judy, your husband is afraid he's not a silly man. After so many years in business, he doesn't know that the deal is a sure thing? Of course he knows. A glimmer of gloom flashed in Judy Tong's eyes and she whirled around. Wang Millionaire and I have been married for so many years, and we've always been seemingly inseparable. The relationship in the last 2 years has been getting stiffer and stiffer, and now he and I don't trust each other. And the reason why he went after Huasheng Real Estate's capital chain this time was to force me to sign a property distribution agreement. He Yaozong touched his nose. He has seen a lot of this after the marriage division of family property uproar. It was the first time he'd seen a property distribution agreement done within the marriage. It does seem that the marriage between Judy Tong and Millionaire King has been in vain for a long time. Do what property distribution agreement? Ha! Judy Tong gave a self-deprecating laugh. His agreement was outrageous. It was clearly written in black and white that if I died, all the property in my name would go to him. If anything happened to him, the property was donated to United Social Services. All these years he's been spending his time away from home, and I've always taken care of the group's business, perhaps out of fear of me, or I don't even know how he could have come up with such a vicious agreement. At least husband and wife. It's funny to say that. He Yaozong frowned. Then, Sister Judy, you wouldn't be stupid enough to sign this contract, would you? No signing. How can you possibly go and sign? Just don't sign it. He Yaozong snorted, then laughed. Why do I feel like we're adulterers and adulteresses getting together and teaming up to discuss the murder of our own husbands? What are you babbling about? Judy Tong glared at Ho Yu-sung, but her expression followed suit with a slightly more relaxed look. I do think that Wang Millionaire is out there being an adulterer and adulteress with someone else, and is working together to scheme against me. How else would he come up with this kind of agreement? These are company dollars. He doesn't think about it. Without me taking care of the company, where would he have gotten so much money to live outside in style all these years? Regarding these two difficulties that Judy Tong encountered, He Yaozong was not worried at all. Huazhang's side is not to be mentioned. Now Chou Gongao and these people are in full swing to organize the afterlife. As for Wang Wanliang's side, facing this man he had never met before, He Yaozong originally had no interest in him. Judy Tong just has to be patient and wait it out. When Shang Wenjing, the sickly girl, made her move, she would naturally eradicate the revolting husband for her. But now this guy actually dared to jump out and block his way at a critical time? He Yaozong then had to consider whether it was time to add fire to Chang Wenjing's side. Sister Judy, if you trust me, go on and think of a way to take down the piece of public land that runs across the center. I can promise you right now that those deeds I have in the East End are always reserved for Watson Realty. If you really don't feel at ease, you can arrange for someone to draw up a contract now, and we'll sign and seal it, so that we all have a clear conscience. Judy Tong's eyebrows flowed as she looked deeply at He Yaozong. You trust me that much? It doesn't matter to me, but I'm afraid that by then the financial chain will really be jammed, and those lands of yours will rot in your hands. Make friends with people. Besides, I don't have anyone better to work with besides Huasheng Real Estate. Why don't I accompany you in this bet? And if I win, I'll be rich and famous. Gazing into Ho Yu-sung's clear eyes, Judy Tong bit her lips. Good. Since you believe in me so much, I have nothing more to say. Hey, let's talk about something light. Have you tried the caviar at Almas? It's available at Paul Bocuse restaurant in Simsha Sui, and it's got the right flavor. Then what else is there to say? To be able to accompany a wonderful person like Sister Judy for a meal, I'd be willing to eat fish scales even if I had to. A coastal French restaurant in Simsha Sui, hung circular. As the elegant violin music played, He Yaozong leaned next to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking away at the blue sky and white clouds and the blue sea in the distance. This is the place Fat Dun dreamed of fighting back. Since the opening of Hong Kong Island, Simsha Sui has always been a mesmerizing place of wind and clouds, dragons and tigers for people in the community. Nothing else. There are docks here, and the early societies depended on the docks to support so many hard laborers. A dock is also needed for the salvors to load from the sea. Time has changed, and the ways in which associations make money have long since become varied. But the fishers who walk the powder are always going to hold the line. The little Simshatsui has gathered and dispersed an unknown number of heads over the years. 8 out of 10 characters go pink. Sorry to bother you two for a moment. A waiter brought a precision jewelry scale and set it on the table. Then he took a tiny jar of caviar from a sideboard cart, and picked up a gleaming golden bottle opener, and opened the sealed box of caviar. Then he took out a golden spoon and carefully rattled the caviar from the jar toward the jewelry scale. Seemingly remembering something, He Yaozong couldn't help but snort. He didn't hold back, though, and instead it was Judy Tong who spoke up. No need to weigh it, leave the whole can here. Took the box of caviar and dismissed the waiter who accompanied the table. Judy Tong herself got up, picked up a spoon and rattled off most of the can on Ho Yu-sun's plate. Whirling around, she poured another half glass of sobered-up red wine for He Yaozong. Raising his glass to clash and take a small sip, the light from outside filtered through the glass and rendered Judy Tong's face a bright red. For a while, He Yaozong was a bit skeptical. Is Judy Tong a young woman returning to her youth? Oh, there's actually something else I didn't tell you. What? That night at the hotel, the room was arranged by the front desk as I explained. At that time, Wang Millionaire was sobering up in the next room, and for once I felt that the original fairness and justice was such a pleasant thing. He Yaozong couldn't help but skim his lips. I can't believe Judy-san has this kind of fetish. Next time you have a chance, remember to call me again. After finishing his meal and sending Judy Tong away, He Yaozong followed and also walked out of the restaurant towards the side of the road. Feinwei had already arranged for people to take out cars and wait by the roadside for a long time. Just as Feinwei got out of the car and walked towards He Yaozong's side, a hurried pedestrian suddenly ran out from a corner and coldly bumped into Feinwei. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. It directly knocked Feinwei back 2 steps. Hey, blind? The visitor had a head of hair that looked a little greasy and bearded, but was wrapped in a leather jacket on a hot day. This look couldn't help but make He Yaozong look at him a few more times. In the face of Feinwei's rebuke, the visitor only paused slightly and bowed towards Feinwei. Excuse me, then quickening his pace, he waved down a cab on the side of the road. After getting into the car, the cab turned around and headed straight over to the Cross Harbor Tunnel. Feinwei couldn't help but mutter in wonder, then walked over to He Yaozong. Brother you, this man is rushing to reincarnation, isn't he? He Yaozong shook his head. Maybe it's in a hurry to send someone off to be reincarnated. Throw. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, He Yaozong was about to leave to go over to Bolan Street to wash a sauna when he suddenly received a call from Manhwa. The caller told him that the errand boy on this side of Temple Street was mad. Hordes of police officers have been checking the licenses of the Temple Street generation, and many venues have been ordered to turn off their lights, causing panic on the Temple Street side of the street. He Yaozong does not doubt, immediately greeted Feinwei, hold the car to send him to the Temple Street side first, came to the Jinbala nightclub. At this time there are still a lot of poor people in the field, one by one to the guests to check the documents. If we keep this up, the field is going to be yellow for a long time. Instead, Fat Shah held a cigarette and sat on a sofa in front of the entrance to Kimbara, directing a group of subordinates to do their work. When he saw He Yaozong coming up the stairs, he also put out his cigarette and got up to meet him. I know what you're going to ask, but you have to understand. First brother personally ordered a purge of the Yaots and Hmong generation of venues, and we had no choice but to do what we were ordered to do. He Yaozong glanced a few times towards the inside of the field, and then whirled towards Fat Shah and asked, Shah sir, which puffer stabbed the basket? Cause a brother to be so angry? The whole of Yaots and Hmong will have to be turned over and swept, and these people won't turn over if they don't have food by then. If it's flipped, it's none of my business. Fat Shah tugged on He Yaozong's shoulder and pulled him aside. Spinning around, he said, just around 1 o'clock this morning, at the Jardines Bazaar building in North Point, a senior inspector of our Omarxa section was actually thrown down from the rooftop. What is this? If we don't turn the world upside down, will we have any face left? You tell me? Which other clubs will be willing to work with us in the future? It was obvious that Fat Shah was pretty fired up and kept slapping his fat face with his right hand as he said this flip-flop. He Yaozong instantly realized, Shah sir, which puffer is bold enough to lay hands on Oki's senior inspector? I don't know. If I find this puffer, I'll have to peel his skin off. Fatty San said, feeling a breath of bad, and fished out the cigarette case from his pocket, handing one to He Yaozong. After lighting it and taking a deep breath to smooth it out, he spoke again. So that means that in the near future, you'll be honest and disciplined. If you get into trouble, you'll be told to shed your skins if you don't die. When have we been dishonest and unruly? Hey Shah sir, at least it is also a regular field. Do not sweep so thoroughly. To the brothers to leave a mouth of food. Fat Shah just waved his hand. I'm taking care of your field quite enough. You can go over to Portland Street in a while. No matter which word is on the top, all of them will be swept until they close today. Do you know that I have to put a lot of pressure in front of my superiors to get you to turn on the lights at night? He Yaozong reached out and patted Fat Shah's shoulder without babbling anything more. Then thank you Shah sir for your care, and good luck to you Omar, and scrape out this audacious puffer soon. It also saves us good citizens from having to suffer with him, his old mother. After saying that, He Yaozong walked towards the inside of the field with large strides. After finding Ahua and barking a few words with him, He Yaozong opened his mouth to ask, Where's Uffley? Have you accounted for all the things you were asked to testify against him before? The explanation is clear, and he knows it in his heart. Whether there is a number in his heart or not, only he knows. Someone has recently pissed off Oki. Don't let Lin Whaler drill you at this juncture, or be put up as a target by the errand boys. Don't worry brother you. These days I am going to collect the fire. Really can't. Call all the people in the 2 streets back. Each person sends a few $100 to go home to feed first. He Yaozong followed and nodded. It's best to be like this, not hitting the hardworking and lazy, and specializing in the ungrateful. If you are strapped for cash, Just remember to come to me for it. Awa hurriedly responded, brother you, thanks to you to bring the deed to our two brothers to turn over, and now we are doing prosperous. How can I still have the honor to ask you for money again? Okay, anyway, just remember to tinkle the crow flies. Oh, Mark is making a statement this time, and there's a period of hard time to come. They know they can't make a big deal out of it. Just wait for the wind to blow over. Telling Awa, Ho Yuchung was no longer in the mood to go and watch the sauna. The Portland street side is probably swept to closure, and if you go there yourself, you'll just be stopped by the errand boys to check an ID card. Back at my place, I turned on the TV and watched the news for a while. Ho Yuchung has confirmed that the person who died at Java Street in North Point was Oki's senior inspector Wang Qixing, the one who trained Chen Yongrun to go to Sim Sha Sui as an undercover agent, who stared at the Ni family in Sim Sha Sui for 3 years and 3 years, and finally stared at the Ni family for 3 years to annex the Ni family and take all of the Ni family's business. Han Chen, Han Sum, how come you weren't beaten to death by Lian Haolong when you were in Sim Sha Sui? Turning off the TV, He Yaozong didn't really take this matter to heart. After all, it's not a matter of concern. Han Chen is heartless and actually dares to take out even the O Journal's policeman, so naturally there are O Journal's policemen to deal with him. Anyway, he had never dismantled the goods on his own turf, so he left it to O's side to around. Just remembering that tomorrow, a superintendent of police in Yao Tsim district will have to suffer. Ho Yuchung can't help but sweat for those office-bound officers in the police force. How in the world are they going to explain themselves when they face a media crusade? Jordan, Kao Yogi hit the sidewalk. Lin Huila picked up a slice of tripe and put it into the pot and brushed it, then put it down in the bowl to cool. He then asked towards Asawa, who was sitting across from him, "You mean the whole of Yao Tsim Mong has been turned upside down by the errand boys?" "Yeah, I don't know who's so bold that he dared to kill even Oki's Huang Jicheng, or thrown down from the upper floors in front of a large audience." Suffering the word starvation of the Yao Tsim Mong generation, Lin Huila chucked the slice of ma into his mouth, and with a burst of chewing, his gills fluttered up and down in an exaggerated amplitude. Aze picked up a bottle of double-steamed jade ice roast and poured a glass for Lin Huilo, who took the glass and squinted his eyes and took a sip. Following that, he spoke. "Azer, calling me here specifically, do you have something in mind?" Aze poured himself another glass, and then he whirled to raise his glass and clink it with Lin Huilo, responding in a low voice. "Locke, while Okeeper is having a seizure, do you want to come up with some puzzles for Ho Yuchung to do?" Now that the bad guys are frantically sweeping the Yao Tsim Mong side of the market, all the major word leaders are shrinking their heads and not daring to venture out. It's not an easy task to find some trouble for He Yaozong at this point in time. Lin Huila picked up another slice of beautiful beef and put it in his mouth to chew some more, suppressing the alcohol. Only then did he open his mouth to speak to Asawa. "Aze, hit the snake with 7 inches. He Yaozong's mind is awake. Those people inserted to the side of Wu Fei have not yet gained a firm foothold. I'm worried that if we make trouble rashly, we'll startle the snake. Furthermore, in the future, I'll advise you to stay out of things on Sham Shuepo's side." Between the words, Lin Huili's expression already had a hint of displeasure in it, and Aze hurriedly buried his head down. "Sorry Le, I'm the one who went AWOL. Okay, eat." Lin Huila lifted his glass of wine and his eyelids drooped while his mouth made mechanical chewing motions. He said on his lips that he should not frighten the snakes now, but he had already, in his heart, secretly set down a plan. End of chapter. Chapter 88, Have You Stoned Your Brain? Here's your money for your life. April 6, 2025. Shako, noon, windy and sunny. David, send the material to the lands department. Mr. Hubert, in a moment, let him read the material, and if there is anything else he is not satisfied with, bring it up quickly, and then send it over to the public works section for signatures earlier. Hua Zhaotang stood in front of the mirror in his bedroom, straightened his tie, and said as such to his assistant. After explaining that his assistant had gone on an errand, he lifted his wrist to look at his watch again. It was 5 minutes past 12 o'clock in the morning, and it was time to get ready to leave and head over to Central. Turning around, picking up the gentleman's staff leaning against the wall, the sunlight outside the window shines into the room through the gaps in the forest. Hua Zhaotang can't help but be in a good mood. West of Sheko Park, in a wooded lane on Tai Tam Road, 2 vans were parked behind a bush. Chung Sai-ho's confidant, Ah Hoon, guarded a van with 3 big circle boys. The guys were ready. 3 AKs, each with a fully loaded magazine. One of the big circle boys ripped off his hood and couldn't help but fan himself towards his sweaty head. "What for? Put the hood on." Hoon instantly snatched the hood from the big circle boy's hand and put it back on this big circle boy's head. Big circle boy couldn't help but be a little annoyed. "Brother Hoon, in this hot weather, is the intelligence from your side reliable or not? I'll make it clear that if we're called over for such a run, even if we don't make it, we'll still have to pay for the road." Hoon replied as he glared at the large lap boy. Don't worry, how is accounted for. Even if you pounce today, you'll each get $10,000 back. If the deal is made and we get the money, we'll each get an extra $500,000. This statement immediately caused a gasp of surprise in the car. $500,000. What's the concept when you put it into the present continent? For a time the three gunmen did not feel parched, and at once beat their heads against the wall and ceased to speak. Duck duck duck. Some of the studs who were watching outside stacked a phone and walked outside the van and knocked. Hoon hurriedly rolled down the window. But then I saw this horseman open his mouth and speak. Called from the front. The car is already here. Good. Hurry back up to the car, and when you see it coming, you guys just drive right into it. When we're done, you guys don't have to worry about the rest. Then you guys drive the car over to White Crane Sui and burn it, and immediately go back to Ho's side and wait for the news. Yes, about 3 minutes later, a white Bentley pulled in this way. The van that was parked in front of him saw the right moment to step on the gas and hit the body of the Bentley with unerring accuracy. Only a loud clang was heard. The van's windshield shattered, and the front of the van was already billowing smoke. Look at the Bentley. Although it was hit on the guardrail on the side of the highway, but in addition to the body deformation, the glass is still intact. At the same time, the van at the back followed, and the three big circle boys, holding AKs, ran towards the Bentley while shooting towards the front of the Bentley as a deterrent. Hua Xiaotang sat in the back seat of the car, his face ashen. Just at the moment of the crash just now, the shadow of being kidnapped last year resurfaced in his own mind. He was kept like a dog in a cargo container, huddled in a darkened space, alive or dead. It was then that he vowed to invest exponentially in his own security issues in the future if he ever returned alive. It seems like you're still not putting enough money into it. The two bodyguards following the car were dumbfounded by now. Looking at the AK bullets hitting the front of the car and spattering sparks, one of them got up the nerve to pull his pistol from his waist. Don't worry, Mr. Hua. This car is a customized model. Bullets can't even penetrate it. Let's just hide inside and not go out. And just call and wait for the messenger to come and give us backup. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and make the call. Hoon also jumped down from the car at this time, seeing that the bullets could not break the bulletproof glass for a while. And for a while he was a bit anxious and angry. Since the Bentley's window panes were coated with a blackout coating, he didn't know what was going on inside for a moment. But Zhang Shihao had made the plan quite well, and at that moment, without any hesitation, he directly took a bucket of gasoline from the van. While unscrewing the cap of the bottle, he held the gasoline can and threw it at the Bentley. At the same time, he yelled towards the car, "Whoever dares to make a call, I will immediately light a fire and roast you alive inside. I'll give you 3 seconds to get out of the car." Hua Xiaotang sniffed, and immediately his face turned white with fear. The bodyguard who had just spoken to himself had just now brought out his handheld phone. Looking out the window again, the three gunmen were already aiming their guns at the car door on one side, and the bandit who threw gasoline, by now, had already taken out his lighter and lit the fire. It was clear that he wasn't going to give Hua Xiaotang any time to think. "Stop it! I'm getting off! I'm getting off!" Hua Xiaotang hurriedly unscrewed the car door, then lightly clasped his hands over his head. The driver and 2 bodyguards of the holding car followed suit and were dumbfounded, looking outside pointing at the black hole of the gun inside the car. A moment of speechless, also have the same way, according to the way Hua Xiaotang, obediently holding the head off the car, squatting next to the roadbed. "Quickly, cuff all 3, strip them clean, gag them, and tie them up deep in the woods, and take this away, quickly." As Hoon gave the order, a group of people began to do things on their hands and knees. These words couldn't help but make Hua Xiaotang much more relaxed. When he was kidnapped by He Wile's group last year, the other party didn't say a word and directly shot the bodyguard he was accompanying. The group had left room for maneuver, and it was clear that their own lives could still be maximized. Half an hour later, on Lama Island, in a wooden house in the middle of nowhere in Yangshuwan, looking at Chiu Gang Ao, who was standing in front of him, Zhang Shihao could not help but let out a loud laugh. "Dude, I think you can take the hood off now, right? The people are almost tied back up. Isn't it good for everyone to be honest?" Chiu Gongao just shook his head, then knocked on one of the gas canisters stacked in the cabin. Seeing that Chiu Gongao didn't pay attention to himself, Zhang Shihao couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed, but he continued to find a conversation. "Man, that's really something. If I had come to this business alone, I would never have thought of stacking so many gas cans in the house to prevent the poor man from making a strong attack to save my life. It seems like it's not your first time doing this kind of business. We'll have to work together more often when we have the chance in the future." Chiu Gang Ao glanced back at Zhang Shihao, then raised his hand to look at the watch on his wrist. "Now that the man is on board, if I were you, I should call now to inform Hua Xiaotang's family to prepare the ransom. 1 more second of delay gives the poor guy 1 more second to get ready." Zhang Shihao immediately revealed a look of arrogance. "Don't worry, I won't give them a chance to call the police. In fact, it seems to me that these rich people have the least amount of guts and are afraid of people like us playing with him. They make so much money. I'm sure they'd be more than happy to let them take a little bit out of the bust. But Xiao Gongao didn't bother to pick up on his words. It just opened its mouth and commanded, "Remember, when you get a call from someone to finish the ransom later, it's best not to leave any of your own men guarding this side. In case something happens, there are too many people." Zhang Shihao nodded deeply. When he first robbed the Standard Chartered Bank's cash van, it was because of the excessive number of people involved that someone had slipped through the cracks, leading to the clues being caught by the errant officers. Having suffered a loss, he has now become more bold. Xiao Gangao had already turned around and left the cabin by now, and Zhang Shihao hurriedly shouted, "Hey, what else? How can I give you the money if I want to get to the ransom?" Xiao Gangao couldn't help but sneer. He had forgotten that Zhang Shihao had been thinking about this ransom that was impossible to get, but he still spoke and replied, "When you get the ransom, I will naturally come to contact you. Friends on the road have praised you, Zhang Shihao, for being the most honest, and I'm not afraid you'll dishonor my share." After saying that, Xiao Gangao left the side without looking back, arriving at a sea area of Yangshuan, boarding the big fly that had long been parked over here. Xiao Gangao asked Moichuan to bring up the gai style that had been prepared long ago, immediately sent a cigarette to Moizuan. The two squatted on the bank quietly finished the cigarette. No one said anything. I don't know how long it took, but Xiao Gangao suddenly picked up his portable phone and dialed a string of numbers. Wah! Stick to the plan. Call the police first, and then in 10 minutes, have Mouseboy call Stuart. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Gangao took the remote control handed up by Moizuan, gazed at the distant sea, and opened his mouth to speak to Moizuan. "Suan, Fox Shutong must die later. If Sito Kid doesn't fall for my trap, I will stay over there and press the remote control to detonate the bomb. If I'm not back in 5 minutes, you get the boat and go. I'll stay over here and try to take Sito Jia down with me." Mo Ishuan had already reddened her eyes. "Brother Ao, why don't we just finish off Hua Zhaotang, Situ Jia this account later together slowly calculate. Not guilty of hitching themselves in. No." Xiao Gangao's gaze was determined and he gritted his teeth. "I will not rest in peace until I see Sito Jia enter the prison cell in this life and taste all the pain we have suffered." Its words were full of unquestionable viciousness. Cha Kuo Ling, a dilapidated squatter area. Fang Chenghua stood outside a cabin and dialed a string of numbers to report the police, then snapped the battery of this phone and picked up another phone to drill into the cabin behind him. Mouseboy had been confined here for a full day or so, during which time he had eaten, drunk, and been in this cabin. Fang Chenghua also guarded him over here for a full day and 2 nights, arranging for people to bring food over on time, just not telling him what to do. "Wah, what exactly do you guys want me to do? Can you give a quick word? I'm locked up here and people are going crazy." Ka Chow. Fang Chenghua took out a pistol and loaded it, immediately startling Mouseboy. Okay, I won't say anything." Fang Chenghua just gave Mouseboy a cold look. Then with a pistol in one hand and a phone in the other, he walked over to Mouseboy and handed that phone to him. "Take that. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post." "Yes." Mouseboy hurriedly caught it, then looked blankly at Fang Chenghua, not daring to say more. Fang Chenghua handed him another slip of paper with a phone number written on it. "To this number, dial it." "Whose number is this? What do I have to say to him?" Faced with the pressure of the gun, Mouseboy was already putting on his wits. Fang Chenghua squatted in front of him and explained. "The phone call was to Stuart J, and that's what you'll say to him in a minute." 2 minutes later, Fang Chenghua finished explaining how Mouseboy could talk to Sito Jia over the phone, and picked up the pistol and pestled his neck again. "Do you hear me? Know what to say?" Yes, I know and I'm still fighting." The phone dialed and took a long time to be picked up. There was still a banging noise coming from the other end. "Hello, Officer Sito? I'm Mouseboy." "What rat boy? You're wrong. Don't hang up. Do you still remember? The year before last, the number gang Sai Chai Ping was loading up the number 4 boy in Yuan Long. Or I was the one who reported it to you." The caller was stunned. Sito Jia was then heard shouting over the phone. "What are you looking at? Keep practicing yours. I'm going out to take a call and I'll be right back." Sito Jia was then heard speaking into the phone. "It's you, calling me, looking for something to break? Absolutely fierce news. Sir, do you know that Fox Shutong, who was rescued by you last year, has been kidnapped again? There is such a thing? How did you get the information?" The voice on the other end of the line intensified steeply. Spinning around, Mouseboy glanced at Fang Chenghua and spoke into the phone again with a nervous expression. "Here's the thing, so far this year, no one has asked me to go out and do anything, so I couldn't collect much material. So I decided to try my luck over at Lao Feiyushan to see if I could scrape a little bit of grease off some swimmer boys. It doesn't matter if you don't go. Once you go, you are directly targeted by a group of big circles who come to Hong Kong Island to do kidnapping. These big circles are coming with guns, and they know I've run boats, so they let me go and get them a boat." "Okay, cut the crap. Where's Mr. Hua now. They're holding the man in a wooden hut in a depression about a mile east of Yangshuwan on Lama Island. Where are you now? I don't know. I'm floating in the ocean right now with this big circle of people, and it took me a while to find the opportunity to call you on this number. Sito Jie's side took a deep breath. Spinning around, he asked, "Are you sure, mister? Fok is being held on Lama Island? 1,000 times true. There's not much time left, so just let me finish." In charge of watching over there were 3 large circles of gun-toting men. The leader of their group gave the word to get the money and take care of Mr. Hua. Then as soon as the errant man dares to come to the rescue, no matter what, first tear up the meat ticket at the first opportunity. So when you lead your men over to rescue them, don't be merciful, and make sure to shoot and take out these 3 large circles first thing before you do. I don't need you to tell me what to do. Is there anything else to report? Sito Jie was already on fire at the moment. He knew that this was the perfect opportunity for his reinstatement. At this moment, he only wanted to call back to the East Kowloon Action Group side and ask if it was true that Hua Zhaotang had been kidnapped again. Mouseboy then replied, "Officer Sito, then how much money will I receive in informer's fees for this exposé? I don't know, but there's always something in it for you. Any more leads to offer?" At this moment, Fong Chung-hua signaled with his gun, and Mouseboy immediately understood. "I won't know the rest for now, Officer Sito. Remember, a mile east of Yangshuwan on Lama Island, in a wooden hut in a depression. The guys are coming. I'm hanging up now." Listening to the busy line tone coming from the phone, Sito Jie had no doubt. Immediately, he put down the phone and dialed a string of numbers on his hands and knees. "Hey, Yuan sir, I have something I want to ask. Is the chairman of Hua's bank being kidnapped again? Don't ask me how I know this yet. Call the police department immediately and give me a chance to redeem myself. I have significant information and have applied to personally lead a team to get Mr. Hua out." On the Cha Kuo Ling side, Mouseboy handed the phone back to Fong Sanghua. Only after seeing Fong Changhua remove the battery of this phone along with it did he wince and open his mouth. "Wah, is it okay to let me go now that it's done?" Fong Changhua put the 2 removed phones into a plastic bag, then stood up straight, gripped the pistol tightly, and stood in front of Mouseboy. "Mouseboy, on your wife's side, we'll arrange for someone to send $300,000 over to her. This amount is enough for her to give your daughter a good upbringing and grow into a successful adult." Mouseboy smiled towards Fong Chung-hua. "I did it. Just give me the money directly. There's no need to give that much. A few tens of thousands of dollars would be enough to mean something." Fong Chung-hua couldn't help but glare at Mouseboy with contempt. "Are you really knocked out of your mind? Can't you hear me? $300,000. It's a settlement." Musketeer's face changed horribly and he quickly waved his hand. Brother Hua, I definitely won't tell anyone about this. You can't kill me. Kill me and tell Nui Nui to go without her dad." Bang. Fong Chung-hua didn't listen to Mouseboy's nonsense anymore. The bullet discharged and went straight through his head. Fong Changhua then went outside the house, picked up a long-prepared gasoline and poured it evenly on the Ratboy's corpse, along with the 2 cell phones with the batteries removed. He dropped them on Mouseboy, lit them on fire, and then left the scene without looking back. In the afternoon, around 3 o'clock, Xiao Gang Ao hibernated between a hillside in Yangshuwan, with a bird's-eye view of the wooden house and the foothills, his face as if he were still water. This position is just enough to remotely control the bomb's signal transmission. Any farther and it won't work. He witnessed Hua Zhaotang being sent into this cabin, and also watched Zhang Shihao evacuate with his group. These 3 ferocious big ring boys did their duty, guarding the inside of the cabin with their guns, not daring to slacken off in the slightest. Only they don't know that in a moment they are going to accompany the rich man in the house, who is locked in a dog cage, and go up and smoke together. Time was passing by, and with the help of binoculars, Xiao Gang Ao realized that on the east side of Lama Island, there were already watercrafts sailing over without delay. On closer inspection, there were only 2 detachments of men. Standing at the front of one of the watercraft with his head cocked in anticipation was none other than Situ Jie. Xiao Gang Ao had done work in the police force before, and was clear that this kind of hostage rescue operation would not normally be done with much fanfare. This is where his bottom line lies. Lama is an outlying island. If anything happened to him, as long as he wasn't surrounded by the police force on all 4 sides of the iron wall, as long as the SDU didn't fly the helicopters out, he could fly the big 6-cylinder fly and get out of the southwestern waters in the first place. Situ, I suggest applying for SDU support. Why do I get the feeling that this gang of thieves is different from the last one? Speaking with Sito Kid was Yuan Kappa, the chief inspector of the Kowloon East operation. He didn't know where Situ Jie had gotten the material from, but the guy also refused to say much, and when he even applied with headquarters, he didn't even give himself a deputy commander position. Situ Jie tightened the bulletproof undershirt on his body, following which he turned back to Yuan Jiabao. "Yuan sir, I haven't rushed to the front line for years. This time you must support me for once. Don't apply for SDU backup. I got intel that Mr. Fok is being held on this side, and the only people guarding him are a couple of gunmen. I've already made it clear what I should say before we set out. In short, don't worry, save Mr. Hua. You'll be missing out on the merit report. By now the ship was almost docked, and Yuan Jiabo just sighed. Let me say this first. This is a densely forested and mountainous area, so if anything goes wrong with your intelligence, I'll be sure to report it to headquarters at the first opportunity and request backup. Whatever. Stay over here and wait for me if you don't clock it. Anyway, I'm turning my life around on this case. Just please don't screw me, Sito Jie said and gestured towards the members of the action group at the back. The two groups of members immediately held their guns and fell from the boat in a line, following the direction Sito Jie had guided them to, running towards the area of Young Shuan. End of chapter. Chapter 89 Show Gang Ao, right and wrong will be rewarded in the end, those who deserve to die will die, and those who deserve to be imprisoned will be imprisoned. April 6, 2025. Shou Gongao put down the binoculars in his hand. He was already roughly certain of Situ Jie's end. This former boss is still as fond of grabbing credit and belligerently flattering the rich and powerful. Sito Jie was like a sniffing hound, and he'd spent enough time in the silver band in the meantime. The thought that if he missed this opportunity, there was a real possibility that he could stay in a place like the silver band until he retired forced him to consider whether or not this was his only chance to get reinstated in this life, and he couldn't help but get his spirits up right then and there. For a while the stride was bigger than a group of rich and powerful young men. Quickly, remember in a moment, determine Mr. Hua's location, immediately make a strong attack and shoot the bandits. Even though he was running and panting heavily, Situ Jie still didn't forget to utter a reminder. Sir, I don't think we need to plan properly. If anything happens to Mr. Hua because of our forceful attack, we'll all be held accountable. Fear not, I'm the one who's responsible, Situ Jie sternly urged, in order to seize the initiative of this rescue mission. He had taken his seniority of more than 20 years to make a guarantee in front of his superiors before exchanging for this opportunity to turn over a new leaf. Seeing that a member of the team had come out to splash himself with cold water, Situ Jie could not help but be displeased. Zira, a group member's paging voice suddenly sounded in the headset. 31722 calling, Officer Sito, we have a sighting of the target cabin. Coordinates, 35 degrees southwest of the Diamondback Hill Signal Tower. Repeat, target cabin coordinates 35-degree position southwest of the Diamondback Mountain Signal Tower. A flash of ecstasy sprang up in Situ Jie's eyes. 31,722. Your current location? 200 meters from the southeast corner of the target. I'm in a banyan tree for observation. Is there any certainty that Mr. Hall is inside? There is. Mr. Hua is being held in a cage, but the house is guarded by 3 armed bandits. Any sniping conditions? There was a long silence in the headset, and then the group member replied, you can only observe the inside of the house through a 3-foot wide window. Not in a position to snipe effectively. Good then, prepare for a strong attack. After ascertaining that the information given to him by Mouseboy was indeed correct, Sito Jie became even more determined that this was a battle given to him by God to turn his life around. At that moment, he began to arrange for the team to do a strong attack deployment, in order to ensure that the robbers in the house to do a one-strike kill. Inside the sweltering cabin, Hua Zhaotang was stripped naked and huddled in an iron cage, at the moment chagrined to the core. If he had a choice, he'd hate to just have his wife send the money over right now and have these robbers let him back in. In order to today's Hutchison's bidding meeting, he has been busy for an unknown period of time, and it seems to be close to the door, but a group of kidnappers were killed out of nowhere. At the thought of his good deed going yellow, Hua Zhaotang felt a heavenly spin. It's really a blessing and a curse. Unbeknownst to him, the same errand boys who had saved him last year had once again touched the perimeter of the cabin, but this time, from the moment he was carried into this cabin, his end was already predetermined. Officer Sito, deployment complete. Action. Clunk. The wooden door to the house was kicked in, and before the 3 gun-toting big circle boys could react, they were greeted by a barrage of snarling bullets. There were big lap boys crouched in the corner smoking straight out of stupidity. Isn't it said that when the errand boys on Hong Kong Island rescue hostages, they will by and large resort to persuasion and surrender when they are not sure of the situation? Why are they shooting at the drop of a hat? There's a whole dozen gas canisters piled up in the house. Bang dang! A crisp metallic clang was heard when a bullet struck the plastic sheet-covered gas canister in the corner. The large circle leaning against the corner smoking a cigarette's face changed horribly. Hello, there's, in the house, rumble. Before this big circle boy's words fell, the flames that rushed up to the sky instantly rose up, and the already dilapidated hut was instantly torn to pieces by the powerful waves of flames. No! The explosion startled a flock of seabirds deep in the shade of the forest, and at the same time, it turned into a despairing cry of grief from Sito Jie. His entire being fell to the ground as if his soul had been drained out of him, lost in thought as he stared at the flames tumbling at the foot of the foothills, his mouth still muttering, "How did this happen? How did this happen?" No one paid any attention to him, and the members of the action team accompanying him knew that this time it wasn't just Hua Xiaotang who was finished. Even he, Situ Jie, would have to pay a painful price for his reckless actions. Situ, you're bent on not listening. Recklessness in the absence of effective verification of intelligence, resulting in the deaths of 2 ops team members in the line of duty and 3 serious injuries in this operation. I don't even know how you'll face your brothers who went to the sidewalk when you go to court. Yamati Police Station. A squad room. Yuan Jiabo looked at the cuffed opposite Sito Jie, the first to give him some malpractice steel mark. This time it's so big that no one dares to come over and dip their toe in the water, so we can't let this puffer bite the dust and split the pot with someone else. Sito Jie did not make a sound and sat frozen in the interrogation chair like a living dead man. Yuan Jiabo had mixed feelings at this time, but more than anything, he was glad. Luckily he had advised Sito to discourage him, and luckily when Sito ventured into action, he chose to stay on the watercraft and not follow him in his haphazard endeavors. Now that an influential tycoon and 2 members of the action group are dead, Sito Jie may have to sit through the bottom of a jail cell in Stanley. For a while Yuan Jiabo thought, Hua Xiaotang, this guy is not a bad luck with the police force. Every time something happens because of him, a messenger suffers implication for no reason. It's useless for you to be silent. This time Ichigo has been pulled out for accountability by the Security Bureau. No one can protect you. Sighing helplessly, Yuan Jiabo didn't want to chat anymore. Getting up, he glanced at Sito Jie and then left this interrogation room. A Thai tea house, Xiao Gang Ao handed over the remaining $800,000, as it was, to He Yaozong's hands. Mr. Ho, thank you for your help. For the first time since I was locked up in Stanley last year, I feel what it's like to be alive today. Xiao Gang Ao's eyes still looked gloomy, but the bitter anger had long since dissipated into nothingness. A lot of things have happened that can't be changed in this lifetime. Being able to send off the 3 guys he hated to the bone just made him feel better. That's all. Ho Yucheng pushed back the $800,000 that Xiao Gang Ao had sent back. Ao, now that the demon has been removed from your heart, embrace your new life. Don't leave any loose ends in the matter of Hua Xiaotang and Situ Jie, lest you capsize in the gutter again. Xiao Gongao nodded and replied, Mr. He, do you mean to take out Zhang Shihao's gang and exterminate them as well? No, this group may be of great use later, so leave them alone for now. Xiao Gongao laughed. This group of people is kind of interesting. When I left Lama Island, Zhang Shihao even called me, said that the poor guy's rape attack had spoiled things, and that he wanted to pay me back for the gun, and asked if there was any chance of working together in the future. He Yaozong couldn't help but let out a laugh along with him. It seemed that he had inadvertently opened up the dormant thief king's veins in advance. On Situ Jie's side, you don't have to worry about it. I'll put him in place when he gets into the prison barn after a while. You guys stay deep and out of the wind for a while first. Police Headquarters Building, Arsenal Street, Wan Chai. Inside the office of Senior Inspector Lu Jianming of the Intelligence Section, a section officer took a piece of information and knocked on the door to enter Lu Jianming's room. Lu sir, according to the response of the fisherman on the Lama side, the day before the kidnapping, a big fly had been hanging out near Yangshu Wan. We've had investigations and local fishermen say the big fly was modified with a tank. Lu Jianming took this information and looked at it for a few moments, then frowned. Then what are you waiting for? Immediately go and line up the major docks, especially those snakeheads who are engaged in smuggling, and check every place. I seriously doubt that this case is not led by a big circle boy. How can an average big circle boy be so familiar with the routes on Hong Kong Island? This section member nodded and followed up. Maybe this group of big circle boys had prepared for this? Kidnapping cases are largely premeditated over a long period of time. And Lu sir, this kind of case, if you want to go deeper, the impact is bound to be more and more bad. It seems to me that the above has the intention to deal with the matter coldly, and it's better to put the blame directly on Big Circle Boy than to ask the public to talk about the poor law and order environment of our Hong Kong Island. Lu Jianming rubbed his swollen temples. Then let's investigate that as well. For whatever reason, we in the intelligence section always make sure that, at any time, we can come up with something. This section member nodded and was just about to leave when he whirled around and stopped in his tracks. Turning back toward Lu Jianming again, he said, by the way, Lu sir, today, Omark's side entrusted me to greet you. Huang sir's cause of death is the top priority of our intelligence section's current work. Record side speculation. Is Han Chen in our police force planted a mole? Because of the mole's leakage, which led to Huang sir in the meeting with the informant when the accident. Okay, I've received no less than 3 calls from the record side today. There's no need for you to tell me these things. Lu couldn't help but bury his head down while rubbing his temples faster. This section clerk just thought it was because he had stayed up too hard overtime in the past 2 days and was a little grumpy. At that moment, he didn't say any more, and only spoke to Lu Jianming to take care of his health, and then left Lu Jianming's office. It was only when the door was reclosed by this section officer that Lu Jianming's expression flashed a look of panic. Let him look for the mole? He's the biggest ghost Han Sum has ever raised. He also categorically did not dare to think that Han Chen, this hand is actually so poisonous, and dared to throw the senior inspector of the O record from the roof of the building. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. Now it has provoked the group of bigwigs in the police force to personally give instructions that even if the police station is turned upside down, the mole will be uncovered. This caused an unprecedented sense of crisis to flood Lu Jianming's heart. Back then, he was arranged by Han Chen to enter the police academy, and later became a senior inspector of the intelligence division at a young age by virtue of Han Chen releasing material along the way and wildly taking credit for it. Over the years, he had long been content to enjoy the benefits that Han Sum had brought him, recognizing himself as a popular errand boy. He didn't dare to think about whether or not he could accept the reality that he was actually a mole in case he was pulled into blowing himself up by Han Chen. Now the police force is asking me to look into the mole in the police station, and Sam Han is asking him to look into the mole the police force has placed around him. For a while Lu Jianming only felt that he was mentally exhausted and stood on the verge of collapse. Sim Sha Sui, Xiaogang Ao's residence, a group of 5 brothers, once again gathered together. Only there was more relief on the faces of all 5 men than there had ever been in the days since their release from prison. What's to be taken back is taken back, and starting today, they finally have hope of living again. Here, a toast to the dead Bill. At Xiaogang Ao's suggestion, the remaining 4 stood up in unison and raised their glasses towards an empty seat next to the dining table, before splashing their glasses on the ground. Ring, ring, ring. Just as the 5 were about to reseat themselves, the phone the male hung on his waist suddenly rang. Instead of picking it up, the male pressed the hang-up button in a smooth motion as he settled into his seat. Just as the group was about to move their chopsticks, the phone rang once again. Xiaogang Ao's face gradually became gloomy, putting down his chopsticks and looking at the male with a deadly stare. Gong, why don't you answer the phone? The male smiled sarcastically. Such a good atmosphere. I don't want to affect the mood of my brothers. Answer the phone. Yes. The male had no choice but to take out his phone and press the answer button. Hello? Something's wrong. What the hell did you buy that daffy from me for? The errand boy came to my door twice today. The caller to the Gongzi was a snakehead from the Saigon side. The male didn't move. What exactly does that mean? It don't mean nothing. I'm telling you to get a grip on that big fly if things get too stripey. Don't get me involved when the time comes. This gang of errant men is coming on strong. I don't even know if I can hold my own. When this snakehead from the numbered gang finished his sentence, the male directly hung up the phone. When he looked up, he found Xiaogang Ao still staring at himself with a deadly stare. Who called? Nothing. Typo. Facing Xiaogang Ao's questioning, the male was obviously a bit weak, but then he saw Xiaogang Ao put his hand out. Give me the phone. The knots in the male's throat rolled up and down, and after a little hesitation, he still squeezed out a hard smile and handed the phone into Xiaogang Ao's hands. Snatching the phone from the male's hand, Xiaogang Ao only briefly looked through it twice and didn't say anything more. Then he put the phone down at his table and picked up his chopsticks. Eat. That night, He Yaozong received a phone call from Qiugangao at his residence. Mr. Ho, I'd like to borrow a boat for a while, over in Kwaicheng. Borrow a boat for what? He Yaozong couldn't help but be curious, but he heard Qiugangao being silent for a long time on the other end of the phone. Spinning around, he replied, the previous plan went a bit awry, and Zhuo Jiqiang, in order to save that brokerage fee, went out on his own to go over to Saigon to find a snakehead to buy Daffy back. Now that side has been targeted by Lu Jianming of the intelligence section, a man I've dealt with before and is very difficult to deal with. I have to do right by the rest of my brothers, and there are some things that I have to do myself. He Yaozong instantly realized, it's only a matter of time before people with character flaws get into trouble again. When Qiugang Ao's group forced Hiwal to confess, it wasn't that the eunuch's mouth was cheap and provoked Hiwal. Qiugang Ao and his group wouldn't have missed and killed someone. This guy has been squatting in a prison cell for more than half a year. Obviously he hasn't suffered enough, and actually went for that bit of cheapness at this juncture. Now Qiugang Ao, in order to prevent the errant man from following the trail to the door, had to personally clean up the house and pull Jiqian Zhua to sink the sea. In a while, I will ask the mackerel over at Kwaicheng Ferry Pier to sail a fishing boat and park it over at the fishing platform next to Container Terminal No. 7. Leave the keys and everything on the boat. You'll open it in half an hour. When you're done, come back to my place later. I have something to ask you. Yes. After hanging up the phone, He Yaozong couldn't help but sigh leisurely. Qiugang Ao, these people do things to save the heart and work. Many times than Wang Jianjun these people use more comfortable. Regardless, one should still try to bail them out. At 9:30 p.m. At Kwaicheng Container Terminal No. 7, a small fishing boat, sailing towards the southwest in the night. As the boat swayed, Qiugang Ao greeted Mo Ichuan, who was driving the boat, and then returned to the cabin with an iron expression on his face. The male was by now in a sack, his hands and feet bound, and his mouth gagged with a fresh orange. Xiao Gang Ao took out a cigarette and lit it, then squatted down in front of the male and took off that orange in his mouth, then put the cigarette into his mouth. Don't you say anything for a moment? Listen to me and you for a few moments. The male shivered and held the cigarette in his mouth, but didn't have the courage to dare to take a puff. Ever since we got out of jail and had the money, you've gone and hung out in all the major nightclubs. I know you've had a hard time in the prison cell, and you're suffering inside. That's why every time Mr. Ho explains that I'm dividing up the money for you guys, I'll try to give you as much as I can. Except for Wa. Xiao Gang Ao said and also lit a cigarette for himself, took a deep drag and put his hand on the male's head. But you are so greedy that you dare to dishonor money that concerns the lives of your brothers? Gonzi, do you know how to write the word death? Bar. At Xiao Gang Ao's roar, the cigarette in the male's mouth had fallen on the cabin board. By now the male had cried until he was nearly hoarse. Ao brother, I really didn't mean to do it, and I didn't expect that the intelligence section would be so professional. You give me another chance. I will change in the future. I will change. So you were confused in the head when you were an errand boy, and you're still confused after you've stripped off that skin. Xiao Gang Ao picked up the cigarette that fell on the ground, blew the dust stained on the mouthpiece, and put it back into the male's mouth. But his face remained vicious, and he picked up another baseball bat that had been sitting on the bulkhead in his hand. It's just that the intelligence section is on to you, and I have a word for anyone who wants to go back to getting their brother involved, and I'm not going to give you two chances. Ao. For better or worse, brother, I'll let you walk away in pain. Boom! A muffled thud came as the baseball bat landed with unerring precision on the male's head. However, he saw the male's head tilt and instantly fell headfirst to the ground. Xiao Gongao dropped the baseball bat in his hand and didn't bother to look at the male again. Pulling up the sack that was over the lower half of the male's body, he dragged him toward the bow side of the ship. End of chapter. Chapter 90. Fat Dang panicked. Ho Yuchun says he wants to start a Masonic lodge in the society? April 6, 2025. At 10:30 p.m., He Yaozong was still waiting for Qiu Gangao's arrival on this side of the tea house. When he was bored, it happened that Feng Yuxiu gave him a call. Boss, Lin Huila just called me. He said to prepare me for the next 2 days, and would set me up so I could show my hand in front of you. Did he say anything else yet? No, he told me not to worry about anything right now, just one step at a time to gain your trust first. Feng Yuxiu's reply caused He Yaozong to frown. It seems that Lin Huailu was really able to endure what ordinary people can't, and when it comes to the critical time, he will make a fatal move. Being watched by such a dank, venomous snake peering in the shadows, He Yaozong felt uncomfortable all over, and it was necessary for him to do something first. Good. Remember to notify me first if there's any news over there. Hanging up the phone, He Yaozong pondered for a moment, and immediately intended to push a plan that had been brewing for a long time to the front of the stage in advance. He called Finewell into the finance company's office, then pulled open a desk drawer, cradled a pile of materials from the inside, and dropped them on the table with a swish. Fine way. Get up early tomorrow and don't go get me any morning tea. You take these materials and go to the other 8 district parishes and find, one by one, the divisional leaders of those parishes as well as the uncles. Tell them that I, Ho Yuchun, am going to start a society masonry in Wasing. Fineway took the pile of materials and asked in disbelief, Brother Yu, what does it mean to be a society mason? Have you ever read a book? Society masonry, as the name suggests, is a group of people who get together and help each other out. Yu, what's the difference between this and the gang rules we have with United Success? Of course there's a difference. The rules of the gang with the United Winners are there to be memorized, but I'm running this Masonic lodge and I'm really going to put money out to help them. He Yaozong said and shook his head. Forget it, I can hardly explain it to you with your intelligence. If you really don't know how to explain you to those uncles, you just do what I say and tell them. Let's just say that if they have any ways of making money that they want to get into but don't have the money to do so, they are welcome to come and sign up with me. Ho Yu Chung. For now, I'm just going to arrange for 3 slots on a first come, first served basis, so that if they have any ideas, they can come and talk to me in person over here at the Hutai Tea House. Fineweather was dumbfounded for a moment. Brother Yu, you're planning to start a charity in the club, aren't you? Even if you're preparing to elect the next speaker, you don't need to put down such a large amount of blood. Right, when the time comes, each of your uncles and fathers will give a red packet of $100,000, adding up to less than $1 million. Thinwell is really hurting for Ho Yuchun's money. He's been hanging out with Wasing for 6 or 7 years. Can he not be clear about the nature of this society? When parishes in the 9th ward gather with profit, they can divide with profit. A group of people may gather with smiles and laughter when there is a good deal to be done, and once there is no good thing to be done, everyone is a surface brother. But glancing at Ho Yuchung's face, Fineway instantly realized that he had misspoken. Okay, you. I'm talkative. I'll be up at 6 tomorrow, and after morning tea, I'll go out and get this thing done. After dismissing Fine Wei and waiting for another 10 minutes, Xiao Gangao finally came to this side of the tea house. Entering the office, Xiao Gangao closed the door to the room. The expression on his face was again as cold as ever. The mail sent away? Facing He Yaozong's question, Xiao Gangao just nodded silently. He Yaozong also did not pursue the matter of the eunuch any further. What's going on with the intelligence section, anyway? Xiao Gangao sat down and dropped his head. It's hard to say, but from what I understand, the intelligence section is already pressuring the snakeheads over in Saigon. The one supervising this case over there is Lu Jianming, who is known for his sharpness in the intelligence division. Although Gongzi is dead, sooner or later Lu Jianming will find out that Gongzi was the one who bought that big fly, and then it's only a matter of time before it goes down the line and finds out that it's us, the brothers, who are the ones who did it. Xiao Gang Ao used to be an excellent police officer. He knows more about the police force to handle the case of a doorway. Right now, although they had choked off the key clue of the Gongzi, their identities were too sensitive due to the fact that they were really too sensitive with Hua Zhaotang and Situ Jia. As long as the intelligence section locks its eyes on the Duke's head, the trouble that follows will be complete. The worst fear of a police officer working on a case is not the lack of evidence, but the lack of a target. Without evidence you can take the time to find it slowly. Without a target, it's really a case of two eyes. Don't be alarmed. This matter, I have a way to help you set things right. He Yaozong's tone was flat, but the words he spoke caused Xiao Gangao to be shaken. He didn't ask anything more, just waited for He Yaozong to continue. Tonight you guys go back and get a good night's sleep, and tomorrow when you get up, go to Sim Sha Sui and bring someone over for me first. Who? This person is called Chen Yongren. You should have heard of him. Hearing the words Chen Yongren, Xiao Gangao immediately nodded. That's right. I've started a business in Sim Sha Sui before, and I've heard the name mentioned a lot. He is the illegitimate son of Sim Shatsui Ni Kuan. When Ni Kuan was assassinated, it was his second brother Ni Yongshao who picked him up and brought him back home to start work. Then the Ni family was knocked out by Okeeper, and Han Shan took over most of the Ni family's business, and now he's been following the Ni family's openings, and he's Okeeper's key target. Xiao Gangao's various memories of his time in the police force are still fresh in his mind. It was just that he didn't understand why He Yaozong suddenly asked about this person. Chen Yongren. Ho Yucheng still didn't explain, just admonished. Anyway, this matter should be done quietly. Tomorrow noon, I will make a reservation at my good friend's ice room, and invite him to come over for tea at that time. When Ho Yucheng invites people over to talk about things, he usually chooses two places. One is the seafood warehouse over at Kwaicheng Container Terminal No. 7, and anyone who pulls up there has to leave something from their body if they don't die. And the ones that are invited over to the friend's ice house, that's where the real talk of collaboration comes in. Hearing that Ho Yucheng wanted to drag Chen Yongrun to his best friend's ice room for tea, Xiao Gangao had already had a number in his mind. Nodding his head and answering yes, Xiao Gangao did not stay longer, then got up and bid farewell to Yi Yaozong and left the office. On the following day, shortly after dawn, an explosive piece of news spread within Lasing. The first to receive the news passed on by Fine Wei was String Bomb, who sat second in the Senate. Although he is on the Kun Tong side, he has been living in Yao Ma Ti since his retirement. Taking that material in his hands and reading it again and again, String Burst couldn't help but take off his glasses, and immediately gave his head horse, Fishhead label, a phone call. The phone rang twice and was picked up. When Fishhead tagged over and asked, Skewer Blast didn't bother to nag him. Fishhead label, there is something I need to tell you. Ho Yucheng, of Sham Shui Pa, is going to set up a society, the Freemasons, and he says that anyone who has a business that they want to do but don't have the money to do it, can go over to Sham Shui Pa and ask him for help. The caller froze, and then the laughter of the Fishhead label came. Biggie, is there a mistake? There's still a little more than half a year to go before the next speaker is chosen. And now these people are impatient to draw you in. Is he Yaozong so powerful? Stringburst grabbed the phone, but said with a serious face, don't you care if he's pulling my strings? I know this man He Yaozong. I see that you've been selling powder over at the carp door for so many years. It's about time you thought about it and changed to some other business. Forget it, big guy. I don't believe there's a free lunch under the sun. Carp door side of it. I'll stay so comfortable. Open the boat to sell powder. Every year to take 100,000 or 200,000 out of filial piety to your old man or not a big problem. Fishhead label side spoke in a long drawn-out tone and let out a lengthy yawn, obviously just waking up from a nap. Spinning around, he asked, Biggie, is there anything else? If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. Someone's coming over from North Point in a few minutes to haul a bunch of fish guns over there, and I'll have to hit the warehouse myself. Okay, go about your business. Stringburst hung up the phone and held the glasses on the bridge of his nose again. Looking at the phone clutched in his left hand, he didn't do much hesitation and directly dialed a number and called He Yaozong. The call was answered and replaced with a smiling face. String Bomb asked with a snort, Ayo, I heard you're starting some kind of Masonic lodge in the club. Ha, roger that, roger that. Your handlers have just come over and cleared it with me. It's like this. Back then, when I was in Kuntong, I always wanted to engage in the business of running cross-harbor tunnels for minibuses, but as you know, from Kuntong to Tsim Sha Tsui and across the harbor, there is no place where we and Wenxing are located. If you're interested, why don't we work together on this? No, how can I let you come all out of this money? Well, I'll come right over and talk to you face to face. According to Ho Yuchung's arrangement, COI's second stop came to the Dapo side. When Tai Pahei received the message delivered by Fine Wei, he was equally dumbfounded. At a Yaozong's Zazen banquet some time ago, he had gone to offer congratulatory gifts in the name of Big Brother Quan. Originally, I wanted to arrange for people on my side to go to Yamati to make a living, but in the past few days, Oki has been sweeping the field in Yaozamon like a madman, which has caused his people to return to this side of Taipei in disgrace. But he had never expected that this man, he Yaozong, was really interesting. Within 2 days, they were arranging for people to come to their doorsteps and start some kind of society masonry. Just now, I heard his horsemen talk about this time to engage in Freemasonry. Ho Yuchung is going to come out with real money. For a moment, Tai Pahei couldn't think about it and hurriedly called his head horse Dung Wenchai over. Tai Pa. In a raw kanji store on Ting Kok Road, Tai Pa Black afoot on the bench, holding a cigarette, set in front of, is a bowl of food left over raw rolled pork porridge. Dung Boy hurriedly arrived at the store and greeted Tai Pahei with a smile. Biggie, what do you want me to come over here for this early in the morning? Dung Boy, when you were helping Uncle Quan on the mainland before, did Uncle Quan lament to you that he wanted to get a few chilled warehouses over in Kowloon? The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack and uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. Tai Pahei reached out, flicking the ashes of the cigarette that was about to fall into the leftover kanji, and asked Dung Zai as such. Dung Boy sat low, and then nodded his head. That's right, Grandpa does some chilled purchase business over on the mainland, and it's hard to take care of all these formalities with the customs and defense, but when a truckload of chilled food is hauled to Hong Kong Island, it has to be unloaded at most when it is driven to the Tsuanwan side. A good business is going to be stripped of layer after layer by someone else, so naturally he won't feel pain in his heart. It's all right now. You and I will go to Shamshuepa later. The leader of Shamshuepa has issued a message to set up a Masonic lodge in the community. I think it is just the right time to put this thing that Uncle Quan is thinking about into practice. Do a good job. And in the future we do not want to be on the side of the Dapu, eyeing someone else to reward a field for us to go to sell Shaking Head Boy. In less than 10 years, Hong Kong Island will be changed. The mainland side sells 2 tails of powder is enough to pull to target shooting. I still want to keep this life. Enjoy a few more years of happiness. Will be pressed down on the cigarette and the porridge mortar and pestle extinguished. Tai Pahei immediately got up and clapped his hands, and then greeted Dung Zai, toward the parked on the side of the road that Crown Car to go. The third sight that Finewell came to was Big D in Suanwan, but Big D is not in the habit of waking up early, and Fineway is the one who finds Long Hair, Big D's head horse, and asks him to take a message to Big D. It was around 9 a.m. when Big D managed to get out of bed. He had just finished washing up when he heard Shaggy calling to himself from outside. Brother Big D, the Shamshuepa side asked me to give you a message. Brother you is going to start a Masonic lodge in the club. Ask Brother Big D if he's interested in joining. Big D happened to be wiping his face with a towel, and when he heard Long Hair's remark, he immediately blushed and slammed the towel on the wash basin. Asterisk his mother. Didn't he embarrass me enough? And now you're trying to sympathize with me and pull me into some masonry thing to knock some grease out of me, aren't you? No, Brother Big D. Brother you sent someone to make it so clear that he is running this Masonic lodge, and in order to bring the society along, we don't have to pay for anything, but he's only giving 3 spots to whoever goes to him first. Am I going to beg for food in Suanwan? Want him to reward me with food? Without waiting for Long Hair to finish his sentence, Big D's eyes glared and he looked at Long Hair and roared sternly. A morning is quickly approaching. Stone Gap Tail, Fat Deng's place. Lin Huila knocked on the door of Fatty Deng's room with the piece of information that Fine Wei had sent over, greeting the followers of the house's horsemen to go out. Lin Huilu, with a complex expression, handed that information to Fatty Deng's hands. Fat Deng took that information, didn't even look at it, and flung it aside with his hand. Needless to say, Ho Yutsung exerted some small favors in the vain hope of pulling in the parish of District 8. Locke, you're a much stronger opponent than Big D. This time, not only Lin Huilu, even Fatty Deng, his heart was flooded with an unprecedented sense of crisis. In the past, he was a big one-trick pony and was playing the slogan that the parishes in the various districts of the society were working in tandem and prospering together. Over the years, although there are people who are not convinced, but the victory is that this slogan is too grand, and there is also his fat dang step forward as a guarantee, so no one dares to openly question. But it's different now. He Yuzong has gone along with his fatty dang slogan and has been pulling the strings of the parishes in various districts in a big way, and he hasn't been able to find any excuse to go to He Yuzong to carry out suppression. The boomerang that he threw out in the past is finally going to hit him back this time. Just what does he, Fat Dun, really care about any clubs going hand in hand? At his age, what other interest could replace his power to say whatever he wanted in the community? Lin Huailu assisted Fatty Deng to sit firmly on the sofa and immediately opened his mouth. Uncle Tang, I have to say that Ho Yuchung's vigor is indeed quite a bit stronger than Big D's. I'm worried that if he goes on like this, more than half of the uncles and divisional leaders in Wuzing will really be drawn in by him. You do not worry. To deal with in Lianshang so many uncles and divisional leaders, I do not talk about his He Yaozong intentions. I am afraid that he will not be able to get so much money at that time. Screw things up. There is a time for him to lose face. If it were so easy to be of one mind, there wouldn't be so many treacheries happening in the Jianghu. In all fairness, Fat Tang thought that Ho Yuchung had made a good move. With this move, even Fatty Deng, who has been sitting at the head of the Senate for more than 20 years, does not have any good moves to deal with it. But Fat Deng decided that this was not a move that Ho Yuchung was capable of making. Grass created 9 districts of the parish masons, claiming to take real money out to support other parishes, pulling together the hearts and minds of the intention of the obvious. But he also has to have the strength to do so. He didn't believe that He Yaozong had the family money, much less that anyone in the world could be so selfless. It's human nature, and Fat Dun firmly believes that no one is immune to it. It was just that Lin Huaili's face still had a touch of worry on it. Uncle Tang, I think this is something that I still need to pay attention to. I am not going to hide anything from you. But when I received the notice from Mr. Ho Yuchung this morning, I went to Shamshuipa at the first opportunity and took a place. Exactly what kind of business I'm going to do with him, however, I haven't thought about. Fat Dun nodded. You're right to think so. Stay close to him and see just how much sincerity he can muster. If you don't know what kind of business to start, I'm here to give you an idea. What's the idea? Take down Sim Sha Sui, then take the business in Sim Sha Sui and give the society a share. These words instantly called for Lin Huailu to freeze. Ginger is still old and hot. Fat Deng open mouth is the highest difficulty. Let He Yaozong to hit down in united victory in 20 years has not been involved in the Tsimshatsui. Yes, Lin Huailu gritted his teeth and nodded, not knowing the reason. He felt more and more uneasy in his heart, though in his opinion, not to mention whether Ho Yuchung would agree to the request and whether he would take out the money. The fight against Sim Sha Sui alone is a thing that cannot be done without mobilizing the efforts of the community. But just in case he did get it done, by the time Chicken Blow really did hand over the stick, he would really have no hope of competing with Ho Yuchung. At that time, not to mention him, as long as Ho Yuchung is willing, Fatty Deng's head chair in the Senate may have to give way to Lung Can. At this time, the entrance to the Buddy Ice Room, the balding owner unclasps his apron and stops one customer after another who is ready to enter. I'm sorry, uncle. The field is wrapped up. Come back this afternoon. Come back this afternoon. I'm sorry, Mr. K. The venue has been booked for lunch today, so I'll come back for dinner this afternoon. Pick. If you don't come, don't come. What do you mean by cursing? Your old mother. Young people are just fiery, and they want to behead people at every turn. The one sitting inside is you from Wolianshang. If you're brave enough, go in and chop him up. What are you running from, asshole? I'll reward you with a cup of tea for you to go in and drink it. And you can speak properly in front of brother you, and tell me what you just said more than once first. He Yaozong didn't realize that Fatty Deng had already given himself a so-called difficult problem, calling back the left and right to descend the stairs. Looking at Chen Yongren, who was sitting opposite himself with a bitter look on his face, He Yaozong took the lead and spoke. Chen Yongren, recognize me? Chen Yongren nodded. Brother you of Sham Shui Pa. Which one in Yao Mong doesn't know about it now? That's good. You know me and I know you. It's been a hard life all these years, hasn't it? 27,149. At first Chen Yongren was unsure, until He Yaozong read out the string of police force numbers that were buried in his heart and had never dared to mention to anyone. His pupils instantly contracted violently. Fine beads of sweat instantly rose from his head, barely even able to sit still. Chen Yongren's face was pale. You brother, I don't even know what you're talking about. End of chapter. Chapter 91 hit Sim Sha Sui. I even hit the moon. April 6, 2025. Over the years, it wasn't as if Chen Yongren hadn't been suspected as an undercover agent by Han Chen's side, but he had never been more desperate than he was today. Huang Jiqing was dead, and the only errand boy in the world who knew his identity was completely gone, and he couldn't in a million years accept that his police number had been shouted out of his mouth by a society man. It was only He Yaozong's next words that pulled him back from the brink of despair. You don't have to worry. If I was coming after you, I wouldn't have invited you over for a meal, He Yaozong said, grabbing a cup of lemon tea and rinsing his mouth while continuing. In fact, Huang Sir also looked for me to be an informant back then, only I did not have the ability to enter the police academy, conscious that there is no future as an informant, so I did not agree to him. But over the years, I have also had a lot of cooperation with Oki, and I was the one who took care of Chung Shunyi for them before. When you get a chance later, you can ask Fat Sand from the Omark B team. These words were half true and half false, calling Chen Yongrun unable to distinguish. Anyway, Huang Zicheng was already dead, so could he still go to the dead man for questioning? Chen Yongren wondered for a moment if He Yaozong was swindling himself, but he has long been as good as dead. 10 years of undercover work, first by Omark, was forced to drop out of the police force, changed to a man in human undercover, and then hibernated in the Ni family, although he abhorred Ni Kuan, who had abandoned his wife and son, but his own second brother, Ni Yangshao, had never treated himself as an outsider, even if, before he dies, he discovers the bug he hid in his underwear. He has to save his last breath to cover up his undercover identity for him. Then the Ni family was completely finished, and the police force still asked him to keep an eye on Han Chen. 3 years and 3 years, and he doesn't even know if he's white or black, or if his world is just a dead gray at the intersection of black and white. Right now by He Yaozong called through the identity. After the panic is a flash of relief. Right and wrong, for him, is not so important. How did Huang Sir tell you about my identity? Ever since Sam Han's wife Mary died 3 years ago, Sam Han has gone completely insane. Later on, the Ni family staged a car bomb with the intention of blowing up Wang Qixing, but they didn't want to accidentally blow up Luck Kaichong, Wang Qixing's top boss. Since then, Huang Zicheng has also gone crazy. He Yaozong had already lit a cigarette at this time, as if telling a familiar story, which made Chen Yongren subliminally, gradually believe what he said. When Huang Zicheng first crossed his heart, he also wanted to hold Han Chen down to death in Sim Sha Sui. He knew that compared to the poor man, Han Chen this kind of powdered man to do things even more without a bottom line. I was worried about Han Chen in case he poisoned himself someday, so I was told about your identity, so that if anything happened to him in the future, there would be a third person who would know about your identity. After a serious nonsense, He Yaozong leisurely exhaled a long smoke and calmly looked at Chen Yongren. Being undercover is lonely. Being undercover is lonely. These words were like a sharp sword that directly penetrated Chen Yongren's heart. His nose shrugged and tears barely rolled from his eyes. Can you help me regain my identity? Helping you to recover your identity shouldn't be too simple. Before your file was sealed in the police force's encrypted vault, Huang Zicheng has been refusing to let you return to the force. It's because Han Chen has buried quite a lot of mole in the police force, which hasn't been dug out yet. Now that Huang Zicheng is dead, there's no point in you continuing undercover. He Yaozong said and lowered his voice. When you go back in a while, you help me ask Han Chen out, and I guarantee that it won't take you 3 days to return to the team. What loyal undercover agent could stand up to such a test? How could an undercover agent who hadn't wanted to rejoin the police force for a single day in a decade stand up to such a test? The road ahead is uncertain and the road behind is desperate. However, a trace of difficulty still flooded Chen Yongren's face. Han Chen doesn't trust anyone right now. I'm just afraid that I won't be able to think of a way to ask him out for a while. He Yaozong curled his fingers and flicked the ashes of his cigarette, frowning. It was because I knew that Han Chen didn't trust anyone and was hiding in Sim Sha Sui as a shrunken head turtle that I asked you to get him out. This thing has to be done quietly, otherwise why would I be looking for you? Chen Yongren understood in his heart and looked at He Yaozong. He couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. Okay, leave me a number and I'll try to get it done as soon as possible. Not as soon as possible. It has to be done within the day. Remember to call this number once Han Sum shows his head, He Yaozong said as he fished out a slip of paper with a phone number from his pocket and handed it to Chen Yongren. Taking the note and glancing at it, he quickly memorized the phone number on it. He then picked up the bitter tea in front of him, frowned and took a sip, and smiled towards He Yaozong again, before turning around and walking towards the stairs. It was 1:30 p.m. when I got back from my best friend's ice room. Skewer explosion, Tai Pa Black, as well as Lin Huila. 3 people have long come to wait for this side of the Hutai tea house. He Yaozong asked them to come over to the meeting at this point in time. Compared to Lin Huilu, who was bent on pulling He Yaozong down, the two of them, Skewer Explosion and Tai Pa Hei, appeared to be much more relaxed, especially Tai Pa Hei, who has the easiest business. In the Kowloon side of the chilled food supply, as long as Ho Yucheng nodded, from the Pengcheng side of the chilled food can be pulled over within half a day, directly to the Kowloon area up to more than 500 restaurants. Even if a restaurant takes 10 chickens a day over from him and makes a net profit of $1.50 per chilled chicken, that's a net income of $7,000 or $8,000 a day. That's over $200,000 a month. Plus don't get pickpocketed once in the middle of the process, and save tens of thousands of dollars a month in labor, material, and energy costs. Sorry for the long wait. The Peony Pavilion teabag door was pushed open, and He Yaozong walked in with a signature smile on his lips. Tai Pei hurriedly got up to greet He Yaozong, while Lin Huailu and Skewer Explosion sat in their seats and each smiled towards He Yaozong, waving his hand to indicate Tai Pei to sit down. He Yaozong directly greeted Fine Way to bring a file bag. First, he took out a contract from the inside and handed it to Tai Pei. Black, I've already found the site for the chilled warehouse for you. 2 locations. One is in Lai Chi Kok near the container terminal side, which is convenient for you to take care of your regular customers in Shamshuepa and Suwonwan. One is on the Lok Fu estate side of Wang Tai Sin, which is convenient for you to expand your business in the Yao Tsim Mong area. I'll make good with those bosses in the territory. Your chilled food has a customs quarantine certificate, and the price is fair. I believe you'll soon open up the market in this area. Tai Pei took the contract and looked at it for a few moments, already unable to hold back his inner excitement. Ayo. I won't bother going to a lawyer to read the contract, just tell me directly how much I need to take out. No, I'll build the warehouse, I'll coordinate the logistics, and you'll just give me $20,000 in rent every month. Since you're going to take the lead in association masonry, you've got to show some sincerity. Tai Pei was completely moved by Ho Yuchun. 2 logistics warehouses, the cost of investment and construction plus the rent of the 5-year lease period. He Yaozong will have to take at least $3 million out. This is nothing. $3 million, He Tai Pei can get it out even if he bites his teeth. The most crucial thing was that He Yaozong was actually really willing to liberalize the market of his own turf, charging himself only a symbolic rent of $20,000 per month, which was the most valuable thing. What's the point of the club? Just to collect fees from those few venues? Of course it's for doing all sorts of monopoly business in the region. Ayo, I'd be embarrassed if you messed with me like that. This way, from now on, over here, I'll take 30% of the net profit from the chilled food business every month for you. Don't worry, Uncle Quan and I have been in this business for so many years. Give me some time, and it's still not a big problem to earn you an extra 100,000 or so every month. Tai Pei Black does not know that He Yaozong heartily disdained him this $100,000. However, I saw He Yuchun reply, Alright Black, when will we plan for the split when your chilled can be sold over to Hong Kong Island? Saying that, He Yaozong took out another contract and handed it to Skewer Explosion. Just now, He Yaozong and Tai Pei had a conversation, listening to the string burst hot eyes. Right now he also can't hold the frame of Uncle Generation. For a moment actually stretched out his hands to receive this contract of He Yaozong. I'll leave the contract alone for now, and get the minibus route from Kwun Tong to the Saiwan Mei side. I'd like to hear your opinion. Uncle, there's nothing to discuss. Since we are going to have minibus routes, why not just start from the Tai Pei side? From Tai Pei to Sai Kung, then to Kwun Tong, Sim Sha Sui, over the Hung Ham Tunnel, turning all the way to Wan Chai and Saiwan. Through these routes, the transport department has actually arranged only one green minibus. Residents on the Tai Pei side who do not want to take a taxi to go to Hong Kong Island once have to wait for a bus at 7 a.m. If you have to rush back that day and miss that 3 p.m. green minibus, you'll have to take a taxi across the Hum Hum Tunnel. He Yaozong paused his voice and then continued, I budgeted that if this line opens, we'll be able to make at least 5 round trips a day, as the patronage in the area from Tai Pei to Kwun Tong is not high. As long as we are willing to increase the frequency of this route, there will hardly be any hesitation on the part of the transport department in issuing us an operating license for a red-skinned minibus. So I'm going to make a conservative estimate and put $5 million out there first to set up a minibus company, run this route I've planned above and then slowly expand to other areas. Hearing the figure of $5 million reported out from He Yaozong's mouth, Skewer Burst couldn't help but gulp. Earlier, Mr. Ho Yuchun had already planned to take $3 million to Tai Pei to engage in the chilled food business. Does he still have so much money in his hand? Ayo, isn't $5 million a bit too much? The red-skinned minibus business on this side of East Kowloon has always been controlled by Xin Key. I think it's better for us to put in some money to test the waters first, in case Xin Key throws a spanner in the works and we can't hold our own. We won't lose too much money at that time. Don't bother Uncle with this. I'll pay for all the money, and any loss will be on me. It's still the same thing. We'll talk about the split when the business is up and running. Not, Ayo, don't blame me for being a nagging uncle. Where did you get so much money? He Yaozong reached out and pointed to the ceiling. Forgot? Upstairs is the Hutai Finance Company. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. I've been dealing with banks for so long that if I really can't come up with enough money, it's not a big problem to take out a loan. Stringburst just shook his head. No. I originally just intended to get a few minibuses to play a little bit. If you lose all this money, so the community laughs at me for relying on the old, obscuring the money of the younger generation of the hall. If you're going to make such a big deal out of it, this is a deal I'd rather not have. He Yaozong glanced at Lin Huila out of the corner of his eye and realized that this guy's face had become increasingly uncomfortable. With a light smile, He Yaozong continued to preach with the same string burst. The control of the minibus business in Kowloon by Sun Ki relies on the fact that it is in control of an entire minibus business chain in Kowloon, counting from the Kun Tong side. The minibus repair shops, the supply of spare parts and the minibus driver groups are all firmly in their hands. If it is just a small effort to throw in a few minibuses to test the waters, I can guarantee that they will all be on the ground in less than 3 or 2 days. To get the minibus business off the ground, you have to build up the whole business chain, just like Shin Ki did. $5 million isn't just for the minibus, it's for keeping the driver of the hold, vehicle maintenance, insurance intervention, all of that. Outrageous. It's just not the same when Shinji elects an old Su who is a lawyer to come out and talk. It seems that nowadays, those who mix with the clubs and are the leaders need to read more as well. Some words, listen to the string burst clouds. He only knew that he could make money by engaging in minibus operation, but he did not know that the doorway was so twisted. No wonder Sun Ki has controlled more than half of the Redskin minibuses in Kowloon for as long as 10 years and no one has ever been able to go and get a share of the pie with them. In the past, he only said that Shinji was raw enough that no one dared to go and take food from their bowls. Now it seems that times have really changed, and it seems that Shinji is gradually shaking off in Lianshang, a society that lives by the old rules. After listening to Ho Yucheng's speech, Lin Huailu's mood became even more disillusioned. He was now more and more unable to understand this young man, but after talking to String Bomb, He Yaozong had set his sights on himself. Lin Huaila hurriedly squeezed out a smile. Ayo, in the morning you asked me what kind of business I would like to do, and at first I said I hadn't thought about it yet. Now that I can give you an answer, if you're willing to honor us, why don't we join forces between the two of us and partner up to fight our way into Tsimsha Sui? When these words came out, Taipa He, who was on the side, was slightly stunned, but did not make a sound, only looking at He Yaozong, trying to observe what his opinion was. String Burst, on the other hand, cursed his shamelessness in his heart and then chimed in. Locke, have you got it wrong? You was kind enough to start a Masonic society and invite us over to talk about business, and you want to talk about what the hell you're fighting about. What a bummer. It was fine if String Burst didn't say these words, but as soon as he did, it strengthened the belief in Lin Huaili's heart. He crossed his fingers on both hands and leaned back slightly in his chair. Uncle Tian, words can't be said like that. It's been almost 20 years since Axe Jun took Tsimsha Sui through the gears back then. In these 20 years, Tsimsha Sui has changed drastically, and every year, just by looking at the field, there are more than $10 million of income. You and I will step in to bring down Tsimsha Sui, and then all the brothers of the society will be eligible to go in and get a share of the business. So the point solution is not in line with the purpose of commonwealth and common strength? Saying that, Lin Huaila looked at Taipa He, who was on the side, and opened his mouth to ask again. Black, don't you think so? Taipa He couldn't help but secretly give Lin Huailu a middle finger in his mind, but still, he had to open his mouth and replied, that's right, as long as Ao is willing to follow, Da Pu, will have absolutely nothing to say and will follow as usual. The line of the obsessed. It was still Skewer Burst who spoke up. He plucked out a glance at Taipa He and then opened his mouth towards Lin Huailu. Locke, you just don't mess around with vibrations. I know you want to work for the club, but scoring Tsimsha Sui can't be done just by talking. You want you to fight in Tsimsha Sui. What are you going to take out of your family? If you don't have the confidence to do so, I advise you not to give Shamshu Apa such a hard time. Lin Huaila tightened his brows as he said, Ao is strong and powerful. As long as he nods his head, I'll follow him all over Jordan. String Burst then let out a snort. It's not that I want to spoil your fun. You Jordan, what strength you know best yourself. 300 to 500 men want to fight their way into Tsimsha Sui. Even if they do, can you defend it? I even hit the moon. Okay, uncle. He Yaozong spoke out to stop the argument between the two, then turned his head to look at Lin Huaila. Observing Lin Huaili's fluttering expression, he knew that this guy's heart was now in turmoil. The effect he wanted was finally achieved. Lu Xiao, are you saying that you want me to help out and take the brothers of the club to Tsimsha Sui for a bite to eat? Lin Huaila similarly looked at He Yaozong and nodded. That's right. Well then, I'll take care of this matter. Seeing that He Yaozong agreed so readily, Lin Huaila could not help but be pleased in his heart, but he still pretended to speak. Yao, you have to think clearly. If it's really difficult, I can give up this spot in my hand. No need, Brother Lu, since you're so intent on it, grab some time to get in touch. See which brothers want to go to Tsimshatsui to make a living. Hand the list to me then, and I'll try to arrange it for them. With both eyes burning, Lin Huailu immediately stood up, while giving a thumbs up towards He Yaozong. He opened his mouth. Good, Ao, you're really sharp enough. I'll go and say hello to the other halls later. Remember to let me know when you're going to Tsim Sha Sui to plant the flag. It doesn't take much for you, Lu Xiao, to know that it's hard for you to guard Jordan's acreage. If there's nothing else, that's all we'll talk about today. I should go get ready and put these things in place. In the face of He Yaozong's ridicule, Lin Huila would obviously not take it to heart at this point. The purpose of his trip had already been achieved. As long as He Yaozong opened his mouth and took this hard job, he could go back with peace of mind and secretly mess things up. After Lin Huailu and Tai Pei said goodbye one after another, String Explosion, however, continued to sit on the seat without the intention of leaving. Ayo, are you really confused or not? Can't you see? Ah Lok is digging a hole for you. Uncle Tian, Le Xiao is usually in the club and has always been kind to people. What kind of hole can he dig for me? What hole are you digging? It's not obvious. When the time comes, you'll be the one who blows the chicken and crosses the stick, and you'll be the one who fights with him for the word. It's not that I'm speculating wildly, he's just trying to drag you into a fight with Shin Qi, so that when the time comes, you'll be dragged into the mire with your head in the sand, and you won't be able to distract yourself from fighting with him for the word. He Yaozong just smiled and didn't intend to explain too much with skewer burst. Throw. Did the previous collapse of loyalty and faithfulness too quickly give you some kind of illusion? You don't think that Tsim Sha Sui is so easy to fight? Lian, how long in these powder men can't compare to word heads like Sun Qi and Hung Hing? They are in the white powder business. One demolition and one sale. They don't really have any territory in Tsim Sha Sui. He Yaozong still didn't say anything, but just brewed another pot of Mao Jian, which was steeped in the teapot, for skewer explosion. Uncle, have a cup of tea. I'll register the name of the minibus company in the next 2 days, and then I'll trouble your old man to go find someone to pick an auspicious time to get ready, and then we'll be ready to open. End of chapter. Chapter 92, Han Chen, you're on this boat and you still want to get off? April 9, 2025, 5 p.m., Flower Market Dojo. Fat Dun was walking the dog on this side of the field with the shaggy dog on a leash. Lin Huila followed and waited carefully, fearing that Fat Dang would make a mistake and roll down the steps high up in the grandstand. Are you saying that Ho Yu-chung is really prepared to take out a few $1 million to help type a black box skewer blast take care of those businesses? Tired of walking, Fatty Dang picked a step and sat down, incidentally handing the dog leash to Lin Huailu. Lin Huila pulled the dog to sit still and answered truthfully, "That's right, I admire him for taking out so much money when he says he will, just to buy a seat at the table as a talking head, and that's just 2 halls." Fat Dun drooped his eyelids and moved his obese body toward the shade of the bleacher awning. Spinning around, he said, "I had heard from Warriors Group that Ho Yu-chung had pried more than $10 million out of that group of Vietnamese boys. At the rate you're spending money, I don't think he'll last long. I can't believe he's so bold as to dare to open a so-and-so minibus line with a skewer blast. I'll see how much money he has left to burn subsequently." After pacifying Lin Huila, Fat Dang followed up by asking, "What did he tell you about Tsim Sha Sui?" "He's agreed to go to Tsim Sha Sui to plant a flag, but hasn't agreed to let me fight in there with him, and he told me to contact the other divisional parishes. Anyone who wants to go over to Tsim Sha Sui to get some business, and have me draw up a list and send it to him?" "Where's the list?" "It hasn't been drafted yet. Quite a few halls are taking a wait-and-see attitude. They're all worried that even if they fight their way into Tsim Sha Sui and divide up the territory, they'll have to come out and carry it all together when the time comes." The corner of Fatty Dang's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Having lost Tsim Sha Sui 20 years ago, he hadn't been able to get involved so far, and this was largely the reason why. In order to hide his embarrassment, Fat Dang immediately changed the subject. "Don't you care if the people from these halls dare to go? Since He Yaozong has agreed, you should draw up a list first. When the time comes to send it to Sham Shuipo and make the matter known to the community, I'd like to see when he can lay claim to a piece of Tsim Sha Sui," said Fatty Dang, raising his eyelids and looking at Lin Huailu in a solemn voice. "Locke, our position as the spokesperson of Lian Shang should never be a family heirloom system like Shinji. The society must give each parish a chance to take turns. It's only fair." Fatty Dang, this set of brainwashing words Lin Whale is already heard enough, but also only had to force the spirit, and agreed with Fatty Dang's smile. Tsim Sha Sui, inside a pear orchard, Chen Yongrun leaned on the threshold outside the theater box, smoking cigarette after cigarette. Han Chen is right at the head of the box, and since being betrayed by the Ni family, he's started to become a distruster of anyone. The difference makers can't dig up his black stuff, and when he goes out, the security that comes with him has to be changed every time. What He Yaozong said to him in his best friend's ice room in the middle of the afternoon, he was practically listening to. The poor man's tactics are too constrictive, and the other side is going to use the club's tactics to take care of Hansum. How to make Hansum disappear without a sound is a puzzle. After smoking the last cigarette in the cigarette box, Chen Yongren threw the cigarette butt on the ground and stamped it out, then headed towards the restroom at the back of the theater and hid inside to make a phone call. It was about half an hour later that Han Chen finished watching the play before he led the people out from the inside. When the accompanying follower horseman opened the door to the compartment, Han Chen caught a glimpse of Chen Yongren, who was squatting in the corner with a haggard face. "Ah Yen, didn't I tell you to avoid the wind and not to start work during this time? Give yourself a few good days off and don't need to follow me around if you're not doing anything." Ever since Huang Jiqing's death, Han Chen had always felt that Chen Yongren was a bit abnormal. He, who had already developed the habit of being suspicious, could not help but strengthen his suspicion of Chen Yongren again. No other way. A few of his inner circle around him, Silly Strong, Dilu and those guys had already died in that firefight with the poor guy, proving the innocence of the cutthroat, so to speak, with his own life. Of the rest of these heartthrobs who had been following around, only Chen Yongren was still alive and well, sentiently and reasonably. Han Chen had no reason not to suspect him. Chen Yongren just let out a bitter smile, then got up and said, "Brother Sam, this morning, I went over to Baofu Mountain to offer incense to Silly Chang, and stopped by Sister Mary's side to check on her. I don't know what's going on, but when I went over there to pay my respects at Qingming, Sister Mary's side was still fine. But today I noticed that the headstone at Sister Mary's grave was cracked, and I went over there to the grave manager and gave him a sum of money to fix it, and I don't know if it's fixed yet." Upon hearing this, Han Chen's face instantly changed. His wife, Mary, is the last vestige of warmth in his heart, and even though she has been dead for so many years, she is still in his thoughts. "Run, you have a heart." Walking over to Chen Yongren, Han Chen put his hand on his shoulder and couldn't help but be a little moved. Chen Yongren just waved his hand wearily. "It's not easy for all of us to come so far, and now those who are leaving, and those who are dispersing. I often think sometimes that if I die someday, I wonder if there will be anyone left to put incense on my grave for me." Han Chen let out a long sigh, but he didn't know how to take Chen Yongren's words. It was only after a long time that Han Chen spoke again. "Don't say such demoralizing things. Accompany me to Baofu Mountain in a while and offer incense to your sister-in-law." Chen Yongren raised his eyelids and glanced at Han Chen. Spinning around, he nodded solemnly. "Good." It was nearly dusk when a Mercedes-Benz slowly drove into the Pafukshan Mausoleum in Shatin district. At the entrance to the cemetery, Han Chen got out of the car and looked deeply in the direction of the western hilltop. Buried there is the love of his life, a woman who once colluded with the errant man and perished trying to help him annex the Ni family. Few people come to the cemetery to pay their respects in the evening, and at this point, even the staff who guard the graves don't clock out to walk around. A van stopped behind the Mercedes, then 5 horsemen came down from the van and walked behind Han Chen, accompanying Han Chen to the foot of the mountain. Looking at the steps that led to the top of the mountain, Han Chen suddenly stopped in his tracks. "You guys just stay down here and keep watch. I want to go talk to my wife." Han Chen then took a plastic bag containing incense-wrapped paper money from Chen Yongren and nodded toward him again. "Come on, run. You 3 accompany me up." Chen Yongren nodded, but a heart had long been in his throat. On the surface, he still had to force himself to be calm, and with his head lowered, he followed Han Chen step by step towards the top of the mountain. The evening wind whistled by, bringing up a whimpering sound like a ghost whimpering. Chen Yongren couldn't tell for a moment if he was counting this as Keprin's duty. Shaking his head, he looked up at the sky, where a full moon was already hanging in the sky. Immediately, Chen Yongren discarded the distracting thoughts. What the hell? This kind of inhuman and ghostly days, he really had enough. If he couldn't regain his identity, he might as well be dead. Arriving in front of Mary's grave, Han Chen stopped in his tracks and took out the paper money from the plastic bag. Just about to light it, coldly, he glimpsed Mary's intact tombstone, and a wave of fear shot through him. "Bring the gun, biu." As soon as Han Chen's words fell, a few dull gunshots suddenly sounded from under a luohan pine in the northwest corner of the cemetery. The 2 followers of the horsemen had just felt their guns out of their backsides when they fell to the ground with a loud thud. The ones who fired the shots were Chiu Gongao and others who had been hibernating here for a long time. Han Chen reacted extremely quickly, his resentful gaze instantly falling on Chen Yongren, while dropping the paper money in his hand and grabbing the gun in the hands of a fellow gunman before he fell to the ground. Without any hesitation, he pulled the hammer and was about to raise his gun to shoot at Chen Yongren. A long and a short gunshot rang out, and the bullets from Chiu Gangao's group were still the first to hit Han Chen's right arm, knocking the firearm in his hand to the ground. The bullet that Han Chen shot missed, narrowly grazing Chen Yongren's scalp, immediately calling Chen Yongren out in a cold sweat. "Chen Yongren, it's really you." Being hit in the right arm, Han Chen did not care about the gunshot wound on the arm. Buried low body is going to pick up the gun with the left hand again. At that moment, there was only one thought in his mind: he must bring death to Chen Yongren. Brush and pull. Qiu Gongao and the others, who had been hibernating here for a long time, quickly stepped forward, picked up a rope, and instantly strangled Han Chen's neck. Mo Yishuan followed closely and kicked the pistol off the ground. The remaining two men obediently gagged their mouths and put on sacks. Get out of the way. Qiu Gongao pushed away Mo Yishuan, who was blocking in front of him, and then struck a palm slash, slashing heavily at the back of Han Chen's neck. Han Chen immediately fainted. The sound of the gunshot just now had obviously startled the horsemen at the foot of the mountain, and Chen Yongren had no doubt about it. Hurry up, they'll be up soon. Xiao Gang Ao, however, was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he stood still and pulled the hood over his face tightly, then reached out and drew a pistol from behind his waist, loaded it, and handed it to Chen Yongren's hand. Chan sir, fire 2 shots. Hurry, they've reached the hillside. Chen Yongren received the pistol and was a bit confused for a moment. Remember to hit the head. Hurry. Qiu Gongao didn't give him a chance to think, and under the urging, the sound of footsteps on the steps below the cemetery had become more and more urgent. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out in quick succession, and 2 of the ponies who had rushed to the front rolled down the steps. The rest of them all looked at each other in dismay and panicked as they jumped to the nearby bushes to hide. After seeing Chen Yongren shoot, Qiu Gongao immediately gestured towards Mo Yishuan. The 3 of them carried Han Chen, who was in a sack, and darted down the backside of the mountain. Whoa! A bucket of cold seawater splashed on Han Chen's head, and Han Chen jolted awake, opening his eyes leisurely. With a slight awakening of consciousness, he felt a sharp pain hit his heart from the wound in his right arm. Fixing his eyes again, standing in front of him was a man with a somber face, carrying a bucket. Sitting behind this man was a young man with a handsome face and a smile. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. Han Chen recognized this young man. It was none other than Ho Yucheng, who had recently resounded through Hong Kong and Kowloon. Checking his surroundings again, Han Chen realized that he should have been tied to a ship. Sam, why don't you say something? He Yaozong stood up from his chair and walked over to Han Chen's side. Han Chen gritted his teeth and glared at He Yaozong, then whirled his head to the side. Ho Yucheng, I don't think I've ever had a problem with you, have I? Look at you. Do you have to have a beef to get you in trouble? He Yaozong signaled Qiu Gongao to go wait outside the cabin, and then whirled around to crouch in front of Han Chen, lighting a cigarette. He spoke languidly. Blame it on the fact that you got in my way, and that ghost you kept on the police force was too sharp to target my people. That's why I'm looking for you, Brother Sam, to come here, mainly because I'm bothering you to get through, so that Lu Jianming of the intelligence section will be magnanimous and let my brother off the hook. How about that? Han Chen's heart beat violently, and then he looked at He Yaozong with an incredulous gaze. His lips mumbled for a long time before he spoke. How did you know that Lu Jianming was the ghost I raised? That's out of your hands. Anyway, Sam, if you know better, tell me where you keep the handles of those mole people in the police force. It'll make you suffer a lot less. Han Chen's face had turned into a pig's liver color in anger as he gritted his teeth and replied, Tie me down here and you'll get nothing from me. So what are you going to do? Sam, let me go back first. I'll go and greet Lu Jianming. You tell me, where did he punch you? He Yaozong held his cigarette and didn't speak for a while. Looking at Han Chen, he couldn't help but snicker twice. These 2 laughs couldn't help but call Han Chen's fire. What's so funny? Han Chen, I think you don't have a clear understanding of your situation. I went to all this trouble to get you on this boat, and you think you're going to walk away alive? Then you kill me. What's the point of talking so much nonsense? Han Chen almost glared his eyes out of their sockets as he roared towards He Yaozong. I didn't want the smirk on He Yaozong's face to increase rather than decrease. Flicking the cigarette from his fingertips, he cupped it and took a drag. A mouthful of smoke blew in Han Chen's face and sneered. Knowing you're tough, I hadn't expected you to be good enough to talk in the first place. But get this straight, I'm not an errand boy, and I'm not that spelt when it comes to asking for something. Immediately, He Yaozong tapped the watch on his wrist and opened his mouth. It's 7:23 p.m. If you make it to dawn without letting up, I won't ask anything. Every 20 minutes after that, I'll come in and ask you. And when you've thought it through, tell me where those mole handles are kept. Saying that, He Yaozong got up and smiled contemptuously toward Han Chen. This laugh directly made Han Chen feel his scalp tingle. Then He Yaozong walked out of the cabin, followed by Qiu Gongao, who walked into the cabin with a cold face. Not long afterward, miserable screams rang out one after another in the cabin, accompanied by Han Chen's yelling and cursing. After another 10 minutes had passed, the shouting and cursing gradually ceased, and was replaced by a progressively weaker wailing. 20 minutes passed, and He Yaozong folded back into the cabin and looked at Han Chen, who was lying on the ground with an agonized look on his face. Apparently Cho Gang-ao was very measured in his actions, torturing and not hurting Han Chen's life. Shaking his head, He Yaozong couldn't help but frown. Aren't you confident that you once trained at Scotland Yard and studied various criminal interrogation techniques? How come you can't even handle a Han Chen? You're really going to stay up all night with him? Xiao Gongao put down the pliers in his hands and couldn't help but feel a little helpless. Mr. Ho, those tactics are useful, but they're all long simmering eagle tactics. Persistent pain is what works best if you want to get something out of an interrogation target quickly. How long does the constant pain last, and can you increase the intensity? It's hard to say, but it's medically proven that people's nerves become dulled if they suffer too much pain in a short period of time. That's why it's also important to have a degree of coercion. And the most crucial thing is actually to attack the heart. Listening to the two people, He Yaozong and Xiao Gongao, discussing how to force a confession out of themselves, Han Chen, lying on the cabin board, actually let out a sorrowful laugh for a moment. It seemed that the degree that Xiao Gongao had said was far from being effective on Han Chen. He Yaozong was instantly annoyed. He quickly stepped forward, crouched down to pick up the pincers that Xiao Gang-ao had dropped, clenched the pincer handles, straightened Han Chen's right hand, and instantly smashed it toward his fingers. Ka-chow! The sound of bones breaking accompanied by blood and flesh exploding. Han Chen's face turned green and he was so sore that he almost fainted. Ka-chow! With another blow, He Yaozong broke 5 fingers of Han Chen's right hand in a row as if he were smashing nails. This ferocious style directly stunned Xiao Gang-ao. However, He Yaozong didn't stop. He stomped Han Chen's right hand on the hatchboard with one foot, coldly watched Han Chen desperately slap the hatchboard with his left hand plate, and then reached out with his left hand and grabbed Han Chen's head of white hair. The pliers were held in his right hand and pressed against Han Sum's incisors. So much backbone? Then I'll ask you one last time. Where are those mole's handles? If you don't tell me, I'll sink into the sea with your wife's ashes. Han Sum's entire face was drawn involuntarily, his throat grating. When he heard He Yaozong mention his wife, the horror in his eyes intensified. Seeing that the threat was effective, He Yaozong continued, I'm giving you one last chance now. Hand over the stuff and I'll send you on your way in pain. When you die, I'll bury your ashes next to your wife. Think before you answer me. My patience is limited. If you come out, you have to pay back sooner or later. This is a phrase often spoken by Yanai Kuan, Han Chen's former old top. Time has changed, and the Yanai family has fallen in front of them one after another. So it seems that this time, they can't escape. Han Chen only hated that he had been careful with the poor man all these years, and that he had used all his thoughts on him. But how did he not expect that he would fall into the hands of a He Yaozong who had never even crossed paths? Just because of that statement, you've done nothing wrong. The blame is only on you for getting in my way. The stuff is in the Haitan building, building A2, room 1203, in a safe in the east bedroom. The safe code is 102211. Han Sum spat out the words with difficulty, and then He Yaozong moved his foot away from his bloody palm, giving a wink towards Xiao Gongao. Xiao Gongao immediately understood. Then he stacked up a cell phone and went to the outside of the cabin to tell someone to do something. Looking at Han Chen, who was already drenched in cold sweat on the ground, He Yaozong couldn't help but shake his head. If I had said that, wouldn't nothing have happened? Ho Yut-sung, don't take things to the extreme. Promise me a request. Han Chen breathed heavily and shivered as he spoke towards He Yaozong. In the safe, there's still $5 million in cash. And you take that money, then take out a portion of it and give it to the headmaster of Balfour Hill. And let him go and burn a little paper money at my wife's grave every year on the anniversary of her death. Confused? If I don't agree to this condition of yours, the money is mine too. Han Chen was momentarily furious, unable to say anything for a while, but he saw He Yaozong touching out another cigarette and lighting it, standing up straight and coldly saying towards himself, don't worry, if I get the stuff, I'll still grant you this bit of your request. Wan Chai, Star Street District, Lu Jianming's residence. At 9:30 in the evening, Lu Jianming, who had just returned home shortly after working overtime, received a phone call. End of chapter. Chapter 93. When Ax Jun came out of the woodwork, he was also scared out of his wits by the old jungle. April 9, 2025. Lu Sir, congratulations, you cannot be threatened by Han Chen in the future. Upon hearing the word Han Chen, Lu Jianming only felt like he was almost suffocating. Ignore for a moment this strange voice on the other end of the line. Who are you? It doesn't matter who I am. In any case, where are those handles and files that Han Chen used to blackmail you? They're all in my hands now. I know Lu sir, you always want to be a good person. Well, Han Shen does not give you this opportunity. I give. The phone call was exactly what He Yaozong called. The reason why he dealt with his own voice is because he knows that Lu Jianming seems to be in the limelight all these years. But in fact, he is living a life that is no different from that of Chen Yongren. There is tons of mental stress every day and the possibility of breaking down at any moment. In a sense, Lu Jianming's psychological problems were more serious than Chen Yongren's. Chen Yongren was in the gray, but at least there was a hope in his heart, looking forward to the day when he could return to what he considered to be the light. But Lu Jianming is different. This guy lives in deep water every day. How beautiful the current situation is, how desperate the fear of identity defeat. Taking a deep breath, Lu Jianming stumbled over to his balcony while pulling the windshield closed. What do you want? Simple. During this time, your intelligence section was investigating a modified smuggling daffy. Listen to my advice. This matter ends here. The information that should be destroyed, find a chance to destroy it, and leave yourself a way out. Lu Jianming suddenly felt that his throat was being strangled by an invisible giant hand. He wanted to say something, but he could not say anything. The caller, however, continued to speak. Those handles that Handsome used to blackmail you, maybe I'll find an appropriate time to mail them to you. But whether or not you can be an errand boy with a straight face depends on whether or not you can satisfy me with your performance. I'll contact you from time to time if there's anything in the future. But don't worry, I'm not as heartless as Han Chen. At most I'll just let you pry a little bit of information. These words made Lu Jianming feel slightly more at ease. Handsome is dead? Lu sir, if you're smart, you shouldn't ask me questions. You haven't given me an answer to what I just explained to you. Good. I know what to do. Da! The phone hung up on the other end instantly. Lost in thought for a long time, Lu Jianming took down the phone. For a time in his mind, bewildered, not knowing what to do. On this side of Kwaicheng Container Terminal No. 7, Ho Yucheng stood on the seafront, hung up the phone, removed the battery, and then threw the phone in his hand into the raging waves. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening when he returned to this side of the Hatai tea house. Chen Yongren sat in his office and waited for a few hours, finally waiting for He Yaozong to come back. But he saw He Yaozong carrying a canvas bag and walked up to Chen Yongren. Chan sir, why don't you go for a walk? In the face of He Yaozong's flirtation, Chen Yongren couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Han Chen's people are probably out there scraping me everywhere, so how dare I go out and run around? How's it going? Did you get anything out of Sam Han? Don't panic. From tomorrow onwards, you'll be an official errand boy of the police force, and Han Chen and these people can't wait to be afraid of you. He Yaozong said and threw the canvas bag in his hand at Chen Yongren's feet. Here is all the information on the mole Han Chen planted in the police force. If you really can't wait, take these with you and report over to the Wan Chai police building tonight. If they can't corroborate your identity as an undercover agent, tell the people in the personnel and supervision departments that your file, which is archived in the separate computer of the late police academy principal, Yip Kim Fung. Don't forget to come back this way and buy me a celebratory drink after you've been recruited. Of course, He Yaozong didn't tell him that the information about Han Chen's biggest ghost wasn't in this bag. Chen Yongren looked at He Yaozong incredulously, and then he buried his body low and pulled open the zipper of this canvas bag with his hands and feet. After going through those mole files left behind by Han Chen, his hands began to stop trembling. My file is kept in Yi Sir's computer. Also Huang Sir told you? Or what? What about Hansum? Ran off in a boat. I don't know where he went. Probably never came back. Chen Yongren was already somewhat incoherent. It's been 10 years. Do you know how I've spent the last 10 years? Why? Why did so many people have to die to get my identity back? Why did you pick me to be the mole? Why should I be an Ikuan's son? The bitter water that had been pent up in his heart for many years finally exploded completely in this instant. He Yaozong patted Chen Yongren's shoulder and couldn't help but speak. It's rare. No one can change the past, so it's better to relax and embrace the future. Number 27,149. Congratulations, you can return to the team. The following morning, Police General Administration Building, Arsenal Street, Wan Chai. Lu Jianming parked his car in the parking pad and looked a little depressed in spirit as he made his way to his office. But soon he received an even more powerful piece of news. Over at the O Mark, an undercover agent who's been hibernating in Sim Sha Sui for 10 years is officially reporting back to the team today. The undercover agent of Okeeper has captured all the mole that Han Chen has planted in the police station. Ichigo personally sent a commendation and was going to hold a celebration party for him this evening. Over at the headquarters, when Lu Jianming learned that he had not been defeated, his heart was grateful and afraid. Lu sir? After one of the intelligence section's officers finished telling him about what happened last night, he saw Lu Jianming start to lose his concentration and couldn't help but inquire in a low voice. Aha! You called me? Lu sir, your color seems a bit poor. Why do you look like you're not very happy? It's nothing. I was thinking that the thing responsible for digging up Han Chen's mole was originally handled by our intelligence section. It's hard not to be a little disappointed now that you've been robbed of the top spot. Lu Jianming hurried to find an excuse to put off. This section member is obviously impossible to associate. The biggest that leaks fish is his own top boss. Throw. If you want me to say Lu sir, you are just too spellbound. It's a great thing that Okeeper's side helped us out with our troubles. Otherwise, according to their chief superintendent Li Wenbin's temper, with a dead Huang Jiqing under his hand, he still doesn't know how he's going to toss our intelligence section. Two flowers bloom, each with a branch. The police force has its own way of keeping busy, and the community has its own way of keeping busy. Today got up early. Lin Huailu is not idle. Last night Fat Deng accounted for him to go to Yaozong, promised that thing to make a big deal. He is a moment do not want to delay. The first stop was at Yaomati, where he found his former hardcore supporter, Fire Ox. Inside a breakfast store on Saigon Street in Yaomati, Lam Lilac finished a strip of intestinal noodle haphazardly and wiped his mouth, looking towards Fire Ox, who was sitting across from him and savoring his porridge. He couldn't help but open his mouth. Fire Ox, you promised me yesterday that he would hit Sim Sha Sui on behalf of the society and divide the business among the district parishes. Why don't you nod your head in agreement? Well, Fire Ox put down the porridge spoon in his hand and grabbed another serving of seaweed soup and took a sip. Only then did he respond. Ah, Locke, if there is a ready-made business in Sim Sha Sui, who wouldn't want to go over there and do it? The point is that Ho Yucheng is too big for the sun. You saw it some time ago, when the white-headed man of the Eastern Star said he would be killed off. It was also the fact that the camel of the Eastern Star and the white-headed man were not at odds with each other in the first place, or else there was no telling how this matter would have ended. Let me accompany him to Sim Sha Sui to make trouble or forget about it. I'm afraid that when Sim Sha Sui can't stand on its own feet by then, it'll be beaten back by others instead, and I'll have to lose my Yaomati turf along with it. You can't say that. Didn't we agree before that we would fight together in Sim Sha Sui when I chose the talker? That'll have to wait until you pick a talker. What are you now? What is Ho Yucheng? Are you guys qualified to mobilize the whole club to go over to Sim Sha Sui to play, eh? Save it, Locke. It's already great to have a peaceful life, Fire Ox said as he picked up the porridge spoon and scooped up another spoonful of porridge, putting it to his mouth and blowing on it. Lin Huailu, however, leaned on the back of the chair and waited for Fire Ox to finish the bowl of kanji little by little. He waited until Forenza went to get water to rinse his mouth before he spoke again. Do me a favor this time and stand up in solidarity with Ho Yucheng. If you lose your territory in Yaomati by then, I'll give you the territory in Jordan. Put. Fire Ox sprayed a mouthful of water on the ground and looked at Lin Huailu with some disbelief. Locke, even if you want to embarrass Ho Yucheng, you don't have to go to such extremes, right? Lin Huailu's face was as usual. He just shook his head. I'm not trying to embarrass anyone. I'm just trying to do a little something to help the club. Shamshuipo is strong, and since I'm willing to take this lead, I'm going to cherish this opportunity. Fire Ox secretly glanced at Lin Huailu, only thinking that he had learned that Fat Deng set to perfection. Immediately, he laughed bitterly. That's Sim Sha Sui, not Tai Kok Sui, where there are fierce people all over the place. The society can't get it back after 20 years. Do you really think you can plant a flag over there with your two congregations? In any case, take the men and follow them there first. Anyway, apart from anything, I'll be sure to give you an explanation when the time comes. Seeing that Lin Huailu never let go, Fire Ox could only reluctantly nod his head. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. Having taken care of Fire Ox, Lin Huailu immediately got up to leave, but was called back by Fire Ox. Hey, if you're going to eat such a dry noodle, why don't I add some soup? No. So where's the rush? Go to Sha Tin and look for Lang Lao. His side of the mountain is high and far away. If Sim Sha Sui has business for him, he'll definitely follow it. Looking at Lin Huailu's hastily departing back, Fire Ox couldn't help but sigh. It's getting really hard to be a spokesperson for Woozing these past 2 years. At 11:30 a.m., a subterranean Japanese restaurant on Kuncheng Street, String Burst was sitting in a spacious box with Ho Yucheng to discuss things. Throw. I don't even know how you'd like to eat something like that, Uncle. A roll of nori wrapped in a rice ball and sprinkled with 2 sesame seeds dares to sell for 8 mosquitoes apiece. When I take down this street someday, the T-bill must go up for this bunch of puffers before I do. He Yaozong pinched a cold rice ball, picking his nose and eyes, and then threw it back to the dinner plate, hardening his appetite. Stringburst just grinned. Ayo, you shouldn't look down on this restaurant either. Although the food here is hard to eat, it wins because the place is spacious and quiet. It doesn't matter if you spend 300 mosquitoes and chill out here all afternoon. Usually, when my uncles and I have a meeting, they all prefer this place, and sometimes after the meeting, it's not a problem to play 2 rounds of mahjong here. Okay, uncle, let's talk business, He Yaozong said as he pulled open the briefcase he brought and took out a bunch of information from it, throwing it in front of Skewered Explosion. Knowing that String Bomb will not be able to finish reading for a while, he simply explained, I've settled on the name of the minibus company, which is Hanyu Bus. There's basically nothing wrong with the line on the DAP side. Shinki won't go to such places to take food from us. The competing locations to be considered now are mainly those from Kuntong to Tsimsha-sui, and then across the harbor to Causeway Bay, Wanchai West, Central and Saiwan. As far as I know, there are auto parts and repair stations of Sunki in these places, and the salary they offer to minibus drivers is 5,000 mosquitoes per month. The fare from Kuntong to the central side, on the other hand, is $10. Newmark's bus routes are already running very well, and we'll have to work on other things if we want to get a leg up on the competition. Skewer Blast came instantly interested. You mean, lower fares? Ho Yucheng shook his head. The fares of red-skinned minibuses are fixed by the transport department and there is no way to make changes. There's no way we can make anything out of the other formal channels. And the only place we can operate is to offer high salaries and poach all those drivers who drive minibuses for Newmark. Stringburst's eyelids fluttered, and he was instantly anxious. Ayo, are you afraid you're not kidding? There are so many drivers who know how to hold a car on Hong Kong Island. If you poach one of them, Sunki will make up for one of them. How can there be so much money to be enough for you to poach someone? Uncle, you can't say that. I'm not going to poach people one by one, but I'm going to poach all the minibus drivers in Newmark at once. For minibus drivers to be able to compete in the workplace, they need a document issued by the Transport Department, TD. It is only necessary to cause the suspension of the operation of NWFB routes for a short period of time, so that our minibus companies can capitalize on this period of vacancy and take over the market in name only. Otherwise our minibus won't even have a chance to venture into the market. Skewerburst sniffed and nodded thoughtfully. Regardless of whether it is a municipally operated green minibus or a privately operated red minibus, there are strict controls on the Transport Department's side. Mr. Ho Yucheng said earlier that he had to make 5 round trips a day between Hong Kong Island and the Kowloon Peninsula. Although the minibus routes of Hongyu Bus have been extended to the Taipa side, the routes in Kuntong and beyond are saturated. The Transportation Department will regulate it and categorically will not let them make so many trips. But if the minibus at Sunki is out of service, that would be a different story. The minibus companies in Newmark can go a day without making money, but the minibuses cannot go a day without running. The travel of the public has been affected, and the Transport Department's complaint telephone line is expected to be swamped. As long as the Transport Department nods, when the Hongyu buses are on the road in the future, they can legitimately go and get a share of the pie with the minibus company of Newmark. With the official stuff taken care of, String Bomb thought it was time to talk a little bit about what goes on between clubs. Ayo. I'm not going to worry about all this dealing with the municipalities. The only thing I'm worried about now is how we're going to cope in case we push Shinji and they want to play dirty tricks with us. Uncle, tell me first what a dirty trick is. A dirty trick is screwing up, putting snakes on your minibuses, threatening your drivers to be afraid to start work, going to your depot and setting it on fire. Or else how do you think Sun Ki monopolizes the minibus business in half of Hong Kong and Kowloon? He Yaozong smiled. It's come to this, so what else is there to say? Start fighting. Today you beat me, tomorrow I'll beat you. Big deal. No business for everyone. Let's see who gets through who. Easy for you to say. Don't forget Simshatsui. It's Shinji who's Doti. Axe June, the one who was Uncle Tang's confidant back then? Just so you know. Stringburst held up his glasses and began to pontificate. When the Axe June with Simshatsui's territory over file new record. That night by the new record of Su Jiayan awarded 2 road marshal, a time of the wind. But then he also gradually retired. And now in Simsha-sui side of the lookout for the field, is his disciple Dinosaur. Managing the minibus business in Kuntong is one Sunwing, a disciple of Lam Sai Man, the new manager. The one responsible for holding up the fort for his minibus company is none other than Simsha-sui's Dinosaur. And it can also be said that behind the new Key minibus company, the one who is holding up the fort is none other than the unrivaled Axe-chun of that year. Ho Yucheng lit a cigarette and replied, full of concern, when Axe-chun fought in Yaozi Meng back then. I wonder if he was scared out of his wits by those old kung fu gangsters. These words immediately put Skewerburst on the spot. Yes, there are talents in the jungle and a new generation. Back then, if it wasn't with Lian Shang who feared the guts of Axe Jun, how could he have watched Simsha-sui lose its territory? These old guys are old and thin, but they have forgotten that the younger kids are all as good as the day is long. It is just that Skewer Explosion could not figure out that he just wanted to get a minibus business with $1 million or so to do it, and then he could not help but run Sha Tin and Saigon, which are out-of-the-way places. How come? In less than 2 days, it's going to rise to the level of going to Simsha-sui to have a firefight? fight with Jun? For a moment, he showed his cowardice in front of Yaozong, and Skewer Burst felt the need to change the subject as a way to hide his embarrassment. Yao, Lin Huailu this morning, but you want to plant the flag in Sim Sha Sui thing to make everyone know. I think you'd better step in and explain. After all, this masonry is well-intentioned, and no one wants to see you go down. Yaozong was still holding his head high with a teasing smile on the corner of his mouth. No, the more publicity he makes of this, the happier I'll be. You're really planning to bring people into Sim Sha Sui. Pouncer, I advise you to think carefully. When the time comes for a real fight, it won't be as simple as not being able to get off the stage. Uncle, my big brother doesn't even ask about this matter, so you don't have to worry about it. It's too early to say who won't be able to get off the stage when the time comes. In front of a pork stall on Chunlok Street, Jordan, Lin Huila was carrying a bag of ribs in his left hand and holding the phone in his right. With his back to the road outside, he spoke in a low voice into the microphone. Feng Yuxiu, remember what I explained to you before? The chance to get ahead is coming soon. Tomorrow you stay in Mongkok and don't go anywhere. And then wherever the crow flies are, there you are. End of chapter. Chapter 94, Uncle Tang, Locke was shot in the head by a new mark. You have to come out and make a statement, don't you? April 9, 2025. Helping Taipa Black to build a chilled warehouse in Kowloon, completed. Help String Blast build a minibus route from Taipa to Saiwan, in progress. Trampling down Sim Sha Sui, in progress. After returning from the Yao Ma Ti side, Ho Yu-chung called Kay over and asked her to send some prepared materials to the transport department side. Then he went back to his office to brew a pot of hot tea and check a pass of the system mission panel. A cup of tea had just been brought to his lips when the phone, left on the table, rang. Pressing the answer button, he realized that it was Feng Yuxiu calling. Boss, Lin Huili's side has given me an assignment. Yaozong put down the teacup, cannot help but smile. 3 times shocking knock. The old fox finally cannot hide. What is he going to do? Tomorrow night Oki's sweeping operation in Yaozemong is officially over. And tomorrow he's planning to ask the crow flies out and go over to Sim Sha Sui for a spin. It's as simple as shouting at the crow flies to go for a spin? More than that, the place he picked was a bar in Sim Sha Sui owned by Sun Ki Prince Fai. According to Lin Huailu, tomorrow night Prince Sui pulled back a group of bingo girls some time ago and is going to hold a lingerie show in Sim Sha Sui's Danny Bar tomorrow night. When that time comes, there will be many people and eyes. Lin Huila plans to take advantage of that time to have the people planted around Wu Fei to blow Prince Huey's head off at the bar. Yaozong bristled. Didn't I tell you to go and blow Prince Huey's head off? No, he just told me to strike while the fight was on and put on a good show in front of the crowflies. Okay, I know. Ewa will let you know exactly what to do when the time comes. Yaozong said that he was going to hang up the phone, but he heard Feng Yuxiu ask again. Boss, how is my wife's medical condition? Don't worry. Phase 1 of the treatment went very well, and I made an appointment for your wife with a specialist in Germany. The geeks at the Foster and Hospital told me that this disease is a typical poor disease as long as it's caught early, so don't worry about it. A call that directly told Feng Yuxiu to put his heart into his stomach. Hanging up the phone, Yaozong once again picked up his tea and fell into deep thought. Lin Whaler is the one who knows how to get himself to an opponent. Su Qian, the first dragon head of Xing, had 4 wives, and these 4 wives, in total, bore him 13 children. Among them are 9 sons, the most famous of which is the current head of New Qi, Su Jiayan, nicknamed the Four-Eyed Dragon. The other 2 familiar ones are Su Jiashan, born from the second house, and Su Jiaqian, born from the filler house. Ever since Sun Qi started working on clearing its name and making a big push into the legitimate business, these 2 brothers set out to make a name for themselves in the Hong Kong island movie scene. The Prince Kong, who was targeted by Lin Huailu, is the second son of the New Qi Kakung. Lin Huailu this is to feel that let himself and Sim Sha Sui and Jun start fighting, especially not too much fun, but also to bring the new record Su family involved. Intended to completely enrage Shinki and allow himself to harden the shoulders of this notoriously underprivileged society? It was a pity that his calculations were so loud and clear, but he couldn't calculate that the plan he had just made in one foot would fall into Yaozong's ears in the next. Mr. Lu, if you're so interested in holding someone up, then I'll let you hold them up enough tomorrow. Putting down the teacup in his hand, Yaozong couldn't help but stretch, with both eyes open and closed. A peaceful day passes. It's late June and the weather is already getting hotter. Since the disappearance of Han Sum and the digging out of the police force's mole, peace has finally returned to the Yaozemong area. In the evening, in the streets and alleys of Tanglok Street, a lot of geezers with flip-flops and tight undershirts are sitting on the street stalls with a cold beer in their hands, taking a sip of it, and then their mouths are about to greet the poor guys from the upper row marks with a few words. During this period of time, more than half of Yaozemong's Malan, Sanwenwan and Chicken Sinus were all shut down. They are cursing, not only this period of time no work to open, this hot summer, sometimes drink too much wine on the head, hold to get out of the fire. All have to take a taxi to Wanchai Central side, a round-trip fare aside. Central side of the high price is already expensive. These days by this group of puffer boya cajoling, but even more up to the sky. Giant star pool hall. A horseman lifted the hanging curtain of the pool hall. A cold stream immediately came to his face, soothing him straight shivering. Wiping the sweat stains from the corners of his forehead, he jogged all the way to a table. The crowflies are over here betting on the game with a couple of fine men. Brother Uffley, someone's looking for you. Throw. You're doing a lousy job with this ball. With a crooked shot, Uffley couldn't help but spit, then straightened up with his grip on the club and looked over at the frontal finesse guy. Who's looking? Jordan's Lo Xiao. Then why don't you hurry up and invite them in? Do you think it's decent to make someone who is a big brother wait for me? Uffley slapped the fine man on the head and then waved his hand again. Forget it, I don't have any touch today. Where is Lo Xiao? I'll find him myself. At the lemon tea store outside. Walk out of the ballroom and next door is a lemon tea store. Uffley grabbed the tight crotch with one hand and kept lifting his jacket with the other. Since coming out, he was a firm believer in the man in the saddle. And the cool undershirts of yesteryear weren't bells and whistles anymore. I have to wear a Giordano jacket on hot days. So now I'm afraid to go anywhere but the cold room all day long. He couldn't help but smile when he saw Lin Huailu. Brother Locke, what is it that troubles you to come here in person? Lin Huailu was pinching a bottle of frozen lemon tea at the moment, and when he saw Wu Fei come over to greet him, he also handed a cup of beaten frozen lemon tea to Wu Fei. You fly. Your old top is going to lead the club to beat down Sim Sha Sui recently. Do you know that? I know. This matter has been spread so much by you, Lu, that even the pigs in the Chaozhou Wei pork stall know about it. How could I not know? Uffley pulled a straw from the hanging basket on the wall of the lemon tea store and inserted it into the iced lemon tea and took a sip, feeling a sense of relief all around. Lin Huaila smiled. Now that you know, do you have any plans yet? What can I plan? If we're the little guy, we'll do what the big guy tells us to do. Sitting down next to Lin Huaila with his lemon tea, Uffley followed up with a question. Brother Lu, running over here to Mongkok to look for me on a hot day. You didn't come specially to blow off steam with me, did you? Of course not. Lin Huaila put down the lemon tea in his hand and pulled out a tissue to wipe the water stains on his hand. Opened his mouth. Now everyone knows that you sham shui pa people strong. You Wu Fei beheading Hung Hing's Liang Kuan. It is even more bashful. If Ao is going to lead a group of people to stomp down Sim Sha Sui, I think you're the one who's going to take the lead. I don't dare. If you hadn't given me a chance, I wouldn't have gotten the chance to kill Kuan. Although the Wu Fly's mouth was modest, the posture of a snub-nosed man already let Lin Huaila know that he hadn't found the wrong person. Can we have a chat about when we're going to hit Sim Sha Sui? I don't know. Brother Locke, just now I made it so clear that we can dare to speculate wildly without the word from the one who was the old top. Lin Huaila nodded and whirled around, dropping the tissue in his hand. Changing the subject for a second, he spoke. Uffley, you don't know what Sim Sha Sui means to the society. I guarantee that if we entered Sim Sha Sui this time, even if we only stomp down one venue, the club will be rewarded one by one. You've been with Awa for so many years on the Mongkok side, and although you've made a name for yourself, to outsiders, you're always Awa's finer brother. I think it's just the right time for you to take this opportunity to make a good career to show Awa, or at least not to drag Awa down. I pick. Uffley snapped and pestled the half-drunk cup of lemon tea on the table, clearly a little offended. Brother Locke, Wu Fei, was brought up by Brother Hua. What outsiders say, that's their business. Don't you dare to sow discord here. In this life I'll recognize Brother Hua as a big brother. He spoke in a dignified manner, but his impatient tone seemed to betray his mood. An imperceptible smile flashed across the corners of Lin Huaili's mouth. I'm not stirring things up. I was looking for you today to take you around Sim Sha Sui. Thanks a lot. Sim Sha Sui, I'll turn around more. Don't bother Le to take me around. Words can't say that. Lin Huaila stood up and spoke leisurely. This piece of land has always been the land of wind and clouds in Hong Kong and Kowloon, the land of dragons and tigers, and over the decades, I don't know how many fierce people have been created. I'll take you to see the place and just let you feel the atmosphere over there. Sooner or later you'll have to sit over there, so it's not a bad thing to go for a spin. Seeing that Lin Huailu had gotten his words to this point, Wu Fei also knew that his play was almost done. If he continues to be stubborn, perhaps Lin Huailu should turn around and leave, and then will not let He Yao Zong waste his hard work? Picking up the iced lemon tea in his hand once more and biting down on the straw to take a sip, Uffley looked up at Lin Huailu. Since Brother Lu is so concerned, I'll accompany you around tonight, but let me make it clear. I don't like walking through the streets on a hot day, and Locke had better take me to a cooler venue, or I'll be too dry. Lin Huailu gave a light smile and nodded towards the crowfly. That's for sure. I'll treat you to a meal later and we'll go over there together later. At 7:50 p.m. Awa called Ho Yucheng from this side of Temple Street. Brother Yu, the crowflies have followed Lin Huailu to Sim Sha Sui. How many men did you bring over from the crowflies? 7 or 8, I think. Where's Feng Yuxiu? Followed him, right? Follow it. Good. Tell your men to put their wits about them. And again, tell Ufly that Simshasui is not the place for him to pretend to be a big tan, and when the time comes to fight, don't pretend over there, and withdraw when you should. Awa laughed out. Don't worry, Wu Fei didn't take many beatings from others when he worked with me in Jingyi before. He has a sense of propriety. Simshasui at 8 o'clock was already enveloped in a sea of lights. East of the junction of Nathan Road and Salisbury Road, Denny's bar, Lin Huailu and Wu Fly's group walked into the bar, seeing that the place was already packed. This is the venue of the new key. Tonight the new key's Prince Kong pulled a group of bingo girls here to have a party underwear show, causing many society boys to come to support the scene. It was hard to find a place to sit down. Lin Huailu greeted the waiter to bring over the wine, and then crossed his fingers on the table and looked towards the Wu Fei, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table and was looking around. Awfully, no need to look. Simshatsui is not only full of tough guys, but also full of pretty girls. When you come over to plant a flag later, you'll be even more formidable than Prince Kong over there. Looking in the direction of the gesture, Uffley saw a young man with dyed white hair, a side parting, and teal toadstool sitting on a catwalk in the center of the bar. The left and the right are so good, and there are so many hoots and hollers down there. For a moment, he looked at Wu Fei with some heat in his eyes, and withdrawing his gaze, he nodded towards Lin Huailu. Brother Locke, you're right. In Mongkok, if you open a bar of this size, I'm afraid you won't be able to seat so many people until 11 o'clock at night. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. I'll see when the old top kicks off, and when it does, I'll stomp down this bar, and I'll have my lingerie shows here night after night from now on. Lin Whaler shook his head. This field you don't want to. This is the new Record Su family's own property. Even if you step down Sim Sha Sui, at most, just call him no business. You can't look at this side of the field, said Lin Huailu without sighing. I remember 20 years ago, I had just graduated from Form 5. I remember when this side was still a nightclub under the hands of Lane Curry. At that time, Sim Sha Sui was the place where all the major associations of the Hong Kong and Kowloon generations had to fight. Later, Axe Jun brought his men over here to start a fight with all three characters at the same time, and finally chewed up this tough piece of bone for Wasing. It just doesn't last long, Lin Huailu said and shook his head, realizing that he was being a bit long-winded. Bang! Just at that moment, a salute went off over the catwalk, and Prince Kong was seen standing on a chair with a microphone in his hand. I am Prince Kong, and I am grateful to all the brothers in Sim Sha Sui for their love. In the past 2 years, I went to Europe to study, and I didn't learn anything, but I learned a lot of new tricks in Europe. I'll do the same tonight, and give all the brothers of the new record a good time. Good, goody, power. As a chorus of hoots and hollers rang out, Lin Huailu rose smoothly. Toward the crow flies, he asked, it's so lively, should we go over together? Good, these Thai women are indeed decent enough. With a slap of the table, Uffley stood up and headed over to the catwalk. At the same time, Lin Huailu passed a wink towards Feng Yishio and a yellow-haired ponyboy who were following Wu Fei. The yellow-haired horseman nodded slightly towards Lin Huailu, then quickly followed. By now the show had begun and the atmosphere in the bar had reached a new high. What kind of second generation doesn't like to show off in front of people? Prince Kong just moved a chair to sit in the center of the catwalk, enjoying the mountainous shouts in the bar. Slightly holding up the toadstool on the bridge of his nose, Prince Kong was just about to cross his legs and also enjoy the performance of this group of bin girls, when he coldly heard a scream coming from the front of the catwalk. Ah! A bimbo at the front of the catwalk covered her buttocks and took 2 panicked steps back. Immediately, some of the horsemen who looked at the field surrounded them. What's going on? A horseman who was looking at the venue rolled up his sleeves and asked toward the bimbo girl. The bimbo, who obviously didn't understand Cantonese, just panicked and reached out to point at a man standing on the catwalk. Instead, they saw Uffley and Lin Huailu standing at the bottom of the catwalk, also looking over this way. Without any surprise, this man was the very same needle that Lin Huailu had inserted into the side of the crowflies. Immediately, someone came over to explain to the beatnik who was looking at the field. I don't know where the demented line came from, but I just went to tug on the pants of our bambin girl and yanked them down. A pout immediately appeared on this beatnik's face as he walked towards this yellow-haired boy. Which character dares to make trouble in Prince Kong's territory? What are you doing? You can look but you can't touch. Your house isn't running a strip show. This yellow-haired boy gung-necked his needle, but his heart could not help but be weak. He kept looking at the side of the crow flies from the corner of his eye, fearing that the Newmark's beaters would swarm over him and beat him up without asking for the reason. As expected, the beat boy who looked at the field did not clock the nonsense with him, and when he saw that he had admitted it, he directly beckoned towards the horseman who was following behind him. Take him to the restroom. Don't spoil Prince Kong's pleasure. Who dares? My big brother is Tangle Street UFO. Seeing that the other side to move real, this bad boy is also panicked, and immediately copied a bottle of wine on the card seat next to him, and swung at the new record beat boy in front of him. Seeing that the other party had rung their own dose, the crowflies could only give a cold smile, and then they looked across the catwalk, also passing a wink towards a man without any trace, and then he turned to look at Lu, who was on the sidelines. "Locke, you're the tallest one over here. You won't just stand by and watch the people from Nuki take my stud's skin in this situation, right?" Araku smiled towards Uffley and didn't say much, then pushed through the crowd in front of him while speaking. "I am Lin Huailo from Jordan. This brother from Shinji. There may be a bit of misunderstanding. Can you sell your face and sit down for a drink before we talk?" Hearing Lin Huaila's self-lighting signboard, many flyboys in the venue immediately brightened up. Their eyes swept to Lin Huaili's side, and for a moment, they felt that those bingo girls on the runway didn't smell good either. Only no one noticed that while Lin Huaila was walking over, his left hand was constantly gesturing to that yellow-haired boy, signaling that over at the catwalk, Prince Kong had already walked over. The Nuki beat boy who stopped this yellow-haired boy saw Lin Huaila ringing duo, and for a while it was not good to act rashly, and all of them turned their eyes to Prince Kong on the catwalk. "So it's Mr. Locke from Jordan. Is it because you're too idle over there in Jordan that you want to come up to us and take a look around the new Marks venue?" Prince Kong's words were barbed, for which Lin Huaila did not have any surprises. This guy is a notorious savage, plainly mixing in Wan Chai, Sim Sha Sui various new records of the field, who face or not care. Lin Huaila had already put his hand on this yellow-haired boy's shoulder and twisted his head to look at Prince Kong who was standing on the catwalk. At the same time, he pinched hard on this yellow-haired boy's shoulder, signaling that he would only wait for a moment for him to provoke Prince Kong, and then smashed the bottle in his hand towards Prince Kong's head. "Prince Kong, we and Lian Shang brought people over to support you, and it's not like we won't pay for the drinks." Some brothers did not control their hands, just mooching on this girl, do not need to go to such great lengths to pull to the restroom, right? Prince Kong sneered as he squatted on the catwalk in front of Lin Huailu. "Le Xiao, I just came back from abroad, so I can't remember many of the rules, but Axe Jun has a rule that I remember well. If another character comes to our Shinji to mess with us, no matter who it is, beat them out first." After saying that, the prince just waved his hand to signal the new Marks beat boy to continue his work. Lin Huaila hurriedly patted the back of this yellow-haired boy's neck, signaling that he could do his work. Clunk! A sound of breaking glass was accompanied by a muffled sound of an impact on the head. Looking down the runway again, a group of people were directly dumbfounded. The yellow-haired boy that Lin Huaila was protecting still clutched the bottle in his hand and did not smash it against Prince Kong. On the contrary, Lin Huailu, the brown wine stains mixed with blood on the top of his head were dripping down. "The ground is broken" is a human head horse wine bottle. This wine bottle is a finger too thick. Fong just so smashed Lin Huaila head back, directly broken into several petals. *******, your old mother. Well, Lian Shang marvelous dare to mess up in our new Mark's place. I'll beat you to death. No one knew who threw the bottle, but a shrill voice rang out from the crowd, instantly lighting up the bar. Wu Fei touched his nose, and in his heart, he praised Ahua that fine man's good accuracy. The bottle smashed just right, hitting the back of Lin Huaili's head. "Pound sir, dare to blow the heads off of us and the leader of the United Shang sub-district. This is not over with you." Wu Fly bellowed, then passed a glance towards Feng Yuxiu. Feng Yuxiu nodded, and then as soon as he ripped off the jacket he was wearing, he pranced up again and stepped on a welding rod at the bottom of the catwalk. The kick went straight down and broke this welding rod. With a right hand, Feng Yuxiu picked up this welding rod, and then he flew towards the group of beatniks from Shinji. The prince had just gotten up in a hurry and was dumbfounded for a moment. Fong just wanted to teach that ungrateful yellow-haired boy a lesson, but for him to move Lin Huailu, he would never have the strength to do so. At this time, the field was already in a mess. He did not know which pouncing boy in the field was so courageous that he dared to go and explode Lin Huaili's head. Glancing down at Lin Huailu again, the guy had stumbled and fallen to the ground, being opened by a whole army of head horses and not fainting on the spot. He was considered to have hard enough bones. At 9 o'clock in the evening, He Yaozong received a phone call on this side of the tea house. After confirming that it was Awa calling, he spoke directly and asked, "Well, have the crow flies and the others returned yet?" "It's back. Lu Xiao was shot in the head, and Newmark's side doesn't dare to make too much of a fuss about it. If Feng Yishio hadn't hit too hard and put all of those dozen or so ponies from Xing in the hospital, I don't think Prince Kong would have dared to call someone to stop him," Ava said, sighing on the other end of the phone. "Unfortunately, the force of that bottle throw was poor. It would have been better if it could have smashed Alok, the pouncer, on the spot." He Yaozong couldn't help but let out a teasing laugh. "Where is Lu Xiao now?" "He's at KWH taking pictures, and at a conservative estimate, he's going to be in the sick bay for a full month. He's just too much of a brain eater, and smashing his brain a little bit would save him from living so exhaustingly all day long. Alright, go and say hello to the crow flies, and order the manpower on the Mongkok and Temple Street side. It's time to get down to business tomorrow. After speaking with Awa on the phone, Ho Yu-chung smiled and dialed another number. The call was to Ryukin. When Long Gun's End picked up the phone and greeted him, He Yaozong directly opened the door. "Uncle, tonight Lakshu took Wu Fei at Simsha Sui to have a drink over there, and he got his head blown off by someone from Newmark. Do you want to go and say hello to Uncle Deng? He should come out and make a statement when our in Union Shang's divisional leader gets his head blown off, right?" End of chapter. Chapter 95, Fatty Deng. Is he talking about numbers? He's forcing Shinki to flame out with us to the end. April 9th, 2025. What the hell? These days he's not clamoring to fight you and at Simsha Sui. What's the point of running to New Key's territory? Lonergan didn't know the trick and couldn't help but ask. "I don't know what Mr. Lu is thinking, but I heard from Uffley that he's taking Uffley to the Shinji side to enjoy the scenery of Simsha Sui. Is it badly hurt? It's okay, at least there's still a life left. Now I guess I'm staying in Guanghua Hospital, but from what the doctor over there said, it's still in a coma." Ryukin paused his voice on the other end of the line. Spinning sermon. "I'll go over to Shi Xiaowei to find Fatty Deng right away. Now it's the sub-district leader who's had his head blown off, so feel free to carry the society sign and do something. Fatty Deng won't be able to sit back and do nothing." "Okay, I'll go over to the hospital in a while to check on Lishao first." Guanghua Hospital. Emergency Department. A separate patient room. Lin Huaila was lying on his back. The hair on his back had been pushed out, and he had just finished cleaning his wounds and getting stitches. That bottle smashed indeed solid. At this time Lin Huaili's left side of the brain occipital parietal bone to the temporal bone has snaked his centipede up to 6 or 7 centimeters long, a full 15 stitches. With the nurse zapping a dose of antiemetic, Lin Huaila felt the nausea and chest tightness subside a little. At the moment he was unable to move, unable to sleep, just thinking with his dazed mind about one thing: is the woozing sign not shiny enough anymore? Or are the young and gung-ho guys just too scary? What gives them the right to smash a bottle over their heads? And is there really no gold in their position as Jotun talking heads? At the door, a nurse on duty was whispering with He Yaozong in the hallway. "The patient is still under observation, so try to get as much rest as possible and don't talk to him much. If a patient is experiencing any discomfort, remember to ring the paging bell at the bedside first thing." "Okay, thanks for the reminder." Nodding towards the nurse, He Yaozong then walked in carrying a bag of plantains. The knight really cannot find a few open fruit column. A bag of bananas carry over. Teach Lin Huaila to make do with a few to eat. "You." The horseman who accompanied the bed hurriedly got up and greeted He Yaozong, who immediately waved his hand and handed him the banana, and immediately signaled him to wait outside, pulling over a chair to sit in front of Lin Huaili's bed. Looking at the rape to the point of juicing Lin Huaila lying on the bed unable to move, He Yaozong forcefully held back his laughter and made a face of grief and indignation. He said, "Brother Locke, this pouncer of the crowflies is too much of a misnomer. Following you to Simsha Sui. Brother Locke, you actually watched the people from XING beat you up like this. Ayo, you don't blame the crowflies. I was the one who dragged him there." Lin Huaili's speech even looked breathless as he slumped down and stammered out a reply. He Yaozong subconsciously wanted to touch a cigarette to light it, but suddenly realized that this was a hospital and shoved the cigarette in his pocket back. "Don't worry, Locke. The fact that Nuki dared to go after you just gives us reason to step into their arena. You won't get this hit for nothing. I'll definitely get through to Uncle Tang and the others and go to Simsha Sui to seek justice for you." Lin Huaili's heart was bitter. Originally, this matter was carried well by Ho Yu-chung, and as long as he brought people to step into Simsha Sui, then it would inevitably cause the entire Shinji to pursue the matter fiercely. Now, well, stepping into Simsha Sui has turned into seeking justice for himself, and due to his status as a sub-district talker, the entire society still has to stand up and follow. With the lack of rules on the new Mark's side in the first place, the aura is going to be a head shorter. According to Ho Yu-chung's temperament, he might have made a name for himself over in Simsha Sui, and by the time he was bedridden, his prestige in the society would instead be growing. This talker really can't fight him to the end? The more he thought about it, the more Lin Huaila felt his brain hurt, but he gritted his teeth and decided he had to say something anyway. "Ayo, don't go dragging down the whole club because of what happened to me." Words Deng Boji. Let him arrange for someone to go to the new record of Prince Kong to speak the number. When the time comes to hand over the person is good. Locke, what a number to talk about and what a person to hand over. You're the one who claimed to fight your way into Simsha Sui in the first place, so I think it's a good time to take this opportunity to showdown directly with that group of people from Shinji. These words directly blocked Lin Huaili's mouth. Yes, he was the one who claimed to have scored Simsha Sui in the first place. Now that he's been popped in the head by Shinki himself, he's instead being honest and going for the count. Passed out. Others will not praise him. Lin Huailo equity big body will only laugh at him as similar to the kind of blowing chicken eggs scattered. Just when Lin Huailo didn't know how to chime in, the door to the sick room was once again pushed open. Fat Dang walked in on crutches, supported by a follower horseman. Trembling, Ho Yucheng got up and pulled a chair over for Fat Deng. Uncle Tang, why are you still bothering your old man to come over and make a trip in person at this late hour? Both ours and the leader of the United Shing Division got their heads blown off in Axjun's territory. How am I supposed to sleep if I, as an uncle, don't come over and figure out the situation? Fat Deng is also angry. The big night he just lay into the quilt, only a little sleep, was followed by the horseman woke up, told him outside a big event. Lin Huila in Sim Sha Sui was shot in the head. Seeing that Lin Huila could still speak, he was secretly relieved. When Fatty Deng sat down, He Yaozong took over. Uncle Tang, Lu is probably not in a position to talk right now. The nurse said that he had not fully passed the anesthetic strength. Fong and I talked to a few words. I see he has been dry heaving. In that case, if there's anything you want to ask, why don't you just ask me? Fat Dun nodded, cradled his cane in his arms, and whirled around to droop his eyelids. Did you find the puffer who smashed the bottle at Alok? I couldn't find it. The whole bar was full of people from New Key at that time, so I guess if I want to find it, I can only look for Prince Kong of New Key. The Shinji-su family is known to be protective. The four-eyed dragon may not agree to hand over Prince Kong. That's what I thought too, so I had a chat with Lu just now, and since we're not going to turn in anyone, let's just start the fight. Fat Deng slowly raised his eyelids and glanced at Ho Yucheng. His mental activities were really complicated now. On the one hand, he did want to find an excuse to let Wasing play in Sim Sha Sui to wash away the shame of that year. On the other hand, the more he looked at He Yaozong in front of him, the more he felt that this guy had the shadow of Axe Jun from back then. Even in a sense, He Yaozong scares him more than Axe Jun back then. Axe Jun was just carrying the turf across the gears back then, and even if he lost it, it was just one more blemish on his Fat Deng glorious life. But He Yaozong vaguely let him have a kind of uncontrollable feeling. Let him grow. In the future, and Lianshang is only afraid that there is no longer their own old man to speak room. Ayo, no matter what, there are still rules, regardless of what Newmark's side thinks. It's time to talk numbers before the fight starts. How about this? Tomorrow I'll arrange for someone to say hello to the four-eyed dragon of Shinji, and then I'll ask them to arrange for someone to come out and set the stage, and you'll represent the society to talk to them. Talk about it and let them give an account to Locke when the time comes. If we can't talk about it, then we'll start the fight in name only, and fight until they're willing to bow down. Waiting for this from Fat Deng, He Yucheng rose to his feet in righteous indignation and replied, "Don't worry, Uncle Tang. I'll definitely polish the signboard of the society, and I'm bound to give Brother Locke an explanation." Fat Deng followed up with a nod. You go back to rest first, get well, and wait for me to inform you of the location of the counting talk tomorrow. There's something else I'd like to talk to Lu alone. Yes, giving Lin Huai Lu a meaningful glance. He Yaozong didn't babble on and turned his head to leave this independent sick room. It wasn't until he watched He Yaozong leave that Fatty Deng sighed leisurely. Locke, what the hell is wrong with you? Lin Huila was still lying on his back, forcing himself to endure the discomfort and trying to turn around to check things out, but Fat Deng reached out and held him down. There's no one else in the house, so don't worry about what you have to say. Uncle Tang, I originally wanted to arrange for someone to be on that Sim Sha Sui side, stirring up a dispute between the Crowflies and the new record, forcing Ho Yucheng to go out to start a fight with the new record. But I didn't expect it. I guess some stupid kid over at New Key got high and just hit me over the head with a bottle. Wretch, Lin Huila said and dry heaved again, and Fat Deng realized that he couldn't ask any more questions. Hurriedly, he pulled up the quilt and covered it for Lin Huailu. Alright, you'll just stay in the hospital for the rest of this time. Don't think about anything, get well and think about something else. The following day, a villa area in Kowloon Tong. The day had just dawned, and the crown prince was still asleep when he coldly felt the covers being lifted off, and then he was slapped in the face by someone shining a light on his head. Get up, scum! Prince had just hazily opened his eyes and realized that his dad, Su Jiaqian, was standing in front of his bed, glaring at him with an angry face. What's wrong again, old bean? Pouncer, I send you to Europe to study, and all day long you're either busy ditching girls or going racing with someone else. I asked you to help out at the movie studio, and all you do all day long is inquire about which actresses are eye candy. A large amount of silver paper is offered out, but in the end, you can't carve a piece of rotten wood. Last night was even more outrageous. How did you come up with the idea to break the heads of the people who hold the fits with unison when you were over in Sim Sha Sui? Asterisk 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 asterisk. The prince just grabbed the clothes on the bed and responded as he slipped them over his body. Last night it was with Lian Shang and the class pouncing to the territory of the New Key to cause trouble. Received a beating, can only count on them to deserve it. Besides, a dozen of our new key brothers were hospitalized last night. So what's the score to settle? Count your mother. Su Jiaqian couldn't help but get fired up and dragged Prince Kong off the bed. Now in Lian Shang's Deng Wei, personally arranged for someone to go to find your eldest uncle. Words led us new record to give an explanation. Your uncle found me and asked me to take you to the Chang'an Tea House in Simshatsui East at 9 a.m. to set up a table and talk to the people from the United Winners, or else the United Winners will have to start a fight by then. What's the point? When we were in Simshatsui with Lin Xing, they were too scared to speak out. Let's start a fight. Slap. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. The prince had just received a heavy blow to the mouth and was instantly dazed. Immediately he covered his face and looked up. He saw his old bean face green, pointing at his nose and roaring. Then was then, now is now. In the past 20 years, our Su family has been chipping away at the right business, even the box lunch business in Simsha-Sui area. Do you know what it's all about? Prince Kong shook his head blankly. I don't know. If you don't know, shut up and come over with me in a minute to tell the count. And remember to keep your head down. The Chang'an Tea House in Simsha-Sui East Plaza was known as Tai Ki Restaurant 20 years ago. Back then, when Axchun passed through the stalls, the new key came out to set up and head of the wine. Fat Dang is on this side of the pinched nose, clamped up chopsticks and eat a mouthful of Eastern Star Spot. Since then, Wasing has had nothing to do with Simsha-Sui for 20 years. Then time changed and the restaurant was demolished and redecorated into the present-day tea house. The Four-Eyed Dragon set the place to talk about the number here, which is nothing more than knocking, and Lianshang remembers the old events of the year. 20 years of development, when the new key can force and Lianshang had to bow. Now the new keys still have the same bottom. It is a pity that the one who came to talk to Shinji about numbers this time was He Yaozong, who was pretending to be confused. A row of convoys stopped in unison in front of the Chang'an Tea House, and He Yaozong got out of the car and lit a cigarette. Flanked by a group of ponies, he idly walked towards the inside of the tea house, came to the second floor, a tea bag door. He Yaozong instructed Chen Luojun in fine way with people standing in the corridor waiting, and then gripped a cigarette to enter the tea bag. A horseman guarding the door stopped him. Hey, you need to be searched as a rule. He Yaozong frowned and glared at this silly horseman. He then took down the cigarette in his mouth and curled his fingers to flick the half-burned red million directly into this ponyboy's face. This horseman panicked and reached out to slap the soot off his face, taking a step back, daring to speak for a moment. Silly, you're new to setting up a table, and you're actually going to search me? Big brother you, why go and make things difficult for being a little one? If you have anything to say, come in and we'll talk. Sitting in the tea bag, it was the father and son of Prince Kong who had been waiting for a long time. Prince Kong is still a bratty face, tilting his head to look at the tea cabinet of the tea bags, a look of carelessness, walking into the tea bag and waiting until the horseman outside closed the door to the room. He Yaozong then smoothly sat down opposite Su Jiaqian. The rules of the Jianghu: first invite tea, then tell the number. Su Jiaqian picked up a teapot and filled the cup in front of He Yaozong, then picked a toothpick and dropped it into the cup. Following that, only then did he open his mouth and said, "Last night in Lianshang's Lishao rewarded his face and came to our new mark's venue to beg for a drink. It was our new mark that did the unkind thing. I've already found out the person who messed up, and I'll hand him over when the time comes, so I hope that big brother you will appreciate his face and drink this cup of tea first." He Yaozong looked down at the cup of tea and just sneered. What? Some random top pot boy, just to get this over with? Then we will set up dozens of tables and head drinks, in Simsha-Sui or Jordan. In short, give enough face to Lishao, so that he can walk down the steps in style. He Yaozong looked up at Su Jiaqian. How about this? I also today you a cub's head burst, then also in Simsha-Sui scenery on a dozens of tables and head of wine, so that he's scenery to go strip steps down. You see the point of the kind? Pouncing, bust my head? Are you qualified to do that? After all, Prince Kong was on fire, and when he heard these words from He Yaozong, he stood up with a slap on the table. Sit low. Su Jiaqian twisted his head and glared at him, his face already horrified. He then turned his head to look at He Yaozong and forced out a smile. Since Lianshang is willing to come out and talk about numbers, compared to you guys, you also have the mindset of turning a war of words into a war of words. Since the conditions I've offered can't satisfy you, why don't Big Brother Yo-Yo Dai and Union open their mouths and make an offer first? Simple. I'll give you two solutions. 1. Hand over your son, kneel low in front of Lu Shao, and also reward him with 2 bottles first. Carry on without shouting, and this matter will be this over. The crown prince just clenched his teeth, but having just been glared at by his own old bean with that glance, he didn't say anything more at this moment despite his indignation. Su Jiaqiang restrained the smile at the corner of his mouth and shook his head indifferently. Better talk about the other solution. The other one is even better. Take out the Simshatsui territory and give Wuzing a share. After the turf is divided, we'll all be good brothers looking for water in the same area. I don't think we, and Lian Shang, will go back to making things difficult for the Crown Prince Kong. Su Jiaqian's face sank violently. So you have no intention of talking to us at all? How come there's no negotiation? I've already made the conditions. You won't accept either one. Sim Sha Sui is Axe Jun's territory. No one in the whole of Xin Qi can be his master except my big brother. Stare me with an Axe Jun out? He Yaozong sneered, and then he lifted the cup of tea in front of him, looked down at it, and then shook it twice. Coldly, a cup of tea was splashed directly on Prince Kong's face. If you can't make a decision, then why did you ask me out to talk about a pounce? Prince Kong was furious, roared, copied a bench behind him, and was about to make a gesture to smash at He Yaozong. At the same time, Shen Luo Jun, who was guarding the outside, directly overthrew the horseman who was guarding the door of Xing, and then barged in with a short stick. Kong! Su Jiaqian's quick eyes and hands snatched the stool from Prince Kong's hands, causing Prince Kong to let out a sigh of relief. He is crazy, not stupid. Previously already got into trouble for blowing up Lin Huaili's head, and now he will do it again too and Lian Sheng a fit person. I am afraid that when the time comes, his old bean really can't protect him. Putting down the stool, Su Jiaqian propped both hands on the tea table and frowned at Yaozong. Big brother you, if you and Lian Sheng insist on starting a fight, we at Xing are not afraid. I advise you to go back and discuss this with Fatty Deng. Don't get your Simshatsui back instead of losing your own Euroland. Ho Yucheng followed suit and coldly turned around. Well, I'll be sure to pass on these words of yours truthfully. Just say you Su family sent word. The new record is not afraid to start a fight, and then also collected our doti. By the time he said those words, He Yaozong had already walked to the door. Su Jiaqian was momentarily speechless, realizing that he had slipped up. But words that go out and water that goes out. He doesn't know how a Lian Shang could have sent such a person over to talk about numbers. It's kind of telling the numbers, you're here to pick a fight, aren't you? Without waiting for him to say anything more, He Yaozong had already led the people and left the tea house in a leisurely manner. Rocky Gap End, Tai Hang Soccer Stadium. Fatty Deng couldn't help but have a fat face that was gloomy after listening to Aze's talk about the speaking number situation over in Sim Sha Sui. Ho Yucheng, is he there to tell the numbers? Or is he forcing Nuki to fight us to the end in a firefight? To take back Sim Shatsui's territory based solely on the fact that Alak is a little injured? Isn't he just talking nonsense? Azer was also in a difficult position. Uncle Tang, now that you is already waving the flag and blowing the whistle over there in Sham Shuepa, ready to fight his way into Sim Sha Sui, should we Jordan follow? If he's obsessed, are you? Now that your big brother is still locked up in the ward and Shamshuipo has stepped in, are you, as a fine man, still going to bring your parishioners to watch the show from the sidelines? Fat Deng finally broke his defenses, and with one hand on his cane, he pointed at A's nose and cursed. End of chapter. Chapter 96. Brother Lock. If we keep fighting after Ho Yucheng, our hall will lose everything. April 9, 2025. Progressive times have their benefits. In those turbulent times, societies blew whistles and sunshine and drew out into the open to engage in a firefight of 1,000 men who were literally daring to lay down their lives, give a proper settlement, and say, I'll take care of your wife, and a lot of rotten bastards will dare to catch a knife and charge forward. But times have changed. Nowadays, the firefight between the big societies, although the competition is also about who is tough enough, but it is obviously much more restrained. Differential brothers face to sell, the face of the gold master to sell. A fire down, killed and maimed dozens of is the fire in the Jianghu big event. Oki is about to step in and do something, asking the top masters of each family's character to go to the mess hall for tea. Since the release of the Sino-British Joint Declaration, the Ghostbusters have also had to get up their faces, trying to clear their century-old bad reputation and planting the seeds of pseudo-civilization among the new generation of citizens. Next door to the Haojian community to see is to shake their heads. What era is this? The Haojian society engaged in a firefight, using Thompsons, AK-47s, and a little more fiercely. Even the Haojian ghost superintendent of police dared to arrange car bombs. What's the style of the Hong Kong Island community? A duty sergeant of the O-Note, pulling a few votes for members of the motorized force, had the audacity to lecture the so-called bigwigs of an association on the street as if they were grandchildren. Newly remembered dinosaurs are having a bad day. Since the year when his own big brother axed June with Sim Sha Sui land overfile new key, and then for the new key to lay down a lot of land. Not 2 years later, the ICAC was established. The era of the four detectives passed, and Hong Kong Island societies saw a wave of unprecedented bloodshed. Since then, Axe June has gradually retired. Until 5 years ago, it is the Sim Sha Sui turf all to himself to take care of. Originally, the days have been living peacefully, but unexpectedly last night flew a bottle, directly smashed Lin Huaili's head open, completely shattered the dinosaur's comfortable days. When you engage in a fire merger today, it's all about who has more money. The settlement costs money, the tonic costs money, the bond costs money. fighting the fire. Arranging for the horsemen to run away is to spend a lot of money. Watching those bosses of the field was smashed. Watching the field fee cannot be recovered, but also a large amount of losses. Since the rupture of the morning's sermon count, Ho Yu-chung's hands and feet were sharp. New key in Sim Sha Sui this side of a clothing, food, housing and transportation a variety of positive line, and the Lien Sheng side of the fight over. Almost every field won by one stepped once. Things had developed beyond Dinosaur's expectations, and he had no choice but to pick up the phone and call his big brother, Axe Jun, who was vacationing in Pattaya. Cross-border phone calls were quite a hassle until several minutes later, when the call was transferred to the side of Hachitoshi, who was sunbathing on the beach. Biggie, you should know what happened last night, right? After the dinosaur asked, Axe Jun's calm voice came out of the phone. Of course I know. Su Jiaqiang has already spoken to me at noon. I owed him a favor in the first place, so Prince Kong's business is my business. After giving the word on Axe Jun's end, Dinosaur instantly realizes that he, the big man, hasn't figured out the situation yet. No big brother, today on Simshatsui's side, on our side of the business alone, in just less than a noon, 38 brothers from the hall were sent to the medical center. 6 restaurants had snakes thrown at them, and 5 3-heaters had Molotov cocktails thrown at them. Also, the 2 societies are on the Sim Sha Sui side, and the number of people taken to the classroom by the errand boys alone adds up to as many as 50. I can't even come up with the bail money right now, so I really have no choice but to make this call to you, big brother. Hatchet Jun staggered on the other side of the phone for a long moment. Spinning around, he spoke. When did Lien Shang become so united that their 9 district parishes came together to beat us? No, the only 2 societies that have started a fight with us on the Sim Sha Sui side now are Jordan and Shamshuepa. Ho Yu-chung, one of the Shamshuepo's chief executives, said that he would take out all his family's assets and fight to the end in Sim Sha Sui. I've also sent people to sweep the venues over in Shamshuepa, only to find that all the venues on their side are all closed today. Interesting. It's been a long time since I've seen such an interesting youngster from Wasing. While Axe Jun's side laughed in anger, Dinosaur didn't dare to slack off and hurriedly added, Big brother, Oki's side has sent word that if we don't stop, we'll tell both of our territories to turn off all the lights. Our business in Sim Sha Sui is not as good as in Shamshuepa, and the rent alone is a lot of money when we stop working for a day. A number of bosses have already complained to me. If this keeps up and leaves their venues with no business, they're planning to change their characters to pay for seeing the venue. Puffing. I don't believe which one of the 2 UNS has that kind of backbone. Lights out is lights out. Tell the errand boy to go out and pull out all the flags of the 2 families, and I will fight him to the end, even if there is no business for either of them. In 20 years, no one had ever dared to go so topsy-turvy with Axe Jun and Sim Sha Sui, not even the fat duns of the day. This time, he was just stepped in by a backwoods boy, and Axe Jun felt that his dignity had been provoked like never before. At that moment, there were no distractions, just one thought: even if he and the 9 districts of the United Victory fought together, he would follow to the end. At the Yao Ma Ti police station, Fatty San pushed open the door to his office room and whirled around to close it with his backhand, fished out another pack of Dunhill cigarettes from his pocket, unwrapped them, pulled out one, and handed it to He Yaozong, who was sitting in front of his desk. I didn't expect to meet you this way, but understand, I did my best to keep you out of handcuffs. He Yaozong took the cigarette handed to him by Fat Sha, then reached out and palmed the wind for him, waited until the cigarette was lit, took a deep breath, but did not say anything. Fat Sandy lit one for himself as well, then sat down in his office seat. "Ah, you. Sometimes it's easy to rip your balls off by taking too big a step. Can you just settle down and be your big brother in Shamshuepa for a while?" "Sha, sir, I don't even know what you're talking about. There are no surveillance probes here, so you don't need to pretend with me. What do you get out of fighting Shinki? Ha? Knock down Sim Sha Sui and go over there to collect a look-see fee? Save your breath. People's Shinji family is big. More than half of the Sim Sha Sui side is their own business. If you want to go and fight Axe Jun, I suggest you first consider whether you can afford the loss." Phew. Ho Yu-chung exhaled a mouthful of smoke and still didn't speak up. This doesn't help but make Fat Sand a little hot. "Ho Yu-chung, take off this police uniform. We Chung can be friends. With this outfit on, I'm in a position to control you. I don't even know what's going on in your head. If I didn't give you face this time, you'd have to pay at least a couple dozen more people's bail." He Yaozong shook his head with a shallow smile. "Sha, sir, I don't recognize any of those people you took. You can grab as many as you like if you like. It's none of my business anyway. Don't you be greasy, spending so much money to work for the club. Are you out of your mind? I advise you should wake up. Now I can still control the scene. Wait until Lee Sir they do something. By then no one has mercy to say. You and Axe Jun will wait for the closure of the business." Duck duck duck. Just as Fat Sand was furiously doing Ho Yu-sung's thinking, there was a knock on the door outside. Fat Sand growled irritably towards the outside. Who? One of Fat Sand's subordinates shouted from outside. Sha sir, urgent call from the A group side. Simsha-sui is fighting again. This time, there are less than 800 people on the Simshatsui east side in a firefight, and the PTU side is already out of support. Fat Sand's face sank, hurriedly got up and ran to the door, half pulling it open, looking at this subordinate and asking, "Is there something on the supervisor's end?" This subordinate nodded. "That's right, Lee Sir's side has already made a word. There are quite a lot of things happening in Oki lately. Hurry up and let them put out the furnace no matter which character's head is in it before first brother gives the word." "Okay, you'll give me 2 more minutes," Fat Sand said and closed the door behind him, then walked quickly behind He Yaozong. Back and forth ferry 2 laps. See, He Yaozong is still there in the air smoking. He finally is unable to resist. With one hand, he snatched the cigarette from He Yaozong's hand and threw it on the ground to stamp it out. "Your old mother. You heard what was said earlier. If you don't stop, don't blame me for not giving face when the time comes." Ho Yucheng just got up and spread his hands. "I made it so clear just now that I don't know anything. Sha sir, what you want to do not need to explain to me. Arrest or lights out. In short, just as you. Is there anything else? I had a cup of soup made at the tea house, so if there's nothing else, can I go back?" "You go. Just remember not to come looking for me in Yamati when the time comes to be swept away to beg for food." Fatsa thinks he's being kind. At that moment, he straightened his right hand and pointed to the door, telling Ho Yucheng to walk out. He Yaozong patted the cigarette ash on his shirt, then smiled politely towards Fat Sha. Without another word, he turned around and left Fat Sand's office. When he returned to the tea house, he had just brewed a cup of tea when he received a call from Awa. "Brother you, this won't work." Just after paying the money and getting the person out of the police station, someone is brought in again by the errand boy. "If Oki turns off the lights, how can we support so many brothers? Why don't we just get through to the club side? Sooner or later we won't be able to top this." He Yaozong clutched the phone and spoke blandly. "Just tell me, is what happened to Axe Jun's side the same as ours?" "The same thing is the same thing, but I don't think." "Yeah, you're spreading money like this just to lay down Simsha-sui for the club. It's not worth it. The money has been pissed away, and now it would be truly unworthy to shrink back and be a cuckold. Wah, tell the brothers in the field not to worry too much. As long as I, Ho Yucheng, still have a boom in my hand, I'll make all the arrangements for their lost wages, medicine and bail. Shamshuipo won't treat any of the brothers badly. Let them let go and fight." Once again, after receiving Ho Yucheng's reply, Awa could not say anything more. All that was done was to respond on the phone, and then the two ended the call. Guanghua Hospital. Lin Huila, who has been lying down in the hospital for a day, can finally sit up and have a mouthful of soup today. His head was wrapped in layer after layer of gauze and his face was so pale that he looked a little funny and comical. Drinking less than half a bowl of chicken soup, he waved for his head horse, Azer, to put the bowl down. Spin asked, "I heard that Ho Yucheng has already brought his men to step into the Simsha-sui side?" Az nodded. "That's right, Uncle Deng gave the word and we, Jordan, will follow it. What's the situation now?" Az couldn't help but look bitter and let out a long sigh. "Ho Yucheng is simply a madman, and in all these years, I have never seen anyone who was such a sunbather of a horse. Nearly 1,000 people were pulled over in a single zur, directly provoking the chief officer of the Omark to personally order the shutting down of the 2 venues. Now all those territories he and Axe Jun had were shut down by Okeeper. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack and uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. Many people have been taken to the classroom, and it's said that the bail for a single parish in Shamshuepo alone has to be prepared at more than $2 million. This surprised Lin Huailu a bit. How can Ho Yucheng be so willing to spend so much money? Is it true that he's not going to start a job to make a living and is going to end up with Axe Jun? For a while Lin Huailu was in a good mood. Although Yaozong's sign of avenging his own death to step on Axe Jun's field was bound to cause a not-so-good reaction in the society, even he, Lin Huailu, had to praise him for being sentient. Still, the results were soothing to Lin Wailer. This time, even if the new Mark side is willing to bow down and make peace, Mr. Ho Yucheng is bound to suffer a great loss of energy. When the time comes to blow the chicken and hand over the stick, he has the support of Fatty Deng and is not afraid that he will overturn the table at that time. Coldly thinking of something, Lin Huila slowly leaned against the bed and asked towards Aze, "By the way, you said that our parish is also starting a fight with new Mark over in Simsha-sui. Oh, Mark is doing something this time. We haven't been implicated in anything, right?" Az immediately blushed even more bitterly. "Lu, how can you not be implicated? Shamshuepa has pulled out the whole gang. Is it reasonable for us not to follow?" Now all the venues on the Jordan side have been shut down by Oki except for a few food markets. 43 brothers were taken away by the errand boys, and 36 are now in the surgery next door to your ward. I've done the math. Bail plus the cost of the tonic, and now we're all going to have to come up with at least $1,300,000. Lin Huila felt a sudden ringing in his ears. and the wound in the back of his head seemed to be committing pain again. He's in Jordan, and he really doesn't make much money at the end of the year. A month received to see the fees, plus some miscellaneous offbeat business, at most to the hands of the 600,000 to 700,000 up and down. This money, after deducting the expenses of raising those horses in the hall, and then pay a few % to the association, what is really left to their hands, there are about 200,000 will be the top of the sky. In other words, after following Ho Yu-chung to play Sim Sha Sui for one day, he has almost put up all his income for 1 year? But it seemed that Asawa wasn't finished with his words. Brother Locke, just now I asked someone to go to the Shamshuepa side, and according to Ho Yu-chung, he is prepared to continue the fight. Just now, people from Shamshuepa have already gone to Kuntong to find Skewblast to borrow troops, and there are also the numbered gangs, which are also involved. I'm only afraid that if we continue to follow, the hall will fall apart. The corner of Lin Huaili's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Can you persuade Ho Yu-chung to collect his fire first? Can't be persuaded. Ho Yu-chung has already let it be known that if New Mark doesn't come to talk to Ho Wen-shing, he's going to fight to the end, until the last boom in the pocket is hit. Hiss! Lin Huaili cried out in pain and whirled around to put his hand towards Aze. Help me down. I have a headache. Lo, what's wrong with you? Lo? Azer scrambled up and assisted Lin Huaili to lie down on the bed. Lin Huaili just waved his hand feebly. He couldn't really think of anything, it was almost a dead end. Ho Yu-chung's slogan of entering Sim Sha Sui was too grandiose, and Lien Shang could not follow anyone but he, Lam Wai Lok, had to follow. Anyone can concede now, only he, Lin Huailu, cannot concede. Even if he beat Jordan to the point of losing all his money, he could only follow Ho Yu-sung to the end. Once he showed his cowardice, he told the society to laugh at him for his scattered eggs, and even Fatty Deng had to look down on him. Out of nowhere, Lin Huaili seemed to remember something else. Ah Zay, how is Feng Yuxiu's side? Now, Feng Yuxiu? He fought the hardest after the crow flies. It's now rumored over in Sim Sha Sui that Turtle Fly has taken in an epileptic dog. Alone, he swept 5 fields in a row of axe junkies this noon, and no one alone could stop him. That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking if Ho Yu-sung has noticed him yet. Ace didn't care if the sprawled Lin Huaili could see it or not. He just nodded his head hastily. Noted. Ho Yu-chung himself sent word to Feng Yusao to come to this side of Shamshuepa in the future and stay by his side to start work. He said Feng Yuxiu is a good piece of material. This kind of person he must be properly coached and tempered. That's good. That's good. Finally finding a trace of solace in his heart, Lin Huailu only felt that he was now spent. Gesturing for Asawa to put the covers on for him, he decided to think of nothing else and wait for everything to get better. An uneventful night passed. Early the next morning, Kai Tak Airport, a Bentley pulled up outside the terminal and picked up a grim-faced man. The Bentley carried the man all the way into Tsim Sha Sui, across the Hung Hom Tunnel, through Wan Chai and finally drove to the mid-level villa area in Jardines Lookout. The driver of the hold parked the car and then pulled open the backseat door. June, Old Top is waiting for you in the living room. Axe June got out of the car and nodded towards this horseman. Then with a sturdy stride, he took a big step towards the villa's living room. Inside the old Chinese decorated living room, a man in his early 50s, wearing a white suit, was sitting on a vermilion sofa, studying a newspaper in his hand. Mr. Su, Hatchet June shouted. The man reading the newspaper held the black-framed glasses on the bridge of his nose, then looked up at Axe June. Arjun, come and sit. Have you had your morning tea yet? Do you want Mrs. Wu to go and cook some for you? No need. I'm full of gas. The one who greeted Axe-chun was none other than the leader of Shinji, Su Jiayan. Sitting next to Su Jiayan, Axe June but did not make a sound. Last night Su Jiayan urged him to buy a plane ticket to fly back. He roughly guessed what the other party was going to say to him. Su Jiayan put down the newspaper in his hand but didn't mention about Sim Sha Sui. Ah June, I went back and forth over to the mainland 3 times last month and was finally able to build 2 elementary schools in Xian province on the mainland. Mr. Su is passionate about public service and cultivating virtue in this world. He will definitely be blessed. What public service? The most important thing to do is not to forget your roots. Su Jiayan sighed and spoke in a wooden voice. Just at the end of last month, our Njian Chamber of Commerce and Industry finally got a piece of land over on the mainland. I haven't thought about doing some business yet, or else Arjun you can take an idea for me, and then the business will be on you. Axe June buried his head down. Mr. Su, I am a rough man. Let me hold the guy to chop people, this I am good at. Business matters would know nothing about it. All thanks to Mr. Su's guidance, only to save a little bit of a small family business. How dare I move in front of Mr. Su? Ha! Su Jiayan reached out and patted Axe June's majestic shoulder. Following up, times are different. You don't have to shout and fight like you used to in order to have a meal. We are all out to seek wealth. You save a family business is not easy. Do not have to go in money to sulk. Axe June looked up. Mr. Sue, I know what you mean. If that Sim Sha Sui thing affects your business on the mainland, I'd be cautious too. You were the one who made a way for me to go back then, so if there's anything you want to do, just ask me to do anything. Arjun, it's not that I'm asking you to do anything. People fight for a lifetime. They should always leave themselves some time to enjoy their lives. These 20 years you and Sim Sha Sui, rent collection should be acquired originally. I'm sorry to have dragged you into this because of Old Ten's business, and I'll have him even out some business in Wan Chai and leave it to you when the time comes. Su Jian paused his voice and then said, go talk to Wu Xing and try to find a way to settle this peacefully. If you feel you can't save face, you can tell the outside world that it was I who gave the word to tell the count. End of chapter. Chapter 97. Who are you to speak here? Let Ho Yu-chun talk to me. April 11, 2025. Sim Sha Sui, 11 o'clock in the morning, on the street opposite to the Lin Sui Court Hotel. By now the weather was getting hot, and a flyboy with an exaggeratedly spiky haircut, who had dropped the hem of his shirt to his chest, revealing the not-so-colorful wolf's head tattoo on his chest, walked into a fast food restaurant. Boss, cook a bowl of meal egg noodles. The hedgehog-headed flyboy finished yelling and whirled around to find a seat, while pulling a few sheets of toilet paper to wipe the sweat from his head. He rested his back against the cold porcelain-tiled wall and caught a cold glimpse of a group of PTUs walking in the doorway to patrol the streets. The head errand boy straightened the beret on his head, then sat down opposite this flyboy and coldly surveyed him for a few moments. This hedgehog couldn't help but be nervous and hurriedly pulled the shirt off his chest. Ah, sir, I'm not in a mixed society, knowing you're not in the club. The leader, Sha Zhan, removed the walkie-talkie hanging on his waist and tuned the frequency. Just at that moment the owner came over with a meal of egg noodles. Putting it down on the table, he looked at a couple of the errant men and asked with a smile, what can I get you to eat? A couple of sirs? I'll have this bowl of meal and egg noodles. Sha Zhan, who had taken his seat, took the bowl of meal and egg noodles directly to himself, then picked up his chopsticks and fiddled with them for a few moments, then looked up and glared at this flyboy again. In less than half an hour, and Lian Shang and Xing are speaking numbers at the hotel across the street. I suggest you don't fool around over here, in case something happens and you're taken back to the police station along with it. Ooh-hoo. This flyboy came to a realization and hurriedly got up, running towards the outside without looking back. Glancing at this flyboy's departing back, this Sha Zhan let out a light smile, then picked up a chopstick of noodles and blew on it, while speaking to the boss who froze on the side. And you don't have to worry. We've got this group of brothers wrapped up for business at noon today. Start by cooking 5 more pastas over and opening a couple of cold sodas. The news of Xinjiang's Chenyao and Lianshang speaking numbers only took less than half a day to spread all over Hong Kong Island's major word leaders. Fatty Deng was so excited that he was shaking for a moment after hearing the news. Nearly 20 years have passed, almost 20 years. To this day, he still remembers. Ax Jun over file Nuki leader Su Jian in Tai Ki Hotel and Head Wine. Ax Jun slammed the table and screamed at him to be bold enough to bring the club to fight over the scene. Fat Deng weighed the pros and cons, but ultimately did not have the guts to take the club to Sim Sha Sui to start a fight with the new record, and was finally forced to drink the cup of humiliation and head wine. Time has passed, and now, years later, another fierce man has appeared in Wu Xing, finally regaining for him the face he once lost. It's just a pity that this fierce man seems to scare him more than Ax Jun. Skewer blast, go say hello to Lonergan. Tell him to hurry up and get ready, and go with me to the Lin Rue Hotel, and talk numbers with Ax Jun. Fat Deng sat in a Mercedes and dialed the number of String Blast, speaking to him as he did. String Burst's voice of embarrassment came from the other end of the line. Brother Y. Nuki's side was made good by IU. He spent so much money before and after, but now the speaking number is for us old guys to put it together. Even Blow Chicken, the talker, didn't squeak, so that's not good, is it? What are you babbling about? Back then, Sim Sha Sui was lost under the watchful eyes of our group. This time we have a chance to get it back, so of course we're going over there. But on Ao's side, there's nothing to be but, he's carrying the club's sign and it's time to wrap it up, so it makes sense for us to stand up for him. Stringburst was already speechless on the other end of the phone. This is Fatty Deng. For decades, put himself above the community. No matter how the talkers change, the key time to take the idea is always him. Hanging up, the car drove all the way to Nathan Road, where String Bomb once again called the phone back. Brother Wei, Long Gun said he's a bit sick today, and over in Sim Sha Sui, he won't be going over. If he doesn't go, he doesn't go. You wait for me over at the Lin Rue Hotel later. I think it's better to say hello to Ao. If you're not going, hang up the phone right now and don't with me here. Fat Deng said and hung up the phone. Dropping it on a side seat, He leaned back with his hands on that cane, and between his eyes, he seemed to have the sharpness of a rich and powerful man in his years. Only no one knew, and he didn't dare let Ho Yu-chung go and talk numbers with Ax Jun. He was afraid that the scene of the lecture on counting would turn into a tea party for the exchange of experience of Ax Jun in passing on his experience as an anti-bonesetter to Ho Yu-chung. After all, Ax Jun was his own best disciple back then, and what kind of character he had, Fatty Dang knew better than anyone. If the two people get together, when the time comes, heroes pity heroes, good men pity good men. In case the Hiyaozong that tendon is said to be moved, he is not guaranteed to become the biggest joke in the Hizi heap for 100 years. The banquet hall on the second floor of the Lin Rue Pavilion had already laid a red carpet that went straight to the big banquet table. Foot more than 20 feet long table, has been used bright yellow satin as a padding, on top of a golden pig, more than 3 feet long gentian spots, all kinds of dishes in a wide range. On each side of the long table, a tin kettle was filled with freshly heated double steam. It was only higher than the banquet Su Jiayan hosted for Fatty Dang back then. Ax Jun sat on one side of the long table, both eyes pooling as he looked out of the banquet parlor. At this time, both sides of the banquet hall has long been filled with come to support the scene of the Beat Boy. On the side leaning against the east are the horsemen of the various stalls of the Ax Jun lineage. On the opposite side are Will Wen Xing, Sham Shui Pa and Jordan lineage, the best of the best in each stall. Everyone was looking out with bated breath. This was a once-in-a-decade Jianghu feast. The sluggers of yesteryear and the sluggers of today and the united winners will come together here. Perhaps it's time to make a clean break for Tsim Sha Sui's 20-year feud. Tap tap. By now there was a rather rhythmic staccato of crutches at the bottom of the stairs. Ax Jun couldn't help but frown, and then he dropped his face. Without surprise, the one who appeared at the door of the banquet parlor was not Hiyaozong. Instead, it's Fat Dun, the last person Ax Jun wants to see. Swish, Hatchet Jun stood straight up. What's with the people downstairs? Did I say I'd invited Dunwell to come to the count today? As Ax Jun got up, the Shinji horsemen on the side of the banquet parlor followed suit and stood up in unison, all looking at Fatty Dang, each with an unkind expression on their faces. Looking at the side of Wu Lian Shang, except for the Jordan Hall entrance where a few people stood up in twos and threes, the rest were all sitting in place, not even looking at Fatty Dang. This makes Fatty Dang's heart sink. Sham Shui Patanko. It turns out that there is no longer him in the eyes of this and Lian Shang's supreme emperor. Stopping in his tracks, Fat Dang pulled his hand out of the hand of the horseman who was assisting him, and then leisurely looked up at Ax Jun. Ax Jun, back in the day, Shinji Lao Su set up a table and invited me over to talk about numbers. You're also setting a table here for old Su today. Can't I just come over? Fat Dang's voice is like a bell, and I have to mention that even a late tiger still has a threefold fury after all. There are already quite a few of New Mark's horsemen starting to look towards Ax Jun to see if he can come up with an idea. Ax Jun walked towards Fat Dang with his hands behind his back and stood in front of Fat Dang, standing still with his hands behind his back, without the slightest intention of letting him pass. Are you the leader of Wasing, or is Tsim Sha Sui the one you brought in to step in? Fatty Dang glanced at him coldly. We, Lian Shang, always respect our teachers. What's wrong with elders stepping in to smooth things over when their juniors are doing something? Asterisk 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 your old mother's honoring the teacher. Ax Jun, not liking any more nonsense, pointed at Fat Dang's nose. There's no place for you Dang way to talk here. Let Hiyaozong come over and talk to me. When these words came out, the audience was in an uproar. Ax Jun is still the same Ax Jun from back then, and he still refuses to bow down in the face of Deng Wei, who was as good as new back then. Now that Deng Wei was too old to walk, it made even less sense for Ax Jun to give him face. This does not help but make Fat Deng angry. Ax Jun, the Four-Eyed Dragon has personally sent word for you to come out and have a good talk with Wu Lianshang. If you don't think you've been properly beaten, you don't want to drink this drink today, go back and get ready. I'll see how long you can barricade yourself. I can keep my mouth shut until the day you're buried. Ax Jun's voice still resounded through the house. He looked around at the beatniks on his left and right with his back hand, and then he spoke in a deep voice. I just can't understand you in unison. After all these years, you still have Dunwell in charge. Look at the state of him. He can't even walk a few steps, just such an old bone, specializing in picking the most fierce in the society to suppress, and make tens of thousands of members of the Wu Lianshang. 20 years to come out such a fierce man with balls. For that matter, he still has to have the cheek to grab the credit of this class of backwoods boys. Your Fat Deng's cheek. I'm only afraid my axe can't even cut through it. Ax Jun originally held fire in the bottom of his heart, and long ago when Fatty Deng completely tore his face. Naturally, it is impossible to give Fatty Deng face. These words were so heartbreaking that not only Fatty Deng, but even the group of beat boys with Lian Shang, were ashamed to the point of being ashamed of themselves. Favoritism has no way to refute it. Because of what? Because the opposite family is saying the big truth that the many congregations in Wuzing have not dared to say over the years. Axe Toshi, if you're here today specifically to show off your tongue, there's nothing more to say. If I couldn't beat you 20 years ago, there's always a time to beat you. Fatty Deng was so angry that his brain was sweating, and he used his abductors to pause the ground. His voice was not the least bit false to Axe Jun, who was standing across from him. Axe Jun couldn't help but sneer and look at Fat Deng dead in the eye. Good. I didn't have the chance to collect your skin 20 years ago, so why don't you just leave this time? Just so you can see that I, like you done well, have never changed in 20 years. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. Uncle Tang, June, what's the point of relieving such a big fire? Just as the atmosphere of the scene was tense, a light voice came from the doorway of the banquet parlor. Everyone looked sideways, only to find that He Yaozong had already led a group of people, heading this way. With a faint smile on his lips, He Yaozong beckoned towards Ah Hua, who had long been sitting on the west side of the hall. Ah Hua, you are really too. Uncle Deng is so old, his legs and feet are not good at all. Just let him stand here. You're too much of a late bloomer. Ah Hua instantly understood and quickly ran over to the side, smoothly assisting Fatty Deng. Uncle Deng, go sit down over there and rest your feet. Fat Deng twisted his head to look at He Yaozong. At this time, his heart is already clear. There was no chance for him to take the main seat at the place where Axe Jun had set up the wine in front of him, but there are expediencies, and the most important thing right now is to kill Axe Jun's power. This guy embarrassed himself in front of so many people, which really made his old face a little embarrassed. Also blamed the 20 years held in the heart of a fire is too simmering, a time of fire. Let this as accustomed to In and Lian Shang big engage in the Fat Deng. Forgetting the Axe Jun is not likely to sell their own face. After dismissing Fatty Deng, He Yaozong signaled Chen Luo Jun and the others who followed him to go to Ah Hua's side to take a seat, and then without waiting for Axe Jun to greet him, he walked straight towards the main seat. Without saying anything more, Axe Jun also followed He Yaozong back over to the main table. The two sat down in unison facing each other, and immediately a horseman came forward, picked up the tin pots placed in front of each of them, and filled the wine cups in front of them. Over the years, I seldom rest my feet on this side of Tsimsha Sui. I heard that recently in the United States won a fierce man. At first I thought it was just a joke. After all, shallow water cannot raise submerged dragons. I didn't expect to be beaten to the door so quickly, and I have to say, you do have a bit of a mean streak. Axe Jun was the first to speak, then picked up a cigar on the table and toasted it, putting it in his mouth. He Yaozong half leaned back in his chair and didn't bother to pick up Axe Jun's words. Axe Toshi didn't care though, exhaling a mouthful of cigar smoke as he continued. The money you've smashed out in the past 2 days, I'm only afraid that you won't be able to recover even if you're allowed to start a year's worth of work in Tsimsha Sui. I know that young people are so fresh that they don't want anything but to have a smooth breath in their hearts, but I'll tell you this, the pool of water that is Wagamama is so shallow that it can only support a king's rump. If you're really interested in Tsimsha Sui, or how about this, you also overshoot Xin Key, and I'll give you all the territory in Tsimsha Sui to take care of. The entire hall was instantly so quiet that even a pin falling to the ground could be heard clearly. Everyone knew that Axe Jun was using the opportunity to deride Fatty Deng, but guaranteed. He's serious? He Yaozong still didn't say anything, his right hand drooping on the back of the chair, but both eyes kept staring at Axe Jun across the room. This called for Axe Toshi to be a little offended. Su Jiayan's side had instructed him to try to minimize the big issues and trivialize the small ones. The home of this bad boy seems to pinch their own life. Mouth words are not willing to say more than one sentence, specifically waiting for their own conditions out of the number. Well, let's talk about something practical. I know that you have recently wanted to build a minibus line in East Kowloon. In that case, I'll ask Wan Shinron to let you have the minibus business over here, and you can discuss with me what kind of business you want to do over here in Tsimsha Sui. I've got a lot of business over here. Maybe I can get you in, but I'll say it up front. It's okay to get in. It's not okay to bring people over to see the show. Axe Jun felt that he had already given enough sincerity, and if this loser boy on the other side didn't pick up the conversation, then there would be no point in talking about it. What about Prince Kong? Our Jordanian talker is still in the hospital. Wasn't what I just told you about Prince Kong? He Yaozong shook his head. What was told to me just now? I'm only counting it as the interest that was smashed out in these 2 days. Pouncing. And what the hell do you want? Axe Toshi slammed the table, shaking the glass of wine directly in front of him. He Yaozong lowered his hand from the back of the chair and leaned forward slightly, still gazing straight at Axe Jun. May have to labor June brother you move out from Tsimsha Sui. Back then with how much territory with the united victory over the file. Now return how much territory back. It's been 20 years and you haven't been charged the slightest bit of interest. That's fair, isn't it? A comment that directly exasperated Axe Jun. Back then, when he passed the file for new records, he really did not take away much territory, and it was only the territory around the Tsim Sha Tsui East Pier. Over the past 2 decades, his territory in Tsim Sha Tsui has long since expanded several times, plus the area around the Tsim Sha Tsui East Pier is now far less strategically important than it was back then, so to say that returning the territory is actually not much of a loss. But a man lives by his face and a tree lives by its bark. For a high-minded person like him, axed June, if he handed over his territory because of a little pressure, it would be better to just kill him. He is not as learned as the four-eyed dragon, cannot do the four-eyed dragon as elegant and dignified. He is the beaten boy origin. A beat boy who doesn't even have the most basic face is no different from a scrapper. Ho Yu-chung, you're sharp enough. I just wonder if you've ever thought about how easy it is for a sharp young man like you to get blackballed when you're out and about. Ha! Ho Yu-chung snorted. There's nothing in the body. It's all in one life. Before I started the fight with you, June, I made preparations and set aside a sufficient amount of money to give to a trusted friend of mine. At the same time I gave him a list of names. But whenever anything bad happens to me in the future, the names of all those who have had trouble with me are written on that list. Every time someone takes out a guy on the list for me, he gets to take $1 million from my friends. He Yaozong said, stopping his smile, and his eyes became cold. I was wondering if I should add June's name to this list as well. You scare me. If June knows me well enough, he should realize that I only threaten people, but never scare them. He Yaozong's tone was unusually cold, but it really made Axe June not dare to belittle the weight of these words. He had also been young, and this almost maniacal fighting style of He Yaozong in the past 2 days was even better than he had been back then. But both sides have already talked to this point, and there is naturally no possibility of negotiating today's speech. Axe June also looked at He Yaozong and laughed out sorrowfully. Good, if the bell wants to play, I'll play with you to the end. I'd like to see how much backbone you have to play with me for a few days on this side of Tsim Sha Tsui. Just to warn you, when you can't play anymore, then it's my turn to go to Shamshu Weipa to find you. He Yaozong waved his hand and knocked over the wine cup in front of him. Rising up, I replied lazily, then we will play to the end. We are doing some small business in Shamshu Weipa, not as big as Chun's family and Tsim Sha Tsui. I can close them all today if June bellows. From now on, we'll fight from morning till night, until the police are alerted, until we're in the headlines, until we're on the cover of Asia Weekly, until we're all out on the street begging for food. After saying that, He Yaozong had already walked towards the outside of the banquet parlor with his hands clasped. The voice was not loud, but it was like hearing thunder in the silence. I've never heard such a cheerful thing when I'm playing with the unicorns. All of them stood up in unison at once, and even the Jordan's Tong Tong's horsemen couldn't help but follow He Yaozong's back, flanking him as they walked towards the outside. Just no one noticed Fatty Deng, who had a complicated expression at the moment, his face cloudy for a while, getting up trembling under the assistance of his followers' horsemen. He looked at He Yaozong's back, and his heart was already scornful like never before. End of chapter. Chapter 98. It's not about not letting you live. It's about knowing when to stop. April 11, 2025. After returning from Tsim Sha Tsui, Fatty Deng locked himself in the house. Today, he didn't lose face with Lian Shang, but his face was finished. The aftermath of Axe Chun's words with Ho Yu-chung is still ringing in our ears, and the scene with Lin Shang's group of beatniks flanking Ho Yu-chung's departure is still fresh in our minds. Sitting in his dimly lit bedroom, Fat Deng stroked his dark, shiny cane. He understood that this walking stick was the real leading stick of Wu Liansheng in these 20 years. But now, are you really going to be reduced to a blowing chicken kind of mascot yourself? He's not happy about it, but what's the use of being resigned? Back then, when Axe Jun passed through the stalls, he was still young and strong, and still had room to take control of the whole situation, but now old and stupefied, if not by virtue of so many years, foster those who would not have the capital of the sub-district leadership to sit on the throne of the leader, pulling up a large group of Senate uncles, and United Shun, which has his finger on the qualification. Holding the power of the coronation talking head was supposed to be the root of his big one-upmanship and woozing over the years, but now this root is now on the verge of being dug up by Ho Yu-chung as well. Society masonry, he was really willing to put up the money. Taking a deep breath, Fat Dun felt the need to do something. The only thing that gave him some comfort was that Ho Yu-chung did not give in to Axe Jun today. The firefight between Sun Qi and Wol Win Seng is still going on. He couldn't let Ho Yu-chung take all the credit. Staying in the house for a long time thinking, Fatty Deng walked out on his crutches trembling. Greeting his followers, horsemen came over and greeted him. Go and inform the uncles and fathers of the other 7 district parishes that Axe Jun is going to continue the fight. Tell them not to hide in the doti and watch the show. 2. And to contribute money and effort. This territory of Tsim Sha Tsui, we must fight back this time. To say in Lian Shang now, who is more anxious than Fatty Deng, it must be Lin Huailu undoubtedly. When he received the news that He Yaozong was going to continue fighting Axe Jun, he only felt his brain buzzing. In less than 2 days, his Jordan venue was almost swept away away by the bad guys, the large sum of money for the tonic, and the bail money had not yet come together, and now that Ah Chuk had told him, Ho Yuchung decided to go ahead and raise the stakes. He just felt that if he fought for 2 more days at this trend, the Jordan parish could all be disbanded in place. Brother Locke, forget it if you really can't. We really have no money and no one at Jordan. A sat beside Lin Huili's hospital bed with his head hanging down, hopelessly. Lin Huila leaned against the bed frame, his face disheveled, but still shook his head. No way. If Shamshu Weipa is not withdrawn, we cannot withdraw in any case. We, Jordan, are already weak, and if we lose our reputation, we won't really have a chance to choose a spokesman in the future. Ah Zay just sighed. What a time. Lin Huila was still thinking about his position as a talker. He just can't understand. Can't we elect the person in charge later if we don't elect him this term? Do not know the price of firewood and rice without being at home. This period of time Lin Huila was lying in the hospital. The size of the affairs of the hall are handled by him on behalf of him. There were some things that A's, however, had to pick out from Lin Huilu. Brother Lu, it's not a matter of face now. Today, 38 more brothers from our organization have been taken to the classroom by the police officers, and together with those who were taken away yesterday, we still have to put up at least $800,000 to pay the bail before we can do so. The Tong's public accounts are now at the bottom of the barrel, and Ho Yuchung is going to keep the fight going. If we don't get this bail money out, who of our brothers out there will dare to go to Tsim Sha Sui to work for us? We can't hold our own with all the people running away. These words made Lin Huili's heart feel another offense. Top it even if you can't. If you don't have any money, you'll borrow from someone. If I can't borrow, I'll take out the deed to my house and mortgage it. I don't know how much family money Shamshuipo has, but I don't think Ho Yuchung can hold out for too long, and when he can't hold out any longer, we can pull out. Lin Huila's eyes were red at this moment, and he looked a little crazy. Azer was speechless and didn't know what to say. Just as he was scratching his head, the phone that Lin Huila had placed at the bedside suddenly rang. Aze helped him hand over the phone, and then he whirled around and Lin Huila pressed the answer button and pressed it to his ear. Which one? Then there was a long silence, and Lin Huila did not speak another word into the phone. It wasn't until he hung up the phone and Lin Huila handed the phone to Aze at the same time that he leisurely opened his mouth. Azer, I enrolled Danny in a Latin cram class. There's less than half an hour left before his class is over. You don't have to stay here with me. Take the car and go over to Central for me later to pick him up and bring him back. Yes, Ace happens to be in the hospital board a little hard. See Lin Huila will himself to pick up his cub back, immediately nodded in agreement, and immediately left the sick room. About 20 minutes later, someone knocked on the door of the room outside the office. Enter. As Lin Huila answered, the door was pushed open. A young woman in a small, form-fitting suit with short, smart, ear-length hair walked into the hospital room. She carried a fruit basket and put it on Lin Huili's bedside table. Without waiting for Lin Huila to speak, he pulled a stool to sit down and opened his mouth. Mr. Henry told me to tell you that he's already made his connections with the Oki side. Those under your hands who are in the squad room will be released one by 8 o'clock tonight. Lin Huila was silent, not even turning his head to look at this woman for a second, as if he was in deep thought. Instead, the woman spoke again. Mr. Henry also told me to tell you that this may be the last time he helps you. If you can't get that dragon head baton with Union Shang, he might have to look for a new one by then. When these words were spoken, Lin Huila was instantly anxious. MS. Yuan, why won't you give me more time? Or why can't you guys give me more help? Even if I don't get to choose this term's speaker, can't I wait for the next one? This woman, who Lin Huila called Yan, just shook her head indifferently. Time waits for no one, and this side of the political department will not waste 2 years on a worthless person. You want to get favors from the political department side, you'll have to show your own skills to prove it as well. But what about Fatty Lai in North Point? He's just a salty magazine seller, and he hasn't become the leader of Hung Hing, so why is your political department willing to help him? The woman could not help but look at Lin Huila with some disdain. As you said, Fatty Lee is in the magazine business. No matter what content his magazine does, at least people have shaken their pencils, and they are considered to be cultured people in size. You're a cook who barely finished Form 5. What are you going to compare yourself with? Lin Huila struggled to sit up straight, but stopped because of a sharp pain coming from the back of his head. He gritted his teeth and looked at the woman, saying unwillingly, since you have chosen me, you must more or less give me a little proper help before you can do so, right? I can assure you that there is no one in the whole of Wagamama who is better suited than I am to fulfill your solicitations. Mr. Lin Whaler, that's not true. If the DPA hadn't also put their energy into you, we could be targeting that young man in Shamshuipo again right now. The woman let out a light smile and then said, Newmark has been quite close to the mainland in the past 2 years, and in Mr. Henry's opinion, a scion who is willing to go for broke and fight Newmark to the bitter end is more valuable to cultivate than you. He can't. He's too young to know how to work with you guys. Lin Huila couldn't help but get anxious and angry. He had a connection with the DPA or when he blew a chicken to catch a stick last year. At that time, the side of the political department promised him a grand prospect, as long as he could get that leading stick with Lian Shang. In the future, the side of the ghosts will support him to sit steadily in the banker, and introduce him into the resources of the upper-class celebrities. Although Lian Shang is the most members of Hong Kong Island society, but in the Lian Shang lifetime mixed to the end. Hold up in the Senate, have a chair to go to sit. When you're old and retired, the most existential time is when you're in the huddle, drinking a cup of tea, choosing your talking heads, and asking for favors is just that. With hope, Lin Huila will never be willing to stop his achievements. Since receiving the olive branch thrown by the political department, he began to play the good old boy in the society and tried his best to please Fat Deng. He began to learn to drink English tea and study Shakespeare, and even his own son was sent to learn Latin, which was all the rage in English aristocratic circles. Seeing that he has gained Fatty Deng's trust step by using a small amount of money to make a big difference, but he didn't expect to kill a He Yaozong out of thin air, and almost shattered his dream that he had been longing for hundreds of days and nights. The woman had risen. I'm sorry to say it, but as usual, Mr. Henry will only train people of value. Getting the leading stick with Unison this year is your last chance. After saying that, she glanced at the watch on her wrist, and without further nonsense with Lin Huailu, she turned around and left the sick room. Empty Lin Huailu sat alone on the hospital bed, doing a violent battle of ideas. 4 p.m. Harbor Business Building, Wan Chai, a private salon. Su Jiayan, the leader of Xinji, was hurrying out of the elevator, and without waiting for the waiter guarding the elevator entrance to greet him, he asked hastily, "Where is Mr. Stone?" "Mr. Su, Mr. Sure is in private room 6. Upon receiving the reply, Su Jiayan hurriedly headed over towards private room number 6. Knocking on the door of the private room and getting a response, Su Jiayan carefully pushed open the door of the room, and then he saw a middle-aged man in a black suit with a tough face and flat hair, leaning on the sofa and looking at a newspaper. "Mr. Stone." Su Jiayan closed the door and hurried over to greet him, but was stopped by the man waving his hand. He didn't even bother to lift his head. Still looking at the paper, Su Jiayan didn't dare to talk too much and carefully sat down on the opposite sofa, waiting for the man to finish reading the newspaper. For a moment, as if it were a lifetime ago, Su Jiayan especially remembered that 8 years ago, this man sitting across from him, still under the pseudonym of Big Circle Leopard, was undercover in the turf of the Wan Chai generation of Xinji. When you see yourself, you have to call yourself Old Top, but to this day, they do not even dare to cough loudly in front of him. Public occasions, but also respectfully called him a sure young director. Whoa! As the newspaper was put down, Sure Yang's sharp eyes fell on Su Jiayan. "Old Su, that piece of land you guys, Xinji, picked up on the mainland some time ago may need to be reviewed again. I think you should not rush to pull in funds for now, and honestly work on your old hometown for the Shingon Society first. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack and uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post." Su Jiayan couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed, glancing at the newspaper that Sure Yong had placed on the sofa without any surprise. The headline of the newspaper is exactly the society fire incident in Sim Sha Sui in the past 2 days. Stone Hall. Privately, you don't call it a position. Sure Yong once again interrupted Su Jiayan, and then his face turned stern as he said in a solemn voice, "What the hell is wrong with you, Xinji? Since the year before last, it's been a case of family members beating up their own family members. It's been so hard to stop for a while, and now this big news. Mr. Sure, I've already arranged for the people under my hand to handle it properly at the first opportunity." Su Jiayan planted his head down, disciplined like a student being disciplined. Sure Yong crossed his fingers and propped his elbows on his knees as he scrutinized Su Jiayan, and then he slowed his tone. "It's not that you're not allowed to survive, it's that you have to know when to stop. Let's not talk about it for now. Have you gotten anywhere with what I entrusted you with?" Su Jiayan hurriedly raised his head. "Mr. Sure, if I have to pick a suitable candidate in Lian Shang, I can't really give you an exact answer right now. Right now, it seems that the one sitting on the fence this year should undoubtedly be Ho Yu Chung, who started a fight with our new key in Sim Sha Sui. What do you think of this guy? A little too arrogant. It shouldn't be able to enter your eyes." Sure Yong shook his head. "More arrogant than your new keys Wan Chai tiger back then? Half a pound. Young people arrogant, but also reasonable well, not arrogant people. It is easy to be held by the old rules dead, then how to be in the united Shang Lianzhuan? I don't think there's no room for this guy to carve. Find some time, you help me to try it out. It saves me from running to you for 3 days, and if I'm upset, you're even more upset." Su Jiayan immediately understood. "Mr. Sure, I understand what you mean. It's good to know. It's more important to know what to do. I have to go over to the security bureau for a networking meeting in a little while, so I won't hang out with you for a while. Seeing Shi Yong get up, Su Jiayan hurriedly went to the door of the private room to open it. Mr. Stone, I'll walk you there? No, if you have that kind of free time, you might as well mind your own family business. Shi Yong walked to the door and gave Su Jiayan another meaningful look before leaving this way in stride. Before and after meeting and talking for less than 5 minutes, these 5 minutes, Su Jiayan only felt his back shirt has been drenched in sweat. In Shek Gap May Estate, a group of uncles who had received notice from Fatty Tang had all arrived at Fatty Tang's side by now according to the appointment. In the dimly lit living room, after Fatty Dang invited tea, a circle of uncles were seated. Luncheon and skewer burst accompanied Fat Dang to his left and right as usual, and Fat Dang proceeded to speak. Today, at noon, we and Lian Shang were in Sim Sha Sui to speak to Ax Jun about the rupture of the number. Ax Jun, on the other hand, is still just as unimpressed as he was back then, and this one won't wake up until he's beaten. Now that things have gotten to this point, it's no longer a matter for the Jordan and Shamshuipo parishes, and I called you old guys over here to get you to discuss whether it's time for the other 7 districts' parishes to show their support as well. After saying that, Fatty Dang swept his gaze over the crowd, but he didn't want Long Root to be the first to speak. Brother Y, you came over to instruct me that he'll build that Sim Sha Sui thing and carry it to the end all by himself. When the territory is fought down later, he doesn't want any other parishes to come over and join in the fun, either. The river had gone down, and now Lonergan had no qualms about speaking yay in front of himself. Fatty Dang couldn't help but pull a face. What does he mean by that? The organization wants to share the pressure for him, but he's worried about other halls stealing his turf? Ryukin, you're old and your brain is fuzzy? Brother Wei, Yao didn't mean what you said. He was saying that when the time comes for Tsim Sha Sui's territory to be fought over, he can divide it up among whomever he wants, instead of engaging in some sort of meritocracy. After all, he's pretty much emptied his family's pockets in order to fight this bad war. So did he fight it down? If he can't hold out, what's going to happen then? Being disliked by Fatty Dang, Long Gun was ultimately at a loss as to how to respond. Anyway, the words he Yaozong instructed him had been brought to him, and he didn't bother with the rest. Fat Dang Zhangyi getting the whole club involved is not a bad thing for Shamshuepa. Seeing the deterrence of the dragon root, Fat Dang again put his eyes down to the string explosion. String bomb, what about you? Fight. Why don't you fight? I've already greeted Fish Head Label and the others. As long as Shamshuepa nods their heads, the Carp Sect side will immediately bring someone over. A fire cow? Our Yamati is next at Sim Sha Sui, and it would certainly be a good thing if the society could fight its way in. I'll go back in a minute and I'll get the man money in place right away. Blow the chicken? What's the point? Pay up. A few inquiries, led by Fatty Dang, basically set the tone that the entire club was going to hit Sim Sha Sui. Just as Fatty Dang was about to do some final mobilizing, the phone Long Gun stacked on his waist suddenly rang. Excuse me, I'll take a call first. Smiling apologetically towards the crowd, Ryukin picked up the phone and pressed the answer button. Hello? You speak. Aha. What? You tell it more than once. Good. I got it. The crowd looked at Longjin sitting in his chair in amazement and talking on the phone. See his face become more and more joyful. For a while do not know what happened. It wasn't until Ryukin hung up the phone that String Burst couldn't help but ask, Long Gun, what are you up to? Winning the big lottery makes you so happy? Ryukin clapped his 2 hands together, a mouth that had long been happy. Throw. It's 3 times more colorful than winning the jackpot. Brother Wei, you don't need to greet everyone to plate some shatsui. After drinking tea in a while, we will all go to Long Jin Xian for a small gathering. Dinner is on me today. Fat Dang couldn't help but stutter in his heart, but he still steeled himself. Ryukin, what the hell do you mean? Ha, someone from the hall side called me just now. Tell me, old Hui from Newmark, decided to come over to Shamshuepa tonight at 7 o'clock to speak to IU in person about the number. Fat Dang froze. Talking numbers again. Is it a good deal? No, why? Ryukin grabbed his cup of tea and took a sip, suppressing his excitement. Old Su's side sent someone to bring word that he has communicated with Ax Jun, and that the territory of the Tsimshatsui East Pier will be handed back as much as possible. Now our men in Shamshuipo have taken over the Tsimshatsui East side one by one. We'll wait for tonight's 7 o'clock count and see what comes out of it. A room of people were directly dumbfounded, looking at the person who blew the chicken with the words of united victory, and then looking at Dang Wei. The Newmark spoke numbers 3 times and didn't give these 2 a second thought. Could it be that was Sing? Is really going to change the sky in the hands of a young boy? Fat Dang forced himself to hide the embarrassment on his face and only looked at Long Keen and coughed lightly. Well then, go back and tell you to talk it over. Don't pull the wool over our eyes in Lian Shang's face. End of chapter. Chapter 99, the wine that Tsimshatsui used to serve in Tsimshatsui. Today I will drink it back in Shamshuipo. April 11th, 2025. At the Shamshuepa Tea House, Ho Yucheng was counting the expenses for the past 2 days. Few Hong Kong Island societies have ever fought such fiery and vicious battles, and it makes no difference to say that they are giving bail money to the police station for nothing. In less than 2 days, Ho Yucheng cleared more than $11 million. This made him feel a sigh of relief that those rich tycoons on Hong Kong Island were really sharp in making money. I used the plug-in myself, mobilized the entire haul of several hundred hit boy, cut the head to spend money, but only to make back less than 10 million. This kind of money-making means, even cannot resist the living in the repulse Beijing sure how brain flash. No wonder Jimmy Boy all day clamor to do business. The society side of the mix for life. Mixed to the end of the only fear that even to those tycoon shoes qualification are not. Duck duck duck. The door to the office room was knocked on, and after receiving He Yaozong's answer, Fine Wei walked in. He then turned red with excitement. Brother you, Shinji's side has arranged for someone to come over again to pass on the message that the Four-Eyed Dragon will be hosting a banquet at 7 o'clock over at the Longjin Xian. Got it. Did he invite anyone else over? No, there was no notification from Li Xiao's side. No notification from Blow Chicken's side. Not even from Uncle Deng's side. So who else is coming over from the New Key? No, for Ice Dragon let it slip that this time he's giving his sincerity on behalf of New Key to the fullest. It's speaking numbers alone. Kind of funny. He Yaozong nodded, and then he thought of something and opened his mouth to ask Fine Wei. On the Jordan side, I remember that in the past 2 days Li Xiao's haul has been brought in by errant men one after another, 70 or 80 of them. I heard from Awa that these people seem to have all been released back by the mess hall. What's going on? From what I heard on Azer's side, it was Lu who pulled out the coffin boards to bail these people out. Looks like he has a lot of coffin money. Alright, you take the men and get ready to go over there first. Even though Shinji arranged the speaking numbers on our turf, it had to be prevented in order to go sideways. After sending Fine Wei out, He Yaozong didn't hesitate for a moment and directly took out a spare phone and dialed a string of numbers. The phone rang a few times on the other end and was answered. Lu sir, is it convenient to have a chat now? Lu Jianming froze on the other side of the phone, then quickly answered. Convenient. There are 2 things to bother Lu sir to check for me. I believe that recently in Liansheng and Xinji started to fight things. Your intelligence section has also heard about it. As far as I know, and the Jordan parish of Liansheng, those horsemen who have been put in the classroom by the police department in the past 2 days, how all of them were put back in one afternoon. That's easy. And one more thing. Help me check the source of funds in the bank in the past 2 days with the Liansheng Shamshuepa parish. The one called Ho Yucheng. These 2 days in Sim Sha Sui and Axe June opened the fight. Is the first time he completed more than $10 million of help. The money would fall into that account of his own at Standard Chartered Bank in the form of a bank transfer. Ho Yucheng had always been curious as to whether or not the intelligence section could figure out the movement of the source of these funds of his if they were allowed to investigate. Lu Jianming on the other end of the phone was slightly stunned. Is that all there is to it? Lu sir, as I said, I'm a relatively generous person and won't make things difficult for you like Han Chen did. As long as you cooperate with me obediently, in less than 2 years, you'll be doing your errand in a dignified manner, not forgetting to draw a big pie for Lu Jianming. He Yaozong said so. It clearly felt like Lu Jianming was relieved on the other end of the phone. Okay, how do I contact you then? Tonight before 10 o'clock. I will call you. Now the time is not early. Labor Lu sir, hurry to move. I also do not want to delay to you rest work. After saying that he hung up the phone, He Yaozong raised his hand and looked at his watch. It's now 6:28 p.m. In half an hour, he is going to go to Longjin Xian on behalf of He Liansheng, to take back all the shame, with interest, of the fat deng drinking down 20 years ago. The news that the head of the new record personally came out to speak about the number spread, and soon reached the ears of Lin Huila, who was still hurting in Guanghua Hospital. After getting this news from Asawa, he just braced himself and laughed bitterly twice before expressing with Asawa that he needed to be quiet for a while. Sending A's away, Lin Huila leaned against the bed and fell into a long contemplation. During the day, the political department came to him, and the words he said are still ringing in his ears at this moment. Lin Huila was clear that this was his only chance in this life to complete the leap from kook to tycoon class. In the past, his biggest reliance was to take care of Fatty Deng, and as long as he had the support of Fatty Deng, the dragon head baton was in his hands, and it was basically a sure thing. But now it's different, and the United Sheng out of an outrageous fierce man, fierce to in just 1 month, has shaken the fat deng by virtue of more than 20 years, in the United Sheng and the authority accumulated. Now the leader of the new record is even personally come out to talk to him about the number, saying that he is willing to hand over the turf of Tsim Sha Sui 20 years ago to Ho Yucheng personally, let him develop for another half a year, by then blowing chickens and handing over sticks, even if Fatty Deng is still firmly on his side. I am afraid that He Yaozong even Fatty Deng's table will have to be overturned. Thinking about this, Lin Huili's face became more and more sinister. Lying on his back in the hospital room for the rest of the afternoon, he contemplated two ways to break the game. The most extreme would be to just take advantage of this storm and do away with Ho Yu-chung. But this is the next best thing. Anyone with a clear mind knows that the battle for the second half of the year is probably between him and Ho Yu-chung. It's hard not to suspect Ho Yu-chung when he suffers some kind of accident. Anyone who mutilates a fellow brother will be executed by 5 thunderbolts. Although this is just an irrelevant gang rule with Lian Shang. But some people want to be more serious. I am afraid that they will also end up in a miserable situation. He should know that Big D is still in Suwon and without Ho Yu-chung to press him, Big D is still his most feared opponent. Lin Huila didn't want to take this extreme step until it was absolutely necessary. After thinking about it, Lin Huila could only hit his idea on another person. He instantly grabbed his bedside portable phone and hastily dialed a string of numbers. The phone rang for a long time before being picked up. Undoubtedly, Lin Huilo hurriedly spoke into the phone. MS. Yuan, this time you will help me again no matter what. When the time comes, I'll find a way to stir up some dark information about my guys and the current talking head of Unison. Chicken Blow. When the time comes, as soon as Blow Chicken goes to jail, Woozing side will immediately re-elect a new clerk. Success or failure, you won't not support me, will you? A silvery laugh came from the other side of the phone. Mr. Lin, you're really crafty. It's rare that you'd go to such trouble to work with us. Don't worry, I'll put in a good word with Mr. Henry, but I still have to remind you, if we don't get the dragon head baton this time, we won't have any contact with you in the future. So behave yourself. Good, I know. Lin Huailu responded, afraid that if he agreed a second later, the caller would have to change his mind. 5 minutes past 7 in the evening, in front of the Long Jinshin Hotel. Just as Fine Wei had said, Su Jiayan's side really didn't bring any people over. At the door of the upstairs private room where the number was spoken, there were even only 2 personal security guards of the new Key Dragon head standing. Outside the hotel, Zhong parked a lot of vehicles. Most of them are some of the O-mark of the bad guys. At one time there were even more errand boys who came to supervise the work in front of the hotel than there were club boys. He Yaozong walked down from one of the cars, looking at the fat sand as leaning against the stone lions in front of the entrance of the Dragon Jinshin to smoke. When he Yaozong approached, he blocked its heels with a cigarette in his hand. Count on me begging you to see it through. Our record supervisor has already sent word that if you can't get a deal this time, then you, Axe Jun, Dan Wei, and Four-Eyed Dragon will all have to be pulled back. Sha Sir has the heart. A snack later on is on me. Nodding towards Fat Sha, he Yaozong went around him and led Chen Luo Jun and Hosokai towards the lobby of the hotel in stride. Pushing open the door of the second floor box, he Yaozong walked in alone. Su Jiayan was sitting next to the dining table and was nodding and smiling towards himself. He looked a little overly svelte, and looking across the room, he couldn't see half the shadow of a Jianghu man from him, but it is such a civilized old man. In 2 years ago by the ghosts into the prison warehouse. Still can in the prison warehouse in the tent. Suppressed the new record in the Dragon Head after the imprisonment of the infighting, so that the power of the new record is still firmly in the hands of the Su family. Its tactics cannot be said to be not clever, compared to Fatty Deng's balancing act with Lian Sheng for more than 20 years, making the society more and more scattered. The stronger of the two is evident. In the elegant private room, all kinds of meals have been served. 18 large dishes. He Yaozong didn't know how 2 people could finish eating. Pulling a chair and sitting down, He Yaozong was polite. Mr. Su, this time I come on behalf of Wu Lian Sheng to collect the debt from you. XING, I hope nothing unpleasant will happen in our conversation. Su Jiayan still kept his smile. A good scion indeed. After praising a sound, he got up and picked up an XO, lifted the cap and walked over to He Yaozong. Pouring a full glass of wine into Ho Yu-sung's glass, he took another glass and poured one for himself. But it was straight to the point. The land that Axe Jun took away from Wu Lian Sheng back then. I'll deliver a message to you on his behalf today, and return all of it to you. If you want to organize a minibus special route on the Kowloon side, I can also answer to you on behalf of Man Sunwing that all the routes on the Kun Tong side will be given to you. In the future, over in Sim Sha Sui, our 2 families will live together in harmony, and I hope that we won't create any suspicion in the future. Opening the mouth without half a sentence of nonsense, to give the sincerity they can give to the most sufficient. This kind of speaking number only makes sense. He Yaozong didn't brush off Shinji's face this time, picking up his wine glass and clinking it towards the one in Su Jiayan's hand. A cup of wine was drunk, representing the feud between the 2 families, which came to an end. In the past, the Tsim Sha Sui in the head of the wine, today finally by the Sham Shui Pa to drink back. Thank you Mr. Su for giving me this face. If there's nothing else, let's leave this table for the Shinji brethren outside to eat. I have things to do, so I'll take my leave. Putting down his wine glass, He Yaozong intended to get up, but saw Su Jiayan hurriedly waving his hand to signal him to sit down low. Ayo, there's something I'd like to talk to you more about. What? The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. If there are no surprises, you should be the next person in charge of woozing. I'm curious to know where you plan to take woozing from here on out. It's time to work and eat. I don't want to think too much about the future. In what position? You have to think about what position. I'm just afraid that when you're the person in charge of woozing, you won't be able to stop thinking about a lot of things. He Yaozong laughed lightly. That will wait until we are in charge. Su Jian also pulled aside a chair and sat down, putting down his wine glass and opening his mouth. Ever thought about being on a winning streak with Union? It's not whether or not there was any thought. He Yaozong looked at Su Jian and spoke blandly. As long as I sit in the bank, there is no more possibility of handing over the dragon head baton. Are you that confident? What exactly did Mr. Su want to talk to me about? Su Jian collected his smile and pondered for a long time before speaking. By this invitation to drink this cup of peace and head wine, I would like to ask you something on behalf of someone. You and Unison claim to have 50,000 members. A big society like this, in the eyes of the Guilo, is bound to pick a team to stand on. You won't fail to understand what I mean by these words, will you? He Yaozong snorted. Our black hair and yellow skin are not naturally of the same breed as the Ghostbusters, so do we need to pick a team to stand on? You're right, but if you don't lean on the Ghostbusters, then the Ghostbusters are going to screw you. For clubbers like us, there are literally an untold number of ways for the Ghostbusters to mess with you. 2 years ago I was a warning. You have a young lack of fire. Do not know how to save yourself to leave a way out. I'm afraid you may not be able to suffer at that time. He Yaozong drooped his eyelids and spoke coldly. Who is Mr. Su lobbying for? You're mistaken. I'm not being a lobbyist for anyone, and even if I were, it wouldn't be the Ghostbusters. Naturally, Ho Yucheng got up and pulled back his chair, not really wanting to do much answering. He was about to turn around and leave when he heard Su Jian yell, Late-born boy, you'd better consider what I say this time. You and I, the two societies, will be in charge of the rice bowls of hundreds of thousands of people on Hong Kong Island in the future. To say the least, getting together doesn't necessarily mean fighting and killing. You might as well make a stand with me first. There are some things that need to know that it's easy to send charcoal in the snow, but hard to add flowers to the brocade. He Yaozong paused and glanced at Su Jian again, unable to help but let out a laugh. Mr. Su, I am different from you. What's different? Your old bean is a junta agent. You're the one who needs to go snowballing. I'm different. I'm originally a good citizen of Hong Kong Island born and bred, and I had it preached to me from the beginning that I never had to make any choices. After saying these words, He Yaozong had a smile on the corner of his mouth as he directly walked towards the outside of the private room in large strides. These words directly left Su Jian speechless. This freshman slugger with UNSW is not average by any stretch of the imagination. A much-anticipated lecture on counting was over in less than 10 minutes. Walking out of the entrance of Long Jin Xian, Fat Sha was still waiting outside. It was only when he saw He Yaozong nodding slightly towards him that Fat Sha breathed a sigh of relief. Asterisk his old mother's. Wrap it up. Wrap it up. All go to your homes and get a good night's sleep tonight. Back to this side of the Hatai tea house. The people on this side of the tea house told him that the phone in his office had been directly burst by the parishes in all districts, asking how the talk with Shinji was going. Back in the office, before I could sit down, the phone was there ringing again. He Yaozong directly ripped off the phone line. These people really do not have any B number in their hearts. If you want to get some benefits, you don't know how to crawl over and talk to yourself face to face. And if you make a phone call and try to ask for something, aren't you taking yourself too seriously? After drinking a mouthful of tea, He Yaozong took out another spare phone and dialed Lu Jianming's number. The call picked up very sharply this time. Lu sir, how's the investigation going? There is an eyebrow, and the people of the United Shang Jordan Parish, as far as I know, is the deputy head of the political department Henry's assistant Fang Yuan. Go to the OK side of the greetings to put back. For what reason exactly they let it go? There is a secrecy order on the political department side of this, so I don't know. Hearing the words political department, He Yaozong couldn't help but furrow his brows. In an instant he understood. No wonder Lin Huailu, the puffer, had such a morbid obsession with being a talker. Dare I say this guy has long been labeled royalty certified. He just couldn't figure out that he was going to be a dog for someone when he wasn't going to be a good person. It's no wonder he's been able to pull off such plagues as fishing without a helmet and sending Fatty Dun invincible wind turbine packages. Good. Have you investigated clearly where those funds in Shamshu Weipa are going? I'm really sorry about that. I have the authority to use the investigations section to communicate with the Standard Chartered Bank side. The response was that the privacy permissions of the target account were too high, and the bank side was unable to provide a valid record of fund movements. But it's certain that all this money came from absolutely legal sources, and there's no way to find out what's going on. Hearing Lu Jianming's reply, He Yaozong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that in the future, you can let go of your hands to make silver money. Lu sir, You did well. I'll trouble you to take care of one more thing for me. That Fawn Yuan from the political department. Please think of a way to monitor her recordings for me. This listens to recordings of members of the political department. I know you are difficult, but I believe that according to your loser's technical means, this is not a thing difficult. In order to show my sincerity, as long as you get this done, I'll send you a portion of the black material left behind by Hansum. I'm sure we'll work together a few more times, and you'll be able to wash your hands of it completely and be honorable. Another pass of carrots and sticks. Lu Jianming finally had to agree. Hanging up the phone, Ho Yucheng removed the batteries from his handheld phone, then knocked on the table and shouted towards the next door. Fine Wei, call your old top, and Awa and the others right away. Tell them, all those who are leading the fine men in various stalls in Sham Shuepa, go with me to Tsim Sha Sui tonight to have a happy. I'll pay for all the spending tonight. Wan Chai, under an apartment building in Bayview Center, Blow Chicken got out of his old tiger head Ben, tugged on the hem of his coat, and was ready to go around to his bar. The followers who hold the car are not yet satisfied with it. Old top, Sham Shuepa is really out of this world tonight. It's just that I can't figure out why you, the talker, aren't even called out to be a witness on such a big occasion. Blow Chicken can't help but be upset, but still grinned and waved his hand. Your old top, I'm a clay fetus for the shrine, a puppet talker to come. What's the point of me going along for the ride? If they were happy, I'd be tempted to hand over that broken stick right now. What's so great about being a talker? I just want to retire now. Ring, ring, ring. Just after Blow Chicken had laughed at himself, the portable phone that this horseman was stacking for Blow Chicken suddenly rang. Horsey hurriedly handed the phone to Blow Chicken. Pressing the answer button, Blow Chicken answered the call as he made his way over to his bar. All that could be heard on the other end of the line was a scratchy voice. Old top, big deal. Just now, the police came to your place and brought Guan Jianming back to the police station. They made a search over at the ledger, and they seem to have searched our Bay Area ledgers as well. Blow Chicken felt a sudden spinning of the sky. What are you talking about? What about the club's books? End of chapter. Chapter 100. If He Yaozong is not convinced by the election result, then let Feng Yushiu lock him over and directly move the family law. April 11, 2025. Old top, aren't you the one who keeps the society's books and the dragon head baton? The horseman's surprised reply came from the other end of the line, and for a moment it made Blow Chicken realize that he was in a hurry. Blow Chicken calmed down a little when he learned that the books of the society's ledger were unharmed. At this time, the roadside came a few cars, and then Flush parked in the back of the Blowing Chicken that old tiger head Ben. Some errand boys in crisp uniform suits stepped out of the car and clipped their papers to their chests. Blow Chicken looked miserable and hurriedly greeted the horsemen around him. Quickly go and inform Flaming Bull that the leading stick and the account book are placed under the bedpan in the bedroom against the east in block 606 of the Rongqing apartment building in Yamadiai. Tell Fireox to hurry and take the stick and the ledger to Dengwei. Quick! Sending the heel horseman away, Blow Chicken whirled around and stood in place. Sure enough, the gang of errant men were coming for themselves. Seeing his followers' ponies leave the scene, they did not have any difficulty at all, but gathered around the Blowing Chicken in groups of 3 or 5. One of the inspectors at the head of the group put his credentials in front of Blow Chicken and waved them around. Then he said coldly, Blowing Chickens with the Lian Shang leader? You're in trouble. Come with us. Overnight, the news that Blow Chicken had been taken away by Okeeper spread through every stall and was sing. It is just intriguing that Chicken Blow was not taken away by the police officers for engaging in triad organized crime activities. He only has a few striptease crappy bars in Wan Chai, so he must be more serious. And he can't even be charged with engaging in shibboleth activities. He was arrested because he was suspected of organizing and participating in gambling activities on a number of occasions by sailing from Wan Chai to the high seas. Since the business of gambling vessels is carried out only on the high seas, this number of crimes, when defined, can be big or small, but if we have to be more serious, there is still no problem in locking him up in a prison cell for half a year. This would mean that Blow Chicken might have to be the first of Woozing's uncles to retire honorably by being put in a jail cell during his tenure as a talker. Surprisingly, most of the Woozing congregations were surprisingly calm about the arrest of Blow Chicken. There are even individual uncles in the Senate who don't even bother to try to fish for the idea of blowing a chicken. The happiest of them all was Fat Deng. Forenza, do you mean to say that the charge of blowing a chicken is so well settled that none of the lawyers of the society have room to maneuver? The following morning, Fat Deng had just gotten up when he received a call from Fireox. That's right, this time it's a man down. Blow Chicken's been shuffled through the horse pen, and all the books in the bay have been scraped off by Okeeper. I think he's going to spend at least a year and a half in the prison barn this time, Fireox said with a pause in his voice and then spoke. By the way, Will, Blow Chicken asked me to put the stick and the ledger in your hands. When do you get free? I have to be free right now. Bring the stuff over here, and by the way, go and inform the uncles and fathers of the parishes in the districts for me, so that they will come to my side for a meeting in a little while after having their morning tea. Hanging up the phone, a rare smile appeared on Fat Dang's face. It's good to blow a chicken and get caught by the Omark. The good thing is, he can finally take back the dragon head baton in name only. The good thing is that now he can work hard to elect the person in charge, and at least he can suppress Sham Shuepo's anger. It just didn't occur to Fat Dun that someone else had gotten up earlier than him today. As early as last night when the news of Blow Chicken's arrest came out, Ho Yu Chung had notified quite a few of the leaders and uncles of the parishes in District 9 to come over to Hatai Tea House at 7 a.m. for tea. Hatai Tea House, Peony Pavilion Box, was already filled with a dozen people. For a while the tea room looked a little crowded. This seems to be the first time in years that Woozing has brought so many uncles together not by Fat Duns. The nominal leads were Skewer Bomb and Dragon Root, and the room was full of people who were all red-faced and smiling. After He Yaozong entered with a briefcase clutched in his hand, Lonergan cleared his throat instantly. This time, I bothered you all to get up early and come over to Sham Shuepo because I have something good to tell you. I believe you have also learned that last night we got back that Sim Sha Sui which we had lost for 20 years in Sham Shuepa. We've got a good student in our hall. Yao decided to take out the turf for everyone to share, and strive for everyone in Sim Sha Sui in the future. All have a little bit of oil and water to get off. Good, goody. I knew right away that you was from Big Brother. With a pretty boy and the ability, we and Lian Shang are blessed. For a while the room screamed and applauded, especially String Burst, got up and led the applause. A pair of hands have been clapping red. He Yaozong sat down next to Lunjin with a faint smile on his face and waved his hand to signal the crowd to be quiet. I'm here first to thank my uncles, the greats, and the leaders who didn't make the effort to come here because they couldn't find the time. Some time ago, I were a Masonic lodge in the society, and at first people did not believe me and thought I was joking. I, for one, have more or less shown some sincerity. String Burst immediately chimed in. Throw, Ayo, you are so modest. A multi-million-dollar minibus line, and you say you'll fix it for me. If any of them dare to say you're not sincere, I'll be the first one to say no. Tai Pahei followed suit. My big brother, Uncle Quan, hasn't been able to fix the chilled business on the Kowloon side for over a decade. He can't make it over to Pengchang, and this time he asked me to give him a message that when he switches the bank with Lian Shang, he's going to vote for Dapo and vote for Yao. Tai Pahei was the one who knew how to hold a party, and with one sentence, he set the tone of this tea party for Ho Yu Chung. The rest of the crowd would understand, but did not make too much of a statement, only placing their eyes on He Yaozong, waiting for him to say something else. He Yaozong grabbed a cup of tea and took a sip. Speaking again, he first set his sights on Yuan Long's double fandang. This guy is also considered to be in Lian Shang's old uncle generation. Only in the Yuan Long countryside, plain in the community has always been a look of leisure. Xuan Fan Dong, are there any brothers who want to come over and arrange for Yuan Long to come to Tsim Sha Sui to see the world? When He Yaozong asked this, Xuan Fan Dong picked up the conversation almost immediately. We are from Yuan Long and we dream of coming to Yao Tsim Mong to make a living. If you are willing to share a few venues for my brothers to see, if you have any arrangement in Sham Shuepa in the future, our brothers in Yuan Long will surely be the first to follow. How can you just look at the field? He Yaozong smiled and answered, then unzipped the zipper of his briefcase and took out 2 lease contracts from inside, handing them over to Shuang Fan Dong. Here are 2 leases for the Tsimshatsui East Wing on Plaza Business Building site, a 5-year contract, the rent of which I have already paid in one lump sum. You want to open a nightclub or a restaurant there. In short, whatever business you want to do, the venue will be left to you, and you will go there to decorate it yourself. If you are short of money, you can follow up with me to borrow it, and I won't charge you interest. Double Fandango took this contract, and an incredulous ecstasy began to show in his eyes. For a while the others in the room were all hot-eyed, but then they heard He Yaozong speak again. On the Tsimshatsui East side, I've rented out venues a dozen other times, so I won't go from one to the next to account for them in order to save everyone's time. Over at Nanyang Center, there are 3 venues suitable for nightclubs. When the time comes, cripple, you take the hit. Lang, your shot in Tong used to cover the box lunch business of a few quarries. Make it bigger. There are a few venues suitable for restaurants in Washing Plaza. When the time comes, try to invite someone over too. Decorate it, have a fancy restaurant or something, and tell it all with face. Saying this, he handed them the venue contract, and without waiting for these 2 to thank him, He Yaozong landed his eyes on the 2 uncles who carried a little more weight, Mao Pang and Old Monk. The uncles and uncles of Lian Shang are also divided into 3, 6 and 9 classes. The biggest talker is Fat Dun. There's no doubt about it. Next is the duo of Skewer Bomb and Lung Kun, and further down, Big Brother Quan, Old Monk, Fire Ox and Mao Po. It can be said that as long as these uncles are taken care of, it doesn't matter at all what happens to the others. They are all wallflowers anyway, and when the voice is loud on that side, they will follow that side. It's just that one of these 2 is in Tsingy and the other is in Mongkok. Although the territory is not big, it also relies on the mountain to eat the mountain and the water to eat the water. Not so easy to deal with the Lord. first placing his eyes on the green-clothed old monk. He Yaozong put down his briefcase and opened his mouth. Uncle Monk, I heard that some time ago, your peer in Qingyi was robbed by the numbered gang of E-word pile? A hint of dishevelment flashed across old Monk's face, but he nodded in acknowledgement. That's right. Usually, many smugglers in Kwaicheng have small boats and cannot afford to pay the pumping fees in Kwaicheng, so they look for my small peer in Xingyi for loading and unloading. I draw a profit. It is good and fair, so those small head of what a goods are, frozen goods and other small business, all intention to look for me to take care of. But ever since the numbered gang of Nai Chi Heap hit from the Yuan Long side last month, he has been playing with the idea of this side of the pier. The Kwaicheng of the opposite family has Han been of Hung Hing, and Yu Sham Shui Pa, these fierce men in the cover. They are not bold enough to rob, so they hit the idea to the side of Xingyi. Doesn't the point solution get a club to help you fight back? Old Monk said, shaking his head bitterly. Throw. Do you think everyone in the club is as ballsy as you are? I'm only asking you now. Are you going to take care of Qingyi's business? That's natural, or else I would have invited your Uncle Monk over just to have a cup of leisurely tea. Upon receiving He Yaozong's affirmative reply, Old Monk immediately slapped the table. Good. Blow Chicken got pulled into the squad room last night, and I've heard it said that he won't be able to get out when the stick is handed over, and the club elects a new clerk. I'll be sure to vote for you. Seeing that all the people were taking a stand in unison, Mao Pang knew that He Yaozong was going to ask about himself next. Without waiting for He Yaozong to open his mouth towards himself, he answered first. Ayo, you don't have to say anything. I have no desires in Mongkok and I can be self-sufficient. I don't need you to do anything for me. You've done such a great job for the club this time. I'll vote for you as a matter of reason. He Yaozong gave a light laugh. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack and uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. Uncle, you misunderstand. I know that you still come to do good deeds, usually like to eat fasting in Buddha, nothing to help the neighbors to organize Yulan Hui, pay God will be and so on. In order to make it better for your old man to return his wishes before the Bodhisattva, I will contribute a sum of money every year to set up a funeral committee for you over in Mongkok. In the future, if any brother of the society has any accident, whether it is blown up or dragged off to be cremated, in any case, it will be handled by your old man, and it will not be too shabby. Mao Pang was instantly moved. Ayo, you're so thoughtful. Back in those days, I walked through the streets in the Yao Tsim Mong area, specializing in the wordflower stalls that victimized my neighbors. Then the oldest chunk of the whole lot lost everything in my field and slashed me in the back in a fit of rage. Mappo said and started to sigh. I was sent to the medical center in Kowloon City, lying there for 18 stitches. The fever did not go down for 3 days and 3 nights, and finally my wife went to the Tin Hao temple to make a wish, and finally managed to survive this. After that, I made a wish to burn incense at every temple. It is really a righteous act of accumulating in virtues that you are going to organize this morning committee. The Queen of Heaven will bless you, and all the Bodhisattvas will bless you. It seems that the slashback then did indeed split Mao Pao silly. The physician of the medical center pulled him back from the doorstep of the ghost. He did not go to thank people for their excellent medical skills, but counted the merits of his own life on the head of the gods and Buddhas in the sky. However, He Yaozong did not bother to explain to him. This kind of people usually like to take the lead in some divine activities. In the neighborhood is still quite high prestige. That's why he's been able to stay grounded in Mongkok for so many years. 3 by 3 they were all tied up, and these people were as joyous as if it were New Year's Eve. Just as a group of people were still talking in the tea room, String Burst suddenly picked up a phone call. Hello? Why don't you come to Sham Shuepa for tea today? Oh, you mean Blow Chicken puts the stick in your territory and shall not come over unoccupied. What? Dunwell's in a hurry to choose a new spokesman? We are having tea with the new spokesman in Sham Shuepa. Waiting for the crowd to look at the string of explosions to hang up the phone, Lonergan, with a smug look on his face, got up and opened his mouth. Gentlemen, I believe everyone has seen Ao's sincerity. We are in Sham Shuepa. Please come to us later. Anyhow, you is my buddy. I can guarantee on his behalf right now that if he is rich and powerful, the society will be rich and powerful with him. After all these years, it's time for Woozing to take his turn to sit with this slugger. The crowd simply nodded their heads in agreement, and then got up in 2s and 3s as they were greeted by crosstalk explosion, ready to go to Fatty Dang's side for the meeting. Only He Yaozong stopped Longroot, as well as Long Hair, who had been sitting in the corner and hadn't made a sound for half a day. Long Hair, I'm going to go outside and have a word with Uncle, so you stay here for a moment. There are a few words I'd like to ask you to take back to Big D. Long Hair just nodded his head. It's not in the way, Yao. I don't have anything to do anyway. Just go and take your time to talk with Uncle and the others. After saying that, Long Hair sat alone in the tea room and waited for He Yaozong to come back from talking with Long Keen. Coming into the corridor, it was only when the group of people had all descended the stairs that He Yaozong opened his mouth to speak to Lungeon. Uncle, truth be told, I know that I haven't joined the club for a long time, and it's inevitable that Uncle Tang's side will take this matter to task, but I must fight for the person in charge, and if I get it, I guarantee that Sham Shuipo will be rich and famous, and you, Uncle, will be able to enjoy 2 years of happiness earlier. It took less than a month to have the will to make a name for himself, and it took less than a month for Ax Jun to make a name for himself back then. You've made such a great achievement for the club this time. In all reason, this talker is also none other than you. You can't say that. What kind of nature is Uncle Tang? I think you know better than I do. Uncle, this time, please ask Uncle to fight for me to the end. I'm not afraid of Uncle's joke. I'm not Big D. Even if Uncle Tang wants to force these uncles to bow down, I'm going to make plans to lift the table. Ryukin sniffed and just smiled. Don't worry, although Deng Wei is a curmudgeon, he still has some cheek. So many of your uncles and grandparents are in favor of you. How can he possibly talk past us with his yellow mouth? Saying that, Long Zhen reached out and patted fearfully on Yao Zong's shoulder as a sign for him to relax, and then followed the pace of the group of people and ran towards the downstairs at a fast pace. Folding back to the tea room, Yao Zong looked at Long Hair, and then whirled around to pick up that briefcase of his once again, taking out a contract from inside that was stowed away in a document bag. Shaggy, take these back to Big D. I plan to set up a real estate company in Sham Shuipa on the authorization of Huaxing properties. By that time, the demolition of the Lokfu housing estate side and the Kowloon city side will be put on the agenda immediately. I know it was hard for him to embarrass himself last time, and to make it up to him, I'm going to leave all this construction and demolition business to him. Shaggy took the pouch of papers, but didn't dare to open it to look at it. He replied, Brother Yu, our construction company in Suwon is not big enough. I'm afraid it can't afford to take over the business you gave us. Fear not, when the time comes, I will take the lead and invest a sum of money into it to expand the scale of this construction company in Sham Shuipa. I've got the capital ready, $6 million startup capital, and if the follow-up funds are not enough, I'll slowly find a way. When the time comes to leave it to Big D, if we do a good job, we might even be able to develop into a fully supported construction group, and then we'll talk about the split. Shaggy's knot in his throat couldn't help but flip up and down. Since those bosses of Big D were poached last time, the Tsuwon side only thought that Ho Yucheng had found the boss of Huaxing Properties as the Gold Master. But that's a bit too generous for the Gold Master, isn't it? He yaozonged this period of time. At every turn is a large sum of money. What in the world he did, worth Huaxing real estate side so to support him? However, Longhair knew that this was not something he should worry about, and just picked up the document bag and bowed respectfully towards Yaozong. I'll be sure to talk to Big D about it when I get back. Guanghua Hospital. Lin Huila had an four hanging from his hand and was sitting on the hospital bed with a look of anxiety, until Asawa pushed the door in. He immediately couldn't wait to ask, well, what did Uncle Dun tell you? Ace closed the door to the ice room and gave an okay sign towards Lin Huailu. Brother Lu, Uncle Tang told you to rest assured that the dragon head baton and the account book have been sent to Uncle Tang's side. This time, no matter what, he'll support you to sit in. Only after receiving Aze's reply did the anxious look on Lin Huaili's face ease a little. But then he seemed to remember something, and tentatively inquired a mouthful of information from Asawa. Where is Feng Yusao? Who was taken to Sham Shuipa by Ho Yucheng earlier? It's right over there at the Hatai Tea House. Make a call to Feng Yusao later, as soon as those uncles elect a new leader. If Ho Yucheng doesn't obey and wants to cause trouble, immediately tell Feng Yusao to lock Ho Yucheng up and bring him to the Jordan Hall. Asawa couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Lock? Are you kidding me? Sham Shuipa is strong and powerful. Everyone has been trained by Ho Yucheng. You lock him up in Jordan. What if Sham Shuipa steps over and asks for him then? Then I'll just move the family law against him as a talker and send him on his way. Lin Huaili's eyes were already full of madness. Looked at Ace and gritted his teeth again. Don't you have any scruples? We can't fight Yaozong for the rest of our lives. When the time comes to make a decision, we must dare to make a move if Ho Yucheng dares to violate the taboo. I don't believe that after the death of Ho Yucheng and Sham Shuipa, that group of beatniks won't rely on the organization for their livelihood. End of chapter. Chapter 101, Dragon Root Rage, Deng Wei, and Union Sheng can't always be your call. April 12, 2025. Dunaway was quite devoted. Over the past month, he had already organized 2 speaker election meetings, and he had already secretly resolved that this time, he would say anything to help Lin Huailu to the position of speaker. Today's tea party seemed a bit grand. Fat Deng specially washed his hair and changed into a light brown tang suit. In front of the shrine of Guansheng Dijun in the house, 2 red candles were also lit and a good incense burned. He did not even go to the crutches. Sitting in the hall on a master chair, closed his eyes to rest his mind, waiting for the arrival of a group of uncles and uncles with Lian Shang. Ring, ring, ring. The phone rings before the person arrives. The horseman delivers the phone, presses the answer button, and realizes it's Tai Pa Black calling. Good morning, Uncle Tang. I'm Tai Pahey. Uncle Quan can't come back from Pengchang. He asked me to give you a message that he will vote for Sham Shuipo in this election. Fatty Deng's two eyes snapped open, and his face instantly became ugly. It was just a pity that Tai Pa Black couldn't even see his face on the other end of the phone. Tai Pahey, I'm afraid that your big brother is old and shaky and that you'll get the wrong message. You tell him to call me himself, and I'll ask him myself which one he'd prefer to be in charge. There's no need to call Uncle Tang. I've already made 2 phone calls with Uncle Quan just now, and I definitely didn't mishear him. Anyway, on the Tai Pa side, I will vote for Sham Shuipo. I'll leave your old man alone. See you later, Tai Pahey said and hung up. For a while, he called Fatty Deng's heart to be on fire. It's only been a few days? Aura's backwoods boy has the nerve to hang up on himself early? Not long afterward, a bustle of talk and laughter resounded from the outer aisles of the tenement. Under the guidance of Fireox, a group of uncles and fathers took their seats around the tea table in order of their former positions. The old rule is that when Fatty Deng invites for tea, all the uncles will get up, drink the tea in their cups, and then sit down again, waiting for Fatty Deng to speak. Long Ginjong face proud color. Look at the fat Deng. Apparently in the heart has been determined. Sham Shuipo this session of the banker. It is a matter of 9 to 10 stable. Fat Deng opened his mouth leisurely. Blow Chicken is blessedly thin, and is not destined to sit in a talker's bazooka. He was dragged away by the errand boys this time, and Fireball arranged for a visit from the society lawyer, who came back only to say that Blow Chicken would have to spend at least 6 months in the prison barn. No one opened their mouths to respond. No one in the audience came out to put in a half-hearted word for Blow Chicken. Seeing that the scene was controlled, Fat Deng continued to speak. The family can't be without a master for a day. And the last time he blew a chicken and handed over the stick, perhaps he should have been asked to step down. That's why we're looking for you to come here today, to elect a new spokesperson today. It's the same rhetoric as last time. Out of the 2, pick one out and vote by show of hands. Fat Deng said, looking at the less present in the group of uncles of the Double Fandang. Out of the blue, Double Fandango. Start picking from you guys and Yuan Long. Shuang Fan Dong nodded. It's been more than a decade since Ryukin stepped down from his position as the talker. This time, Sham Shuipo has made such a great achievement for the society. So it is Sham Shuipo's turn in all senses. I vote for Ho Yu-chung. Fat Deng instantly cold-faced. Are you not getting it right? I said choose one of the 2. There's no Ho Yu-tsung as an option. When these words came out, a group of people were immediately staggered, especially Long Root, whose face suddenly turned white with anger. He never thought that Fatty Deng would be so shameless as to directly remove Sham Shuipo from the candidate list. It was a good thing String Bomb had spoken first. Brother Wei, is there any mistake? The only ones who put out the word to choose are the Sham Shuipo and Jordan Halls. And if Sham Shuipo can't choose, then isn't it just a matter of handing the stick directly to Alak? Fatty Deng leaned towards the back of his chair. I did speak just now, still following the same process as last time. 2 Halls, meaning Tsuan Wan and Jordan. I'll take my pick. Big D last time clamored to mess with the new and Lian Shang. It was Wei you said not who can make a mess. You have to give the stick to who, and now we're pulling him out of the election. So whoever isn't happy with our picks can jump out and make a scene later? What Fatty Deng said in the past was returned unchanged by Skewer Explosion today. I didn't want Fatty Deng to be indifferent, but just responded coldly. Instead of Big D, you can pick Ale. Thump. Ryukin had clenched his fists and was on the verge of losing control of his emotions, but he restrained himself from seething. Fat Deng didn't bother to look at Lungeon, but instead looked around at the others present. I know you're wondering right now if I'm favoring Lu, or maybe you want to ask me to point out that Sham Shuipo is not included in the election, but I want to make it clear, which of you in this room did not rely on my support to get to the top? If I hadn't intervened as a guarantor, would you be qualified to sit here and drink tea, be admired by a group of juniors, and boast about choosing a spokesman? These words opened up, and they shocked quite a few people in the audience. Fat Deng, this is not wrong. A number of uncles here, many are relying on him to support, in order to qualify to sit in the position of the talker over the addiction. Seeing that his words still carried weight, Fatty Deng couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Spinning around, he spoke. Ao's time in the club is too short, and he's barred enough now. But Locke is different. He, Jordan, is a single person, and in the past few years, his behavior in the society has been obvious to everyone. Jordan needs to sit this one out. The club needs balance. One man is not spring, and Ale needs this opportunity. So Double Fandango, think about it again. Who are you going to go for? Under Fatty Deng's lechery, Double Fandang had become somewhat hesitant. Just as he was stumbling around not knowing how to speak, the crowd coldly heard a bang. The The group of people were startled, and when they looked over again, they found that Long Gone had already stood up with an iron face, slapping the table. It turns out that the conference for us and the United Winners to choose a spokesperson is actually a competition. Since we're going to compare who's miserable, why don't we call over the lame guy from Castle Peak Road, and simply elect him this term? Who could be as miserable as him? Now not only the group of uncles, even Fatty Dang froze. He never thought in a million years that Lonergan would one day dare to slap the table in front of him. Ryujin, have you taken the wrong drugs? Fat Dang's face was gloomy, looking at Long Jen and asking in a low voice. Long Root, however, no longer backed down this time as he flung his sleeves and responded directly towards Fat Dang. I'm not on the wrong medication. It's you, Wei, who has been talking about the need for balance and development of the society for decades. But look at what the development of the community has become over the past 2 decades. The last term elected a blown chicken to the throne, and when the Wanchai tertiary land was trampled on, it was necessary to run to Tsuanwan to take shelter from the storm. More than a year so and so things are not done for the society. Jokes are made a lot. And Sim Sha Sui, if it wasn't for our Sham Shuepa to fight for your brother, why? There are still rumors that you Fat Tang can't tolerate others and forced Axe Head June to cross the line. Ryukin, have you talked enough? Not yet, Ryukin said and looked at the old ghost monk in green, moistened his throat and continued his output. Old monk, I know that you were given the position of talker back then by Deng Wei to sit on, but have you ever thought about it? Back then, you do talk. It is hard to make a good relationship with the maritime side. In Xingyi to repair a few landing wharf, the results of the wharf repair to half. The association notified you that you should hand in the stick. Later the stick and the ledger were handed over to Lang Lao, who took the money, turned his head and went to Sha Tian to open a sand quarry. I am not talking about the rights and wrongs of Lang. I just want to ask you, when you were looking for Deng Wei's help in a bitter way, asking him to say hello to Lang and continue to even out some money to continue to repair those pier warehouses, what did Fat Deng tell you in the first place? Did he tell you that there are rules for one-term talkers? Ryujin, what the hell do you mean? Fat Deng, in a rare break of defense, followed suit and slammed the table, pointing at Long Gon's nose and yelling. Ryukin, however, didn't budge an inch. I don't mean anything by it, I just wanted to ask. In plain English you talk about the rules of the society. Are these rules your Dunwell rules or not? And unison can't always be your call alone. I'll be the first to disagree if you want to take Shamshu Weipo off the hook. Long Jen finished breathing heavily and took another sip of tea, looking at Fat Deng with red eyes. I have to say, it's just soothing to get those words out. The fat meat on Fatty Deng's face was trembling slightly, but after a few moments, he also calmed down and looked at Long Root with a cold smile. Good, knowing that you, Long Root, have taken in an eye-catching stable boy. Decades of rules are not spoken of in order to prop him up. You have the nerve to call my bluff, but these people sitting here aren't such strikingly fine men like you. Lungeon, I'll take my pick. Today, I'll also make it clear that since I've taken AO under my wing, he's made at least $5 million for me in the past 2 months. In the middle of the day, Crosstalk said that it wanted to organize a minibus special line, and you took the money without saying a word. I'd like to ask you, after so many years of choosing wordsmiths with the United Winners, which one of them can do what he did? Work for the association with a single-mindedness? Saying that, Long Jen didn't care if Fatty Deng agreed or not, and directly raised his right hand. At the same time, he shouted, I vote for AO. A room full of people suddenly looked at me and me at you, no one knowing what to do next. It's a good thing String Bomb came out to round out the awkwardness. Come on, let's choose a spokesperson. What's the point of arguing? Long Gun, after all, these people have been more or less favored by Brother Wei. Even if you want to support your own family, you don't have to be so disrespectful to Brother Wei. Ryukin was indignant. After all that, why don't you just tell me who you prefer? Me? Of course I'm picking AO. Crosstalk Explosion said and raised his right hand, immediately calling Fatty Deng's face to be 3 times more gloomy again. Joking aside, the multi-million-dollar minibus line has been taken care of, and it is just waiting for him to cut the ribbon and open the business, and sit back and wait for the money to be collected. If you give Fatty Deng face at this time, you are only afraid that Shamshu Weipa will not give you face at that time. While Fatty Deng hadn't slowed down yet, Long Jen then planned to make a move and set his sights directly on Mao Pao. Ma Po, who do you choose? Mao Po pondered for a moment, but finally raised his right hand with difficulty. AO has indeed been a credit to the club. I choose AO. Called I? AO. Old monk? Should I say no? There aren't many who can beat the new mark properly for 20 years. Just AO. Fat Wa? I haven't thought about it yet. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. Then there's no need to think about it. It's already 6 votes done. There's nothing to say. This dragon head, it's going to be us. Sham Shwipo, Who'll be sitting on it? Fat Deng was so angry by now that his face was purple. It seemed that everything was as he expected. Longun had already done all the things he should have done before this time. It wasn't until Lonergan resumed his seat that he forced himself to speak with anger. Ryujin, why don't you be the one to appoint all the people in charge of Wuzing from now on? Anyway, you've been handpicked by your brother Wei for so many years, so as long as everyone's okay with it, I'm okay with it. Longroot is already on fire this time. The words have been said, then made up his mind. Do not need to go to the Fat Deng to save face. I used to listen to him talk about those old crap rules. That is when I had nothing tangible to lose and no backbone to lift the table. Now that he had the backbone and had beaten the stick to himself, how could he, Long Zhen, be polite to him? Den Wei? He knew that he was able to secure the third chair among his uncles with the help of a scummy officer. Sam, Fat Deng nodded hatefully. Good. You have sold yourself for so many years of uncles' faces by accepting small favors. I don't even know how you're going to think about it, except to hope that in the future, when no one takes you seriously, you won't go screaming about it. Fat Deng already knew that the prestige he had built up over the years had crumbled under the attack of Ho Yucheng's money. Only his words of forced respect were irrelevant in the eyes of this group of people. What do you mean by small favors? A few $1 million out of pocket and call it a small favor? It's none of their business who's the talker with Unison. Besides, their group of uncles were already old. The younger ones were over 50 years old. How many more days can we hang around in this world? What difference will it make when the time comes for the latter to honor or disrespect their own? It would be better to take advantage of this time. A time to fish enough coffins. Later on their own a touch of yellow earth buried to the coffin board. Who cares about his floods? After all, no one is like Fatty Deng, who is almost 70 years old and can still be an authority in the society and follow the law. Seeing that no one chimed in, Fat Deng's heart completely died. He knew that this time the scattering of the scene, later and the united victory of the 10,000 people Dengwei will no longer exist. His right to speak in Wasing would be taken away by Ho Yucheng bit by bit in the future, until it was completely lost. Decades of great power, suddenly to dissipate into nothingness, really call people reluctant. Just before he could finish his despondency, he heard Long Zhen preach again. Brother Wei, at your age, I suggest you just worry less. Back in the day and when Unison didn't have you in charge, I didn't see any of them not survive. You was elected by everyone. You'd better hand over the stick and let me take it back. In the future, you'll still be the uncle who sits at the head of the table and will Lianshang. Seeing Long Root pressing forward, Fat Deng couldn't care less about losing face. He tightened the loose pockets of his pants and swiveled his eyes down. In a deep voice, he said, since you have chosen Sham Shuipa as the banker, I will not break the rules. I'll turn in the stick, but the blowcock is still in the squad room. According to the account of the pipe count on the Wan Chai side, it was someone who broke the news to the bad guys. Since Ao is going to be the talker, Ai Zhong has a request. Long Root couldn't help but be speechless. What time is it? What the hell is Fatty Deng still trying to get up to? But on the rare occasion that Fatty Deng loosened his lips, he had to pinch his nose and ask, Wei, so and so demand that you speak first. Dig up this pouncer in the club with the red shoes and give the previous speaker a piece of your mind first. Whenever this thing is done, whenever the time comes to pick up the baton, what if we never find out? Do we break up with Unison? After Ryukin finished speaking, Skewer burst hurriedly made a frantic wink at him. Plainly in Lian Shang these uncles and grandparents. String Explosion asked himself the most short-tempered, but compared to Long Guan, who had taken gunpowder today, he had to praise Long Guan again for his sharpness. Since Fatty Deng sat in the bank, no one in Wasing has dared to go and embarrass him like this. Fat Deng seemed to have completely calmed down at the moment. He clasped both hands in front of his chest and spoke coldly. If I really can't find it, when the term of blowing chickens is full, I will hand over the ledger and the dragon head baton. Seeing that Long Root was about to choke, Skewer burst hurriedly got up and pulled Long Root back. All right, Brother Wei has already agreed, so you should stop talking. I'll go back and drink a cup of herbal tea later. Being advised by Skewer Explosion, Ryukin also retracted his gushing emotions in a rare moment. Just a nod towards Fat Dun. Good, then we'll do what you want. I don't know if Wei has any more comments, but if there are no other comments, we'll go back first. It's time to get down to business. No sending, just waiting for Fat Deng to answer. Lonergan pulled his arm out of Stringburst's grasp. Then with a flutter of his sleeves, he was the first to lead the way out of this side. The rest of the people also dispersed in twos and threes, dispersing in turn, no one wanting to stay here looking for embarrassment. Instead, String Bomb waited until the group had finished before sitting down low next to Fat Deng. Wei, you shouldn't blame Lungeon either, after all, and you don't have to persuade me to go where I need to go. Fatty Deng's tone was flat, and without waiting for Skewer Explosion to finish, he gave an eviction order. Skewer Blast was speechless, so he just got up and let out a long sigh, then left the side as well. Guanghua Hospital. Lin Huila leaned on the hospital bed, from time to time stretching his head to look at the door of the hospital room. Finally, as it was nearing noon, Azer walked in. Well, did you get the stick back yet? Still not waiting for Aze to speak, Lin Huilu couldn't wait to ask. A's crying face just gave Lin Huilu a bad thought. The stick was given to Hoyut-san? Lu, Uncle Tang is right back there. You'd better go ask him. Aze pointed to the outside of the sick room. Not long after, we saw a horseman assisted Fat Dang slowly walked into the sick room. When Fatty Dang was seated, Lin Huilu passed a wink towards Aze. Immediately, Aze led Fatty Dang's follower horseman out of the door, while not forgetting to bring the door with him. Eyeing Fatty Dang, Lin Huilu did not dare to ask. Seeing Fatty Dang in this state, although he had an answer in his mind, he did not dare to go and face it directly. It was Fat Dang who finally spoke first. Lock, money opens the way and is unstoppable. I'm afraid it's not your turn to be the talker this term. Lin Huilu suddenly felt his brain buzzing. His eyes went black, and he knocked heavily on the wall behind the bed. But the pain in the wound again provoked him to sit up straight violently. Gritting his teeth, he asked towards Fatty Dang with extreme unwillingness. Uncle Dang, how did this happen? Fat Dang shook his head inside, but said, I still have the stick in my hand, but the wood has been turned, so I'm afraid there's nothing you can do about it. Ah, Locke, everything is God's will. I'm just afraid I won't have the chance to hold you up again in the future. Leaving behind this brainless sentence, Fat Dang again braced himself against the guardrail of the hospital bed and got up tremblingly. Then dragging his heavy steps, he left the sick room slowly. Lin Huilu stayed sitting on the hospital bed and suddenly snapped, seemingly remembering something. He could be sure that he and Fat Dun harbored the same mind, but even though two people think one way, they can't confide what they think to each other. Fat Dang needs him to get the dragon head baton and re-establish his absolute prestige in Wasing. One needs to get the dragon head baton and go for a nebulous great fortune. Right now, since the wood has been turned into a boat, it is already clear what the strategy to break the situation is. For a moment, an unprecedented sinister look surfaced on Lin Huili's face. He yanked off the four tie to the back of his hand straight away and yelled out towards the outside. Azer, this home can't be lived in. Help me out of here. I've got important things to do. End of chapter. Chapter 102. Fighting and fighting until you don't even have the ground to put up a memorial hall in Jordan. April 12, 2025. Fat Dang took a bus from the Kwanghwa hospital side back to Shek Gap May. This section of the road normal people walk, but only 20 minutes of foot travel. But Fatty Dang has long been unable to walk. Uncle Tang, it's here. Until the car held the horseman parked at the side of the tenement building, Fatty Dang was still in deep thought. The gelding called out softly, which pulled him out of his thoughts. This time, he refused the horseman's assistance and got out of the car himself, trembling. Go get me a dozen cold sodas and come back. Stepping out of the car, Fatty Dang stopped his follower horseman from getting out of the car and said to him as such, Uncle Dang, they sell them at the taco store next door. Not this one, the little glass bottle with the little straw. They sell it at the tea restaurant over in Simshasui. Go, okay, why don't I help you upstairs first? No, Fat Dang responded coldly, and then he turned his head away and walked towards the staircase side of the tenement building. Trembling, returning to the empty home, Fat Dun locked the door and moved to the bedroom again, opened the closet door and took out the tapstick that symbolized the supreme power of Wasing. Sitting low on the bed with his stick in his hand, his gaze grew sharp. Jude remembered that the man who gave him this stick back when he was sitting was called Cockroach Wing, a scruffy fellow. When the stick was handed to him, it was worm-eaten beyond recognition. He's the one who paid a famous artist to fix it, to patch it, to repaint it. Later, the dragon head stick has been passed down in Liansheng for more than 20 years, this time handing it over. I'm only afraid that I will never be able to get it back in the future. After rubbing the dragon head stick in his hand for a while, Fatty Dang put it back again with fondness. Then he picked up his handheld phone and dialed a string of numbers. The call was made to the How River side. It was a long time before the call was answered. Hello? A slightly raspy male voice came out of the phone. How have you been, Blackie Wing? As Fat Dang answered, the caller visibly froze and then asked in a tentative tone, Is that Will? It's me. I've been going to Haojiang for so many years, and I didn't know to come back for a visit. Are you still happy over there? A hearty laugh rang out on the other end of the line. I've changed my phone number a few times, and I'm surprised Wei can still find my new number. Solution. Why did you think of looking for me this time? Do you have something good to explain? Nothing good. Just that people are old and prone to nostalgia, and I wanted to have a word with you. This call from Fatty Dang was to Blackie Ming of Haojiang and Enlo. Blackie Wing is the grandson of Mr. Duo, the 12 old crooked emperors of Wahaptu, and Fatty Tang's big brother, Sim Bei Hua, is a good friend of Mr. Duo. The two belong to two different characters in the N-word pile, but because of this relationship, there is quite a connection. 80 years ago, the Guangdong Hong Kong sect sent Black Bonyan, the head of the Young Yitong, to Hong Kong Island to clean up the Hong Kong sect's affairs, and set up the foundation of the Watao lineage at the Wakian in Central. 30 years later, and the word split. Some of the members in the Yaomati and Wanchai areas, supported by the Lee family, a well-known buying and selling family on Hong Kong Island at that time, set up a soft drink factory in Kwa Wan. It changed its signboard to Wan Lok, specializing in the subcontracting of various types of soft drinks. Thus it was also known as the Water Room. Later, time changed, and Wan Lok split up again, with one branch moving to Haojiang 40 years ago, where it has made a name for itself. Until now, it even controls more than 60% of the stacking business in Haojiang together with the number gang. Brother Wei, what nostalgia. We have known each other for so many years. I see that you have something on your mind. It's better to just say it. It's like this. I want to ask you, back when you ran away with Fatty Quinn to Haojiang, are you still thriving all these years? Throw. It's not like you don't know what's going on in Haojiang. It's been a young man's world here for a long time, since the water room lie made the faucet, and even Fatty Quinn washed his hands of it. It's good enough for me to have a bite to eat. Don't be modest, like your number of shaking white paper fan, in which word can't make a mouthful of food. If I'm not mistaken, quite a few of the water closet stackers are still starting with you now, aren't they? A light laugh came from the other end of the line, and he answered in a whirlwind. Will, after all this talk, you just won't tell me what you came to see me about. If you want to just make small talk, why don't I make a special trip to Hong Kong Island one day and we can talk face to face? Hearing some impatience on Blackie Rong's side, Fatty Dang knew that it was about time for this stale and rotten catching up. He paused his voice and opened his mouth. You and I, our two families, shared a word back then. I wonder if you're interested in accompanying me to do something sensational? What? Reorganizing the Hedgie pile. You and I will be able to live up to the successive grandmasters of the Hedgie pile if our two families merge again word for word. The caller froze for a long moment. Brother Wei, when did you also pick up the bad habit of eating powder? I'm afraid you haven't eaten too much powder and have come here to amuse me? The thing is, I'm not amusing you. Putting other things aside for the moment, the merger of two word heads that have been separated for more than 50 years, when the time comes, should the name of the word head be called Wan Lok, or Walian Shang? Fat Dang frowned tightly and followed up. If this is done properly, you will be called upon to take over the leading stick of the Hedgie pile in the future. In the future, when you come to take charge of the rice bowls of the tens of thousands of members under the Wojitsu, you'll be a grandmaster like Black Bonerin. Fat Dang seems to be a bit possessed. On the one hand, at his age, there seems to be nothing else to think about but power. Letting him watch the power of speech that he had been sitting on for decades, little by little being taken away by the latter boy, that was simply no different from killing him. On the other hand, he really thought of himself as an orthodox Hung Sek person, and was really trying to make a little achievement to add some luster to his life. An undisguised sneer came from Blackie Wing on the other end of the line. Count on it, Uncle Dang. As for me now, I'm living a very contented life, even if you're willing to hand over the dragon head baton, not to mention whether or not the people in your club will agree. The ones who have a say with Annal's side may not be interested in getting involved with you guys. If you want to have tea with me in the future, you can call me anytime. I won't bell you much about such whimsical things. That's it. I'll hang up now if there's nothing else. Listening to the busy line tone coming from the phone, Fatty Dang's heart was as if it was dead. He dropped the phone on the bed and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Ah, Locke, I just hope you're enlightened. And the rules that have been in place for decades in Lianshang, I'm counting on you to uphold them this time. There was no need for Fatty Dang to push around. Lin Huila knew how to go about it. Jordan. Inside a warehouse of Kun Chung department store, Lin Whaler sat on a cardboard box, his hands together, propping up his chin as if in a violent meeting of minds. Whoa! The roll-up door of the warehouse was lifted by someone, and a bright light shone in, calling Lin Huailu a little uncomfortable for a moment. Squinting his eyes slightly, fixing his eyes again, he realized that it was Aze who had brought Feng Yishio in. Lu, why don't you turn on the lights? Aze turned on the lights inside the warehouse, and then he greeted Feng Yishio as he came in and half-pulled down the roll-up door again. Lin Huailu waved at Feng Yishio, signaling him to sit on the cardboard box full of recycled clothes across from him. Feng Yusao, I heard that the Sham Shui Paside has been particularly valuing you lately, and recently Ho Yucheng has asked you to start work over at the Watai Tea House? Feng Yushio nodded. That's right, mister. He asked me to be his security. You're a security quitter. Lin Huila forced out a smile, then turned his words around. Your bottom I entrusted someone to check. Your hometown is Foshan Danzhao's. Original name is Li Zhensheng. Last August, because of a verbal altercation with a neighbor, you beat someone to death, didn't you? Feng Yushio didn't say anything, just glaring at Lin Huailu, his eyes already containing hidden killing intent. Lin Huailu just assumed that the information he had checked was correct, and immediately laughed again. Don't worry, help me get one thing done, and I'll make sure you'll be honored and prosperous in the future. In the future, there will be no such person as Li Jianqing in Hong Kong Island, and you will be my Lin Huaili's right-hand man. What do you want me to do? After Feng Yuxiu responded, Lin Huailu signaled towards Aze, who immediately understood, turned his head and lifted up the roll-up door, then drilled out. Only when Aze went out did Lin Huaila fumble a vial from his pocket. This was previously requested by Lin Huaila from Feng Yuan of the political department, and it was filled with a small dose of potassium cyanide. Lin Huaila never imagined that he would actually use this one day. Listen, when you go back in a while, find a chance to put something like this down into He Yaozong's tea. Is that poison in here? You want me to help you take out Hou Yucheng? Feng Yuxiu couldn't help but ask with a cold face as he did. That's right, I can't be a talker until he's dead. If I can't be a talker, you're doomed to be a murderer wanted on the continent. I don't need this kind of thing to kill people. Feng Yuxiu coldly responded towards Lin Huailu, which was what he had in mind. No need for such tactics. You'll reveal your identity. Lin Huailu looked up at Feng Yuxiu. The threatening intent in his tone was already self-evident, only for him to see Feng Yuxiu throw that vial to the ground. The corner of his mouth hooked up in a cruel smile. Brush! Feng Yuxiu's right hand stormed up, and with an extremely exaggerated speed, he strangled Lin Huaili's neck. Gee, you! Lin Huaila had just spat out 2 words when he felt that he could no longer utter a single sound. The strong sense of suffocation forced him to instinctively wave his hand, trying to push away Feng Yuxiu in front of him. Whoa! There was another sound of the roll-up door being opened, followed by a voice full of sneers from the doorway. Lu Xiao, how come you ran out from the hospital for a good reason? Looking for my pony boy to come over here to tell what to whisper? He Yaozong walked in from outside with a group of people, and following him, there was also Azer, who was being held hostage and had a crying face. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. Alright Feng Yuxiu, before Lu Xiao breaks, I would like to speak to him a couple more times. He Yaozong patted Feng Yuxiu's shoulder, signaling him to release the strangled Lin Huaila. Cough cough cough. The moment Feng Yuxiu let go of his hand, Lin Huailu instantly planted himself on the ground and erupted into a violent coughing fit. He Yaozong squatted in front of Lin Huaila, his face full of mockery. Lu Xiao, I just can't figure it out a bit. There's no need to kill me if I can't compete for the stick, right? Lin Huaila did not reply, but in both eyes, the fear was already self-evident. Knowing that there was no point in saying more, he just desperately eased his breath and looked at Feng Yuxiu Dao. You dare to betray me? What happens to me? Your blackmail will be sent to the poorhouse this afternoon. Feng Yuxiu is his last straw. At this point Lin Huailu only have to hope on him, hoping that he can turn around and kill He Yaozong in this warehouse. The smile on He Yaozong's face grew even wider. I forgot to tell you, where's Feng Yuxiu? He's been my man from the beginning. Those so-called identities of his are also made up by me to swindle you. It just didn't occur to me that I'd send him to Jordan to keep an eye on you, and you'd be so kind as to send the man back to me. Until the truth, Lin Huaila's eyes went black, and he felt that the sky was about to collapse. He Yaozong, you want to kill me? Puffer, you Qi master, I am now the person in charge of Wulian Shang. You actually dare to secretly conspire against the society's leader. I have 100 reasons to use the family law against you. He Yaozong slapped the trauma on the back of Lin Huaila's head and immediately restrained the smirk on his face. Do you know why you were kept alive a little longer? There's a question I'd just love to ask you. Having been slapped with that slap just now, Lin Huaila had been in so much pain that he was on the verge of fainting. At this moment, it was curled up on the ground, like a dead dog about to die a violent death, unable to make any sound except wailing. Hou Yucheng, however, continued to ask, I'd like to know how you colluded with the Ghostbusters. What favors did they promise you that you were so heartless and desperate to grab this dragon head baton? Lin Huaila sniffed and felt a chill. It turns out that Hou Yucheng knows everything. From beginning to end, he was nothing but a joke, being played by Hou Yucheng without realizing it. But he knew he could never answer these words himself. If you offend Hou Yucheng, the big deal is death. He also has a cub, missed the bottom of the political department, only to be afraid of his son Danny. This life will be a bummer. Hou Yucheng, I don't have anything to say. I don't even know what you're talking about. If you want to kill the king, you can kill him. Pick, kinda. Seeing Lin Huailu in this epileptic state, he was unable to ask anything of value. Immediately, without any nonsense, he passed a wink towards Feng Yuxiu, who immediately understood. Both hands held Lin Huaili's head, sharply twisted with force, only to hear a click. Lin Huaili's body instantly jerked twice, his hands hanging down powerlessly. It's already dead as a doornail. After resolving Lin Huailu, He Yaozong didn't even bother to look at him more than once. Getting up slowly, he dropped his gaze back to Asawa, who was standing in the doorway, already shivering uncontrollably. You brother, go over there with Ewa in a while and tell Uncle Tang a good deal about these embarrassing things your big brother has done. Just say Hou Yucheng, clean up my house, and later on, I'll hold a dojo for your big brother over in Mongkok, so that he'll remember to come over and burn some incense. Azer nodded desperately while responding, yes, yes. After saying that, He Yaozong walked over to Ahua who was guarding the door and asked him for a cigarette, and then explained, in a moment, take this egg and scatter to the end of the stone gorge and find Fat Dang. Then bring me back the stick and the ledger, and by the way, replace all the ponies that Jordan left on Fatty Dang's side, and from now on, you'll be the one to take care of Dangwei's food and living. Ewa understood Ho Yuchung's meaning and immediately nodded his head in agreement. Shek Gap Mei Estate, where Fat Tan lives. Fat Dang, who had already been nestled in his bedroom for the morning, coldly heard a grumpy slamming of the door from outside. Open the door, Uncle Dang. After the sound of the slamming door, Z could be heard yelling from outside. After opening the outside door and seeing Ahua standing at the door with a group of people, with the Pele's standing next to him, Fatty Dang's heart immediately turned as if it was dead. He knew that it was all over. Not waiting for Fatty Dang greetings, Ahua directly greeted people into the Fatty Dang house, sitting on the sofa in the living room in a generous manner. Uncle Tang, the talker has been chosen. Point to solve not handing over the dragon head baton out off? No big deal. Fatty Dang only responded coldly, then tremblingly walked to the eunuch chair next to the tea table and sat down low. Ahua, however, didn't bother to go into a battle of words with Fat Dang, and just passed a wink towards the cowering A's. The horseman who stood behind Asawa then gave him a shove in the back and pushed him into the house. Zay stumbled over to Fat Dang, only to feel his legs go weak and almost fall to the ground several times. Steeling himself, he opened his mouth towards Fatty Dang. Lu is not convinced by the results of the society's election and is going to lay his hands on the new leader. Fortunately was found in time. The Dragon Head has cleaned up the door, but still give the whole music brother decent. In a while in Mongkok over there to lock organized funeral, so that Uncle Tangyu, remember to go over to incense. After shivering and saying this, Ace quietly looked up and surveyed Awa again, and thankfully, the other man didn't signal himself to do anything more. Fatty Dang only felt his mind go blank, unable to say a word for a long time. Seeing that the old man was as demented as he was, Awa was also a bit impatient. He stood up with a flourish and walked over to Fat Dang. Uncle Tang, step down and hand over the stick, and the society Zhong can give you an old age. I just don't get it. You're buried up to your neck in yellow earth. What else are you not willing to let go of? Wouldn't it be nice to have a few more years of peace and quiet? Fatty Dang raised his eyelids, looked at Awa, and still didn't say anything. Now Ava didn't bother to give a good look. From now on, your food and living will be under our Shamshuipo's control. Brother, you asked me to make up my mind. If you like this stick so much, what about? Then just keep the stick in your hand. A broken stick is too much work to take through firewood anyway. It's just that you have to hand over the account book. If you delay the business of the parishes in the districts, I'm afraid that you and those uncles will not be able to give a good account of it at that time. Fat Dang straightened back, finally hunched over. The stick and the ledger are in the closet in my bedroom. Take them back and remember to send word to Ao. The dragon head baton is the token of dozens of generations of talkers. Nothing can go wrong. It must be passed down from generation to generation. Remember to keep it well. Awa sniffed and immediately greeted the two horsemen to go to Fatty Dang's bedroom to get something. Then after surveying Fat Dang for a few moments, he continued, Uncle Tang, where's the body of Junior Lo? It's been dragged over to Tangle Street. He was so respected by you. You have to go over and burn incense when the funeral hall is set up, right? I can't walk on my legs, so you can just ask Ao to burn a pillar of incense on my behalf. That won't work. Awa shook his head. Brother, you sent word that your Uncle Tang must go over there to offer incense. If Uncle Tang, your old man's legs are not convenient, then let me, tiny man, carry you there, said Ahua again towards the two horsemen beckoned. Immediately someone went forward, is going to lift Fat Dang sitting in the eunuch's chair. Enough. Fatty Dang coldly bellowed, then glared at the two horsemen who were ready to make a move. And then, propping himself up on the arm of his chair, he rose and spoke in a deep voice. I'll get there myself. Tangle Street, a vacant lot in a housing estate. Mao Po greeted a few Taoist priests who were doing the divine service, then ran over to the spirit hall, took a look at Lin Huailu who was lying in the coffin, and couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. In Gong Luo, I can't believe that the first funeral organized by a community funeral committee is actually your Alu. The fight goes on and on about obsessive threads, and at the end of the day, there isn't even any ground for a memorial service in Jordan. End of chapter. Chapter 103, from now on, if you are going to be a successive banker every year, we will be rich every year. April 13, 2025. Mid-levels of Taiping Shan, the living area for senior police officers of the Hong Kong Island Police Force. Fang Yuan entered a special office area and knocked on the door of an office. Come in. With a response coming from inside the office, Fang Yuan pushed the door to enter the chamber. Sitting behind the desk was a geeky superintendent in his late 40s or early 50s who was looking at a business newspaper. This man was none other than the deputy head of the political department, Henry Evans. Fong Yan was none other than his special assistant, who had been spotted by Henry when he was training at Scotland Yard back then, and had since stayed at the political department, following Henry's lead. Mr. Henry, the line with Unison is broken. Henry did not put down the paper in his hand, but only replied carelessly, "If it breaks, it breaks. What's the big deal, Mr. Henry?" The new clerk of was Sing now is that young man named Ho Yu Chung from Shamshuepa. "Do you think we should try?" Henry, not satisfied, put down the paper in his hand. "Of course, Yun. I've read all about this young man, and I've had my eye on him since half a month ago. As far as I know, he's very close to Judy Tone from Watson Realty, and I believe that's why he was able to win." Fong Yun hurriedly revealed a pleasing smile. "You mean, borrowing Huasheng Real Estate's project over at Kowloon Walled City to make a set for this guy, and then forced to be held hostage by us, thus cutting off his ability to make choices?" Henry nodded. "That's right. This young man is different from Lin Huailu. False promises are meaningless to him, and I firmly believe that he is a capable fellow. He may not be unable to take charge of the rice bowls of the 50,000 members of Wasing in the future. This kind of person has a high value of pulling in." Fong Yun nodded. "Sir, then would you mind reminding me how I should go about it?" Henry didn't answer at first, but took out a business card from the drawer and handed it to Fong Yun. "Call Mr. Thomas and he'll tell you what to do. This old buddy of mine was in the real estate business in Malaysia a few years ago and almost lost his family fortune. As his friend, it's time for him to come over to this side of Hong Kong Island to get some blood back." Fong Yun took this business card and nodded solemnly. Henry lowered his hiked-up legs and continued to add, "Also, I'll be hitting the ground running, the housing department's side of the relationship, to make sure that young man is completely ensnared if he gets involved in the real estate business in Kowloon Walled City. When the time comes, you'll step in and lobby this guy to lean toward Thomas's side, and after a few deals one way or the other, he'll be completely eaten up by us." Ding! Congratulations to the host. His status has been upgraded once again. Now the goal of helping cashback extended to the group event within the benefit, and the event is not completed, but also by a single event within the benefit of the people to get cashback. Finally upgraded? He Yaozong sat in the office of the tea house, and his heart couldn't help but well up with a burst of ecstasy. "Wasn't it for this moment that you fought so hard for this talker?" Duck duck duck. There was a knock on the door outside. Then without waiting for He Yaozong to say anything, Long Gun pushed the door in hotly. "I heard from someone that locked that Puffer was so heartless that he actually tried to make a move on you." He Yaozong spread his hands. "Uncle, I'm afraid he won't do anything." Seeing that Ho Yu Chung was unharmed, Lonergan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Pulling a chair across from He Yaozong, he glanced at the tea next to him again and noticed the blackened tapstick, which He Yaozong had dropped in a puddle of water stains. Before he could sit down, Lonergan got up again in a hurry, picked up the stick, and wiped it painfully on his body. "Ah Yao, how can a dragon head token be soaked in water? You have to keep it safe." "No, you can't make a dragon's head out of a stick alone. Uncle, if you like it, this stick will be yours to keep from now on." Ryukin nodded thoughtfully, then a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. "Good, a stick has been fought over for decades, so I don't think we should fight over it from now on. You'll continue to sit on the fence, and we'll continue to be rich." That said, Lonergan carefully held the stick steady and sat back in his chair. He looked at the stick in his hand 2 more times before Ryukin spoke again. "I hear you arranged for Dunwell to look the part?" "Uncle, don't talk so harshly. Uncle Tang is at his age and lives alone, so it's hard to ensure that there will be any shortcomings, and it's for the sake of his health that I've asked Fine Bro to take care of his food and living." Hearing this, Long Jan opened his mouth without sighing. Though Dunwell has made the society more and more egregious over the years, at one time it was more or less a credit to the society. At his age, it's better not to embarrass him too much, said Lonergan with a dry cough and went back to speaking. "I heard from Maupin that none of the parishes in District 9, except for Fat Tang and Jordan's side, have gone to pay their respects at Lam Woilok's funeral hall. In my opinion, what the hell is this scum doing in his funeral? Let's just have Mao Bao call a car and drag him to a hop shack to be burned." He Yaozong shook his head. "The funeral is still to be organized. Do not let Uncle Deng see clearly what he held up a thing. I'm afraid that Uncle Deng a breath always swallowed throw. If you can't swallow it, then just suffocate him. Forget about him, tell us about you. You're the youngest leader we've ever had. Do you want to set up a couple dozen tables for you over here in Shamshuepa, so it'll be a lively time?" He Yaozong smiled. "Rather, there is no such need. When the dragon head on the dragon head, a big feast. When the time comes again to heat Omark to stare, I have no time to socialize either, and there are so many things to get done these days." Lonergan nodded and whirled around, clapping his hands. Outside the office, a follower walked in, and at Long Root's signal, held a stack of account books and respectfully handed them to Yaozong. "It is? Sent from Tsuan-wan." Lonergan fished a pipe out of his pocket, rolled the tobacco and lit it, barred a drag on it, and continued, "Big D, before the blowing chicken is his support. Tsuan-wan's account book has never been a fake account. Sent to the blowing chicken hands. Now that you're in the conversation, he can't pull his punches and wants to reconcile with you again. So the ledger was sent to me to pass on to you." Yaozong smiled and took the pile of ledgers. "Uncle, did Big D ask you to tell me anything else? He told me that if you have any time to spare, you should go over to his side and sit down. If you are really unavailable, you can also talk to me and see when it is convenient for you, and he will come over to visit you then. After all, it's his own family, and he's willing to be soft, so let's give him a leg up." Listening to Long Gun's tone, Yaozong understood that Big D's side hadn't sent him much money this time, but seeing through it, Yaozong just nodded his head in agreement, saying that he would go and contact Big D. After dismissing Long Gun and flipping through the various district account books, Yaozong finally had a general understanding of the economic sources with the other parishes. Just as he was about to go through the ledger that TWW had sent over, the phone he had left on the table rang. Without much thought, he pressed the answer button. The call was from Judy Tong's side. "Ho Yu-chung, I congratulate you on being the leader of the club. What the hell, Fawcett? Compared to a real mobile like Sister Judy, we don't even have the right to raise and lower our voices. Okay, let's get you to talk about something serious. I just about got it done with the Kowloon City side of the site and the resettlement project over at Lok Fu Estate. Now, we are waiting for the Lands and Housing Department to vet the project, and I believe it will not take long before the first phase of the rehousing project can be organized. You come over sometime and sign the contract." Ho Yu-chung couldn't help but cross his legs. "Sister Judy, you really are too. If it's been done for a long time, why didn't you inform me until today? You're asking a question knowingly. A while ago you caused such a big jungle storm in Yaotsem-mong that half of Kowloon's errand boys were shocked by you. I'm the chairman of Watson Realty. I'm responsible for Watson's goodwill. In case my competitors take the opportunity to speculate that I am joining hands with you societies to carry out forced land acquisition projects in Kowloon City, how am I going to explain to those shareholders?" Yaozong stacked the phone tightly. "It makes sense. It's me who wasn't aware enough and didn't think it through for Sister Judy. Forget it, I'm not going to talk to you on the phone. You make an appointment and I'll come over here and sign the contract. Are you free today? Why am I not available today? Well then, at 8 o'clock this evening, come over to Central to sign the contract." After hanging up the phone, Yaozong raised his hand and looked at his watch. It's just past 5 p.m. On the hour hand. Stretching his back, Yaozong got up cozily, then put the account book on the table back to the office safe, and decided to go down to drink a cup of tea outside first. At 7:20 p.m. Yaozong took a car to the office building of Huaxing Real Estate, but found that the one who stood in the doorway to receive, or Cheng Wenjing this, looking at Yaozong who was playfully walking towards her, she was still a million times more irritated. "Last time I was here this guy was in a Mazda. This time he's in a Mercedes, not supported by Judy Tong. He can also pretend in front of himself?" However, Judy Tong had spoken first, and Chang Wenjing didn't dare to give Yaozong too much embarrassment this time. Just waiting for him to approach, he greeted him and followed him into the office building and onto the special elevator. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. "Knock, knock, Sister Judy, people are coming. Enter." As Judy Tong responded, Yaozong didn't wait for Chang Wenjing to answer and directly pushed the door and walked in. Judy Tong, at this time, was still sitting behind her desk reviewing a pile of documents. The light makeup had faded from her face, and her clothing had been changed from a spirited and hot style to a proper black lady suit that added a touch of femme fatale charm. "Sister Judy, where's the contract?" Ho Yu-chung opened the door, said hello, and asked where Judy Tong's contract was. Judy Tong instantly handed over the contract that had been prepared long ago, in duplicate, drawn up in accordance with what we had previously agreed upon. "You can take it back and get a lawyer to go over it, and if there's nothing wrong with it, sign it and send it over to me." Yaozong took the contract and briefly looked at it for a few moments, and immediately finalized it to be sent to Chen Tiany's side tomorrow, so that he could take a look at it. The real estate project over in Kowloon City, together with the demolition, resettlement, land tax, and property development, will likely involve hundreds of millions of their own money in the follow-up. Even if he was now armed with a killing weapon, he had to be cautious. "Okay, after I sign the contract tomorrow, I'll go and have a chat with Dichio. Once the land deed on his side is in his hands, Dragon Phase 1 can be officially brought up to process." Judy Tong just nodded wearily, obviously exhausted to the core. This subtle change in demeanor was captured in Yaozong's eyes. "What's bothering you, Sister Judy?" Judy Tong sighed. then looked at Chang Wenjing. Wenjing, go make a cup of tea for Mr. He. Only after sending Chang Wenjing out did she speak again. Didn't I tell you last time that Wang Millionaire and a few of the board of directors cut off Huaxing Real Estate's capital flow? I later found out that he was playing a social card on the Happy Valley side, and a batch of ding rights I acquired on the New Territory side was lost by him to a property development company under Hutchison Whampoa. The last time I took the opportunity to turn on me, it was to take these ding rights from me. Ho Yucheng couldn't help but frown. The Li family's speed in acquiring land and building is really fast enough, and now they're hitting the New Territory side? Hit that side a long time ago, Judy Tong said and waved her hand. Forget it, why am I telling you this? Anyway, I've had a hard life. Finding a man like that, who is a shirker all day long, and I put up with it. What I can't stand the most is that he wants to hit on Huaxing properties for 3 days, screaming at every turn that he wants to divide his assets with me. I just can't figure it out. Doesn't he realize that his skills are worthless except for his ability to lose? With a spit, Judy Tong felt a lot more comfortable, but he saw Ho Yucheng smiling towards himself. Sister Judy, did the loss of the dinky rights to that lot make you so frowned upon? Toon Mun Castle Peak Bay. The lands department has plans to carry out one more reclamation project there. I look at that area in the future. There is the possibility of developing into a new business district, but I did not realize that the Li family has long been in the layout of that side. I had thought of it at first, even if I couldn't resist the Li family's roundup at that time. I might be able to sell it for a good price if I saved the ding power in my hands at that time. Results. As a new age Hong Kong Island real estate tycoon, there was a reason why Li Ka-shing was called Li Half City. Back then, the situation on Hong Kong Island was uncertain, and most of the foreign investments on Hong Kong Island were withdrawn, leaving behind one blank market after another. However, since the release of the Sino-British Joint Declaration, the devils in the mainland have had to let these real estate tycoons take the lead to set an example in order to appease the panic-stricken Hong Kong Island. For a time, the Li family rode the east wind, left and right, like locusts crossing the border, quickly captured a wide range of real estate market on Hong Kong Island. Earning can be said to be full of pots and pans. In Kowloon City, Hong Kong Island, the development of various popular sites to saturation, the Li family is particularly reluctant to once again look to the new territories. The development potential of these areas above, the claim that half of Hong Kong Island are running for the Li family, may be an exaggeration, but the meaning is already visible. The property market created this commercial legend on Hong Kong Island, and nowadays, it is difficult for anyone on Hong Kong Island to replicate this legend. Seeing that Judy Tong had very little interest today, He Yaozong didn't want to disturb him too much. After a few moments of small talk, he got up and excused himself, heading outside. Pushing open the door to Judy Tong's office room, He Yaozong then saw a man in a floral shirt, molesting Chang Wenjing in the lounge area outside. Mr. Wang, Sister Judy is still inside. Don't do this, Wenjing. Your boss doesn't know what kind of person I am? Don't squirm. Why don't you come over and work for me as a secretary and I'll give you a raise? At this moment, Chang Wenjing saw He Yaozong come out and scrambled to put away her squirming posture. Entangled with it is none other than Judy Tong's husband, Wang Million. At this moment, he also noticed He Yaozong, who walked out from Judy Tong's office, and immediately collected the salty expression on his face and walked towards He Yaozong. I've heard it said that you seem to be having an affair with my wife? Facing such a straightforward inquiry from Wang Wanliang, even He Yaozong could not help but feel a bit embarrassed, but he still smiled. Mr. Wang, don't listen to people's nonsense. Don't you dare. What if you're good enough? Let my wife divorce me. I don't care how you bells get involved. If you don't have that, I warn you, you'd better stay away from my wife. Pouncer boy. After saying that, Wang Millionaire arrogantly glared at He Yaozong, then turned around and changed his salty face again, smiling towards Chang Wenjing. Looking at Wang Millionaire's giddy back, He Yaozong couldn't help but shake his head. He didn't know what kind of mischief Chang Wenjing was harboring underneath that harmless appearance at this moment. In response, He Yaozong could only say in his heart, let go of the helping plot and respect others' destiny. Sooner or later, when he died in Chang Wenjing's hands, he would realize how fragrant his wife was. On the following day, He Yaozong got up early in the morning and made a phone call to ask Di Chio to come to the Kowloon walled city side, ready to negotiate the final acquisition of the land lease. The two agreed to meet at a tea house in the East End. After a period of recuperation, Di Chio's health has improved, and now he is able to go out and walk around with the help of his horseman. Liao Ji Tea Restaurant. The horseman who followed Di Chio over pulled open a chair beside He Yaozong and assisted him to sit down. Di Chio looked at He Yaozong, who was gulping down raw rolled pork liver porridge, and opened his mouth. I've read the contract you sent me last time, but I have to remind you that not only will you not make a penny if you mess up like this, you're guaranteed to lose money yourself. As soon as I sign the papers, it will be too late for you to regret it, so I advise you to think it over. Brother Chiu doesn't have to think about me. I'm doing this because I want the neighborhoods of Dragon City to have a good place to go. Di Chiu couldn't see through what the young man in front of him was thinking for a moment, but the word was out, and he had nothing to worry about. Directly reaching out his hand to a horseman on the side, a horseman immediately handed over a file bag. Di Chiu handed this file bag to Yi Yaozong and opened his mouth. The deeds to my land in Kowloon City are packed in this header. You take it back to your rice class master. Pay the money off. I'll sign off on it, and then we can get on with the construction of the resettlement house in the Lok Fu estate. In addition, I will greet the Kaifongs over here in advance. And when the housing department comes over to do the statistical report, try to cooperate as much as possible, and try to save you a little bit of work if you can. Thank you for your concern, Brother Chiu. I will try to do a better job in the rehousing planning for the Lok Fu estate side on top of the basic requirements of the housing department. In short, no one should be treated badly. Not these neighbors who have followed Brother Chiu for so many years. Yi Yaozong put down the spoon in his hand and whirled around, pulling out a paper towel to wipe his mouth, as he said to Di Chiu. It's just that he didn't tell Di Chiu that he was going to use the template of the penthouse apartment house to build the resettlement house over at Lok Fu estate. This was the first project he was boldly prepared to maneuver after the system upgrade. How is it a good way to open a door without making a few hard bucks in it? End of chapter. Chapter 104. Zhang Tiancheng, Fatty Lai. Sell your wet magazines. Don't get involved in everything. April 13, 2025. At the Kai Tak Airport, Fang Yanan was parked outside the terminal in a Toyota. At 9:25 a.m., a plane from Kuala Lumpur landed at the airport. A middle-aged Malaysian man in his early to mid-40s stepped off the plane, and then outside the terminal, got into Fang Yuan's car. The vehicle carried this middle-aged man all the way to Discovery Bay Golf Club. After Fang Yuan accompanied the man for a few swings on this side of the course, the sun began to get hot. So resting on that, the two men turned back to the club's cooler. Dato, Mr. Henry has asked me to convey to you that arrangements have been made on the Lavelle estate side. Whether or not Hangan Real Estate can make an opening on Hong Kong Island depends on how much sincerity you can show to follow. M.S. Yuan. When in Rome, in Hong Kong Island you'd better call me Chin Jianan. The man who talked to Fang An was Malaysia's Dato Tan Kanam. Seeing that Chen Jianan intentionally brushed aside the topic and kept his mouth shut about the matter of sincerity, Fang Yuan was immediately a bit displeased. Mr. Chan, Mr. Henry has specifically instructed me that Hong Kong Island is not Kuala Lumpur, and if you want to do the shell property thing on Hong Kong Island again, you will never be able to figure it out over here. You know the real estate industry on Hong Kong Island, and how many people are trying to get a piece of the pie. Mr. Henry has used a lot of contacts to be able to give you this opportunity. Chen Jianan let out a sarcastic smile. M.S. Yuan, words can't be said like that. When I was in Malaysia, I didn't care much about Mr. Henry's family business, otherwise he wouldn't have named me to come to Hong Kong Island and take over this business, right? Said Chen Jianan with a shrug. Mr. Henry has already told me how to go about it, but my only claim is that if the investigation department in Kuala Lumpur comes, your political department will have to provide me with protection. When the money is made and I have filled the hole in Kuala Lumpur, I will not lose a single penny of what is due to Mr. Henry then. Chan Kanam is really in a hurry. He has messed with the wrong people in Kuala Lumpur with his big real estate business of a fraudulent nature, and is now on the radar of the Malaysian investigation department. The outbound trip to Hong Kong Island was partly to escape the limelight, and partly to get money back quickly on Hong Kong Island to fill the real estate hole in Kuala Lumpur. Now he was in no position to bargain with the Hong Kong Island political department. After all, it was really not shabby to ask for food in Tennille. Fang Yuan looked at Chen Jianan and couldn't help but let out a contemptuous laugh. To tell the truth, when you left the country on the front foot, the investigators from the investigation department in Kuala Lumpur on the back foot had greeted the police force side, and it is expected that they will arrive on Hong Kong Island this afternoon. Incidentally, for your information, it was Mr. Henry who called the shots over at the Kuala Lumpur investigation department. Chen Jianan's face changed drastically. Indignantly, he said, "What on earth do you all mean? Again, you want to ask me to come here to do something, and then you want to report me to the Department of Investigation. Don't be in a hurry, Dato. Mr. Henry is also trying to eliminate the backlash on the Malaysian side for you." Fang Yuan uttered the words Dato again, then lowered his voice. "The one who came to this side of Hong Kong Island to investigate you this time is none other than your nemesis Hassan, who has been pestering you for 3 years. We, on the side of the political department, will force Washing Properties to give up its ties with Ho Yu Chung's side and turn to work with your Wang On Properties. What you have to do is to lure Ho Yu Chung into joining your Wang On estate after you take the tender over at Lok Fu estate, and then you can naturally offer him a condition. And the condition you have to give is, let Ho Yu Chung arrange for someone from the society to make a move to kill Hassan on Hong Kong Island. Cold sweat broke out on Chen Jianan's forehead, and he already understood that the political department was preparing to give notice at both ends. The lives of investigators in Kuala Lumpur for 2 loyal dogs bolted to the door. But did he have a choice? He has been caught with a lot of black information in his hands by Henry over the years, and once this black information is sent to the investigators in Kuala Lumpur, I am afraid that he will have to spend the rest of his life in Malaysian prisons. Ms. Yan, do your political department really not consider the implications? A Malaysian investigator having an accident on Hong Kong Island is nothing compared to controlling a society with 50,000 members. You can also rest assured that after working with the Evans family for so many years, Henry will definitely not abandon you. At noon, Ho Yu-chung called Big D over from Tsuan Wan and took him around the requisition land over at Lok Fu Estate. Big D's eyes glistened with excitement for a moment when he learned that Ho Yu-chung was going to contract all these resettlement projects to himself. Immediately, he swore and patted his chest to guarantee that any decision made by Ho Yu-chung in the future, their Tsuan Wan branch would definitely follow it to the end. He also kept his mouth shut about the incident when Yaozong had lost his face in front of a group of the society's halls. After leaving Big D to lead a survey at the vacant lot over at Lok Fu Estate, Ho Yu-chung took the lead to return to his own touring ground. After returning to his residence and making a call to Lu Jianming to inform someone to go over to Wanchai to retrieve the recording equipment that he had recently been allowed to listen to, Yaozong was about to lie down on his bed and rest for a while when he received a phone call from Big D. It turned out that the land acquisition over at Lok Fu Estate did not know what was going on, and suddenly a large group of so-called Kaifongs came to protest against Huaxing Properties' construction of resettlement housing over here for the displaced residents of the Kowloon walled city. Some of them, who are of a fierce character, even started to pour kerosene on the work shed where building materials are piled up on the requisition land. Can this Big D stand it? Is this still an ordinary ING estate resident? It was clear that someone was looking for trouble, and Big D didn't hold back, immediately greeting Tsuan Wan's ponies to come over and get to work, beating a fierce mob into submission. Coincidentally, it just so happened that there was a reporter with a long gun on the scene passing by and captured this explosive side of the. It wasn't until the moment the flash came on that Big D realized things were getting big. It's just a shame that the group of reporters got in their car and left after taking the picture, not giving themselves a way back. He had no choice but to make this call to Mr. Ho Yu-chung, hoping that he would hurry up and come up with an idea. Ho Yu-chung did not give Big D a response over the phone, but only explained that he would take the Tsuan Wan people back first and then stay at home to wait for the notification. He knew that the black hand of the Ghostbusters had begun to reach out to him. The tactics are a bit too dirty and not very civilized. After staying in the bedroom and listening to those recorded calls monitored by Lu Jianming, Yaozong roughly had a deduction. A brutal plan slowly surfaced in his mind. Another quiet day passed, and the violence in the Lok Fu housing estate did not begin to fester until the next morning. On the following morning, Fatty Lie's weekly magazine in North Point started to sell the new magazine at a discount to more than 200 newspapers and magazines in Kowloon, the New Territories and Hong Kong Island. The magazines, which used to be sealed and wrapped, have also had their plastic film covers removed, which means that any member of the public who comes to see the paper can casually flick through this new output of weekly magazines. Gone too are the hot women who used to be eye-catchers on the covers, and in their place are photos of Big D's beatniks wielding wooden sticks and evicting so-called protesting citizens in a big way. The cover even adds 2 prominent bolded headlines. The incident of land requisition by an association in Lok Fu Estate, in which Huaxing Properties is suspected to have manipulated the association to evict the public violently. What is the reason for the collusion between the business sector and the black market? North Point, Cycle 1 Magazine, Fatty Lie's office. At that moment Fatty Lie was resting his feet on the table, holding a new magazine in one hand and picking at his feet, which were covered with skin. He is very self-satisfied. In the past, to buy salty magazines, content scale made too big. 3 days to 2 days to be electric inspection office of the people about to drink tea. Fines, rectification. The content is made light. He cannot beat these big-name magazines of the Dragon Tiger Leopard. Clear soup cannot catch the salty man's appetite. Business is going to be miserable again. But since he had the DPA behind him, he began to think of new ventures. Seizing on the core idea that the media is all about gimmicks and knowing how to draw attention to themselves, they manipulated salacious magazines with one hand and began to breed paparazzi with the other, specializing in filming the gossip and privacy of those big-name celebrities. The results were spot on. Celebrities naturally bring their own buzz, and even a 3-point photo of a third-rate actress on the beach with an exaggerated caption brings more sales for his magazine than an unknown, large-scale cover girl could ever hope to match. Other magazines have the intention to follow the trend, but suffer from the lack of Fat Man Lie this backstage, a time for him to earn a lot of money. Crunch. Just as Fatty Lie was admiring today's copy of the masterpiece with great interest, the door of the office room was pushed open. Fatty Lie was about to have a fit when he coldly saw that it was Jiang Tiancheng who entered the door and hurriedly put his feet down from the table and stood up. Mr. Jiang, why did you personally come to North Point early in the morning to look for me? Jiang Tianqing had a faintly displeased look on his face. He walked over, snatched the magazine out of Fatty Li's hands, flipped through it twice, and then dropped it on the desk in front of him. Fatty Li, you sell salty magazines well. When did you also do the job of speaking up for the people? What? You've made enough money and want to go gold and switch to regular magazines? Jiang Tianqing pulled over the boss chair that Fatty Li had just sat in, and just wanted to sit down low, but then he saw that the chair was full of white crumbs of footskin, and immediately frowned in disgust. Fatty Li, however, scratched his head without a care in the world. Mr. Chang, we run magazines. We can't think about making money all the time. It's also necessary to build up a bit of word of mouth and pull up a bit of honor in the minds of the public. Jiang Tianqing couldn't help but snort. What kind of reputation do you have for your first cycle? I advise you to do a line of work. You have to love a line of work. You should not be in charge of things you should not be in charge of. Now and Hoyu Chung of Lianshang just got the dragon head baton. You go to touch his mold. Not I call over to make things right with him. It's unlikely that you would have been chopped to death by now. It was rare to see Jiang Tianqing speak in such a tone, and Fatty Li was a bit weak for a while. He still scratched his head in puzzlement. The political department's side clearly greeted him. Before long, He Yaozong was one of his own. How could he find someone to split himself? Mr. Jiang, it's not that serious. I'm just a magazine seller. Do you think I came over here early in the morning just to scare you? I suggest you take someone to retrieve the magazine before public opinion festers. I'll step in and say a few words for you then, and this matter will be settled. The more Fatty Li thought about it, the more upset he became. Immediately shook his head. No, Mr. Chang, when I said that this side of the North Point Pier is good for white powder business, you gave an order that Hung Hing is not allowed to go powder, and I immediately dismissed the idea of supporting powder stalls. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack and uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. Then sell salty magazines. Also do not do warm. It is difficult to make a cycle. The weekly content are required to control according to sales. You have no reason to let me take back the magazine. Jiang Tiancheng felt a bit tired at once. In fact, in the past, when he issued the ban of no powder in Hung Hing, he knew that the next wave of the era was coming soon. Large associations are destined to struggle and walk on thin ice in the winds of this era. He didn't want to offend either end or stick it to either end until the situation was clear. It was so hard to take care of one Lian Kun, and now Fatty Li has popped up again, playing the signboard of Hung Hing. He desperately tries to stick it to the side of Ghostbusters. Today he dares to use his own magazine to bash with Sing. Tomorrow will he dare to compose a pen to spout the incoherent rhetoric of the Ghostbusters? If he didn't knock him around a bit, then when another 10 years passed, what he would write in a magazine. Jiang Tiancheng didn't even dare to think about it. Fatty Li, I'll only say the words to you this once. Listen or don't listen. Make up your mind. Jiang Tiancheng's face had become rare and gloomy, and for a while, it made Fatty Li uncontrollably terrified. Torn again and again, Fatty Li could only say vaguely, Mr. Jiang, if you don't want to offend Lian Shang, the big deal is that I won't work on this content in the future. It's just that all of today's magazines have already been put on sale, and I'm only afraid to take them back. Okay, that's enough with you. Putting down these words, Jiang Tiancheng didn't talk nonsense with Fatty Li anymore and turned his head and walked out, leaving Fatty Li standing in his office fuming for a long time. He finally picked up the magazine on his desk and shook his head. Throw, you say you won't let it be done? The weekly magazine was run by me, and your Chang family has never put in half the effort. So if I wanted to, I could even write the secret history of Buckingham Palace in the magazine. In the blink of an eye, it was afternoon, and public opinion on the violent clashes over at Lok Fu Estate had begun to gradually ferment. In response to this, Watson Realty side had to urgently hold a press conference. Judy Tong was forced to promise, in front of a crowd of media, that Huasheng Real Estate would not collude with associations and use violent means to acquire land. At the same time, Huasheng, also the first time to carry out emergency public relations, produced a variety of evidence to show that the Lok Fu housing estate side of the conflict, indeed, has nothing to do with the development of real estate, but a person with the intention of pouring dirty water to the Huasheng Real Estate. But the DPA wants public opinion. It doesn't matter what the truth is. Anyway, the HD side already had an excuse to ask Huasheng to terminate its cooperation with Hanyu Properties, while pushing Wang On Properties out of the picture in the meantime. The next scene depends on how Chan Kanam goes about singing with Hoyu Chung. At Sim Sha Sui East Pier, a small yacht is slowly docking, dressed in a floral shirt, beach pants, and a pair of sunglasses on his head. Ho Yu-chung was sitting on the yacht's observation deck. As the yacht docked, Hua, who was standing on the pier, led the smiling Chen Jianan onto this yacht. Without waiting for Hua to introduce him, the rather discerning Chan Kanam reached out to Ho Yu-chung, who was sitting on a rattan chair. "You are Mr. He of Hanyao Real Estate, right? I've heard people say that Mr. He is young and promising, and when I see him today, he is really extraordinary." He knew how to speak, and opened his mouth without calling Ho Yu-chung's society status, but brought out the name of Mr. Ho of Hanyu Properties. Only He Yaozong held the sunglasses in front of his forehead, not to mention shaking hands with him, not even meaning to get up. "Mr. Chen took great pains to rob me of such a large amount of business, and now he's paying a visit. I'm just afraid he doesn't have any good intentions, right?" With Awa and the others on board, the yacht started up again, turned around and headed towards the Kwaichung Container Terminal No. 7 side. Chen Jianan smiled and waved his hand. "Can't speak of uneasy good intentions? In fact, Lakfu Housing Estate side of the resettlement project, although can't be carried out in the name of Hanyu Estate. But, Mr. He can borrow my name to continue to operate Hangan Real Estate well. I don't want a penny from you. I just want to ask Mr. He for one thing, so I have you to thank for this? What if I said this is a deal I'm ready to give up and not do? There's no way you're not going to do it. You signed 2 contracts with Watson Realty and the Kowloon City side. If the business is not done, it is a breach of contract, and when the time comes, I'm only afraid you can't afford the loss." Chen Jiannan's words were also considered to corroborate the authenticity of those recordings sent by Lu Jianming. This guy was really sent by the political department to pull himself down. But then he wondered so much about what exactly the political department would allow Chen Jianan to come and make an offer to himself. Straightening his color, He Yaozong leaned back in his chair, looking up at the azure sky, and opened his mouth to ask, "So tell me, what kind of things are you going to ask me to do?" "Simple." Chen Jianan found a seat with the wind at his back, and then opened his mouth. "To tell you the truth, I was in Malaysia a few years ago, and I was also doing well in the real estate business. Then, in a careless move, when developing a property over in Bantay Valley, I found the wrong scapegoat and let someone take the fall for me. This man is an investigator from the Kuala Lumpur Business Investigation Bureau, who has been watching me for 2 years and has a number of vital clues about me. This time I came to Hong Kong Island. He followed me to Hong Kong Island. If Mr. He is convenient, I would like to," said Chen Jianan with a meaningful smile on his face. Ho Yu-chun lifted his sunglasses off his forehead. "It seems you specialize in potholes in Malaysia. You've caused trouble, and you want me to go and get rid of it for you? Mr. He, you can't say that. If he wasn't greedy, how could I have screwed him? Blame can only be placed on his own greed for giving me the opportunity to screw him over. And how can I be sure that you're not screwing me over this time you come to see me?" The smile on Shan Kanam's face increased. "Mr. Ho, Hong Kong Island is a society of the rule of law, and everything is about a proof. With your means, making a Kuala Lumpur investigator, who is not under official arrangement, disappear without a trace on Hong Kong Island is not a matter of hand?" Ho Yu-chung nodded. "You're right. Hong Kong Island is a society with the rule of law. Everything in court is about evidence. Even if it's a suspected crime, you can only get away with it." Saying that, He Yaozong got up, took off his sunglasses and threw them on the table in front of him, propped up the table with both hands, and looked at Chen Jianan in a condescending position. For a moment, he looked at Chen Jianan with some weakness in his heart. "Mr. Ho, my nemesis's name is Hassan, and he's staying in room 8011 at the Grand Hyatt Central. If you are willing to nod your head, the works at Lok Fu Estate can be put on process immediately and you are guilty of not being difficult." At that moment, He Yaozong looked up. To the northwest, the aquatic warehouses over at Kwaichung Container Terminal No. 7 had come into view. End of chapter. Chapter 105, $800,000 is a good deal for the life of the political department's ghost. April 13, 2025. The roar of the yacht's engine gradually decreased, and looking at the pier that was getting closer and closer, Chen Jianan was a bit puzzled. "Mr. Ho, what are you doing over here?" In response, he was met with a whistling wind of fists. Bang! Awa slammed an iron fist straight into Chan Kanam's face, directly shattering the glasses on his face, accompanied by Chen Jianan's cry of pain. A few horsemen immediately ran out of the cabin, ropes in hand, and without saying a word, they were set on Chen Jianan. "What are you doing? Is there any king's law?" Chen Jianan was terrified, and before he could finish his words, his mouth was solidly gagged. The yacht docked, and there were 2 ponies carrying a sack of constant mayfly chrysalises towards the cold storage of the cargo warehouse. Slap! The lights of the cooler were turned on, and the frosty air vents, hung with frost, were now spewing harsh white air. A horseman took a jacket and draped it over He Yaozong's body. "Wah! Turn off the air conditioning for now. receiving the chair handed by Awa. He Yaozong sat down in front of the constantly tumbling sack, and then signaled the horseman following him to untie the sack. Chen Jianan's eyes were filled with horror at this time, desperately shaking his head as if he wanted to say something. After greeting the rest of the horsemen to go out, Awa retrieved another fish knife from outside, while closing the door of the cold air storage heavily. Chan Ka Nam, I don't care how you pitched in Malaysia, but I'm not happy that you came to Hong Kong Island and dared to hit me over the head. Now I'm going to give you a chance to tell me who instructed you to mess up this project at Lok Fu Estate, and if you even shake your head a little bit, I'll have someone slash at you. Woo woo. Chen Jianan hurriedly nodded his head, holding his face red for a moment, ripping the piece of rag out of his mouth. Before he could take a breath, Chen Jianan spoke. It's Superintendent Henry from the political department who asked me to come to you. He's trying to rope you in, but it's not afraid to say no, so that's why I've been asked to step in and have a chat with you. It pays to follow the Brits, at least. Before he could finish his sentence, Ho Yucheng passed a wink towards Awa. Awa immediately raised his hand and slashed at his arm. I say. This knife directly chopped off a piece of flesh on Chen Jianan's arm, calling Chen Jianan scared out of his wits for a moment. Ho Yucheng just shook his head in displeasure. I'll give you a hint. Don't think I don't know anything. What is the political department going to take me for? Explain it to me properly. One wrong word and the next knife should cut off this arm of yours. Chen Jianan nodded hurriedly and hurriedly replied. Here's the thing. Over at the political department, they've asked you to take care of Hassan for me. But Hassan has long been surrounded by people they've put under surveillance, just waiting for your people to go over there and do their job. They'll step in and arrest them and drag them to a safe house in the political department for interrogation, get a confession, and they kill people to use it as leverage against you. Stimulated by the pain, Chen Jianan was able to speak more fluently. After saying that, he also glanced at He Yaozong to see the other party did not open his mouth to speak, and then hurriedly added, I was also swindled by him. Mr. They have black information about me in their hands, and I can't make any profit from doing this business. It's none of my business. It's really none of my business. He Yaozong took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it, taking a deep breath before continuing to ask, if we're going to talk about cooperation, why don't we just be honest? Chen Jianan, you said that the political department has black information about you in their hands. Can you tell me what kind of black information is there? I founded Wang on Properties 15 years ago, but due to a miscalculation of the situation at the time, I moved to Malaysia to develop my property business. Over the years, through Henry's family connections, I've been looking for some scapegoats over in the South Seas to do crappy term housing projects. Henry for me to take care of the relationship in the South Pacific side. I initially cooperate with him. The record of financial transactions will be sent to him a copy of the hand, as a way to gain his trust. But I didn't think he would let me come to Hong Kong Island to screw you, so let me off the hook. I was forced to. Chen Jianan actually whimpered and cried out as he spoke. I really don't know what kind of bugbears the DPA keeps. Ho Yucheng reached out and snatched the fish knife from Awa's hand and slapped it against the cold floor. Well then, tell me where you've kept all those ledgers you've been working on with Henry all these years. Since we're going to be working together, we all have to give each other the benefit of the doubt, right? Mr. Ho, how could I leave a mess like this in my hands? That means all your blackmail is in the hands of the political department? Chen Jianan just nodded his head warily, not daring to say much. He Yaozong snorted and held the cigarette clutched in his left hand in his mouth, then picked up the fish knife and rubbed it on Chen Jianan's body. Listen, make a call to Henry in a few minutes and do what I tell you. After the call, you and I will be at peace with each other. Get the hell back to Malaysia and don't let me see you on Hong Kong Island ever again. Chen Jianan repeatedly said yes, a hanging heart, finally a little more solid. Ho Yucheng whirled around and got up, greeting Awa to keep an eye on him inside, and then walked out of the cooler and went outside to make a phone call. The call was to Lu Jianming. The phone was connected and Lu Jianming's voice came out of the receiver. Which one? Is it convenient to speak? Convenient. Lu sir, listen carefully, help me accomplish one more thing, and I'll return the black material on Han Chen's side to you. Really? Lu Jianming's voice on his side steeply increased by a few points, and it could be heard that he was very excited at this moment. I'm not going to lie to you. Let's talk business. I'll report a phone number to you in a moment, so hurry up and arrange for someone from the intelligence section to conduct a wiretap. Remember, in about an hour, if your superiors ask you why you're listening in on this call, just tell them that you've received a tip that someone is trying to stage a suspected diplomatic incident on Hong Kong Island. Yes. After speaking with Lu Jianming on the phone, He Yaozong finished the cigarette in his mouth, and then threw away the cigarette and turned his head towards the side of the coal air storage. Intelligence Section Office Area. Police Headquarters Building, Wan Chai. Quickly, contact the telecom site immediately and tell them that we have an emergency in our intelligence section and we need to contact them to deal with it. Lu Jianming came downstairs to skate around, and went outside to eat a bowl of herbal tea to lower the heart fire, and finally back to the office area. Immediately greeted a few members of the section to do things. A female section member asked in disbelief, "Lu sir, in the end what is the case? I see that after you came back from the outside, the whole person is red-faced. Is there any big case? Whether it's a big case or not, you'll find out in a minute when you come with me to the wire room. Anyway, I've received an anonymous tip-off call that someone is going to be working on a big case on Hong Kong Island suspected of jeopardizing a diplomatic incident, and we mustn't take it lightly." As Lu Jianming opened his mouth in a rush, several technicians from the intelligence section, without any doubt, hurriedly followed Lu Jianming towards the telecommunication room. According to the number given by He Yaozong, through the contact with the telecommunication side, Lu Jianming finally mediated a radio message from this number after 20 minutes. "Lu sir, the signal source seems to be in the open sea area. Don't worry about it, do the listening first." Lu Jianming put on the headphones while signaling the section officer who was making the record to get ready. The minutes ticked by and the rest was a long wait. Finally, after a few minutes, the female section officer in charge of locking down the source of the signal voiced an alert. "The call has been paged. Please be ready to record. Recording is ready. Archival records are ready. Okay, don't talk." As Lu Jianming opened his mouth, an urgent voice came out from the listening device. "Hello, Mr. Henry, are you here or not? I'm already here. Where are you?" Cantonese with a British accent couldn't help but make the intelligence section group a little surprised. This voice seems a bit familiar. "I'll be there in a minute, but did you bring all that stuff?" "Don't worry, I promise you, as long as you can take care of what I've explained, I'll return the stuff to you." "So the stuff just didn't come with it?" "Henry, this is the KLBI you're asking me to kill now. How can I trust you if you don't help me wash my bottom? So are you going to do this thing or not, right? Hassan is over at the Grand Hyatt. He's dead. I'll help you destroy all this black information right away." When Lu Jianming heard this, a trace of panic flashed across his face without a trace. Seems like there are quite a few people in this world besides him who are held hostage by blackmail. There was a long moment of silence on the listening device, and the next sound that came out directly made a group of intelligence section drop their jaws in shock. "Superintendent Henry, I'm warning you, if you dare to spill the beans about me, then neither will you. I'll disclose everything you've done over the years, including this time you're going to use me to plant evidence and try to kill the investigators of the Malaysian Bureau of Investigation." The words were said somewhat deliberately, and not only the group of errant men in the intelligence section, but even Henry's side was slightly stunned. "Recorded. Trying to use this as an opportunity to threaten me. I am sorry to say that Hong Kong Island is a place where the rule of law prevails, and recordings are not even admissible as evidence in court. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. Thomas, I advise you to calm down. Guess whether the judge believes me, a cop, or you, a liar who has been under investigation by Kuala Lumpur for 3 long years." At this time, the female section member responsible for the frequency pair turned her head to look at Lu Jianming with a slightly demented expression. "Lu sir, still continue to listen in?" A few section members responsible for taking notes also looked at Lu Jianming in unison. Although he didn't say anything, that look was clearly asking Lu Jianming should he consider not inviting trouble to the intelligence section. Well, while Lu Jianming was in a dilemma, the phone communication ended. The room couldn't help but let out a long breath. "Lu sir, these recordings, are they going to be sent up for review? Don't censor it. Hurry up and inform the security section to take someone to the Grand Hyatt Hotel and find that Malaysian investigator first." Lu Jianming experience is not ashamed of the old ways. He knows that the first priority is to protect that investigator from Malaysia first. As long as there are no diplomatic incidents involved, everything else is a family matter behind closed doors. They don't have 3 heads and 6 arms in the intelligence section. Not to mention the qualifications to take the political department's errand boy for questioning. As for these recording devices, when the time comes, it's better to send them over to the security department and let those supervisors who sit in the office and read newspapers all day long have a headache. At this time, at the end of the West Circular, on a small cruise ship moored at the edge of the pier, Henry looked at the phone in his hand in disbelief, and couldn't help but ask Fong Yun, who was sitting across from him, "What the hell did you tell Thomas? There's something off about the guy today. Had to ask me out for a meeting, and I haven't seen anyone come by until now?" Rumble. Fong Yun was just about to pick up the conversation when coldly the bottom of the cruise ship suddenly exploded. The explosion wasn't considered strong, but it tore the small fishing boat apart completely. The kerosene in the bottom of the ship burned violently, and in a raging wave of flame, Henry Evans, with his faithful sheepdog, was instantly killed. Evans, along with his faithful sheepdog, died instantly. Tap. A superintendent from the security department pushed open the door to Lu Jianming's office with a hurried step. Lu Jianming. Li sir, what is it? Lu Jianming got up and saluted towards this police superintendent, and then opened his mouth to ask, what else is going on? There's something big going on over at the political department. Just half an hour ago, Superintendent Henry of the political department was hit by a cruise ship bomb over at West End. Now that the bigwigs at the police department have lost their minds, questioning whether we in the security department have raised a bunch of losers, and whether we should consider going over to Yuan Long to guard the water pond. Lu Jianming was violently stunned, then slowly calmed down. He didn't make a sound, just pulled open the desk drawer in front of himself, removed a tape from it, and handed it to his superior. What is this? Li sir, you hand this over to First Brother's side. Let him listen to it properly. Maybe it can bring him back to his senses. He was convinced that Lu Jianming handed over the tape and inserted it into a recording and playback device. After listening to the 2-minute-long recording of the call, Lu Jianming, the supervisor, gradually had a strange expression on his face. Li sir, according to the information I have now, the side of the political department may be doing something unseemly again. It turned out to be a killing spree. So what do you think we should do now? What else can we do? The family scandal can't be spread. Immediately go and greet the people over at the evidence section, and say that the wreck was caused by the cruise ship's engine malfunction, and that no matter what, you can't give those meddlesome media anything to talk about. So should this one be dug up? Say, let's see what Ichigo and the others have to say. Lu Jianming, the boss, only felt a swelling pain in his brain, pulled out the tape, waved his hand towards Lu Jianming, and then quickly walked towards the side of the office of the first brother. Watai Tea House, Awa, who had finished his business on the high seaside, had come back to resume his orders to Ho Yucheng by now. Brother Yu, Chan Kanam has been sunk in the sea and that ship has burned. The end of the hand was handled very cleanly and nothing was left behind. He Yaozong nodded. Why, it doesn't look like you're very happy? It's okay, I'm just heartbroken about that boat. $800,000 to buy it back from those smugglers. Just like this burned. Really a little heartbroken. He Yaozong smiled. What's so heartbreaking about it? It's already worth it. $800,000 for 3 lives, and one of them is the political department Ghostbusters. It's worth it any way you count it. Awa-chan was a bit worried. Brother Yu, after killing the Ghostbusters, we won't get into any trouble for it, right? I don't even know what you're talking about. Wasn't that Guilo from the political department killed off by Qin Jianan? Awa came to a realization. That's right, this Malaysian is also arrogant enough to come to Hong Kong Island to kill the British. In the end, he actually let him get away without a trace. This group of police officers on Hong Kong Island are really scraps to come. Yes, but you can rest assured, after such an embarrassing incident, the police department side will only cover it up. Let's not concern ourselves with that much, but there's something else that needs to be explained to you. What is it? He Yaozong threw a cigarette, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but outline a wicked smile. And then he explained, go and talk to Flies. Tell him to take someone to North Point to find Fatty Lai, and then take him to Sally's studios over at Chengshawan. I've got a private room for him over there. He's not interested in selling salty magazines. Find him something different to sell tomorrow, and I'll make sure his weekly magazine sells like hotcakes. Awa scratched his head. This kind of thing points to explain to Wu Fei to do Hung Hing's territory. I'm afraid that he can't grasp the situation, and when the time comes to make things big, it's not good to alarm Chang Tian and these people. This thing has got to be crowbarred. You don't have to worry about what Zhang Tianqing's side will say. I've greeted him earlier, not chopping Fatty Lai to death, even if it's a face for them Hung Hing. Yes, getting greeted by Ho Yucheng. Awa didn't ask any more questions. Immediately, he stacked up the phone and dialed the number of the Crow Flies. Hey, you Fly. Have you had a plague of idleness lately? It's just that you side has explained that you should go over to North Point to make a splash. Listen up. Arrange 20 minibuses in a while. Take people to the North Point side. Drag Hung Hing's Fatty Lai to the Sham Shui side. You has other arrangements. Late afternoon. North Point. Inside Fatty Lai's magazine. Fatty Lai was still sitting in that boss chair, thinking about it for half a day. The thigh that he had managed to hold on to with great difficulty. How could he suddenly say that it was gone? What cruise ship engine wrecked and just happened to ignite the oil drums on board? With the backing of the political department gone, should he continue to run his new lace magazine? In the future, if you go back to secretly filming those popular movie stars, will you be hacked to death by the backers of those stars who were looking for someone to hack you to death? The more Fatty Lai thought about it, the less he felt in his heart. Clunk! Just as he was distracted, a fierce smashing sound suddenly erupted from outside the office. At the same time, a flailing voice was heard coming from outside. Don't light the fire. Don't smash Fatty Lei's printing machine. Puffy, don't make things difficult on the editorial side. They're all cultured people. Keep them honest. Hey loser, where's your big man cowering? Fatty Lai immediately felt his body is half cold. bad thing, designated and the United Shang's people to find the door, and it did turn out as he expected. Just as he was hurrying to the door, ready to unlock it, it was violently kicked open. Immediately an arrogant face that Fatty Lai could never forget in his life appeared in front of his eyes. Fatty Lai, what are you doing hiding here? The people in your hall are really scattered enough. There's not a single one who can fight. With a cup of iced lemon tea in his hand, Wu Fei poured into Fatty Lai's office with a group of fierce beatniks. End of chapter. Chapter 106, Fatty Lai. I'll let you know that life is worse than death. April 13, 2025. The words of the crow flies directly called out some indignation from Fatty Lee. In the past, no matter what kind of business Hung Hing's 12 halls did, he was the only one who made a fortune by shaking his pen. The parish spends most of its expenses and keeps a few doggies and cultured people who are copy editors. It would have been something he would have been very proud of. After all, being able to distinguish himself from the beatnik cooks also invariably gave him a sense of superiority. Only when others hit the door, he realized out of the mix. Then to compete, then the competition is still who fist hard enough. What do you want? Fatty Lee asked without a bottomless voice, directly amusing the crow flies. Uffley dropped the lemon tea in his hand and reached up to slap Fatty Lee in his fat face. Don't worry, our big brother has told us not to touch you, Fatty Lie. It's just that you're stinking up the reputation of my old top land company, and my old top is letting you go over there to do one thing for him. Hearing that this group of people were not coming over to cut themselves, Fatty Lie was finally relieved. Stiffly, he asked toward the crow flies, what is your old top going to make me do? Ha ha, go and you'll see. I don't know why, but this sneer of the crow flies, for a moment, laughed so hard that Fatty Lee's scalp went a little numb. But the situation was stronger than the people, and no matter what the other party was going to pull himself to sham shui before, it was still better than being chopped alive over here. Who told him that Fatty Lie has now fallen back on his backer? So I can only say that the present karma has come too fast. Sally Studios, inside a makeshift converted photography room. Get in there. Fatty Lee was pushed and shoved by the crow flies and stumbled right into this camera room. There was something strange about the layout of the house, the burgundy lighting, the bed covered in rose petals. It doesn't look any different than those 50 mosquito chicken sinuses in the alley. Fatty Lie couldn't help but wonder, glancing back at the crow flies but not daring to ask something. Not long afterward, a greeting rang out from outside. Soon He Yaozong entered the room. After seeing He Yaozong, Fatty Lie hurriedly buried his head down. His heart was getting more and more flustered. Fatty Lee, why don't you dare look up at me? Carrying his hands behind his back, He Yaozong walked into the house, and Wu Fei immediately pulled a chair for him to sit down. I didn't mean to do that incident at Lok Fu Estate. I know you folded the money, or I will compensate a sum of money to you, and then ask the magazine side to work overtime to catch up with the printing at night. To return your innocence. Return my innocence? You deserve it. He Yaozong couldn't help but be exasperated by this guy, and immediately opened his mouth. Look, since you're so intent on getting your magazine up and running and getting some kind of diversity, I'll make it happen. I'm going to give you a whole different show tonight, and then I'll film it for you. Choose a few more fine photos and send them to your magazine. Let the group of people you keep under your hand work overnight to rush to print out tomorrow to ensure that your magazine sells like hotcakes. Fatty Lie instantly understood what Ho Yucheng meant. Is you going to let me fight the model and print it in my magazine tomorrow? You guessed it. Not bad for a brain eater. Just striking enough. Hearing He Yaozong's praise, Fatty Lie had a bad taste in his heart. To ask him to act as a male model for a magazine, to be printed in the morning to be sold in the magazine, this is a complete loss of face, but that alone is acceptable to Fatty Lee. After all, what he does, Bell to look at salty magazines of salty guys' heart is clear. Right as his own to Hong Kong Island, so many salty guys show some of their own mail. What is most unacceptable to Fatty Lie is that the weekly magazine he worked so hard to found will basically be censored because of this fight against the real army, and it will be much harder to get a pop-up magazine like this in the future. Before he could finish lamenting in his heart, he heard He Yaozong clap his hands. Immediately afterward, two large, brownish-black complexioned men entered the room, followed by a photographer with long hair and glasses. When the two big only men entered the room, they smiled grimly towards Fatty Lie. Fatty Lie gave He Yaozong a baffled look, and was instantly creeped out, realizing what he had to face next. You of all things. It mustn't be like this. 1,000 wrongs are my fault. You must give me a chance. He just felt his kneecaps go weak and almost didn't fall to his knees on the spot. Ho Yucheng sneered and got up after him. Don't you like to diversify what you do in your magazine? It's just as well. Expanding the fag market for you, so you'll set an example for your weekly. After saying that, He Yaozong smiled and patted that photographer's shoulder. Tough for you. Shoot fine a little bit in a while. I'll have someone send you a 10,000 yuan red packet over later. as if it's for you to wash your eyes. When this photographer heard these words from Yaozong, he immediately tossed his long, unruly hair, and his face was filled with joy. Big brother, I've been in this business for more than 10 years, so you can rest assured that what will be shot at that time is guaranteed to be strong and fine enough. Ho Yucheng nodded and looked again at the two large only men with bare shoulders. Count yourselves blessed tonight. How can an ordinary person be qualified to play with the holding fit man of Dang Honghing North Point? He's quite strong enough for that body. Don't pity him. Anyway, I want to see him unable to stand up in the morning, and then you'll all get your red packets. The two burly men nodded their heads in unison towards Yaozong, and then looked towards Fatty Lai with a sardonic smile on their faces as they walked towards him. Yaozong turned his back and glared at the crow flies. Still not leaving? Ready to stay here and instruct? Aren't you afraid of growing a needle's eye? The crow fly grinned and whirled around, following Yaozong out. Only Fatty Li's desperate voice could be heard coming out of the house. Brother you, give me a chance. I'll pay any amount of money. Brother you, why don't you just kill me and forget about it? Bang! The only response to Fatty Lai was a thick slamming of the door. Not long after, the house wailed so loudly that Yaozong couldn't bear to plug his ears. Looking at the crow fly, he opened his mouth to give an explanation. Remember, get the pictures and send them over to North Point first thing. Let the group of people raised by Fatty Lai work overtime to catch up with the printing, and tomorrow all of them will be sent to the major newspapers free of charge, staring to finish the job, and then come back to have a good rest. The crow flies just grinned and giggled. Don't worry brother you, I can't even sleep if I don't do something this powerful properly. At about 10:20 p.m., the door to the camera room opened. The two big onlys came out and gave an okay sign toward the crow flies who were guarding the outside with their men. Uffley got up instantly, just in time to bump into the long-haired photographer carrying his guy out the door. How's it going? Did you get the shot? It's done. The negatives will be developed in a few minutes and we can take them over to the printer. This photographer handed the guy in his hand to an accompanying assistant and whirled around to look back toward the house with an unforgiving face. Biggie, you guys might want to put some medicine on him. These two San are really, too cruel. The crow flies came to the door and found Fatty Lai lying on his back, lost in thought, his eyes full of endless despair. In the studio side of the photo processing, Wu Fly did not have a moment's delay, called on people to drive to North Point, rushed. Finally in the evening before 12 o'clock in the Fat Man Lies magazine, this side is still guarded by a horseman, and on the editorial side, a room full of people are locked inside. The group's jaws dropped instantly when Uffley took out the photo and handed it to them and informed them of his intentions. An old doggy scowled and poked his head out, opening his mouth toward the crow flies. Big brother, if we print these photos in the magazine, what if Fatty Lai comes after us then? That's out of my hands. All I know is that if you don't do what I tell you to do, we'll schedule another program tonight, and one by one, you'll be in the magazine with them tomorrow. When the crow flies said this, they immediately horrified a room full of people who were trembling. Looking at those photos again, the group couldn't help but feel a nasty chill in their hearts. We'll do it, right away. Quick, get the machine started and get all the paper out of the stockpile. Having deterred the group, Uffley couldn't help but laugh a few times, but didn't ask the ponies blocking the doorway to let them out. He just walked up to one of the editors-in-chief and looked him up and down a few times. Then he opened his mouth and said, "All right, you're not a club hitter, and united success doesn't mean to make things difficult for you. My bosses said that if any of you are afraid of retaliation by Fatty Lai, you can go to Shamshu Weipa to work with Will Win Xing in the future. We're also interested in starting a magazine, a newspaper or something, so we can discuss the payroll when the time comes." This editor-in-chief froze, and then suddenly realized, and hurriedly thanked him profusely. Instead, he saw Uffley waving a large hand, signaling the ponies blocking the doorway to disperse. It's almost midnight, and if you guys don't get cracking, will you still be able to deliver tomorrow morning's magazine? The following morning dawned. At a newspaper kiosk in Wanchai, a balding boss has just opened the roll-up door and is ready to wait for people from various newspapers to deliver the day's morning papers. A van came slowly from the lock roadside and stopped in front of the newsstand. Then under the owner's puzzled gaze, a group of people stepped out of the van, each holding stacks of magazines in their hands, and walked toward their newsstand. "Hey bro, haven't seen you guys before? What's this delivery?" This boss scratched the Mediterranean Sea on top of his head and looked at the group dropping the magazines in their hands on top of their newspaper and asked in some confusion. "The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. Look at the clear. A cycle it's not a weekly. A batch was delivered yesterday. Uncle, today's magazines are all giveaways. Fatty Lai for charity. When you see someone coming over to see the paper later, give him a copy, and remember to give them all out." A young man dropped the magazine in his hand, explained towards this boss, and then reached out, fished out $200 bills from his pocket, and stuffed them into the boss's hand. "Nah, this 200 mosquitoes. It's your hard-earned money. remember to give it all away. And if you dare to haul it off as scrap paper and sell it, burn your newspaper. This boss's eyes lit up, received this 200 mosquitoes for nothing, and was instantly overjoyed. Definitely, I'm going to deliver all these magazines today even if I'm upside down. The young man in the lead glanced meaningfully at this boss and waited until all the magazines in the van had been put down before waving his hand and greeting the people as they got into the car and drove towards the newspapers in that area of Queens Road. Throw. Is the business grabbing in magazine making this serious now? A $15 million hardcover magazine is a gift, and I can't help but take a look at what's in today's issue to see what's so exciting. Seeing the van far away, this boss muttered, then picked up a magazine, ripped the top cover off, and then flipped it open to look at it. Just look at a glance. He realized that the $200 just now is not so good. A cold chill. This boss immediately dropped the magazine in his hands, and then quickly ran to the inside of the newsstand, grabbed a box of mineral water ready to be carried out to peddle. Grabbing a bottle and unscrewing the cap, he grunted and cursed as he busied himself with rinsing his eyes with water. You mother a damned family shovel Fatty Lie has gone crazy. He is actually taking part in this kind of battle personally. He is not afraid of being struck by lightning. The sky is gradually lightening. There are already early risers, began to pass by this newsstand one after another. But today, salty guy or not, I was intrigued by the cardboard board hanging in the doorway of the newsstand. There were 4 big words written on it, all free. Uncle, is it really all free? The owner of the newsstand was leaning on the edge of the window, looking a little listless. Yeah, it's all free. 1 copy per person only. I'll take my pick. There's such a thing as a good thing? Then get me a copy to look at first. Take it yourself NOI, but let me make it clear that you can't return it if you take it. Never yet heard of a white food spit out of the mouth. Sizzle. With the sound of a magazine's plastic film cover being ripped open, this owner couldn't help but sigh and turn his head aside for a moment. No surprises next. Wretch. Vom. You. At 8 in the morning, in the East Mid-Levels Villa area, inside Jiang Tianqing's villa. When Jiang Tianqing took the magazine from Chen Yao's hand, he only glanced at it before showing his teeth and dropping it to the ground. Chen Yao couldn't help but speak up. Mr. Jiang, has he Lian Shang gone too far this time? If we do this, how can Fatty Lie still come out in the future? Jiang Tianqing slowed down for a long time and directly opened his mouth to greet the maid who was cleaning the dining room. Mrs. Wu, hurry up and throw this out and light a fire to burn it. The maid put down the work in her hands and walked over. Glancing at the magazine on the ground, she bent down and picked it up, and was about to flip it open to check it out when she heard Jiang Tianqing shout, "No looking, take it out right now and burn it for me." Okay, Mr. Chang. Only after sending the maid away did Jiang Tianqing look at Chen Yao. I went to warn Fatty Lie when he messed with Ho Yu Chung. Incidentally, I also talked to Ho Yu Chung's side on the phone, and he promised me that he wouldn't lay a hand on Fatty Lie. In hindsight, it's better to let Fatty Lie die, sparing the multi-brain Chen Yao. At this moment, he did not know how to respond to Jiang Tianqing. If Wu Liansheng didn't give Jiang Tianqing face, right? Fatty Lie had messed up such a big business of Ho Yu Chung, and the other party didn't chop up Fatty Lie, so it was considered giving Jiang Tianqing face. Let's say He Yaozong gave Jiang Tianqing face. This was really like what Jiang Tianqing had said. Why don't we just kill him with a knife? The most critical thing is that this time, the matter is Fatty Lie's own mess. A hall holding fit people, messing things up to the head of a big association leader like Wu Liansheng. No matter how the other party tossed him around, Hongxing had no reason to trouble the opposite party. Chen Yao sighed after him, and in the end, he could only say, it's better to settle grievances than to tie them up, and Fatty Lie is to blame for this. I think the first thing to do is to say hello to Wu Liansheng and bring Fatty Lie back. I heard from someone that he is still being detained over at Sham Shuepa, and I am afraid that Ho Yu Chung will not feel relieved enough and will come back at that time. Chen Yao didn't even have the heart to say the next words. Jiang Tianqing rubbed his temples and could only nod. In a while, you accompany me to the Sham Shuepa side. I'll personally go and ask Fatty Lie to come back. It's also a way to give him face. Chen Yao, there happens to be a business deal, and I'd like to go and have a chat with Ho Yu Chung. Chen Yao understood. Mr. Jiang, you mean the casino thing over at Haojiang? That's right. This gambling license issued on the Hao Riverside is for a resort hotel on the Taipa side of Rua de Cunha. If we can obtain the chartered hall qualification from the king of gamblers, this can definitely be made into a top-ranking gambling hall in Haojiang. Unfortunately, while the gambling cards are well taken care of, the stacking business is hard to come by. Chen Yao let out a sigh, sort of understanding Jiang Tianqing's meaning. It is also not a year or two since the implementation of the chartered hall system. Only still Chen Yao's words just now. From the hands of the Ho family to get the right to operate the gambling license is easy. To deal with the group of Haojiang stacked code boy is much more difficult. The Ho family kept two major societies in Haojiang, the Number Gang, headed by Avalanche, and the Wa on Lock, headed by Shui Fong Lai. These two societies control more than 80% of the stacked code business in Haojiang, and there are often frictions in Haojiang because of the competition for the stacked code business. However, whenever foreign societies enter Haojiang and try to get a piece of the pie from the He family, these two societies will always be surprisingly united in their efforts to fight the same enemy and drive the outsiders out before dealing with internal disputes in Haojiang. So although the casino package hall system was introduced, the business of the Ho family was not greatly affected. Stanley Ho is still the untouchable king of gamblers in Macau, but a place that is profitable enough will always attract people who tend to run to it. Like XINK has tried to get its hands on Haojiang's stacking business more than once, but invariably, the two major associations in Haojiang have all retreated. In the past 2 years, with the imprisonment of Four-Eyed Dragon, Shinji also began to gradually restrain itself, until Four-Eyed Dragon was released from prison, and then there was no mention of returning to Haojiang and operating gambling licenses. But just because Shinji didn't want to, it didn't mean he, Zhang Tiancheng, didn't want to. Right now, his intention is to combine the strength of the two major associations on Hong Kong Island and say whatever it takes to nibble off a piece of meat from Haojiang. Ho Yucheng, who has always acted in a radical style, became his preferred partner. Watai Tea House, Sham Shui Pa. Ho Yucheng also got up quite early today, and it was as if the matter of Fatty Lai had long been put behind him. He was going to ask Judy Tong to hold a press conference over in Central again. At that time, he himself will go and make a pre-proposal announcement of the rehousing project of Lok Fu Estate in his capacity as the boss of Hongyu Properties. After all, when you go out, you give yourself an identity. He can be careless in handling the affairs of the society. The reputation of the righteous business, it is better to be punctilious. Brother Yu, Zhang Tiancheng from Hunghing is here? Just as He Yaozong was about to flip through the speech that Xiao Wei had rushed up for him last night, Fine Wei knocked on the door of the room from outside the office and said as much. Is he here for someone? If so, pull Fatty Lai over here and let him take them back. No, Brother Yao. Zhang Tiancheng said that he still has some business matters he wants to talk to you about. End of chapter. Chapter 107, The Trip to Haojiang. 1 gains, 1 loses. April 14, 2025. Not long afterward, Thinwell came downstairs with a message. Mr. Jiang, Brother Yao asked me to tell you that next time you come, you can give him a call in advance. It saves you the indignity of having a faucet old man waiting around in a place like this. It's also appropriate to ask for each other and wait. Zhang Tiancheng didn't look very concerned, and then inquired tentatively. I wonder if Mr. Ho has sent word on that Fatty Lai thing. Has he died down yet? Fine Wei followed and nodded. He's over at Sally's studio, but don't worry, Mr. Jiang, Brother Yao asked me to tell you that he didn't make things difficult for Fatty Lai, other than a little bit of a struggle to walk. It's all good. Zhang Tiancheng couldn't help but shake his head slightly at his words, and then he explained to Chen Yao behind him. You, hurry up and take Fatty Lai away and send him to my place. Go back later. I have something to talk to him about in person. Yes, Chen Yao answered, and immediately greeted the two followers of the horseman, and got into his Mercedes, and then Zhang Tiancheng accompanied Fine Wei upstairs and met He Yaozong in the upstairs office. After seeing He Yaozong, he called off the left and right to wait outside, and after the two of them greeted each other, Zhang Tiancheng sat down opposite of He Yaozong. People are happy. Mr. He is really looking better and better lately. Last time we met, we called you, but this time we'll call him Mr. Ho. Zhang Tiancheng's change of address was very natural and didn't make anyone feel out of place at all. He Yaozong got up and personally brewed a cup of tea for Zhang Tiancheng, and only then did he take his seat again and speak. Mr. Chang, I'd just like you to stop talking about Fatty Lai. This time it's just giving a little lesson. Next time it comes to my head, I'm only afraid I won't be able to sell you face. Zhang Tiancheng couldn't help but smack his lips secretly at his words. Ho Yucheng's dose of medicine can be said to have directly cut off Fatty Lai's lifeblood on Hong Kong Island. The magazine couldn't stay open, and none of the fine men in North Point had the bells and whistles to start a job with such a disgraced bigot. If Fatty Lai still wants to show some face, he will have to spend the rest of his life on Hong Kong Island cowering in fear, not even having the courage to meet people. Just this is a little lesson in the mouth of Ho Yucheng. Mr. You're kind of looking up to me for being so quick to let me bring Fatty Lai back, but I came to see you this time because there was a bit of business I wanted to talk to you about. Zhang Tiancheng only breezed through the matter of Fatty Lai, which was considered to have given Ho Yucheng enough face to know that killing people is not a headache. Ho Yucheng has made Fatty Lai to such a state, how to say that it is also pulling the face of Hunghing. Zhang Tiancheng, however, was still able to patiently give steps down, which inevitably made He Yaozong cheer up. Mr. Chang, what kind of business? The casino in Haojiang. Jiang Tiancheng clasped his hands in front of his chest and then proceeded to speak. Last September, the Ho family opened another new hotel over in Taipa, and I've had someone look at it, and the feng shui of the venue is good, if it's run well. After taking out the hit on the Haojiang side, the He family's cut, and the stacker's commission, it's still not a big problem to make $200 to $300 million a year. He Yaozong couldn't help but let out a light laugh. And what if it's not run well? Jiang Tiancheng was not immune to He Yaozong's question, but he managed to hide his embarrassment with a smile. Opening his mouth, he said, "This time, I invited you to cooperate, mainly to help me withstand the pressure from Hung Hing's headland. I'll pay your people a monthly salary, and even if the casino loses money, you won't lose anything." Ho Yuchun lit a cigarette and took a deep drag, and then he said in a deep voice, "It is said that each and every one of Hung Hing's beat boys are sharp. It's not quite appropriate for Jiang Tiancheng, as the leader of Hung Hing, to ask us and Lian Sheng to do the security as well, is it? Running a casino on the Hao Riverside, the profits are actually not as optimistic as one might think. Haojiang's side of the gaming control has quite strict rules. In addition to the expenses that Jiang Tiancheng said just now, the casino will also take out 40% of the profits to the Haojiang government. This money is used to build Haojiang's tourism signature, municipal construction, charity fundraising, and to maintain various welfare policies for the citizens of Haojiang. Although the money in the casino is like a wheel of fortune, the net profit that really comes to hand, after subtracting these expenses, there is actually not much left, but even that is a treasure not to be underestimated. Only this is not the most crucial. Why is the gambling hall in Haojiang so attractive? The most important thing is still because of the cash flow that rotates day and night in the casino, and the network of contacts of the 3 religions and 9 streams of people built up by utilizing the stacked code boys. Exaggerated cash flow can provide a unique shortcut for associations to launder money. A steady stream of hoi polloi is more than capable of expanding business contacts for the society. To come out is to seek wealth, and no big society, no matter which one, can refuse these two things. In the face of He Yaozong's question, Jiang Tiancheng answered sharply, "Haojiang is different from Hong Kong Island, and over the decades, the king of gamblers has built Haojiang as if it were ironclad. If these foreign societies want to get a share of Haojiang, they can't just look at the face of the king of gamblers. The number gang and the water room have been fighting over there for decades, fighting back and forth, and up to now they haven't even fought over the length of the battle. They themselves don't have enough meat in their bowls, and will never sit back and watch us outsiders go over to get a piece of the pie. This is the truth." Hung Hing beat boy, although in Hong Kong Island's name atop loud, put to Haojiang, but still seems a bit not quite enough to see. The two groups, Avalokiteshvara and Sui Fan Lai, have been fighting more and more in Haojiang over the past few years. It's gotten to the point where they're getting mercenaries from Vietnam, the Netherlands, and taking their handlers out to bleed each other on the streets. These two-word leaders, you beat me and I beat you. Once the He family does not step in to mediate, this is today this family's big brother went out to avoid the wind for a period of time. Tomorrow that family's big brother ran away to avoid the wind for a period of time. Not long ago, Mizuo Yoro assigned the gunman to take out the white paper fan next to Avalanche. It caused Avalanche to flee to Europe in a mess, but still remotely commanded the number gang's men to engage in a firefight with Wo Lok. After all the fighting, no one could understand one thing: they were making a living under the hands of the Ho family, and the Ho family would never sit back and watch the stacking business in Haojiang being dominated by a single association. Ho Yucheng tapped the red wand in his hand into the ashtray on the table. Then he directly threw out his conditions. "Mr. Jiang, what about the casino business in Haojiang? I am very fond of it, but just asking me to send someone over there to be a watchman's beater for you, that's something I can't agree to. Since it's a partnership, let's take the casino shares and split them up. We'll all have you and me and you, one for all and one for all, so that we can stand firm in Haojiang." Jiang Tiancheng was obviously prepared for He Yaozong to make this offer. "So tell me, if we're going to talk about equity distribution, what's the right amount I should give you? 50-50, so no one loses. Mr. He, you have to be clear. The gambling hall is something I negotiated from the He family." He Yaozong pinched the cigarette again and took a puff. "How much money spent on taking the right to operate the bag hall? I will share it with you, Mr. Jiang, in half as per the number. Though poor, it is still not a big problem to gather tens of millions of dollars out of his teeth. If Mr. Chang doesn't clock halfway with me, then I'll have no choice but to advise you to go and hire someone else." After saying that, He Yaozong pressed the cigarette into the ashtray and pestled it out, not leaving any hint of a bargaining tone in his voice. Jiang Tiancheng just smiled warmly, his tone following the intimacy. "Ah Yao, you are still really good courage. I know that it is no coincidence that you can sit in the position of the talker of Wu Liansheng in such a short period of time. 50-50 is 50-50. When do you have time? Come over to my place and look over the contract? I'm available whenever it's convenient. Just call me anytime, mister. Jiang draws up a contract. A conversation that sort of set the tone for the Hao River Casino for the time being, and then Jiang Tianqing drained his cup of tea and got up to bid farewell to Yaozong. Returning to the East Mid-Levels villa, Jiang Tianqing went straight to the living room on the second floor of the villa and found Chen Yao accompanied by Fatty Lai, who had been waiting there for a long time. Mr. Jiang! Chen Yao got up to greet him. Only Fatty Lai was leaning back on the sofa in a strange position, both eyes lost in thought, with a lifeless look, and did not get up to greet Jiang Tianqing. Jiang Tianqing frowned, then waved his hand towards Chen Yao. Ah, Yao, you go down first, I'll talk to Fatty Lai alone. Yes. After Chen Yao left, Jiang Tianqing sat down next to Fatty Lai, and reached out from the coffee table in front of him and took out a cigar box, took out a cigar from inside and roasted it, and handed it to Fatty Lai. Fatty Lai then blinked, as if he had just slowed down, and took the cigar. Mr. Jiang, Fatty Lai, I know you are aggrieved in your heart, but just be thankful that I can keep you alive when you screw up and go over the heads of other leaders. Fatty Lai sniffed and his expression became even more despondent. He knew that Jiang Tianqing saying these words meant that this matter was over. Hung Hing will not stand up for him. He, Fatty Lai, is destined to be a complete joke in Hong Kong Island for the rest of his life. He said it was his own fault, but how could he be happy about it? With the cigar cupped in his hand, Fatty Lee was just about to pick it up and take a drag, but glancing at it suddenly sent a wave of nausea through his heart. He could only put that cigar down and spoke with a bitter face. Mr. Jiang, I can't stay on Hong Kong Island anymore. I'd like to liquidate the assets in North Point and then ask you for something. Where do you want to go? How about Amsterdam? It just so happens that I have some business over there that I need someone to take care of. So if you bell it, you can go over there for me. Jiang Tianqing would understand, knowing that Fatty Lai was preparing to find another way out. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. Fatty Lai shook his head. Mr. Chang, I want to go to Thailand. Hearing the word Thailand, Jiang Tianqing couldn't help but raise his eyelids. Going to Thailand for what? I have some acquaintances over in Thailand. What to do is unclear for the moment, but in any case, I can't stay on Hong Kong Island for a second now. Do you want me to call Jiang Tianyang and get you a job there? This was a test run by Jiang Tianchang. Back then, Chang Chen founded the Hung Hing Society and had 2 sons. Later, when Jiang Jin was dying, he passed the leading position to his eldest son, Jiang Tianchang, and made connections for his second son, Jiang Tianyang, in Southeast Asia, aiming to leave the Jiang family with one more way out. However, this has also led to a rift between the 2 brothers of the Jiang family. Although Jiang Tianyang has developed smoothly in Thailand over the years, the matter of Jiang Jin's passing on the throne to his eldest brother back then has always been a source of resentment for him. Jiang Tianchang knew that Fatty Lai was not convinced in his heart and was guaranteed to go over to Thailand to defect to Jiang Tianyang. So asking this is also a knock on Fatty Lai. Fatty Lai naturally understood where Jiang Tianqing's concerns lay, and at that moment he just shook his head in denial. Mr. Jiang, just think of it as me going to Thailand for a break. Right now I'm not interested in doing anything. I just want to be left alone to find a quiet place to hide and not ask anything to be good. Seeing Fatty Lai's lifeless expression, Jiang Tiancheng did not intend to stimulate him anymore, just nodded his head and agreed, okay, when you go to Thailand, if you need any help, remember to say hello to the club. I'll still keep the territory in the North Cape for you, and you shouldn't be cross with yourself. Burn incense and worship the Buddha more over there, and guaranteedly a lot of things. Slowly let go. Fatty Lee nodded and whirled around to get up. Thanks to Mr. Chang for taking care of me. I'll go buy a ticket in a few minutes first. The industries that can't be dealt with in a short time on the North Point side. I will trouble Mr. Zhang and brother Yao to say hello and help do it. When Fatty Lai went downstairs with his front foot, Chen Yao came up from downstairs with his back foot. He first looked towards the bottom of the stairs for a few moments before sitting down next to Jiang Tiancheng. Mr. Chang, Fatty Lai is leaving? There doesn't seem to be a better option if he doesn't leave. Jiang Tiancheng roasted a cigar for himself and took a slightly cozy puff. Chen Yao, however, buried his head down and considered before speaking. Mr. Chang, then with the North Point holdout position vacant, shouldn't we pick a new holdout over in Causeway Bay? Jiang Tiancheng nodded at his words. Chen Yao's consideration is not unreasonable. In these few months, Hung Hing has lost 2 heavyweight holdout fit men in a row. After Liang Koan's death, his territory over in Mongkok was recovered by Zhang's family, and Zhong has the 13th sister and the prince's group to take care of him. But Fatty Lee in North Point is now gone too. From Wanchai to the east, there is no one from Hunghing who is holding fit in Causeway Bay, North Point and Chaiwan. In time, these halls will surely be smashed by their archrival, East Star. When the time comes and the territory is lost, it will not be so easy to find a holdout fit person to come out and sit in the town temporarily. Now, as a matter of urgency, Zhang Tiancheng is planning to foster a beloved one out and take over the territory of Causeway Bay first, as the linchpin of these three halls. Therefore, Zhang Tiancheng looked at Chen Yao and slowly spoke. "Ayo, do you have any good candidates in mind?" "Yes, tell me about it." Chen Yao shook his half-length curly hair before speaking. The pretty boy Nan who followed Fine B in his work before is quite famous in Causeway Bay. Since the death of Fine B, the Causeway Bay generation has been managed by him. I once went to Causeway Bay to check the account a few times, and found that Liang Chai Nan is quite loyal, and every time he paid the count, he did not drop the society a mosquito of money. Pretty Nan is really a good guy, but the only thing that worries me is that his overgrown brother, Chicken, is now helping the San Luan gang over on Taiwan Island. I'm worried that Pretty Nan is too close to the San Luan gang, and I'm still not too sure about handing over this piece of treasure in Causeway Bay to him. Chen Yao sniffed and continued. Then Daffy over at Chaiwan. He's been taking care of the territory over at Chaiwan since Ma Wangjin died. In terms of seniority, he's higher than Pretty Nan, and in terms of strength, Daffy's fully assumed the position of holding the fit man too. Airborne at Daffy to Causeway Bay, those heartthrobs of Fine B will only be displeased. Chen Yao was no longer opening his mouth at this time. He had already said the candidate in his mind. As for how Zhang Tiancheng arranged it, it was not his turn to talk. All he had to do now was to sit here and nod his head yes to whatever Zhang Tiancheng arranged. Sure enough, Zhang Tiancheng took a puff on his cigar, and then started jumping to conclusions straight away. In that case, I have already made good contact with the Haojian landlord side, and the casino there is expected to open at the beginning of next month. By the time I stacked code business side, I'm ready to let in Lian Sheng's people to negotiate with the water room side. After all, they belong to the same and word under the name. May be able to sell in Lian Sheng a face. Can use money to get things done? Try to use money to get things done. I'm going to arrange for Daffy and Pretty Boy Nam to take care of the gambling hall side of the game. When the time comes, Chen Yao, you go and make it clear to these two which one will do well over at Haojiang, and which one will come back to pick the Causeway Bay flag. Chen Yao nodded deeply. Mr. Zhang is right. It's only a matter of time before a fight breaks out on the Haojiang side. When the time comes, we'll see whoever does things beautifully will come out to carry the Causeway's banner, and I'm sure the ones down here who are the little ones won't think anything of it. At 2:30 p.m., He Yaozong returned to his residence and was just about to take out his suit from the closet to change into it and go to the press conference over at Central when he suddenly received a call from Judy Tong. Ho Yu-chung, the 4 o'clock reception has been cancelled. Someone from the housing department came to see me and said that you should continue to run the rehousing project in Lok Fu Estate. They don't review any qualifications anymore? Not investigating whether my Hanyao land is a shell company anymore? It's not under the name of Huaxing Real Estate. Your Hanyao Real Estate was originally a shell company. Judy Tong gave a no-nonsense remark and whirled around to speak. I don't know what happened, but from what I heard from the people over at the housing department, it seems that the Wangon estate, which they had forcibly returned to me earlier, had exploded some kind of thunderbolt over there in the South Seas. The housing department didn't want to get into this mess and instructed me not to make a bigger deal out of it, so I cancelled the reception. This did not surprise Ho Yu-chung, just smiled and responded, "That's good, saves me a lot of things. It's just that Sister Judy, stop talking about what a shell company my Hungyu land is. After the Lok Fu Estate project, I'm going to put a lot of money into Dragon Phase 1. Let's hope you still have money to take out after you've done the work on the Lok Fu housing estate. I don't even know what's going on in your head. The resettlement house is going to be built to the specifications of a 1,000-foot villa, and if you've got so much money you don't know how to spend it, I suggest that you have to come over here in your spare time and play a few rounds of mahjong with me." Finally getting the initial works done on the Kowloon walled city side, Judy Tong was clearly in a good mood now. Ho Yu-chung understood and closed the closet door with a smooth motion, opened his mouth. "What about the sparrow table? I'm not so good at that, but with the heart on fire lately, it's still not too much of a problem to come over to Sister Judy for a couple $100 million Tweedledee massage." End of chapter. Chapter 108, Chicken, rich and powerful do not return to their homes, as if they were traveling at night in brocade garments. April 14, 2025. Late June, evening, Ginza Tower parking lot, Causeway Bay. Chicken stepped out of a black Mercedes, and in just a few months, it was as if his aura had changed forever. The former head of white hair has been shaved off and replaced with a luscious bullet head, a tight black suit, even at night, clocked a pair of sunglasses on the bridge of his nose, a couple of ponies clustered behind him, pulling up their sleeves, a conspicuously large Jinlao in plain sight. Chicken looked at the time. It was now 6:45 p.m., then glancing up again at the neon signs that beckoned around the Ginza building, Chicken put both hands in his pockets and strutted towards one of the Ginza buildings nightclubs. The rich and powerful do not return to their homes, as if they were traveling by night in brocade. Back a few months ago, Chicken was taking people to do valet parking in the area. People move to live and trees move to die. That is to say, in these few months of traveling to the island of Taiwan, the identity of the mountain chicken has undergone a radical change. In one of the private rooms of the 9 Days nightclub, Chun Haonan had long been waiting here with a group of people from Big Sky 2 for a long time. Chicken man. As the door to the box was pushed open and Chicken appeared in the doorway, Bao de Air, Pod Pai, who used to hang out with Chicken a lot in the past, immediately got up, greeted Chicken, and threw a hug. Chen Haonan followed suit and sat up from the sofa, and with a glance, he saw a few beatniks with serious expressions behind Chicken, and inexplicably had an indescribable feeling in his heart. After finishing his hug with Bao de Air, Chicken glanced at Chun Haonan and extended his right hand to him. The two hands were clasped tightly together, and then he heard Chicken greet a few ponies behind him. Call man, Nan. The group bowed to Chun Haonan in unison. Subsequently, what should be pretended was almost done. Chicken beckoned a few horsemen who had come with him from Taiwan Island to go to the nightclub on their own to spend their time. Closing the door to the room, Chicken sat down on Chen Haonan's shoulder. As soon as I heard that you needed manpower, I immediately rushed over from the island of Taiwan with my men. The follow-up manpower hasn't done the visa yet. Just wait. This time when you go to work for the Haojiang Gang Society, I'll definitely help you to make it a great success. Chun Haonan glanced at Chicken with some gratitude and was just about to say something, but Big Sky 2 grabbed his mouth first. Chicken, you're so sharp. After going to Taiwan for a few months, he became the head of the Taiwan San Luin Gang. I'm curious now. What exactly does your cousin do in the triad? Daitenji's words were a question that went to Chicken's heart. If I want to make a name for myself, do I need to rely on anyone's connections? Let me tell you, the gangs on Taiwan Island are different from those on Hong Kong Island. Those of them who are big shots can come out and join politics and go to the Legislative Council. When I helped Lei Gong, the leader of San Luin Gang, to kill off his rival Zheng Dingkuan, Lei Gong was so happy that he directly rewarded me with a position as the head of the Viper Hall to do it. Compared to doing things in Causeway Bay, I don't know how many times better it is over there on the island of Taiwan. These words really felt a bit strange in Chen Haonan's heart. He sighed and preached toward Chicken. Chicken, how come we were with B before? When B was alive, he often remembered you to me. He didn't mean to give you a hard time that time. If you have time, go to Xiaoyan Mountain to offer incense to Brother B at that time. Chicken couldn't help but feel a bit bummed out, but he nodded his head and agreed to Chun Haonan's request because of the sentiment. But he also changed his tone and opened his mouth to ask, I've been thinking about one thing all day and night during my time on Taito Island. It's that puffer Ho Yu Chung. I'm going to collect his skin. As soon as Chicken said this, the faces of Chen Haonan's few people immediately looked a bit ugly. Even Bao de Air, who had always been jumpy, planted his head low in silence at this time. It was Daitenji who picked up the conversation first. Chicken, you may not know, Ho Yu Sun Daitenji gulped there, and couldn't help but make Chicken a little anxious. What happened to him? Has he been decapitated? He's now the leader with Unison. Chicken thought for a moment that something was wrong with his ears. Daitenji, when did you learn to joke around too? Throw, Ho Nam. He can't be telling the truth, can he? Chen Haonan nodded alone. Daitenji is right. Ho Yutsung has been the leader of Wuzing for quite some time now, and this time, Hung Hing's gambling hall business in Haojiang is in cooperation with Wu Lianshang. After confirming that Chen Haonan wasn't joking with himself, Chicken's face instantly fell. He instantly felt that his identity as the Sanlian Gang's Viper Hall master didn't smell good anymore. He also couldn't figure out what Yaozong had done to become the leader of Wu Lianshang in a few months' time. Throw. There's no gold in the faucet with Unison. If you have the money to do it, you can do it for 2 years and then change your bank. To hide his embarrassment, Chicken also had to say something like this to make up for himself. Chen Haonan followed suit with a sarcastic laugh and patted Chicken's shoulder. Chicken, in less than 3 days, Daffy and I are going to visit the Haojiang Gang gambling hall. Mr. Chang sent a message some time ago that whoever does things beautifully over there will come back to be the holdout person of Causeway Bay when the time comes. Causeway Bay, this piece of turf I helped be brother to take care of for so long. I really don't want to cheapen it to someone else. Being a brother in heart, you must help me once. I told you when I came here that I would support you to the end this time. I just don't know what Daffy the Puffer is thinking. Causeway Bay and he has no relationship with a single hair. He points to Saul the good sense to have the cheek to fight with you. Chen Haonan shook his head. He's going to come and disgust me a little bit, even if he doesn't fight. The year before last, I beheaded his sworn brother, Xiao Tang, and it still haunts him to this day. Only he didn't know that his fine fellow was the pin that differential had stuck in his side, and the whole of Chai Wan knew it, and he was the only one foolishly kept in the dark. Mr. Chang cared about his face, afraid that the people under his hand would laugh at him as a big brother as a silly boy to come. That's why he asked me to go and behead this mole without saying a word, and I didn't want him to hold a grudge against me. Throw. Chicken waved his hand. This kind of stupid man can't even mix for one life. Let him be the holdout guy of Causeway Bay. He will die sooner or later without knowing how. By the way, Honan, I have some business to talk to you about. What? I'm now working for Louis Kung at San Luan Gang. Louis Kung knows that Mr. Chang has taken care of a casino in Haojiang, and he also knows that I'm going back to Hong Kong Island to help you this time, so he asked me to come here to bring a message. He's also interested in taking a stake in the gambling hall business in Haojiang, and would like to ask you if you can introduce him, so that he can meet with Mr. Zhang in Haojiang at that time and talk about cooperation. Chen Haonan shook his head with some difficulty. We don't have much say in front of Mr. Chang, but more friends are more ways. I can say hello to Mr. Chang. As for whether or not Mr. Zhang is willing to work with Lei Gong, I can't say. Chicken nodded. Okay, anyway, just help me bring the message. If Mr. Chang is willing to work with the San Luan Gang, it's a guarantee that I'll be able to bring someone to Haojiang to take care of business there with you then. We, the several brothers of Yin Shan, should get together whenever we can. Chen Haonan let out a heartfelt laugh, hugged Chicken's shoulders, and then whirled around to shout towards Bao Dier, who was at the side. Podzi, what are you still sitting there for? Go and call a few women over for Master Chicken, and sit here and drink Drya later. 8:30 p.m. Inside an A-goods factory in West Kowloon, Jimmy Boy's office. Ho Yucheng brought his men over here and waved his hand to stop the horsemen who were guarding the doorway, ready to greet him, and then he let Chen Luojun and the others stay outside, and walked towards Jimmy Boy's office himself. Hello, my name is Li Jiayuan, New Li. This is my business card. Inside the office, Jimmy Boy was holding a notebook and reading word for word in Mandarin against the words on it. I have to say, his Mandarin skills are atrocious. Jimmy, He Yaozong stifled his laughter and pushed open the door to the room. Seeing He Yaozong come in, Jimmy Boy hurriedly put down the notebook in his hand and smiled somewhat awkwardly towards He Yaozong. Dragon head, looking for me at night, God mo things oh? He had just been reading in Mandarin so smoothly that he forgot to change his accent for a while, and the first sentence he spoke with Ho Yucheng was involuntarily spoken in Mandarin. The two looked at each other and immediately laughed. Jimmy, your Mandarin is really getting good. No good, no good. Guo Sheng has already promised me that he will fund and sponsor me to go over to the mainland for development and development. When the time comes to deal with Grandpa over on the mainland, I can't bring an interpreter with me, can I? Jimmy Boy said and invited He Yaozong to take a seat on the sofa in the office, and then he hurriedly went to make tea for him. Ho Yucheng stopped him with a wave of his hand. No, I'll just come over and chat with you for a bit and then I'll leave. Jimmy Boy sat back. Talk about something? Planning to do some business over on the mainland? Logistics. These years the Pengcheng side of the development momentum more and more fierce. If you can take a piece of land over there, build a logistics park, there must be a profit. He Yaozong continued. A logistics park? The kind that keeps hundreds of employees and handles all the loading and unloading of freight? No, taking Guo Sheng's money over to test the waters. I Zhong dare not make a big deal. Just build a logistics warehouse first and rent it out to someone for warehouse use first. Follow up with good momentum and then consider expanding. Then I suggest you stop messing around for a while, without building a few more rice bowls. You'll be driven back in the dust sooner or later. No, the Pengcheng side is now attracting investment everywhere. It doesn't make sense to be driven back. Seeing Jimmy Boy's insistence, Ho Yucheng didn't bother to explain to him any further. Okay, if you like, you can first invest a sum of money to try the water first. But what about tonight when I came to see you? I also wanted to talk business with you. Jimmy Boy came instantly interested. During this period of time, He Yaozong put in Lianshang various districts of the parish are cared for all over the place, but only did not care for his side to come. Although it was said that Ho Yucheng was trying to buy the hearts and minds of the parishes in the districts, but after all, his own family members did not get any benefits, and Jimmy Chai did not have a good feeling in his heart. Dragon head, what kind of business are you trying to get for me again? The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack and uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. Some time ago, I negotiated a gambling hall business in Haojiang with Hung Hing's side, but I think Hung Hing's side is thinking too idealistically. They must not have got the stacking rights of Haojiang so easily. So when the time comes for me to go to Haojiang, the first thing I need to do is to raise a group of capable stackers. Come to think of it, you'd be perfect to help me with the stacking rights of the club. Jimmy Boy sniffed, and a face instantly turned bitter. You also know that I am now focusing on fishing in the right line. If the mainland side of the screws, a goods business I do not even like to do again, to take care of the society's stacking rights for you, I'm afraid those bosses won't belligerently support me. What's a regular business when the casino in Haojiang is not a regular business? There's authorized, positively can't be. But, Throw, and I've never been exposed to the stacking business. When you first came out to open a chicken sinus and sell rehashed VCDs, did you have any exposure to this business? When you were making A-bags, shoes and all that stuff, did you have any previous exposure to it? If you haven't touched it, go and learn it. And there is a benefit of going to manage the stacking business. You have to deal with those tycoons every day, and get to know a few more rich people, so that in the future when you do your own business, you'll be like a fish out of water. None of the previous words had impressed Jimmy Boy. This last statement called Jimmy Boy's eyes straight to him. That makes sense. Tomorrow I'll go to Tsuwon and find a couple of stackers to learn the ropes. Please teach A. Follow the group of puffers raised by Big D who can't get a bite of food in Haojong to learn. Do you think it's going to be a small business of a few tens of mosquitoes in the word flower stall? Businesses grow from strength to strength. Jimmy Chai is qualified to say this. He started from a few mosquito lanes rehashed CDROMs, and made it all the way to the point where no one in Shamshuepa knows anything about it, which is quite a feat. However, Ho Yucheng did not like to listen to his sermons. On the Haojong side, I've already arranged for someone to go over and explore the bottom. The water room and the number gang have raised a lot of stackers, and these two societies have been fighting again recently, and a lot of stackers have been repeatedly jumping sideways in the middle of the two societies, so I'll pull a bunch of them over when the time comes. Unlike the club's beat boys, a qualified stacker is regarded as a money tree with roots in the Haojong area. What's more, when they have a lot of luxury resources in their hands, they are qualified to negotiate with those word heads. Haojong's clubs fight over the sky not to talk about, but is very tacit understanding. No one will not go to make things difficult for it can bring them windfalls of stacked yards of boys. Therefore, it is not unusual for some senior enough stackers to eat and sleep between the two associations. After chatting with Jimmy for a few more minutes, about 20 minutes later, after the explanation was done, Ho Yucheng got up and left this side. Come downstairs, get in the car and drive all the way over to the Kowloon walled city. Ever since he helped Wang Jianjun and the others with their identity issues, he opened a martial arts school over at the city fortress, counting it as their short-term place to establish themselves. It had been a long time since these people had started work with themselves. On the Haojong side, there are bound to be hard battles ahead, so it's time to pull this group of fierce men out and move their fists. But Ho Yucheng is measured. In order to gain a foothold in Haojong, it is not as easy as making a big splash in Hong Kong Island, but rather, it has to be a long and steady flow. Keeping a group of his own stackers was his first plan to get involved in Haojong. How business will be done in the future and how the Haojong side will react are all afterthoughts. Without the stackers to attract customers, the casino's business will be ruined in less than a month. Only by getting his business up and running would he be qualified to compete with someone in Haojong. Temple Street, Kimbara nightclub. Uffley stepped into the dance floor lobby and spit out the chewing gum in his mouth, then grabbed a bar of plantains from one of the cardboard fruit trays in passing. Eating the buried banana, he saw Awa with a cigarette in his mouth, walking towards him from behind the dance floor. Hey Wa! Dropping the banana peel on the ground, the ocelot chewed on it while waving towards Awa. Ava couldn't help but frown as she walked over and picked up the banana peel on the ground and waved it toward the crow fly. Pitch black. A customer stepped on and fell down. Will you cover the medical expenses? I'll go with you. Uffley laughed and snatched the banana peel out of Ava's hand, dropping it into an empty wineglass on a side deck, then pulled Ava to sit low on this unused deck. Brother Wa, this afternoon, I heard someone say that brother you and you have made a deal to take you to Haojang the day after tomorrow to start the construction. Is it true? Ava didn't say anything as she held her cigarette, just nodded. I'll take my pick. Solve without me? Why should I take you? This trip is to do something, not to have fun. The societies in the Haojang area are all fierce. If you're so arrogant, I'm afraid you'll get shot on your first day there. This is Awa's heart. He knows that Yufly is the person who can't afford to be angry in his life. Since making it into the Undersea Book of Woozing, it has been made more and more popular again. There is no guarantee that when they arrive at Haojang, they will still have the same attitude of turning their noses up to the sky. And if they get into any trouble that they shouldn't have gotten into on behalf of the organization, they won't know how to explain it to Ho Yucheng. The crow flies just think that Awa is looking down on him. Throw. I know that you has instructed you to do something, and I'm not qualified to talk much. I'm just hoping that you'll say a few good words in front of brother you, and take me to Haojang to see the world at that time, as if you're letting me have 2 days vacation. Can't I go over there to play for a couple of days? Awa glared at Uffley and slapped him straight down on his head. So they're all on vacation. The whole street is closed and we're all going to Haojang together, yay? Silly. Who's going to take care of the doti when they're all gone? Being hit painfully by Awa, the crowfly could only cover his head and give Awa a somewhat aggravated look. If you don't go, you don't go. I'm a big man now. Hundreds of brothers work and eat with me. In the future, if you do it outside, can you save face and not hit your head? Just as Uffley was gagging, Awa caught a cold glimpse of a group of people coming this way in great numbers. The first one with 3 points of drunkenness. Big night in the ballroom. Zhong racked a pair of sunglasses, 2 hands in the pocket. The face expression is not lost in the you fly in the past that posture. Is walking towards this side. Ava nudged the crow fly, her face uncharacteristically stony. Hey, it looks like someone's coming to screw up. It was Chicken who brought the men to Kimbara's side. Since he had learned that Ho Yucheng was already the leader of Wulian Shang, he had temporarily dismissed the idea of going to trouble him in his mind. But Awa had beaten him so badly in the past, a debt that he had not forgotten for a moment. Walking over to this side of the table, Chicken stopped dead in his tracks without surprise. In passing, he picked up a bottle of wine from the next table and raised it above his head, then let go. Snap! The bottle shattered to the ground, and Chicken wiped his hands and stood in front of Ava. Sorry, didn't hold it steady. I'll pay for this drink. The provocation was immediately overflowing. Uffley also recognized the visitor before him, and immediately stood up with a slap on the table. Asterisk 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 your old mother. Still don't think I beat you enough last time? Is this how you talk to your customers when you open your doors for business? Chicken said, waving his head towards a few ponies behind him, who instantly understood. 3 by 3, they walked over to the next table and swept all the drinks off the table of a group of guests. Meanwhile, Chicken stretched his throat and shouted toward the group in the ballroom. All the drinks at Kimbara tonight are on me, Master Chicken. Tell them to serve something classy, like driving rain. Don't you think it's disgusting? Uffley was about to have a fit when Ava yanked on his arm. Glancing at Chicken, Awa whirled around and beckoned behind him, signaling for his followers studs to hand over their portable phones. Without any hesitation, he immediately dialed He Yaozong's number. After the call was answered and greetings were exchanged, Awa asked directly, Brother you, that plague Chicken from Causeway Bay back then seems to have returned from Taiwan Island. He seems to be trying to make trouble in my yard now. Should I reward him with a bottle? What do you mean it seems like you're trying to mess with the field? Ava smiled. He was just yelling about how he's footing the bill for all the drinks at Kimbara tonight. Dressed like a man, with a dozen ponies behind him, he does seem to be making a fortune. What do you care if he gets rich and screws up? If you don't like him, you can just collect his skin. This is something that you have to call me to ask me? He Yaozong's grumpy voice came out of the earpiece immediately. End of chapter.